Chapter 1, Rebirth. The older generation always said that when a person was close to death, they would often recall things from their youth and experience bizarre dreams. The people and events in their lives, both hated and loved, would flash before them in these dreams. It was a way of saying goodbye to the world. Su Jinyu had always scoffed at such notions until he grew old, lying emaciated in the intensive care unit of a hospital, with his days numbered. It was then that he believed what those elders had said were all true. His life had been one of wild fluctuations and dramatic twists in the first half, while the second half was as still as stagnant water. No matter how many stones were thrown into it, no ripples would form. And the turning point of it all was a man named Gu Pailang. Su Jinyu knew he was nearing death because for an entire week, every night before sleep, he would dream about that man. In his dreams, the man appeared as they had first met, a figure seated in a black wheelchair wearing a pure white shirt, his legs covered by a grey cashmere blanket. Underneath his dark, sharp eyebrows lay eyes black as ink, narrow and elongated with slightly upturned tails. His gaze could pierce through like a Siberian cold current, wrapping people in biting winds and leaving them chilled to the bone. A tall nose, pale pink lips, and a chiseled face radiated a distant coldness that kept others at bay. Yet only Su Jinyu knew that this cold-hearted man, almost ruthless, would reveal the warmest smile when facing someone he cared about. Once, that smile belonged solely to him, before their divorce. Gu Yin told him he didn't deserve to die alongside Gu Pailang, and Su Jinyu agreed. Thus, after Gu Pailang's passing, Su continued to live in a zombie-like state, burdened by guilt over the man and the sins committed by the Su family, persisting until today. Despite the advancements in science and medicine, ever since being diagnosed with terminal liver cancer at 75, 5 years had passed. Though Su had long desired to die, he was forced to endure on ICU life support for 5 excruciating years. 80 years old, wasn't that considered advanced age? Su Jinyu mumbled hazily, listening to the sound of machines around him. Suddenly, the man from his dreams seemed to reappear, dressed in pristine white sitting regally in a black wheelchair, gazing coldly at him without uttering a word. Su Jinyu, watching the man, faintly curled the corners of his mouth upward. Pailang, you've come to take me, haven't you? I know you don't want to see me, but I want to see you. Every day, I think of you. Thinking of you makes my heart ache down to my very soul. Pailang, it hurts so much, really, it hurts so badly. Can you hold me? Just like our wedding day. I swear, this time, I won't push you away anymore. I won't call you a monster either. Will you, please? As if hearing Su Jinyu's words, the man began to move the wheelchair slowly towards him, stopping abruptly 3 meters away. Slowly, deliberately, he extended his hand out. Su Jinyu smiled happily, unable to control himself as he sprinted forward. He knew, his Pailang was the one who loved him most in this world. But suddenly, his pace halted, his smile frozen in place. Su Jinyu stared in shock at the man moving farther and farther away, a growing sense of overwhelming dread creeping inside him. Pailang. Pailang, please don't leave me behind. Don't leave me. Please. I beg you. The retreating figure paid no heed to his heartrending cries. That handsome, expressionless face started cracking like a shattered mirror, fissures appearing across its surface before spreading. His once spotless white clothes became soaked with blood, red seeping out in startling patches. The grey woolen blanket darkened as drops of blood fell off it, eventually pooling on the floor in a puddle of crimson. Su Jinyu shook his head incredulously, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. He ran forward desperately, trying to embrace his love, only to find himself getting further away with every step. Gu Pailang doesn't want me anymore, not even my pleading sobs can make him stay. He really doesn't want me anymore. Never before had Su Jinyu felt such profound despair and helplessness. He had caused the death of Gu Pailang and spent his entire life repenting for it. Yet, despite all that, the other side refused to forgive him. Now, as his own end approached, the man wouldn't even grant him the chance to meet again after death, to say just one simple, "I'm sorry." His body dragging his soul felt like it was falling into an endless abyss, the sound of howling wind in his ears. In the final second before he closed his eyes, Su Jinyu heard a vague sound, now distant, now near, as if it came from another world. Doctor. Doctor. The patient is not doing well. Emergency room, prepare to resuscitate. Prepare for defibrillation. In the last flicker of consciousness, Su Jinyu heard the long beep of the heart rate and blood pressure monitor as it hit 0. And then, there was silence in the world. Chapter 2, Thief in the Heavens, Treat Me, Not So Badly. The soul floated aimlessly, without a place to settle. Su Jinyu opened his eyes and looked at the milky white world before him, bitterly thinking, is this the legendary netherworld of Yen and Luo? Before he had time to wonder why there wasn't a single ghostly shadow in the netherworld, nor any sign of the fabled black and white impermanents who collect souls, Su Jinyu saw a road appear beneath his feet. A clean, smooth path made of bluestone stretched far into the distance, finally disappearing into a thick fog. Su Jinyu tried moving his body, and the next second, his semi-transparent, ethereal form stably landed on the ground. The man arched an eyebrow, surprised that his incorporeal soul could still touch physical objects, but only for a moment. He looked up at the seemingly endless cobblestone path and after 2 seconds of silence, stepped forward without hesitation. Perhaps those mythological stories got it wrong, the netherworld didn't have the river of forgetfulness or the bridge of helplessness. Or maybe what was under his feet right now was the true bridge of helplessness. But no matter whether it was misdirected or real, Su Jinyu no longer cared. He had one thought: walk down this path. There was a voice inside him urging him relentlessly, keep walking. As long as you keep walking, you'll meet the person you want to see. Su Jinyu gradually quickened his pace until he eventually broke into a run. Everything around him seemed frozen, completely silent. The road beneath his feet felt like it went on endlessly. Though already dead, Su Jinyu still felt exhaustion emanating from deep within his soul. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, heavy and difficult to lift, but even so, Su Jinyu did not stop. He gritted his teeth, his jawline tightening like the string of a bow, veins popping out on his temples. His eyes remained locked onto a point in the void, constantly reminding himself, just a little further, Su Jinyu, only a little further. When he stepped into thin air and began falling infinitely, Su Jinyu watched as the light rapidly shrank into a spot, then a dot, ultimately swallowed by darkness. He completely gave up on his final struggle. No. The music thundered deafeningly, and amidst the chaotic revelry of the private room, a terrified and desperate scream suddenly erupted. It carried a suffocating sorrow that was almost overwhelming. Everyone in the private room was startled by the scream, their gazes collectively shifting toward the corner, where their guest of honor for the night sat. With the commotion silenced, all that remained was the sound of music playing in the background and the flashing lights moving back and forth. The red and green lights flickered, landing in the corner of the room and illuminating the face of the man. It was a face that once seen would be unforgettable, his features exquisite yet utterly free of any effeminate qualities. On the contrary, his countenance carried a certain martial valor reminiscent of an ancient scholar-turned-general who abandoned his pen for arms. This innate sense of noble pride and arrogance ensured that even if he was placed in a crowd, he would still be the most dazzling figure. Wherever he went, everyone else would seem to fade in comparison. And now, it was this very man, someone whose casual sneeze could land on the A-City hot search list the next day, sitting dazed on a couch in the corner of the private room. Those eyes, which always seemed to carry profound emotion, were now wide open with extreme terror and despair. In the colorful light, his face stood pale as paper, and paired with his current expression, he resembled nothing more than a tormented vengeful ghost straight out of a horror movie. The two girls sitting beside him were startled by his appearance. Recovering, their eyes immediately watered, collapsing softly into each other's arms like limp rabbits. One of them pinched her throat and whimpered coyly, "Young master you, what happened? You frightened Pei. And then too, young master you." His body moved stiffly, as though it were an old machine recently lubricated and reactivated. Su Jinyu heard the clear sound of bone-on-bone grinding as he slowly turned his head. He stared downward, his deep black eyes fixed on the heavily made-up individual in his arms, unmoving for a long while. The two girls were unnerved by his gaze, devoid of any vitality. A strange fear spread through their limbs, originating deep in their souls. They felt as though the figure before them was no longer a wealthy young lord capable of lavish spending, but a demon escaped from hell. Others noticed something was off here too. One of them, a young man dressed in a silver-white leisure suit, quickly realized the situation wasn't normal and cut off the stereo system, signaling with his eyes for the two women in Su Jinyu's arms to leave. The two girls jumped out of Su Jinyu's arms as if they had received a special pardon, then fled the private room as if their lives depended on it, forgetting to take the thick stack of red bills on the glass table. The lights in the private room were hazy, and the silence was so profound that the sound of a needle falling on the ground could be clearly heard. The few people present looked at each other, seeing confusion and curiosity in each other's eyes, along with a well-concealed disdain under the lighting. Finally, the man in the suit broke the eerie silence. He took 2 steps forward to Su Jinyu's side and raised his hand to pat the other's shoulder. Su Jinyu looked up, his dark black eyes gazing quietly at him like a bottomless abyss. The man in the suit. "Jinyu, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Or, is it because of Gu Peilang? Didn't he already agree to divorce you? Could he have changed his mind?" The lips slightly fuller below the face in front of him continued chattering incessantly, while Su Jinyu stared at the all-too-familiar face, only feeling a throbbing pain in his brain, as if someone was striking it repeatedly with a chisel. He strained to identify the words, and the 3 characters, Gu Peilang, pierced through like a red-tasseled spear splitting thousands of soldiers, landing right in front of him. Gu Peilang. His voice trembled, as if he'd lost 7/8 of his soul. The man in the suit slowly furrowed his brows, his originally playful expression becoming serious as he gazed at Su Jinyu. "Jinyu, what's really wrong with you?" When the others in the private room, who had been keeping silent, heard this, they rushed forward, expressing their concern with a cacophony of voices. Su Jinyu's gaze swept over the faces showing varying degrees of sincerity, something flashing through his mind so quickly that he couldn't grasp it. Until the man in the suit called out to him again, Su Jinyu stared at the increasingly familiar face, his mind buzzing. He remembered who this person was. His high school and college classmate, Fang Mingji. But didn't his family go bankrupt and leave a city in the first year after his divorce from Gu Peilang? After Gu Peilang's death, he had even seen Fang Mingji in an unknown small town. So why was the man here now, and looking so much younger? Fang Mingji. Su Jinyu moved his mouth, trembling sounds slowly squeezing out of his vocal cords. Fang Mingji tightly furrowed his brows, his forehead full of worry, asking, Jinyu, are you feeling unwell? Without answering, Su Jinyu turned his stiff head, his eyes wide as he scanned inch by inch the place where he currently was and the odd-dressed men and women before him. Confused lighting, the oversized LCD TV on the wall, the spacious and comfortable leather sofa, the wine and water on the glass table with red and white interweaving colors, the scattered dice and poker cards. All of this was very familiar to Su Jinyu. Before Gu Peilang died, when the Su family still existed, he once regarded this place as his second home. But, how did I end up here? Wasn't I already dead? The man blinked slowly and mechanically, lowering his head. When he saw those long, strong hands, smooth and white as jade under the dim light, he felt as if struck by lightning, completely frozen in place. These were not his hands. The torment of illness and the aging of his body left them only with ugly, cross-hatched wrinkles and countless needle holes of various sizes. They weren't like this now. But Su Jinyu rigidly moved his fingers, the hands automatically formed fists according to his brain commands. He held his breath and looked up at the person in front of him, beginning to entertain a bold guess in his heart. I feel a little uncomfortable, I want to use the restroom. Trembling as he said these words, Su Jinyu brushed off the gazes fixed on him, nearly instinctively opening the door of the private room and walking out. The refined crystal chandelier above lit up the cold marble floor, glaring brightly and painfully to the eyes, while ears caught the cries from behind the tightly closed doors lining the corridor. Ignoring the startled looks from the waiters and people passing by in the corridor, Su Jinyu stumbled into the restroom. With a loud bang, Su Jinyu locked the door behind him and almost impatiently approached the wash basin. The elliptical half-length mirror with its exquisite carved frame was dust-free, reflecting back a young, shock-filled face that was pale without a hint of blood color, yet striking and free from any feminine quality. Su Jinyu stared blankly at the person in the mirror, his eyes fixated so intensely that it seemed as if he wanted to shatter the mirror before him. His bloodshot eyeballs were filled with a tempest of complex emotions, akin to a fierce beast trapped inside an iron cage, ready to burst forth at the slightest provocation. The restroom, faintly scented with incense, was completely silent, save for the labored breathing of the man standing by the sink. Time seemed to have passed like a century. Finally, Su Jinyu, trembling, slowly reached up to touch the youthful face full of collagen and without a single wrinkle. His eye socket suddenly reddened, but the man stubbornly gritted his teeth, holding back tears until the phone in his pocket rang unexpectedly. He trembled as he pulled out his phone, and upon seeing the date displayed, he collapsed onto the cold floor in a heap, disregarding any semblance of dignity as he sat there crying loudly while hugging his phone. Fang Mingji, unable to stay away, called out to the others in the private room before rushing after Su Jinyu. When he reached the restroom door, he hadn't even raised his hand to knock when he heard the muffled sound of sobbing from inside. That cry was one Fang Mingji would never forget in his entire life, like a young animal imprisoned in an iron cage who, after enduring endless despair and pain, had finally glimpsed light and freedom. It was the wild joy of narrowly surviving disaster and also themed helplessness of being startled, cutting deeply into Fang Mingji's heart like a knife. Jinyu. Jinyu, are you inside? Open the door, Jinyu. It's me, Mingji. Can you open the door, please, Jinyu? No matter how urgently Fang Mingji called out from outside, there was no response from within. As he turned to decide on finding the manager to unlock the door behind him suddenly opened. Fang Mingji turned around and froze at the sight of the man with rumpled clothes and swollen red eyes standing before him. Jinyu. Realizing what was happening, Fang Mingji cautiously called out his name. Su Jinyu glanced at him once, lifting his eyes momentarily. There was too much in those eyes that Fang Mingji couldn't comprehend. Before he could even speak, Su Jinyu withdrew his gaze and strode past his shoulder without a word. Fang Mingji grabbed him, asking urgently, Jinyu, where are you going? Su Jinyu moved his lips slightly, his pale, cracked lips uttering two hoarse words, go home. Terrified by the strange, eerie aura emanating from Su Jinyu, Fang Mingji instinctively let go of his hand. Without hesitation, Su Jinyu walked out in large strides, his figure soon disappearing around a corner. Hailing a taxi, Su Jinyu climbed in, reporting the address before turning his stiff body to look expressionlessly out the car window. The brightly lit shops along the streets and the straight lampposts flashed rapidly across his retina. Su Jinyu looked at this familiar yet foreign bustling city again, and his eyes welled up once more. The phone in his hand was clenched tightly, its rounded edges hurt his fingers, but he didn't loosen his grip, not one bit. Gripping the phone was like clutching at his last lifeline. Yes, his lifeline. Accidentally touching the fingerprint sensor, the phone screen lit up, revealing the current time on the system default wallpaper. June 18, 2022, Saturday, 9:35 p.m. No matter how shocking and bizarre it was, Su Jinyu had no choice but to believe that he had been reborn, revived to the past, returning to when he was 23 years old, after dying on the surgery table at age 80 due to ineffective lung cancer treatment. And June 18 was the day he had used suicide to threaten Gu Peilang into granting him a divorce. Regardless of how Su Jinyu had mocked or screamed insults at the man, the one who steadfastly refused to mention divorce gave in when faced with a fruit knife pressed against his neck. Gu Peilang had signed his name onto the already signed divorce agreement before Su Jinyu's very eyes, regaining his single status. Overjoyed, Su Jinyu immediately called his good friends to celebrate at the bar. The private room just now was booked by him specifically to celebrate escaping the clutches of the great psychopath, Gu Peilang. At this moment, Su Jinyu bitterly regretted everything, wishing only that he could strangle the younger self who had wielded the knife. He was overcome by both overwhelming joy at his rebirth and deep fear and remorse for missing the crucial signing moment. He even somewhat blamed heaven for not doing a complete favor, allowing him to be reborn just moments before Gu Peilang picked up his pen. Chapter 3, Recalling Home. The blindingly pale headlights of the car cut through the ink-like darkness ahead, piercing straight through the bustling and lively downtown area towards Phoenix Mountain in the west side of the city. The buildings on either side of the road gradually disappeared, replaced by an alternating lineup of camphor trees and ginkgo trees, which became the main feature along this stretch. Su Jinyu looked at the increasingly familiar streets before him, his knuckles white as they gripped the door handle tightly, the veins on the back of his hand protruding sharply. A faint yellow street lamp flashed by, momentarily illuminating his ghastly pale face. His heartbeat was so rapid it felt like it might leap out of his throat at any moment, while his legs felt powerless. Su Jinyu swallowed hard against the dryness in his throat, realizing he was somewhat afraid of what was to come. He feared seeing Gu Feilong, dreading the sight of his cold, distant face and his perpetually calm eyes. He also feared not seeing Gu Feilong, fearing that everything before him was just a figment of his imagination, that both Gu Feilong and he were dead. Caught in this complex and contradictory mix of emotions, the yellow-green taxi came to a steady stop outside the wrought iron gate adorned with intricate designs. The driver, noticing no movement from his rear passenger, turned around to look back. "Sir, we've arrived at the place you said." "Sir." The young man in the back seat seemed to be in some sort of trance, his eyes vacant and lifeless, as though bewitched. Despite being called twice by the driver, he gave no response, sending a sudden unease through the driver's mind. Ever since he could remember, the entire Phoenix Mountain, including the surrounding 5 miles, belonged to the Gu family. Speaking of the Gu family, their name resonated throughout the entire H country. Their business empire spanned across the globe, from the highly advanced instruments used in tech and electronics research to common household items. It was said that half of the products in people's daily lives came from the Gu Corporation. Legend has it that the ancestors of the Gu family were confidants of the last emperor of the dynasty, traveling with him across the land during their youth and retiring later in life to a small fishing village in a city. In that turbulent era, with sharp intuition and remarkable business acumen, they laid down the foundation for the Gu family's prosperity, simultaneously boosting a city's economy, transforming it from an unremarkable fishing village into one of the top-tier cities of H country. To this day, the Gu family boasts a history nearly 200 or 300 years old, making them an authentic aristocratic lineage. Currently, the head of the Gu family is Gu Feilong, the legitimate grandson of the elder Gu. At just 26 years old, he serves as the president of the Gu Corporation, renowned in the business world for his decisive and ruthless actions, causing other competitors to tremble at the mere mention of his name. Some say that his business acumen surpasses even that of the founding patriarch of the Gu family. However, this very prodigy met with a car accident at the age of 21, leaving him unable to walk ever since, dependent on a wheelchair for life. Speaking of the accident, it inevitably brings forth sighs of lamentation. As people often say, the more wealthy the household, the more hidden scandals and dirty secrets they harbor. When the Gu family fell under the management of Elder Gu, it had already begun to show signs of decline. Elder Gu had short-sightedness and conservative thinking. Under his leadership, the Gu family lagged behind in adapting to the modern world. Moreover, in his younger days, he was quite a playboy, having married 3 wives over the course of his life. Combined, these marriages produced 8 children, none of whom were simple individuals. They all vied for control over the Gu inheritance even before Elder Gu passed away. Later, when these sons and daughters grew up and started families of their own, the next generation emerged, increasing the competition. Those with cunning devised strategies, those without resorted to underhanded tactics. In such a murky atmosphere, the legitimate grandson, Gu Feilong, fought his way through a blood-soaked path, successfully obtaining the inheritance rights and rescuing the Gu family from its downward spiral. This happened about 5 or 6 years ago. Back then, newspapers and media outlets flooded with exposés about this battle for succession. Various experts analyzed it thoroughly, seeking to uncover the truth lurking behind the scenes. Rumors claimed that numerous lives were sacrificed during the upheaval within the Gu family. Others went as far as to speculate that Gu Feilong's paralyzed legs were a casualty of this fierce battle for power. Though the truth of these rumors remains unknown, the taxi driver, based on years of watching palace dramas and stories of the rich elite, could be certain of one thing: someone must have made sacrifices. The young man sitting in the back didn't appear too old but looked almost otherworldly, like a celestial figure stepped out of a painting. Yet, after boarding, he merely stated the destination and remained silent ever since, his face alarmingly pale, devoid of vitality. Am I picking up a ghost? The taxi driver, once this thought crossed his mind, felt utterly uneasy. The hair on the back of his neck stood up one after another, and a chill rushed from his feet all the way to the top of his head. He froze, not daring to move a muscle, staring fixedly at the man in the back seat, terrified that with a blink, the man would open a monstrous mouth and bite off his head. Just as the driver was about to scare himself witless, Su Jinyu finally snapped out of it. The man shifted slightly, gazing at the building standing before him in the night, which resembled a castle. His heart first paused for a brief moment, then started thumping even more fiercely. Su Jinyu opened the car door and got out, meeting the driver's frightened and puzzled gaze. He pulled out all the cash inside his wallet and handed it over to the driver, croaking out a "thank you" before turning and walking away. Behind him, the driver looked down at the thick wad of red bills in his hand, deep in conflict. So, was he really a ghost or not? Should he accept this money or not? Unaware of the driver's internal struggle, Su Jinyu stood outside the gate, peering through the cracks at the dimly lit house far away, feeling heat prick his eyes. He lifted his hand to input his fingerprint, and the icy iron gates slowly slid open. Taking a deep breath, Su Jinyu stepped in. At the same time, inside the Gu residence, Zhang Maid, who was just about to take water and medicine upstairs to Gu Feilong, heard the sound of the front gate opening through the surveillance system. She stopped her steps, turned around, and approached the wall-mounted monitor. Seeing the person crossing the garden toward the house, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes before it vanished without a trace. She took the elevator to the end of the third-floor corridor, where there was a study. Lifting her hand to knock on the door, hearing no response from within, she hesitated for several seconds, then grasped the doorknob gently, twisting it, and entered the room. Inside the spacious, bright study dominated by black and gray tones, the decor exuded an understated yet luxurious elegance. An expensive crystal chandelier cast soft light, illuminating every corner of the room. Holding the tray as she walked in, Zhang Maid immediately saw the man sitting behind the desk, busy at work beside the bookshelf. Chapter 4, I want to see him. His jet-black short hair was combed immaculately, a few strands of bangs loosened by the gel slightly falling over his forehead, partially covering a pair of dense, handsome eyebrows. The ceiling light cast a bright halo atop the man's head. He kept his head lowered, his sharply defined face hidden in the shadows where it couldn't be seen clearly. He wore a snow-white turn-down collar shirt, with every button fastened all the way to the top, giving off an air of celibacy. On top of that, he wore a black and white striped waistcoat. His lower half was obscured by a thick mahogany desk. Manager Zhang approached quietly, her eyebrows lowered, and placed the tray in her hands lightly on a corner of the desk. The silver tray barely touched the desk surface, emitting no sound at all. Normally after delivering items she would leave silently, but this time she hesitated, showing no signs of leaving. The man, who had been looking down to process some documents, looked up from the papers. The light illuminated his face. His features were strong and angular, with a high bridge nose. His coal-black eyes were elongated with slightly lifted outer corners. Eyes that should have carried charm appeared instead as if wrapped in Siberian cold currents when looking at people. His soft lips were always pressed into a sharp line. He exuded a bone-deep aloofness that repelled people and carried an air of authority from someone in a superior position. The man raised his eyes, glancing at the woman before him with a gaze devoid of warmth. Startled by his cold, mechanical-like eyes, Manager Zhang's heart trembled suddenly. Is there something else? The man spoke, his deep, clear voice like the collision of jade into a silver vase under moonlight, cold just like him. Mr. Su is here. Manager Zhang hesitated for a moment before choosing to reveal what she'd witnessed moments ago. Upon hearing this name, Gu Peilang's expression didn't change the slightest bit. He lowered his head again, shifting his attention back to the document in front of him. I see. Manager Zhang watched him, uncertain whether or not to let the visitor inside. Master? Are the things I asked you to organize ready? Gu Peilang said without looking up. Remembering the suitcase standing behind the door of the guest bedroom, Manager Zhang nodded. They're all ready. Send them to him then. Upon hearing these words from the man, Manager Zhang immediately understood. Mr. Su must have returned to collect his belongings, otherwise, she could not imagine why he'd come back. That person hated everything about Master Gu's house and even Master Gu himself as if they should never have existed in this world. Having barely escaped from this place, why would he return? I understand, Manager Zhang replied softly, hiding all thoughts as she bowed her head before turning and stepping out of the study. The heavy wooden door closed gently, isolating the study and its occupant into another world entirely. Outside the gate of the Gu residence, Su Jinyu stared at the elaborately carved doors before him. A white doorbell hung beside it, yet he hesitated to press it. After building up the courage mentally, the one who opened the door turned out to be Manager Zhang, who always maintained a serious face and performed her duties with exact precision. Seeing the woman who once screamed abuses at him appear once more before him, and looking significantly younger than he remembered, Su Jinyu felt somewhat disoriented. Therefore, he missed the brief flicker of aversion in the woman's eyes upon seeing him. Mr. Su, Manager Zhang addressed him, her tone calm and respectful. All your belongings have been packed and are in this suitcase. Take a look and see if anything has been left behind. If there is, I'll find it again. If not, you may take them. Hearing her words, Su Jinyu finally came back to reality. He glanced down and immediately saw the suitcase standing next to the woman. His pupils contracted slightly, nails digging deeply into the softness of his palms. Raising his bloodless face, Su Jinyu gazed at the person in front of him. It was as though his vocal cords had been pinched shut, making speaking arduous. Manager Zhang. I'm not here to collect my luggage. His sentence trailed off unevenly. Observing the man before her whose expression revealed some suffering, Manager Zhang experienced a fleeting sense of ridicule. Her tone lacked the courtesy and politeness of earlier when she spoke again. So Mr. Su, is there any other business? My master usually rests early in the evening. Coming so late at night like this could easily disturb his rest. Her expulsion words were ruthless. Though his palm hurt to the point of numbness, Su Jinyu bit his lower lip hard and finally raised his head. In his beautiful eyes, there was a slight void, but also a startling stubbornness. Hey! Is Mr. Gu Peilang asleep? Even with the best professional conduct, Manager Zhang couldn't help but laugh, her laughter filled with unmasked ridicule, as if mocking the man's pretense. Mr. Su, what a strange question. If Mr. Gu hadn't been asleep, would you attempt to put a knife to your neck again and ask for something from our master? This sentence pierced into Su Jinyu's already bleeding heart like a sharp blade. Staggering under the great blow, he reached out to grasp the doorframe to steady himself. A coppery sweetness rose in his throat, and he blinked rapidly to force back the sourness in his eyes before lifting his head to look at the woman before him. I want to see him. Manager Zhang looked at him, his appearance as if he were about to collapse any second, and her delicate eyebrows furrowed. Mr. Gu does not wish to see you. Su Jinyu's dark eyes stubbornly stared at her without the slightest sign of retreat. No matter what Manager Zhang said, he had only one repeated sentence, I want to see him. The current state of the man was unsettling, almost fanatical. With furrowed brows, Manager Zhang thought about the person upstairs in the study and after a long silence, she finally chose to give in, walking to the landline by the living room and picking it up to dial the study. Su Jinyu's gaze was fixed on Manager Zhang the entire time. When he saw her lift the phone, an unusual light sparked in his pitch-black pupils. The waiting seemed exceptionally long, mere seconds felt like an eternity. His eyes never left the phone pressed to Manager Zhang's ear. With a slight click, the connection was established. The deep, clear voice of the man resonated clearly through the receiver in the living room, and Su Jinyu's fingertips gripping the doorframe turned white with strain. Hello. Mr. Gu, Mr. Su says he wants to see you. Tell him to leave. The cold, emotionless voice sent the anxiety in Su Jinyu's heart plummeting. Before Manager Zhang could hang up, he hoarsely shouted, his voice broken and scattered. Gu Peilang. There was sudden silence on the other end of the phone. After a long pause, a voice tinged with weariness sounded once more. Let him come up. Chapter 5, Jinyu, what do you want me to do? Manager Zhang responded with a sound, hung up the phone, and turned around to look at the man before him whose expression was half tears, half smiles. His voice had once again turned cold, Mr. Su, please follow me. Su Jinyu's lips curled into a smile that looked more pitiful than laughing as he hurried forward, following Manager Zhang like a child just learning how to walk. They took the elevator all the way to the third floor. Manager Zhang led them straight to the study door and knocked gently. This time, a deep, muffled voice replied from inside, come in. Manager Zhang opened the door, stepping aside slightly to make room for the person behind him. Sir, Mr. Su has arrived. The man who had been working behind the desk at some point had already pushed his wheelchair to the bedside, turning his back on them, leaving only an icy silhouette to the two of them. Butler, please go down first. Yes. Manager Zhang bowed slightly in acknowledgement, sparing one last glance at Su Jinyu, who seemed lost in thought, a warning evident in his eyes. Su Jinyu completely ignored him, or perhaps from the moment he saw Gu Peilang, his entire world had narrowed down to just this one person. The figure before him now merged perfectly with countless dreamlike figures from his past dreams. Subconsciously, Su Jinyu slowed down his breathing despite his eyes becoming sore and blurry, refusing to blink lest everything vanish before him just like it did in those dreams. The man inside the study, after waiting quietly for some time, felt strange due to the lack of response. He turned his wheelchair around. That face, the face Su Jinyu had missed night and day, appeared suddenly without any forewarning. Gu Peilang stared at the person standing by the door and slowly frowned, his voice emotionless, won't you come in? Upon hearing the sound, Su Jinyu, as if receiving a command, mechanically moved his stiff legs, taking slow steps one by one towards the man. As Gu Peilang watched the approaching figure, he noticed the clear tears streaming down the other's face. The hand resting on his thigh twitched nervously before returning to normal in the next second. Step by step, Su Jinyu approached Gu Peilang. The features of the person in front gradually became vividly clear instead of blurred like they were in the previous dreams. Carefully, he squatted down in front of the man, lifting his head slightly to look at the other, then under the confused and bewildered gaze, slowly raised his hand. The texture beneath his touch was soft and warm, not any more cold, untouchable. Gu Peilang observed the person before him impassively, his good-looking eyebrows slightly furrowed as if troubled, or perhaps puzzled, or else something else entirely. That hand caressing his cheek was trembling. Opening his mouth, he wanted to say something, but the other beat him to it, calling his name with a trembling voice, Gu Peilang. The wheelchair, due to the sudden movement, slid backward, colliding with the floor-to-ceiling window with a clear, banged sound. Gu Peilang sat rigidly, letting the person tightly embrace him. That mask of perennial indifference showed signs of cracking. Gu Peilang. Gu Peilang. The person in his arms kept calling out his name incessantly, their voices trembling and hoarse, akin to crying with blood, carrying despair, guilt, and relief. His hands, rigidly raised mid-air, noticed moisture accumulating on his neck as Gu Peilang blinked several times. The bright study fell silent. The clock on the wall continued its tireless rounds, ticking endlessly, besides which there was nothing left but Su Jinyu suppressed sobs. Having recovered from the shock, Gu Peilang transformed back into his usual detached and distant self, calm and unperturbed. The person in his arms was still sobbing and clinging onto him tightly without letting go. Lifting his hand, Gu Peilang's strong and elegant fingers placed firmly on the other's shoulders, pushing the person away forcefully with a gentle yet irresistible strength. Startled, Su Jinyu's widened eyes reflected instant terror and unease, a detail not missed by Gu Peilang. With no visible emotions, Gu Peilang lowered his eyes and maneuvered his wheelchair away from the window, and beyond a comforting distance for Su Jinyu. Subconsciously rising to his feet, Su Jinyu took a couple of steps after him but froze in place upon meeting those icy eyes. A chilling cold penetrated his heart. Peilang. Looking at him, Gu Peilang appeared distant and uninterested, as though looking at a complete stranger. "Mr. Su, may I ask what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Su Jinyu had never imagined that such a simple question, when asked by the man, could leave him feeling utterly shattered. What did he need? He just wanted to see the man again, to apologize, to tell him that he knew he was wrong and that he regretted it. But perhaps it was too late. Was it true that someone like him, even if given a second chance at life, would never be forgiven? Gu Peilang didn't look at the pain and numbness on his face, he assumed the other party was only eager to get the document that would completely sever all ties between them. He said, "I've already signed the divorce agreement, and the divorce certificate is with Lu Qi. I originally planned to have him deliver it to you tomorrow, but if you can't wait, I can call him now to bring it over." "No, that's not it. I'm not." Su Jinyu shook his head as tears welled up in his eyes again. In the cold light, his frail body trembled continuously, making him appear as though he had endured some great injustice. Gu Peilang looked at him calmly, hearing the choked-up voice say things he couldn't comprehend. "I don't want the divorce certificate. No, no divorce." The same person who had threatened him with death yesterday to secure his freedom was now crying heartbreakingly, repeating nothing but "no divorce." Gu Peilang truly felt perplexed for a moment but quickly realized the strong smell of alcohol lingering around the man. How much had he drunk to become so inebriated? Enough to discard the hard-won freedom as soon as he turned around. "You're drunk." Gu Peilang looked at him coolly, raising his head slightly. Su Jinyu didn't respond, only shaking his head, his pitiful expression filled with submission. Stumbling forward, he grabbed Gu Peilang's hand resting on his knees, his red and teary eyes resembling those of an abandoned puppy. Words failed him, but apologies flowed out continuously. "I'm sorry. Gu Peilang. I know I'm wrong, please don't give up on me, please don't give up on me, let's not get divorced, whoa, please don't get divorced." Gu Peilang remained silent, only gazing quietly at the man before him whose world seemed to have collapsed. His pale pink lips tightened into a sharp line. Amidst Su Jinyu's broken sentences, a faint sigh suddenly rose, heavy with weariness, helplessness, and traces of hidden bitterness. "Jinyu, what exactly do you want me to do?" Chapter 6, Dream, 50% Past Life. Su Jinyu looked like he had been put on pause. Staring blankly at the handsome and indifferent man in front of him, warm tears slid gently down from his eyelashes and fell with a plop onto the hand he was gripping. Gu Peilang watched Su Jinyu's stunned expression and faintly curled the corners of his lips upward, his whole person exuding a rare warmth, but his words were as cold as ice in the depths of winter. "During these 3 years of our marriage, there wasn't a day you didn't want to sever all ties with me. I know you detest this marriage arranged for family interests. You despise the Gu family, and perhaps even more so, you loathe me for seizing an opportunity when you were vulnerable. I understand all this. It's my fault towards you, and I apologize. I've signed the divorce agreement, and I've given you the freedom you sought. So why are you like this now?" "Su Jinyu, I am not. Is it because you're unsatisfied with the asset division post-divorce? Or is there something else you need help with, Jinyu? Just tell me, if I can assist, I will," said Gu Peilang with clear eyes. Those pitch-black pupils surprisingly contained a trace of rare tenderness as he continued, "You don't have to act like this." Crying, looking pitiful, none of it resembled the arrogant, aloof air of the Su family. Being misunderstood felt exactly like this, Su Jinyu thought with a hint of self-pity. Seeing that he remained silent with his head bowed, Gu Peilang slowly extracted the hand being held by Su Jinyu. Then he maneuvered his wheelchair towards the door. Before exiting the room, he stopped but did not look back. "All your belongings have been packed up by the housekeeper. If you leave tonight, I'll arrange the driver to take you. If you choose to stay, your room has been cleaned and tidied. You may rest there tonight. Conveniently, Lu Qi will come tomorrow morning to deliver the divorce certificate, sparing you another trip." After finishing these words, Gu Peilang opened the door and walked out. Outside, Manager Zhang stood waiting with his head lowered. Upon seeing Gu Peilang come out, he quickly moved forward a few steps. Sir. Gu Peilang, check if Mr. Su needs any assistance. There's no issue on my end. Yes, understood. Watching the silhouette of the man disappear at the end of the corridor, Manager Zhang turned around to glance at the person sitting motionlessly on the ground inside the study room, seemingly petrified. In the end, Su Jinyu decided to stay, enduring Manager Zhang's disdainful gaze, and residing in the room where he had stayed for 3 years. The bright guest room was spacious and spotless. The white bed had not a single wrinkle. Carrying his suitcase into the room, Su Jinyu stared at the familiar yet estranged furnishings inside, and after much turmoil, his heart had grown numb. Next to his room was Gu Peilang's bedroom. However, he no longer possessed the courage to knock on that door like he once used to. In their 3-year-long marriage, except for the wedding night, they had never shared the same bed. Though living under the Grand Gu mansion roof, despite being legally recognized as husband and wife and ostensibly the closest people in the world, they lived like strangers, more accurately, like sworn enemies. This enmity, however, was one-sidedly directed at the other by Su Jinyu alone. As hot water streamed down along the contours of his skin, Su Jinyu lay his head back, allowing the shower water to splash onto his face. His body began to gradually warm up, but the heart in his chest had already been encased in a thick layer of frost, needing only the slightest touch to crumble into powder. Lying back in the soft bed, Su Jinyu contracted his body tightly like an infant returning to its mother's womb. He clutched himself firmly with both hands, wishing to somehow derive some pitiful sense of security. Gu Peilang was right next door. Having lain awake until midnight, Su Jinyu finally could no longer hold on. As he closed his heavy eyelids, he told himself, Gu Peilang isn't dead, he's just right next door. Despite the emotional roller coaster, even in sleep, Su Jinyu found no peace. Perhaps it was due to encountering again the person he constantly missed in his dreams, or maybe driven by the deepest fears rooted within him. Either way, Su Jinyu dreamt about the day Gu Peilang died. In the dream, flames engulfed the sky. Dressed in a suit full of dirt and dust, Su Jinyu was tied backward to a chair. In front of him was a madman wielding a lighter, laughing with a monstrous grimace like a devil risen from the deepest hell. Su Jinyu. Die. 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 In the midst of the roaring fire, the temperature was unbearably high as if everything would be roasted and melted. The thin oxygen made Su Jinyu's mind dizzy and heavy, his head swelling as if it would burst in the next second. He struggled to keep his eyes open, staring at the mouth of the person in front of him moving incessantly. The voice sounded like a devilish whisper lingering endlessly in his ears. Am I going to die? The blood-red sea of flames flickered in his vision, and Su Jinyu could distinctly feel his body gradually growing lighter. Just as consciousness was about to sink into darkness, he heard the sound of the door behind him being forcibly broken open. A bullet grazed past his cheek, embedding itself into the man's abdomen. Su Jinyu. A familiar voice shouted, filled with horror and anxiety, completely devoid of its usual calmness. His body fell into a warm embrace, his nose filled with a pleasant ocean-like freshness mixed with the metallic taste of iron. Su Jinyu forced his eyes open, and when he saw the person holding him, his oxygen-deprived brain took a moment to catch up. Gu Peilang. How did you get here? Weren't you supposed to be in the US, on your honeymoon with your little bride? Su Jinyu opened his mouth, but the sharp pain in his throat left him speechless. Gu Peilang's face was coldly handsome, his jawline tightly strained from exertion. Seated in his wheelchair, he leaned forward to untie Su Jinyu's hands, then awkwardly lifted him to sit on his lap, one hand steadying him while the other laboriously maneuvered the wheelchair toward the exit. As they neared the door, fresh air rushed into their lungs. Before Su Jinyu could take a sigh of relief, an utterly frenzied voice erupted behind them. You're here now, so just stay. Die with me. Ha ha ha. Gu Peilang turned around to see the man staggering towards them, carrying a gas canister. The deranged smile on the man's face grew more pronounced as he watched them, and without hesitation, he twisted open the valve on the gas tank. Su Jinyu, nestled in Gu Peilang's arms, only heard a tremendous explosion before everything spun wildly out of control. They were flung far away by the blast force. Gu Peilang shielded Su Jinyu beneath his own body, the heavy black wheelchair collapsing on top of both of them, trapping them underneath. The once exquisite and luxurious apartment was now a pile of rubble, billowing with thick smoke, its fires still burning furiously. Struggling, Su Jinyu crawled out from under Gu Peilang. The man above him lay with his eyes tightly shut, breathing faintly, his complexion deathly pale. Su Jinyu sat dumbly on the ground hugging him, feeling warmth spreading across his palm. Lowering his gaze, he realized Gu Peilang was drenched in blood, so much blood that it seemed endless. Crimson, sticky, and sweetly copper-scented, it surrounded him entirely, seeping through every crevice and covering his whole body. The person in his arms had a deathly white face, appearing to have fallen deeply asleep, unresponsive no matter how hard Su Jinyu shook or called out to him. Gu Peilang. Gu Peilang. Wake up, wake up. Please, don't fall asleep. Don't sleep, all right? But all that filled the vast sky and earth was the wailing of the wind, nothing else. At the end of the dream, Su Jinyu heard the distant sound of a car engine revving closer, accompanied by disordered footsteps. Then came the final verdict on his lifelong sin, you'll never know how much he loved you. Su Jinyu, live on forever with the guilt of your sins against him and the family of Su, and survive. Chapter 7, I will spend my entire life atoning to you. Pei Lang. A low roar of utmost terror suddenly rang out in the dark, quiet room. The next second, someone flipped on the lamp beside the bedstand with a snap, and its warm orange light illuminated a small space by the bedside. The person sitting up in bed supported himself with one hand while the other tightly clutched the blanket covering his body. His head hung low, obscuring his face from view, while only the chest under his thin sleepwear could be seen heaving dramatically. In the silent room, only his heavy breathing remained, each intake resembling the reluctant struggles of an elder near death's door. The silk pajamas clinging to his back were already soaked with cold sweat. Su Jinyu's head was bowed, his eye sockets wide as if his eyeballs would pop out the next moment. In the clear distinction between black and white in those eyes, crimson blood vessels sprawled like spiderwebs across the eyeball. Deep within the pupils lay the nightmare that had clawed and bitten its way into his mind. He sat there head down, teeth clenched until they grew numb and powerless, blue veins popping out on his sweat-covered forehead, connecting all the way to his temples that throbbed in pain. His palm looked clean and white, gleaming under the soft lamplight with a jade-like luster, yet he saw it drenched in blood, just like in his dream, deep red, viscous, and exuding a sweet coppery smell. A sound of despair and suppression escaped through his clenched teeth. Su Jinyu bent his right 5 fingers and grabbed the thin layer of muscle over his left chest, covering his heart tightly, as if trying to alleviate the suffocating pain that way. At 7 in the morning, in the dining hall, Gu Peilang was dressed entirely in a sleek black suit. His short black hair was combed perfectly backward with gel, revealing a flawless, full forehead and straight prominent eyebrows. The man sat on a black wheelchair with his back facing the floor-to-ceiling window behind him, holding today's morning newspaper in his hands. A tranquil gaze fixed upon it revealed a handsome face devoid of any ripple in expression, the lines of his closed lips slightly stern, radiating aloofness all around him. On the luxurious milk-white marble dining table before him lay a carefully prepared nutritious breakfast by the chef. Outside, the golden sunlight streamed softly into the living room, casting a gentle glow on the silver cutlery. The head chef wearing a chef's cap quietly placed the bowl of seafood porridge in front of the man and then withdrew with his head lowered humbly, leaving the bright dining room with just the man alone. The wall clock's hand slowly pointed to 8 o'clock, yet the person upstairs had still not come down. The food before him was gradually growing cold. Gu Peilang set down the newspaper, and his cool, calm gaze turned towards the entrance of the dining room. Butler. The butler standing outside the door quickly entered. Upon seeing the barely touched food on the man's table, Zhang Butler furrowed his brow imperceptibly. Sir, is the breakfast not to your taste? Should I have them remake it? Gu Peilang, no need. And what about him? Him. Zhang Butler was slightly startled for a moment before quickly regaining composure. Mr. Su hasn't gotten up yet. Gu Peilang lowered his eyes. The golden sunlight enveloped him, as if embracing him from behind, shining on the sharp profile of his face, even dyeing the long and dense eyelashes at the corner of his eyes gold. The man's face showed no expression, the index finger of his right hand resting on the dining table lightly tapped on the tabletop intermittently. Zhang Butler carefully observed the man's facial expression but discerned nothing. He ventured a guess and spoke. Master, should I go check? The tapping stopped, Gu Peilang lifted his head and glanced at her. Zhang Butler instinctively held her breath. After a while, she heard a low and emotionless voice from the man, I'll go immediately. Zhang Butler bowed slightly after uttering this sentence and then turned to leave. However, as soon as she reached the living room, she saw Su Jinyu descending the stairs. The other party had changed clothes, now clad in a plain white short-sleeved shirt and water blue casual jeans. His somewhat longer hair carried droplets of moisture, loosely falling on his head, softening the sharp beauty that often emitted from him. He looked altogether like a fresh young student just stepping into campus, carrying a hint of youthful innocence. Yet Zhang Butler knew, all of this was merely an illusion. The woman stood stern-faced where she was, waiting until Su Jinyu stepped into the living room before speaking. Mr. Su, good morning. Su Jinyu lifted his eyes and looked at the woman before him, Madame Zhang. Good morning. He gazed past Zhang Butler, towards the dining area not far behind her. Gu. Is he there? Zhang Butler, the master is having breakfast. Su Jinyu nodded slightly, uttering a sound of acknowledgement. His footsteps then turned toward the dining area. Zhang Butler watched his slightly hunched figure, recalling the man's gaunt, pale face and the unmistakable dark circles under his eyes. Her expression grew solemn. Even though they had already divorced, could it be that the other party still refused to let their master go? The heavy footfalls, representing the master's mood, moved from afar until stopping by the door. Gu Peilang raised his head and looked at him. Their eyes met, and for a moment, neither said anything. Finally, it was the man seated at the table who first averted his gaze, maneuvering his wheelchair away from the table. Su Jinyu immediately noticed the blanket-covered legs. Gu Peilang came to stand 3 steps away from Su Jinyu, tilting his head slightly. Even seated in the wheelchair, the man's inherent authority and dignity remained fully intact. Lu Qi is already on his way. I've asked the chef to prepare breakfast, you should eat before leaving. Gu Peilang. As they were about to pass each other, Su Jinyu placed his hand on the man's shoulder, halting his forward movement. The hand initially resting on the armrest now gripped it tightly. Gu Peilang's expression did not change a bit. Is there something else, Mr. Su? The hand trembling on his own shoulder, Su Jinyu lowered his head, staring at the man's black crown, his breathing unstable. Yet the words he spoke were firm with resolution. I'm not leaving. After all, this second chance had come after great difficulty. After so much hardship just to see the other again, no matter what, he wouldn't let go this time. The warm, bright dining room fell silent. Gu Peilang kept his head low, not looking at him. Su Jinyu couldn't see his expression, which caused an unrelenting sense of anxiety within him, a feeling as if he'd been driven into a corner with no way out. He knelt down, then single-kneeled in front of the man, his hand sliding off the other's shoulder and grasping the jointed fingers gripping the wheelchair armrest too tightly. Their eyes locked. In those elongated, pitch-black eyes, Su Jinyu saw boundless desolation and snow. His heart throbbed painfully for a moment. Though his breathing trembled, his pale lips curved faintly upward, revealing a spring-like smile amidst the cold gaze of the man opposite, momentarily dimming the light of the world around them. Gu Peilang maintained a stoic expression as he stared at him, his pupils flickering deep inside. I wasn't drunk. I remember everything that happened last night. I won't divorce you. Even if we have a divorce certificate, I will turn it back into a marriage certificate. I know it was me who wronged you in the past, whether you forgive me or not makes no difference. From now on, I will spend my entire life making amends to you. The lingering echoes of these words dissolved amidst a soft kiss. Su Jinyu took Gu Peilang's hand and pressed it to his lips, planting a feather-light kiss on the cool hand back, reverent and sincere. Gu Peilang remained petrified in place, his slightly widened eyes reflecting disbelief. Suddenly, the man in his retinas lifted his head, his usually affectionate-seeming eyes burning fiercely with an almost scorching determination. Their remaining sounds disappeared amid a fleeting kiss. Su Jinyu picked up Gu Peilang's hand, placing it to his lips. With devout sincerity, he pressed a gentle kiss on the cool hand, akin to the lightness of a feather. Chapter 8, What's yours is yours, what's mine is still yours. For the first time, the man who remained unfazed even before the imminent collapse of Mount Tai lost control of his facial expressions. In Su Jinyu's gaze filled with certainty, he retreated awkwardly in disarray. Su Jinyu remained motionless, kneeling in place, watching the retreating back of the other person. The eyes, dark as if with no bottom, reignited with a bright light, sharply contrasting with last night's half-dead appearance, as if reborn. Yes, I've indeed been reborn. Su Jinyu looked down, gazing at the clear palm lines on his hand, and his thin lips slowly curved into a startling smile. Heaven has shown mercy, granting him another chance at life. This time, he would absolutely not repeat the mistakes of his past life, living to become a laughingstock in City A. When Lu Qi arrived with documents and certificates, Gu Peilang was sitting on the sofa in the living room, head lowered, with clear, cold eyes fixated on the back of his right hand, lips pressed together, seemingly lost in thought. His entire demeanor radiated an intimidating aura that kept people at a respectful distance. The one to answer the door for Lu Qi was Mr. Zhang, the butler. Dressed in a well-tailored silver-gray suit, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose covering his sharp, indifferent eyes, and shoulder-length hair tied back with a black rubber band. He exuded an air of coldness that seemed almost devoid of human emotions, like a robot without feelings. Good morning, Mr. Zhang, Lu Qi greeted politely yet coolly, his voice slightly metallic but respectful. Mr. Zhang nodded briefly at him, Mr. Lu. Lu Qi slightly lifted his gaze and immediately noticed the man seated in the living room. As Mr. Zhang stepped aside to let him enter, he held on to Lu Qi as they passed by. Lu Qi? Questioned Lu Qi. Mr. Zhang glanced back momentarily at Gu Peilang, who had his back turned toward them, then leaned closer and whispered to Lu Qi, Sir's in a bad mood. Mr. Su has come over. Upon hearing this, a flash of light reflected off Lu Qi's spectacles as he straightened up, raising his index finger to adjust the glasses on his nose bridge. His tone conveyed no discernible emotion, I understand. With that, Mr. Zhang released him, allowing Lu Qi to approach Gu Peilang from behind, lowering his head slightly in deference. Boss. Hearing the address, Gu Peilang seemed to snap out of a reverie and turned around to look at the person behind him. When did you arrive? Just now, replied Lu Qi. The items you instructed me to bring are here. Gu Peilang nodded. Then, Lu Qi opened the briefcase in his hands, taking out 2 small red booklets, each emblazoned with 3 neat large characters, divorce certificate. As Lu Qi handed these over to Gu Peilang, the latter looked down at the red cover that seemed almost glaring, expressionless while the atmosphere in the living room grew somewhat oppressive. After finishing breakfast in a few swift moves, Su Jinyu walked out only to see an additional person in the living room. He recognized this man who had always followed Gu Peilang since their university days, an indispensable assistant to him. Previously, due to numerous troubles he had caused just to spite Gu Peilang, it was always this individual who resolved everything. Lu Qi. At the sound of footsteps, Gu Peilang raised his head and looked toward the dining room entrance, his black pupils tightening momentarily before returning to normal. In that instant when Gu Peilang looked over, Su Jinyu instantly adjusted his facial expression and approached them with calm composure, the perfect smile playing on his lips. Despite how much he actually wanted to grab the divorce certificates in the man's hand and tear them to pieces. As if Lu Qi wasn't even there beside Gu Peilang, Su Jinyu directed his unwavering gaze directly at Gu Peilang, his tone soft and tender, Peilang. Gu Peilang returned his look, eyes deeply shadowed, the fingers gripping the divorce certificate trembling lightly. Here's the divorce certificate you asked for. Opening the document, Gu Peilang located the one belonging to Su Jinyu, pinching it neatly between his slender white fingers and presenting it stably to him. Su Jinyu cast a glance downward for a moment, a fleeting pang of pain crossing his eyes. He chuckled softly with a forced smile and reached out to take it. After closing it, he slipped it into his pocket without another glance. Lu Qi, Gu Peilang called out as he saw Su Jinyu accept the certificate. Nodding, Lu Qi pulled out another document from the briefcase. This is the property division after the divorce, take a look. If there are no issues, please sign. Su Jinyu glanced at the thin file in his hand, struggling to maintain his smile. It was the same in the previous life, but back then the document wasn't handed to him personally by Gu Peilang, instead, it was delivered by Lu Qi. At that time, he had finally achieved his long-cherished wish, wishing never to see another man for the rest of his life. Everything related to the other person filled him with disgust. So when Lu Qi delivered the items to his company, he unhesitatingly threw them into the shredder right in front of the messenger, then spoke with an expression of extreme disdain, tell Gu Peilang to go back and that this gentleman doesn't need his hypocritical goodwill. Everything about Gu Peilang makes me sick. After Gu Peilang's death, Su Jinyu learned from Gu Yin that within that document, Gu Peilang had left him wealth so vast that even if he wasted it away for 10 lifetimes, he wouldn't run out of it. It amounted to a third of the Gu family fortune. Su Jinyu looked down, making no move as he stared at the document in Gu Peilang's hand. Lu Qi, watching the deadlock between the two men, quickly shot a glance through his glasses at Su Jinyu, before immediately withdrawing it. His face remained emotionless, but inside, he couldn't help but sneer sarcastically. Indeed, Gu Yin was correct, people from the Su family were all insatiable vermin. If this applied to the elders, it applied even more harshly to the younger generation. In the oppressive silence, Su Jinyu finally made a move. He reached out to take the document, yet didn't open it. In the calm gaze of Gu Peilang and the astonished eyes of Lu Qi, he tore it neatly in half. The sound of paper tearing echoed sharply in the quiet living room, one after another. Soon enough, the thin document became a pile of useless shreds. Tossing the pieces into the nearby wastebasket, Su Jinyu lifted his gaze and gazed at the man before him, a slight curl at the corner of his lips. I won't take your things. Gu Peilang watched him, his dark eyes like ink pools, giving no clue as to what he might be thinking. Lu Qi and Mr. Zhang, standing nearby, observed the incident silently, although their eyebrows both furrowed simultaneously in bewilderment. You can make changes if you feel there isn't enough in there, Gu Peilang's low, clear voice sounded as smooth as ever. Lu Qi. I am not complaining, Su Jinyu cut off Gu Peilang's words. Looking at the man, he forced himself to appear as gentle as possible, seemingly like a harmless lamb, but his next words shocked the onlookers, especially Lu Qi and Mr. Zhang. This man who had always treated their master poorly, who cursed them as beasts or freaks without restraint, and whose 3 years of existence had been filled with cold mockery, now knelt beside their master, gazing at him tenderly while saying, We are meant to be together forever. What is yours will remain yours, and mine will still be yours. There's no need to separate things so clearly, right? Chapter 9, Return to Su family. Polite but forcefully asked to leave Gu's residence, Su Jinyu stood there with his luggage, staring at the closed gates before him. His handsome face bore an expression of bewilderment. After regaining his composure, annoyance was evident on his brow. He didn't expect that he would be driven out just for saying a sentence, though what he had said were heartfelt words. Lu Qi drove out from the garage, stopping behind him and lowering the car window as he looked at Su Jinyu, Mr. Su. Su Jinyu turned around. Looking at the man's emotionless face, no matter how reluctant he felt inside, he could only carry his luggage towards the other side. After placing the suitcase in the trunk, Su Jinyu opened the rear door and sat inside. Lu Qi started the car after ensuring Su Jinyu had fastened his seatbelt. The black car slowly turned around and headed toward the gate. Su Jinyu lowered the window and watched through the rearview mirror as the estate became smaller and smaller until he wearily closed his eyes. On the second floor of the Gu residence, the man sitting by the window saw the car disappear into the distance. He then raised his hand to pick up the phone and made a call. Gu Yin, has the Su family made any moves recently? Replying to boss, no, everything is normal. Gu Peilang, good, I understand. Continue to monitor them secretly without alerting them. Report anything unusual back to me. Understood. Double the manpower protecting Mr. Su. The voice on the other end hesitated, boss. Gu Peilang, follow my orders. Gu Yin, alright, understood. After hanging up the phone, Gu Peilang lifted his head and calmly gazed at the famous painting on the wall before him. After a long while, he let out a faint chuckle, his low, clear voice carrying a touch of self-mockery. Su Jinyu asked Lu Qi to drive him back to the Su residence. An hour later, the car gradually came to a stop. The man in the driver's seat looked back at the passenger in the rear seat through the rearview mirror. Mr. Su, we've arrived. Upon hearing Lu Chi's words, the man leaning against the back seat who had been closing his eyes pretending to nap opened his eyes, showing a clear and cold gaze. Getting out of the car and helping to retrieve the suitcase, Lu Chi respectfully stood aside, looking down without a word. Su Jinyu held the suitcase in his hands and raised his head, silently looking at the man who always seemed unsmiling. For a moment, he suddenly smiled. "Thank you, Assistant Lu, for your trouble of taking time out of your busy schedule to bring me back." Lu Chi looked up, his calm demeanor remaining as he responded humbly but distantly, "Mr. Su, please don't mention it. This is all part of my duty. Since you have arrived, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." Su Jinyu nodded, watching as Lu Chi turned the car around and left. Only then did he turn, gazing at the tightly shut gates before him, the upward curve of his lips quickly turning hard and cold. In the ancient-style hall, opera sounds emitted softly from the radio. On the nearby wicker chair lay an elderly man in his 60s dressed in a black tang suit. His hair was gray and white, his severe face bearing the marks of time. Between his eyebrows lay deep creases. Such a person was known to be prone to anger and irritability, making him difficult to get along with. Ever since the first year Su Jinyu was brought back to the Su family, he clearly knew this fact about his grandfather by blood relation, not only irascible but also possessive to a terrifying degree. Everything in the Su family, even a rat, must be under his control. Spending a lifetime thinking about expanding the Su family's power, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice his grandchildren for cooperation, allowing powerful people to manipulate them. And Su Jinyu himself was one of many sent away. However, compared to his other siblings, he considered himself lucky because he met Gu Peilang. Yet once, he mistook this luck as the greatest humiliation of his life. But now... Grandfather. Su Jinyu looked at the elder resting on the lounge chair with closed eyes, speaking with respectful tones. His lowered eyelashes concealed the surging emotions within. It was as though the elder Su had not heard him. Still with his eyes closed, there was no movement, lost in the opera music, occasionally humming along contentedly. Su Jinyu did not leave. He stood quietly to one side. In the living room, maids passed by, each one bowing their heads, silent like spirits. Not until the aria concluded did the old man on the wicker chair slowly open his eyes. His gaze was sharp, devoid of any cloudiness. The of his eyes revealed nothing but calculation. Slowly supporting himself on the armrest, Grandpa Gu straightened up his body, lifting his eyelids. Cold eyes stared at the eldest grandson standing before him. "Why are you back today? Where's Peilang? Why didn't he come with you?" "Su Jinyu, he had business at the company, so I came back alone." Grandpa Gu nodded without a word, his gaze falling on the suitcase beside him. His graying eyebrows twitched slightly. "You're back, so why did you bring your suitcase? What is it, are you planning to stay permanently this time?" Listening to Grandpa Su's words, Su Jinyu looked up, meeting the elder's gaze with calm eyes. "Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang have gotten a divorce." Grandpa Su's eyebrows twitched violently, his complexion darkening instantly, his eyes filled with anger and menace as if a storm was coming. "What did you just say?" Su Jinyu watched the old man struggle to suppress his anger, suddenly feeling an urge to laugh inside. He spoke again, deliberately slowing his tone, looking directly into Grandpa Su's burning eyes, pronouncing each word clearly. "Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang have gotten a divorce." With a bang. The exquisite blue and white porcelain teacup crashed against his brow ridge, producing a dull sound before falling onto the carpeted floor, rolling around for a bit until it stopped, the pale yellow tea spilling drop by drop onto the elegant and expensive carpet, quickly being absorbed. Su Jinyu tilted his head, and in an instant, his smooth forehead turned red and swollen, swelling visibly. The man blinked, warm tea flowing down his jawline from the corner of his eye, finally dripping off his chin. "Fool!" Grandpa Su's fury exploded through the living room. The old man glared at the person in front of him, his eyes burning with rage. If looks could kill, Su Jinyu believed he would already be torn apart limb by limb. Slowly raising his hand to wipe away the tea leaves sticking to his face, Su Jinyu looked at Grandpa Su and laughed without care. "Grandfather, aren't you always angry that Gu Peilang doesn't respect you? Now that I've divorced him, you won't have to suffer his arrogance anymore. So why do you seem unhappy instead?" Hearing his words, Grandpa Su felt his lungs were about to explode with anger. How could he possibly be angry because Gu Peilang didn't respect him? The truth was, while not assisting him in business was one thing, but how infuriating that Gu Peilang kept blocking his opportunities for wealth. Originally, even if there wasn't much collaboration, the Su family still had this layer of matrimonial ties with the Gu family and could perhaps benefit a little from them. But now, the person in front of him actually told him they divorced. Divorced. How could he possibly feel happy? Chapter 10, Expelled from the Home. "You go to the Gu residence right now and apologize to Peilang. I don't care what method you use, but this marriage cannot be dissolved." Grandpa Su glared at Su Jinyu, his face ashen. "Grandfather, it's too late," Su Jinyu smiled faintly, pulling out that red certificate of divorce from his pocket and waving it in front of Grandpa Su. Though his tone carried a tinge of regret, his expression suggested otherwise. "Look, here's the proof. The divorce has been finalized." Grandpa Su stared at the small red book in his hand, the 3 words "divorce certificate" piercing his eyes deeply. The hand pointing at Su Jinyu's nose trembled like that of a Parkinson's patient, almost fainting. You, get out. The Su family no longer has a descendant as unfilial as you. Su Jinyu curved his lips, gazing at the elderly man who regarded him as an enemy, devoid of any warmth in his eyes. Indifferently bending down, he picked up the suitcase beside him, putting the divorce certificate back in before saying, "Grandfather, don't get upset. I'll leave. In the future, even if you beg me to come back, I will never return." After uttering these words, Su Jinyu turned around without hesitation and left, walking away from the Su residence amidst Grandpa Su's string of enraged insults. Passing through corridors and across gardens with fountains, every person he encountered on the way cast a look of undisguised surprise when they saw the suitcase in his hand, their expressions revealing a mixture of different emotions. Su Jinyu paid no attention to their thoughts. To him, the Su family was merely a cage that consumed people without mercy. Every moment spent here suffocated him. Standing alone by the roadside, hearing the slow creak of the gate behind him closing, Su Jinyu's lips curved slightly. A certain lock within him seemed to loosen with the sound of the gate locking. After standing for a while, Su Jinyu pulled out his phone and called Fong Mingji. After ringing for a long time, the call was finally answered. The person on the other end sounded as though they were still sleeping, their voice irritated from being woken up. "Who is this? Ruining my peaceful sleep early in the morning. Do you even know what death means?" Fong Mingji. Su Jinyu's opening, his cold voice made the person on the other end of the phone instantly quiet. By the time the person spoke again, they were completely awake. "Jinyu? I'm at the Su family gate now, send someone to pick me up." After saying this, Su Jinyu directly hung up the phone, not giving Fong Mingji a chance to speak. Fong Mingji personally came to pick him up. The red eye-catching convertible supercar stopped steadily in front of Su Jinyu. The driver Fong Mingji, with his dark green hair, took off his frog sunglasses and placed his left hand on the steering wheel, looking toward Su Jinyu by the roadside, his almond eyes full of surprise like those of a puppy. He turned off the car engine and got out, looking at the man. "Jinyu, what's going on?" Su Jinyu looked at his friend. "Can't you see? I've been thrown out." Fong Mingji. The car moved forward smoothly on the black asphalt road. Su Jinyu had one hand resting on the car door, half-closed eyes watching the rapidly retreating street scenery, and the wind blowing against his slightly long hair making it wildly disheveled. "Jinyu, have you really been kicked out?" Even now, Fong Mingji still couldn't believe what he'd heard. "Truly, nothing could be truer, can't you see my suitcase lying in the back?" "But why?" Fong Mingji really didn't understand. Old Master Su has always been so good to you, how could he suddenly throw you out? Su Jinyu's previously content expression became gloomy after hearing Fong Mingji's words. He chuckled coldly as if he'd heard something funny. "Good?" Fong Mingji nodded. "Wasn't it?" "It was indeed good, just fake acting for show, didn't everyone know how to do that? He hopes that I weren't even born into this world, how would he possibly be good to me?" Su Jinyu lazily glanced at the person in the driver's seat and, as expected, saw the astonished look on his face who couldn't close his mouth. "How could?" Su Jinyu laughed lightly, his voice filled with sarcasm. "It's just a show for outsiders, only pure-hearted people like you would truly believe it." Having been indirectly called stupid by his friend, Fong Mingji didn't get angry. He wrinkled his nose, his baby-faced features filled with anger. How could he do such a thing? "That's enough, don't seek justice for me anymore, just focus on driving your car." Su Jinyu, seeing him upset for himself, felt a bit touched inside. He smiled, joking, "I wouldn't want to be sent to the hospital right after jumping out of a dung heap." Fong Mingji. "Jinyu, you're getting bad, actually daring to question my driving skills. Always getting worse, never stopping. I'm the mighty god of driving of Chushan Mountain. Today, I must show you my true skills." Fong Mingji. "Keep your eyes wide open, there's a red light ahead. Slow down. Slow down. Aha." Stumbling down from the car, Su Jinyu held onto a nearby lamppost, almost throwing up on the spot. Fong Mingji in the car covered his bruised head, following behind him with a pitiful look, blinking his puppy eyes, trying to flatter. "Jinyu. Are you alright?" Su Jinyu looked up, his gaze full of menace. "Want to try throwing you away?" Fong Mingji, it was you who first doubted my driving skills, I just wanted to prove myself." Su Jinyu gave him a glare. "So you have an excuse now?" Fong Mingji, "No. I was wrong." Just then, the maid happened to come out to take out the trash. Seeing the two men standing in the yard, she hurried forward. "Master, you're back." Fong Mingji looked at the woman in front of him and politely smiled. "Madam Sun, this is my good friend Su Jinyu, who will be staying at our house for some time. Could you prepare a guest room for him? The one next to mine will do." Madam Sun looked up at Su Jinyu beside Fong Mingji and immediately recognized him. She lowered her head slightly. "Sure, I'll go prepare it right away." Fong Mingji nodded, no longer speaking to her. He turned around and picked up the luggage in the car and entered the house with Su Jinyu. The Fong family villa was empty, exquisitely decorated and luxurious, everywhere permeated with the three words, "I am rich." However, it lacked warmth and seemed overly desolate. Fong Mingji put the box in his hand beside the sofa, then turned to look at Su Jinyu who was looking around, and smiled. "My parents work abroad all year round. There's only me, Uncle Fong, and Madam's son at home. You're the first guest to come over. Would you like something to drink? We have freshly squeezed juice. Su Jinyu took back his gaze and looked at him. I can handle it. Fong Mingji nodded, then turned and went into the kitchen. Su Jinyu walked to the sofa and sat down, tilting his head to look at Fong Mingji's busy figure behind the glass door, and suddenly remembered some things from before his rebirth. Mr. and Mrs. Fong had started their business when they were young and were quite well known in City A, so Fong Mingji could indeed be called a second-generation rich kid. Su Jinyu and Fong Mingji met for the first time when Fong Mingji was cornered by school delinquents in a small alley, which Su Jinyu happened to come across. Unable to stand idly by, Su Jinyu helped the other person, and didn't expect that after that incident, the other person attached himself to him, following like a little tail every day, from high school all the way to university. At first, Su Jinyu only thought this kid was pretty cute with a good brain but a bit too soft, and always red-eyed like a little rabbit. Moved by his feelings, he just let the other person follow him. Later, as they became more familiar, Su Jinyu heard about some of his background. Mr. and Mrs. Fong were always busy working, constantly traveling around the world, and rarely spent any time at home. Since birth, Fong Mingji hadn't even had a chance to drink breast milk because his mother had to fly abroad due to work issues. Fong Mingji grew up with Madam's son and Uncle Fong, being teased by countless children for lack of parental company over the years. Gradually, this formed his overly sensitive and weak personality, making him also a target for bullying at school. After hearing about this, Su Jinyu felt sympathy for his fate, seeing his own shadow in the child. So he brought the person along with him, caring for him like a younger brother, always doing everything together. Over the years, he finally managed to cultivate a more open and less sensitive nature in the boy. Then later, Mr. and Mrs. Fong failed in their investment, owed a heap of debts, and had to mortgage their company. Fong Group announced bankruptcy overnight, forcing Fong Mingji to return to their hometown with his parents. At that time, because of Su family issues, he was preoccupied with his own affairs, and by the time everything settled down, he had lost contact with Fong Mingji altogether. Chapter 11, The Weather Needs to be Perfect for Work. When Fong Mingji came out of the kitchen with the juice, he saw Su Jinyu sitting on the sofa, lost in thought, and he stepped closer. The cool cup touched his face, and Su Jinyu suddenly snapped out of it. Fong Mingji asked with concern, Jinyu, what are you thinking about? Su Jinyu took the cup from his hand and shook his head, nothing. Fong Mingji stopped talking and sat down beside him. For a moment, there was no word between them. Finally, it was Fong Mingji who spoke first. He looked at the man worriedly. What do you plan to do next? Su Jinyu twirled the cup in his hands. First, I need to find a place to stay. Then, we'll slowly think of solutions. Upon hearing this, Fong Mingji quickly interjected, didn't we already agree that you'd stay with me? There's only me at my place. There are plenty of rooms, and you can stay as long as you want. Su Jinyu said, Mingji, thank you for your kindness, but given my current state, it wouldn't be convenient for me to stay here. Fong Mingji, listening to his words, furrowed his eyebrows. Are you planning to return to the Su family? Su Jinyu's body stiffened slightly, and then he laughed, his tone filled with self-mockery. That place, how could I possibly go back there? Well. Before Fong Mingji could say anything further, Su Jinyu interrupted him, don't worry, I know what I'm doing, I'll be fine. The young man 2 years younger than him didn't relax much at his words. He looked carefully at the handsome man before him, hesitating in his voice. Jinyu, somehow, I feel like you've become a different person. Su Jinyu looked down at the golden orange juice in the cup, his expression hidden under raven-like lashes. Is that so? Maybe it's because I've realized some things. That's enough, let's not talk anymore. Su Jinyu put down the cup and stood up from the sofa. Show me the room. I've been exhausted since early morning. Fong Mingji stood up after him. I'll show you. On the other side, Gu Peilang in the study received a call from one of his subordinates. Boss, Master Su has been expelled by the Su family. The man's eyes focused on the computer in front of him without a word. The person on the other end instinctively held their breath, waiting for his orders. Where is he? He's been taken away by Master Fong from the Fong family. Gu Peilang replied, I see. After finishing these words, the man hung up the phone and instead dialed Lu Qi's number. Boss. I remember the Fong family had a project they wanted to cooperate on with the Gu family. Lu Qi, yes, but their proposal didn't well highlight their company's strengths, so you already rejected it. Gu Peilang, send that proposal to my email. Lu Qi, who was in the reception room greeting this round's business partner, heard this and instinctively looked at the phone in his hand. It was indeed his boss calling. Gu Peilang, is there a problem? Hearing the deep, cold voice of the man, Lu Qi quickly came back to his senses. No problem, I'll send it to you right away. The middle-aged man sitting opposite Lu Qi was dressed in a well-tailored suit, with what little hair remained on his head all combed to one side, trying to cover up the bald spot on his scalp. At this moment, the man was looking earnestly at him, his smile full of respect and flattery. When Lu Qi hung up the phone after the call, the man carefully spoke, Mr. Lu, was that Mr. Gu's call? Lu Qi looked at the man before him, slowly put away his phone, then stood up from the sofa, straightening his suit, his lips curving into a perfect smile. Sorry Chairman Wang, it seems you may have made a trip for nothing this time. Upon hearing this, the man immediately changed his expression. He hastily stood up, his tone somewhat urgent but still struggling to maintain calmness. Mr. Liu, we agreed. Apologies Chairman Wang, this is the president's decision, and there's nothing I can do about it. Lu Qi interrupted him before he finished speaking, then pressed the nearby phone button. Within 2 minutes, the secretary in high heels entered, bending over slightly, her face adorned with a polite yet distant smile. Chairman Wang, please. The hard-won opportunity was lost just like that, and even a clay statue would get angry. With an ashen face, the man was politely but firmly ushered out of the Gu family gates, finally unable to restrain himself. He pointed at the revolving glass door in front of him and cursed loudly, devoid of any proper demeanor expected of a successful businessman. Lu Qi had just come out of the elevator with the secretary, hearing every word clearly. Pushing up his glasses lightly, the man's hands revealed a cold gleam on the lenses, and the secretary following behind instinctively took a step back, silently lighting a candle in her heart for the person outside. By the time Lu Qi sent the Fang Hong Company's proposal to Gu Peilang's email, he had already had a guess. Therefore, when he received the man's call asking him to arrange a meeting time with the responsible person from Fang Hong Company, Lu Qi wasn't surprised in the slightest. When the couple, Mr. and Mrs. Fang Hongshu far in America, received the manager's call, they were initially confused. After hearing the content of the call, they were shocked speechless for half a day. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Fang Hongshu turned to his equally astonished wife, muttering, "What do you think President Gu meant by this?" Ms. Yin Chi calmed down first, slapping Mr. Fang Hongshu's shoulder. "What does it mean? Didn't little Fang make it clear on the phone? Quickly pack your bags, we're heading back immediately. No matter what, we must seize this opportunity." Realizing this, Mr. Fang Hongshu quickly sprang into action and started packing his luggage. June's weather, like a child's face, changes without warning. Although it was sunny all morning, clouds gathered and the wind howled furiously by the afternoon. Fang Mingji stood by the window watching the ornamental trees in the courtyard swaying wildly under the violent wind, as if they were about to be torn up by the roots at any moment. "Jinyu, are you sure you want to go out in such weather?" Turning around, Fang Mingji looked at the man behind him, who was changing clothes. The tight yet not overly exaggerated muscles caused him to widen his eyes in admiration. "Jinyu, your physique is amazing," the youth suddenly forgot what he wanted to say, lifting his hand to wipe the drool flowing uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth, full of envy. Su Jinyu kept moving without stopping. "If you have time, go to the gym more often, and you will also develop muscles." Fang Mingji glanced down at his soft abdomen beneath his shirt and immediately became discouraged. "Forget it, I wouldn't last." Su Jinyu had already finished dressing, checking messages on his phone. Hearing this, he glanced at Fang Mingji, shook his head without saying anything. "What are you looking at?" Fang Mingji leaned forward to peek, only to be pushed away mercilessly by Su Jinyu. The man showed no emotion as he put away his phone. "Nothing, I'm leaving." Fang Mingji grabbed his arm tightly. "Are you really going out at this time?" He pointed towards the dark and ominous sky, just as a bolt of lightning cracked open the heavens, making the whole sky flash blindingly white for an instant. "It's about to storm outside. Can't your errand wait until after the rain stops?" Su Jinyu turned his gaze following Fang Mingji's finger towards the window, his lips curling into a meaningful smile, with an unusual glimmer in his beautiful eyes. Amidst the rumbling thunder, Fang Mingji could only make out Su Jinyu's vague voice. "This weather is precisely the kind that's good for business. I'm leaving. I won't be back tonight, so tell Aunt Sun not to prepare dinner for me." Su Jinyu waved casually and turned away, walking off with a graceful ease. Chapter 12, Buying Pity. Fang Mingji was left alone inside the room to fret. What could possibly get done on a day like this? At Gu Family Corporation, Lu Qi handed over the documents he had in hand to the man sitting behind the office desk, watching as the other uncapped a sleek black fountain pen and signed his name decisively. Through the spotless floor-to-ceiling windows, the sky appeared a dreary gray. The violent wind carried a continuous stream of large raindrops that pounded against the window with a crackling sound, leaving trails of transparent water paths. Lu Qi took back the document now signed by the other man and glanced down at the time on his watch. It was already quitting time. "Boss, shall I take you home?" Gu Peilang tilted his head to look out the window, his pitch-black eyes reflecting the world outside drenched in heavy rain. With a carefree flick of attention, the man skillfully moved his wheelchair slowly out of the office while Lu Qi quickly followed up, handing the document over to the Secretary-General as they passed through the Secretary Department. In the spacious underground parking lot, it was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. The pale bright light from the ceiling illuminated the entire parking area, showing neat rows of various types of cars, their shiny bodies reflecting glaring beams of light. Lu Qi pushed Gu Peilang to one of the vehicles, respectfully opening the car door while lowering his eyebrows. Gu Peilang eyed the leather seats inside the car, showing no expression on his handsome face. With forceful effort, the muscles under his expensive suit tensed as he lifted his body clear of the wheelchair, and then settled firmly onto the seat. This action he'd been doing daily for 5 years was already routine. Lu Qi swiftly folded the wheelchair and placed it into the trunk before taking his position at the driver's seat. Gu Peilang lowered his head to straighten the blanket over his legs, his somewhat long hair hiding the cold frost in his eyes. "To Xiangshan Park." "Yes, boss." Lu Qi nodded, and the car smoothly drove out of the garage. Xiangshan Park was one of the properties under Gu Family Corporation, located in the prime district of City A. Even before the building launched, almost all units were reserved. As the patriarch of the Gu family, Gu Peilang kept a unit here, a 3-story duplex independent villa. It was fully equipped, with construction modifications arranged specifically by Lu Qi, ensuring the man could move around freely indoors. On days when he was too tired or it was too late, Gu Peilang would choose to spend the night here. Due to this sudden downpour, there were hardly any pedestrians on the streets. The whole world seemed transformed into shades of gray and white, traffic congested into one massive jam, and vehicle lights glowed as if turtles inching forward. Even with the car windows shut, the incessant horn sounds akin to a death toll continued unabated. Silence reigned within the confined cabin. Lu Qi looked ahead at the blocked road, his eyes behind the glasses hinting at increasing agitation. He glanced back via the rearview mirror, where the man sitting in the rear leaned back against the chair, eyes closed, a slight frown between his brows, looking somewhat pale. Whenever it rained, the man's mood invariably turned gloomy. As his assistant, Lu Qi was very aware of this. So, once the traffic conditions ahead improved, he stepped on the accelerator, driving quickly toward Xiangshan Park. 40 minutes later, the car came to a steady stop in front of the villa gate. Lu Qi first took out the prepared umbrella, exited the car, fetched Gu Peilang's wheelchair, opened the umbrella, creating a small space free of rain. There were a few steps distance from the parking spot to the villa. Gray-white rain curtains diminished people's vision. Lu Qi held the umbrella while following behind Gu Peilang as they proceeded forward. Not having walked 2 steps, the man suddenly stopped. "Boss?" Lu Qi thought there might be something wrong and called out in question. Lu Qi seemed to sense something and followed the man's gaze, only to immediately spot a figure crouched at the entrance of their boss's villa. The person was hugging themselves tightly, curled up into a small ball, crouching right there in front of the mansion's door. Drenched by the rain, they wore nothing but a thin work shirt that clung to their body. Their wet hair was plastered against their scalp and forehead, and streams of rainwater trickled down their face, flowing off their chin. It was unclear how long they had been squatting there, but their strikingly handsome face had turned almost as pale as the nearby stone pillar. Lu Qi looked at the scene before him and felt a sudden sinking sensation in his heart. Despite only being able to see the back of his boss's head, he instinctively knew that the man's emotions were becoming unstable. Su Jinyu had been fixated on the inevitable path leading home. Upon hearing the sound of the car engine, he knew his boss had returned, yet he did not move. It was only when the other drew closer and spotted him that Su Jinyu moved his numbed, almost senseless body, lifting his bright eyes to Gu Peilang, gleaming with joy and excitement brighter than the morning sun. Almost instantly, Lu Qi sensed his boss's breathing grow heavy. Gu Peilang stood still, his pitch-black eyes piercing through the curtain of rain and locking onto Su Jinyu. His hands gripping the wheelchair's handles had turned deathly pale. Shakily, Su Jinyu rose from the steps. The electric shock of pain caused his expression to stiffen momentarily, but it was quickly concealed. He limped toward Gu Peilang, slightly lowering his gaze. As his beautiful eyes glanced downward, they took on a hint of innocence. "Peilang." Su Jinyu looked at the man before him, his lips frozen and bluish, yet they curved upward. "Are you back?" he said. Gu Peilang stared at the disheveled person who greeted him with such a radiant smile. His knuckles gripped around the handle tightened, veins popping out. A soft, large towel suddenly draped over Su Jinyu's head, carrying a fresh fragrance. Standing by the entrance, water already pooled beneath his feet. "Dry yourself off," came the deep, cold voice. Su Jinyu pulled the towel off his head and looked at the expressionless man before him, noting the slightly uneasy, pale face. "Sorry, I've wet your floor." Gu Peilang glanced down at the pool of water on the floor without saying a word, then remotely maneuvered his wheelchair around. "The last room to the left on the second floor has hot water. You can take a shower there, clean clothes are in the wardrobe." After delivering these instructions, the man headed straight to the living room, unaware of the widening grin spreading across the face of the person behind him, whose eyes flashed with a triumphant gleam. Following the man's directions, Su Jinyu made his way upstairs to the designated room. Upon opening the door, he immediately recognized it as Gu Peilang's resting place, familiar item arrangements and faint scents that reminded him of the other man. When Su Jinyu opened the wardrobe and saw the neatly hung clothes, his eyes abruptly reddened. Among the white shirts and black suits, there lay various casual outfits, clearly a size smaller than the rest. Without trying them on, Su Jinyu already knew, those were his measurements. He had always known that Gu Peilang owned a property in Xiangshan Park. In a past life, whenever they argued fiercely, the man would retreat here for days after each heated fight, giving Su Jinyu time to cool down before returning. And this house had even been included as part of the asset division after their divorce. But never in his wildest dreams did Su Jinyu imagine that Gu Peilang would have kept his clothing here. When had he prepared these? With what kind of feelings? What thoughts crossed his mind while doing so? Trembling uncontrollably, red-eyed Su Jinyu reached out and touched the soft fabric, as if feeling the tenderness hidden beneath Gu Peilang's otherwise cold exterior. The man smiled, though it was uglier than tears. Chapter 13, Exhaustion. Downstairs, Gu Peilang stood in the kitchen, watching the boiling slices of ginger in the pot, steam rising and swirling in his pitch-black eyes. Behind him, the soft thud of slippers approached and stopped by the doorway. He didn't turn around, and neither did the person behind speak. However, the piercing gaze landing on his back could not be ignored. Leaning against the kitchen doorframe, Su Jinyu intensely observed the man inside, his eyes burning with passion and intensity. The air was filled with the pungent spiciness of ginger, which would have normally irritated Su Jinyu so much that he'd avoid it altogether. However, this time, unlike in the past, he didn't raise his hand to cover his nose and turn away with a look of disdain. The specially modified kitchen had countertops much lower than an average kitchen, and all items were placed at a height where someone in a wheelchair could easily reach them. The timer beside the stove emitted a soft ding. The man sitting in the wheelchair turned off the heat and poured the ginger tea into a porcelain bowl nearby, steam rising from it. After completing these actions, Gu Peilang turned around and saw the loose-fitting shirt on the man behind him. His pitch-black pupils suddenly contracted, and the words he was about to say got stuck in his throat. Su Jinyu didn't miss the surprise flickering in his eyes. He glanced down at the oversized shirt he wore and then looked up with an innocent smile at the man in front of him. "Sorry, Peilang, I couldn't find any other clothes, so I had to wear yours." Gu Peilang gazed deeply at him. There was not a single hint of expression on his handsome face, his jawline slightly tightened, making him resemble a rigid sculpture. Seeing his appearance, Su Jinyu felt a little uneasy in his heart, his expression gradually becoming cautious. What's wrong?" Gu Peilang simply stared at him without speaking for a long while. It lasted so long that just as the careful smile on Su Jinyu's face was about to falter, he finally averted his gaze lightly. "Nothing." Su Jinyu let out a sigh of relief, unsure whether he should feel relieved or disappointed. Gu Peilang maneuvered his wheelchair past him and said, "I made you some ginger tea. I know you don't like it, but try drinking some. It'll prevent you from catching a cold." The deep, cold voice showed no emotional fluctuation. Su Jinyu turned back to look at the man's silhouette and smiled gently, replying in a soft and obedient tone, "All right." Hearing his response, Gu Peilang hesitated almost imperceptibly before continuing forward as if nothing had happened. The ginger tea on the table was still emitting steam. When Su Jinyu saw the yellow liquid in the bowl, his face reflected great reluctance and suffering. He gritted his teeth and managed to drink it all, leaving a strange sensation of sweetness mixed with spiciness in his mouth. His facial features were contorted in discomfort. If it weren't for the fact that Peilang personally prepared it for him, even with a knife pressed against his neck, he wouldn't have taken a sip. Outside the kitchen, the man sat by the living room sofa, head lowered as he focused on the phone in his hand. His profile appeared cool and handsome. Su Jinyu put down the bowl and walked out. Hearing the sound, Gu Peilang raised his head and looked at him. For a moment, they remained silent. Walking over and sitting on the sofa opposite Gu Peilang, Su Jinyu looked at the man. Before he could speak, the other opened the conversation first. "How did you end up here?" "I was kicked out by Grandpa." Su Jinyu's voice carried a tinge of helplessness. Gu Peilang looked at him, recalling the call he received from Gu Yin days ago, and his thick eyebrows slowly knitted together. "What do you want me to do to help you?" asked Gu Peilang. For a brief moment, Su Jinyu's smile froze, as if he hadn't expected the question to come out of nowhere like that. Gu Peilang watched him, his gaze calm, maintaining the same stoic demeanor. Seeing Su Jinyu stay silent, he tapped lightly on the armrest with his index finger and added, "You can rest assured, I'll tell Grandfather Su that I initiated the divorce. He won't make things difficult for you." Even though the voice was still as icy as ever, Su Jinyu felt warmth welling up in his eyes. "It's not what you think," Su Jinyu told him. Gu Peilang stopped the movement of his hand, and his dark eyes looked directly at him. The retina reflected the red-rimmed eyes of the other. "I don't have anywhere else to live." Su Jinyu spoke the truth. On the very first day after being expelled by Grandfather Su, the old man had someone freeze all his bank cards. Even the few properties given to him beforehand were reclaimed, leaving him with nothing but 2,000 yuan in his wallet, a pile of useless cards, and an ID card, and a box of clothes. Su Jinyu initially planned to dramatize his predicament in front of Gu Peilang to elicit sympathy, hoping to use it as an excuse to stay. That's why he intentionally chose such a heavy rainstorm day, seizing upon Gu Peilang's predictable habits, rushing here without hesitation. Everything was going according to his plan, and Su Jinyu had already begun fantasizing about their future happy life together. However, he didn't expect that the man would throw him a curveball. "I understand." Gu Peilang nodded, and then calmly stated amidst Su Jinyu's surprised expression, "Then you can stay here. I'll call Zhang Butler over shortly to pack my things." Su Jinyu was dumbfounded by his words, "Pack your things?" Gu Peilang nodded again, turning away and no longer looking at him but simply saying, "This house was originally intended for you anyway. I'll have Mr. Liu redraw up the agreement, and later." "I don't want any agreement." Gu Peilang's statement was cut short by an abrupt voice filled with anger. The man closed his mouth in silence, leaving only Su Jinyu's slightly hurried breathing, rough and restless, filling the living room. The nails dug deeply into the fabric on his knee as Su Jinyu blinked his eyes, taking deep breaths to stabilize his emotions before looking at Gu Peilang in front of him. His tone softened, "I just want you to take me in for a while, I don't want anything else. You don't need to move out, really." Gu Peilang truly couldn't make sense of the person in front of him anymore. It seemed like since he signed the divorce papers, the other person had completely changed, becoming someone he couldn't see through or understand. But wouldn't it be better to just give it to you directly? Su Jinyu shook his head. It wasn't good, not at all. Gu Peilang looked at him and fell silent, his furrowed eyebrows revealing his lack of calmness. The air in the living room became oppressive due to his silence. The atmosphere grew somewhat stiff, and after a long while, Gu Peilang slowly closed his eyes, hiding all emotions under his eyelids. It seemed like a compromise, his low and weary voice showing complete exhaustion. As you wish, he said. Chapter 14, Thick-Skinned Su. Su Jinyu twitched the corner of his lips, unsure whether to cry or laugh. Gu Peilang didn't look at him but instead turned around and returned to the second-floor room. The heavy downpour that had come rushing earlier continued until late evening before finally slowing down. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, and the golden sunset faintly appeared behind fragmented clouds, its light spilling down and illuminating the puddles on the slate stones, rippling everywhere. Since heading upstairs, Gu Peilang never came down again. Su Jinyu wanted to go up and find him but feared doing so might make the man dislike him even more, so he could only sit alone in the living room with an air of sadness. Just before 7, the housekeeper called by Mr. Lu rushed over with vegetables bought along the way, apologizing to Su Jinyu in the living room even before stepping inside. Sorry, Mr. Gu, the traffic made me late. The sentence died off as she noticed the man sitting on the sofa in the living room. Facing her was an unfamiliar face far handsomer than the big stars on TV, wearing a snow-white shirt and pure black suit pants, looking both clean and fresh. However, the shirt seemed too large, the sleeves were so long they almost covered his hands entirely, the first 2 buttons were left undone, and the collar hung crookedly, making it seem like his shoulders might show at any moment. The housekeeper glanced at the man's outfit and felt a sense of familiarity. This garment resembled Mr. Gu's quite a bit. While the housekeeper was still guessing the identity of the man in front of her, Su Jinyu had already stood up from the sofa. A small section of the black suit pants directly covered his slippers, confirming in the housekeeper's mind that the clothes belonged to Mr. Gu. With some suspicions about the man's identity, the housekeeper wisely lowered her head and refrained from asking further questions. Sir, I am the housekeeper called by Mr. Lu to cook. Sorry for disturbing you. Su Jinyu watched as a soft sound suddenly rang out in the living room. Gu Peilang came down in the elevator. The housekeeper immediately greeted him upon seeing him. Good evening, Mr. Gu. Gu Peilang nodded. Prepare dinner for 2, please. Upon hearing this, the housekeeper hurriedly shook her head. Not troublesome at all, I'll start right away. Please wait a moment, Mr. Gu. After speaking, the housekeeper carried the groceries into the kitchen, and Su Jinyu's gaze hadn't shifted from Gu Peilang since he appeared. The man had grown immune to the looks directed at him and maneuvered his wheelchair to the other side of the sofa, gazing down at the phone in his hand. Su Jinyu couldn't help but slowly shuffled closer. Peilang. Gu Peilang looked up, his pitch-black eyes quietly watching him, as if waiting for him to continue. Su Jinyu opened his mouth but found himself unable to say anything, and finally ended up making small talk like nothing was wrong. What have you been busy with upstairs for so long? Work. Oh. You must be tired. Are you tired? It's okay. Are you hungry? After being busy for so long, you must be hungry. The man in front of him babbled on, those beautiful eyes shining brightly as he looked at Gu Peilang. Unconsciously gripping his phone tightly until the knuckles hurt, Gu Peilang then relaxed his grip silently. Mr. Su, what do you really want to say? Gu Peilang let out a sigh so light it was almost inaudible. Su Jinyu. I just want to care about you. Facing the icy gaze before him, Su Jinyu spoke with some difficulty, saying, and, can you, not call me Mr. Su? The otherwise pleasant voice carried a touch of unnoticed grievance and pitifulness, quickly perceived by Gu Peilang. Although he wasn't one to revel in verbal spars or harm others with words, at this moment, he truly couldn't help himself. Looking at the person in front of him, mockery and disdain were clearly visible, piercing straight into the heart. This person, with whom he had been married for 3 years, had never given him a single good day. On their wedding night, Su Jinyu had publicly pointed at him in front of everyone in the Gu residence and called him a disabled pervert. Later, he tore apart the marriage certificate representing their union. Gu Peilang would always remember that day. The youth dressed in a white suit, looking as elegant and handsome as a prince from a fairy tale, coldly stared at him with gem-like eyes filled with hatred and disgust toward him. The young man harshly accused him, Gu Peilang, you're a pervert. A pervert who likes men. For 3 years, no matter what he did or how good he treated this person, it all seemed calculated in the other's eyes. Being poor at words, he could only carefully hold on to that one remaining shred of purity and gently present it before the person, only to discover that the other didn't even spare it a glance, cruelly trampling it without mercy, and afterward, even spat on it in utter disdain, accusing him of dirtying his shoe soles. Gu Peilang thought, even if his heart were made of steel, being wounded repeatedly still caused pain. When he saw Su Jinyu actually place a knife to his neck, just to force him to sign the divorce agreement, he realized he would never win the affection of this person. So, he signed, gave the person freedom. He originally thought that the man would be happy after this. Yes, he was indeed glad, so delighted that immediately after signing, he left the Gu residence to celebrate with friends over being rid of this pervert. Gu Peilang knew all this. Yet, within less than half a day's time, the man came back reeking of alcohol, hugging him and saying sorry, asking not to get divorced. Now, he claimed he cared. At this point, Gu Peilang suddenly felt an urge to laugh, and he did. He curved his lips, completely devoid of warmth, his eyes filled with ridicule as he looked at Su Jinyu, his voice cold and frigid. What else should I call you if not Mr. Su? Su Jinyu was pierced to the core by his icy stare, forcibly steadying his panicked heart, and looked at the man with earnest hope. You can call me Jinyu like you used to. No, forget Jinyu. My full name is fine. Mr. Su, Gu Peilang cut him off cruelly in the face of his confused look, we are already divorced. It was as if everything had returned to its starting point. Su Jinyu horrifyingly realized that, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape the prison woven from his sins. Gu Peilang kept using the stark reality to remind him that there was no chance to make amends for the mistakes he had committed. Biting his gums almost to the point of drawing blood, Su Jinyu, with red-rimmed eyes, stubbornly glared at the man in front of him and said, after a divorce, we can remarry. Gu Peilang, yes, but I won't. A single sentence froze Su Jinyu's blood. The atmosphere in the living room became unbearably stiff. In the kitchen, the sound of chopping vegetables could be heard, coming from Auntie preparing dinner. The clock on the wall ticked away, intermingling with the sounds from the kitchen, becoming the only noise in the living room. Ha! Su Jinyu suddenly laughed, but tears fell down in the next moment and were hastily wiped away. He looked at the man before him with curved eyes, laughing cheerfully though his voice was trembling. I just said that casually, don't take it to heart. A name is merely a label, you can call me whatever you want. Gu Peilang looked at him without saying anything. Su Jinyu's voice gradually softened, also, even if we divorced, you don't have to remind me again and again. That divorce certificate is still warm in my bag, I know. I just want to care for you. If I said I would redeem my sins for the rest of my life, then I must show some actions to indicate that. You can't deny me this opportunity, right? Gu Peilang. After being married for 3 years, he never knew that this person could be so shameless, even asking him for another chance. Chapter 15, Repeated Failure. You also don't need to keep reminding me. Gu Peilang turned the wheelchair around to not face him, his voice deep and clear, devoid of any emotion. Su Jinyu looked at his cold, rejecting back and helplessly twisted his lips, feeling a wave of bitterness. A while later, Auntie came out from the kitchen with her hands wiping. Mr. Gu, dinner is ready. Gu Peilang turned and looked at her, thank you for your hard work. Auntie quickly waved her hands, not hard, not hard. Gu Peilang nodded without saying anything, turning and controlling the wheelchair towards the dining room. Seeing this, Su Jinyu hurriedly followed. On the transparent glass table were several home-cooked dishes, fragrant and appetizing. Auntie quickly served rice for the two of them and quietly stood aside. Su Jinyu sat opposite Gu Peilang, both silently finishing their dinner. During the meal, Su Jinyu raised his head several times to look at the man opposite, unfortunately the other only kept looking down the entire time, eating slowly and gracefully. After dinner, Gu Peilang returned to his room. Su Jinyu, seeing this, quickly finished the last mouthful of rice in the bowl, then put down the chopsticks and followed him inside, leaving Auntie alone in the kitchen to clean up. Gu Peilang controlled the wheelchair to the elevator, pressing the button with one hand, as Su Jinyu silently followed behind. The elevator dinged and stopped on the second floor. Gu Peilang got out, and the person behind him followed closely. What are you following me for? Hearing the deliberately lightened steps behind him, Gu Peilang sighed and stopped. Su Jinyu, not following you, I'm going back to my room to rest. His voice was almost inaudible, carrying a sense of innocence. Gu Peilang. Watching the man being rendered speechless by his own actions, Su Jinyu felt inexplicably happy inside. Gu Peilang no longer paid attention to him and continued forward with the wheelchair, not stopping when passing by the bedroom. Though knowing beforehand that the other wouldn't sleep in the same room as him, Su Jinyu still felt somewhat disappointed. He watched the man stop before the neighboring room's door, calling out to him before he could push the door open and go inside. Peilang. Gu Peilang stopped moving, slightly turning his head to look at him. Su Jinyu smiled, his voice soft like water, good night. The man's body hesitated imperceptibly, his gaze falling on the smiling figure before him as his Adam's apple moved slightly. Good night. The next morning, Gu Peilang descended from upstairs, stepping out of the elevator and immediately hearing the sound of a broken bowl in the kitchen along with a small cry of surprise. He first paused in astonishment but then quickly maneuvered his wheelchair over, seeing a person squatting on the ground facing away from him. The counter was in disarray, with steam still rising from a pot on the stove bubbling, gurgling. It appeared that porridge was being cooked, but evidently too much rice had been used, making it thick and sticky, splashing droplets of white broth with each burst bubble. The sight gave the man quite a shock, leaving him momentarily speechless. Coming back to his senses, his voice had already dropped deep. What are you doing? Su Jinyu was picking up the fragments on the ground when he heard the voice behind him and was startled. His hand trembled, adding a small cut on the thumb pad, and he softly hissed. Standing up and turning around to face the person behind, he hid his hand behind his back. Peilang, good morning. Su Jinyu's smile was ingratiating. This action did not escape the man's eyes. Gu Peilang looked at him, although everything in front of him clearly explained what happened, he still repeated the question. What are you doing? Su Jinyu, I am making breakfast. His tone carried a sense of frustration and shame. Su Jinyu had wanted to get up early to make breakfast for Gu Peilang, hoping to bridge the distance between them. However, he had overestimated his cooking skills, even cooking plain congee ended in a disaster. Under the clear, cold gaze, Su Jinyu lacked any confidence in his explanation. Gu Peilang glanced down at the time on his wristwatch. It was not yet 7 o'clock. The porridge on the stove was still gurgling with steam rising. Gu Peilang wheeled in and turned off the heat before saying, "There's bread in the fridge. You can eat some now, Auntie will come soon to cook." Su Jinyu knew he was misunderstood but found himself unable to articulate an explanation. He could only inwardly scorn his own incompetence in failing at such a small task. Gu Peilang looked at him silently, then personally took 2 slices of bread from the fridge and handed them to him. "Go eat outside." "Su Jinyu, the bowl is broken, I'll clean it up." "There's no need. Leave it for Auntie when she comes." Gu Peilang lowered his gaze and noticed a streak of fresh red amidst the white shards on the polished floor, causing a flicker of concern in his expression. "There's a first aid kit under the TV. Remember to treat your hand." As Gu Peilang walked towards the door, he couldn't help but lightly call out to the man who had taken the bread but stood motionless. Su Jinyu suddenly looked up, the hand hidden behind his back involuntarily curling as the wound throbbed painfully. After saying this, Gu Peilang left, leaving Su Jinyu alone in the kitchen, dumbly smiling at the shards on the ground. He still cares about me, Su Jinyu thought. At 7:30, Lu Qi arrived promptly to take Gu Peilang to the company. Upon seeing Su Jinyu munching on bread in the living room, there was not a hint of surprise on Lu Qi's usually serious face. His greeting was polite yet distant. "Mr. Su, good morning." Gu Peilang put away his phone and looked at him, "Let's go." Lu Qi nodded, quickly moving behind him and pushing the wheelchair out. Seeing this, Su Jinyu hastily stood up, "Peilang, aren't you going to have breakfast?" Lu Qi paused. Gu Peilang, "No, you eat." Lu Qi, "Let's go." Upon receiving the instruction, Lu Qi nodded and pushed him out. Su Jinyu watched as his figure disappeared behind the door, and the bread already dry and hard in his mouth became even more unbearable to swallow. "Tell Auntie to prepare one of the guest rooms on the first floor. From today, she will live there, and her salary will be doubled." After getting into the car, Gu Peilang glanced at the solitary villa bathed in the dawnlight, then instructed the man in the driver's seat. Lu Qi nodded in agreement, and only then did Gu Peilang close his eyes. Back at the villa, after Gu Peilang had left, Su Jinyu sat disheartenedly on the sofa alone. Even when Auntie finished preparing breakfast, he had lost all appetite. As expected, Gu Peilang did not return at noon. Suppressing his disappointment, Su Jinyu said goodbye to the busy Auntie in the kitchen, went outside, and hailed a taxi back to Fang Mingji's place. His luggage was still there, and he needed to move everything over. Chapter 16, Sobbing Fang and Su Who Loves Peilang. When Su Jinyu arrived at the Fang household, Fang Ziming was sitting sullenly on the sofa in the living room. Sun Ma stood beside him, looking somewhat flustered with her face creased in worry. "What's wrong?" Su Jinyu stepped inside. Hearing his voice, Fang Mingji turned around to look at him, his large round dog-like eyes red and puffy from crying. "Jinyu." Fang Mingji stood up, his voice hoarse. After calling out to him, he hung his head without speaking further, his whole body radiating with sadness and dejection. Su Jinyu turned to Sun Ma questioningly. The elderly woman shook her head gently, a look of helplessness on her face. "Did someone bully you?" Fang Mingji shook his head, his voice thick with a nasal tone, "No one." "Sun Ma, I want some watermelon juice, can you make me a glass?" The youth lifted his head and looked at Sun Ma pitifully. Sun Ma will do it right away. Please sit down a moment, master." Sun Ma responded briskly and hurried into the kitchen. Su Jinyu approached the young man and, with his index finger, lifted his chin. His beautiful eyes locked onto the other's gaze. "Tell me, what happened?" Fang Mingji wriggled a couple of times, unable to evade, then puckered his lips again, his voice reverting to a sobbing tone. "My parents are gone." Su Jinyu. From Fang Mingji's tear-laden voice, Su Jinyu finally learned the reason for the youth's teary face. It turned out that yesterday after he had left, Fang Mingji's parents returned from overseas. Fang Mingji had been thrilled, believing they had come back especially for his birthday. But to his dismay, the couple, upon arriving, hastily left again without even inquiring about his recent life. The more Fang Mingji thought about it, the more wronged he felt. When Sun Ma asked him in the morning how he intended to celebrate his birthday, he could no longer hold back and burst into tears. After speaking, Fang Mingji lifted his hand and carelessly wiped away the fresh flow of tears, grumbling, "Jinyu, tell me, am I really not my parents' biological child? In which family would the parents leave their child at home ever since he was little, never asking about his life or schooling? They spent more time on airplanes than at home throughout the year." Su Jinyu looked at the youth sobbing before him and didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, his own family situation wasn't much better than Fang Mingji's. "Alright, you're a grown-up now, why are you still crying?" Sun Ma is laughing at you. Su Jinyu pulled 2 tissues from the coffee table and shoved them into the youth's hands, saying, "You're not your parents' biological child." "Who then is?" "The uncle and auntie are the people who love you most in this world. It's because they love you that they work so hard to make money, providing you with a better life. Look at what you eat, wear, and use, isn't everything the best?" Su Jinyu watched as Fang Mingji blew his nose, soothing him gently while speaking, gradually calming the young man down. "But I don't want them to earn so much money." Holding the tissue in his hand, Fang Mingji's voice grew low. When he was younger, he didn't understand and would sometimes cry and complain to Sun Ma about how, unlike other students' parents, his parents didn't stay by his side all the time. As he grew up and became more understanding, he learned there were reasons his parents couldn't disclose. Still, he envied those children who were accompanied by their parents from a young age. He envied those kids who had homemade meals cooked by their mothers when they returned home, those who could laugh while sitting on their father's shoulders, even envying those who got spanked by both parents with bamboo sticks for misbehaving. "I just want them to be with me for one good birthday celebration." Fang Mingji's voice carried deep sorrow as he lifted his head to look at Su Jinyu before him, teary-eyed, saying, "Jinyu, it's almost 10 years since I properly celebrated a birthday with them." Su Jinyu. Every time, this youth managed to evoke that last remaining trace of compassion inside Su Jinyu. This time was no different. Lifting his hand, he rested it atop the young man's dark green head, patting it gently. "It's nothing, you still have your brother. Isn't it just a birthday? Your brother will celebrate it with you." Fang Mingji's head swayed slightly with his actions, the sense of and sadness subsiding, giving rise to another form of emotion within him. Tears brimming in his eyes, he said, "Jinyu." Looking at him, Su Jinyu curved his lips upward teasingly, brushing off the sentimental mood that had begun to build. "Let's do without the dramatic expressions. Wipe your snot, it's already nearly dripping to your chin." "Fang Mingji. You're such a spoilsport." All traces of depression vanished, and Fang Mingji irritably crumpled the tissue and stuffed it into his nostril. Seeing that his mood had significantly improved, Su Jinyu shook his head, smiled, and didn't reply. "By the way, where did you go last night?" After tidying up his emotions, Fang Mingji only then remembered to ask about Su Jinyu's whereabouts from the previous night. His voice sounded muffled, soft and tender, like an endearing complaint. Remembering the events of the previous day, Su Jinyu's lips curved, his face showing gentleness and a hint of romantic excitement. "I went after my happiness." "Fang Mingji. Did you go on a date with Jin Jiaojiao?" Su Jinyu, Jin Jiaojiao. "Who?" Hearing these words, Fang Mingji slightly widened his eyes, looking quite comical and amusing. "Jin Jiaojiao. She's your goddess. Don't you remember?" Judging from the shocked expression on the young man's face, it seemed as though they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Su Jinyu slowly furrowed his brows, and a blurred face suddenly flashed in his mind. "You relentlessly pursued her for a whole year during your university days. If it hadn't been for Gu, that someone appearing later, you two might have had a kid old enough to buy soy sauce by now. You previously mentioned finding her again after divorce to rekindle your former bond." As Fang Ziming kept talking non-stop, hearing the other's words, a memory gate suddenly opened within Su Jinyu. He remembered. Su Jinyu and Fang Mingji went to the same high school and university. In their 3rd year, Su encountered Jin Jiaojiao, who came to exchange from another university. He fell in love with her at first sight and subsequently embarked on a nearly year-long pursuit. Everything was going smoothly until Gu Peilang appeared. Despite his objections and struggles, his grandfather forcibly arranged for him to marry the man as a spouse and sent Jin Jiaojiao abroad. Back then, being young and powerless, he had no choice but to accept his fate. However, before he went to the Gu family, the old man called him into the study with a hypocritical face and pinned all the blame on Gu Peilang. This is why he held such deep resentment towards the man. Su Jinyu believed it was the man's power that forced his beloved grandfather to send him away, and even threatened the girl he loved to leave the country. He hated the man and despised his own powerlessness, so he fiercely opposed him. When he realized that the man would only tolerate and retreat in the face of his actions, he became even more reckless, hurting him repeatedly and testing his limits, until... "Jinyu?" The sudden sound of a voice snapped Su Jinyu out of his thoughts. He looked up and saw Fang Mingji watching him worriedly. "Fang Mingji, what are you thinking about? Your expression looks terrible." Su Jinyu shook his head. His palm felt a dull pain, and he looked down to see that his nails were deeply embedded inside it. "Nothing, what did you say earlier? I didn't hear clearly." "Fang Mingji, I said, did she agree to be with you when you met Jin Jiaojiao?" Su Jinyu shook his head. "Fang Mingji, she didn't agree. I didn't meet her yesterday." "Fang Mingji, huh?" Su Jinyu looked seriously at the youth before him, his refined and spirited face serious and solemn. "Mingji, my thing with Jin Jiaojiao is over. Don't mention her to me anymore." "Fang Mingji, no, didn't you go see her yesterday? Then who did you see? Are you not into her anymore?" Su Jinyu, "Yeah, I'm not into her anymore." "Then who do you like?" Fang Mingji questioned. Su Jinyu lowered his eyes, long thick lashes shielding the emotions beneath. Fang Mingji, seeing the upward curve of his lips, thought this man had never been gentler than at this moment. "I like The man drew out his tone, rolling 3 words on his tongue. After wrapping them in a layer of rich sweetness and tender feelings, they lightly flowed out between his teeth. Gu Pei Lang. Chapter 17, Remorseful Sue. For a moment, Fong Mingji thought he must have misheard. He stared wide-eyed at the man in front of him, shocked to the point where his jaw dropped to the ground, taking quite a while to snap back. What? Say it again, who do you like? Just then, Aunt Sun walked out of the kitchen holding a glass of juice. Hearing the young master's startled yell, her gaze instinctively shifted to Su Jinyu next to him. The man, looking calm and collected, showed no surprise at having been heard by the youth nearby. Aunt Sun focused inwardly, walking forward to place the tray in her hand down. Young master, here's your juice. Fong Mingji wasn't in any mood for juice now. Waving Aunt Sun off, he continued staring intently at the man in front of him. Jinyu, are you kidding me, right? How can you possibly like Gu Pei Lang? Didn't you say he treated you badly, insisting on dying or living just to get a divorce from him? Oh right, you two already got divorced. Although Fong Mingji spoke truths that he himself understood, hearing the word divorce still stabbed painfully through Su Jinyu's heart. Looking at Fong Mingji's incredulous and shocked face, he replied faintly, I like him, even after we divorced. No, Fong Mingji really felt like the world was too surreal. If you liked him, why did you divorce him in the first place? On the day of your divorce, you seemed happy enough to tell the whole world about it. Now, what's going on? Fong Mingji's voice gradually softened under Su Jinyu's slightly cold and complex gaze. When he finally fell silent, an odd and heavy silence spread throughout the living room. I regret it, staring at the fresh red juice on the coffee table, after a long time, Su Jinyu muttered these 4 words inaudibly. Time seemed to rewind to the day in the bar when, standing outside the restroom, Fong Mingji once again felt the choking sadness he'd sensed upon hearing the distressed cries of the man inside. Though many words clogged his throat, none came out when he saw his despondent friend. Why are you looking at me like that? After Su Jinyu said those words, the person beside him fell silent. When he looked up, he saw red-rimmed eyes staring at him, filled with sympathy and worry, as if on the verge of saying something but holding back. The man's heart warmed slightly, yet his lips curved into a light-hearted smile, as though the pain and sorrow emanating from deep within his soul just moments ago weren't his own. Jinyu. You really like him, don't you? Fong Mingji stammered helplessly for a while before carefully squeezing out this question. Su Jinyu, yes, I really do. I've always liked him, from the previous life, to now. Mingji, do you think I'm quite despicable? Wanting a divorce so desperately when we weren't divorced, then confessing my feelings after getting divorced. Su Jinyu stared at Fong Mingji's conflicted expression and scoffed bitterly, his tone full of self-mockery. Fong Mingji, well, a little bit. Before the young man realized it, he blurted out what he truly thought. Upon seeing the increasingly bitter and melancholic look on Su Jinyu's face, he panicked and waved his hands hastily. No, that's not what I meant. Su Jinyu interrupted him, you don't need to explain, I know what you mean. The man seemed as if all strength had drained from him, leaning back on the sofa, his gaze peaceful and emotionless, fixed on the intricate, luxurious crystal chandelier above him. His voice betrayed no feeling. I am nothing but a bundle of bad tempers, worse than the worst sewer, good for nothing, yet I still thought I was pretty capable. Even when I became the laughingstock in other people's mouths, I didn't realize it. All the eyes I had were only good for decoration, unable to discern right from wrong, used by others without hesitation to stab those who truly love me. Scene after scene from the past life flashed through his mind like movie frames. Su Jinyu's eyes reddened, and his voice gradually choked up. He remembered storming into Gu Peilang's company, enraged after learning he would be forced to marry him. He pushed past the receptionist and disrupted an important meeting, trampling over Gu Peilang's dignity and respect in front of the entire high-level management team. Gu Peilang, I respected you as the president of a company, never imagining you would force someone into such difficulty. But how could you turn out to be such a petty man? He would never forget how, after uttering those words, joy lit up the man's eyes upon seeing him there, only for it to immediately fade completely, like a match lighting up briefly in the cold winter night before dying out instantly. The grand meeting room fell silent due to that one sentence of his. Eventually, Lu Qi recovered first, politely yet distantly ushering everyone out, leaving only the two behind. The man dressed impeccably in a black suit sat upright in a wheelchair of the same color, a gray cashmere blanket draped over his legs. Leaning his head slightly back, his face remained expressionless as he stared at Su Jinyu, his finely shaped lips forming a sharp line. Su Jinyu hated this man in front of him, letting loose all his pent-up anger, stabbing him repeatedly in the heart with cutting words wrapped in waves of resentment. To this day, he still doesn't understand how he managed to spew out those hurtful words. As Lu Qi coldly forced him out, he lost all composure, loudly declaring that even if he had to jump into the city moat, he wouldn't marry him. Of course, ultimately unable to withstand the power oppression, he ended up being forcibly tied together with the man. I made mistakes, deeply hurting him. Su Jinyu raised a hand weakly to cover his eyes, the corner of his mouth lifting sarcastically, so naturally, he has become disheartened with me. All of this is because of me, and I have no one else to blame but myself. Chapter 18, Lonely Nights, Fighting on Su. Jinyu. Don't be sad. Fong Mingji placed a gentle hand on Su Jinyu's shoulder, lowering his voice. Su Jinyu shook his head. I'm not sad. Even as he said it, Su Jinyu himself didn't believe it, and Fang Mingji stayed silent, quietly staying by his side. The two of them sat in the living room for a long time until Aunt Sun came out of the kitchen to call them for lunch, only then realizing it was already noon. After eating, Su Jinyu went upstairs to his room and came back down carrying a suitcase. Fang Mingji was sitting on the sofa in the living room, his phone in his hand, his face pale and tense. What happened? Fang Mingji handed over the phone, his cheeks puffing out with anger, resembling a small frog. Su Jinyu glanced down briefly, the bright red bold headline catching his eye, making him pause momentarily. Explosive. Rumors of strained relations between Gu Corporation president and the youngest son of the Su family hint at a possible divorce. Below were several pictures. Despite the very blurry pixels, one could still instantly recognize the person dragging a suitcase out of the Gu residence and getting into a car. It was him. There was another picture of him pulling a suitcase by the roadside with the backdrop being the Su family villa. Beneath the photo, there was a considerate caption. According to an insider known as, Su Jr. returned to the Su residence from the Gu residence, but less than half an hour later, he was driven out by Mr. Su. Who this so-called insider 2 was, remained unknown. Fang Mingji was seething, ready to beat up whoever wrote this stuff, but then realizing that one of the parties involved was sitting right in front of him, quickly reined in his expression and began carefully observing the other person's face. Let them write whatever they want, after all, it's the truth. Su Jinyu skimmed through the content on the phone, pulled at the corner of his mouth, and handed the phone back to Fang Mingji. Fang Mingji put away the phone, his slightly thick eyebrows furrowed as he muttered, these people really have nothing better to do every day. Su Jinyu gave a carefree smile and reached out to ruffle the young man's head in front of him. All right, I'm not angry, why should you be? Fang Mingji pursed his lips and said nothing, his gaze falling on the suitcase next to the man, turning anxious. Jinyu, are you really sure about moving in with him? Su Jinyu nodded, yes, wasn't it already discussed over lunch? But... Fang Mingji's frown did not loosen. There's no but. Su Jinyu interrupted the man in front of him and walked forward carrying the suitcase. Seeing no movement behind him, he turned around and looked at the young man standing there with a bitter expression. Stop overthinking, didn't you say you would send me? Let's go, if we're late, the traffic will get worse. Fang Mingji hummed in response, suppressing his thoughts and taking quick steps to catch up. Meanwhile, in the Gu Corporation. In the president's office on the top floor, a man in a black suit sat behind a large desk, a computer placed before him. His long, pale fingers moved flexibly over the computer, like a graceful sprite fluttering up and down. The creamy ivory solid wood door was tapped lightly, but the man's actions didn't pause. Come in. The person pushed the door open and walked inside, holding a phone. Boss, a call from the Su family. Gu Peilang stopped what he was doing and lifted his head from the computer. There wasn't an ounce of expression on his handsome face. Hello. Taking the phone from Lu Qi's hand, his deep and chilly voice echoed clearly in the spacious, bright office. The person on the other side of the line said something incomprehensible, and Gu Peilang spoke without any change in his facial expression. Mr. Su, don't apologize, it's not your fault. IU is also not at fault, our divorce was a well-thought-out decision between us two. Don't blame him. Lu Qi stood quietly on the side, head bowed, acting as an unobtrusive background. Fragmented sounds came out of the receiver, and the temperature in the air-conditioned office suddenly dropped. Lu Qi noticed this and raised his head. Sure enough, the man behind the desk had darkened expression, his pitch-black eyes frozen over with ice. Mr. Su, calling you grandfather is not because I respect you much, but because you're IU's grandfather. However, this doesn't mean you can act recklessly under this title. As for matters of the Su family, I won't intervene. But there is one thing, please remind those under you to mind their manners. If anything happens to IU, everything given to the Su family in the past can just as easily be taken back. After saying this, the man didn't wait for the person on the other end to respond and hung up the phone. A long, suffocating silence enveloped the room. Gu Peilang threw the phone back to Lu Qi, his low voice filled with coldness. Find out which newspaper published this article, and identify who this insider 2 is. Lu Qi looked at the phone in his hand, his expression turning serious. All right boss, I'll take care of it immediately. After the man left, Gu Peilang tilted his head to look at the cloudless blue sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Even the brilliant sunlight couldn't penetrate the darkness in his eyes. The information on the publishing house and the identity of the so-called insider 2 were soon placed on Gu Peilang's desk. The man flipped through the materials and after some time, picked up the telephone on the table and dialed a number. After Gu Peilang's intervention, the news of their divorce that had yet to cause any ripples online disappeared quietly. Su Jinyu, who had already returned to Xiangshan Garden, sat on the sofa scrolling through the news. After failing to find the previous report no matter how hard he tried, he began to form a vague guess. The luggage he had brought back had already been unpacked, clothes and pants were hung in the master bedroom closet, placed side by side with the man's garments, creating a harmonious warmth. It was now 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and in an hour, Gu Peilang would be back. The sound of cutting vegetables from the kitchen drifted out. Su Jinyu remembered the failed breakfast of this morning and twirled the phone in his hand before tossing it onto the sofa. He then got up and entered the kitchen. Auntie, I want to learn how to cook. Can you teach me? It's fine, I'll follow your lead. Yeah, Mr. Gu works too hard every day, so I want to make him something homemade. That evening's dinner was half prepared by Su Jinyu under the guidance of the housekeeper. For the second time, the man took charge of cooking, even with the housekeeper guiding him the entire time. The dishes still turned out difficult to look at. There were eggshells floating in the tomato and egg soup. The stir-fried greens couldn't really be called stir-fried anymore, they were fried in oil. The green leaves had become dry and yellow, lying limp in the greasy dish, completely unappetizing. There was also a plate of cold cucumber salad whose original color could no longer be identified. The housekeeper's dishes remained aromatic, flavorful, and well-presented, while in stark contrast, Su Jinyu's 3 personally made dishes looked like a joke. Su Jinyu sat at the dining table, anxiously waiting for the man's arrival with a sense of trepidation. However, his anticipation was destined to be dashed. The wall clock pointed from 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock, then from 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock. The food on the dining table had cooled down entirely, turning into an oily mess, yet there was still no sound of the car outside. Gu Peilang didn't come home. The chandelier light illuminated the man's lonely figure as Su Jinyu bowed his head, hiding all expressions in the shadows. In the following 7 days, Su Jinyu never saw Gu Peilang again. Every time he called, Lu Qi answered. The assistant said the man was busy with work, subtly hinting at, he doesn't want to see you. Hanging up the phone, Su Jinyu felt disoriented, sitting motionlessly on the bed, lost in thought about the clothes hanging in the wardrobe. By now, things were crystal clear to him. Gu Peilang was avoiding him. He should have known. When the man told the butler to pack his suitcase and said it was all fine without any care. He shamelessly asked to move in, and due to the little bit of remaining goodwill, the man couldn't outright kick him out, so he chose to compromise. Since you have nowhere else to live, here you can stay. Anyway, he owned plenty of properties, not to mention a large residence, so Xiangshan Garden was inconsequential. Humph. Fully understanding everything, Su Jinyu let out a mocking laugh as he stared at the empty room ahead of him. Run if you must, avoid if you wish, I won't believe that even after starting over, I'd still let you get rid of me. With a furrowed gaze, Su Jinyu's bright eyes shone with an unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, the man working in the study at Gu Manor suddenly shivered, followed by a chill running down his spine. Chapter 19, Preparing to Cause Trouble. As usual, Zhang Butcher walked in with a tray carrying a water glass and gently placed the cup on the desk. Mister, this morning the Qi family sent an invitation. On the 10th day of next month, Old Master Qi will celebrate his 70th birthday. Should I decline the invitation on your behalf? No need, Gu Peilang lifted his head from the documents. Go back to the Qi family and tell them I will be there on time. Also, notify Lu Qi to prepare the gifts. Alright, I understand. I'll go immediately. Zhang Butcher nodded and turned to leave. On the other side, Su Jinyu, lounging lazily under the ivy-covered fence basking in the sun, was deep in thought about how to see the man again. Suddenly, he received a call from Grandpa Su. The voice on the phone was thunderous, with words laced with uncompromising authority demanding he return tonight. Smiling faintly at the corner of his lips, Su Jinyu lazily squinted and glanced at the sunlight filtering through the greenery, landing on the creamy white steps. His eyes filled with a deep chill. Grandpa, surely you're getting forgetful with age. Wasn't I kicked out just 2 weeks ago? You said Su family had no such unfilial descendant as me, don't you remember? Su Jinyu. Are you not the least bit remorseful? I'm your grandfather, and you have the blood of the Su family flowing in your veins. Even if you die, you must die as part of the Su family. No matter where you are now, tonight you must return. Don't tarnish the Su family name outside. Listening to the roar on the phone, Su Jinyu gave a cold laugh. If there were other options, do you think I would want the blood of the Su family running through my veins? As for the family honor, grandfather, does the Su family even have any left to lose? These defiant words caused the elder's blood pressure to skyrocket over the phone. After some commotion, when the voice came back on, it had changed. Jinyu, it's Uncle Tu. Upon hearing this voice, Su Jinyu immediately recognized who it was. Su Jianghai. His good Uncle Tu. Oh, it's Uncle Tu. Su Jinyu's lips curved further upward, all the hostility and hatred lurking within his shadowed form bursting forth. For an instant, he resembled a demon crawling out of the depths of hell, baring his teeth with a cold-blooded grin, but his tone remained gentle like a spring breeze in March. Weren't you and Aunt Tu enjoying yourselves abroad? How did you return so soon? Your aunt didn't adapt well to the water and soil, so we returned early. The voice on the phone was mild and clear, giving the impression that the speaker was a cultured and courteous gentleman. Is that so? Su Jinyu drawled, his meaning ambiguous. Unheeding from the other end of the phone, Su Jianghai said, both Aunt Tu and Jinyu miss you dearly and have brought you gifts specially. I haven't seen you in quite some time either, come back for a visit. Uncle Tu, surely you've heard about my current situation. Are you sure you want me back? Su Jianghai replied, no matter what, this is still your home. Your grandfather just lost his temper and spoke without thinking. Come back, apologize properly, and he will forgive you. I don't need his apology, and he'd better never come back, otherwise, every time I see him, it'll make me angry. could be heard clearly through the phone with Su old master shouting loudly in full vigor, followed by Su Jianghai sighing helplessly and reprimanding, "Father, can't you stop talking nonsense?" Su Jinyu didn't say anything, listening silently to their father and son banter, his fingers gripping the mobile phone until they turned pale. "Jinyu, don't hold a grudge against your grandfather. He just has a stiff tongue, but deep down, he still hopes you will come back. Listen to me, come back, okay?" Su Jinyu got up from the recliner, pacing to the steps before stretching out his hand palm up with fingers spread wide, lowering his gaze to watch the sunlight seeping through his fingers, his resonant voice wrapping itself around icy threads. "Since Uncle Tu has spoken, I'll listen to you." As soon as the words were uttered, Su Jinyu could hear a relieved sigh on the phone, fully aware of the kind of expression the man on the other side must be wearing right now. After disconnecting the call, Su Jinyu stared at the darkened screen of his phone for a long while before letting out a low chuckle. His voice carried an eerie chill, akin to the rustling sound of a broken saw cutting through ice. In the scorching summer dusk, it sent shivers down one's spine. Chapter 20, Sharp-Tongued Su. On the other hand, at the Su family villa, Grandfather Su, upon seeing Su Jianghai hang up the phone, couldn't help but ask impatiently, "What did he say?" Smirking slightly, Su Jianghai's sinister calculation starkly undermined the refined demeanor he usually maintained. What else could he say? Naturally, he will return obediently. At this, Su old master snorted, "Humph. I knew it, that kid has always only listened to you. Father, let me speak candidly. You indeed made a mistake in this matter. Even if Jinyu divorced Gu Peilang, you shouldn't have gotten so angry and publicly expelled him in front of so many servants. What could he possibly think of you inside?" Grandpa Su opened his eyes wide. "We finally managed to establish a connection with the Gu family, and just as our family was about to climb to greater heights, it got ruined because of him. Can I not be upset?" Su Jianghai's brows furrowed, stepping forward to pat the elder's back to soothe him. "All right, stop being angry. Tonight when Jinyu comes back, treat him kindly. Calm him down. The shipment from abroad is waiting to pass customs, and at this critical moment, we mustn't slip up or all our recent efforts will be wasted." Grandpa Su responded, "I understand that, but..." The elder's tone wavered hesitantly. "But what? I just feel, something seems different about Jinyu." Grandpa Su, recalling the incident that day, expressed uncertainty and unease, as if sensing that a pawn had slipped beyond control. Su Jianghai, seeing the worry on his father's face, didn't give it much thought. What can he possibly turn into? No matter what, he still bears the Su surname. As long as his blood flows with the Su family lineage, he can only serve the Su family. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across the brows of the 40-year-old man as he spoke. Old Master Su, listening to his words, felt his unease dissipate a little, relaxing his furrowed brows. That's true. At 6 in the evening, Su Jinyu's car pulled up promptly outside the gate. Golden sunlight slanted across the ground from behind the villa, casting long shadows in the courtyard with its fountain and stretching all the way to the man's feet. Su Jinyu stood by the car, his eyes brimming with mockery and coldness almost spilling over as he looked at the building before him. He stepped forward to knock on the door, and it was Su Jianghai who opened. The moment the man saw him, he immediately raised the corners of his lips, filled with kindness in his eyebrows and eyes. "Jinyu has come, quickly come in, we're just waiting for you to have dinner." Lifting his hand to pat Su Jinyu's shoulder, Su Jianghai led the person inside. In the dining room separated by a mountain water screen, Grandpa Su and others were already seated by the table. Su Jinyu followed Su Jianghai in, and when the old man saw him, the flesh on his cheek trembled slightly but ultimately nothing was said. The young man sitting next to him abruptly stood up, taking 2 steps forward and amicably throwing an arm around Su Jinyu's neck, his handsome face lit up with a sunny smile. "Brother. You've finally come. If you hadn't, I would have starved to death already. Grandfather and my father insisted on waiting for you to start the meal, isn't that unfair?" The whining words coming out of his mouth, accustomed to coquetry, caused no discomfort. Every muscle in Su Jinyu's body was stiff like stone. Lowering his gaze, he looked at the person hanging onto him. The fingernails hidden in his sleeve had deeply indented his palm. He would need every ounce of willpower and strength in his entire life to restrain himself from reaching out and strangling the youth in front of him. Su Jinyu, the mad dog from another lifetime, had kidnapped him and killed Gu Peilang. Immersed in hatred, the man's complexion turned ghastly, scaring even Su Jinyu. Feeling as if someone dead was staring at him, Su Jinyu loosened his grip subconsciously, instinctively stepping back a step. The atmosphere in the dining room suddenly became somewhat subtle. Eventually, it was Zhang Lei, Su Jianghai's wife, who broke the silence first. Well, we know you two brothers share a close bond, but let's talk about feelings after eating. Now, let's eat." The well-preserved woman laughed as she stood up to mediate, calling everyone to sit while instructing the servants beside her to start serving the dishes. Su Jinyu suppressed the fear in his heart and carefully smiled at Su Jinyu. "Mother is right, brother, let's eat first." Su Jinyu remained silent, merely staring at him, his eyes deep and dark as though looking into an endless abyss. Old Master Su and Su Jianghai sitting beside the table couldn't help but frown. Just as Su Jinyu was about to buckle under his gaze, Su Jinyu suddenly smirked, the previous ominous aura vanishing completely. "Cousin Zhang is right, let's eat first." Because of this sentence, the other 4 people couldn't help but sigh simultaneously in relief. Su Jinyu lifted his hand and brushed off Su Jinyu's hand on his shoulder, walking to the side of the dining table as if no one else mattered and pulling out a chair to sit down. The veins on old Master Su's forehead throbbed seeing this air of disdainful pride, about to reprimand, but was stopped by a glance from Su Jianghai. Seething inwardly, old Master Su looked at the man before him and forced his harsh voice softer. Jinyu, last time, it was grandfather's mistake. Grandfather shouldn't have been angry with you, don't hold it against your grandfather. Clearly an apology or reconciliation attempt, it came off as if forced out of him at knife point. Su Jinyu put down the food he had picked up and then returned it to the plate. He looked up and saw the old man's expression as strained as someone suffering from constipation. He lightly curled the corner of his lip, knowing that today's meal was nothing more than a banquet with hidden danger, not even bothering to keep up appearances of superficial peace anymore. What grandfather says makes me sound so petty. Many servants here saw how hard you threw that thing at my head that day, it was as if you wanted to kill me on the spot. As soon as Su Jinyu finished speaking, the old man instantly changed his countenance. Su Jianghai hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Jinyu, how can you speak to your grandfather like this? Su Jinyu completely disregarded Su Jianghai's intervention, shooting a sharp look at Su Jinyu who was pretending to know nothing, smirking humorlessly. Uncle Tu jests, I am unworthy to bear grandfather's good intentions, perhaps they should be redirected towards Jinyu instead. Su Jianghai and Zhang Lei's expressions changed simultaneously, a fleeting look of impatience and cruelty flashed in the man's eyes but was quickly concealed, leaving only an awkward curve at the corner of his lips. What nonsense are you talking about, child? Su Jinyu put down his chopsticks and smirked, the air of a spoiled rich kid evident. I'm speaking the truth, Uncle Tu knows it well. Without waiting for Su Jianghai to speak again, he leaned both hands on the table and stood up. I thought there was something important that Uncle Tu wanted to discuss with me, turns out it was merely dinner. In that case, I'll take my leave first so that my presence doesn't ruin grandfather's appetite. With these words, the man turned and walked away. Seated at the table, old Master Su frowned deeply and called out in a stern voice, stop. With his hands in his pockets, Su Jinyu looked carefree. Is there anything else, grandfather? Old Master Su felt as if blood would burst from anger. He glanced at his silent second son beside him and his voice carried suppressed fury. It seems your wings have grown strong, so much so that even your grandfather cannot control you. Su Jinyu gave a cold laugh without comment. The 10th day of next month is Qi Laozhai's 70th birthday, you're coming with me. Knowing his grandson didn't give anyone a second glance, old Master Su skipped all preambles and stated his intentions directly, allowing no room for negotiation. As Su Jinyu reached the restaurant door, upon hearing these words, he suddenly stopped. With his back still to the table, none could see the expression on his face. Chapter 21, Qi Family's Birthday Banquet, Past Life. Qi Family, Birthday Banquet. Images from the previous life intruded unexpectedly into his mind, causing Su Jinyu to grit his teeth tightly, wishing he could burn a hole through the floor beneath his feet. Su Jinyu, this isn't a negotiation, whether you want to or not, you will go, this matter allows no excuses. Old Master Su had anticipated the young man's habitual immediate rebuttal, but unexpectedly, the latter turned around suddenly, his bloodshot eyes fixated intensely, his face pale. Fine, I'll go. His light voice carried a touch of unreality, echoing in the dining hall. Neither Old Master Su nor the three members of the Su Jianghai household reacted promptly to such a prompt agreement. What did you say? Old Master Su repeated the question. Su Jinyu, I said, I will go. After throwing these words, Su Jinyu turned around and left without looking back. The people inside the dining room exchanged confused glances, and for a long time, no one spoke. After Su Jinyu left the villa, he drove aimlessly along the road. The slightly cool night wind rushed through the window, disheveling his hair chaotically, much like his mood at the moment. Such a scenario hadn't occurred in his previous life. Grandpa Su didn't know he had already divorced Gu Peilang, and the Gu group had issued no announcements concerning this matter. Thus, he avoided returning home for a considerable period, while Grandpa Su showed little concern. However, in this life, his revelation had altered the course of events from his past life, making everything different. In his past life, during one of his drunken nights in a bar, a call from Su Jinyu tricked him into heading somewhere near a month before the Qi family's birthday banquet. He hadn't made any connection between that event and today's. Thinking of what happened at the Qi family's banquet in his previous life, Su Jinyu's dark eyes lost all trace of light. To celebrate his ultimate escape from the man's clutches, Su Jinyu spent nearly a month indulging wildly with Fang Mingji, also calling together a bunch of frivolous friends. Although their family backgrounds were average and unworthy of comparison in Su Jinyu's eyes, they followed him around merely for free meals and drinks. Su Jinyu didn't mind because it was just money, and he willingly spent some to amuse himself. During that time, he constantly frequented various hedonistic venues, freed from the constraints of that marriage contract, feeling like a bird released from its cage. After those friends learned of his divorce from Gu Peilang, they first reacted with shock and then congratulated him one after another, considerately inviting a few good-looking hostesses to accompany him. Though Su Jinyu may have acted recklessly, he never messed around romantically, initially wanting to create a good impression on someone he fancied, then marrying Gu Peilang, which erased any such opportunities. But now, the alcohol had numbed half of his brain. Squinting his eyes, he spread his hands and leaned back against the soft cushion. As the sofa dented beside him, he tilted his head, a hazy gaze falling onto the person sitting next to him. The woman was wearing heavy makeup, and her skimpy clothing left little to the imagination, revealing her curvaceous figure. Seeing the man glance over, a hint of shyness and allure flickered in the girl's eyes as she called out to him in a coquettish voice, "Mr. Su." Su Jinyu squinted, his eyes fixed on the woman's jelly-like lips under the light. His mind went blank for a moment, and before he knew it, he pulled her toward him by the neck. With a soft cry, the girl fell into his arms, her bright eyes gazing at him lovingly. A faint chuckle escaped from Su Jinyu's nose as he reached out to pinch the girl's chin. The distance between them grew shorter and shorter. The music in the private room thundered loudly, yet everyone's attention, openly or subtly, was drawn to this couple. Just as their lips were about to meet, a face without expression flashed in Su Jinyu's mind. Startled, he opened his eyes, looking at the expectant woman in his arms, all desire suddenly gone. At this moment, Su Jinyu's phone rang. The young man on the other end of the call sounded like he was pouting, complaining that he'd been dragged to a banquet by his father where he didn't know anyone and was dying of boredom. He also asked where Su Jinyu was and whether he could come over. Su Jinyu had always indulged and responded positively to his younger brother's requests. Despite knowing that showing up uninvited might be considered rude, he still headed over. After stumbling out of night color in a daze, he hired a chauffeur to drive him to the destination mentioned by Su Jinyu. Upon arrival, he learned that this was the Chi family's grand birthday banquet for the patriarch's 70th birthday, attended by almost all the distinguished figures in City A. Naturally, Gu Peilang was among them. When Su Jinyu saw the man surrounded by a group of people in the hall, he immediately sobered up, having an impulse to turn around and run. However, before he could make a move, a hand came from behind and hooked onto his neck. With a jolt, Su Jinyu turned around and saw Su Jinyu, dressed like a little prince. "Brother, you finally came." The latter clung to him like a koala, speaking loud enough for those nearby to hear. Stiffening, Su Jinyu turned to look in the direction of Gu Peilang. Sure enough, Gu Peilang's gaze pierced through the crowd and landed on him accurately, his deep black eyes devoid of any emotion. Su Jinyu didn't understand why his heart skipped a beat. Instinctively holding his breath, for a moment, he felt as if only they existed in the world. Finally, Gu Peilang looked away indifferently as if he had never seen him before. A wave of resentment welled up in Su Jinyu's heart but was interrupted before he could process it, by Su Jinyu pulling his hand gently and whispering, "Brother, look, your future husband-in-law is there. Let's go say hello." Coming back to his senses, Su Jinyu withdrew his gaze, his tone cold. "What hello? Can't you see he's busy? Why would he waste time on us?" Knowing that his brother always held such an attitude toward the other person, Su Jinyu didn't press further. Instead, after a quick thought, he pulled Su Jinyu towards a corner of the hall. "Then we won't go. Let me take you to try some delicious food. The pastries here are excellent, you will definitely like them." Indeed, Su Jinyu hadn't eaten much all day, so when hearing this, he followed the youth. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was constantly watching him. Su Jinyu was right. The taste of the pastries was truly good. Sitting on the sofa in the corner, Su Jinyu slowly ate the ones he liked. Halfway through, someone came to find Su Jinyu. After exchanging greetings, Su Jinyu left. Not paying much attention, Su Jinyu finished the pastry and felt thirsty. As he looked for something to drink, he noticed a waiter in a tailcoat walking toward him with a tray. He casually picked up a cup of purified water and drank it all at once. He had originally thought it was just ordinary water, but soon after drinking, he began to feel dizzy. Meanwhile, a strange and frightening sensation started rising within him, spreading through every bone and sinew. Every cell in his body screamed for release. Even if he were slow-witted, Su Jinyu knew he had been drugged, and the most likely source was the cup of water he'd just drunk. Chapter 22, Chi Family Birthday Banquet 2, 80% same as last life. The drug's effect was overwhelming. Before he could even find a safe place alone, it enveloped him like a tidal wave. Su Jinyu clenched his teeth tightly, his body falling helplessly onto the couch. His vision blurred as if covered by a layer of white gauze, leaving him unable to see anything. The pale skin flushed slightly red, adorned with a few drops of translucent sweat that resembled roses in full bloom in an early morning garden, lustrous and tempting. The man gritted his teeth, striving hard not to let out moans, shaking his feeble hand to retrieve his phone for an attempt at calling Su Jinyu for help. However, it slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. In the last second before losing consciousness, Su Jinyu saw a man walking toward him. The tall and erect figure was like a mountain overshadowing him completely. He recognized him as Gu Yin, who had always been close to Gu Peilang. What followed became an erasable disgrace to Su Jinyu, something he could never forget, a chaotic night with the normally cold and distant man. The dim room was blurred under the silver moonlight that sneaked in through the floor-to-ceiling window behind the man. It greedily yet shyly illuminated everything, including those pitch-black eyes, fierce like a predator eyeing its prey. Fear coursed through him like a deep-rooted instinct, leaving only one thought in his confused mind: escape. However, all around were prisons carefully crafted by the man's hands, leaving no possible escape route. After a night of chaos, when he woke up, the room was empty except for himself. Although cleaned, the bruised marks covering his body and the discomfort reminded Su Jinyu clearly of what happened the previous evening. Sitting on the bed and looking at the heavily drawn curtains, vivid images of the night before flashed through his mind. Veins bulged on the hand hidden under the blanket, and his swollen red eyes filled with hatred and humiliation, longing nothing more than to tear apart the man who violated him. The door that had been firmly shut suddenly burst open forcefully, revealing Su Jinyu with a group of people standing outside. Upon seeing the scene inside the room, they gasped sharply. The Chi family were prominent figures in a city, and for such an incident to occur during Grandpa Chi's birthday banquet would be embarrassing for them. The Chi family managed to suppress the matter quietly, but Su Jinyu didn't know the details because he returned home with Su Jinyu shortly after. After arriving home, he developed a high fever which lasted 3 days and 3 nights. By the time he recovered, rumors about his divorce from Gu Peilang were spreading everywhere. It was also from then on that the grandfather's attitude toward him changed subtly. At that time, however, Su Jinyu was too preoccupied with thoughts of revenge against Gu Peilang, oblivious to this development. Because the last person he saw before losing consciousness was Gu Yin, and the one who had slept with him turned out to be Gu Peilang, Su Jinyu never bothered investigating further and immediately assumed it was Gu Peilang who drugged him. When Gu Peilang later agreed to meet him, Su Jinyu slapped him hard without letting the man say a word. That slap used every ounce of strength he had, leaving his entire palm numb with pain afterward. The man standing in front of him tilted his head from the impact, his fair face quickly swelling with a glaring red imprint. Lu Qi and Gu Yin, following behind Gu Peilang, were dumbfounded at the scene. As the burly man was about to react furiously, Gu Peilang stopped him with a deep voice. The man slowly turned back, wiping the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His dark piercing eyes glared coldly at Su Jinyu. With crimson eyes, Su Jinyu stared at him, his chest rising and falling dramatically. Gu Peilang, you damn beast. A freak. His glare seemed to wish nothing more than tearing the other man apart limb by limb. If not for the presence of Gu Yin and Lu Qi, he would have killed Gu Peilang without hesitation. Listening to his curses, Gu Peilang showed no expression change on his face from beginning to end. Only after Su Jinyu paused did he speak gravely, "Are you done cursing?" Without replying, Su Jinyu merely looked at him. Gu Peilang averted his gaze and said coolly, "If you're done cursing, leave. I have work." It felt like hitting a cotton ball. Watching the unmoved man before him, Su Jinyu suddenly laughed, a chilling gaze landing on the legs wrapped in blankets of the other man. A cruel smile appeared on his lips, his voice filled with venom. "You know, how unfortunate it is that the car accident years ago didn't take away your third leg." The man instantly changed color, his demeanor darkening as though dripping with water. His gaze was sharp, as if trying to rip off a layer of flesh from him. Despite this, Su Jinyu showed no fear. Instead, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction, allowing harsh words laced with daggers to brutally escape his mouth, cutting the other man to pieces. Or, taking you away directly would have been better, so you wouldn't have to suffer like this. It's rare that a person cannot move on their own when sleeping with someone, it's almost laughable. Su Jinyu. Do you think the men and women who claim they love you to death might also be laughing at you behind your back? The great President Gu can only lie down for others to ride on. You shut up. An angry roar interrupted him. Su Jinyu looked at the pale-faced man in front of him and could no longer say another word. It was the first time he saw the man losing control, the long almond-shaped phoenix eyes glaring as wide as they could, a pitch-black pupil admitting no light at all, veins popping out from his hands gripping the armrest tightly. The whole room was silent, except for the heavy and unsteady breathing of the man. Time seemed to have passed for a century, long enough that even after being forcibly escorted outside by Gu Yin with rough and unsympathetic actions, Su Jinyu still couldn't react. Lu Qi slowly appeared at the door pushing the wheelchair, the usually calm assistant for the first time gave him a glance filled with murderous intent. Gu Peilang sat in the wheelchair, his entire face as white as chalk without a trace of blood color, his pitch-black eyes holding an entire icy plain, barren and desolate. I admit I took advantage of the situation. I know you hate me, just let off some steam. You can do anything you want with me. Gu Peilang stared at the confused man in front of him, the pulsating heart gradually getting frozen, finally closing his eyes as if exhausted, speaking in a low and hoarse voice, "But Su Jinyu, you can't humiliate me like this." He said, not to humiliate him like this. Coming back from a suffocating memory, Su Jinyu realized he had unconsciously driven the car to the riverside. His complexion turned ghostly white as he pushed open the car door and shakily reached into his pocket for a cigarette, lighting it. The aroma of tobacco filled his lungs, momentarily calming his restless emotions. Su Jinyu squinted his eyes gazing at the night scenery by the riverbank, his eyelids rimmed with redness. The sins and wrongdoings of his previous life followed him through the rebirth, like a splinter hidden deep within his heart, always pricking him unexpectedly, reminding him of his unforgivable past. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Su Jinyu looked down at the flickering scarlet light in his hand, and let out 2 hollow and tragic laughs. That evening, Su Jinyu stayed by the riverside blowing cold wind until dawn, then got up wobblingly and drove back to Xiangshan Garden. The housekeeper was anxious due to his overnight absence, nearly about to call the man at the Gu residence, but fortunately, he returned. Relieved, the housekeeper sighed upon seeing his ghastly pallor, immediately drawing hot water and cooking food for him. In a daze, Su Jinyu slept soundly throughout the day and woke up in the twilight of the evening, sitting blankly on the bed staring for a long while. He had a series of bizarre dreams where Gu Peilang's handsome face filled with coldness invariably appeared. Staring blankly at the orange sunlight on the floor, Su Jinyu suddenly felt nostalgic for that man. The black phone quietly rested on the bedside table beside him, the number was deeply engraved in his mind, yet he dared not make the call. I'm afraid. Su Jinyu encircled his knees with his arms, looking at the phone while thinking in his mind. Thus time slipped away through his fingers little by little, and soon it was July 10th. The banquet started at 6 o'clock, Gu Peilang changed into an elegant suit at 5 o'clock, under the accompaniment of Lu Qi and Gu Yin, he boarded the vehicle heading to the Qi family. 10 minutes to 6, the pure black Maybach smoothly stopped in front of the Qi family gate. The courtyard was brilliantly lit, all the conversing people spontaneously stopped talking, their gazes, or subtle or overt, landing on the car, trying to catch a glimpse of who sat inside, including Su Jianghai and his son. Lu Qi, dressed in silver-gray formal wear, was the first to open the car door and deftly moved the wheelchair out from the back of the car. Low intake of breath spread around as everyone looked at the man seated in the rear seat of the car, subconsciously quietening their breathing. Sure enough, Grandpa Qi's influence was great, capable of inviting the head of the Gu family who never attended any banquets. Gu Peilang transferred his body from the car to the wheelchair and allowed Lu Qi to push him inward expressionlessly. As they passed, those people instinctively stepped back to give way. Upon hearing the report from the servants, Grandpa Qi, the main character of today's banquet, stood at the gate supported by his eldest grandson to welcome the arrival of the man. The old man had a head of silver-white hair, his face marked with the traces of time, and his eyes were sharp and spirited. Upon seeing Gu Peilang's arrival, he hurried forward, his face beaming with a kind and amiable smile, subtly carrying a hint of flattery. Peilang has come, quickly, come inside. Gu Peilang, looking at the smiling elder before him, lightly nodded, the coldness and aloofness around him not diminishing much due to the elder's deliberate closeness. He slightly tilted his head, signaling to Lu Qi behind him. The latter nodded and handed over the thing he prepared earlier. Wishing Mr. Qi boundless blessings and longevity. This simple blessing phrase made Grandpa Qi laugh heartily as he accepted the gift from the man, nodding repeatedly, good, good, good. Peilang is thoughtful. The banquet is about to start, shall we go in? Gu Peilang nodded, thus everyone, with Grandpa Qi leading, entered the villa. Chapter 23, Banquet, Part 1. At 7 o'clock, the banquet began on time. In the hall filled with flowing music, people dressed elegantly, holding champagne glasses, created an atmosphere of joy shared between host and guests. As for today's guest of honor, Grandpa Qi only made a brief appearance at the start of the banquet. After expressing his thanks to all the guests succinctly, citing age and inability to stay up late as reasons, he was helped back to his room by the attendants. The departure of the elder took away the last bit of restraint in the banquet. Guests' words and behaviors became freer and more cheerful. In this situation, some hidden thoughts in the minds of some people naturally couldn't be concealed. Su Jinyu stood quietly beside Su Jianghai, watching his father chatting with the heads of various companies. Dressed in a pure white suit with carefully styled hair, paired with a handsome and dashing appearance, the young man looked like a little prince out of a fairy tale. Many girls present directed their gazes toward him. Compared to Gu Peilang, who exuded chilling coldness and had a disabled body, even if the latter had a face that could rival any beauty and wealth far beyond others, they still preferred Su Jinyu. Despite being vastly inferior in terms of power and status to the Gu family, at least he had all four limbs intact and a healthy physique. Several girls with intention started making their moves, trying to find opportunities to strike up a conversation. However, the person they had on their mind wasn't paying attention to this banquet at all. Occasionally, the youth would check the time on his wristwatch, and his gaze kept following the man surrounded by crowds in the middle of the hall. Su Jianghai finished his conversation with the partner in front of him. When he turned back, he saw his son's absent-minded state. He tugged at his son's clothing subtly where no one else could see. Su Jinyu snapped back to reality, Dad. Understanding his child best, Su Jianghai followed his son's gaze and immediately knew what was on his mind. His expression darkened, discard those thoughts you have. He is not someone you should be thinking about. Being ruthlessly exposed, Su Jinyu's face turned somewhat unpleasant. Looking at his father, the usually bright eyes clouded with a shadow, and his tone filled with reluctance, why can Su Jinyu stay with him but I cannot? How am I inferior to him? Because there isn't an area where he is better than you, which is precisely why you two shouldn't be together. Su Jianghai looked at the young man seriously, warning in his voice, Jinyu, you are the future heir to the Su family enterprise, while Su Jinyu is merely a stepping stone laid for you. Why degrade yourself to compare with him? Your mother and I have planned for so many years, surely you know what our goal is. Su Jinyu gritted his teeth, eyes turning red, I understand. If you understand, that's good. Su Jianghai raised his hand to straighten his son's tie, appearing to be a harmonious picture of father and son in the eyes of others. But his lowered voice was audible only to the two of them, don't ruin your own future because of a little private affection. Su Jianghai cast a heavy gaze upon his son and said, no matter how good Gu Peilang might be, he's just a male, a disabled one too. Once you take over the Su family business, won't you be able to find anyone you want? Su Jinyu listened to his father's words, gritting his teeth, bowing his head after a long silence before finally replying, I understand. The man appreciatively patted his shoulder, then turned to continue conversing with others. Su Jinyu's gaze fell on Gu Peilang, who appeared distant and cold, his eyes flickering with a hint of sinister light. Since the car accident, Gu Peilang had rarely appeared before the media, leaving Lu Qi to represent him in various banquets and events. So his appearance at Grandpa Qi's birthday banquet shocked many and also signaled to those shrewd businessmen that this was an opportunity not to be missed. As long as they could connect with the Gu family, even the crumbs falling from their fingers would be enough for their company to feast on for a year. Realizing this, people swarmed forward to strike up conversations, undeterred by the aloofness surrounding the man which clearly said, "Keep away." Gu Peilang held the wine glass given to him by Lu Qi, his thick, dark brows slightly knitted, radiating an aura of authority without needing anger. He coldly observed everything before him, the noisy revelry and clinking glasses seemed to belong to another world. Lu Qi stood beside Gu Peilang, wearing a polite yet distant smile, impeccable in its professionalism. With effortless grace, he deflected all compliments and pleasantries from those approaching, ensuring none got a word in with the man behind him. The banquet was halfway through when Lu Qi bid farewell with a smile to the last person before him, only for suppressed coughs to suddenly echo from behind. His expression flickered with concern as he turned around to see the man in the wheelchair clutching his left fist against his lips, coughing continuously. The lighting above illuminated a sickly pallor on his face. "Boss." Lu Qi started to lean down to check on him but was stopped by a shake of the head. After finally stopping his coughing, the usually cool eyes were now brimming with uncharacteristic tears, revealing a rare frailty. Gu Peilang looked at his assistant, his voice slightly hoarse, "Let's go back." Nodding, Lu Qi replied, "I'll inform Mr. Qi first." With that, Lu Qi quickly left, while Gu Peilang scanned his surroundings before maneuvering his wheelchair to a quiet corner of the hall. The lush greenery concealed his form effectively but couldn't obstruct his view. Seated in his wheelchair, Gu Peilang watched the scene in the hall, his elongated phoenix-like eyes developing fine bloodshot lines due to high fever. Despite feeling scorching heat, Gu Peilang only felt a chilling coldness. Blinking several times to regain clarity in his blurred vision, his gaze froze the moment he identified the figure standing under the chandelier. Su Jinyu had already arrived well before the banquet started, hiding in the pavilion to prevent any premature appearance from altering the events destined from the past life. When Gu Peilang's car came to a stop, he noticed immediately, nearly letting his overwhelming nostalgia propel him forward before halting himself abruptly after taking 2 steps. He couldn't rush things, he repeatedly warned himself internally, watching as the man always remained the center of attention no matter where he went. After feeding mosquitoes for nearly an hour in the courtyard, seeing the timing right, Su Jinyu adjusted his clothing and pushed open the entrance door. The creak of the door caught the attention of many in the hall, among whom Su Jianghai and Su Jinyu glanced over, spotting him staring nearby. Chapter 24, Banquet, Part 2, Su's machinations begin. A smirk formed on Su Jinyu's lips as he stepped toward the two, drawing whispers from the onlookers who had heard rumors of the divorce scandal a short while ago. Though these had been suppressed, there was no news from the Gu side, sparking suspicion amongst the cunning crowd. Adding to the mystery was the fact that tonight they didn't arrive together, inviting intriguing questions about what truly happened. Initially not spotting Su Jinyu, Su Jianghai and Su Jinyu thought he wouldn't show up. Seeing his sudden arrival, they quickly recovered from their surprise. "Uncle Su, Jinyu, good evening," Su Jinyu greeted upon reaching them, picking up a glass of red wine from the server's tray with a bright, beaming smile. "Brother, you've finally come." Su Jinyu grabbed onto his hand dramatically, pouting, "I thought you wouldn't come, leaving me so disappointed. I've been here so bored, my father just keeps dealing with guests and pays no attention to me. Bringing you out to broaden your horizons was wrong, wasn't it? All you do is stay home playing games, never learning anything from your older brother." Su Jianghai feigned irritation, speaking didactically as a strict father. Those nearby, wanting to cooperate with the Su family, rushed to interject on behalf of the young man, lavishing praise upon him for being obedient, academically excellent, and bound for great achievements. On the surface, Su Jianghai modestly shrugged off the compliments, but the corners of his mouth betrayed his pride. Su Jinyu stood nearby, quietly listening to their mutual flattery, his lips curling with a hint of mockery. This smile didn't escape Su Jinyu's eyes, and the young man felt deeply affronted, wishing he could rip apart that handsome, refined face of the man. Clutching his palm tightly, Su Jinyu forced an obedient smile and whispered in a manner intended to please, "Brother, these cakes here are really delicious. Let me take you there to have some." Su Jinshu's gaze dropped to the wine glass in his hand, an intelligent gleam flashing through his eyes as a faint smirk appeared on his lips. It was time. "All right," he responded cheerfully, "I hurried here so much I didn't even have dinner yet." Su Jinyu's smile widened, and without waiting another second, he pulled Su Jinshu towards the food area. As Su Jinshu allowed himself to be led away, he noticed someone looking at him. Turning his head along the line of sight, his eyes met those of the man hiding behind the greenery. Peilang. Su Jinshu opened his mouth silently calling out his name before flashing him a cheerful, albeit slightly foolish grin. Gu Peilang watched the direction they walked, his knitted brows not unwrinkling for a moment. Lu Qi approached. "Boss, we can go now. Let's wait a little longer." Gu Peilang kept his eyes on Su Jinshu's retreating back, his voice hoarse. Lu Qi opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately chose to stand silently by the side. On the other side, Su Jinshu followed Su Jinyu to the dining table where the youth picked up a plate and piled various exquisite pastries onto it for the man. Brother, give them a try. They're super delicious. Su Jinshu, watching his smiling face, reached out to take the plate and placed one in his mouth. They really are good. Upon receiving his affirmation, Su Jinyu acted as though it were a compliment to himself. He grabbed another plate, filled it again, and sat beside the man, chatting while eating. Preoccupied with thoughts about what was going to happen next, Su Jinshu couldn't help but start doubting whether he had remembered incorrectly, as the person planning to slip him the drug seemed completely carefree and kept recommending different sweets, pointing out which ones were too sweet and which ones had poor textures. After 3 plates of pastries, even Su Jinshu's belch smelled of cream. Yet the person next to him showed no intention of getting up to leave, nor did the people from last life who were supposed to already be searching for Su Jinyu appear. Jinyu, do you have any plans after this? Su Jinshu asked. The youth swallowed his bite of tiramisu and shook his head. Nope, just waiting for the banquet to end and go home. If my dad didn't scare me, I would have left long ago. Is something wrong, brother? Are you bored too? Su Jinyu looked at the man in front of him and asked. Su Jinshu shook his head. Do you not have any friends or anything? Before the man finished speaking, a shadow passed over Su Jinyu's eyes, too fast for Su Jinshu to catch. With a grin, he replied, what friends? The only one I talk to is Chi-Hu, but that guy is busy chasing girls lately, doesn't have time for me. His words were filled with complaints about his buddy's lack of loyalty. Su Jinshu slowly narrowed his eyes. Chi-Hu ah. Mr. Su may not know, during the birthday banquet of my grandfather, I almost slept with you. What do you mean? What do you mean? Do you think the water you drank was given by whom? The stuff inside was specially found and personally put in by your dear younger brother. Unfortunately, it ended up going to Gu Peilang, that cripple. At that moment, Su Jinshu was still under the shock of Gu Peilang dying to save him. When he suddenly heard this news, he nearly spat blood in anger. Brother, why do you suddenly bring this up? Su Jinyu looked at him questioningly. Su Jinshu snapped back into reality, his eyes accidentally falling on the pocket on the other's waist. Shaking his head, he said, it's nothing, I was just asking casually. Su Jinyu looked at him suspiciously, but Su Jinshu did not say more. After sitting for a while, Su Jinyu suddenly stood up, brother, I'm going to the bathroom once. Su Jinshu raised his eyes to look at him. Without waiting for his response, the young man had already walked far away. The man looked in the direction the other disappeared, then glanced towards where Gu Peilang was. A lush green potted plant blocked his view completely, and Su Jinshu was unsure if the man was still there. Thinking about the purpose of coming here today, Su Jinshu gritted his teeth, reached out, grabbed the nearest male waiter, leaned close to whisper something in his ear, then shoved several bills into the man's pocket. The waiter hesitated at first, but after taking the money, he gritted his teeth and agreed. He soon turned around and walked in the direction Su Jinyu had just left. Su Jinshu sat on the sofa, anxiously waiting while keeping an eye on the restroom's direction. He worried that the waiter might not be able to get what he needed, and also feared whether Gu Peilang might have already left. In just a few minutes, a thin layer of cold sweat appeared on his palms. When he saw someone rushing toward him, Su Jinshu's eyes lit up. He stood up and quickly moved forward, glancing over to the corner where the green plant was, catching sight of a hint of low-key steady black color. The man's heart that had been lifted suddenly calmed down. The waiter took advantage of brushing past to slip something into his hand. Su Jinshu lowered his eyes and gazed at the little packet of white powder in his palm, slowly curving his lips into a faint smile. Chapter 25, The Scapegoat Su Jinyu. Within 2 minutes, Su Jinyu returned, looking somewhat grim. Su Jinshu looked at him, why did it take you so long? The youth sighed, don't even mention it, I just got splashed with water as soon as I came out. I don't know who those clumsy people from Chi family are. Su Jinshu didn't respond. He raised his hand to pat the youth's shoulder as a gesture of comfort, then said, what's the point of getting upset with a waiter? Have some food to calm down. Su Jinyu waved his hand, no more eating, you eat, brother. Alright, Su Jinshu took a scoop of mousse cake and put it in his mouth, then spoke unclearly, I'm a bit thirsty, could you fetch me a glass of pure water, Jinyu? The youth nodded, noticing a waiter standing there with a tray not far away. He beckoned the person over, picked up the water, and handed it to the man beside him. Su Jinshu received it and tilted his head back to drink it all without even glancing at it, continuing to eat afterward. About 2 or 3 minutes later, the man set down his spoon and raised his hand to adjust his tie, looking somewhat restless. Jinyu, don't you feel really hot? Su Jinyu tilted his head, noticing the other person's flushed face nearby, feeling surprised. No, brother, the air conditioning in the hall has always been kept at a constant temperature. Su Jinshu heard his words, shaking his head slightly, with a pretty gaze that involuntarily misted with moisture. His breathing was scorching. He frowned as if perplexed, took a couple of shallow breaths, then said, is that so? Maybe I'm overdressed, and started unbuttoning his suit jacket. This current state of the man seemed quite off. Su Jinyu observed the expressions and movements of the other party and quickly thought of something, but it passed too fast for him to grasp. The youth immediately grabbed the man's hand, startled by the excessively high temperature emanating from the body. "Brother, do you have a fever?" Su Jinshu's consciousness began to blur, he was entirely heated throughout. The sound of the youth's voice reached his ears indistinctly, like passing through soft cotton. Dazedly, Su Jinshu looked up at the other person, struggled to comprehend the young man's question, and finally slowly nodded, "Maybe." "Jinyu, I'm feeling very unwell now. Could you go tell Uncle Su once and then send me home?" The banquet was already a quarter over, leaving at this time wouldn't raise any issues. Su Jinyu looked at the man in front of him. The latter's uncomfortable expression didn't seem fake, despite wanting to leave the person here disregarded, he still bit his lips. "Then brother, wait for me here a moment, I'll be right back." Su Jinshu nodded, displaying a frail yet obedient demeanor. Only then did Su Jinyu stand up and leave to find Su Jianghai. After he turned away, the man who originally looked pained suddenly changed his expression. His eyes fixed on the direction the youth had left, filled with icy coldness. Su Jinshu was well aware that if things continued like this, he would lose all rationality. Without any hesitation, he stood up, stumbling toward the direction of Gu Peilang. The man behind the green plant noticed the other coming towards him. The hand resting on the armrest clenched tightly as he said sternly, "Lu Qi, let's go." Lu Qi nodded, pushing the wheelchair to change direction. Unexpectedly, the footsteps behind them suddenly drew closer, and before he realized it, there was a gust of azure fragrance, followed by their boss's body pressing softly onto him. His boss felt as warm as a fine piece of jade, the hot and moist breath hitting his neck making Gu Peilang stiffen, his already drowsy and throbbing head becoming even more restless. "Mr. Su." The man hoarsely opened his mouth. Su Jinyu unhappily muttered, "Don't call me Mr. Su, call me you used to call me that way, Peilang." Peilang. The man's current state was seriously off, and Gu Peilang raised his hand to push him away but couldn't break free for a moment. He looked up at Lu Qi beside him, who understood and stepped forward to pull the man away. The cool hand accidentally brushed against his exposed skin, causing Su Jinyu to bite his lips and release a soft groan that heated the ears of those present, immediately changing their expressions. "Mr. Su." Lu Qi hoarsely opened his mouth. Gu Peilang's eyes gathered a storm, and Lu Qi's heart sank as he quickly released his hand and stepped back. "You've been drugged." Su Jinyu said, "It's Su Jinshu who did it. He wanted me to have relations with Qi Hu. But I don't want to. Peilang, take me away, will you? I'm so uncomfortable, really uncomfortable." As the person in his arms continued talking, Gu Peilang stared at the man whose eyes were hazy with drugs, tightening his grip on the man's neck. In his pitch-black, deep gaze, anger and murderous intent intertwined and surged, capable of destroying the entire world. He lifted his gaze and coldly looked at the hall where Qi, who was dressed like a peacock showing off its feathers, accompanied by several ignorant rich second generation, happily laughing and walking toward where Su Jinyu had previously been sitting. The look in Gu Peilang's eyes could have flayed the people opposite alive, and his surrounding temperature dropped to 0 degrees. Lu Qi standing nearby saw for the first time how furious the boss could get, his back breaking out into a cold sweat. In pain, Su Jinyu helplessly let out a light hum, and Gu Peilang instinctively loosened his hand after being snapped back to reality. His icy stare retreated from the hall, and he spoke, "Lu Qi, take him and leave." Lu Qi looked around, and for the first time thought this assistant job was really tough. Finally, while bearing his boss's death glare, Lu Qi supported Su Jinyu, whose whole body was limp and weak, and they silently left from the side door. Gu Yin had been waiting outside, and when she saw them coming out, she quickly moved forward. When she clearly saw the figure on Lu Qi's shoulder, her steady steps faltered for an instant. "What happened?" the man asked Lu Qi with his eyes. Lu Qi shook his head and gestured him to look behind. Looking over, Gu Yin saw behind him a man emitting black aura as if ready to lose control any moment. "What are you looking at?" Gu Peilang cast a dark shadowy glance at him, his voice cold as ice chips, still not helping. Startled, Gu Yin came back to reality and helped Lu Qi support the man into the car. Once Gu Peilang got in the car, Gu Yin stomped on the gas pedal, and the black Mercedes Maybach roared like an arrow leaving the string, instantly disappearing into the darkness of the night. Chapter 26, Su's wishes come true. In the car, Gu Yin focused her eyes on the empty road ahead, gripping the steering wheel tightly, wishing that her ears weren't hearing what was happening at the back seat right now. On the passenger seat, Lu Qi had already closed his eyes in meditation, immune to anything even if the sky fell down. In the back seat, ignoring the cold refusal of the man. The muscles in his legs under his PJ bottom had atrophied due to lack of exercise, which felt a little uncomfortable. He fuzzily lowered his head to take a quick look, then looked up again. The streetlights rapidly receding outside the car window flashed past in a narrow hot space, illuminating his dazed gaze, and also illuminating the repressed appearance of the man. Gu Peilang looked down at the person unknowingly enticing him in front, his whole body stiff as stone, the dark indeterminate light gathering in his pitch-black deep eyes. Seeing the man before him closing his eyes, unable to bear it anymore, he reached up and caught the soft meat of the back of his neck, gritting his teeth and uttering through clenched teeth. "Su Jinyu." Having his fate controlled by the man's grasp on the back of his neck, Su Jinyu reluctantly opened his steamy eyes and, after struggling to make out the blurred yet handsome features in front of him, suddenly grinned stupidly. "Hey, Pei Lang, I'm here." His pleasant tone was slightly raspy, rising at the end like carrying a little hook. Gu Peilang's whole robust frame trembled, making the car beneath shake unexpectedly. He suddenly lifted his head, sharp gazes shooting towards the driver. Feeling his boss' deadly glare, Gu Yin inwardly cried out, showing no change on her face, skillfully pulling up the partition between them. The person in his arms had no idea what was happening, hanging entirely on Gu Peilang's body, and even behaving shamelessly. Gu Peilang was almost driven insane by this behavior. They'd known each other for so many years, been married for 3, and Gu Peilang had never seen the man like this. Every time this person saw him before, they always furrowed their brows with obvious disdain. But now, here he was clinging onto him like a ball of soft white glutinous rice, calling his name in that sweet tone and depending on him completely. "Don't move, you've been drugged. I'm taking you back." The skin under his palm felt warm and fine, and Gu Peilang suppressed the inappropriate thoughts rising in him. His deep, icy voice turned hoarse without his notice. Su Jinyu struggled to look up at him upon hearing his words. "Back, where?" "Gu Peilang, Xiangshan Garden." He thought saying this would calm the person in his arms down a little, but as soon as he finished speaking, the other suddenly became restless. Soft arms hugged around his neck, shaking his head vigorously. "No, don't go back to Xiangshan, there's no Peilang there, I don't want to go back, no." Gu Peilang felt himself weakening. He took a deep breath and made an effort to calm down. "Then where do you want to go?" "To the Gu residence." "To the Gu residence." Before Gu Peilang could finish his sentence, the man who was lying in his arms suddenly lifted his head, causing the hard skull to collide with his elegant chin. Bang! SSS. After the muffled sound, stars danced before Gu Peilang's eyes, and his already fever-addled mind turned into a mush from the impact. "Su Jinyu." A voice full of murderous intent roared from the back seat, followed by a seemingly innocent reply. "Hey! Pei Lang, you're calling me again." The car, which had been driving straight, suddenly swerved, making an S shape on the road. "Gu Yin," a sinister voice sounded from the back seat. Gu Yin instinctively straightened her posture, suffering inside. "Boss. Return to the Gu residence." Gu Yin responded, and the car continued moving forward, then at a fork in the road, it turned in the opposite direction of Xiangshan Garden. Su Jinyu faintly heard Gu residence, and the last bit of unease lingering in his mind disappeared. He truly feared that Gu Peilang would be merciless and throw him back to Xiangshan Garden, leaving him nowhere to cry. Relieved, the man next let Gu Peilang experience something called fiery passion. Even though she couldn't see the situation in the back seat, those sounds not meant for outsiders' ears, accompanied by the man's helpless growls, reached the front, where Gu Yin had already cursed through dozens of generations the person who drugged Su Jinyu. A towering man with a dark, strong face blushed deeply, while beside him Lu Qi's ears were red enough to drip blood. The black Maybach was driven like a rocket, parking abruptly outside the Gu residence in less than half an hour. Upon hearing the sound, Manager Zhang rushed out of the room. When she saw the disheveled Gu Peilang with messy hair and Su Jinyu clutching onto him unwilling to let go, her long unchanged composure finally cracked momentarily, standing stunned without action until Gu Peilang called her name, breaking her daze. Finally, with the help of all 3 people, they managed to send the 2 into the bedroom. After hurriedly exchanging a few words with Gu Peilang, Gu Yin and Lu Qi left. Standing outside Gu Peilang's bedroom, Zhang Manager looked at the man curling up groaning on the grand bed, her face creasing into a bitter squash-like expression. A trace of disgust passed through her eyes before she smoothed her expression and respectfully looked at Gu Peilang before her, saying, "Sir, shall I prepare another room for Mr. Su and take care of him? You should rest early." Gu Peilang pinched his aching temple at hearing this, then glanced back at the man on the bed. "There's no need. You can go rest first." Nobody dared question the words of the man, so even though Zhang Manager had a bellyful of things she wanted to say, she ultimately had no choice but to comply. After the woman left, Gu Peilang closed the door, turned around, and sure enough, the man who had been on the bed just seconds ago was already behind him. Peilang. Peilang. This person, cherished on his heart for so many years, once suddenly showing interest, it's impossible for anyone to remain unaffected unless you're impotent. Gu Peilang's Adam's apple moved briefly, raising his hand to forcefully pinch the man's chin. His squinted eyes resembled a beast locking onto its prey, harboring restrained and controlled fury about to erupt, looking nothing like his usual composed and cold self. "Su Jinyu, someone has drugged you," he began, his voice magnetic and husky. "I'm giving you a choice. 1, I call the doctor to come over. 2. Don't call the doctor, don't call the doctor." Gu Peilang's words were cut off by Su Jinyu's interruption. His slightly scattered gaze focused on the man's face, catching sight of the bruise on the man's chin. "Don't call the doctor." Su Jinyu repeated again, his speech unclear. Gu Peilang opened his squinted eyes, his entire demeanor exuding an imposing presence. "This is your own doing." Chapter 27, Self-Reproach. The next day, Gu Peilang woke up feeling the heat from the person in his arms. He opened his eyes and the drowsiness in them instantly disappeared when he saw the abnormally red cheeks of the person in front of him. He lifted his hand to touch the other's forehead, finding the temperature alarmingly high. Gu Peilang anxiously slapped Su Jinyu's face. Ayu. Ayu. The person in his arms struggled to open their swollen eyelids with a furrowed brow. After recognizing the person before them, they subconsciously curled their lips into a faint smile before furrowing their brows even deeper. His throat felt as if it had swallowed burning coals. Su Jinyu blinked his reddened, swollen eyes pitifully and spoke to the man before him, Peilang. I feel awful. He had a fever. Never before had Gu Peilang hated his own inadequacy as much as he did now. He was disabled, unable to even carry the person he loved to the bathroom after their intimacy for a simple cleaning, no wonder the other got sick. Feeling both heartbroken and self-blaming, all Gu Peilang could do was hold the person close and whisper comforting words, then press the intercom button on the bedside table to ask Zhang Manager to bring the doctor over. Zhang Manager, who already anticipated the call, hung up the phone with a complicated expression after dialing the number of the doctor responsible for Mr. Gu's health. Hello, Dr. Lu, could you please come to the Gu residence? Yes. The Gu family's private doctor was a man in his 30s named Lu Lan, the older brother of Lu Qi. Though they only resembled each other about 70% in appearance, their personalities were vastly different. After receiving Zhang Manager's call, Lu Lan hurriedly packed his medical bag and rushed to the Gu residence. Zhang Manager greeted him at the door and led him inside. Ms. Zhang, is Mr. Gu not feeling well again? Ms. Zhang's expression was complex as she shook her head. It's not Mr. Gu. Not Mr. Gu. Lu Lan felt some doubt in his mind, but Ms. Zhang remained silent and guided him all the way to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Dr. Lu, please go in. The master is waiting for you. With that, the woman turned and left. Lu Lan entered carrying his medical kit and knocked on the door. Inside came a deep, chilly male voice, come in. The man sat in a wheelchair wearing a wrinkled shirt, his eyes fixated on the person on the bed. Even hearing the footsteps behind him, he didn't look up. Upon approaching, Lu Qi noticed a figure lying in the bed, a wet towel on the forehead, face flushed abnormally red, breathing rapidly. He has a fever. Please check on him. Gu Peilang held Su Jinyu's hand, raising his eyes briefly to glance at the man standing by the door. The glance immediately made Lu Lan realize the identity of the person in the bed. Bowing his head respectfully, he responded and moved closer. Exposed necks bore traces of bruises, the bed in disarray, and the atmosphere heavy with unmistakable remnants of what had transpired. An astute observer knew exactly what had happened. Lu Lan placed the thermometer in the man's mouth and, 3 minutes later, took it out for inspection. 39.8 degrees Celsius, Lu Lan frowned, give him a fever-reducing injection first, then hang in 4. If it doesn't work, we must go to the hospital. Gu Peilang's frown never relaxed. Looking at the person on the bed filled him with sorrow. After preparing the medicine, Lu Lan was about to lift the blanket, but Gu Peilang quickly grabbed his arm. What are you doing? Master, Mr. Su must receive the injection. The handsome man's expression darkened, struggling visibly in the depth of his pitch-black eyes. After a moment of silence, he released his grip. Hurry then, and don't look where you shouldn't. Yes. Amazed by the man's terrifying possessiveness, Lu Lan maintained an unperturbed exterior as he lifted the blanket, yet still caught a glimpse of the situation underneath. The glare from behind could pierce arrows, prompting him to act swiftly in administering the medication and recovering the patient. I'll hang a few bags of fluid and check on him later. Gu Peilang nodded silently. After hanging the drip, Lu Lan started packing up the medical kit. Sir, Mr. Su needs to be cleaned, leaving it inside for too long is not good for his health, and, medicine needs to be applied. Under the man's killing glare, Lu Lan struggled to finish what he had to say. Gu Peilang's face was stern, though it was unclear who he was mad at. Prescribe the medicine. All right. After seeing the doctor off, Gu Peilang clutched the ointment and pills left behind and looked at the sleeping man on the bed, lost in deep thought. Chapter 28, Gu's indirect affection and Su's persistent love. When Su Jinyu woke up, it was already evening. The needle on his hand had been removed, and the warm hues of the setting sun shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows, spreading golden light across the room. Every bone in his body felt like it had been disassembled and reassembled. Even the slightest movement made a creaking sound, especially in a certain area at his back. Just a gentle move allowed him to feel something flowing out from within. Su Jinyu. The memories of last night surged into his mind one after another, frame by frame. The low, sensual breathing of the man seemed still to echo in his ears. The man who had lived over 100 years across 2 lifetimes couldn't help but blush red, grabbing the blanket to cover his head, only to accidentally touch the puncture mark left by the 4, letting out a soft hiss of pain. You're awake. In the quiet room, a voice devoid of any emotion suddenly sounded, causing Su Jinyu to lift his head slightly, just enough to see the person sitting by the window. Peilang. He tried to call out his name, but his voice was raspy from disuse. The feeling of being pricked by needles in his throat made Su Jinyu involuntarily frown as he tried to sit up with both hands for support. Gu Peilang noticed his intention and maneuvered his wheelchair to the bedside. Half reclining against the headboard, Su Jinyu tried hard to ignore the discomfort in his body, giving a gentle smile to the man in front of him. His voice was hoarse but filled with tenderness, brimming with unwavering trust. Peilang. Gu Peilang looked at the smile on his face and felt some complexity in his heart. Raising his hand, he probed his forehead. Thankfully, the fever had gone down. You had a fever, but I've already called the doctor. Don't worry, everything will be fine once the fever breaks. Su Jinyu nodded, willing to believe whatever the man said. In the previous life, things were similar, only this time, he awoke in the man's bed without any of the unpleasantness from before. With a curled lip, Su Jinyu silently gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. Gu Peilang stared at him, with indescribable emotions swirling in his deep black eyes. The skin exposed outside the blanket was smooth and delicate, like fine warm jade, yet now it bore the marks of their passionate encounter. His lips carried a hint of paleness, looking almost overindulged. Su Jinyu didn't know how his current appearance looked through the other's eyes. Gu Peilang's gaze flickered momentarily before seemingly nonchalantly moving away. About what happened last night, I'm sorry. As the man suddenly spoke, Su Jinyu's smile froze for a brief moment. He lifted his head and looked at the person before him, the warmth and sweetness in his eyes gradually turning cold. What? He managed to ask, struggling with the words. Taking a deep breath, Gu Peilang tightened his grip on the armrest. Someone drugged you, making your actions uncontrollable, so I had no choice but to bring you back to my house. Gu Peilang attempted to stay objective. I took advantage of the situation, so if you're angry or hate me, it's justified. You can vent however you wish, or, whatever you want me to do, tell me, and I'll do it as long as I can. By the end, his gaze on the man had calmed again. Su Jinyu sat stiffly, feeling as though all his blood had frozen. His heart throbbed painfully, and the pain that followed behind added to his overwhelming. This wasn't how it was supposed to happen. After waking up, Gu Peilang should have understood his feelings, and they would exchange their affections, then embrace sweetly, not wake up only for the man to hastily try clearing everything away as though none of it mattered. That tender lover from last night seemed now like nothing more than a fleeting dream. How could you? Su Jinyu asked him, trembling lips whitened by emotion. Gu Peilang furrowed his eyebrows slowly without replying. Su Jinyu raised a hand and roughly wiped away the tears that stubbornly fell from his eyes, looking at the man and saying, We've already slept together, are you now trying to kick me out? Do you think I'm just a gigolo from the nightclub? Gu Peilang's expression darkened due to Su Jinyu's words. That's not what I mean. Then what do you mean? Su Jinyu was genuinely angry. He had cleansed himself and willingly offered himself, only to be met with this evasive attitude from the man. What, then, did all his prior efforts even signify? I've already told you, someone drugged you. I was drugged, but I was still conscious. I know what happened. If Su Jinyu didn't want to do something, even with a knife at my neck, I wouldn't do it. Do you understand that? Gu Peilang. Su Jinyu almost burst into laughter from his frustration at the man's current behavior. Last night, he had been calling him affectionately, you, and, darling, but now, after pulling up his pants, it was as if he didn't recognize him anymore. Where in the world did such an easy thing exist? Did you just ignore everything I said last night? Gu Peilang pursed his lips. What had Su Jinyu said last night? The man on top of him was moving and crying, asking him for comfort, saying he liked him, calling him husband. His nose tingled slightly, and Gu Peilang promptly stopped his train of thought, his expression becoming somewhat unnatural. Su Jinyu looked at his face and realized what was going on, this person simply didn't believe him. It was his own fault too, previously, he'd acted coyly and now had no credibility left in this man's eyes. I like you, I love you. I've said it 1,000, 10,000 times. Whether or not you believe me, this is what I'll always say. I wasn't teasing you, nor was it a fleeting impulse. He stared earnestly and seriously at the man in front of him, analyzing every flicker of expression on his face. Every word he spoke felt like a vow. Gu Peilang met his gaze and there was a moment of awkwardness. Simultaneously, the love that had once turned to ashes began faintly reigniting within him. Smooth talk is easy for everyone, even before Jin Jiaojiao, you probably said the same things. Gu Peilang's voice remained steady and unchanging. Su Jinyu. Are you really digging up old accounts now? Let's not talk about that. You should rest well first. For these 2 days, stay here. Once you're better, you can go home. After finishing this sentence, Gu Peilang hesitated a little, then added another sentence, his voice carrying an almost indiscernible trace of embarrassment that he carefully concealed. The doctor said there's a slight tear down there that needs medication. I've placed the medicine on the cabinet for you, remember to clean yourself in the bathroom. Su Jinyu had no more patience to listen to the rest, because he saw the helplessness and self-deprecation in Gu Peilang's eyes. For a man to show such emotion was extremely contradictory yet heart-wrenching for Su Jinyu. He knew it was because of his legs. What could make him look on as the man with a fever lay unconscious, without moving despite holding on to him? Not because he didn't want to take care of him, but because he simply couldn't. How could Su Jinyu remain upset when he was already so heartbroken? Clearly understanding that this man was a stubborn and unromantic individual, why bother overanalyzing his actions? Convincing himself, Su Jinyu's pale face softened again. He nodded obediently. I understand, I'll go right away. Peilang, can you ask manager Zhang to prepare some food for me? I haven't eaten all day, I'm starving. As soon as Gu Peilang heard him say he was hungry, He immediately picked up the phone and ordered Manager Zhang to bring up the prepared food since early morning. Listening to him speaking to Manager Zhang, Su Jinyu's lips curled upward almost imperceptibly, talking about wanting to distance himself from me, yet in the end, isn't he still concerned about me? Humph. A man whose words and actions are contradictory. As for leaving, forget about it. Since Su Jinyu has moved in, there was no way he would leave ever again. Chapter 29, Su's Little Cunning. After Gu Peilang hung up the phone and turned around to say something, he saw the person on the bed had already thrown off the blanket and gotten up. The man's pupils abruptly contracted sharply. Su Jinyu seemed oblivious, picking up the clothes from the ground that were crumpled like dried vegetables and slowly heading towards the bathroom. Gu Peilang's eyes followed him intently, watching the man walk outward with his toes pointed outwards. His eyes unconsciously slid down from the elegant butterfly bones on his back to the waist that had two small, round dimples. Almost hastily, the man turned away, his wheelchair bumping against the edge of the bed with a dull thud. Su Jinyu stood at the bathroom door holding the clothes, hearing the door closing sound, his lips curved upward. The pretty eyes gleamed mischievously with lively light. He took one look at his pitiful body and happily hummed a song as he entered the bathroom. On the other side, Gu Peilang, who didn't know why he ran, calmed down and entered the study after returning. The blue circle on the computer screen kept spinning tirelessly. He just stared at it blankly, his mind filled entirely with the radiant white body of Su Jinyu. The soft beep of the computer turning on pulled Gu Peilang's wandering thoughts back to reality. Turning his head, he caught sight of his reflection in the glossy glass door of the bookcase, his face flushed, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. The person in the mirror shared his features, yet seemed utterly foreign to him. The curve of his lips faltered and the figure inside followed suit, slowly losing its smile until finally settling into an expressionless countenance. How ridiculous. Gu Peilang thought, how could you let a few sweet words from that little trickster make you forget the pain he caused you before? Gu Peilang pressed his thin lips together, extinguishing the last trace of warmth in his eyes, reverting once again to his cold, distant self. Su Jinyu had been in the bathroom for quite some time. When he emerged, the messy large bed had already been redressed with fresh bedding, and there was a plate of steaming hot seafood congee on the nightstand. He looked around the room but found no sign of the man. The earlier words came back to him, and as steam gently drifted by, Su Jinyu paused to reflect for a moment before retreating into the bathroom once more without looking back. Gu Peilang was handling work in the study when a knock came at the door. Assuming it was Manager Zhang, he simply ordered the person to enter without looking up. It was already too late by the time he heard the steps and realized something was amiss. Raising his head, he saw standing before him none other than the thief who had snuck into his clothes more than once. His gaze flickered, but his expression remained unchanged. Is there something you need? The man's composed voice carried the same deep, icy tone as always, a tone that used to leave Su Jinyu unaffected but now filled him with a hint of disappointment given the tenderness he had tasted. Su Jinyu pulled at the corner of his lips and approached with a tray in hand. I was worried you hadn't eaten anything. Gu Peilang's gaze dropped to the tray in his hands. I've already eaten. This was specially prepared for you by Manager Zhang, go ahead and eat it. Su Jinyu shook his head and stopped 2 steps away from the man. I don't have an appetite. It wasn't until after Gu Peilang felt his approach that he noticed just how ghostly pale Su Jinyu's face was. Furrowing his brow, concern and guilt mingled in his voice as he spoke next. If your body doesn't feel well, rest properly instead of running around everywhere. Su Jinyu, I know, but I wanted to see you. Gu Peilang. The unexpected straightforwardness threw him off guard for a second before he quickly regained his composure. I'm not a doctor, and seeing me won't cure your illness. Go lie down, and I'll call Lu Lan to come check on you again. Saying this, Gu Peilang reached for the phone beside him, only to find his hand grasped firmly by Su Jinyu. The freezing touch of Su Jinyu's hand pressed against his made Gu Peilang's heart leap unexpectedly. Setting down the item in his other hand, Su Jinyu bent slightly, revealing most of the view of his collarbone. His eyes locked onto the man with fiery sincerity, his lips curling upward as he said with a smile, You're not a doctor, but you are my exclusive remedy. Gu Peilang's frown deepened, his fingers under Su Jinyu's grip twitching momentarily. Su Jinyu, don't you want to know what kind of medicine? Under such intense, beautiful eyes focused solely on him, Gu Peilang momentarily lost focus and replied automatically, his voice slightly hoarse, What kind of medicine? Su Jinyu grinned widely, saying, The cure for lovesickness. Gu Peilang's heart skipped a beat painfully. Su Jinyu asked again, I'm sick. Don't you want to know what sickness I have? Gu Peilang detached his hand expressionlessly, fixing him with a cold stare. Su Jinyu, if you intend to flirt, please do so with someone else. Annoyance. Recognizing the warning signs, Su Jinyu decided to retreat, smiling ingratiatingly at the man like a puppy seeking affection. He said, Peilang, I'm not flirting. Every word I say is true, straight from my heart. Having resolved not to engage any further, Gu Peilang expelled a heavy sigh and returned his attention to the documents in front of him. Yet, all the characters blurred into irritating smiles that kept him distracted. Suddenly, the sound of silence beside him made him unable to resist glancing up. Su Jinyu, what exactly do you want? The question slipped out with a tone of helplessness born of being cornered. Su Jinyu gazed at him, his eyes clear and gentle, brimming with an emotion that left one breathless. Didn't I already tell you? Pei Lang, I'm sick. Su Jinyu placed his hand on his feverish forehead and weakly smiled at him, his voice tinged with unintentional grievances. Pei Lang, you didn't even ask me what disease I have. The temperature in Gu Peilang's palm was so high that it shocked him. Without Su Jinyu holding his hand, he pressed it against the feverish forehead himself, his frown deep enough to kill a mosquito. How did your fever rise again? Su Jinyu shook his head, his blinking slowing down. I don't know. He had successfully caught a fever after staying under cold water in the bathroom for such a long time. Su Jinyu lowered his head, revealing a fragile and delicate neck. His fingers lightly pulled at Gu Peilang's shoulder, and he said pitifully, Pei Lang, I feel so uncomfortable. Gu Peilang frowned, raising his hand to call Lu Lan. Then, with a stern attitude, he sent Su Jinyu back to bed. Lu Lan sighed helplessly inside when she saw the handsome man lying on the bed at her second visit to the Gu residence in one day. There's nothing serious. After receiving an 4 drip, resting for 2 days should be enough. You should eat light meals mainly consisting of liquid food, and avoid strenuous exercise, Lu Lan said while putting away her medical kit and then turned to the man in the wheelchair behind her. Gu Peilang nodded and had Mr. Zhang see her out. Chapter 30, The whisper in bed is more effective than anything. When only the two were left in the bedroom, Su Jinyu lied in bed, his eyes glowing red from the fever as they constantly followed Gu Peilang around. It was already getting dark outside the window, and the lamps in the courtyard lit up one by one, casting beautiful light on some precious flowers, making it look somewhat dreamlike. Gu Peilang slightly lifted his eyes, meeting the gaze of the person in the bed directly. It's not early anymore, you should rest well. If there's anything, ask Manager Zhang. After saying this, he turned around to leave. Su Jinyu hurriedly called him back. Where are you going? Gu Peilang, to rest. Not sleeping with him. Your room is right here. Before he finished, the man interrupted him, I don't have the habit of stealing the blanket from a sick person. Sleep well. Watching the man leave without hesitation, Su Jinyu struck the bed with frustration. Next day. After waking up at 10 o'clock, Su Jinyu felt completely refreshed. The thick curtains blocked the sunlight entirely, making the room dim, quiet, and eerily silent. Barefoot, he got off the bed and pulled open the curtain, allowing golden sunlight to drive away all the gloom from the room. His gaze fell on the medicine on the nightstand that had been taken just once. With recovery happening so quickly, he would need to come up with new strategies. A knock on the door announced Manager Zhang's meticulous voice calling from outside. Mr. Su, breakfast is ready. Su Jinyu opened the door, noticing a trace of disdain in her eyes. Where's Pei Lang? Manager Zhang, Mr. Gu has gone to the company. Before leaving, he particularly instructed me to inform Mr. Su that upon waking up, return to Xiangshan Villa. Su Jinyu smiled crookedly without responding. Gu Peilang wouldn't say something like that, the person who truly wanted him to leave was clear to both of them. Manager Zhang grew slightly uneasy under his steady gaze. Su Jinyu shifted his eyes and laughed lightly, is that so? Then I'll call Pei Lang. Saying that, he made a gesture to take out his phone but was stopped by the woman in a rush. Mr. Su, our master is very busy and doesn't have time to deal with these trivial matters. The smile on Su Jinyu's face gradually faded. He looked at the woman, speaking slowly but instilling an inexplicable sense of fear. Manager Zhang, you've taken good care of Pei Lang, and I thank you for that. Pei Lang respects you greatly, but that does not mean you can overstep your bounds. Manager Zhang's complexion slightly changed, what do you mean by that? My meaning is, the matters between Pei Lang and me are none of outsiders' business. Su Jinyu looked at her without a trace of a smile in his eyes. Manager Zhang flared up in anger, do you think yourself too grand for saying these things to me, Mr. Su? Su Jinyu, indeed, I'm sorry, but I've always had a narrow face. Also, even if my face really was big, it isn't your place to comment. Manager Zhang. Su Jinyu didn't look at her anymore and walked past her, you've stayed at the Gu residence for quite some time. You should be clear about what a servant should or shouldn't involve themselves in. If this kind of thing happens again, don't blame me for bringing it up to Pei Lang. He suddenly stopped and turned around to give her a charming yet sly smile, you also know how much Pei Lang likes me. My whispers in bed are more effective than anything else. Manager Zhang stood there frozen. Poor her, having lived almost 40 years, had never seen someone so shameless before. Gu Peilang was completely unaware of what had happened at the Gu residence. He sat in his office watching the surveillance footage brought by Lu Qi, his handsome face covered with a layer of frost. Lu Qi stood respectfully beside him, not daring to make a sound, only observing the expression on his boss's face cautiously. The video was from the day of the Qi family birthday banquet, clearly recording the scene of the hall that day, but the place where Su Jinyu was located was a blind spot. Gu Peilang rewound it 3 times, but still found no suspicious places. Boss, I've investigated the thing you asked me to look into. Su Jinyu did indeed have private dealings with Qi Hu. A few weeks ago, he claimed to be traveling with his parents and made contact with people from the black market, taking away a package of new hallucinogenic drugs. Gu Peilang paused as his fingers moved over the mouse, the surveillance screen froze instantly, and he looked up at the man. Continue. Our people found out that Chi, who expressed more than once his fondness for Mr. Su. Lu Chi paused for a moment, changing to a more elegant phrase, yet still saw the man's face darkening rapidly before his eyes. He continued. Su Jinyu laughed and joked after knowing about this, saying he would help him, then later came the drug purchase. The two originally intended to act during the banquet, but for some reason, Su Jinyu suddenly changed his mind, which caused a quarrel between them. Gu Peilang tapped his finger lightly on the desk, his gaze fell on the figure in the screen who followed Su Jinyu when leaving but returned ahead of him. Find this person and bring him to see me. Lu Chi leaned forward, looking at the unremarkable-looking man on the screen and nodded. All right, I'll go immediately. Due to worrying about the person at the Gu residence, Gu Peilang, for the first time ever, lost focus during a meeting. After the meeting ended, he briefly instructed a few words and had the driver send him home. When he arrived at the Gu residence, Gu Peilang had imagined many scenarios he might encounter, such as Su Jinyu still being sick and lying in bed, or the other party already recovered and returned to their living place, or maybe. He had thought of many things, except for the one where he would see someone bustling around in the kitchen wearing an apron after entering the house. The chef responsible for cooking stood beside, his expression complex, flustered and uneasy. Manager Zhang stood outside the kitchen, his face cold without a word. After the driver sent Gu Peilang inside and left, Manager Zhang turned around hearing the sound, and upon seeing the man, quickly walked forward. Sir, you're back. Gu Peilang nodded, glancing toward the kitchen, where the figure inside seemed to be wreaking havoc like he wanted to tear the kitchen apart. What is he doing? Manager Zhang frowned deeply, his tone hinting at great difficulty. Mr. Su said that he wants to personally cook dinner for you. Gu Peilang. The sound of bang bang in the kitchen had stopped. Su Jinyu, upon hearing Gu Peilang's voice, wiped his hands and emerged from the kitchen, flour covering his pale face from some unknown source. The chef followed behind him, looking ready to cry. Peilang, you're back. Gu Peilang stared at him. What are you doing? Dinner. Su Jinyu smiled, pushing the man towards the living room. I have 2 more dishes to finish, you sit down first, it'll be ready soon. His tone carried joyous excitement, while Gu Peilang watched his retreating back re-entering the kitchen, his handsome face devoid of expression. Chapter 31, Su Jinyu, the King of Dark Cuisine. As Su Jinyu said, quick was truly quick. After around 10 minutes, following the sound of 2 plates crashing to the floor breaking apart, Su Jinyu finally poked his dirty face out of the kitchen. Dinner is ready. Manager Zhang pushed Gu Peilang towards the dining area. Upon seeing the food on the table whose ingredients were almost indistinguishable, the man entirely lost his appetite. Su Jinyu served half-cooked rice in front of him, gazing expectantly. Try it, this is my second attempt at cooking, I learned for a long time from Auntie. Gu Peilang's chopsticks hesitated slightly, but faced with the man's expectant gaze, he ultimately reached out to the dish that looked most normal, the taste in his mouth. How is it? How is it? Su Jinyu leaned slightly forward, his bright eyes fixed on him, full of anticipation. Is it good? With a stoic expression, Gu Peilang swallowed the food in his mouth, picked up the glass of water and drank it all at once, the strange flavor in his mouth persisting. He looked at the man in front of him and spoke, not bad. With the compliment, Su Jinyu's eyes curved in happiness like a child who had received candy. He leaned on his hand with a pleased look, smiling at the man in front of him and saying, if you like it, eat more. There's still some left in the pot. Gu Peilang met his gaze and calmly nodded, finishing all the dishes on the table. The chef who left last was in a trance. He seriously doubted that their master didn't have normal taste buds, otherwise, how could he eat those hellish foods without changing his expression? Could this be the power of love? Swallowing the last bite of scrambled eggs with eggshells mixed into the tomatoes, Gu Peilang put down his chopsticks and looked at the person before him. I'm going upstairs first. Su Jinyu smiled sweetly and nodded, all right. After the man left, Su Jinyu started tidying up the dining table while humming a song. After putting the bowls and utensils into the dishwasher, his eyes fell on the leftover food in the nearby pot. Thinking for a moment, he reached out and took a piece to put into his mouth. Spit. Spit. Ugh. The man hugged the trash can and vomited violently, tears streaming down his face. Manager Zhang arrived upon hearing the noise, stood at the door, glanced inside, let out a cold laugh, and slowly floated back to his own room. Even rinsing his mouth 3 times couldn't get rid of the bizarre flavor. Su Jinyu stared at the black oily mess in the pot, suddenly feeling like crying. He hadn't said it was bad because it wasn't edible, how foolish. After cleaning everything up, Su Jinyu carried a warmed glass of milk upstairs and came to the study. He was just about to knock when the door opened. Gu Peilang lifted his gaze to look at him. Is there something? Su Jinyu smiled. No, I warmed you a cup of milk. It helps with sleep. The man looked at the cup in his hand, took it, and said, thank you. Su Jinyu gazed at him without speaking. Do you have anything else? Peilang, I will definitely try hard in the future. The man suddenly said this out of the blue. Gu Peilang looked at him, confusion in his eyes. I am very sorry about tonight's dinner, it gave you a terrible experience. Su Jinyu squatted down in front of him so their eyes were level, serious and sincere. Give me some time, and I will definitely cook dishes that you'll like. Gu Peilang quietly stared at him, his dark eyes impenetrable like a bottomless abyss that could swallow all things from the world. You don't need to do these things. After a long while, he softly averted his gaze, maneuvered his wheelchair, and turned back into the study. Su Jinyu followed behind him, not disheartened by being rejected. I want to. Gu Peilang placed the milk on his desk, head down, his tone devoid of any fluctuations. Is your illness better? Su Jinyu immediately felt alarms ringing inside his heart, carefully choosing his words. Not yet. The fever has gone down, but the rest isn't fully healed. You know how much older you are. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Peilang was choked by his own saliva, his handsome face red from coughing. Su Jinyu got a fright and quickly helped him pat his back to smooth his breath. What's wrong, Peilang? Is your body uncomfortable? Gu Peilang waved his hand, finally calming down after a long while, and then raised his head to look at the person in front of him. His eye corners had moisture, and his eyebrows were furrowed as he struggled to speak. Can you be a little more restrained, Su Jinyu? Su Jinyu, how am I not being restrained? Wasn't he restrained everywhere? Gu Peilang had no intention of speaking anymore. Su Jinyu, Peilang, I am a pure man. You can't blame me falsely. Never-ending nonsense. It's getting late, you should go back and rest. Once you're healed, return to your place. Su Jinyu, so you're still trying to chase me away. Then maybe I will never be able to go back. Su Jinyu smiled and deliberately lowered and stretched his voice, because I have a feeling that my injury there will never heal. Gu Peilang frowned. Who curses themselves like this? Don't talk nonsense. Use the medicine on time, get plenty of rest, and you'll recover soon. Su Jinyu, but if it really heals, will Peilang make it hurt again? Gu Peilang. Su Jinyu. The man looked at the person before him, anger laced in his voice. Su Jinyu burst out laughing, squatted down, grabbed the man's hand and placed it on his face, closed his eyes and lingered fondly, then said, I was joking, Peilang, don't be mad. It will surely heal, because I want to stay with Peilang forever, to do many many joyful things. Su Jinyu. Yes, I'm here. Get out. The man, unable to endure any longer, directly booted the person out of the study. Su Jinyu stood in front of the door, recalling the other's red face, and felt greatly pleased. Peilang, then I'll go to sleep first. Rest early and don't overwork yourself. Take care of your body. There was no sound from the room, but Su Jinyu wasn't concerned. Good night. Gu Peilang, listening to the gradually fading footsteps, imperceptibly let out a sigh of relief. His heartbeat in his chest was fast and excessive, and he frowned, thinking about the bright smile of that little liar as he clenched his teeth. Regardless of how much Manager Zhang disapproved, Su Jinyu simply settled down in the Gu residence, successfully occupying Gu Peilang's master bedroom. The man had hinted many times that he could return home, but Su Jinyu pretended not to understand. When things didn't work out, he just resorted to various antics, refusing to leave. Gu Peilang was thoroughly helpless with him. The hidden selfishness in his heart made him default to accepting the situation after realizing there was no way to drive the other person away. The cold house seemed to change in many ways with an extra person. Gu Peilang stared at the documents in his hands, reminiscing about the gentle smiling face he saw every day after work. For the first time, he thought the icy cage had a bit of warmth. Chapter 32, The Truth is Out. Boss, this is today's afternoon schedule. There's a meeting at 4 regarding the last land bidding matter. Lu Qi placed the tablet in front of Gu Peilang and adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Gu Peilang skimmed it over and nodded. I know, if there's nothing else, you can go down first. All right. Lu Qi turned around, walked a couple of steps, and was called back. By the way, visit Xiangshan Garden after work today. Boss. I left a document there. Go get it for me and bring a few sets of changing clothes for Su Jinyu. Gu Peilang remembered seeing the person wear his clothes when he returned home every time. Lu Qi. Sir, all your work goes through my hands, so how do I not know what files you have at Xiangshan Garden? Is there a problem? Gu Peilang saw him not answering and looked up at him. Lu Qi quickly regained his composure. No, I will handle it right away. Gu Peilang nodded without saying anything. Lu Qi glanced at the other's focused working demeanor, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. After returning home from work, Gu Peilang unsurprisingly saw someone bustling in the kitchen. After nearly a week of practice, his cooking skills finally improved somewhat. Although the food was still hard to eat, at least he no longer mixed up sugar and salt. Peilang's back. Su Jinyu beamed, and Gu Peilang's stern expression softened slightly but still appeared aloof. Wash your hands and we can eat. I tried making new dishes today, help me taste them later. Beside him, Manager Zhang's eyes twitched. Apparently, they were treating their master like a lab rat. Gu Peilang nodded, okay. The two sat at the dining table. Su Jinyu enthusiastically served food for him using communal chopsticks. Gu Peilang accepted all the dishes in his bowl which shared the same uniform color, completely unable to distinguish one from another. After finishing the meal, as usual, he drank water to dispel the unpleasant taste in his mouth before looking at the person sitting opposite him. The other person was wearing his clothes again today, a black silk shirt, the top 2 buttons of the collar unfastened, revealing an elegant clavicle. The shirt tail was loosely tucked into the waistband of his pants. The cuffs of his black suit pants were folded several times, and his feet wore a pair of beige slippers. He looked casual and relaxed. "I've asked Lu Qi to go to Xiangshan Garden to fetch some change of clothes for you," Gu Peilang suddenly said. Su Jinyu raised his head from the bowl, blinked, and slowly nodded after understanding what the other meant. "Oh. Gu Peilang, he will be there shortly." Su Jinyu's expression showed some regret. "Actually, there's no need to trouble Assistant Lu. I can wear yours." Gu Peilang furrowed his eyebrows unconsciously again. Su Jinyu immediately said, "I'm joking. I was originally planning to go back and say hello to you anyway. Now that Assistant Lu is going back for me, I should thank him." Gu Peilang didn't speak, while Su Jinyu carefully observed his expression and put down the chopsticks. Peilang, why don't you return to the master bedroom and sleep there?" "No need, you sleep there fine." Gu Peilang wiped his mouth with a napkin. Su Jinyu muttered softly, "But I want to sleep with you." "Gu Peilang. I've finished eating, I'll go back to my room." Gu Peilang put down the napkin in his hand and maneuvered his wheelchair out of the dining room. Su Jinyu watched the man's retreating figure, losing any interest in continuing his meal. Their current mode of interaction seemed to have hit a bottleneck, neither progressing nor regressing. This wouldn't do. Su Jinyu was very troubled. Later on, Lu Qi arrived at the Gu residence carrying a large number of packages. Su Jinyu took the items from him and looked at the man in front of him. "Thank you, Assistant Lu." Lu Qi, unfazed, said, "Mr. Su, you're too kind. I still have matters to attend to with boss. I'll take my leave." Su Jinyu nodded. Just as Gu Peilang emerged from the bathroom, he saw the person standing outside the door. "Did you give him everything?" "Lu Qi, I've already handed them over to Mr. Su as per your instructions." "That's good. There's another matter, Gu Yin has found the person you asked me to look for last time." Upon hearing this, Gu Peilang paused in wiping his head and looked up at him. "Bring him to my office tomorrow." "Understood." The next morning, Lu Qi brought the young man to the office according to Gu Peilang's instructions. This youth had dropped out of high school and had worked odd jobs until he fortuitously got the chance to be a part-time server at the Qi family banquet. When Gu Yin's people approached him, he didn't yet know what had happened. It wasn't until he was brought to Gu Corporation and met the man who only appeared in people's tales that it all became clear when he was shown a photo and asked about what transpired between the individual in the photo and himself during the event. The young man had never been so closely involved with capital power before. Under the gaze of emotionless eyes, he confessed everything. Throughout the entire explanation by the young man, who stumbled through his account, Gu Peilang maintained an expressionless face. Beside him, Lu Qi was already sweating cold sweat, recalling the sharp and handsome demeanor of the man, unable to believe that such a thing could have occurred. What motive could there possibly be? "Lu Qi, show him out." After listening to everything, Gu Peilang lifted his head and looked at the man beside him, his eyes icy and cold. Lu Qi nodded, turning to escort the youth out. Once they were gone, Gu Peilang lowered his gaze and looked at the photo in his hand. In the picture, the young man wore academic attire, holding a graduation certificate, smiling radiantly at the camera, his curved eyes filled with the sunshine of the world. In the spacious and bright office, a hoarse laugh resounded, "Little liar." The man engrossed in studying recipes at the Gu residence was entirely oblivious to this development. Recently, Gu Peilang seemed unwell, so he was considering stewing some nourishing soup for him. Just as he planned to buy ingredients according to the recipe at the market, he unexpectedly received a phone call from Su Jinyu. Since leaving the Qi family estate last time, they hadn't been in contact. Su Jinyu looked at the continuously vibrating phone, contemplating the purpose of the other party calling him. "Hello." At the last second before the call would automatically disconnect, Su Jinyu pressed to accept. "Brother." The cheerful voice of the young man on the other end of the phone asked, "What are you doing?" Su Jinyu, "Nothing much, do you need something?" "I miss you. The last time at the banquet, I couldn't find you after I went home, I almost worried myself to death." "Oh brother, did Mr. Gu take you away?" "I asked those waiters, they said you left together with Mr. Gu." Su Jinyu smirked silently at the corner of his lips, "So you've been waiting for me here." Chapter 33, Peilang, what are you doing? Since following the man away was not a secret, Su Jinyu had no intention of hiding it. "Yes, so what?" The youth on the other end of the phone suddenly fell silent for a moment, and when he spoke again, whether it was Su Jinyu's illusion or not, he thought the tone of the other person had deepened slightly, and jealousy couldn't be concealed. "You really left with Gu Peilang?" "Su Jinyu, if it's not true then it must be false, didn't you already ask others? Why bother asking me again?" The young man on the other side of the phone was stung by his sarcastic and mocking tone, fumbling to explain nervously, "Brother, that's not what I mean, I don't care what you mean," Su Jinyu cut him off ruthlessly. He frowned and glanced at the time in the living room, Peilang would soon be off work. If he didn't hurry, it'd be too late. With this thought, his speech became even colder than before. "What do you want by calling?" "If you don't say, I'll hang up, I'm busy." He emphasized the last 3 words deliberately. In the Su family villa, Su Jinyu sat at the edge of the bed, his fingers almost creating a hole in the bedsheets from how tightly he was gripping them. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, he said softly, "There's nothing wrong, I'm just worried about you." After all, you've publicly embarrassed Gu Peilang so many times before, and with how vengeful he is. I fear he might make things difficult for you. By the time Su Jinyu finished this statement, Su Jinyu's brother had endured enough patience. He coldly chuckled and abruptly cut off the call. Stuffing the phone back into his pocket carelessly, the man stood up and immediately noticed Mr. Zhang, the housekeeper whose hair was perfectly coiffed like always, appearing ghost-like by the door with a complicated look on his face. Realizing that his current expression must not have been pleasant, Su Jinyu decided against exchanging pleasantries altogether. Instead, he grabbed the basket usually used by the housemaid to buy groceries and exited the house without delay. When Gu Peilang returned home later that evening, the first thing he smelled as he stepped inside was the inviting aroma floating through the living room. Unlike usual, Su Jinyu wasn't coming out of the kitchen. Instead, he was seated leisurely in the living room. Even though Lu Qi had already delivered his own wardrobe to him, Su Jinyu still had a habit of borrowing the man's clothes, precisely every 2 days, and Gu Peilang couldn't help but feel baffled. After all, his attire consisted only of formal suits. No matter how good the craftsmanship or fabric, it certainly wasn't practical to wear such clothing regularly at home. It felt restricting. At the moment, Su Jinyu was dressed casually in an outfit swiped directly from Gu Peilang's closet, his legs comfortably crossed over one another while he sat on the sofa. With a tablet placed on his lap, his rapid tapping on the keyboard could be heard incessantly. However, upon seeing Gu Peilang return, Su Jinyu immediately put aside his laptop and hopped off the couch to come meet him quickly. Peilang, he greeted with an animated voice. Gu Peilang looked at the bright-eyed person standing before him, his gaze briefly dimming before regaining its composed steadiness, concealing any traces of subtle bitterness beneath. Unaware of the other's mood shift, Su Jinyu knelt semi-squat in front of him, a habitual position that he had adopted these past few weeks when speaking to Gu Peilang. The reason was simple: he didn't want the man whom he cherished deeply to crane his neck upwards whenever they conversed. Such consideration stemmed from love. The pair of eyes level with the man's shone brightly as he focused intently, the dark pupils reflecting the smaller figure's radiant image. "You're back, are you tired? Hungry?" His warm greeting seemed to crack open a small piece of Gu Peilang's frozen heart. But once reminded of the ulterior motives behind such meticulous care, it quickly froze again with a click. "Not tired, nor hungry," replied Gu Peilang, his fingers resting lightly on the armrest slightly curled for a moment. His tone remained steady and devoid of emotion. Su Jinyu observed him with arched brows and a gentle smile. "That's fine. We can have dinner later then. I learned to make a soup today. Have some to settle your stomach before we eat, all right?" Aware that all the flattery stemmed from purpose, Gu Peilang still couldn't bring himself to reject it. "All right." Su Jinyu cheerfully rose with a curling grin and headed into the kitchen. Shortly after, he re-emerged holding a steaming bowl of soup. "Taste it?" "It's my first try, but I think it turned out pretty well." Su Jinyu cautiously brought the bowl over to him. Seeing the chicken cooked to perfection and the ginseng lying together in the broth, there was no excess grease. The taste exceeded expectations. Surprisingly impressed, Gu Peilang relaxed his facial muscles and, with elegant poise, leisurely drank the whole bowl of soup. Then he looked up toward the person in front of him. "Can I have another bowl, please?" Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu's face lit up with a wide grin, making his otherwise handsome features appear somewhat goofy. He nodded eagerly, "Of course. I'll get it for you right away." Apparently, despite failing to awaken cooking talent in most areas, Su Jinyu had fully mastered the art of making soup. Gu Peilang ended up having 3 bowls consecutively before stopping. When it came time for dinner, however, faced with a variety of poorly cooked dishes, Gu Peilang only picked lightly at the food with chopsticks and left it there. Concern washed across Su Jinyu's face upon noticing that only a tiny portion of rice was eaten. "What's wrong? Is the meal not to your liking? Or do you feel unwell?" Mr. Zhang, the housekeeper standing behind Gu Peilang, silently snorted to herself with folded hands under her chest. When has he ever liked the meal? But she didn't dare voice that thought aloud. Shaking his head, Gu Peilang answered, "I drank too much of the soup earlier and am no longer hungry now. You eat, don't worry about me." After putting down his chopsticks, Gu Peilang didn't leave either. He stayed in the dining room with Su Jinyu, and it wasn't until Su Jinyu had swallowed his last bite of food and placed down his bowl and chopsticks that Gu Peilang spoke. "Come to my study once you're full. There are some things I want to discuss with you." His matter-of-fact tone sent an unexplained chill through Su Jinyu's heart. "All right, sure," the man replied, forcing a somewhat strained smile. The two made their way into the study one after another after dinner. The moment the door closed, a peculiar heaviness settled over the atmosphere, making the air seem oppressive. Gu Peilang turned his wheelchair around to face the person before him, his pitch-black eyes radiating coldness under the bright, soft light. "Peilang." Su Jinyu feared that look in his eyes more than anything, his heart racing while his face remained calm. Internally, he was frantically reviewing any possible wrongdoings from recent days that might have upset the other man. Gu Peilang simply stared at him without saying a word for what seemed like an eternity, before finally shifting his gaze. He then retrieved 2 files wrapped in brown paper from behind him and handed them over. Under the warm glow of the lamp, the yellow covers appeared unusually gentle, yet they struck Su Jinyu as intensely unpleasant. The unsettling feeling within him reached its peak. Staring at the man across from him, he could only manage a strained smile. Pei Lang, what is this all about? Chapter 34, Pei Lang, I love you. Instead of answering, Gu Pei Lang merely said, take a look first. Su Jinyu's eyes were fixated on the documents in his hands as if they were some monstrous force. Like a child, he instinctively moved his hands behind his back, attempting to flatter him. Can I, not look at them? Aou, Gu Pei Lang regarded him like a misbehaving child, can't you grow up a little? Su Jinyu's forced smile looked more pained than crying ever would. He wanted to ask the man why he wasn't being mature enough, but his lips felt as if glued shut. Gu Peilang's hand hovered stubbornly in midair. After much hesitation, Su Jinyu bit his lip hard and eventually accepted the documents out of sheer, ridiculous compassion for Gu Peilang, fearing his arm might tire. Inside the thick envelope were 2 files, one of which Su Jinyu was familiar with since he had torn a copy apart right in front of the man just recently. The other pertained to a collaboration with the Su family. An event in his previous life when even Grandpa Su and Su Jianghai couldn't persuade the man to agree. This time, the agreement came effortlessly. If this deal succeeded and connected with the Gu Corporation supply line, the Su family standing in a city would undoubtedly ascend further. Su Jinyu glared at the 2 documents so fiercely, it was as though his eyes could pierce holes into them. His body trembled in rage, blurring his vision. Yet, his voice retained its usual tenderness despite the quiver. Pei Lang, what does this mean? Looking at his ashen face, Gu Peilang's heart constricted briefly. He decided to glance away. I've said before, no matter when, whatever you desire, if I possess it, I'll give it to you. You don't need to be this way. It pained him to imagine himself enduring the humiliation of staying by a disabled person's side, trying to win approval by doing undesirable deeds. What way am I supposed to stop being? Su Jinyu asked with a trembling voice. He felt like a jester offering his whole heart, only to be misunderstood as seeking ulterior motives. Do you think that I'm nice to you, sticking to your side shamelessly, all for these things? Su Jinyu shook the documents in his hands, becoming agitated. His tone sharpened, filled with distress. Gu Peilang gazed at his awkward figure reflected in his dark deep eyes, and after a long silence, whispered lightly, isn't it? A simple 5-word question cast Su Jinyu straight into hell. For a fleeting moment, Su Jinyu tasted excruciating heartbreak. He massaged his painfully throbbing chest, gasping heavily to breathe in fresh air to alleviate the pain. Tears welled up unexpectedly. It was all fake. Everything was fake. He thought he had half-stepped into the world of the man he loved, only to realize that he'd been kept outside all along. The man stood high atop an isolated tower, watching coldly as he jumped around like a clown outside the gates. Every kind gesture, every care, it was all fake. After their divorce, Gu Peilang had seen Su Jinyu cry numerous times, but never had it affected him as deeply as now. His knuckles went white, gripping the handles tightly, remaining silent as he watched the man before him shedding tears silently. His jaw tightened visibly. I never imagined that you've always seen me this way. Su Jinyu wiped his tears wildly, his tear-blurred eyes gazing at the man in front of him. His choked voice was intermittent and out of tune. He's so pathetic. Su Jinyu thought to himself as he continued wiping his never-ending tears. All the tears from both lifetimes were for this man in front of him. It was so pathetic. He cried so tragically, as if wronged to no end, causing Gu Peilang to start doubting the authenticity of Lu Qi's investigation results. However, it was black and white on paper, with evidence and witnesses, leaving no room for doubt. Stop crying. A low, cold voice tinged with a hint of helplessness sounded. Su Jinyu stubbornly refused to take the tissue offered to him. Gu Peilang, I'll give you everything you want. Why are you still crying? How many times do I have to tell you, I want you, just you? Su Jinyu couldn't hold back his emotions any longer and yelled hoarsely. He threw the file in his hand back into the other person's arms with a plop. Gu Peilang lowered his gaze and looked at the file on his lap whose edges were slightly wrinkled. His thin lips formed a sharp line. What do you want me to do? He asked, his deep, husky voice barely audible in the quiet study. He continued, I'm a disabled waste with paralyzed legs. Other than Gu Corporation, I possess nothing. What can a useless person like me give you? Su Jinyu couldn't bear to hear Gu Peilang belittle himself. He shook his head as tears streamed uncontrollably. You're not a waste. You're not. Su Jinyu spoke incoherently, looking at the man before him. Finally, he knelt down in front of him, grabbed his hands, and pleaded with humility, You're not. I love you. Pei Lang. I love you. He could no longer hide the heart-wrenching feelings buried in his heart, hidden through 2 lifetimes where his soul screamed incessantly for this man standing before him. He had no escape, and never would. The almost desperate confession left Gu Peilang dazed. Love? You're a devil. A devil who devours others. Gu Peilang, no one in this world will ever love you. Those who love you die because of you, those you love flee from you like floods. You're destined to be lonely for the rest of your life. Gu Peilang, you don't deserve love. The words spoken by his uncle and aunt before their imprisonment echoed in his ears, like a curse. They were right, someone like him didn't deserve love. Gu Peilang's dim gaze gently fell upon the person in front of him. He extended his hand, pinched the other's chin, and forced him to look up. Those beautiful eyes had swollen into walnuts. Gu Peilang wiped away the tears from the corner of his eyes, an action that could be described as infinitely gentle. What exactly do you love about me? Gu Peilang curved his lips while using the other hand to guide Su Jinyu's hand to feel his leg covered by the blanket. His dark, lifeless eyes pierced deeply, cruelly asking. Feel it? These legs, muscles wasted and degenerated, only covered by disgusting skin and ugly scars. They can't move, even lack sensation. The only purpose they serve is to make me appear human and to provide some weight in ashes when I pass. That's all. Su Jinyu wept and clenched his teeth, staring hard through streaming tears as his trapped hand tried in vain to withdraw, but Gu Peilang didn't budge. Aou, feel it. Sense its repulsiveness. Gu Peilang wouldn't let him escape. His low, icy voice turned into the whisper of a demon, ruthlessly exposing the brutal reality. Chapter 35, Humble Su. You say you love me, what part of me do you love? Other couples can hold hands and go for walks, carry each other to bed when tired, or even ride each other playfully during affectionate moments, not like me. Afterward, I cannot even clean up for you. What do you love about such a me? It's fine with me. Su Jinyu tightly held onto the man's hand, sobbing messily, what I love is Gu Peilang, no matter what state he is in, blind, ugly, deaf, mute, as long as it's him, anything is acceptable. I love him. Repeated lies eventually fool oneself. Gu Peilang thought Su Jinyu might have fallen into this trap by now. Does he believe in Su Jinyu's love? No, he doesn't, because he's afraid. Before their marriage, this man still loved the girl in his school deeply. He had once said, in front of him, that even death couldn't make him fall in love with him. He'd been so determined and resolute, how could he dare believe now that he loves him? You. Gu Peilang looked at his tear-streaked face and sighed softly. Su Jinyu felt inexplicably panicked. He clutched the man's hand with almost spasmodic force. Peilang. Peilang, believe me, please believe me. At this moment, he could think of nothing but to beg. The man's gaze was so cold and indifferent, as if determined to sever all ties with him. I beg you. I beg you. Su Jinyu had forgotten what dignity and pride were. He only knew that he couldn't lose the person before him. Whatever it took to stay by his side, he was willing to trample all his dignity and pride beneath his feet. Enough. Gu Peilang's pupils trembled violently. His eyes were full of the sight of the man's abjectness. It shouldn't be like this. His little liar shouldn't be like this. Aou, enough. Gu Peilang's voice was filled with weariness. He tenderly rubbed the chin he had pinched red and then withdrew his hand. The tip of his fingers was damp, and the moisture traced along tiny pores to a heart faintly aching in pain. You shouldn't be like this. And how should he be? Su Jinyu no longer cared. I don't care. You don't want me anymore, you're going to drive me away, why should I act the same as before? You can't be so cruel, Peilang, you can't be so cruel. Gu Peilang lowered his gaze. The file resting on his legs reflected glaring light under the lamp, stinging the eyes painfully. Su Jinyu noticed his glance. With determination, he grabbed the two documents, recreating the scene from last time. Snowflake-like fragments scattered around their feet. His bloodshot eyes stared at the astonished man before him. A flash of madness crossed his eyes, showing a readiness for an all-out confrontation. Now, the contract agreements are gone, right? You won't drive me away now, will you? Gu Peilang. Gu Peilang, I'll say this one last time. I, Su Jinyu, will stick to you for this lifetime. You can't get rid of me. Even if you die, I'll chase after you. You can't get rid of me. With bloodshot eyes, tears streaming down his face, the man made fierce threats. In the split second of eye contact, Gu Peilang felt a soul-shaking tremor deep within. He didn't know how he got back to his room, nor when Su Jinyu left. All he knew was that once again, he had yielded. Taking out a prepared mobile phone, Gu Peilang called Lu Qi. It was quickly answered, boss. Send the contract you've prepared to Su Jianghai. The man wheeled himself to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the night scenery outside, his eyes empty. Is Mr. Su? Lu Qi hesitated to speak, knowing it was improper to pry, and stopped immediately. No, Gu Peilang's voice carried a hint of ethereality, like smoke that would dissipate with a puff of wind, Lu Qi. He softly called his name, causing Lu Qi far away in the urban apartment to unconsciously sit straighter. Instinctively holding his breath, all he heard was his boss speaking in a tone of unprecedented exhaustion, I'm really finished. Lu Qi couldn't say a word. He placed the results of his investigation on the man's desk and then prepared the contracts and agreements according to the instructions. He knew exactly what Gu Peilang wanted to do, so he followed through without question. He thought this time his boss had finally figured it out, yet still underestimated the feelings he had for Su Jinyu. Boss. Just do as I say. Ignore everything else. Lu Qi understood. The next morning, Gu Peilang opened the bedroom door to see Su Jinyu crouching outside. The man's swollen eyes resembled walnuts, his face filled with exhaustion. Upon seeing him, he mustered up his energy and forced a smile. Peilang. Gu Peilang watched him wanting to step forward but hesitant, sighing softly. What is it? His voice was low and cold, his expression calm as if nothing from last night had happened. Su Jinyu wasn't sure what was going through his mind and tentatively tested the waters. Breakfast is ready. I'll be right down. Alright, I'll wait for you. Not being refused, Su Jinyu's eyes lit up instantly, unintentionally flashing a radiant smile at the man before him. Gu Peilang watched his puffy-eyed and slightly foolish appearance, opening his mouth but ultimately not saying what he intended. Upon entering the dining room, Gu Peilang saw the table already filled with a nutritious breakfast. Instinctively, he looked toward the kitchen, and just as expected, he spotted the chef wearing his hat. Su Jinyu smiled awkwardly at him. I know I'm not a good cook, and I won't be competing with the chef anymore. You've been working hard, so please eat more. Gu Peilang nodded expressionlessly. The breakfast tasted fresh and delicious, but it still seemed to lack something. After eating a few bites simply, the man put down his knife and fork and left for work. Su Jinyu stood by the door, watching until the car disappeared around the corner of the courtyard before reluctantly turning back into the house. Alone in the living room, Su Jinyu collapsed onto the sofa, closing his swollen eyes and trying hard to recall their recent interactions, seeking reasons why Gu Peilang had become like that last night. There must have been some kind of trigger. Su Jinyu furrowed his brows tightly. The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated, pulling him out of deep thought. Seeing the caller display, he answered. Mingji. Jinyu, come hang out. Chapter 36, Dinner Invitation. In an elegant and serene cafe, the melodious piano sounds drifted out from behind a finely crafted screen. Fang Mingji said thank you after the waiter served coffee, then looked at the man sitting opposite him, who was resting his head on one hand and gazing out the window, his eyes full of concern. Jinyu, how have you been lately? Su Jinyu turned his gaze and gave a faint smile. Not bad. But I feel like you're not doing well. Fang Mingji frowned. Did something happen? Su Jinyu hesitated for a moment, then sighed bitterly. Is it that obvious? Fang Mingji nodded, watching as the man picked up his unsweetened latte and drank it all in one gulp, wincing at the bitter taste. I had an argument with him. Su Jinyu's hand went into his pocket and touched the cigarette case, but decided not to take it out. Him. Who? Gu Peilang. Su Jinyu nodded. Who else could it be? Fang Mingji recalled the man in his memory who was as cold as ice and couldn't help but be startled. How did you two start arguing? Gu Peilang doesn't seem like someone who argues. I even doubt if he has any human emotions. It wasn't really an argument. Su Jinyu frowned, thinking about what happened last night made his chest feel heavy. He struggled to find the right words to summarize the situation, deliberately leaving out the part where he cried. He doesn't believe me. At the end, Su Jinyu let out an irritated sigh, exuding failure inside and out. Fang Mingji held the coffee cup in his hand, unsure of what to say. Su Jinyu looked up and saw his expression. What's that look for? Don't you have anything to say? Fang Mingji realized this and quickly smiled flatteringly. Jinyu, what do you want me to say? Su Jinyu. You help me think of a way. Pei Lang is ignoring me now, and when he ignores me, I feel terrible. Desperate and grasping at straws, Su Jinyu sought help from someone who'd never even been in love before. Fang Mingji frowned, puzzled. Didn't you say he misinterprets your intentions for staying by his side? Then shouldn't explaining yourself clear things up? I did explain, but he didn't believe me. Fang Mingji, then I can't do anything either. Honestly, if I were Gu Peilang, I wouldn't believe you either. The youth's soft mumbling did not escape Su Jinyu's ears, and the man frowned at him. Realizing the tension, Fang Mingji instinctively shrank back, but still stubbornly stuck his neck out. It's just the truth. Look at how you treated him before. After the divorce, you came back talking about love again. Any normal person wouldn't believe you, let alone him. His voice trailed off under the man's cool glare, realizing belatedly that he'd upset him. Sorry Jinyu, I spoke incorrectly. Fang Mingji apologized, guilt evident in his expression. Su Jinyu shook his head without saying anything, but warmth returned to his eyes. Fang Mingji was right, he was being too sensitive. He couldn't tolerate hearing anyone say a word against Gu Peilang. Their casual atmosphere became somewhat strained due to this little incident. Fang Mingji fidgeted with his spoon, absently stirring his coffee for quite some time, when he suddenly remembered a detail he had overlooked. You previously said everything was fine, but last night he suddenly brought out the papers for you to sign. Thinking about the two documents he had torn up, Su Jinyu's heart did not feel much relief. Then why would he suddenly act like that when things were good? Could something have happened? Su Jinyu, I've been thinking about this too. During this period, I've always stayed in Gu's house properly, without doing anything to upset him, let alone causing trouble. It's precisely because you've always stayed in Gu's house that it is even more possible. Fang Mingji immediately took on the air of a sage. You've always stayed there, so you wouldn't know what's happening outside. Perhaps someone has been speaking ill of you in front of Gu Peilang, or those people who don't like you have told him about what you did before, which made him so angry. Su Jinyu. Really, this is highly possible. Fang Mingji grew increasingly certain as he spoke. After all, the man had done a lot of troublesome things before. But if it's just because of that, there would be no need to bring out the previous agreement again, he could have simply driven me away. Su Jinyu still felt something wasn't quite right. Perhaps. Fang Mingji's tone was uncertain, the minds of big shots are different from ours. The two kept sitting in the cafe until 2 in the afternoon, finally leaving only because Fang Mingji had some matters and had to return first. Before leaving, Fang Mingji leaned out of the car window with his head sticking out. Jinyu, I may not understand those feelings of love and attachment well, but I do know liking someone isn't easy. There are bound to be ups and downs and arguments sometimes. It will be fine once you talk it through. Su Jinyu nodded, I understand. That. You really like him very much. Since that's the case, I wish you success in chasing him down sooner, and don't forget to invite me for dinner when that happens. The young man grinned dumbly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Su Jinyu's depressed mood improved significantly. He waved goodbye to the person, understood, I'll put in the effort. On the way back, the man, who had now sorted out his mood, boosted his spirits, thinking that in the previous life when he acted so despicably, Gu Peilang still liked him, so he couldn't believe that after coming back once and reforming, he wouldn't be able to win the person over again. Upon returning to Gu's house, Su Jinyu started simmering soup again. He might not be good at cooking, but simmering soup should be manageable, and he wouldn't make mistakes. As Gu Peilang's workday neared its end, Su Jinyu received another call from Su Jinju. Standing by the stove, his face became heavy with thought for a moment, but eventually, he chose to pick up the phone. Brother. The noisy voice of the young man came from the other side. Su Jinyu stared at the pot bubbling on the fire with a cold voice full of frostiness. Speak. The youth on the other side had learned from the previous mistake, and went straight to the point of this call without beating around the bush. I just wanted to ask, does Mr. Gu have time for a meal? Dad and Grandpa want to invite him for dinner. Why would they suddenly want to invite someone for a meal without any reason? Wrinkling his eyebrows, Su Jinyu's voice was filled with sarcasm. If they are inviting him for a meal, why didn't they call him directly? Why ask me? Su Jinju, Mr. Gu doesn't answer our calls, but I know you live together. Dark eyes without any bottom instantly turned cold and frosty. Listening to the voice on the other side of the phone, Su Jinyu laughed deeply twice, without a trace of warmth in his voice. How do you know we live together? Chapter 37, the deserved title of movie Emperor Su. The person on the other side of the phone paused for a moment, and when he spoke again, his words were already hesitant and evasive. Excellent. Truly excellent. Thinking that every one of his moves could possibly be monitored by the other side, Su Jinyu felt as if he had eaten a plate of flies alive, making him feel extremely nauseated. Originally planning to deal with his problems with Gu Peilang first and then figure out how to deal with them, these people insisted on rushing to him, lest they die too late and waste the air. At the Su family villa, hearing his terrifying laughter, Su Jinju broke out into a cold sweat unintentionally. Su Jianghai across from him continued to watch him, and he steadied his mind, his voice sounding completely normal. Brother, are you mad? I'm also worried about you. What can I be mad about? Before the younger brother finished playing his emotional card, Su Jinyu interrupted him. Beside him, the timer issued a beep-beep sound. Lifting his hand to turn off the heat, Su Jinyu slightly arched the corner of his lips. Despite his gaze being freezing and chilling, his words carried a warm and gentle tone, as refreshing as spring breeze. I know you're doing this for me, but don't worry. I'm not that ungrateful. It's just a dinner invitation for Gu Peilang, right? When is it? I will make sure to invite him for you. Su Jinyu looked up at Su Jianghai, who gave a slight nod. Only then did he speak, this weekend, does that work for you? Alright, send me the address when it's time. After finishing the call, Su Jinyu hung up and stood in the villa, his fingers tightening around the phone as he stared at Su Jianghai. What did he say? Su Jianghai asked. It seems like he agreed, Su Jinyu replied uncertainly, glancing at his father with a question that had been lingering in his mind. Dad, haven't you noticed Su Jinju seems different lately? At this inquiry from the young man, Su Jianghai furrowed his brows, remembering the unease he felt during their last meeting but hadn't had time to dwell on. Now that he thought about it, Su Jinju did indeed seem different. It might be because of the divorce with Gu Peilang. Su Jinyu's grip on the phone tightened slightly, his eyes clouded with shadow. He used to be desperate for a divorce, but now that his wish has come true, he can't let go of Gu Peilang. It's really disgusting. That's enough, Su Jianghai interrupted in time. His issues aren't with you. Get yourself together. Tomorrow, you'll start your training at the company. Your grandfather specially arranged this opportunity for you. Make good use of it and don't let the board underestimate you. Su Jinyu suppressed his emotions, reverting back to his usual sunny and cheerful self. Understood, Dad. Residence of Mr. Gu. Upon returning home after work and catching the familiar scent in the living room, Gu Peilang's tense expression softened slightly. Su Jinju quickly emerged from the kitchen, stopping 3 steps away from him. He gave a brief and somewhat awkward smile, looking uneasy. You're back. I made some soup. Gu Peilang watched as Su Jinju fidgeted nervously, and a flicker of annoyance rose within him. He didn't like seeing the man act this way. Thank you. Gu Peilang nodded toward him, his deep and chilly voice remaining steady. Su Jinju shook his head, his gaze filled with a hint of carefulness and anticipation. Dinner isn't ready yet, but you could have something to drink while waiting. I'll go take a shower first. After Su Jinju finished speaking, Gu Peilang nodded briefly before responding. Su Jinju was caught off guard for a moment until noticing the sweat on the man's forehead. Ah, alright, then go ahead. I'll check if the chef needs any help in the kitchen. As Gu Peilang watched Su Jinju turn away, the frown on his face only deepened further. The next few days followed the same pattern. The man was always overly cautious and timid around him, a far cry from his previous carefree behavior where he would laugh and tease in front of Gu Peilang without hesitation. Gu Peilang belatedly realized that his attitude from that night might have hurt the other party. A sense of guilt welled up inside him as he glanced at the person eating quietly across from him, but every time he tried to apologize, the words died in his throat, he simply didn't know how to start. The housekeeper Zhang standing by the door observed everything silently. Her master's gaze on Su Jinju seemed complex, something she couldn't quite describe, though she rarely saw such an expression on her master's face, finding it intriguing. I've finished eating. Su Jinju put down his knife and fork, raising his eyes only to meet the man opposite, who quickly averted his glance. Housekeeper, have someone clear away the dishes. Gu Peilang elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin beside him and instructed Zhang. Zhang acknowledged and turned to leave. Su Jinju watched the formally dressed man before him. It was almost time for work, yet the man who usually left at this hour remained still. Peilang, do you not need to go to the company today? I'm taking a rest day today. Gu Peilang nodded. Hearing this, Su Jinju's eyes lit up slightly. That meant he could spend the entire day with him. It's time for a break already, Su Jinju said with restraint, though inwardly overjoyed. Your job is so tiring, your body won't withstand the strain over long periods. You should take better care of yourself. Once he started talking, he couldn't stop until realizing that Gu Peilang had grown silent. Gu Peilang's dark, profound gaze remained calm as he looked at him, his handsome face expressionless. Su Jinju's complexion paled slightly. Sorry, I spoke too much. Gu Peilang frowned, and that familiar annoyance welled up within him once again, mingling with a tinge of heartache and guilt. No need to apologize. Su Jinju, ah. Gu Peilang met his puzzled gaze, his raven-like lashes fluttered for a moment as he slowly exhaled, steadying his voice. Pretend nothing happened that night. Su Jinju's heart skipped 2 beats suddenly, seeing the man's unwavering look, yet his lips curved upward involuntarily before he forcibly repressed it, feeling somewhat uneasy. My tone was harsh that day, and my words were too heavy. With a start, subsequent words became less difficult to utter. Gu Peilang lowered his eyes to look at his hands resting on his knees and spoke. Don't take it to heart. You can stay in the Gu residence if you want, do what you wish, just like before. Are you serious, Peilang? Gu Peilang nodded, lost in thought, utterly oblivious to the joyous tone in the man's voice, nodding again, A wide smile bloomed across Su Jinju's face, brighter than the sunlight outside, mixed with a hint of shrewdness after succeeding in his plan. You said it yourself. He quickly went around the dining table to the man's side and planted a loud smacking kiss on his cheek before he could even react. I'm going to water the flowers in the greenhouse. Having successfully stolen a kiss, Su Jinju skedaddled out from a stunned Gu Peilang. Judging by the footsteps, one could tell how overjoyed he was. Gu Peilang. Tricked again. He raised his hand to touch where he'd been kissed, as if the other person's warm and soft touch still lingered. A faint curve appeared on the man's lips, spring warmth filled his eyes. Little liar. Chapter 38, Taking It Too Far. With a squee, Su Jinju ran to the flower house, recalling the dumbfounded expression of the man, couldn't help but jump twice with fists clenched. The sunshine fell through the transparent roof, shining a bright halo on top of the man's black hair. While humming, Su Jinju held the watering can and watered the group of blossoming flowers. From the third-floor balcony, Gu Peilang glanced down and saw everything below. Suddenly, the phone next to him rang. Gu Peilang answered. Hello. Lu Qi stood alone in the empty office, holding a thick stack of documents. Boss, are you not in the company today? Gu Peilang, observing the man downstairs moving flower pots, responded affirmatively, I'm taking a rest day. We'll discuss your matters when I return. Taking an open sick day, justified and confident. Lu Qi looked at the mountain of files waiting for signatures, and followed smoothly, all right. After hanging up, Lu Qi, assistant with no change in facial expression, turned around still holding the pile of documents untouched. Coincidentally, he met the head manager of the planning department who came to submit a scheme. The balding manager greeted Lu Qi and then looked toward the closed door behind him. Assistant Lu, is the boss inside? Unfortunately, the boss is not in the company today. Manager Wang, please share any issues with me first. Manager Wang, oh, I see. I am here regarding the previous proposal. Our department has reconvened a meeting. While Lu Qi temporarily took over as president of Gu Corporation, on the other side, after enjoying some sunbathing on the balcony, Gu Peilang entered the house when he noticed Su Jinju had left the greenhouse. Not long after, there was a knock on the door from outside. Gu Peilang placed Dagor's randomly picked stray birds on his lap before calling out to let someone enter. The copper lock clicked slightly, and the handle turned. Su Jinyu peeked in through the doorway, smiling at the man by the window. "Aunt cut some watermelon, very sweet. I've brought some upstairs for you." Gu Peilang gave a slight nod, "Thanks for the effort." Su Jinyu grinned widely, carrying the watermelon as he pushed the door open and walked inside, then took out the reddest and sweetest piece for the man. "Try it." Gu Peilang accepted it and bit into it by the mouth. The cool, sweet juice flowed down his esophagus all the way into his stomach, dispersing the slight heat of this late summer weather. Su Jinyu's gaze remained fixed on him throughout. When he saw the movement of his Adam's apple and the swallowing of fruit in his throat, he asked, "How about it, sweet enough?" Gu Peilang never really favored overly sweet foods but still nodded. "Very sweet." Waiting for just these words, Su Jinyu casually set the fruit platter aside on the nearby coffee table, then bent down, bracing both hands on the armrests of the wheelchair. As the man's exquisite and handsome face loomed closer, Gu Peilang remained unperturbed, but his heart momentarily froze. "What do you want to do?" The man's voice was deep and icy, betraying no emotion. Su Jinyu's gaze fell on his lips dampened by watermelon juice, making him feel parched. He licked his lips, his voice slightly hoarse. "I want to taste if it's as sweet as you said." The rind of the watermelon in his hand cracked, and the pale red juice dripped onto the gray blanket, leaving a darker stain. "Gu Peilang, there's still plenty more." Su Jinyu shook his head. "I only want to taste yours." "Gu Peilang." The man gradually drew near until their breaths intertwined. As the face before him grew from sharp focus to blurred abstraction, when their lips touched, Gu Peilang instinctively held his breath. Gazing into each other's eyes, he saw an almost drowning depth of affection and gentleness in the man's eyes, along with a faint smile, like an entire galaxy reflected there. An extremely brief kiss ended as the other playfully flicked his lips. "Very sweet." Su Jinyu blinked a few times, as if savoring the aftertaste, then smiled at the man. "Gu Peilang." The watermelon slipped from his hand onto his leg, wetting the ivory-white cover of Stray Birds. The man slowly frowned, looking like he was about to explode in anger. Su Jinyu was enjoying himself at his expense, grinning smugly. Inadvertently, it seemed like he was asking for a beating. "Peilang, are you mad?" he asked, pretending not to know. "Gu Peilang, don't push it too far." His words came out haltingly. "Su Jinyu, but didn't you say I should be the same as before?" "I was always like this. Every day I thought about how to get closer to you, wanted to kiss you, do happier things, even wanted you to leave marks behind my back." The more he spoke, the more explicit it became. Gu Peilang turned pink from neck up under his white shirt as he looked away while speaking. "Shut up." Su Jinyu. All right, I'll shut up." "Don't be mad, Peilang." Gu Peilang, hearing his softened tone, felt his anger flare up inexplicably. "I want to rest now. Please go out." "Ah. Oh." Although he wanted to stay longer with the man, seeing the dark circles under his eyes made Su Jinyu heartbroken. "You rest well, I'll check the kitchen for lunch. I'll call you when it's ready." After finishing his sentence and seeing the man silent, he realized immediately. "Don't worry, I won't cook." After giving this assurance, Su Jinyu watched as the man maneuvered his wheelchair towards the bedside. Seeing the man putting the book on his leg onto the bedside table, knowing he didn't want him to see him getting into bed, Su Jinyu gave a soft smile and left. Lunch was still sumptuous, including the soup personally simmered by Su Jinyu. After eating, the two sat on the sofa, each occupying one side. On the TV that took up half a wall, a reality show entertainment program played, where laughter from guests and hosts filled the living room but failed to reach the two people on the couch. Su Jinyu rested his chin on his palm, his eyes glued onto the man. Gu Peilang processed documents with a laptop in his arms, and after a long while, he raised his head to look at him. "Why are you staring at me?" Su Jinyu effortlessly shot back romantic words, "You're good-looking." Gu Peilang. A nearby phone suddenly vibrated. Su Jinyu picked it up, and it was a message from Su Jinyu containing an address. Being busy cajoling someone these days, he nearly forgot about this matter. Gu Peilang noticed something off about the man's emotions, his eyes darkening. After turning off his phone and looking up, Su Jinyu found the man watching him, his thin lips slightly pursed. Peilang, I have something to tell you." "Gu Peilang, go ahead." "This weekend, I will have some business, so I can't accompany you for dinner." Gu Peilang didn't speak, wanting to ask what kind of business it was, but thinking about their current relationship, he silently closed his mouth. "Understood." The man had no particular expression, Su Jinyu couldn't figure out if he was angry or not. "The driver will be at your disposal. If you want to go anywhere, just let him know." Su Jinyu grinned, "All right." Chapter 39, The Overbearing Protector Su. On the weekend, it was time to meet with Su Jianghai and Su Jinyu. After having breakfast with Gu Peilang, Su Jinyu said his goodbye and left the Gu residence. He didn't have Gu Peilang arrange a driver for him but instead took a taxi to the agreed-upon meeting place. It was a private restaurant, which enjoyed an excellent reputation in the catering industry. Not only did it serve dishes of unmatched flavor, but it also provided excellent privacy protection for its guests. To dine there, one had to make a reservation far in advance. Su Jianghai and Su Jinyu choosing this spot clearly indicated that their meeting was more than just having a meal, yet this suited Su Jinyu's intentions perfectly. After Su Jinyu left, the warmth around Gu Peilang dissipated entirely. The man returned to his usual distant demeanor, with eyes as dark as ink, concealing a coldness that could never melt. He looked out at the sunlight outside the window and wheeled himself to the greenhouse. At the entrance of the greenhouse, the man saw Bo, dressed in a tank top. A snow-white towel was draped over his neck, and he sat on the ground with his back to the man, hunched over and sighing incessantly. "What's wrong, Bo?" Bo turned his head upon hearing the voice behind him. Upon seeing the man in the wheelchair, he quickly stood up from the ground, greeted him, his face full of sorrow. "Sir." Bo was specially hired by him to take care of the flowers in the greenhouse. He had been working there for 4 or 5 years already. The old man loved flowers passionately, spending almost 24 hours a day in the greenhouse. Normally, he busied himself with weeding, catching pests, loosening soil, fertilizing, and even getting distressed over every fallen leaf. No matter how hard he tried to think, he would not have imagined that after taking just a few days off, he'd come back to see such a disastrous scene. His beloved flowers were all looking wilted and lifeless. Green leaves were scattered all over the ground, with only a few remaining on the stems, curling up, as if they were about to perish soon. Bo wanted to cry but couldn't, stepping aside to point at some valuable flowers in the greenhouse, his fingers trembling slightly. "Sir, these flowers." Gu Peilang followed his finger and was momentarily speechless. The man maintained his handsome face expressionlessly as he watched the elderly man being deeply affected, feeling somewhat guilty for once. These past few days, Su Jinyu kept coming to the greenhouse for no reason, just holding a watering can and continuously watering the flowers, doing so, rather frequently. "Gu Peilang, can they still be saved?" "Bo, they can be saved, but..." At this, he sighed, "It's really too bad." Gu Peilang remained silent, then turned and called Lu Qi, instructing someone to deliver the best flower fertilizer possible. On the other hand, unaware of the mistake he made, Su Jinyu got out of the car and glanced up at the ancient-style building before him, then stepped forward. A waiter waiting by the door smiled when he saw him, glancing casually behind him, then asked, "Are you Mr. Su?" Su Jinyu nodded, and the other said, "Mr. Su is already waiting inside. Please follow me." After saying that, the waiter turned and led the way forward. Su Jinyu followed behind, his mouth hanging with a nonchalant smile as his gaze swept through the hall. The two came to a door at the end of the corridor on the second floor. The waiter knocked on the door. Mr. Su has arrived." The door was quickly opened by Su Jinyu, who obviously didn't react at first upon seeing Su Jinyu alone. Su Jinyu smiled and walked briskly inside, brushing past his shoulder. In the private room, Su Jianghai sitting by the window noticed Su Jinyu was alone, and his smile immediately faded, his face turning a bit sour, yet he still controlled his temper, saying, "Jinyu, why are you here alone? Where's Peilang? Didn't he come with you?" Su Jinyu sat down opposite him, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it leisurely before answering slowly, "Uncle, what do you mean? I'm not familiar with him, so why would he come with me?" "You." Su Jianghai's eye twitched. Behind him, Su Jinyu walked forward with a grim face, forcing a smile at him. "Brother, you're joking, right? You've been married to Mr. Gu for 3 years, and you're still living in the Gu residence. How could you say you aren't close? Mr. Gu is kind-hearted and wouldn't bear to see me stranded outside, so he let me stay temporarily. Is there anything wrong with that?" Su Jinyu looked curiously at him. "As for you, Jinyu, during the banquet, I wasn't feeling well and waited for you to send me home, but you disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for Mr. Gu, do you think I'd still be here today?" "I was because..." The young man rushed to explain, but Su Jinyu didn't give him the chance. "I no longer care about the reasons. Grandpa kicked me out of the Su family, and until now, he hasn't asked me to come back. That shows he doesn't want me as his grandson anymore. If so, I'm no longer a member of the Su family." Su Jinyu spoke leisurely, looking at the man's colorful expression in front of him with a sense of satisfaction. Su Jianghai gazed intently at the person before him, his eyes displaying the same naked ruthlessness that Su Jinyu had seen from his past life after tearing off his mask. "Jinyu, do you have to say these words?" There was a strong warning in the man's voice. Su Jinyu looked at him, his face devoid of any trace of smile from who knows when. His exquisite and beautiful eyes were pitch black, cold, and severe. He said, "It's not that I want to say this, but Grandpa and Uncle Tu forced me to. My father died early, and my mother didn't care. It was Uncle Tu and Grandpa who raised me. I am very grateful to both of you, even though, Grandpa never really liked me. Even you, Uncle Tu, have your own agenda when it comes to me." His voice dragged on, throwing a thunderclap into both Su Jianghai and Su Jinyu's hearts, utterly tearing away the thin and brittle fig leaf that covered their actions. Su Jinyu's face turned pale, showing a hint of panic, while Su Jianghai's expression grew extremely unpleasant. He slammed the table hard, shaking the teacup on it. "Do you even know what nonsense you're spouting? How much of it is nonsense is something Uncle Tu knows best." Su Jinyu glared at him, his pitch-black eyes as if trying to pierce right through him. From the moment he decided to come alone, Su Jinyu had made up his mind, whatever happens, he must cut all ties with the Su family. He could no longer endure their hypocritical, ugly faces for another second, even a single glance filled him with revulsion. Brother, how can you talk to Dad like this? Have you forgotten how good he was to you? Su Jinyu questioned with an angry expression. How dare I forget? Su Jinyu scoffed coldly, his gaze directed at the young man without a shred of warmth. That's why I obeyed your arrangements and married Gu Peilang. In the 3 years since, everything you've gained through me has repaid the kindness Su family extended raising me. With that, the man stood up and straightened his slightly wrinkled clothes, then said coldly, starting today, I, Su Jinyu, no longer owe anything to the Su family. And you should stop trying to exploit my connection to Gu Peilang for any further benefits, we're already divorced. After finishing this sentence, Su Jinyu turned to leave, but Su Jianghai couldn't just let him go. Grinding his teeth, he said, Su Jinyu, have you thought this through? Are you sure you want to do this? Beside him, Su Jinyu also joined in attempting to persuade him, inadvertently revealing the cooperation between the Su family and the Gu Corporation, thus infuriating Su Jinyu. For some reason, nothing more than speaking out of turn about the Su Gu partnership. Su Jinyu's expression darkened visibly, as if transformed into a devil crawling out of hell. He remembered that night when Gu Peilang brought out that contract, and the sound of his knuckles cracking loudly under pressure reverberated. So, it was your doing. Su Jinyu's dead gaze landed on the young man with a chillingly sinister tone that made anyone hearing it shiver with dread. Unaware, Su Jianghai continued down the road of doom. What's wrong with the Su family and the Gu Corporation cooperating? Business is all about interests, win-win scenarios are always welcomed. It's a privilege for the Su Corporation to be able to collaborate with him, his words became increasingly unreasonable. Su Jinyu laughed coldly, radiating a terrifying aura. 10 Su corporations wouldn't even match half of the Gu Corporation. Where does this guy get the audacity? Su Jianghai still hadn't sensed anything amiss and went ahead saying all the things he'd kept bottled up in his heart, no matter how talented Gu Peilang is, he's just a cripple. Swoosh! A third of a fruit knife, glinting chillingly under the natural light, pierced deep into the rosewood table. Above it, the hand holding it had clearly defined knuckles, tightly straining against its grip. An eerie silence fell over the private room. Su Jinyu stared wide-eyed, terrified by the scene unfolding before him, too stunned to speak. Su Jianghai's face turned deathly pale, his legs gave out, collapsing back into the chair. Su Jinyu leaned forward, his gaze full of unrestrained murderous intent. Try repeating what you just said. Su Jinyu's bone-chilling voice rang out coldly, leaving Su Jianghai trembling with fear, unable to utter a word. Both father and son were scared stiff, neither would have imagined that the man would carry such a dangerous item on his person. Su Jinyu stared at the revolting face before him and used all his might to restrain himself from slicing his throat. Rule of law society, murder is illegal. He kept reminding himself. In the end, it was Su Jinyu who first came back to his senses. He let out a sharp cry. Su Jinyu, what do you think you're doing? The shrill voice almost pierced the eardrums. Su Jinyu scoffed, his expression clearly impatient. He gently pulled out the knife and carefully folded it, placing it back into the pocket of his jacket before turning his attention back to the sweating man in front of him. Uncle too, I forgot to mention this, I have this annoying habit of protecting the ones I care about. You can say whatever you want about me, but not about him. I can't stand hearing anyone criticize him even a little bit. This time was just a warning for you. Next time, I can't guarantee where my knife will end up. Threat. A blatant threat. Having lived more than half his life, no one had ever dared to treat him like this before. Su Jianghai was shaking with rage all over, as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. He pointed at Su Jinyu but couldn't get a word out. However, Su Jinyu didn't spare him another glance, casually turning and leaving the private room. The wine-red wooden door slammed shut behind him with an earth-shaking bang. Chapter 40, Sending Flowers to Flatter the Dominant One. The private room fell silent as death. Su Jinyu stared at his father with a pale face, trembling in shock. Dad! Su Jinyu is insane. Su Jianghai's face was contorted in fury, his temples throbbing. He never expected that Su Jinyu would openly turn against him and the Su family, daring to threaten him, all for a cripple. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. Su Jianghai gritted his teeth, laughing bitterly instead of angrily. His normally refined features twisted grotesquely from anger and malice. On the other side, Su Jinyu emerged from his secluded place, fresh air rushing into his lungs. However, it did nothing to disperse the murderous intent and savagery coursing through his mind. Su Jianghai's words still echoed in his ears, alternating with Gu Peilang's bitter smile as he pressed Su Jinyu's hand onto his withered legs. It made Su Jinyu seethe with the desire to stab someone twice. The man he decided to cherish forever, the one he wanted to love for a lifetime, had been so rudely discussed by these people who lived like rats in the gutter. Unable to control himself, Su Jinyu punched the trunk of a nearby street tree, muttering a curse under his breath. A woman passing by with her child glanced at him briefly, then quickly dragged her kid away, quickening their pace. At the height of the midday sun, Su Jinyu stood in the shade of a tree, his hollow gaze fixated on the endless stream of vehicles ahead. His handsome, refined face displayed a look of complete blankness. Suddenly, a taxi splashed with yellow and green stopped in front of him. The driver lowered the window, sticking out a face wearing oversized sunglasses. Young man, where are you headed? Coming back to reality, Soo Jin-yu shivered despite the sweltering heat. He stepped forward, opened the door, sat inside, and gave the address of the Gu residence. The driver glanced at him from the rearview mirror, started the car, and slid out while reminding him, young man, going to the Gu residence from here isn't cheap, you know. Soo Jin-yu leaned back weakly into the seat and gave a vague acknowledgement. The streets rushed past outside the window. When they passed by a flower shop, Soo Jin-yu caught sight of some vividly blooming roses placed by the entrance and asked the driver to stop. The car pulled over. Soo Jin-yu got out and walked towards the shop. In front of the flower store, a small truck was parked, its cargo was filled with all kinds of vibrant flowers, and the store staff were bustling back and forth unloading the shipment. The flower shop was decorated in a clean, elegant style radiating a heavy artistic vibe. The shop owner, a young girl around 20 years old, wore a flowery long dress and was directing the workers unloading the flowers. Noticing Soo Jin-yu standing outside, the girl turned around, spoke a few words inside, and approached him. Sir, would you like to buy some flowers? We just received a fresh batch today. Come in and take a look if you'd like. The florist smiled warmly at him. Soo Jin-yu's gaze swept over the dazzling array of flowers arranged in pots. I want to buy some flowers to give to someone. Do you have any recommendations, boss? There are many types of flowers for gifts, depending on who the recipient is. I like him. Ah. The shop owner smiled knowingly. Then sir can choose roses for him. Red roses symbolize love, and the meaning is, I love you every day, making them perfect for a girlfriend. Soo Jin-yu replied, he's a man. The shop owner exclaimed, ah. The young girl had caused a minor mix-up, but before Soo Jin-yu could say anything, she herself blushed and apologized profusely. Soo Jin-yu shook his head to show it was no big deal, then as his gaze casually swept over the people leaving the flower shop, he suddenly froze. That person had clearly also seen him, the motion of holding the flower pot abruptly stopped, then hastily turned away, avoiding his gaze with a hint of guilt in their silhouette. Soo Jin-yu hadn't expected to encounter here the young man who had helped him fetch medicine at the Chi family banquet. The young man's guilt made him feel somewhat strange, but he didn't dwell on it too much. On this side, the owner was still apologizing for what happened earlier. Soo Jin-yu waved his hand, saying it was fine, and boyfriends could also receive roses. He asked the owner to wrap up a bunch of red roses for him, paid, and was about to leave when someone called his name from behind just as he reached the roadside. Soo Jin-yu turned around. It was the young man from before. The young man was only helping unload goods, yet he hadn't anticipated meeting the gentleman from that banquet day here. At first glance, he thought the man was seeking revenge, but the man acted like they were strangers, giving just a fleeting glance without paying further attention. The young man felt relieved, though some guilt gnawed at him. Ultimately, driven by a guilty conscience, he came running out and called the man back. The young man intended to inform the man about how the Gu Corporation president had sought him out. As Soo Jin-yu listened to him, the little hope that had brightened his mood dimmed once again, and his eyes fixed sharply on the youth. What did you just say? Startled by his expression, the young man's speech became hesitant. By the time he finally managed to finish speaking, Soo Jin-yu's complexion had worsened beyond mere displeasure. Everything was now crystal clear. He had drugged him, leading them to an intimate relationship, and afterwards, the Soo family immediately approached the party for cooperation. Any sighted individual could see it was all a setup between him and the Soo family, aiming to get the man to agree to collaborate. Soo Jin-yu swore he'd never felt so wronged in 2 lifetimes. By heaven and earth, his original intent was merely to sleep with his husband, but how unfortunate was it that things went exactly this way. Sir, are you all right? The young man looked at him cautiously and asked gently. I'm absolutely fine. Annoyed, Soo Jin-yu brushed his hair irritably, his tone harsh, scaring the young man into silence. With a glance, Soo Jin-yu took a deep breath, gestured for the youth to leave. It seemed fate had it out for him, and one couldn't blame others for consequences of one's own actions. The rose in his hand reflected blinding light under the sun. Soo Jin-yu pondered for a moment, then returned to the flower shop. When he came out again, he held 2 bouquets, one red, the other yellow. By the time he arrived at the Gu residence, evening had already fallen. Gu Peilang was on the 3rd floor, gazing from afar at the man walking in draped in evening glow, while hearing Gu Yin's calm voice. Indeed, some items were found on the Soo family cargo ship. A 3 has already taken them for testing, results will be out soon. Also, our brother who was tailing Soo Jianghai and his son saw Mr. Soo. Peilang, may I come in? The knocking sound accompanied the man's soft, magnetic voice outside the door. Gu Peilang sitting behind the desk glanced at the nonsensical codes on the screen and pursed his lips sharply. Come in. A low, cold voice slightly stiffly sounded, but Soo Jin-yu didn't notice it. He pushed the door open, stepped forward with a red bouquet and a yellow one, and then extended a grinning face from behind. Seeing the striking red and pure yellow roses, Gu Peilang's fingers hovering over the blank key froze, typing out half a screen of spaces accidentally. Chapter 41, Selling My Hardships, It's What I Do Best. Am I disturbing your work? Seeing the man's demeanor shift slightly, Soo Jin-yu shrank his neck, his smile disappearing a bit. Gu Peilang glanced at the computer and silently hit the power button, no. Upon hearing his answer, Su Jinyu smiled again. Stepping inside, he kicked the door shut with his foot, then quickly approached the man, unhesitatingly thrusting the 2 large bouquets into the man's arms. The scent of flowers almost overwhelmed Gu Peilang, causing him to instinctively hold on to the flowers in his embrace. His dark as ink eyes carried a touch of bewilderment, paired with his usually stoic face making him unexpectedly cute. Su Jinyu stared straight at the man shamelessly, swallowing saliva weakly. Gu Peilang lowered his eyes to look at the flowers in his hand, the tender petals still carried glistening droplets of water, like pearls. What did you give me these for? The man's voice revealed no fluctuations of emotion. Su Jinyu felt his heartbeat accelerate with a thump-thump-thump. He kept his head down and continuously nudged the brown wooden floorboards with his toes, his voice carrying a rare shyness as his ear tips turned a cute shade of pink. 2. Send them to you. Gu Peilang's breath paused momentarily, and when he spoke again, there was an unintended raspiness in his voice. Why would you suddenly think of giving me flowers? Afraid the next sentence out of the man's mouth would be, do you want me to do something for you? Su Jinyu very cleverly interjected before him. I just wanted to send them to you. He cautiously raised his eyes to observe the man's expression, seeing him frown as if deep in thought. His courage built up only to deflate once more, and, also, I have something to confess. Of course. The warmth that had just risen in Gu Peilang's heart cooled again. He tightened his grip on the flowers slightly and looked at the man before him. Speak. A few days ago, I said I had something today. It was actually to see Su Jianghai. Gu Peilang watched him, his face devoid of any expression, yet his mind began pondering what the man would ask from him this time in conjunction with the Su family. Last time it was a contract, so what would it be this time? I've already made it clear to him, starting from today, I have absolutely no ties with the Su family anymore, nor will I allow them to use my name to obtain anything from the Gu family. After all sorts of speculations in his mind, he never expected to hear such a statement. The cold demeanor that had been building on Gu Peilang's face crumbled unexpectedly. Su Jinyu, observing his expression, quietly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. I only found out today that they shamelessly went to your company demanding a contract. It's absolutely unacceptable. Su Jinyu spoke through clenched teeth, looking so indignant that Gu Peilang couldn't help but believe he would bite Su Jianghai if he were standing right in front of him at this moment. Peilang, you shouldn't have agreed to cooperate with them. You should have let the Su family go bankrupt. Su Jinyu expressed resentment but then noticed the man remained consistently expressionless, causing him to inwardly groan. He slowed down his words slowly, Peilang. Do you not trust me? Gu Peilang didn't say a word. Instead, he placed the flowers in his arms on the table. Su Jinyu became a little anxious. What did this mean? Why are you telling me all of this? Gu Peilang shifted his gaze from the bouquet back to him. Su Jinyu, I'm afraid you'll misunderstand. What could I possibly misunderstand? Misunderstand that my kindness towards you is motivated by ulterior motives. Of course, I do have ulterior motives, but only regarding myself, and it has nothing to do with the Su family. Su Jinyu hurriedly declared his sincerity, raising 3 fingers high. The long, dark lashes trembled slightly as Gu Peilang spoke. I haven't misunderstood. Su Jinyu, staring at the man's lips speaking differently from his heart, tried to suppress it but couldn't, lying. You definitely misunderstood last time. Gu Peilang. The man's expression showed a fleeting moment of confusion, realizing in his heart that he likely had misunderstood things, making him feel somewhat awkward. He opened his mouth. Su Jinyu cut him off. I know what you're going to say, Peilang, but I'm not blaming you. He stepped forward, gripping the handles of the wheelchair, turning the man in one direction, then knelt down in front of him, looking up while his eyes held steadiness and gentleness. Coincidences happen sometimes. If I were in your position, I might have done the same. But... Pausing his voice momentarily, Su Jinyu reopened his mouth, sounding somewhat wronged. I'm still a bit upset because you'd rather investigate secretly than come ask me. Even if you had asked me, I would have told you everything. Gu Peilang glanced down at the person in front of him. It seemed every hair strand exuded grievance. His hand resting on his leg trembled slightly, his lips tightly sealed. I met Chi-Hu at a gathering. His look toward me back then made me feel extremely disgusted. After that, he kept approaching me, asking me to meet up, even saying he wanted to be together with me. But how could I possibly agree? I have my old master after all, so how can I accept someone else? Later, he went to Su Jinyu. My younger brother has always looked down on me. So the 2 of them schemed together to get back at me. At Grandfather Chi's birthday banquet, they originally planned to slip a drug into my drink, but for some reason, Su Jinyu didn't do it. Here, Su Jinyu stared into Gu Peilang's deep, inscrutable eyes, licking his dry lips before continuing, so I had no choice but to give it to myself. Gu Peilang. Do you know what that drug was? The man's voice carried a bitter chill. If I hadn't been there that day, you. It wouldn't have happened. Su Jinyu grabbed his slightly trembling hand, his soothing voice firm with conviction. I knew you'd be there. You wouldn't let anything bad happen to me. Gu Peilang gazed at his bright eyes and suddenly let out a cold laugh. So you've taken advantage of the fact that I wouldn't leave you alone, and thus acted so recklessly, isn't that right? Startled by this laugh, Su Jinyu nervously forced a grin. What are you talking about, Pei Lang? I don't understand. Su Jinyu. Gu Pei Lang gritted his teeth, glaring at the man who tried to act dumb to cover up his actions. What exactly do you plan to do? The man stopped pretending to be clueless and replied without hesitation, I want to be with you. For life, forever. Gu Pei Lang, so you degrade yourself for that? Is that it? He was genuinely furious now. These underhanded tactics, used on himself like this, does the man even realize how much damage that drug can inflict on a person? After being yelled at. Seeing the angry man in front of him, Su Jinyu couldn't help but feel the tears pricking his eyes. What else could I do? He shouted plaintively at the other, you've been ignoring me, hiding in the Gu residence without coming out, I couldn't even say a word to you. If I didn't do something drastic, in a little while longer, you'd have forgotten all about me. So what if I humiliate myself? It's not like it's illegal. He pouted, looking aggrieved, yet his tone remained unapologetically brazen. Gu Pei Lang almost found himself amused despite the anger. Who's your husband? Don't you remember we're already divorced? You're my husband, you will always be my husband, regardless of the divorce. In my heart, you'll always be my husband. What's a divorce? A dead tree can sprout again in spring, and divorces can lead to remarriages too. As long as you're willing, we can head straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now. Su Jinyu tightly clutched the man's hand, his reddened eyes brimming with anticipation. But the man stabbed him softly yet cruelly, it was you who asked for the divorce. I regret it. I goddamn regret it, okay? Su Jinyu bellowed in despair, gripping the man's hand and sliding it down to cling desperately onto the other's thighs, whimpering pathetically, husband, I know I was wrong. Can you give me another chance? Gu Pei Lang. The 42nd chapter, Conditions for Remarriage. Gu Pei Lang lowered his gaze and looked at the obedient curl atop Su Jinyu's head. His fingers twitched where they were caught, but he managed to resist reaching out and petting him. Instead, his face was stiff and his voice cold, get off. No, 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 I won't unless you forgive me, and I won't until you agree to forgive me, Su Jinyu stubbornly declared. Gu Pei Lang groaned, how old are you, Su Jinyu? Su Jinyu rubbed the captured hand against his cheek and grinned pleadingly, Pei Lang, whatever age you wish, I'll be. Gu Pei Lang barely stifled a sharp intake of breath and when he spoke again, his voice grew colder still, let go. Again. Alright, alright. I'll get off, just don't be mad at me. Su Jinyu sulkily released his hold, putting some distance between them but still refusing to stand up. Blinking his teary eyes, his gaze shifted from Gu Pei Lang to the roses and then back again. Do you like the flowers I sent you? Gu Pei Lang turned his head and glanced outside where the sky was darkening, I'm not a woman. Who says only women can receive roses? Su Jinyu leaned forward, gathering the flowers and pressing them firmly back into Gu Pei Lang's arms. The earlier mischievous expression had now transformed into one of seriousness and depth. He locked eyes with the man, pouring forth his affection. As long as someone is special to you, you can give them roses. Red roses mean, I love you, yellow ones signify an apology. I acknowledge I made a mistake, and I promise it will never happen again. Pei Lang, can you forgive me? Gu Pei Lang didn't respond, his eyes fixed on some unknown spot in the void, lost in thought. A soundless silence filled the study. Su Jinyu looked at him, feeling somewhat uneasy inside. He felt like a criminal waiting for the judge's verdict. After a long while, Gu Pei Lang finally moved. He turned his eyes, his gaze landing on Su Jinyu, his right hand unconsciously stroking the delicate petals. Then he asked out of the blue, do you like me? Su Jinyu's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously, yes. I do. Very much so. Gu Pei Lang lowered his eyes, looking at the flowers in his arms. After another moment, he shook his head and said, I don't believe you. Su Jinyu. Why? His mood had swung wildly, and he was almost about to break down. Was it because his behavior over this period not good enough? Gu Pei Lang, because you're a little liar. After saying that, the man tried to walk away with the flowers in his arms, but Su Jinyu grabbed hold of the wheelchair armrest, forcing him to stop. Gu Pei Lang looked at him silently. Su Jinyu's expression turned a bit troubled, his handsome features twisted as if knotted together. He said, Pei Lang, you say I've lied to you, but what have I lied about? This was a serious question. Just now, he'd summoned every cell in his brain to recall all their interactions in minute detail, yet he couldn't find anything he'd lied about. Even in his previous life when he acted like such a jerk, those things which bothered the man, he never concealed, and sometimes even deliberately made sure the other knew. I've never lied to you. He seriously explained to the man, certain that he'd admit to any action he took, but also refused to take responsibility for something he hadn't done. Gu Pei Lang, you still deny being a little liar. Su Jinyu. Before he could say more, Gu Pei Lang seemed to lose interest. The strong fragrance of the flowers in his embrace irritated his nose. When Su Jinyu was feeling defeated and uncertain, he suddenly heard the other speak. Gu Pei Lang stared at the petals red with dazzling brilliance, his voice low and cold. Though there wasn't a flicker of emotion, Su Jinyu felt like he was hearing a heavenly melody, even though its meaning left him baffled. You want to remarry me, right? When you remember what you lied to me about, I'll agree then. Su Jinyu. Ah. With a long sigh, Fang Mingji had accidentally hit the wrong skill button, causing his gaming character to die instantly in the midst of an intense battle. Helplessly, he looked up from his phone at the person sitting opposite him. Jinyu, if you have something to say, just spit it out. Why are you sighing all the time? He had managed to get the other person out with great effort, originally thinking they could chat and catch up. However, ever since they entered, the other side had sighed countless times without saying what was wrong. Su Jinyu rested his chin on his hand, casting a dim glance at him, exuding an air of despair before letting out another sigh. Fang Mingji. Haven't you heard that there's a new bar opened in Macho? Or we could check it out. Watching his gloomy older brother, Fang Mingji racked his brains for ideas. Su Jinyu shook his head. No, I need to go back and cook dinner for Pei Lang. Looking at the overly gentle Su Jinyu who mentioned the man, Fang Mingji felt his teeth ache. I've never tasted your cooking, the youth sighed wistfully, his tone filled with complaint. Su Jinyu remained unmoved. Grandma's son has amazing culinary skills, let her cook for you. Fang Mingji. Can liking someone really change a person so much? The youth changed the topic, his tone brimming with curiosity. He looked at the man in front of him and found it hard to remember how the latter used to be. When you meet the one you love, you'll understand. Ah. Fang Mingji dragged out his voice and leaned on the table, saying, what you said made me want to fall in love. Su Jinyu glanced at his wristwatch, the man would be off work soon. Standing up, he grabbed the coat draped over the sofa armrest and said, then go find one. Your uncles and aunts will surely be very happy when they know. Fang Mingji rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. I'm going home first, Pei Lang will be off work soon. After finishing his sentence, Su Jinyu started walking away but stopped after a few steps. When you've decided on the venue for your birthday party, let me know, and I'll come directly. Fang Mingji, got it. Su Jinyu nodded, said nothing more, and left. Just as he arrived at Gu residence, Gu Pei Lang followed shortly after. This time, Lu Qi drove the person back. When Su Jinyu heard the sound, he came out from the room and saw Lu Qi unfolding the wheelchair while the man sat motionless in the car, leaning his head back with his eyes closed, showing some weariness between his eyebrows. Seeing this, Su Jinyu's heart ached for a moment, and he quickly moved forward. Lu assistant. Lu Qi turned around upon hearing the voice and nodded as a greeting, Mr. Su. As Su Jinyu approached, he smelled alcohol and frowned slightly. Today during the meeting with our partners, it was hard to decline their hospitality. Lu Qi explained for the man after noticing Su Jinyu's furrowed brow. Judging by the smell, Su Jinyu could roughly guess how much had been consumed. He took a few steps forward, slightly bending over to look at the person in the car. Gu Pei Lang frowned, his thin lips tightly pressed, looking somewhat uncomfortable. Upon hearing the voices of their conversation, he sluggishly opened his eyes and turned his head. His usually dark eyes were hazy due to drunkenness, and the outer corners of his elongated eyes slightly reddened. His handsome face was expressionless, but the entire person exuded a seductive charm of abstinence. Su Jinyu. Chapter 43, The Crying Gu. Gu Pei Lang stared at him steadily for quite some time before he finally seemed to recognize him. The man raised his hand to pinch the aching bridge of his nose, his hoarse voice filled with uncertainty, Su Jinyu. Upon hearing his name being called, Su Jinyu blinked and snapped back to reality. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, yes, it's me. Gu Pei Lang closed his eyes again without speaking. Su Jinyu looked at him tenderly, softening his voice, it's chilly in the evening. Why don't we go inside? Lu Qi cleverly did not approach. After sitting in the car for another 2 minutes, Gu Pei Lang then transferred himself to the wheelchair. Su Jinyu astutely pushed the person towards the house. The pot in the kitchen was still PSSST emitting hot steam, with the light aroma spilling into the living room, making one's stomach growl even more audibly. I didn't know you had social engagements, so I stewed a radish spare rib soup. Would you try it when it's ready? Have just a little. I'll also cook you a sobering soup. Su Jinyu leaned over slightly, whispering softly in the other person's ear as he wheeled Gu Pei Lang further inside. Lu Qi silently followed behind them, watching this scene ahead, his face completely expressionless. The feeling of being drunk certainly wasn't pleasant. Gu Pei Lang, seated at the dining table, watched Su Jinyu carry the soup from the kitchen. His already uneasy stomach grew increasingly restless, frowning, shaking his head at the sight. Then he controlled his wheelchair to turn and leave. Su Jinyu stood there holding the soup in the living room, watching the man's retreating back with deep concern. In the end, he couldn't bear to let go, putting down what he held, following closely behind. As he passed through the living room, noticing that Lu Qi was still seated on the sofa, he suddenly remembered. Did something happen to Pei Lang today? Su Jinyu asked him. Lu Qi shook his head. That. Mr. Lu probably hasn't eaten dinner yet. If you don't mind, please stay for dinner before you leave. Lu Qi stood up, expressionless, adjusted his glasses with a raise of his hand, then nodded, thank you, Mr. Su. Then I won't refuse your kindness. Su Jinyu hurriedly nodded, ask the auntie to serve you first, I'll go check on Pei Lang upstairs. Without waiting for Lu Qi's response, he swiftly turned and walked away, his pace urgent. Approaching the guest room beside the master bedroom on the third floor, Su Jinyu tapped on the door lightly. Pei Lang? There was no sound from inside. Su Jinyu waited a few seconds before placing his hand on the doorknob. Not locked. Pei Lang, I'm coming in, he spoke just as he pushed open the door and walked inside. No one was in the bedroom, and Su Jinyu quickly glanced around until he heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. He stepped closer, looking through the misty glass to make out an indistinct shadow inside. Pei Lang, how are you feeling? Do you feel unwell? Do you need help? Su Jinyu stood by the door asking several questions in succession, but received no answer. Wrinkling his brows, anxiety eventually prevailed, and he pushed open the door. A cool gust greeted Su Jinyu, causing him to shiver involuntarily. But when he caught sight of the scene in front of him, his soul almost escaped. The man, stripped of his suit jacket, sat under the showerhead, lowering his head as cold water poured over his body, soaking the snow-white shirt that now clung tightly to him, outlining a powerful upper torso. In contrast, though, was his lower half. Without the blanket to conceal him, and drenched by the water, the black slacks of his suit clung tightly to his thighs under the force of gravity, outlining thigh bones that were worryingly thin without any muscle or fat padding. Su Jinyu's eyes welled with tears almost instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward and turned off the showerhead, then grabbed a towel from the rack nearby and wrapped it around the man before pushing him out of the bathroom. Throughout this sequence of actions, the person on the wheelchair showed little reaction. Drops of water trickled down along the edges of the wheelchair and the cuffs of his pants, forming small dark spots on the expensive carpet. Su Jinyu felt he should have been angry, he should have cursed loudly and questioned uncontrollably why the other had done this. But he could not utter a word. His throat felt as if he had swallowed a red-hot iron block, which scorched its way down his esophagus into his internal organs, burning painfully and making it hard for him to breathe. Su Jinyu blinked furiously to push back the tears in his eyes, then shakily picked up the towel and began drying the water droplets from the man's hair. A soft, plop sound was heard, and a transparent droplet appeared on the pale hand back, its scalding temperature making the fingers instinctively curl. The man stiffly lifted his head, his eyes, like deep voids, silently gazing at the person in front. Su Jinyu gritted his teeth tightly, trying to suppress his broken sobs as tears flowed uncontrollably like an open floodgate. After drying the hair, he began unbuttoning the soaked shirt, but his trembling fingertips wouldn't obey, and after a long while, not a single button was undone. Finally, it was Gu Pei Lang who raised his icy-cold hand and lightly rested it atop Su Jinyu's. A choked sob broke through the silence. Su Jinyu collapsed into the man's embrace, his hands gripping desperately around the other's neck as if trying to merge the two bodies together. With a raspy, quivering voice, he asked sorrowfully, why? Gu Pei Lang allowed him to hold on, remaining silent. The quiet bedroom echoed only with the muffled sobs of the man, expressing heart-wrenching pain. After what seemed like ages, Gu Pei Lang came back to life, slowly raising his hand and awkwardly wrapping it around the person in front. His voice was raspy and devoid of emotion, yet Su Jinyu could tell he was crying too. Gu Pei Lang said, Su Jinyu, my parents, they were murdered. For a fleeting moment, Su Jinyu's body went rigid. Immediately, he tightened his grip even further. Any words of comfort seemed futile now, all he could do was feel heartbroken. The weeping became more intense. Gu Pei Lang's hollow gaze crossed over the man's shoulder, landing on a bedside table where a family photo stood, a beautiful and gentle woman, a tall and handsome man, and in their arms, a boy with a serious little face far beyond his years. Gu Pei Lang blinked, feeling something warm slide past the corner of his eye. Faint echoes of past family conversations seemed to still linger in his ears. Mom, Grandma Chen in the village told me her granddaughter wants to marry me when I grow up. The childlike voice sounded troubled. Did little Pei Lang agree? The mother spoke gently. I'm still thinking about it. Dad says marriage is not a game, men should marry those they love. The father sitting in the driver's seat mock scolded, little brat. Do you like her? Boy, Xiaohua is too naughty, I prefer quieter ones, but since she has always played with me and even accompanied me into the male restroom, he seemed even more troubled now. She saw me use the restroom, and no one will want her afterward, well, I'll reluctantly accept. Our little Pei Lang is so obedient, the woman softly ruffled his small head. Once promised, you cannot go back on your word. Honest men keep their promises. You're right, Mom, you must act responsibly and be accountable like your dad. I know, I will. Chapter 44, Memories, Part 1. That summer when Gu Pei Lang was 7 years old, his parents brought him to Lotus Village in City A, known as the Water Town, to escape the heat. The 7-year-old boy looked delicate, his face smooth like a peeled boiled egg, white, tender, and free of imperfection. With neat short hair, a pure white snow-like shirt, and black suspenders paired with small black leather shoes that gleamed brilliantly. His stylish and meticulous attire immediately signaled that this was a young master from a wealthy household. The black car drove on the bumpy road, and little Pei Lang in the back seat was engrossed in solving a high-level Rubik's Cube, showing no interest in the vast lotus ponds outside the window that were retreating rapidly from his view. Beside him sat a woman with soft, wavy hair, wearing a lake blue cheongsam that matched beautifully with the scenery outside. The woman glanced sideways at her solemn-faced son who hadn't uttered a single word and saw a flicker of helplessness in her almond-shaped eyes. Baby, shall we take a break? Look out the window, it's beautiful. Remember what your teacher taught in class, the endless green leaves meet the sky, and the red lotuses shine brightly in the sun, it's exactly like this now. Gu Peilang didn't lift his head, quickly turning the Rubik's Cube that was almost as big as both of his hands combined. Mom, I don't like it, the young voice sounded somewhat adorable but also carried an unusual maturity for his age. Little Peilang paused his action, finally raising his head to look at his mother. I haven't finished the math Olympiad problem assigned by my teacher yet. Mrs. Gu. Sitting in the driver's seat, Mr. Gu heard the conversation between his wife and son and caught the sigh of helplessness on his wife's face through the rearview mirror. The handsome man chuckled and said, Peilang, let me tell you something, life is short, just a few decades, and ever since we are born, we've been busy dealing with worldly matters, leaving very little time for ourselves. Those homework assignments can be done anytime if you want to do them, but beautiful scenery and leisure time are different, they are rare and fleeting. When you encounter them, you should enjoy them, because later when you want to revisit them, it might be too late. Mrs. Gu looked disapprovingly at the man in the driver's seat and chided him, Peilang is still a child, why are you telling him these things now? Mr. Gu responded, wife, children need to be taught from a young age. Mom, I'm not a kid anymore, little Peilang put down the Rubik's Cube and gently tugged at Mrs. Gu's sleeve, looking seriously at her. He tried to emulate the posture of an adult and said, I understand everything Dad has told me. The man in the driver's seat laughed heartily, no wonder, you're the son of Gu Sinan. After their conversation, little Peilang finally stopped playing with his Rubik's Cube. He rolled down the window and leaned against it, watching the rapidly retreating landscape outside. The warm breeze became refreshing after accelerating, rushing toward him welcomingly. The boy squinted his eyes, and the face that had always been so serious and grown-up finally showed some innocence appropriate for his age. The car arrived at its destination by dusk. The small lotus village stood amidst extensive lotus fields, glowing under the twilight, so breathtakingly beautiful it almost seemed otherworldly. 2 large locust trees stood at the entrance to the village, their lush green branches rustling in the wind, creating a melody that belonged to nature. The village's concrete road was narrow, and their car couldn't go further inside, so they had to park at the entrance. Holding Mrs. Gu's hand, Gu Peilang stepped out of the car. His exquisite phoenix-shaped eyes widened slightly as he took in the view before him, momentarily lost in thought. This did not escape the attention of Mrs. Gu, who bent over slightly and pinched his chubby cheek, smiling, how about it, baby, do you like it here? Gu Peilang snapped back to reality, cleared his throat, and reluctantly nodded, not bad. Mrs. Gu understood her son well, not bad meant he liked it. She breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, glad she had chosen the right place this time. Mr. Gu, carrying luggage from the trunk, approached. The family of 3 was ready to enter the village. It was the time when villagers returned home after work. On their way, people looked curiously and scrutinizingly at the neatly dressed trio, handsome man, beautiful woman, and even the child following closely behind them was exceptionally refined looking. They had recently received government directives for development, and while tourists occasionally came to admire flowers or take vacations during this period, none of them had seen anyone quite like the elegant-looking trio before them. All 3 exuded an air of noble refinement from deep within their bones, making them stand out in the simple, rustic countryside. Before coming, Mr. Gu had researched the area and learned there were homestays in the village specially designed for guests like them. Following the map's directions, the man led his family towards their destination, stopping every now and then to chat with curious and friendly villagers they met along the way. Little Gu Peilang quietly followed behind his mother, looking down at the long line of ants marching across the ground, his eyes filled with curiosity. Suddenly, a small deflated black ball rolled to his feet with a gurgle. The ball was so dirty that Gu Peilang instinctively took a step back and wrinkled his nose before looking up. Not far from the roadside, there stood a dark, skinny little girl with messy yellow hair tied into 2 braids. Even under the orange sunset, it was clear how poor her hair quality was. The child looked as if she hadn't eaten for a long time, excessively thin with large, watery eyes on a palm-sized face, almost occupying half of it. Her earth-yellow floral dress hung on her like a broken sack, exposing most of her right shoulder. Her arms were no thicker than twigs. The little girl stared at him with an intense gaze. Upon noticing he was looking at her, she instinctively swallowed saliva, then turned around and ran away, her body swaying side to side, almost falling a few times. Gu Peilang, did he look that scary? The commotion between the 2 kids drew the attention of other adults. Someone who had been chatting with Mr. Gu stopped, watching the retreating figure with a flash of obvious disgust in their eyes, which didn't go unnoticed by Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu, I hope you don't mind my interference. Your family has just arrived here, so perhaps you're not aware of some things yet. However, keep an eye on your child and make sure he doesn't play with kids of dubious character, otherwise, it might lead to trouble. At this statement, the corner of Mr. Gu's lips tightened slightly, and even Mrs. Gu pulled Gu Peilang into her arms hastily. What do you mean, Brother Chen? That child you saw earlier, the person nodded toward the village entrance, lowering his voice conspiratorially. She's the granddaughter of Aunt Chen at the village entrance. Her father's identity is unknown, and her mother, well, she works in that profession and, apparently, does drugs too. The girl came back pregnant after running away, gave birth only a couple days later, didn't let the baby have a drop of milk, then left the elderly and the child behind without a second thought. TSK. For years now, she hasn't come back once to visit. His tone was full of lamentation, but it also couldn't hide his contempt. Upon hearing this, Mr. Gu frowned, recalling the retreating figure earlier, feeling a certain sympathy welling up within him. The sins of the parents should not be visited upon the child. Chapter 45, Past Events, 2. Mr. Gu gathered himself and smiled at the man in front of him, being polite and courteous. Thank you for reminding me, Brother Chen. The man waved a hand dismissively, saying no need for thanks. He added that they could ask for help whenever needed, and then hearing his wife call him for dinner, said a few more sentences before turning to leave. After turning around, Mr. Gu looked back at his wife and son, softening his voice. Let's go. Mrs. Gu nodded, holding Gu Peilang's hand as she walked behind him. But after walking a few steps, Gu Peilang suddenly stopped. Mrs. Gu looked back at him. Baby, what's wrong? Gu Peilang didn't say anything, just looked back at the black, lonely ball lying on the ground. A trace of struggle flashed through his beautiful eyes. Following his gaze, Mrs. Gu furrowed her brows slightly. If you want it, I can buy one for you later. That one is both dirty and broken, definitely covered in bacteria. Gu Peilang blinked his eyes, and suddenly, a pair of wet eyes appeared vividly in his mind. He looked back at his mother. Mom. In the end, unable to resist, Mrs. Gu found her cosmetic bag inside the suitcase and put the ball in it. With his white, chubby little hands, Gu Peilang held the light brown strap, revealing a rare and obediently grateful smile to his mother. Thank you, Mom. Mrs. Gu sighed inwardly, failing to understand why her child cared so much about the ball. Actually, not only did she fail to understand, but Gu Peilang himself didn't know either. He just subconsciously felt that the ball must be very important to that little girl. If it were left here and someone else picked it up, she'd surely be heartbroken. If we meet her again next time, I'll return it to her. Gu Peilang thought in his mind. After arriving at the homestay, Gu Peilang even asked the owner for a brush and squatted by the sink under the sun, scrubbing it vigorously clean. The deflated ball revealed its original color, watermelon rind pattern. On the third evening, the watermelon pattern ball welcomed its little master. At that time, Gu Peilang was sitting in a wicker chair under the grapevine in the courtyard, wearing a set of military green shirt and pants, eating watermelon. The chair was directly facing the gate, allowing him to easily spot Mr. and Mrs. Gu when they returned. Behind the grapevine stood a tall wall for adults, completely covered in lush ivy, the green leaves glowing softly under the fading rays of the sunset. Gu Peilang squinted and finished eating the watermelon in his hand, carefully wiping away the remaining juice with a napkin. As he was about to take another piece, a sudden, shuffling, sound came from behind him, as if something had fallen to the ground. He looked down and saw a pile of chubby lotus seeds rolling around, many of which rolled right by his feet. Gu Peilang, Setting down the watermelon in his hand, he stood up and turned back. He saw a black-skinned girl in a floral dress sitting on top of the tall wall. Her skirt was gathered at her lap, but lotus seeds kept spilling out. The little girl seemed flustered by this unexpected event, flailing her small claw-like hands frantically to salvage the falling seeds, but without much success. Gu Peilang looked up at her, the first thought flashing through his mind being, how did she climb up there? As if sensing his gaze, the little girl lowered her head and met his eyes. A flash of shyness crossed her large, wet eyes, and then she gave him a cautious smile. Gu Peilang, I remember you. Are you here looking for your little ball? The little girl tilted her head as if unsure what he was talking about, pondered for a moment, then nodded. Gu Peilang, come down first. It's too dangerous up there. Your ball is with me, I'll go fetch it for you. The person on the wall hesitated as she glanced down at the high ground below, clearly scared. She had been able to climb up because of a crooked neck tree outside the wall, but now, inside the wall, there was nothing for her to use to safely descend. She would surely be injured if she jumped down like that. Gu Peilang apparently considered this as well. After a moment's thought, he went to retrieve the ladder the owner had used earlier to fix the lights. The 7-year-old boy's face reddened as he struggled to drag the tall ladder, taller than himself, over to the base of the wall and secured it before turning his attention to the person above. Gasping slightly for breath, Gu Peilang said, all right, come down now. Trembling, the little girl extended one foot tentatively, holding the hem of her dress between her teeth, both hands gripping the ladder tightly, and in just a few seconds, she swiftly slid down like a monkey. Below, Gu Peilang awkwardly averted his gaze. He'd accidentally caught sight of her underwear, which was blue with a Doraemon pattern printed on it. Wait a second. I'll get your ball. Only after the little girl approached did Gu Peilang realize how much shorter she was than him. She barely reached his chest. Up close, those large eyes of hers were so black, they reminded him of the ink he used for practicing calligraphy, yet they sparkled beautifully. After saying this, Gu Peilang turned into the house. Not long after, he re-emerged holding the cleaned little ball. The little girl grinned widely, exposing all her teeth. Gu Peilang couldn't help but curve his lips upward at her infectious smile. Unusually for him, he introduced himself actively, I'm Gu Peilang. What's your name? My name is Little Flower. The girl's voice was bright but tinged with the distinct rasp of someone who hadn't spoken much in a while. Gu Peilang furrowed his brows, are you thirsty? There's watermelon here, would you like some? Little Flower stared dazedly at the plump, juicy watermelon in his hand, swallowing saliva audibly. Thank you, big brother, the girl politely expressed gratitude but didn't reach for the watermelon, instead revealing what she carried in her skirt. This is for you. Gu Peilang looked down at the pile of lotus seeds, surprised. Is this for me? Little Flower nodded shyly, a faint blush creeping onto her dark face as she murmured, lotus seeds are really tasty. I'm giving them to you. Thank you, Little Flower. Gu Peilang took them gently, then asked her to sit on the wicker chair nearby to eat watermelon, while he crouched down and picked up the lotus seeds that had previously fallen. As Little Flower ate, she observed him quietly. Gu Peilang picked up the last lotus seed and looked up. Little Flower, why are you staring at me? You look nice. The child's compliment was straightforward and sincere, leaving Gu Peilang momentarily at a loss for words. Out of politeness, he responded with his own compliment, you also look nice. Little Flower blushed shyly at first, then shook her head. No, I don't. I'm ugly. Other children in the village wouldn't play with her, calling her names like ugly monster or water monkey. You're not. Little Flower's eyes are very beautiful. Gu Peilang sincerely told the truth. Although the girl was skinny like dried beef, her eyes truly were stunning. Praised by the handsome boy, Little Flower's smile grew wider at the corners of her lips. The two children ate watermelon under the grapevine while chatting. That was when Gu Peilang learned that Little Flower's last name was Chen and she lived with her grandparents, who were farmers. With her grandparents always busy working in the fields, she had no one but herself to play with. Gu Peilang felt a twinge of sympathy for the child 3 years younger than him and gave her all the imported snacks he had brought along. When it was getting dark, the girl mentioned being worried about making her grandparents worry and said she needed to go home. Gu Peilang escorted her out, and under the moonlight, the child looked up at him with stars sparkling in her eyes. Handsome brother, can I come find you to play again? Gu Peilang, thinking they would be staying here for quite some time, nodded his agreement. The girl grinned happily, turned around satisfied, and left. After that, the two children spent their days playing together. Gu Peilang was usually aloof and indifferent toward everyone except his parents, giving off an air of coldness that kept others at bay. Yet strangely, this invisible barrier seemed to disappear whenever he was with Little Flower. Some kids in the village, seeing that even Chen Little Flower could play with him, tried to get closer. However, before they could reach the door of the guest house, they were deterred by Gu Peilang's icy glare. Gu Peilang's family stayed in this quiet and simple village for half a month until Mr. Gu received a call from the main house, prompting them to end their vacation and return. When Chen Little Flower arrived holding a dewy lotus flower, she saw a beautiful aunt and a handsome uncle packing their luggage. Gu Peilang sat on the side of the bed wearing a navy blue suit, his expression solemn and silent. When he looked up and saw her coming, his face softened slightly. Little Flower, you're here. Standing outside the door, Little Flower looked at the scattered suitcases on the ground. A hint of unease flickered in her large, doe-like eyes, and instinctively, she hugged the flower tighter. Handsome brother. It's messy here, let's talk outside. Gu Peilang walked over and took her hand, leading both of them out of the door. In the courtyard, the morning sunlight gently fell on them. Gu Peilang looked at the usually lively little girl now deflated like a wilted rabbit and found himself at a loss for words. Handsome brother, are you leaving? Finally, Little Flower spoke first, looking up at the excessively handsome boy with tears welling up in her eyes. Gu Peilang's throat tightened, but he still managed to nod, yeah. Smiling through her sadness, Little Flower said, I see. Grandma said you came for vacation, and vacations always mean going back home. Little Flower. It's just in time, Little Flower smiled, handing the pink lotus flower from her chest into Gu Peilang's arms, saying, I picked this flower from Uncle Chen's pond. It's the biggest and most beautiful one. I'm giving it to you. You take it back, and every time you see it, you'll think of me. Thank you, Little Flower. I really like it. Gu Peilang gazed down at the petals in his arms, his expression turning tender, his voice soft. Bathed in the golden morning light, Little Flower couldn't help but stare, so absorbed was she in his handsome features. Coming to her senses, she stood on tiptoe and pecked him on the cheek. Gu Peilang. Little Flower looked at the stunned boy, blushing as she shyly smiled back, her wide eyes still twinkling as she softly asked, Handsome brother, you're so handsome. When I grow up, can I marry you? Gu Peilang was truly shocked. He remained dazed long after, not returning to his senses until later in the bathroom when he noticed the little girl staring intently at him beside the door. His heart, which had been beating faster all this time, wouldn't calm down anymore. Mr. and Mrs. Gu moved quickly, soon packing everything. Gu Peilang followed behind them, with the small shadow standing in front of the guesthouse door unwilling to step forward. Before getting in the car, Gu Peilang couldn't help but look back one more time. The bony little figure stood next to the door, almost as thin as the crack between the doors, her big eyes fixed on their direction, full of reluctance. Gu Peilang's heart felt as though it had been struck by a sudden hammer blow, and he ran back. Seeing him running towards her, Little Flower couldn't hold back her radiant smile. Handsome brother. Little Flower, this is for you. Gu Peilang removed the talisman hanging from his neck and placed it around hers, ending with a gentle embrace. As Chen Xiaohua smelled the scent of sunshine on the boy, her eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Handsome brother, I've already given you my first kiss. Will you marry me and make me your bride? Gu Peilang held her but said nothing, not even uttering that single word, yes, as he looked back in the rearview mirror until the small figure disappeared entirely. On the way home, Gu Peilang was gloomy all the way. After careful thought, he told his mother what had happened, though instinctively leaving out the kiss that made his heart beat faster. Mr. and Mrs. Gu were curious why their 7-year-old son would be troubled by a 4-year-old's words, yet they patiently consoled him and gave advice. Finally, following the advice of his parents and listening to his own heart, Gu Peilang solemnly made his decision: he would marry Chen Xiaohua to be his bride one day. When he grew up, he would come for her, and that talisman could serve as an engagement token. With this thought, Gu Peilang felt much more relieved. After Gu Peilang left Lotus Village, he didn't know that right after his departure, a group of kids who disliked Chen Xiaohua jumped out from behind a wall. They saw the gift from Gu Peilang, surrounded her despite her struggles and resistance, and forcibly tore off the smooth, round jade pendant from her neck. That wasn't all. Still remembering how Gu Peilang had treated them before, with resentment bottled up inside, they couldn't take it out on Gu Peilang anymore since he was gone. Thus, they unleashed all their anger onto Chen Xiaohua. These half-grown kids yelled and threatened to teach her a lesson so she'd know their power, then stripped her naked right outside the guesthouse door. To their shock, they realized Chen Xiaohua had the same body structure as a boy, and once they came to their senses, they erupted into chaos. They never imagined that Chen Xiaohua wearing floral dresses was actually a boy. From that day forward, besides being called Water Monkey and Ugly Monster, Chen Xiaohua gained new nicknames, Little Pervert and Sissy. Chapter 46, Together. When Gu Peilang opened his eyes, it was still pitch black outside the window, the room dimly lit only by the bedside lamp casting light on a small area. He blinked, his dream frozen at the moment of the car accident. The piercing sound of brakes rang in his ears, and he was tightly held in someone's arms, feeling warm droplets continuously falling on his face, sticky, with a sweet, coppery tang. Something stirred in his arms, and then a warm hand lightly patted his back, full of tenderness and comfort. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. It was just a nightmare, don't be scared. A muffled voice filled with drowsiness faintly reached his ears, pulling him completely out of the lingering fear of the nightmare. Only then did Gu Peilang realize there was someone lying in his arms. Su Jinyu was dressed in a sky-blue cotton pajama, curled up slightly facing him, one hand resting on his chest gripping his clothes, the other placed on his back, gently patting every now and then. The soft orange-yellow light illuminated his delicate profile, his long lashes casting faint shadows under his eyes, his nose straight and high-bridged, the tip of it small and cute, his lips plump and rounded. Gu Peilang had never observed him so closely or carefully. Every feature of the man seemed like a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by God, effortlessly captivating his entire attention. Memories from before he lost consciousness rushed back. During a dinner negotiation with business partners, he learned some truths about his parents' car accident, and unable to contain himself, drank more than usual. When he returned, he became drunk. It was Su Jinyu who pulled him out of the bathroom, dried his hair, changed his clothes, put him to bed, and in a gentle tone he had never heard before, coaxed him to sleep. Even in deep slumber, the person in his arms had furrowed brows, as if weighed down by countless worries. Gu Peilang gazed at him unblinkingly, his dark, profound eyes were darker than the night outside, no one knew what was going through his mind. The sleeping person seemed disturbed by his gaze, frowning deeper at first, then his long lashes quivered before slowly opening his eyes. Their eyes met, misty with remnants of sleep. Peilang. Su Jinyu's voice was raspy and dry. Gu Peilang shifted his gaze and nodded. Su Jinyu propped himself up and sat, turning on the room light. The bright light instantly illuminated every corner of the room. He turned his head to look at the person on the bed, noticing their pale complexion and the sweat drenched on their forehead. Heartache welled up uncontrollably in his eyes as Su Jinyu grabbed a tissue from the bedside table to wipe him clean. Did you have another nightmare? The movements on his forehead were incredibly gentle. Gu Peilang closed his eyes for a moment, masking the vulnerability in his gaze. Su Jinyu wasn't bothered by his silence, he knew how upset the other must be feeling. Rising to pour a cup of prepared hot water, he spoke softly, "Do you want some water?" The man propped himself against the headboard, accepting the cup in his hand, "Thank you." Su Jinyu's lips curled slightly upwards, his eyes twinkling. His eyes were somewhat swollen and red. Gu Peilang remembered the image of him earlier sobbing while embracing him, causing his fingertips gripping the cup to tremble lightly. "Peilang, are you hungry? Manager Zhang has cooked porridge. I can bring it up for you, or would you prefer soup? Today's pork rib soup is quite delicious. I'm not hungry, you don't need to bother with these things." Su Jinyu hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Gu Peilang. Leaning against the headboard, he lowered his gaze towards the cup in his hand. His dry voice regained its low and chilly tone after being refreshed by the drink. "Thank you for taking care of me tonight. I'm fine now. You should go back and rest." For a long time, Su Jinyu continued to look at his ashen face, cloaked in a somber mood, hesitant to make any move. Lifting his gaze, the man's deep black eyes calmly locked onto him. "Su Jinyu, can I stay?" Gu Peilang. Seeing his silence, Su Jinyu assumed he disagreed and quickly added, "I had a nightmare. The master bedroom is too big and I'm scared to be alone." "Peilang, please let me stay, just for tonight. If you don't want me to sleep with you, I can sleep on the floor. Standing there by the edge of the bed, brows furrowed in an adorable manner, his voice filled with pleading, making Gu Peilang suspect that if he refused, Su Jinyu might break down into tears right away. Come over here. Gu Peilang put the cup down and lay back down, turning his back to Su Jinyu and missing the radiant smile that lit up the other's face upon hearing his words. Su Jinyu quickly approached, gently lifting the covers before carefully lying beside the man. With a soft click, the room fell dark again. In the quiet space, only the shallow breathing of the two people interlaced and rose rhythmically. Gu Peilang was still awake, unable to lie as recklessly in his arms anymore like Su Jinyu used to do before. A slight disappointment surfaced in his heart, so he quietly buried his head under the blanket and took a deep breath of a unique scent belonging to the other. It was a gentleman's kind of addiction. You don't have to act this way. Gu Peilang's voice suddenly rang out, laced with inexplicable emotion. Caught telling a lie, Su Jinyu didn't feel surprised. Turning around, he directed his gaze towards the man in the darkness, his voice nearly indiscernible. I just think, at this moment, I should be with you. Gu's parents met with disaster early on. During a return trip from vacation, their car collided in a chain reaction, pushing them off the national highway guardrail. Gu's father passed away instantly, whereas Gu's mother shielded the then 7-year-old Gu Peilang until the rescue team arrived. She finally drew her last breath en route to the hospital. A once happy and complete family of 3 was reduced to just one orphan child. These incidents were what Su Jinyu heard after being taken back to the Su household. When Gu's parents died, Su Jinyu was only 4 years old, living in an underdeveloped village with his grandparents. Back then, he knew nothing. Even when he found out later, he had no particular feelings about it, except when he learned that Gu Peilang forced the Su family to marry him off. Then, in his heart, he cruelly thought, why couldn't that car accident have directly taken him? Almost 20 years have passed since the event. All who knew about the incident considered it merely a traffic accident, unaware that hidden circumstances existed. How sorrowful my Peilang must have been. Chapter 47, The Truth. The man in the darkness remained silent for a long time before laughing with an unclear meaning afterward. Pity me? Su Jinyu shook his head, knowing the other couldn't see. Harnessing the courage bestowed by the night, his hand moved slowly beneath the covers until it grasped the man's hand, tentatively tightening his grip as though using this gesture to fully convey his sentiments. Gu Peilang remained rigid, making no move. Su Jinyu opened his mouth slightly to catch his breath, his voice a little dry. All your past experiences, I never had the chance to be part of them, and now that I finally have an opportunity, it turns out to be me being foolish. Peilang, I regret so much. The man's voice, concealed by the night, was slightly choked with emotion, and Gu Peilang felt somewhat dazed. Regret? He pulled his hand away from the other person's grasp. Do you regret meeting me? His hand was caught again, this time with greater strength, and Gu Peilang heard every deliberate word from the person behind him. I regret not meeting you sooner. Su Jinyu tightened his grip on the hand in his palm, intertwining their fingers. He lightly curled his lips into a faint smile of satisfaction. Before I was 12 years old, I lived with my grandparents. Su Jinyu suddenly spoke, his slightly raspy voice filled with reminiscence of the past. He said, back then, I wasn't surnamed Su, I was surnamed Chen. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but laugh softly, as if remembering something amusing. You can't possibly guess how ugly my name was back then, Chen Xiaohua. It was truly embarrassing, wasn't it? I thought so too. Gu Peilang didn't know why he would suddenly start talking about these things, so he stayed silent. Su Jinyu kept rambling unsteadily. Those memories he deliberately sealed away were now dusted off by his own hands in this tranquil night, and he laid them openly before the man. I don't have parents. People in the village always called me a wild child. It's often said that children remember things well, and Su Jinyu believed it too. Otherwise, how could he remember for so long all the words he overheard explicitly or implicitly passed around by those people? His biological father was unknown, while his mother, Chen Shan, dropped out of high school to work outside after graduation. When she was 20, she returned home unexpectedly pregnant. Being unwed and pregnant, this was a matter scorned by many in the still backward Hehua village at that time, instantly turning the Chen family into a laughingstock. Chen Shan's father fell ill from rage and was hospitalized. Upon waking, he insisted on expelling Chen Shan from the house, but her mother intervened. Chen's mother asked Chen Shan to terminate the pregnancy, which she refused. Not because she cherished the baby, but because doctors explained her uterine walls were thin, making her naturally less likely to conceive. Undergoing an abortion might prevent her from ever becoming a mother again. For this reason alone, she decided to keep the child. Chen's mother loved her daughter deeply since childhood, so upon hearing her reasons, she ceased pressuring her to abort the fetus and helped convince her husband instead. The situation calmed down gradually after 2 to 3 months. However, even before completing her 9-month term, Chen Shan delivered a baby who was born prematurely. Due to insufficient maternal nutrition during pregnancy, the infant was as thin as a kitten, feeble in both cries and breathing, looking unlikely to survive long. Chen Shan showed no affection towards this baby, having never even taken a glance or provided any breast milk. On the 3rd day when she was able to get out of bed, she packed up her luggage and left. It was thanks to Chen's mother finding all possible ways that the baby's life was saved from death's grip. Even though the baby survived, the health problems persisted until the 1st year. It wasn't until the baby turned 1 that Chen's mother heard of a renowned shaman in the village. Out of desperation, she sought the woman's advice and consulted on the baby's destiny. The shaman said this child was originally supposed to be a girl, only to be replaced by another. The heavy birth chart couldn't withstand the male yang energy, hence resulting in its frail constitution. To ensure the child's safe growth, it should be treated as a girl until the age of 12. After concluding her assessment and collecting her payment, the shaman gave the baby the name Qin Xiaohua. My grandmother believed the shaman was divine. In fact, following her instructions seemed to genuinely improve my health. Su Jinyu held Gu Peilang's hand tightly against his chest and laughed at his own expense. Whether she was divinely right or not, I don't know, but dressing as a girl for 12 years sure caused resentment, which I've never forgotten. Only that I didn't get the chance to take revenge, it saved her trouble. Gu Peilang remained dumbfounded. From the very first sight of the eyes identical to those in his memories, he'd instructed Lu Qi to investigate the identity of Master Su and later confirmed that he was indeed the former Qin Xiaohua. The once ordinary Hehua village had undergone monumental changes since then, with villagers moving away en masse. Therefore, the information Lu Qi gathered was sporadic. All Gu Peilang knew was that Su Jinyu was taken back to the Su household at the age of 12, details of what happened between that period until his departure remained completely unknown. How did they bully you? Su Jinyu's body stiffened momentarily in a way barely perceptible, then quickly returned to normal. A group of kids, how could they bully me? He shrugged, his voice nonchalant, except for ganging up on me and giving me some unpleasant nicknames. The hand intertwined with his index finger suddenly tightened, making Su Jinyu's heart soften. But you don't have to worry, I'm not one to take things lying down either. When they bullied me, I ran to their lotus pond and plucked all the lotuses, along with the lotus seeds and roots. I didn't leave a single one behind. His tone was somewhat proud, but then he suddenly remembered that such behavior was stealing, so he deflated immediately. Gu Peilang, however, did not notice. At this moment, his heart was full of sympathy. Su Jinyu hurriedly changed the subject. By the way, I even got into a fight with them when I was 4 years old. Was it, when? Gu Peilang opened his mouth with a raspy voice, his deep tone seemed as if he was suppressing something, yet Su Jinyu did not detect it. It was probably in the summer when I was 4, Su Jinyu thought for a moment, I don't exactly remember why. It was all told to me by my grandmother later. They gave me a big lump on my head, and I lay unconscious, naked in a pool of blood. A group of children surrounded me, crying loudly. Then, the landlady of a guest house heard the commotion and came out, taking me to the hospital. 4 years old, summer, guest house, these words connected, forming a frightening conjecture in Gu Peilang's mind. His breathing slightly trembled, and without realizing it, he gripped Su Jinyu's hand tighter. The man finally noticed his abnormality and called his name curiously, Peilang. Gu Peilang turned to face him, warm hands gently stroking his head, slowly moving until he finally touched a thumb-sized bump on the back of the person's skull. His breathing became increasingly unsteady, and Su Jinyu carefully looked up, unable to see his face in the darkness. Gu Peilang clenched his teeth, unable to restrain the immense compassion swelling within, pressing the person's head softly yet firmly against his chest. You've forgotten. His voice was nearly inaudible, carrying great sorrow and a sudden clarity of realization. Su Jinyu felt a bit suffocated. He sniffed and slowly hugged the person before him. His muffled voice transmitted through their clothing, how do you know I lost my memory? After waking up, his mental state wasn't good. It was only after a doctor's examination and diagnosis that they discovered he had lost an entire month's worth of memories. Gu Peilang remained silent, holding him even tighter. He had never imagined that in a place unknown to him, the truth of what happened was like this. Chapter 48, The Determined Gu Attack. Peilang. What's wrong with you? Su Jinyu felt the strength with which the man held him, feeling uneasy. Nothing, let's sleep. The low, cold voice was slightly hoarse, carrying a peculiar gentleness. Su Jinyu's heartbeat skipped uncontrollably for 2 beats. He opened his mouth, wanting to say more, but Gu Peilang's deep and gentle voice acted like a signal, instantly awakening all the drowsiness inside him. Sleepy waves flooded over him like an overwhelming tide, wrapping him tightly. Not long after, Gu Peilang heard the slow and extended breaths from the person in his arms, indicating he was asleep. He turned on the bedside wall lamp, watching the peaceful sleeping face under the warm light. Slightly lowering his head, he placed a fleeting kiss on the other's clean and warm forehead. Su Jinyu had never slept this soundly. When he woke up, the spot beside him had already been empty for a long time. The room was completely quiet, heavy curtains blocking all the light outside. Su Jinyu propped himself up, sitting on the bed, looking at the cooled-off spot next to him, lost in thoughts. There was a knock on the door, the sound dull but regular. Su Jinyu got out of bed to open the door and saw Mr. Zhang, the stern-faced butler in black suit standing outside. The woman glanced at him, then slightly bowed her head. Sir asked me to wake Mr. Su up for breakfast. Su Jinyu caught the unwillingness in her tone, but this did not dampen his mood in the least. Peilang cared about him. Where is Peilang? Zhang butler, sir went to the company early in the morning. Su Jinyu felt a little regretful that they couldn't eat breakfast together. I understand, you may go down first. I'll be there shortly. Zhang butler didn't say much more, nodding before turning to leave. On the other side, at the Gu residence. Gu Peilang handed the signed documents to Lu Qi, then pinched the bridge of his nose with a slight look of fatigue on his brows. Lu Qi looked at the dark circles under Gu Peilang's eyes and asked concernedly, "Boss, would you like to rest for a moment?" "No need." Gu Peilang picked up the coffee cup next to him and took a sip. "Tell the people downstairs to prepare, we'll start the meeting on time." "Alright, I'll go and do that." Lu Qi adjusted his glasses, nodded in response, but just as he turned around to leave, the man behind the desk suddenly called him back. Lu Qi stopped and turned, waiting for what he had to say. Unexpectedly, after a brief silence, the man said nothing and simply waved a hand dismissing him. In the afternoon, a special guest arrived at the front desk of the Gu residence. The guest was tall and muscular, with short hair tightly adhering to his green scalp, wearing a pair of pure black sunglasses covering most of his face. His well-developed muscles filled out the black suit, exuding an aura of, "Don't mess with me." Just standing there, the hall security personnel immediately became alert, watching him closely, fearing that he would lose control and start trouble at any second. The receptionist, looking up at the person who towered over her by two heads, froze her smile. "Excuse me, sir, may I ask who you're looking for?" The woman tried hard to keep her smile, with her finger already resting on the call button. "I'm looking for your president." The man spoke, his voice deep and loud. "Do you have an appointment?" The man furrowed his brow, instantly giving off a bit more menace, repeating without any change in emotion, "I'm looking for your president." Faced with such a guest, the receptionist was stumped and exchanged glances with others behind her before calling Assistant Lu. "Lu assistant, there is a guest who wants to see the president." "Lu Qi, did he make an appointment?" "Guest didn't mention." Lu Qi frowned, then asked him to come back later. If everyone could see their president whenever they wanted, he would be exhausted to death. "Alright, I'll." "Ah. Mister, you can't." The receptionist's words were interrupted with an urgent cry as the man moved. Lu Qi's gaze through his glasses grew cold instantly. When the voice on the phone changed to another person. "Mr. Lu, I'm the bodyguard of Uncle Seven." Lu Qi's expression slightly changed, gripping his phone tighter while listening further. Then came the message, "Uncle Seven sent me to deliver some goodwill to Mr. Gu." After finishing the sentence, the man returned the phone to the receptionist. Her trembling voice echoed over the phone. Lu Qi closed his eyes and said, "Please take him to the reception room." "Alright, Mr. Lu." Lu Qi ended the call, walked back to Gu Peilang's side, and whispered a few sentences into his ear after considering it. Below them, all they saw was a shift in the expression on their boss's face, which soon reverted to normal. After the meeting, Gu Peilang had Lu Qi wheel him to the reception room. On the sofa sat a man upright with a straight back like an unsheathed sword. Seeing him, the man got up from the sofa and bowed respectfully, "Mr. Gu. Did Uncle Seven send you?" The man nodded, pulling out a file from his chest. "Our Master Seven sincerely wishes to cooperate with you, Mr. Gu. This represents his goodwill." He handed the file over to Gu Peilang and stepped back a bit. The leather bag in his hands was light, seemingly weightless. Gu Peilang glanced down at it, then lifted his head and coolly eyed the man before him. "Inside is Master Seven's contact information. He says he would be delighted to receive your call." Without lingering further after these words, the man quickly left. In the conference room, only Lu Qi and Gu Peilang remained. Lu Qi looked at his boss. "Boss. Lu Qi, please go outside first." Gu Peilang's fingers caressed the smooth paper bag, his tone calm. Lu Qi nodded, quietly closing the door after going out. Not long after, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground was heard from inside, followed by continuous sounds of shattered porcelain until finally everything fell silent once again. Lu Qi stood outside the door, listening to the commotion within. His heart rose slightly in anticipation. After an interminable amount of time, the tightly shut door behind him slowly opened, revealing the man maneuvering the wheelchair out, surrounded by swirling resentment and piercing coldness, his eyes bloodshot red. "Have it cleaned up." Gu Peilang's voice was hoarse, and after throwing out this sentence, he left alone, leaving a trail of silence in his wake. Lu Qi looked at the scene inside the room, like a battlefield after a storm, and began to pull out his phone to contact the decoration company. Back in the office, Gu Peilang dialed an overseas number, which was answered almost immediately on the other end. "Boss?" The bright golden sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the entire office with light, but it failed to warm the cold aura surrounding the man behind the desk. "I want Gu Sangbai's legs." His deep and chilling voice sent a ghostly chill down one's spine, making the person on the other side of the phone hesitate momentarily before regaining composure. "Alright, I understand." Chapter 49, that's all for now. At 7 in the evening, Su Jinyu had just finished cooking the soup when he saw the headlights of a car lighting up the yard. He quickly turned off the heat and went outside to greet it. In the courtyard, as Gu Peilang got out of the car, he saw a man walking out from the villa. The man wore a light-colored loungewear, with a checkered apron tied around his waist, and gray-black slippers on his feet. Against the backlighting, he walked down the stairs towards Gu Peilang. The gloom in his heart suddenly dissipated, and vaguely, Gu Peilang felt as if he had seen the light that belonged to him. "Peilang, you're back." Su Jinyu approached briskly, his eyes curving into crescents. Lu Qi wisely stepped back to give space, pushing his glasses up. Boss, if there is nothing else, I'll go back. Gu Peilang nodded, and Su Jinyu took over the wheelchair, looking at him. Assistant Lu, would you like to stay for dinner? Receiving a glance from his boss, Lu Qi politely smiled. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Su, but I have some things to do, so I won't be staying. Su Jinyu was just being polite. Seeing this, he didn't say much more. Once Lu Qi left, he pushed Gu Peilang back inside, talking incessantly about what he had done during the day. Su Jinyu rarely mentioned these things since moving into the Gu residence because he was afraid Gu Peilang would find them bothersome. However, after their intimacy last night, he keenly sensed a softening in Gu Peilang's attitude towards him. This was a good sign, thought Su Jinyu. Since moving into the Gu residence, Su Jinyu had seldom ventured out. What he did most often was to tinker with ingredients in the kitchen, making himself resemble a housewife who waited patiently at home every day for her man to return. The once carefree and extravagant heir of the Su family now did tasks similar to those of servants in the Gu residence. If outsiders who disliked him found out, they'd likely mock him endlessly. But the man seemed completely unfazed by it, always cheerful. Gu Peilang let himself be wheeled into the dining room. Seeing the steaming hot dinner on the table, he finally spoke. Have you considered going back to Su Corporation? Su Jinyu was dishing up food for him and paused upon hearing this, looking up at Gu Peilang. Gu Peilang said, if you want to go back, I can help you. Su Jinyu's smile stiffened for a moment as he placed the bowl down and gave a forced laugh. Peilang, are you tired of me? Gu Peilang furrowed his brows. No. Then. The man lifted his head, and under the light of the crystal chandelier, his narrow phoenix eyes shone brightly, devoid of their usual coldness. You're only 23 years old. The kitchen isn't where you should be. Su Jinyu understood clearly, deeply moved, and wanted nothing more than to express his feelings at that moment. Taking a few steps around the table to reach Gu Peilang, Su Jinyu leaned forward and hugged him, gently resting his chin on the man's shoulder, unable to stop smiling. His cat-like eyes sparkled with evident joy. I do it voluntarily, Su Jinyu said, nothing is more important than cooking for my beloved with my own hands. I'm very happy to be able to do this for you, Peilang. He indulgently rubbed his face against Gu Peilang's shoulder, his voice soft like water. I will do even more in the future, so could you not drive me away? Gu Peilang raised his hand to caress the man's head, his fingertips grazing over a bump hidden within the hair, causing the person hugging him to tremble slightly. He sighed softly, if you don't like it, I won't mention it again. The consoling words were somewhat awkward, causing Su Jinyu's ears to twitch. He then lifted his head from Gu Peilang's shoulder. With a radiant gaze fixed unwaveringly on the man, Gu Peilang remained silent, gently patting his head. That's enough. The food is getting cold. Let's eat first. Su Jinyu grabbed his hand tightly and held it in his palm. Peilang, how did you? Are you not fond of my current state? Gu Peilang asked him. Su Jinyu quickly shook his head. No. I like it. But because he liked it so much, he felt anxious and uneasy, fearing that everything before his eyes was just a dream. Gu Peilang looked at his uneasy expression, his heart stirred slightly, the warm tip of his finger gently stroked his face, and finally stopped at the corner of his eye. Su Jinyu cautiously held his breath, afraid to even exhale. He didn't dare blink as he looked at the other person. Gu Peilang saw his own reflection in Su Jinyu's bright pupils. That's enough, he thought. He knew his little liar didn't forget him on purpose, and that was sufficient. As long as the man was willing to stay by his side, even if all those likes were fake, he would accept it. Gu Peilang retracted his hand, his gaze towards him filled with a tenderness that made one want to drown in it. He said, then let it be. What was meant by let it be? Gu Peilang didn't specify, leaving Su Jinyu anxiously racking his brain for an answer but finding none. When they were getting ready for bed, Su Jinyu stood outside the door, watching Gu Peilang enter the room, hesitating. The man turned back after entering and caught sight of the expression on his face. Gu Peilang watched him from within the room, his eyebrows slightly raising. Do you want to sleep with me? Su Jinyu's eyes lit up like a mouse who has spotted cheese. Can I? Gu Peilang lightly curved his lips, then without hesitation closed the door in front of the astonished man. His deep, magnetic voice faintly transmitted through the sturdy wooden door. Not allowed. Su Jinyu. Looking dazed, Su Jinyu returned to his own room. Lying on the soft big bed, he stared at the chandelier on the ceiling for quite some time, until he suddenly jolted upright as though electrocuted. Peilang smiled at him. Not the previous mocking smirk or self-deprecating wry smile, but a genuine smile, one full of joy and comfort, pure and clean. Overwhelmed with excitement, Su Jinyu rolled around on the bed hugging the quilt. If not for concerns about soundproofing, he would have really wanted to yell out loud. Peilang smiled at me. Peilang smiled at me. Peilang smiled at me ah. Smiling so widely that his teeth showed, Su Jinyu couldn't care less what any of it truly meant. As long as Peilang could smile at him like this every day, he'd happily remain vegetarian for life. Unaware of Su Jinyu's excitement only a wall away, Gu Peilang finished taking a shower and came out of the bathroom. While tidying his coat, he noticed the business card that fell out. This black business card had a minimalist style, only adorned with golden embossed Arabic numerals and a small, Shan character at the lower left corner. Under the gentle light, the business card reflected a warm glow. Gu Peilang picked it up and looked at the number on it. After a brief silence, he reached over to grab the phone on the bedside table and dialed the number. Chapter 50, Reluctant to Part. The owner of the number seemed to be waiting especially for his call. The phone was answered almost immediately after ringing once. "Hey, Mr. Gu." The voice on the end of the phone was low and mellow, akin to a newly opened vintage wine, its tone slightly rising, giving off an indescribable sense of tenderness, much like the whispers of a lover in one's ear. Gu Peilang lowered his eyes while looking at the business card in his hand, his voice cold and deep. "Boss Chi. The speed of your call surprises me somewhat. I thought it would be at least tomorrow when you'd contact me again, or perhaps, never." The man on the other side chuckled softly. Gu Peilang blinked his eyes without any fluctuation in his tone. "I called to thank you, Boss Chi." At the top floor of the hotel overlooking the distant Gu Corporation, a man in a white bathrobe held a glass of wine standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the night scenery of this city. Under the warm-colored lights, the Bluetooth in his left ear glowed with blue light. Listening to the sound inside, he leisurely curled his lips. "Mr. Gu is too kind, I told you that was my sincerity." There was no reply from the person on the other end of the phone. The man wasn't hurried either. He raised the wine glass to his eye level, narrowed his eyes to admire the mysterious luster refracted by the liquid under the lamplight. Much later, he tilted his head and swallowed it all in one sip. A slight sound echoed as the glass met the table, coinciding with the sound from the phone. "I deeply regret concerning our collaboration." The man's half-closed eyes flashed with a sharp gleam upon not hearing a satisfactory answer. He turned around, walked to the sofa, and sat down, picking up the lighter from the coffee table to play with in his hand. Mr. Gu refused so quickly. Could it be that my sincerity wasn't enough? Gu Peilang, no, it's just that compared to cooperating with Gu Corporation, Elder Chi has better options. Cooperating with Gu Corporation is the best choice for me. A blue flame flickered at his fingertips before sinking into the man's pitch-black pupils. A win-win cooperation, Mr. Gu might consider it further. I sincerely want to make friends with you. If you're willing, we can negotiate the funding matter again. The man paused intentionally and continued, "Of course, if Mr. Gu isn't averse, I could help you with one more thing. Like, finding the driver who hit your parents years ago." Gu Peilang's grip on the phone suddenly tightened, his veins bulging prominently on the back of his hand. The man tensed up his voice. "Elder Chi jokes too much." Back then, the forensic pathologist identified the driver as dead on the spot. The police ruled it an accident back then, but what was the result? The man cut him off slowly. Gu Peilang's breathing suddenly became heavier. From the phone came this man's voice again. "Mr. Gu, often justice lets you see what's often not the truth of things, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many wrongful convictions in the world, would there? Where is the person now?" Gu Peilang took a deep breath to force himself to stay calm, the veins on his hand gripping the armrest jumping violently. Golden Triangle. My people are monitoring him secretly. If Mr. Gu wants to meet, I'll immediately call them to bring him back. Gu Peilang didn't respond, his dark gaze fell on the framed photo on the bedside table, his jawline strained tightly. After a long pause, he released his grip on the armrest as though drained, his voice hoarse. "Let's set a time, I'll treat Elder Chi to dinner." The man sitting on the couch smiled faintly. "Mr. Gu, you're too kind. Since that's the case, let's not waste time choosing a day. Tomorrow night, Wells Restaurant, 7 p.m., don't miss it." Gu Peilang agreed and hung up, leaving the room cloaked in silence. The man moved the wheelchair forward, picked up the photo on the bedside table, gently brushing over the man and woman in the picture with his fingertip. Beneath his dark profound eyes lay unfading ice and snow. The next day, when Su Jinyu woke up, he received a call from Fong Mingji. The young man reminded him loudly not to forget his birthday tomorrow night, which would take place at the Fong family villa. With a huge yawn, Su Jinyu went to the bathroom in slippers, looking at the panda eyes and swollen bags reflected in the mirror, almost giving himself a fright. He hadn't slept well due to being overly excited all night. After chatting briefly with the person on the other end of the line, Su Jinyu hung up quickly and splashed cold water on his face with 2 handfuls. By this point, Gu Peilang had already started dining at the restaurant. After washing his face hastily, Su Jinyu hurriedly went downstairs. The man dressed in an elegant suit was reading a newspaper while sitting beside the dining table. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, he looked up from behind the newspaper. "You're awake. Come over and eat quickly, it's about to get cold." Su Jinyu noticed that Gu Peilang's breakfast had remained untouched, guilt filling his heart. He rushed over and sat down beside him, apologetically saying, "Sorry, Peilang, I overslept." Gu Peilang put down the newspaper, shaking his head as his eyes fell onto his face, his handsome eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Did you sleep well last night?" Su Jinyu raised a hand to touch his face, smiling somewhat sheepishly. "Ah, had some insomnia." The man's brows didn't relax. "Go rest for a while after finishing eating." Hearing the concern in his voice, Su Jinyu felt like biting into a piece of honey, every breath sweetened. "I know," he nodded in agreement, his smile innocent and obedient. Lu Qi arrived right on time to pick them up for the company. After getting into the car, Gu Peilang saw the man standing outside the vehicle smiling at him, so he signaled him to come closer. Though this action appeared to Lu Qian sitting in the front seat as similar to how he called his dog Laifu, the man outside, Su Jinyu, still cheerfully trotted up, his bright eyes sparkling like some large animal. Peilang, did you forget anything? Gu Peilang's gaze falling on his upward curving lips couldn't help but become pleasant. He indicated for the other to bend down, and Su Jinyu obeyed. The delicate, dashing eyebrows loomed large in his view. Gu Peilang lifted a hand and lightly grasped the back of his neck, drawing him slightly closer. A feather-light kiss grazed the other's warm lips before alighting softly at the corner, fleeting yet distinct. Su Jinyu's pupils dilated momentarily, stunned as he stared blankly at the man before him, unresponsive. Lu Qi, seated up front, upon witnessing this scene, felt a shudder run through him. He straightened his posture and fixed his gaze on the windshield ahead, refusing to acknowledge the spectacle behind him. Gu Peilang raised a hand, tenderly ruffling the man's hair, his deep voice imbued with warmth. I'll have something to attend to tonight and may return rather late. Remember to eat properly while I'm away, and if there's anything, just call me, all right? Having been bombarded by the succession of sweet gestures from the man, Su Jinyu could only nod repeatedly and flash a foolish grin, his mind elsewhere until realizing the implication, causing his spirits to deflate visibly. Will it be very late? There was still a tinge of reluctance in his inquiry. I'll try to come back as soon as possible. Su Jinyu opened his mouth, hesitating for a moment before closing it again, finally settling on a reluctant nod, his tone laced with disappointment. All right then, remember to eat on time too and don't overwork yourself. If you need anything, let your subordinates take care of it. I'll wait for you at home. Gu Peilang, noticing even the tips of Su Jinyu's ears drooping, softened his usually composed tone. All right. Chapter 51, Shang Yi. Indeed, the man did not return that evening. Gazing at the untouched dishes sprawled across the table, Su Jinyu lost any semblance of appetite and returned directly to the bedroom. At exactly 7 o'clock, a black car came to a gentle stop outside the restaurant entrance. Gu Peilang descended from the vehicle, gazing steadfastly at the illuminated building before him, his pitch-black eyes betraying no emotion beneath their dark depths. Lu Qi trailed behind him as they entered the restaurant, promptly approached by an attendant. Are you Mr. Gu? Gu Peilang gave a brief nod. The attendant, displaying an appropriate smile, warm yet restrained, extended an inviting gesture. Mr. Shang is already waiting for you in the private room, please follow me. As the elevator ascended smoothly to the top floor, they eventually stopped at a door at the corridor's end. With a slight curve of his fingers, 3 light knocks were heard, followed by the immediate opening of the door. The staff bowed slightly toward the person before them. Mr. Gu has arrived. Understood, please step down for now. Acknowledging the instruction, the staff member quietly turned to leave. Once gone, the individual turned to regard the man lingering outside. Mr. Gu, my Lord 7 awaits you. Recognizing him as someone who visited the Gu Corporation yesterday, Gu Peilang maintained a stoic expression and simply nodded before steering his wheelchair into the room. Lu Qi prepared to follow but was detained at the doorway. I'm sorry sir, Lord 7 requested to see only Mr. Gu, stated the man sternly with a neutral face. Lu Qi knitted his brows, glancing toward the person on the wheelchair. Gu Peilang met his glance with a single look, speaking firmly. Wait for me outside. Yes, boss. A soft click sounded as the thick cherrywood door divided the world into 2 distinct halves. Passing through lush potted plants and standing lamps, Gu Peilang sighted a tall man standing by the window with his back facing him. The man towered impressively, likely over 6 feet 5 inches, clad in a silver-gray suit without its jacket. Underneath, a pristine white shirt complemented by a vest accentuated his figure, thanks to precision tailoring revealing broad shoulders tapering down to a narrow waist. Further down were elongated legs swathed in tightly pressed pants, capped by a pair of gleaming black leather shoes that reflected luminously under the lighting. As if sensing footsteps behind him, the man leisurely turned around, his gaze infused with amusement as it fell onto Gu Peilang. This was the first time he had laid eyes on the legendary man reputed to wield immense power in B City. The man was strikingly handsome, almost commanding in his beauty, with jet black hair swept neatly back. His features carved deeply with sharp contours, akin to chiseled stone. Standing calmly, the man exuded an aura of authority and intimidation. Despite a gentle smile adorning his amiable countenance, an underlying impression of danger lingered. Much like an African lion dozing peacefully in the afternoon sun, appearing harmless on the surface but in essence ruthless and bloodthirsty. Mr. Gu. The man smiled at him, sensuous lips curving lazily upward as he advanced a few steps and extended his hand spontaneously. Gu Peilang glanced downward, emitted a quiet chuckle, then reciprocated the handshake. Lord 7. After a few seconds, their hands parted. The man glanced over Gu Peilang's legs covered by the blanket, without a hint of malice. I've long heard about the extraordinary demeanor and abilities of the president of Gu Corporation, today I see they are not exaggerated. Gu Peilang's expression remained calm, without a flicker of change. Lord 7 flatters me too much. Since we've decided to be friends, calling you Lord 7 feels too distant. How about we address each other by our names? Lord 7 smiled at him, his amber-colored irises tinged with blue and a touch of mystery. My name is Shang Yi. You can call me Yi. And I will call you Peilang. Gu Peilang blinked, his voice low and cold, Mr. Shang. Seeing his impassive face, Shang Yi chuckled slightly as if helplessly amused, you're truly uninteresting. It's hard to understand how Master Su puts up with you. The hand gripping the armrest suddenly tightened slightly. He looked up at the person before him with slightly cooler tones in his voice, didn't we say we'd discuss cooperation? Shang Yi's lips curled upward, let's talk then, how could we not? I hear the steak from this restaurant is unparalleled. How about we eat while discussing? They sat across from one another at the table. While waiting for the waiter to serve the food, Shang Yi tilted his head to admire the night view outside the window, his pupils reflecting myriad lights. A city really is a fine place, even its nighttime scenery is unmatched. If Mr. Shang likes, I can arrange someone to show you around. Gu Peilang picked up his glass of red wine and sipped lightly before adding, for now, let's begin talking business, shall we? Shang Yi stared at the handsome man opposite, genuinely feeling exasperated. This man wasn't just dull, he lacked charm altogether. I'm only interested in doing one thing. Gu Peilang wasn't aware what was going on in the other man's mind, nor did he care much to speculate. Since agreeing to meet with him, he had a single goal. I can collaborate with the Shang Corporation, and I can provide you with the chips as well. Hearing this, Shang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. His smile faltered momentarily as he waited for Gu Peilang to continue. Gu Peilang met his gaze directly without hesitation. Your people must hand the individual over to me, and uninjured, mind you. Is that all? That's all, affirmed Gu Peilang. The deal went smoother than expected. Shang Yi leaned forward curiously, his amber eyes filled with observation and intrigue. So, it seems revenge really does make people irrational. After a pause, he straightened up, laughed lightly, and concluded, well, resentment certainly has its price. Gu Peilang said nothing in response. I may be a businessman, but I don't take unfair advantage of others. Here's my offer. Shang Yi leaned back with his legs crossed and continued, the Shang Corporation will invest an additional 10% in funds. However, the patent rights for the chip still belong to the Gu Corporation. We'll just require its usage rights for 10 years. How does that sound? Although Gu Peilang's face remained unchanged, his dark eyes never wavered from scrutinizing the smiling face before him, trying to detect the truth behind those laughing eyes. Did Mr. Shang travel such a distance to a city and go through so much trouble merely for a losing trade? Shang Yi shook his head, to be able to gain Peilang as a friend is a great fortune. Gu Peilang lowered his gaze, his emotions concealed under the cover of his raven-like lashes. After a prolonged silence, he raised his eyes toward the man opposite, lifting the wineglass beside him. If that's the case, then, pleasant cooperation. The clear crystal glasses clinked together with a crisp sound. Shang Yi grinned, replying smoothly, pleasant cooperation. Outside the door in the hallway, Lu Qi stood in silence alongside a man dressed in black. As the wristwatch neared 9 o'clock, the door finally opened. Shang Yi personally escorted Gu Peilang out. Seeing this, Lu Qi hurriedly stepped forward. Conversing with Mr. Gu is a pleasure, I hope for more such opportunities in the future. Shang Yi smirked gently, looking completely at ease, like someone enjoying the warmth of springtime. Gu Peilang nodded, his expression largely unchanged, I will have someone prepare the contract and send it over. I trust Mr. Shang hasn't forgotten our earlier discussion. Shang Yi raised an eyebrow, certainly not. In that case, it's late. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Shang Yi shrugged, making a casual, you're free to go, gesture. As the elevator doors opened and closed, Shang Yi watched them leave, his grin slowly fading. Notify the people in the Golden Triangle to bring the individual back. The man turned and walked inside, his deep, rich voice losing all traces of amusement. The bodyguard behind him nodded in acknowledgement and then left. Shang Yi looked at the food on the table that hadn't been touched much, his gaze turning serious. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. He took out his cell phone, glanced at the caller ID, and the low pressure around him instantly melted away, replaced by a rare tenderness, like a glass of rum on a winter day. Ali? I've already seen him. Don't worry, it's not as exaggerated as those magazines say. I actually think he's quite nice, not the kind to bully others. Alright, if you're worried, you can come take a look next time, the person on the other side said something, and the man chuckled softly twice, his voice carrying an indulgent tone when he spoke again, I promise I won't let him discover your whereabouts. Would that work? Okay, if you don't like me mentioning it, I won't. Just don't get mad, or my headache will start again. The man walked over to the dining table and sat down, clicking on the speakerphone. The warm voice resonated in the quiet private room, tinged with a slight coolness, akin to the first snowfall of winter. If you don't want me to have a headache, stop saying these ridiculous things to provoke me. It's my fault. Can I apologize? Shang Yi lowered his voice to cajole. The person on the other end didn't buy it. Did you ask about his leg? Shang Yi, no. Sweetheart, it's our first meeting. Starting off by probing into someone's injury is too unethical. Isn't everything you do unethical? Shang Yi. I've asked Dr. Stark already. Cases like his still have a chance for recovery, but if delayed further, it may become uncertain. You should ask him quickly. The crisp voice carried urgency, and Shang Yi felt a twinge of jealousy. Baby, how come you care about him more than me? Do you not like me anymore? Is it him you fancy now? Phone call person, if your brain isn't needed, consider donating it to those who do. He's Jinyu's husband. What are you even thinking about all day? Shang-Yi, thinking about you. I'm tired of arguing with you. Try asking him soon, or find a way to arrange a meeting between him and Dr. Stark. Listening to the stern voice on the phone, Shang-Yi couldn't continue teasing any longer and could only nod in agreement. Understood. When you're done with work, come back quickly. Your daughter is too troublesome for me to handle. Recalling the two beloved ones at home, Shang-Yi's smile grew softer, his voice dripping with gentleness. All right, I'll be back soon. Remember to take good care of yourself and take your medicine on time. Understood, understood, the person on the other end interrupted impatiently. Little Belle seems to have woken up. I'll go check. Let me hang up. Before Shang-Yi could say anything, the phone line was already busy, leaving the private room quiet once more. Shang-Yi couldn't help but curl his lips upward lightly, imagining the awkward manner of the man comforting their child, his heart melting completely. Chapter 52, Today is too late, maybe another day. When they returned to the Gu residence, it was almost 10 o'clock. Lu Qi, as usual, escorted the man inside but was surprised to find that the place wasn't pitch dark after opening the door. The floor lamp beside the living room sofa was lit, its warm glow encircling a cozy little world, as if waiting for its master to return. Gu Peilang obviously noticed it too. His eyes slightly widened as he looked at the exquisitely white, delicate calf exposed beyond the sofa, filled with surprise. Boss. Lu Qi, you can go back first. The deep, cold voice carried a faint hoarseness, with no ups and downs in tone. All right. Lu Qi nodded. From beginning to end, he never glanced toward the sofa direction. After the person left, Gu Peilang maneuvered his wheelchair to the sofa. A man dressed in silver-white pajamas was sleeping soundly face outward, hugging a cushion tightly in his arms. Perhaps because the sofa was somewhat narrow and short, his overly tall figure pitifully curled up slightly. Yet even so, a small part of his leg remained outside the sofa. Gu Peilang quietly gazed at him, unmoving for a long while. The living room was dimly lit, and the place was silent except for the clock on the wall ticking, tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passed bit by bit, and after a long while, the person in slumber stirred as if disturbed. His handsome eyebrows slightly furrowed, his eyeballs rolled beneath his eyelids, then slowly opened his eyes. That pair of beautiful eyes looked hazy under the lamplight, breathtakingly mesmerizing. His gaze was slightly bewildered, staring blankly at something in front of him for a moment before turning to the man beside him. Peilang. Su Jinxiu blinked, still not fully awake. Seeing he had awakened, Gu Peilang moved his wheelchair closer and reached out to touch the cool skin that was exposed. Why didn't you go back to your room to sleep? Hearing the deep and hoarse voice of the man, Su Jinxiu realized he wasn't dreaming. He supported himself and sat up from the sofa, grasping the man's hand tightly. I was waiting for you. His words were soft, with a hint of coquetry, elongating the tone at the end. Gu Peilang's Adam's apple moved momentarily. You don't need to wait for me. After pausing briefly, he continued, meeting those sparkling eyes. It's chilly in the living room. Sleep in the bedroom next time. But I wanted to wait for you. The man was somewhat stubborn, unwilling to let go of his hand. Gu Peilang said nothing as Su Jinxiu got up from the sofa, squatting in front of him. Then, he leaned close and sniffed near him. His body stiffened for a moment as he instinctively held his breath. The tip of his nose only caught a faint trace of alcohol, barely there, which allowed Su Jinxiu's heart to finally settle down. Are you tired? I'll go prepare some bath water for you. Su Jinxiu stood up ready to leave, but unexpectedly, the man turned and grasped his hand, applying slight pressure. Suddenly losing his balance, Su Jinxiu fell directly onto his lap. Once he came to his senses, he found himself sitting on the man's thighs. His heart skipped 2 beats, one hand still being held by the other, so Su Jinxiu could only support himself using the other hand pressed on the man's shoulder, afraid his weight would harm the man underneath. Peilang. Sitting astride the man, he was now taller than the man by a head. Breaths mingled between them, creating an entangled intimacy. Gu Peilang gazed at his fluttering lashes resembling butterfly wings, his voice husky, sit up here. Su Jinxiu's little heart quivered. After biting his lips hesitantly, he climbed onto the man. Though the uncomfortable feeling against his skin wasn't pleasant, all Su Jinxiu felt was heartache. Peilang. Su Jinxiu called again softly, his voice trembling slightly. He didn't know how he appeared in the eyes of the man watching him. Gu Peilang's gaze darkened, then he slowly guided his hand upward, all the way to the side of his ear. The pale and small earlobe was gently pinched. Gu Peilang watched his reactions closely, a satisfied smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Then he grabbed the back of his neck and applied pressure. Under such an intense beauty assault at such proximity, Su Jinxiu unconsciously swallowed. Gu Peilang naturally sensed this. He glanced down momentarily, emitting 2 low chuckles from his chest. Su Jinxiu. The sound was completely swallowed. Su Jinxiu blinked, looking dumbfounded at the dark eyes before him. After a kiss ended, Gu Peilang's steel-like arms held him tightly, breathing also slightly uneven. Between each breath, there was a pleasant scent mixed with a hint of alcohol aroma, intoxicating. Su Jinxiu clung around the man's neck unwillingly to let go. Didn't you want to prepare my bathwater? Holding the person in his arms, Gu Peilang's big hand gently patted his head. His calm voice carried traces of desire, making it even more magnetic. Su Jinxiu nuzzled against his neck. Can you hold me for a little longer? His body was still warm, his face red, holding the man tight like a needy pet craving for caresses. A faint sigh resonated as his weakened body was embraced tighter. Su Jinxiu indulgently took in another deep breath of the man's scent and closed his eyes contentedly. A few minutes later, he reluctantly raised his head from the man's neck, his moist eyes gleaming, joyous but slightly bashful like a young love-struck teenager. I'll prepare the bathwater for you. Can I take a shower with you? Despite his already blushing face, he still mustered the courage to look directly at the man with anticipation unknowingly shining in his eyes. Gu Peilang. The man first froze for a moment, then came to his senses, his gaze on him becoming somewhat profound. Seeing that he didn't say anything for a long time, Su Jinyu's heart, which had been elated due to the other party's initiative approach, gradually sank, and his expression became disheartened. As expected, Peilang still hadn't accepted him. It's too late today. We'll do it another day. Gu Peilang half closed his eyes, lifted his hand to pinch his chin, and his warm fingers caressed his swollen lips. The upward tilt of his lips was exuding pure allure. Su Jinyu widened his eyes in slow motion, the heartbeat in his chest growing faster with each passing second, the sound deafening. Chapter 53, The Clearly Defined Online Romance. When the man said another day, it meant another day. In the end, Su Jinyu still couldn't successfully enter the bathroom with him, and could only helplessly stand outside the door, watching the frosted glass close before him. The next morning, at the dining table, Su Jinyu watched the elegant man across from him eating and remembered the words he didn't get to say to the other person yesterday. Gu Peilang put down the chopsticks and looked up at him. After hearing what he had to say, his face remained impassive as he nodded lightly. I understand. I'll have the driver take you after we finish eating. Su Jinyu blinked and carefully observed his facial expressions but gained nothing. I will come back early, he said. Gu Peilang shook his head, his already expressionless face now carrying a trace of coldness. The originally harmonious and warm atmosphere in the dining room vanished without a trace. He recalled the countless nights over the past 3 years when the man stayed out all night. Seeing his silence, Su Jinyu clearly also remembered the wrongs he committed in the past. He approached the man, grabbing his hand, whose palm was soaked with sweat. I promise I will be back before 7 o'clock. Su Jinyu vowed earnestly, looking at the man cautiously, or I will tell Mingji that I won't go. After their divorce, the man always squatted in front of him to talk like this. Whenever he slightly lowered his gaze, he could clearly see every expression on the other person's face. Despite some lingering gloominess inside, Gu Peilang still gave a slight smile towards the person in front of him. Go ahead. Isn't Master Fong your friend? Su Jinyu looked at the smile on his face but felt no relief inside, but the unpleasant past was like an indeterminate time bomb between the two of them. Every word and action Su Jinyu had to consider carefully before speaking or doing. No one knew how much fear he harbored, scared that even the smallest mistake would destroy the hard-won happiness they've rebuilt these days. Go ahead and have fun. Please pass my regards and wish happy birthday to Master Fong on my behalf. Gu Peilang smiled at him while the hand he held slowly pulled away. Su Jinyu felt his heart sink along with the hand. However, before his panic and bewilderment could fully form, he heard the low and cool voice of the man again. You said 7 o'clock, right? I will come pick you up then. The dim light in his eyes brightened again, just like gems shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Gu Peilang raised his hand and gently ruffled his hair. His face, rid of its coldness, showed water-like tenderness. Did you prepare the gift for him? Su Jinyu nodded dully. That's good. At the driver's hurried arrival upon receiving his master's call, Gu Peilang stood under the eaves and saw off the man who got into the car. Su Jinyu sat in the back seat of the car, holding the gift prepared for Fang Mingji, his gaze fixed on the figure of the man outside the window. Sitting in the wheelchair, Gu Peilang gave him a light nod. Just as the driver was about to start the car, Su Jinyu suddenly opened the car door and ran down from the vehicle, taking a few steps to reach the man. He stretched out his arms and hugged the man, stealing a kiss from the soft and warm lips. You promised, you will come to pick me up. He sounded like a restless child eager to receive the adult's assurance. I promised, replied Gu Peilang. Hearing the answer once more, Su Jinyu finally revealed a delighted smile, joy permeating even his tone. Then I'll wait for you, he said. On the way from Gu's residence to Mr. Fong's villa, Su Jinyu's upturned mouth corner never went down the entire time. Fang Mingji personally came out to greet him, seeing him descend from the car with a full-face smile, and couldn't help but smile too, cheerfully walking forward. Jinyu, he called out to the man and embraced him warmly. Su Jinyu spread his arms and let the other embrace him for a while before patting his shoulder as a signal for him to let go. After letting go of Su Jinyu, Fang Mingji took a small step back. Seeing his good friend's rosy face and full spirit, his worries for the other person diminished significantly. Little birthday boy, happy birthday, Su Jinyu grinned as he handed over the bag, Fang Mingji happily accepting it and leading him inside by slinging an arm over his shoulders. I'm glad you remembered my fondness for Captain America figurines. On the occasion of Fang Mingji's 21st birthday, Fang's parents, with the intention to compensate for all the birthdays they had missed in the past, specially dropped all their work overseas and hurried back home, which made Fang Mingji this joyful. In the kitchen, Fang's mother was tying her apron while bustling about with Ms. Sunday. In the living room, Fang's father sat on the sofa watching the news. Fang Mingji led Su Jinyu in and after greeting Fang's father who sat on the sofa, immediately ushered Su Jinyu back into his room, too eager to tear open the gift. Su Jinyu didn't even have enough time to properly greet the elders. The spacious and bright bedroom already had a pile of neatly wrapped gifts stacked in one corner, all sent by the Fang couple's business partners. They were extremely expensive but none hit right at the heartstrings. Excitedly, Fang Mingji sat cross-legged before the pile of gifts, unwrapping the present from Su Jinyu, holding it high, posing with it in various ways with his phone, then proceeded to edit pictures eagerly. Su Jinyu stood aside without a trace of impatience, looking at the youth affectionately as though an older brother towards his younger sibling. It seemed like Fang Mingji was chatting with someone, and his smile never left his face. The vibration of the phone sounded in the quiet room, Su Jinyu witnessing firsthand the young man's smile tinged with a hint of shyness, his pale cheeks flushed red. I don't like any of these things, nothing but price makes them worth anything. With a press of the voice function, the young man sent a message, his deliberate soft tone akin to clouds in the sky, fluffy cotton candy clouds. From this, Su Jinyu discerned a peculiar note within the conversation. A fainter curve emerged at the corner of the man's lips, his fine eyebrows slightly furrowing. Chatting with whom, he stepped closer, his gaze landing on the other's phone. Unlike his usual candid manner toward Su Jinyu, Fang Mingji this time quickly hid his phone behind his back, his eyes darting nervously and evading the subject. No one. This obvious evasion did not escape Su Jinyu, prompting him to narrow his eyes cautiously. At this moment, the phone vibrated again. Under Su Jinyu's stern gaze, Fang Mingji's mind flustered and unintentionally fumbled with the phone, his thumb pressing onto the screen. The next second, an unfamiliar male voice rang out in the silent room, "Little fool, being expensive is their greatest use." Deep and velvety, yet carried with some deliberation, it was as if there was phlegm stuck in the throat of the speaker, oily and nauseating. There was an instant suffocating silence. Fang Mingji's face turned ashen. Standing before him, Su Jinyu crossed his arms, towering above him coolly, his voice frosty. Are you going to confess, or should I beat it out of you? Fang Mingji stared. Seeing that the truth was out, Fang Mingji decided to take initiative in explaining. After hearing everything, Su Jinyu felt unwell himself. You're dating someone? And online, at that? Su Jinyu raised his voice, disbelief evident as he looked at the young man. Fang Mingji's face flushed red, somewhat embarrassingly nodding, yeah. Are you stupid, Fang Mingji? What era do you think we're in that you're doing online dating nonsense? Do you know who this person even is? You might get scammed and won't even know. Su Jinyu watched the large, round puppy eyes of the young man, growing angrier. He's legit, Long Outyan told me everything. He's really a good guy and won't cheat on me. Su Jinyu noticed how innocently protective Fang Mingji was acting, the throbbing vein in his temple pulsating. Outyan? Fang Mingji nodded, yes, he said his name is Long Outyan, he's 26 years old, and a senior executive of a well-known company. Su Jinyu felt even more of a headache now, Long Outyan. Isn't he supposed to be Yi Liangchen? Give me your phone. Su Jinyu extended his hand, looking at the youth. Fang Mingji shook his head, pleading with those puppy eyes, Jinyu. Brother. Are you going to give it or not? Su Jinyu lifted his brows, showing no room for negotiation. Most afraid of Su Jinyu when he put on a serious face, Fang Mingji obediently handed over his phone. Su Jinyu spent 10 minutes reading through the specially designed chat box between the two, including countless voice messages, with not a trace of realizing that he was infringing on someone else's privacy. The man watched as the youth laid out all his details without any sense of caution, biting his teeth to hold back the urge to beat him up. Fang Mingji nervously watched him, seeing his expression grow more and more severe, scaring him nearly to tears. You don't seem like a crybaby now, do you, Fang? Su Jinyu looked at the person on the floor, angry to the point where his head hurt, tightly gripping the phone in his hand. You even dare to keep your online relationship from me? Are you proud of yourself? Fang Mingji trembled, I wasn't. I originally planned to tell you once things stabilized a bit more. Jinyu, please don't be angry. How could Su Jinyu not be angry? It was clear that the other party was a scammer, faking his voice to fabricate a false identity. Even the two soul photos were incomplete profiles, obviously pulled off some website. Only this fool in front of him blindly believed everything he heard, naively trusting it all, and even sending out pictures without restraint. If not for the law forbidding it, Su Jinyu would have ripped open his skull to see what exactly was inside. You're such an idiot, can't you pay attention at all? Unable to contain his anger, Su Jinyu bent down and pulled Fang Mingji up by his ear. Fang Mingji, ow ow ow. Jinyu, it hurts, wah. Su Jinyu didn't lessen his grip, let this teach you a lesson. When the person on the other end of the phone noticed that he hadn't replied for a long time, several messages came in one after another, finally followed by a red envelope. Su Jinyu read the message, Happy birthday my dearest Ming treasure, and opened the red envelope. 52 yuan. Excellent. A series of moves directly made Su Jinyu chuckle in anger as he shoved the phone into Fang Mingji's nose. This is the executive you spoke so highly of. A 52 yuan birthday red envelope to his boyfriend? Fang Mingji. Chapter 54, an absolute little darling. Fang Mingji stared at the number on the screen, the red cover mocking him like he was a fool. Perhaps, maybe he's been short on money recently. The youth tried to maintain composure, finding excuses for his online boyfriend. Just as if to corroborate his statement, another message came in, this time a voice note. With the pressure from the piercing gaze above his head, Fang Mingji reluctantly clicked to play, and a low-pitched, affected bubblegum tone emerged from the mobile loudspeaker. Sorry sweetheart, the company keeps delaying our salaries. After buying you a present, I'm almost broke. I can only send you a small red envelope, please don't get mad. When I get paid, I'll send you the biggest one ever, how about 520? Anyway, whether it's 52 or 520, it all represents my affection for you. I love you sweetheart. Su Jinyu. Fang Mingji. Deeply touched by his lover's sweet talk, if not for the fact that the phone was still in the other man's hand, Fang Mingji would have immediately called to tell him that he doesn't care how much money was sent. You see, he didn't mean to send such little, it's because the company hasn't given him his salary yet and has spent all his money on gifts for me. Fang Mingji suddenly became bold, sitting upright and looking at Su Jinyu. Su Jinyu, are you a pig, Fang Mingji? Fang Mingji. Su Jinyu sighed helplessly, tell me which famous enterprise would delay their executive salary. You're being scammed, you fool. I'm not stupid. Always being scolded, Fang Mingji started to protest, but his usually soft-natured character quickly gave way under the other's wrath, making him retreat again. Red eyes brimming with persistence, the youth stubbornly stared at the man, resembling a soaked puppy. Jinyu, Ao Tian has really been good to me. He wouldn't deceive me. What kind of world-class, little darling, had I nurtured all these years? Su Jinyu began seriously contemplating this question. Give me back my phone. Fang Mingji fixated his gaze on the man, noticing his lack of response, tentatively reclaiming his phone, then retreating aside. There was no need to guess, he must have gone off to reply to the other person on the line. Seeing the young man's defensive back turned against him, Su Jinyu suddenly felt like his well-grown Chinese cabbage had been mauled by a pig. After this little incident, the two of them barely chatted again until Aunt Sun knocked on their door upstairs to call them down for dinner. Fang Mingji responded and was about to go downstairs. As he opened the door, Su Jinyu suddenly grabbed his hand. The young man turned around, looking confused and a bit uneasy at the other. Su Jinyu paused for a moment before saying, my attitude just now wasn't good, I apologize. Fang Mingji shook his head quickly, no. Su Jinyu cut him off, Mingji, I see you as my younger brother. If you can find your own happiness, I am very happy for you too. But, after all, you're separated by the internet, knowing so little about each other. I'm worried you'll be deceived. Brother. Fang Mingji felt deeply moved, stepping forward to embrace the man, sniffing ungracefully, I know, but Ao Tian has been truly good to me. Living for 21 years, besides Su Jinyu, Long Ao Tian was the first person to care about him so much. The latter would tell him jokes every day and even bedtime stories when he couldn't fall asleep at night. A person this gentle simply couldn't be a scammer. Su Jinyu held the youth in his arms, slightly slender, realizing the extent to which the boy had fallen. Though his hatred towards the man who'd ensnared him burned fiercely, there was nothing he could do, so, you like him that much? Fang Mingji nodded earnestly, yeah. How about breaking up? Brother can find you someone better. Would the elder separate from Gu Feilong for a better person? The young man asked, raising his head from Su Jinyu's embrace. Su Jinyu frowned, instantly becoming serious, impossible, Feilong is the best person in this world. Fang Mingji, Ao Tian is also the best person in the world. Upon hearing these words, Su Jinyu understood everything clearly. Reluctantly compromising, yet still unable to let go entirely, Su Jinyu played the role of an overly concerned mother to the core. In interacting with him, be a bit more careful. Don't believe everything he says. If he plans to meet you, make sure to inform me beforehand, alright? With Su Jinyu repeating this like an old woman nagging a troublesome child, Fang Mingji nodded enthusiastically, promising solemnly, don't worry, I'm pretty smart too. Su Jinyu looked into the shining eyes of the young man, akin to those of a loyal dog, harboring deep doubts about his words. This matter was thus resolved. Following Fang Mingji downstairs, Su Jinyu shared an abundant lunch with the three members of the Fang family. The man remained at the Fang residence until the afternoon. Near 6 o'clock, Fang Mingji began to notice Su Jinyu's increasing restlessness, glancing repeatedly toward the direction of the entrance. Jinyu, do you have some urgent business? After such repetitions several times, Fang Mingji finally mustered the courage to ask. Su Jinyu looked back at him, shaking his head first, then nodding. Feilong said he'd come to pick me up at 7. Saying this, Su Jinyu's expression softened significantly, carrying the sweetness of a lover in the heat of passion. Fang Mingji. Are you leaving? He sounded surprised, having thought that Su Jinyu would stay with him for the whole day. Su Jinyu nodded, with a hint of apology evident in his gaze as it landed on the youth. Sorry, Mingji, but you understand, I really like Feilong. I like him so much that I don't want to be apart from him for even a minute. Stop. Stop right there, Fang Mingji interrupted with a grimaced face showing envy. Fine, fine, we get it, you love him passionately. Just leave already. Anyway, I have AOT on now too. Who doesn't have someone special in their life? Su Jinyu chuckled softly without uttering a word. 10 minutes before 7 in the dim courtyard, streetlights one by one flickered to life. All along, Su Jinyu had been paying attention to any movement outside. Upon seeing approaching headlights, he stood up immediately. The Fang parents descended from upstairs just in time to see Fang Bo, the housekeeper, walking in from outside. Mr. Fang, Mrs. Fang, Mr. Gu has arrived. Hearing this, they exchanged surprised expressions. Fang's mother's glance fell on Su Jinyu, her intuition telling her that Mr. Gu had come here for him. Sure enough, not long afterward, Gu's personal assistant appeared outside. Dressed immaculately in a well-tailored suit, his black hair neatly combed, and a pair of signature golden-rimmed glasses perched on his nose bridge, the figure spoke upon entering. Good evening, Mr. Fang, Mrs. Fang. Lu Qi greeted Fang's couple coming down the stairs first, then shifted his sight to Su Jinyu sitting on the sofa. Mr. Su, boss is waiting for you in the car. As Lu Qi fixed his gaze on Su Jinyu, his eyes briefly swept over Fang Mingji standing next to him. It was just an ordinary glance, yet the youth reacted as if startled, instinctively retreating behind Su Jinyu. Throughout high school, Fang Mingji's homeroom teacher had dressed and behaved much like the man in front of him now, including the same stoic expression. A significant part of the bullying Fang Mingji endured stemmed from his teacher's tolerance and shielding of the bullies, leaving the young man with a lasting shadow of fear for anyone resembling that teacher in demeanor or appearance. Su Jinyu hadn't noticed the shift in the young man's emotions. After bidding farewell to Mr. and Mrs. Fang, he turned to address Fang Mingji, advising him to take care of himself and wishing him a happy birthday before following Lu Qi out of the Fang residence. Chapter 55, Su's Unwavering Heart. Outside the villa, a black car sat beneath the lamplight, understated and silent, just like the man inside it. Su Jinyu approached swiftly and opened the door. Upon seeing Gu Feilong in his black suit within, his face lit up with a wide smile. Feilong, he called out joyfully. Gu Feilong looked at him, glancing past his shoulder toward the Fang family still watching from outside, nodding briefly at them before turning back to Su Jinyu. Get in, he said. Okay. Su Jinyu nodded, quickly sitting in, while Lu Qi climbed into the driver's seat and started the car. The black vehicle cruised smoothly through the empty streets, the cabin serene. As Su Jinyu watched the man resting beside him with closed eyes, he subtly shifted closer until their thighs touched. Opening his eyes, Gu Feilong met Su Jinyu's gaze as the latter smiled slyly and, gathering courage, held his hand tenderly. The man's hands were exceptionally handsome, long fingers, defined joints, and exuded strength. Pale skin showed faint blue veins underneath, evoking a sense of restrained allure. Su Jinyu played with the man's fingers, finally pinching the full, soft fingertips gently. Observing these childlike motions, Gu Feilong returned the grip, holding Su Jinyu's hand warmly. Though both men, Su Jinyu's hand fit perfectly into the other's larger one, forming a surprisingly intimate pair. The subtle tenderness made Su Jinyu's ears redden uncontrollably. Did you have fun today? Gu Feilong asked softly, his tone deep and gentle. Nodding, Su Jinyu replied, yes, but I missed you so much. Straightforward words no longer stirred Gu Feilong as they once did, yet a corner of his lips lifted instinctively. And you, Feilong? Did you miss me? Su Jinyu gazed intently at his smiling face, feeling his heartbeat accelerate. Lu Qi up front silently closed the partition, hearing their conversation. Do you want me to miss you? The man responded. Nodding again, Su Jinyu affirmed, yes. Then I did. Unable to stop the upward curve of his lips, Su Jinyu leaned over and pressed a quick kiss on his cheek, then sat upright promptly, grinning like a cat who'd caught a fish. The fleeting touch, feather-light, vanished instantly, but Gu Feilong looked upon the uplifted corners of Su Jinyu's mouth, darkening his own gaze. Half an hour later, the car came to a smooth halt in front of Gu's house. Lu Qi exited and prepared to fetch the wheelchair from the trunk, only to find someone faster than him. Positioning the wheelchair, Su Jinyu eyed the man in the car with a questioning look, one hard to refuse. Pausing briefly, the hand on Gu Feilong's knee clenched tightly. A moment of silence seemed an eternity to Su Jinyu. Yes, Gu Feilong looked at him, curving his lips slightly, revealing an unreadable depth. Stepping aside quietly, Lu Qi gave them some space. Blinking twice, Su Jinyu refocused and rushed forward with the wheelchair, staring earnestly at him. This was the first time Su Jinyu saw how Gu Feilong exited the car. With strong hands supporting the cushion, he positioned himself at the edge, adjusting into an awkward stance to grasp the armrests of the wheelchair. Veins bulged prominently on his hands, exerting force to lift his whole body and transfer it onto the wheelchair. In merely 30 seconds, Su Jinyu felt deeply pierced by this sight. Watching the prominent veins on the man's forehead from effort and the calm expression throughout, his nose tingled with acidity. Seated in the wheelchair, Gu Feilong looked up impassively, his knuckles white from gripping the armrests tightly. Shall we stay here? He asked. Meeting his pitch-black, fathomless gaze, Su Jinyu's heart ached painfully. Let's go, he said gently to the man, his vision slightly blurred. Gu Feilong didn't speak. He turned his head toward Lu Qi and said, you go back first. Lu Qi nodded, turned the car around, and left. Su Jinyu silently wheeled Gu Feilong into the house. The atmosphere between them was somewhat heavy. Mr. Zhang, the butler in the living room, was waiting for their return. When the two entered, the woman intended to come forward but was waved off by Gu Feilong, instructed to go back to her quarters. Su Jinyu stood behind him. Feilong, let me take you back to your room. Gu Feilong nodded. As they entered the elevator, the confined space suddenly echoed with the man's deep and cold voice, did I scare you? Su Jinyu's heart contracted sharply. He knew that Gu Feilong still cared. The elevator dinged as it stopped. Su Jinyu wheeled him out of the elevator and paused in the corridor. He turned the wheelchair around, then squatted down in front of the man. Gu Feilong looked down at him, his handsome face void of any expression, wearing a mask devoid of sorrow or joy. Su Jinyu lifted his hand and pulled away the blanket, revealing black suit pants underneath. The pants' legs were curved awkwardly over the knees, standing out prominently under the bright light. Su Jinyu bent his head, lightly pressing a kiss onto the hard, unyielding bone, reflected in the slightly widened eyes of the man above. Though completely devoid of sensation, Gu Feilong felt as if he had touched the warmth of Su Jinyu's lips. His grip on the wheelchair armrest tightened abruptly. I wasn't scared, Su Jinyu's voice was hoarse, raising his head to look at the man before him, showing an even more painful smile than crying, saying, Feilong, my heart aches for you. He could give all his love to the man, could deliver everything the man desired right before him, but there was one thing he couldn't offer, a fully functional body. I'm not afraid, really. Su Jinyu looked at the man's fingertips, which had turned white from exertion, lifting his own hand to cover them, repeating that he was unafraid. He called out, his voice raw and vulnerable beneath the surface, if you follow me, you'll only have a husband who can never walk. So, are you truly prepared? One lifetime is never enough, Su Jinyu looked at him, his face half crying, half laughing. He said, I want this life, the next, and the one after that, always to be with you, Feilong. Can't walking matter when, at 70 or 80, neither of us will walk anyway. By then, I'll ask you how to use a wheelchair properly, we won't mock each other. 70 or 80. Gu Feilong blinked and then gave a low chuckle. Alright, I'll teach you then. If you're still around at that time. Su Jinyu smiled and nodded, a promise made is a promise kept. Fine, a promise made is a promise kept. Su Jinyu gazed up at the slight upward curve of the man's lips, mustering the courage to express what was in his heart. Feilong, I love you. Really, I love you so much. Gu Feilong replied, I know. Su Jinyu asked, then can I shower with you tonight? Gu Feilong. Chapter 56, Meeting. Gu Feilong didn't understand why Su Jinyu remained so persistent about showering together. At every opportunity, he would bring up the question. As expected, being rejected again did not leave Su Jinyu with the same sense of loss as last time, instead, it strengthened his resolve. No problem, perseverance always pays off. He silently encouraged himself, then watched as the man entered the bathroom before turning to go back to his own room. Time passed day by day, after an autumn rainstorm, the temperature in City A dropped noticeably, even the wind carried a chill. After returning from the Fong household, life returned to its former tranquility. Su Jinyu contentedly played the role of housekeeper in the Gu residence, trailing the cook to learn culinary skills, and preparing dinners for Gu Feilong's return. Of course, besides that, he also closely monitored the progress of Fong Mingji and his online lover. Thinking back to what the youth had said and the sweet expression on his face when mentioning his partner, something felt wrong. He increasingly believed that Fong Mingji's online lover might be a scammer. Gu Feilong initially planned to find the right time to fish some information from the young man, like identifying the company where his partner claimed to work, and then delegate someone to investigate further. But before he could act, an issue arose on Fong Mingji's side. Ever since his online romance was discovered by Su Jinyu, Fong Mingji had become more cautious. He never left his phone behind, keeping it on silent mode at all times, and even took it with him into the bathroom in a waterproof bag while showering. During the day, he either went to the local A-city branch of his family's company to train under the manager or stayed home playing games and watching anime. But recently, he would often lock himself in his room for long periods, sometimes skipping meals altogether. He would always be holding his phone, daydreaming absent-mindedly every now and then, checking his phone repeatedly, and then bursting out into giggles, as if possessed. The young man's unusual behavior caught the attention of the two elders in the household. One morning, Aunt Sun sighed heavily upon noticing how many times the young master had rushed upstairs after checking his phone without finishing breakfast, hesitating over whether she should inform Mr. and Mrs. Fong about his recent conduct. Meanwhile, after hastily returning to his bedroom, Fong Mingji locked the door and took a deep breath, staring at the caller ID displayed on his phone. Hey, Ao Tian. The man's voice on the other end of the line was deep, good morning, baby. Listening to his voice, Fong Mingji's pale cheeks flushed slightly red. Good morning to you too. Long Ao Tian let out a couple of low chuckles, causing Fong Mingji to instinctively pull the phone slightly away from his ear, it tickled. The youth lay down on the bed and started chatting aimlessly with the person on the other end until the man said he'd arrived at work. Reluctantly, he was about to hang up when Long Ao Tian's voice came through the phone once again. Darling, let's meet. Fong Mingji froze stiff, unable to regain his composure for a moment. The man on the phone grew anxious due to his lack of response. What's wrong? We've been together for so long, baby, don't you want to meet me? Recalling his words, Fong Mingji hurriedly shook his head and then remembered the man couldn't see him, quickly adding, no. I just got startled. The man said they'd been together for a long time, but it hadn't even been a month yet. His sudden suggestion left Fong Mingji both nervous and frightened, but also filled with anticipation. Why did you suddenly want to meet? His tone unconsciously softened into a cajoling manner, isn't everything fine like this already? Long Ao Tian responded, because I want to see you. Don't you want to see me? Fong Mingji fidgeted with the blue bedsheet beneath him, I do. I really do. It's just that I'm not good looking enough. That's not true, retorted Long Ao Tian, you're the most beautiful person in the world. Besides, I care about who you are, not your appearance. If I only cared about looks, there are plenty of attractive people around me. Why would I bother liking you, right? Long Ao Tian coaxed gently, my darling, you have to trust me, Long Ao Tian, am not someone shallow. Hearing these words, Fong Mingji felt as if he'd drunk an entire jar of honey, his heart swelling with sweetness. Blushing furiously, he nodded shyly, his voice laced with embarrassment, I trust you. Long Ao Tian continued, so, can we meet once? This Sunday, 7 p.m., we'll have dinner together. Let me finally see you, okay? There was an urgent tone in the man's voice, yet towards the end, it was carefully seeking his approval. That simple, okay, completely shattered Fong Mingji's last defense, prompting him to disregard Su Jinyu's warning as he shyly agreed. All right, he whispered. It was Thursday today, with 2 long days still separating him from Sunday. Fong Mingji had never experienced such inconsistency in time, sometimes fast like riding a rocket, making minutes seem to flash by in seconds, sometimes slow, like driving a snail with the brakes on full strength, no matter how much he waited, one day simply refused to pass. He had already flipped through his wardrobe multiple rounds, and although every piece of clothing there was stylish, none seemed suitable to wear. Fong Mingji regretted turning down his mother's offer to customize outfits for him, leaving him without any appropriate attire to wear. Finally, after struggling to pick a set that was barely acceptable, the date was finally here. Not even 6 o'clock in the morning, Fong Mingji had already woken up. The gray sky outside cast its dim light into the room. Lying in bed, he found sleep impossible, instead hiding under the covers to scroll repeatedly through the chat records between him and Long Ao Tian, smiling while reviewing them. By 7 o'clock, he swiftly climbed out of bed and entered the bathroom for grooming. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Fong Mingji even dug out a dusty razor from the drawer and carefully shaved his sparse stubble clean. The youth in the mirror had an immature baby face with pale skin. Beneath his fine eyebrows were round puppy-like eyes, their sharply defined irises looking innocent when they met another's gaze. With a straight nose bridge and a clearly contoured mouth, his full lips slightly curled at the corners as if always hinting at a smile. Fong Mingji looked at his reflection and tried to make a serious expression, but no matter how hard he tried, he still came across as a child playing at being grown up. He let out a sigh, irritatedly tugging at his dark green bangs and decided to dye them black at the barber shop. For their first meeting, he wanted to give Ao Tian a good impression. Chapter 57, Illusion Shattered. Gu Family Corporation. An unexpected explosion occurred during the experiment of the originally smoothly progressing chip research. Despite the life-threatening danger, the researchers managed to save only the backup data from the raging fire. All the efforts of the entire team turned into ashes in an instant. If not dealt with promptly, the losses would be incalculable for the company. Gu Peilang immediately called an emergency meeting upon learning of the event, throwing the whole company into a frenzy. In the president's office of Gu Corporation, under the glaring lights. On the smooth wall, the hour hand was gradually approaching 7. The man in a black suit sat behind his desk, his narrow phoenix-like eyes reflecting the glow from the computer screen, a deep crease between his brows. Lu Qi hurriedly pushed open the door to the office and handed over the USB drive to him. Boss, all the backup data saved by the doctor is here. Gu Peilang nodded, I understand. He glanced up at the person before him, who had been working non-stop since morning, hadn't eaten a single bite, now appearing abnormally pale with fatigue, barely standing on sheer willpower alone. Lu Qi, go home and rest. I can handle the rest by myself. Lu Qi listened to his words and looked up at him, surprise evident behind his glasses. Boss, I'm not tired. Compared to the period when the boss first took over the restructuring of Gu Corporation, this workload was like a drop in the ocean. Gu Peilang stared at him, his tone leaving no room for refusal, it's an order. Lu Qi. A competent assistant must never refuse an order from their superior at any time. Before leaving with his briefcase, Lu Qi glanced back at the office. Behind the window, the man remained motionless as before, his handsome face almost translucent under the glow of the computer. Lu Qi observed him, feeling an inexplicable sourness in his heart. Actually, the one who was most exhausted and in need of rest, was his boss. Meanwhile, Fong Mingji emerged from the barbershop with a sleek new hairstyle of black hair that accentuated his sharp looks. By now, there was less than half an hour left until his appointed time with Long Ao Tian. Just as the car exited the parking lot, Fang Mingji received a call from Long Ao Tian. "Darling, I've already arrived. Where are you now?" Fang Mingji saw the traffic ahead clogged like a long dragon, and apologized profusely. "Sorry, Ao Tian. I'm stuck in traffic right now and might keep you waiting a little longer." The man on the other end of the phone sounded indulgent. "Silly, it wouldn't matter if I had to wait a lifetime. Take your time, there's no rush." Listening to these words, Fang Mingji was deeply moved. He glanced sideways at the exquisitely packaged limited edition watch on the passenger seat, suddenly feeling unworthy next to the man. The youth ended up being late for half an hour. Their meeting place was chosen by Long Ao Tian, somewhere Fang Mingji had never been to before. Narrow streets lined with neglected restaurants on one side and motels and hotels glowing with various colored lights on the other. An elderly innkeeper sitting outside on a stool with a black waist pouch around his waist warmly asked every passerby if they needed a room. Fang Mingji finally found a parking spot and had just stepped out of the car with his bag when several motel owners spotted him. They rushed forward, judging by his attire that he was a big spender, and started using all kinds of tactics to attract his business. The poor young man had never encountered such a situation and was thoroughly frightened. It took great effort to break free from the mob of inn-owners. His originally impeccable casual suit now sported several creases, and his gleaming leather shoes had been stepped on multiple times during the chaos. Fang Mingji pouted, glancing at his disheveled hairstyle reflected in the nearby glass door, a pang welling up within him. His nose tingled as if he might burst into tears. Once again, his phone rang. It was Long Ao Tian calling to inquire whether he had arrived. Hearing the deep, magnetic voice, Fang Mingji swallowed back his and looked around. Finally, across the road ahead, he spotted the name of the restaurant. Taking a deep breath, the youth muttered, "I'm almost there," before hanging up. It was dinner time, so the restaurant wasn't empty. A few customers sat scattered at tables in the corners and by the windows. As Fang Mingji pushed open the door, the wind chime above gave out a crisp sound, catching everyone's attention inside. Pair after pair of eyes swiveled toward him. Fang Mingji, holding his bag, stood frozen by the doorway, flustered and unsure what to do. For a moment, silence reigned. Finally, the boss behind the counter came out with an enthusiastic smile. "Sir, may I take your order?" Fang Mingji shook his head awkwardly, unable to speak clearly, "No. I'm here to meet someone." With slightly panicked gestures, the young man fumbled with his phone, pulling up Long Ao Tian's number and dialing it. The call was quickly picked up. "Baby?" The same voice from the call overlapped with a sound coming from a corner of the restaurant. Fang Mingji's heartbeat faltered momentarily as he instinctively turned toward the source, muttering into the phone, "Ao Tian, I'm here. Baby, I see you." Again, the voices merged. This time, Fang Mingji finally set eyes on the person he was looking for. At 21 years old, Fang Mingji had never felt more shocked than he did at this moment. In the online world, Long Ao Tian dressed in black formal suits with a restrained air, showcasing well-defined 8-pack abs under his white shirt and legs that seemed impossibly long. Although his face wasn't visible, one could infer from his physique alone that he must possess the sharp features of a handsome man. But reality? The 26-year-old man transformed into a 40-something uncle, his greasy hair glistening even under dim lights. From being 188 centimeters tall to barely reaching 170 centimeters, those perfect abs were replaced by a protruding beer belly. The long legs also turned short and stubby. The gray suit clung tightly to his body like a second skin, accentuating every bulge without a single crease, giving off an unsettling impression that the buttons on his stomach might explode at any second. When the man held his phone and smiled at him, Fang Mingji still harbored some faint hope. Until, realizing Fang Mingji's hesitation, the man walked over in just a few steps, flashed him a yellowed, smoke-stained grin, and used that familiar, velvety tone to softly address him as "baby." Fang Mingji's world crumbled completely. Chapter 58, Not Identical, Utterly Unrelated. Even the fiercest thunderbolt would pale in comparison to how he felt now. What exactly constituted a major death scene? Fang Mingji experienced it firsthand. Long Ao Tian's narrow slit-like eyes cloudily swept over him with self-perceived dominant affection plastered all over his face. "Baby, you look even better in person," the rich bubbly tone continued lavishly complimenting. Fang Mingji emerged dazedly from his shattered world, gazing hazily at the middle-aged man before him, still refusing to accept his fate. "Long Ao Tian." In response, he received a laugh oily enough to fill an entire bucket. "Yeah, it's me." The small restaurant fell eerily silent. Unabashed stares shot towards the duo, shocked, curious, yet unmistakably thrilled by their gossip potential. Under the lights, the young man's face was deathly pale, his eyes filled with terror and helplessness, as though facing a monstrous beast gaping wide with blood-stained jaws. Wave after wave of nausea churned relentlessly in his stomach. Fang Mingji wanted to turn and run, but his feet felt glued to the floor, he couldn't move. Moreover, the man standing before him didn't leave him room to escape. Long Ao Tian's gaze swept over him from head to toe like a spotlight, his expression gradually becoming nuanced. The tiny eyes emitted a frightening light as if a starving wild dog had spotted a fresh and plump lamb. His gaze was so physical that it wanted to strip the young man on the spot. After circling like a spotlight, the gaze finally stopped at the gift bag in Fong Mingji's hand. Is this the present you brought me for our first meeting? Without waiting for Fong Mingji to respond, Long Ao Tian had already snatched the bag eagerly and opened it. His movements were frantic, his face greedy with no attempt to hide it. Upon seeing the contents of the box, his excitement turned his neck red, making him resemble a bloated pig scalded by boiling water. The thin ribbon cut into Fong Mingji's knuckles painfully. Staring blankly at the actions of the man in front of him, he came back to reality only when the man pulled him toward a corner table after regaining excitement. An unprecedented chill spread through their contact points across his entire body. Fong Mingji almost recoiled like being electrocuted, then bent over and started dry heaving. Startled, Long Ao Tian froze for 2 seconds before hastily starting to pat Fong Mingji's back to soothe him. Fong Mingji slapped his hand away, then staggered back 2 steps. As the man approached, an unpleasant smell hit Fong Mingji directly. It smelled like sweat that had been dried out, causing even more nausea. Tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. Fong Mingji, bending over and covering his mouth, said, "I'm sorry. I don't feel well. I want to go home." Attempting to leave, his arm was forcefully grabbed. In an instant, Fong Mingji felt like a cat caught by the scruff of its neck, all his hairs standing up. "Why are you going home?" "We've just met." Long Ao Tian, holding the bag, flashed a yellow tooth-filled smile, even yellower up close, blackened from years of smoking. "You rushed here to see me, you must not have finished your meal yet, right? I ordered a lot of good food. Let's eat first, then watch a movie, okay?" The man had already self-arranged everything, disregarding Fong Mingji's resistance and pulling him towards the corner. People in the restaurant watching the scene understood roughly what was going on from their dialogue. Yet, although they saw Fong Mingji's refusal and the man's forcefulness, no one was willing to step in to save the youth. Life was too dull and boring. Not personally involved, they took joy in finding fun in others' troubles, using others' embarrassments to console their own failed lives. Including the boss, everyone kept their heads down, either playing on their phones or eating silently, ignoring Fong Mingji's pleading glances for help. Long Ao Tian's strength was surprisingly great, while Fong Mingji, a rich boy who never exercised, had no way to break free. Being semi-coerced and semi-tricked, he was pulled to sit on the cold, hard stool. Fong Mingji bowed his head wishing he could shrink into a ball, as if doing so could block out the man's gaze on him. Long Ao Tian's gaze never left Fong Mingji. He summoned the boss with a wave of his hand, ordered a pile of stir-fried dishes, and finally requested a bottle of specially made Red Star Ergotu, 65 degrees, with obvious intentions. The boss nodded and turned around, retreating into the kitchen. Long Ao Tian gazed at the youth in front of him. "Sweetheart, why don't you look up at me? Are you shy?" Fong Mingji clenched his teeth, resisting the urge to vomit and shook his head. "You're definitely shy," Long Ao Tian concluded firmly, speaking with what he thought was an infinitely charming smile and generous attitude. "I understand how you feel. We've been dating online for such a long time, and today is our first meeting. Being shy is normal." Fong Mingji, as if unable to bear hearing any more, finally looked up at the person opposite, only to unexpectedly meet the intense gaze. His newly built courage suddenly deflated. Are you really Long Ao Tian?" He stammered, his voice barely louder than a mosquito's hum. The man across nodded, "Of course, absolutely genuine." Fong Mingji, "But, you and the person in the photo, don't look quite the same." Long Ao Tian, "Photos, that was my picture from 2 years ago. I just added a filter. Is there some difference between then and now? Unfortunately, work stress led to less exercise, and I gained some weight." Fong Mingji didn't reply, he was speechless now. The person in the photos and the person in front of him couldn't be considered identical, almost completely unrelated. The young man now deeply regretted not believing Su Jinyu's words. The boss was quick in his movements, and soon the dishes the man had ordered were served, along with a 500 milliliters bottle of Ergotu liquor. Faced with a table full of food, Fong Mingji had no appetite. All he wanted to do at that moment was go home. Long Ao Tian kept serving him food and encouraging him to drink alcohol. Fong Mingji sat stiffly, unable even to refuse anymore. The young man strained his scared mind for an excuse to leave. Finally, facing the man's insincere hospitality, he awkwardly opened his mouth. "My parents told me I must be home before 9 o'clock when I left, it's getting late now. I have to go back." His speech was stammered and halting, but he failed to notice the instant change of expression into a gloomy one on the face of the man opposite after hearing these words. Chapter 59, The Alpha Comes to Rescue. "Did your parents know you were coming out to see me?" Fong Mingji nodded vigorously, "They knew." Long Ao Tian stopped piling food onto Fong Mingji's plate and looked at him with triangular eyes glinting with undefined meanings. Fong Mingji felt his spine crawl under this stare. "Then how about I send you home after dinner?" Long Ao Tian asked. Fong Mingji, I don't want to eat." His unfinished words dissolved under the ominous gaze from the man. Long Ao Tian stared at him for quite some time before nodding, presenting a seemingly reasonable front. "All right, if you don't want to eat, then can you at least drink a cup of alcohol?" He picked up the glass that had already been poured and lightly pushed it toward the young man. Hidden in his fingernails, white powder quietly dissolved into the alcohol in the cup. Unaware, Fang Mingji stared down at the desk before him. If I drink this cup, will you let me go? With a sneer curling the corners of his lips, the man responded deceitfully, of course. Upon hearing he could leave, Fang Mingji hesitated not a second and drank the disposable cup in one go. It burned spicily, spreading through his throat to his stomach. Coughing twice from the irritation, he had tried various wines before, yet this was the first time drinking this type of baijiu and at such a high proof. Drunkenness immediately overtook him, as Fang Mingji clutched his fingers trying to stay alert. He stood slowly. I'm leaving. Hold on, Long Ao Tian blocked him. I said 3 cups. Fang Mingji. Opposite him, the man broke his promise, stopping him until 3 cups were drunk. Eyes red from anger, Fang Mingji drank another 2 cups poured by the man against his resistance. By the 3rd cup, half the alcohol in the bottle was gone. Already unsteady, Fang Mingji forced his spirit to look at the man before him. Can I go now? He did not realize the drunken flush on his face made him extremely attractive. Long Ao Tian fixated greedily, nearly drooling. From the very start, he was determined that no matter what, he would make the other person his. Long Ao Tian pressed close without any consideration of the youth's resistance, holding him with his greasy and fat face showing both fierce and ugly. My dear, you're drunk. Let me send you home. Fang Mingji struggled desperately. I'm not drunk. Let go of me, release me. Please, help me, call the police for me. The man's grip on him was like a vice, impossible to break free from. His whole body shook with fear. Truly terrified, he should not have engaged in online dating, should have listened to Jinyu, should not have met secretly. Fang Mingji had never felt as regretful and helpless as he did right now. He shakily sought help from the restaurant's patrons, but those people turned deaf ears, blind eyes, ignoring everything happening in the corner as if nothing unusual was occurring. Some even stood up and rushed to pay their bill and leave. That was the first time the young man witnessed just how cold and terrifying human nature could be. When Lu Qi pushed the door open, he saw the boss behind the counter gripping his phone, looking extremely conflicted, as though facing a difficult decision. Not interested in others' affairs, Lu Qi raised his hand and tapped the desk lightly with a bent finger, his deep, magnetic voice slightly cool. Boss, prepare my usual order for takeaway. This was the man's regular route home, a road he had taken countless times while commuting. Sometimes, when too busy to eat in time, he would pack a meal from this restaurant to take back home. To be honest, the boss wasn't a great cook, but Lu Qi wasn't particular about such things as long as it filled his stomach. The boss, who normally greeted him enthusiastically whenever he arrived, didn't notice him this time. Lu Qi furrowed his eyebrows slightly and was just about to speak when a muffled sound came from a corner of the restaurant, like a stool being knocked over. I won't go with you. Don't you dare send me. A sharp cry followed, akin to that of a kitten having its neck pinched. Lu Qi detected both panic and helplessness in the voice. He turned and looked toward the source of the noise, seeing 2 men entangled, a short, stout, bald man tightly holding a slim youth in his arms. The young man's back was facing him, struggling to escape the embrace. Lu Qi's eyes narrowed behind his glasses. Was it a lover's quarrel? Not one to meddle in other people's affairs, he glanced at them for only a moment before deciding to look away. However, right then, the young man managed to break free and turned around. Recognizing the somewhat familiar face, a flicker of surprise flashed in Lu Qi's eyes. Fang Mingji stumbled towards the door as if chased by some kind of terrifying creature. When he collided into a warm, sturdy embrace and felt someone wrap their arms around his waist, his body went limp all of a sudden. A strange sensation flowed from the base of his spine through every limb, prompting an involuntary soft gasp from the young man. Panic-stricken, he looked up only to meet a pair of emotionless eyes. Squinting his eyes to see clearly, Fang Mingji identified the man in front of him. An overwhelming survival instinct made him cling tightly to the other man's perfectly pressed cuff, overcoming his fear. Teacher. Teacher, please save me. Save me. In his confusion, he didn't even realize what he was saying, only knowing that he must hold on to this person firmly, much like a drowning person clinging to a lifebuoy. Holding the soft body against his chest, Lu Qi had no time to question why the other person called him teacher. He raised his head and glared icily at the man approaching quickly. Startled by his gaze, Long Ao Tian subconsciously halted his steps. Although feeling a little guilty and afraid, he tried to sound bold. Who are you? Mind your own business and give him back to me immediately. Looking down at the shivering figure in his arms triggered by the other man's words, Lu Qi's expression turned colder. And who are you? I am his boyfriend. With a straightened back, Long Ao Tian proclaimed loudly and confidently, we're just a couple with some trivial disputes, none of your business. Go now or I'll call the police on you. A couple. Disgust flickered in Lu Qi's eyes upon looking at the man's trembling fat body. Fang Mingji shook his head inside Lu Qi's embrace. No. We're not. Sensing the young man's fear, Lu Qi tightened his grip, offering more protection. Then he turned his head to the boss standing behind the counter. Boss, could you do me a favor and report to the police? Tell them there's someone making trouble in public and trying to kidnap others. Before Lu Qi could finish his sentence, the man in front of him already showed signs of guilt, glaring ferociously before spitting out a warning and fleeing quickly, rubbing against his shoulder as he bolted like lightning. Lu Qi's cold gaze followed the man until he disappeared, then shifted back to the youth in his arms. The young man clung tightly to him, refusing to let go, resembling a frightened kitten. The boss behind the counter avoided eye contact, while the remaining customers bowed their heads pretending to be deaf and dumb, staying silent. Seeing how these people turned a blind eye while others were suffering, a cold sneer appeared on Lu Qi's face. "Mr. Fong, I'm Assistant Lu Qi from Mr. Gu's company, do you know me?" Lu Qi looked down at the man in his arms, trying to bring a trace of awareness back to the dazed mind. He said, "I'll take you home." Upon hearing the word home, the foggy brain finally caught on, and Fong Mingji nodded eagerly, his voice quivering and hoarse. "Home. I want to go home." Ignoring the expressions of the others in the restaurant, Lu Qi noticed that the young man's legs were too weak to walk. Apologizing briefly, he bent down and carried the other in a princess hold. Unable to find Fong Mingji's car outside the restaurant, Lu Qi gently placed him in his own vehicle. Securing the young man in the back seat and fastening the seatbelt, he returned to the driver's seat and started the car, heading in the direction of the Fong family villa. In the back seat, bound by the safety belt, the young man's body leaned limply against the car door, swaying lightly with each bump. Through the rearview mirror, Lu Qi saw Fong Mingji's flushed face and closed eyes in obvious discomfort, and without hesitation, he slammed his foot on the accelerator pedal. The intoxication spread recklessly in the confined space, and in his hazy state, Fong Mingji only felt a burning heat throughout his body, as if millions of ants were crawling inside him. His whole body itched. The leather seats carried a slight coolness. Struggling, Fong Mingji undid the seatbelt around his chest and fell completely onto the back seat. His clothes had become disheveled, and his burning face pressed against the cool seat, providing slight relief from the young man's inner agitation, though it was but a drop in the ocean. He became even more uncomfortable. Lu Qi in the front noticed his movements and spoke coldly, "Sit up and stop moving around." The man's voice was clear and magnetic, carrying the night's unique coolness like an arrow piercing through the dense haze clouding Fong Mingji's mind. The youth struggled to raise his head, squinting at the person in the driver's seat. The streetlights flashed by one after another, and from this angle, he could only see a small part of the man's shoulder and the neck exposed above the collar, along with neatly trimmed temples. In the flickering light, the sharply defined profile was wordless. Fong Mingji stared absent-mindedly at the other's silhouette, unconsciously swallowing hard. A voice in his mind kept enticing him. Caught off guard, Lu Qi's hand trembled slightly, and the car suddenly veered toward a lamppost on the street. In haste, Lu Qi slammed on the brakes, stopping the car just a finger's width away from the lamppost. Due to the inertia from braking, the youth on the back seat lunged forward, his body wedged between the main seat and the passenger seat at the waist. Chapter 60, Wanting a Reward. After a night of debauchery. When the storm finally passed, looking down at the person who had fallen into unconsciousness beneath him, for the first time, Lu Qi felt a sense of unease and helplessness. Gu Corporation. Su Jin you didn't call Gu Pei Lang, instead, he took the meals prepared by the cook and the soup he personally stewed, hailed a taxi, and went to the other's company. The receptionist was somewhat surprised when she saw him but quickly recovered and immediately dialed the internal line to the CEO's office. Upon hearing that Su Jin you had come to the company, Gu Pei Lang was momentarily stunned. "President?" The sweet voice of the receptionist sounded over the phone, and the man regained his composure, glancing at the computer in front of him. "Let him come up." "Okay." When Su Jin you stepped out of the elevator, he saw the man waiting for him outside the elevator. "Pei Lang." Su Jin you was slightly surprised but quickly recovered. He walked quickly upward and smiled at the man. "Did you specially come here to meet me?" The staff responsible for escorting him up stood discreetly behind him, quietly serving as a background figure. Looking at the smile on the man's face, Gu Pei Lang lightly nodded. Su Jin you smiled even wider. He pushed the man towards the office direction while talking. "I was worried the food in the company cafeteria wouldn't suit your taste, so I wanted to bring you lunch. You won't blame me, will you?" Gu Pei Lang shook his head, paused, and said, "The food in our company is actually very good." Su Jin you chuckled softly, "I know, but I just wanted to see you." Their figures gradually moved further away and finally disappeared behind the office door. With the chip issue yet to be resolved, Su Jin you watched Gu Pei Lang finish eating the meal he brought and then return to work. No matter what, he insisted on staying to accompany him. Seeing the man's resolute attitude, Gu Pei Lang could only let him find some books on the bookshelf to pass the time while quietly speeding up his actions. But even so, by the time the two left the office, it was already past 10 o'clock. While pushing Gu Pei Lang into the elevator, Su Jin you said, "It's a good thing I came today, otherwise, you wouldn't have found anyone to drive you home." His tone carried an unconscious pride, and Gu Pei Lang swallowed the words. "Gu Yin is already waiting in the parking lot." When they reached the parking lot, seeing the man, Gu Yin prepared to get out of the car, but unexpectedly, the other party shook his head at him and said to the person behind, "Take the gray car over there." Su Jin you followed his gaze and nodded, "All right." Watching them get in the car, which slowly drove out of the garage, Gu Yin could only silently start the car and follow them. Just as they approached the Gu residence, Gu Pei Lang received a call from Lu Qi. "Hello. Answering the call, Gu Pei Lang heard his assistant's hoarse voice, "Boss, can I ask for 2 days off?" The handsome man frowned slightly. "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Lu Chi had been following him since the year he first joined Gu Corporation, and over all these years, the other party had never asked for a day off. "It's not me." The man looked at the restless youth on the bed, even in his sleep, feeling as if a piece of burning charcoal was stuck in his throat. "I see." Having heard this much, Gu Pei Lang didn't ask any more, just said, "Handle your affairs and then come back." "Thank you, boss." After hanging up, Lu Chi looked at the person curled up on the bed inside. He sat down by the bed like this, his head lowered as if lost in thought. On the other side, Su Jinyu noticed that Gu Pei Lang had hung up the phone and scanned his weary face with concern in his tone. "Was that Assistant Lu?" Gu Pei Lang nodded. Su Jinyu, is it work-related?" The man turned his head and looked at him, those pitch-black eyes reflecting the cold light outside the window. Su Jinyu met his gaze without flinching. "Pei Lang, I'm just worried about you." Gu Pei Lang blinked. "You can't help me with my work, but I don't want you to be too tired, I would feel heartbroken." Looking into such clear, transparent eyes, full of sincere affection. Gu Pei Lang felt as if he'd been burned. He withdrew his gaze, looking down at his hands on his knees, and after a moment of silence, said, "Not tired." "Su Jinyu, but I think you're tired. Let me stew you some soup to replenish your strength, okay?" "Isn't it already being done?" "That's different." Su Jinyu smiled, already calculating in his mind what herbs to add to the soup in the future. Gu Pei Lang watched his upturned lips, suddenly feeling his fatigue decrease significantly. The man turned his head toward the empty road ahead, his lips barely lifting. He said, "As you wish." Su Jinyu hadn't missed his smile, and his heart throbbed with excitement. "Does Pei Lang like my soup?" he asked the man. "Gu Pei Lang, I do." "Then should I make it every day for you?" "All right." Listening to the man's answer, Su Jinyu couldn't help but let the corners of his lips curl upward. "Will you give me a reward if I make you soup?" Gu Pei Lang took back his gaze and looked at him, those narrow phoenix-like eyes dark, faintly mocking under the streetlight. "What reward do you want?" Recalling the reckless night they spent together, Su Jinyu licked his lips greedily. "Can we shower together?" Gu Pei Lang. Unable to get an answer from him, Su Jinyu's expression obviously showed disappointment as he pitifully pleaded, "No." The man slightly squinted his eyes. "That desperate to shower with me?" Su Jinyu. His expression turned somewhat awkward before regaining composure, nodding earnestly and defiantly, "Yes." Little liar, still daring to say yes. Gu Pei Lang's smirk became more obvious. He glanced down at his legs covered by the blanket, and said, "Showering is out of the question, but sleeping together might be worth considering." Su Jinyu. Happiness struck unexpectedly. In a daze, he returned to the Gu residence, stumbled into his bedroom to take a shower, and dazedly holding the pillow, came into the man's room. Sitting on the edge of the bed, listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, Su Jinyu suddenly grew nervous. The man lowered his head, secretly lifting his pajama to take a peek at the defined muscles on his abdomen, sighing in relief, and increased his anticipation for what was to come. What he didn't expect was that when Gu Pei Lang said, "sleep together," he truly meant only sleep. Yes, exactly the kind where one pulls the blanket over, closes their eyes, letting body and mind drift into slumber for relaxation, just sleep. Chapter 61, Crybaby Fawn. Under soft blankets, Su Jinyu stared blankly at the ceiling above, listening to the steady breathing of the man beside him, quietly puffing himself up in anger, resembling a blowfish. Not remembering how he fell asleep, when he woke up, Su Jinyu found himself rolled right into Gu Pei Lang's embrace, clinging tightly to him like an octopus. The dimly lit room lay silent. Su Jinyu carefully raised his head, watching the sleeping man, swallowing hard. Worthy indeed as his man, even in sleep, he radiated such charm. Feeling proud, Su Jinyu furtively stole a kiss from the cool lips of the other, gently rubbed against them once more, and only then retreated contentedly. The 7 o'clock alarm rang on time, but Su Jinyu quickly swiped it off and then carefully pulled the blanket aside to get out of bed. His every move was gentle, making no sound to wake the man sleeping beside him. A slight creak from the door opening and closing could be heard as the sneaky lever made his way out, not knowing that the man in the bed had already opened his eyes. The darkness of those ink-black pupils betrayed their clarity. Gu Pei Lang stared at the crystal chandelier above him, his handsome face showing no expression. After a long while, he slowly propped himself up, leaning against the headboard as he lifted the blanket to gaze upon his muscle-wasted legs under his sleep pants. His arm had gone completely numb after being relied upon all night by the man, even the slightest movement sent a sharp pain through it like needles pricking him. Yet, the leg pressed under the other's weight all night remained completely numb. Ha! A sudden chuckle echoed in the silent room. By the time Su Jinyu brought up the porridge, Gu Pei Lang was already neatly dressed, sitting on the wheelchair with a black polka-dot tie in hand. When the man raised his head at the sound of the door opening, Su Jinyu entered, shutting the door behind him, wearing a gentle smile on his handsome face. "Pei Lang, good morning." Gu Pei Lang looked at him, his composure fully restored as if nothing had happened before. "Good morning." With a faint smile curling his lips, Su Jinyu approached and took the tie from the man's hand with bright eyes. "Shall I help you?" Seeing the anticipation in Su Jinyu's eyes, Gu Pei Lang nodded. Yes. A trace of shyness and sweetness tinged the corners of Su Jinyu's mouth as he squatted in front of the wheelchair, using his pale, long fingers to loop the black tie around the man's neck and then knotting it in front of his chest. At such close distance due to their differing heights, Gu Pei Lang could see the fine, long lashes of Su Jinyu fluttering over his straight nose bridge, and the thin lips lightly colored. The look on the man's face was full of dedication. He handled the action with tender care, cherishing each moment. Done. Su Jinyu smiled again, brushing his fingertips over the edge of the tie before lifting his eyes to meet Gu Pei Lang's. As their gazes locked, Su Jinyu saw his own reflection in those dark-as-ink pupils, losing himself momentarily. The man's gentle palm touched his face, and his deep magnetic voice said, "Do you want a reward?" Su Jinyu's heart skipped 2 beats. "May I?" Gu Pei Lang gave a hint of a smile, replying with an action rather than words. Breath mingling, lips touching, Su Jinyu trembled and closed his eyes instinctively, grabbing onto the fabric over the man's chest as he became lost in the other's tender yet dominant kiss. After the kiss ended, Su Jinyu had already gone weak in the knees, resting on the man's lap. Gu Pei Lang held onto his shoulders to steady him, avoiding any chance for the other to touch his leg without making it obvious. With his forehead resting against the man's chest, Su Jinyu breathed heavily, a flicker of bitterness flashing in his eyes. "Let's eat," said the man, his voice slightly raspy. Su Jinyu nodded but didn't get up immediately. Instead, he revealed the blanket covering the man's legs, placed a sincere kiss on it, and then covered them back gently before smiling warmly at the person in front of him. "Let's go." Gu Pei Lang's Adam's apple moved briefly. "All right." During the meal, Su Jinyu suddenly received a call from Fong Mingji. Looking at the caller ID on his phone, the man remembered that he had forgotten to contact the young man yesterday. "Hello, Mingji." "Jinyu." "Wah-wah-heh." As soon as the call connected, a thunderous wail came from the other end, sending a piercing pain through Su Jinyu's eardrums, making him unconsciously hold the phone farther away. Gu Pei Lang, seated opposite, apparently also heard this, raising his head to look at him. Furrowing his brows, Su Jinyu asked, "Mingji, what's wrong? What happened?" Regardless of how many times he questioned, the young man on the other end only cried, his voice hoarse, eventually starting to dry heave. Inevitably worried, Su Jinyu's tone grew urgent. "Mingji, what happened? Stop crying and tell me what's going on." "Wah. Jinyu. Wea." Overwhelmed by his cries, Su Jinyu prepared to say something when the sobbing on the other end suddenly grew distant. When the voice returned, it was someone else. "Mr. Su, it's me." Su Jinyu widened his eyes slightly and exchanged a glance with the man opposite him. "Assistant Lu. Lu Qi, it's me. Master Fong is with me now." On the phone, Fong Mingji was still sobbing, but his voice gradually softened. Su Jinyu's brows slowly furrowed, his intuition telling him that something had happened between these two that he didn't know about. "How did Fong Mingji end up with you?" Su Jinyu asked. "Lu Qi, it's a long story. Mr. Su, could you come over? Young Master Fong, his emotions are currently unstable." "I understand, give me the address." Su Jinyu's tone grew serious. After receiving the address, he hung up immediately, noticing Gu Pei Lang looking at his troubled expression. "What's wrong?" Afraid of alarming the other with his expression, Su Jinyu paused briefly and said, "Mingji is with Assistant Lu. I'll go check on him." For some reason, Gu Pei Lang instantly remembered last night when Lu Qi had called him. "I'll arrange someone to send you." Concerned about Fong Mingji's situation, Su Jinyu didn't decline, "Thank you." Gu Pei Lang nodded without saying anything, then dialed Gu Yin's number. Not long after, the car was parked outside the door. Su Jinyu opened the door and got in while Gu Pei Lang watched him from under the eaves. "If there's anything, remember to call me." Su Jinyu smiled, "I know." As the car started, the man gazed out at the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window, his smile slowly fading away. In their previous life, he hadn't heard of any connection between Fong Mingji and Lu Qi. Meanwhile, at Lu Qi's apartment. The man stood by the bed in a disheveled outfit, watching the young man crouched in the corner, shaking while hugging the quilt around him. His cheeks were flushed and his lips pale. The youth glared at him with eyes swollen to slits, full of terror, tears streaming endlessly like an open dam. When he heard Lu Qi's words, he shook his head frantically, "No. No. Please leave, woo, go away." His voice, hoarse from prolonged crying, sounded like a newborn kitten, delicate and fragile as if it could be crushed easily. Worried that continuing this way would damage his vocal cords, Lu Qi raised both hands in surrender and took a few steps back, softening his tone. "Stop crying, all right? I didn't mean to hurt you." The rest of his sentence died in his throat as he noticed the messy bruised hickeys around the youth's neck. A wave of bitterness rose in the man's throat. He didn't intend to harm the other, but he had truly committed an unforgivable sin, even though it wasn't originally what he wanted. Chapter 62, Reasonable Su. When Su Jinyu arrived, seeing the person opening the door for him, he almost didn't recognize the other. This man who always appeared as an elite professional was now wearing a grey pajama set with tousled hair, looking exhausted with dark circles under his eyes. Mr. Su, Lu Qi greeted the visitor and invited him in. Perhaps sensing the surprise in Su Jinyu's eyes, Lu Qi gave a somewhat awkward smile. Sorry, I didn't have time to tidy up myself. My apologies, Mr. Su. Su Jinyu shook his head. Where is Mingji? Young Master Fong is in the bedroom. Thinking of the young man, Su Jinyu nodded and went to find him, but was called back after taking a few steps. Mr. Su. Su Jinyu turned around to look at him. Lu Qi met the clear gaze and gulped momentarily before saying, young Master Fong probably wouldn't want to see me now. Please tell him I'm sorry on my behalf. And, regarding last night, I will take responsibility. Standing there, the man's eyes narrowed slightly as he caught sight of the bruises beneath Lu Qi's collar. A flash of coldness passed through his gaze. Inside the bedroom, Fong Mingji remained motionless in the same position as before. At the sound of the door opening, his whole body recoiled like a frightened rabbit, quickly shrinking into the blanket with a whoosh. Approaching the bed, Su Jinyu looked at the trembling blanket and made sure his voice sounded gentle so as not to scare the other. Mingji, it's me, Jinyu. Under the blanket, the trembling ceased. After 2 seconds, the youth hesitantly revealed a corner, revealing a teary face upon seeing Su Jinyu beside the bed. Jinyu. Seeing the red swollen eyes of the youth and the mess all over his body after uncovering the blanket, Su Jinyu felt his heart tremble too. Fong Mingji flung himself into Su Jinyu's arms, clinging tightly to his waist and bawling, tears and snot smearing everywhere, displaying grief that seemed like the sky had fallen. Outside the door, Lu Qi heard the hoarse voice of the youth, his heart tightening as he unconsciously gripped the water cup in his hand. Su Jinyu sat by the bed hugging him gently, glancing at the medicine on the bedside cabinet and realizing everything instantly. When the cries of the youth in his arms slowly subsided, Su Jinyu picked up the glass of water from the cabinet. Drink some water and take your medicine. Then we'll go to the hospital. He didn't ask any questions or say a word, all he did was let Fong Mingji put on his clothes properly before helping him out of the room. In the living room, Lu Qi immediately stood up from the sofa upon seeing them come out. The body in Su Jinyu's arms suddenly stiffened, then began to tremble. Seeing the fingers gripping his hand until white, Su Jinyu held the other more tightly for reassurance. Looking up, Su Jinyu glanced at the man in front of the couch with a polite yet distant smile. Assistant Lu, Mingji is running a fever now. Could you trouble yourself to drive us to the hospital? Lu Qi nodded, looking at the youth who wanted nothing more than to bury his head into Su Jinyu's embrace. All right. The car sped through the clear roads, with Su Jinyu sitting in the back seat holding Fong Mingji. He hugged the young man close, whose burning body felt like a stove, exhaling scorching breaths. Likely confused from the high fever, the person in his arms started rambling incoherently. All Su Jinyu could faintly hear were the words, go home and no. Holding him even tighter, Su Jinyu's thin lips curled into a cold curve. At 40 degrees Celsius, if it had gone on any longer, the youth would have become delirious from the fever. With a serious expression, Su Jinyu arranged for the doctor to check them in. Underneath the white blanket, the small figure lay flushed red, resembling a perfectly boiled shrimp. Standing nearby, Su Jinyu watched as the nurse gave an injection and started the foredrip. The bright red liquid flowed back into the fine, transparent tube. Su Jinyu called out to stop the nurse just as she was about to leave. Can you do a blood test for him? Surprised, the nurse glanced at him, while Lu Qi waiting by the door also looked up. With no expression on his face, after the young nurse snapped back to reality, she nodded, sure. After the doctor left with the drawn blood samples, Su Jinyu picked up the youth's phone beside the cabinet, unlocked it with a fingerprint, and turned to look at the man by the door. Assistant Lu, shall we talk outside? Lu Qi nodded. In the corridor bustling with people, the two found a quiet corner. Lu Qi looked at the man in front of him. The man leaned against the wall behind him with one leg bent, one hand in his pocket and the other holding Fong Mingji's phone, occasionally tapping on its screen, his face gloomy enough to drip water. Mr. Su, Lu Qi started looking at him. Su Jinyu skimmed through the entire chat history between Fong Mingji and Long Outyen, switched off the screen, and looked up at the man in front of him. Assistant Lu, I hope you can tell me every detail of what happened last night. Recounting every single detail seemed impossible. As Lu Qi recalled the image of the youth crying beneath him, his ear tips flushed red slightly. I met young Master Fong in the restaurant. Lu Qi briefly recounted the events. After driving away those people, I initially intended to send young Master Fong home, but just as I started the car, young Master Fong suddenly jumped onto the back seat, and then after that. As for what happened after that, there was no need for Lu Qi to explain further as Su Jinyu already understood. Lu Qi looked at the unchanging expression on the man's face and spoke seriously, Mr. Su, this matter involves taking advantage of someone's vulnerability. Once young Master Fong wakes up, I will personally apologize to him. Whether he wants to punish or hit me, I won't have any complaints. If young Master Fong agrees, I will take responsibility for this incident. I admit I took advantage of someone's vulnerability. The voices from the previous life and the present one overlapped in Su Jinyu's mind, making his complexion pale momentarily. Assistant Lu, interrupting the other's words, Su Jinyu's black and white eyes stared intently at the man in front of him. This time, it's not your fault. Thinking about the youth still lying in the ward at the moment, Su Jinyu felt anger mixed with heartache. If only he had listened to his advice, been more careful and cautious about trusting strangers, this whole incident wouldn't have happened. Lu Qi pursed his lips and remained silent. Su Jinyu gazed at the busy corridor and said, "Go back, I'll handle it here." "But. Go back, didn't you take 2 days off? Go rest well, Pei Lang still needs you." Su Jinyu smiled lightly at him. "I understand." Lu Qi looked at him for a while, finally nodding his head. "Mr. Su, if young Master Fong wakes up, please let me know." "All right." Su Jinyu agreed as he watched the other man leave, then turned back to the ward. "You." The young man on the bed, due to his high fever, had furrowed his eyebrows deeply, looking like a wronged little puppy. Su Jinyu sat down on the stool by the bed and, after a long while, exhaled one word, "deserved." Chapter 63, Talk. Fong Mingji woke up in the evening. At that time, the sunset outside the window had already set, leaving only a thin layer of orange-yellow afterglow that passed through the immaculate windows and spread across the entire room. The youth opened his eyes and stared at the yellowed ceiling under the setting sun. His wet, puppy-like eyes were full of confusion. The ward was silent, footsteps could be faintly heard from outside the door and then disappeared. Fong Mingji blinked, his body feeling heavy as though filled with lead, every slight movement making his bones and muscles protest with pain. He struggled to sit up in bed, his throat dry and sore, even swallowing saliva hurt. There was a soft sound of click, and the tightly closed door was opened. Su Jinyu came in holding a lunchbox. After noticing the person on the bed had woken up, he turned on the wall light and then walked over. "Awake?" Fong Mingji looked at him, giving a pitiful nod with a hoarse voice. "Jinyu, I'm thirsty." Su Jinyu put down what he was carrying, poured a cup of water, and handed it to him. The young man held the cup and bowed his head to drink. The warm stream flowing through his swollen throat brought some relief to the dryness. Su Jinyu lifted his hand to check his forehead and relaxed somewhat. "The fever has subsided. Eat first, then take your medicine after." He sat down by the bed. Fong Mingji obediently nodded. Taking into account the illness and injuries of the youth, Su Jinyu only packed some bland food. The young man quietly ate while looking down. Su Jinyu's gaze fell upon the marks visible beneath the collar of his shirt. "What happened last night?" The man had just started speaking when suddenly the person on the bed choked violently, coughing until red-faced. Su Jinyu immediately poured a bowl of soup and helped pat his back to soothe the airway. After regaining some composure, Fong Mingji lowered his head, his pale fingers gripping the blanket tightly on the bed, knuckles whitening. "Fong Mingji." Su Jinyu called his name. The youth's frail body trembled slightly in his hospital gown, remaining silent. Seeing this reaction, Su Jinyu became irritated and gave a cold laugh. "What's wrong? Weren't you pretty capable earlier? Why so quiet now? And how dare you go see online friends without me? Do you plan on marrying yourself off next?" Su Jinyu's anger grew with each thought, his voice becoming sharper. "Do you remember what I told you before? I said he was a fraud, told you to be careful, and mentioned you should tell me if anything happened. But you went ahead and met him anyway." Su Jinyu wanted nothing more than to drag him out of the bed and beat him severely. "If not for Assistant Lu, do you think you'd still be lying here safely?" Pada, warm tears dropped onto his hand. Fong Mingji sniffed. "Jinyu. Please don't say any more, it hurts. Now you feel bad. What were you doing earlier?" The man roughly pulled out 2 tissues from the cabinet nearby but gently wiped away the tears on his face. "Sorry. You need to apologize, but not to me, to yourself." Su Jinyu switched to another tissue. "Do you know that Long Outyan put something in your drink? If Assistant Lu had been even a step late, can you imagine the consequences?" Fong Mingji clenched his fingers tightly but remained silent. "This incident is a lesson for you. Let's see if you'll still blindly trust others later." The man reserved him a bowl of congee. "I won't again." The youth sniffled, pitiable, drinking 2 mouthfuls of the congee given by Su Jinyu. He then looked up at the person in front of him with wet eyes and spoke with a raspy voice. "Assistant Lu. I already know everything between the two of you." Su Jinyu looked at him. "Mingji, this incident cannot be blamed on Assistant Lu. If anyone's to blame, it's you for forcing the situation. He is also a victim." Fong Mingji painfully swallowed the food in his mouth and imperceptibly nodded. "I know. He had drunk alcohol and also been drugged, and once the drug took effect with the help of the alcohol, his actions were completely out of his control. At one point in the car, he had even offered his neck to the man's lips. Every moment of that night was etched into his memory, from his initial to his eventual downfall. None of it could be blamed on anyone but himself." Su Jinyu watched him silently, then raised his hand and lightly patted his shoulder. "Mr. Lu will come by later. The two of you can have a proper chat." Fong Mingji looked up, his wet eyes wide as he stared at him. Su Jinyu saw clearly the fear and desire to evade in his gaze. "Mingji, you are not a child anymore. You can't keep running away from everything, right?" The hand gripping his shoulders tightened slightly, and Fong Mingji opened his mouth. "I'm not avoiding it, I'm just..." "Just what?" Su Jinyu gazed at him. Fong Mingji slumped his shoulders, his hidden places still throbbed faintly with pain. He looked at the person before him, tears regathering in his eyes. Su Jinyu frowned, "Don't cry." The young man sniffled back his tears. "Can I not see him?" Su Jinyu, "No." Just as the man finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Su Jinyu turned around to see Gu Peilang outside the door, with Lu Qi standing behind him, looking somewhat haggard. "Peilang?" Surprised, Su Jinyu stood up and quickly approached him. "Why are you here?" Gu Peilang looked at the person in front of him, reached out to hold his hand, and smiled lightly. "I've come to take you home." Su Jinyu couldn't help but raise the corner of his lips, and his entire demeanor softened. He returned the grip on the man's hand and said, "I can go back by myself." Gu Peilang merely smiled without saying a word. Su Jinyu felt like honey was flooding his heart. Looking at the figure behind the man, he spoke, "Mr. Lu, Mingji has already woken up. The two of you talk for a while. I'll take Peilang out for a walk." Lu Qi smiled gratefully at him and looked past the person toward the ward inside. The youth on the bed had already buried himself under the blanket like an ostrich. Su Jinyu didn't linger further, decisively pushing his partner out. Lu Qi stepped into the ward, closing the door quietly, isolating all sounds outside. Hearing the sound of the lock turning, the youth under the blanket shivered pitifully and wrapped himself tighter. "Master Fong." Lu Qi moved to the side of the bed and spoke in a low, hoarse voice. There was no movement from beneath the covers. Sighing deeply, the man continued, "I am very sorry about what happened last night. I apologize." The man who could skillfully navigate through any work situation or negotiation seemed now at a loss for words, repeating these same two sentences over and over. There was no response from under the blanket. Watching the slowly moving lump under the cover, Lu Qi's heart lifted slightly. Like a snail, Fang Mingji slowly crept to the edge of the bed, pausing for a long time as if confirming the absence of danger. Then, he cautiously lifted the corner of the blanket, revealing a pair of red swollen, bloodshot eyes. The two pairs of eyes met in silence, creating a momentary stillness in the hospital room's air. Regaining his senses first, Fang Mingji attempted to retreat into his shell immediately but was stopped by the man's quick hands grabbing the blanket. Fang Mingji. Seeing how pale Fang's face instantly became, Lu Qi felt as if his heart was struck by a heavy hammer. "I won't hurt you again. You, don't be afraid." The man softened his voice, his expression extraordinarily gentle. But despite this, Fang Mingji still trembled helplessly. After all, every time he saw those eyes behind the glasses, the dark memories surged like waves, enveloping him tightly and leaving him breathless. Looking at the other's refusal to lift his head from beneath the blankets, Lu Qi felt a sense of injury welling up within him. "Do you fear me?" His voice was slightly dry. Fang Mingji nodded, then shook his head quickly, remembering something. "Fear me or not?" This time, the young man firmly shook his head. Chapter 64, Timid Fang. "I will take full responsibility for what happened. If Master Fang feels upset, feel free to hit me or shout at me. I won't have any complaints." The man, who could smoothly handle all situations at work and argue passionately at negotiation tables, seemed now at a loss for words, repeating only these two sentences repeatedly. The person beneath the blanket remained silent. Lu Qi, watching the slowly wriggling bump on the bed, felt his heart tighten slightly. Fang Mingji slowly crawled to the edge of the bed like a snail, paused for a while, as if sensing no danger, then cautiously peeked out from the edge of the blanket, revealing a pair of swollen, bloodshot eyes. They looked directly at each other, and the atmosphere in the hospital room fell silent for a brief moment. When Fang Mingji first recovered his senses, he wanted to retreat back into his cocoon immediately but was swiftly prevented by the man who grabbed the blanket. Fang Mingji panted lightly, having finally gathered his courage after suppressing the body's stress response, and slowly reached out to grasp the edge of Lu Qi's suit jacket. Lu Qi lowered his head, looking at the young man's slender, pale fingertips, and unconsciously held his breath. Could you please not look at me?" Lu Qi froze for a moment, though he didn't understand why, but still quickly nodded and shifted his gaze elsewhere. "All right, I won't look." Realizing that the eyes on him had vanished, Fang Mingji's tightly strung nerves relaxed slightly. Remembering what Su Jinyu had said, the young man hesitated briefly and then, still gripping the blanket, sat up from the bed. Cocooned in the blanket, only his puppy-like eyes peeked out as he cautiously watched the man in front of him. The other party was clad entirely in black suit, with a handsome face carrying an air of toughness and sharpness, particularly those glasses-wearing eyes which, even when silent, always conveyed a different kind of coldness. Recalling the pair of eyes embedded in his memory, the youth's slight frame trembled again. "Thank you for what happened last night." Fang Mingji spoke softly, yet clearly within the quiet of the hospital room. Lu Qi wanted to see the expression on Fang's face but restrained himself in deference to their earlier conversation. "Master Fang isn't blaming me." Fang Mingji shook his head, realizing that the assistant might not be able to see it and hastened to say, "No blame. Jinyu has already scolded me, it was my mistake, trusting strangers. Not only did I harm myself, but I also dragged you into this. I should be the one apologizing. Lu assistant, I'm sorry." Listening to the young man's words, Lu Qi felt somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Su Jinyu would defend him. In the hospital garden, the man walking beside Gu Peilang suddenly sneezed. the temperature is low at night, we should go back. Gu Peilang observed the man rubbing his nose and suggested. Su Jinyu shook his head, it's probably because someone is thinking about me right now. It's rare for us to have time to stroll like this, let's continue for a bit. The man looked at the anticipation in his eyes and nodded affirmatively, all right. Back in the ward. I am also wrong, Lu Qi agreed while continuing, I lost control of myself. He didn't finish his sentence, but Fang Mingji perked his ears and felt his cheeks heating up slightly. It's not your fault. His voice involuntarily softened, feeling like a feather tickling Lu Qi's heart gently. Unable to resist any longer, Lu Qi turned his head back to the young man lying in bed. Fang Mingji immediately shrank back under the blanket, and a muffled sound of anger mingled with embarrassment emerged from beneath. Weren't you supposed not to look at me? Lu Qi. Sorry. Stiffly, Lu Qi turned away, unsure where to place his hands or feet. Yet once again, he saw the figure zip back under the cover, somehow, cute. Anyway, regarding this incident, I don't blame you, there's no need for responsibility on your part. Assistant Lu can just pretend that nothing ever happened, alright? Under the blanket, Fang Mingji adjusted his position uneasily. He hadn't seen how stiffly the man tensed momentarily. Though such a result should have been the best for him, Lu Qi found himself feeling oppressed, a mild suffocation preventing him from breathing easily. Nothing happened. He echoed faintly. Fang Mingji, yes. Turning around, Lu Qi noticed that the young man was still hiding under the blanket. With serious eyes, he stared at the lump underneath, his own expression grave and somewhat terrifying. He said solemnly, but last night, we already engaged physically. Fang Mingji. That, since it happened, it happened. So what? The youth's voice came through muffled by the blanket, pretending nonchalance, though unbeknownst to anyone, his thumbnail had almost been chewed away. Since we're both adults, loss of self-control after drinking, casual hookups are all quite normal. His words faded abruptly as his field of vision brightened dramatically. Dumbfounded, the youth tilted his head upward, his wide-eyed gaze fixated on the person in front of him, still chewing on his nails. Leaning forward, Lu Qi grabbed the delicate wrist in his warm, large hand. What if I can't pretend like nothing happened? Caught off guard by the man's powerful aura, Fang Mingji's cowardice couldn't surface fast enough. Lowering his gaze, Lu Qi locked eyes with him. I will take full responsibility. Fang Mingji. When Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang returned to the ward, they perceptively noticed that the atmosphere inside was somewhat off. The young man had burrowed himself under the blanket facing the wall, while Lu Qi sat quietly by the bedside, his eyes filled with an almost drooling gentleness. Su Jinyu raised an eyebrow as he wheeled Gu Peilang into the room. Lu Qi turned around upon hearing their entrance. Mr. Su, B.S.S. Su Jinyu grinned at him. Assistant Lu, it's getting late, I plan to send Peilang home first. And you? The cocoon on the bed stirred slightly, revealing a dark head peeking out cautiously. Lu Qi stood up, shifting his gaze towards the man in the wheelchair, B.S.S. We agreed on a 2-day vacation, you may arrange it as you wish. Gu Peilang glanced at the direction of the bed, then raised his hand to gently pat the back of the chair behind him, his voice deep and tender. Let's go. Su Jinyu smiled brightly, not paying attention to the hand stretched out from the blanket, and gave Gu Peilang a warm look. Alright. Chapter 65, Ming's Past. As Su Jinyu accompanied Gu Peilang waiting for the elevator, the man from the ward hurriedly came out to stop them. Assistant Lu, is there anything else? Su Jinyu asked, looking at the person in front of him. Lu Qi met his gaze, and after a moment of silence, said, I heard that Mr. Su and young Master Fang are good friends for many years. There are some things I would like to consult with you, Mr. Su. Su Jinyu glanced at Gu Peilang in the wheelchair. Speak. Young Master Fang, he seems very afraid of me. Lu Qi muttered. Su Jinyu smirked upon hearing this. You left him covered in injuries, isn't it natural for him to be scared of you? Lu Qi. No, the man shook his head, carefully choosing his words. It's not so much that he's afraid of me, but rather he fears my eyes. When conversing with the youth, the latter deliberately avoided his gaze, and whenever Lu Qi looked over, he wanted nothing more than to hide beneath the covers forever. Hearing these words, Su Jinyu's smile slowly disappeared, his gaze gradually becoming serious. Gu Peilang keenly picked up on the change in his mood. The man stared straight at Lu Qi, who was left somewhat bewildered by his stare, stiffening slightly. After a while, Su Jinyu seemed to recall something, his expression turning grim. If Assistant Lu doesn't want Mingji to continue being afraid of you, perhaps you could remove your glasses. What? The elevator doors dinged open, and before Lu Qi could say anything more, Su Jinyu pushed Gu Peilang into the elevator. Once in the car, Su Jinyu didn't start the engine. The air pressure inside the confined space grew heavy. I was put in one by Grandpa Su because of something from those years. After a long pause, the person in the driver's seat suddenly spoke. On the passenger seat, Gu Peilang turned his head to look at him. In the light of the street lamp, the man lost in reminiscence had a frighteningly dark expression. Gu Peilang remained silent, lifting his hand to gently hold the white-knuckled ones gripping the steering wheel. Su Jinyu's long eyelashes quivered. Being taken to the Su family by old man Su, he, a country bumpkin living in the countryside since childhood, suddenly having to integrate into what were considered high-class social circles, the amount of disdain and sarcasm he faced was unimaginable. From the very first day stepping into the Su household, Su Jinyu knew that not a single person in the Su family truly welcomed him. At a particularly sensitive age, in order to survive peacefully, he began learning how to please those within the Su household. Initially thinking that obeying and being diligent would win him approval from the old master of the Su family, no matter how hard he tried, such as bringing home the first place award certificate, instead of praise, he received a bitter cold mocking session from his then unmarried younger aunt, culminating in her publicly tearing the certificate apart in front of the entire family. Old Master Su didn't intervene, even his best second uncle only mildly criticized his sister a few sentences before letting it drop. Not a single person felt happy for him, from beginning to end. That's when he understood, the Su family did not want him to excel. Later on, getting into fights, forming cliques, he became the problem child the Su family expected. The Su family showed no reaction whatsoever, or rather, they relished seeing him turn out this way. That year, due to unintentionally breaking the nose of another young lord, he was publicly expelled. The person had some influence, and the Su family, in order to pacify their anger, had him severely beaten in front of them. Afterwards, he was sent to the Su family ancestral hall and locked up for a whole day and night. After being released, Su Jianghai sent him to a fully enclosed school. A week later, he encountered Fang Mingji who had been cornered in an alleyway. That was their first meeting. Su Jinyu would always remember that day, how the glaring sunlight greedily refused to give even a fraction of its warmth to the moss-covered alleyway. The battered youth huddled in a corner, whimpering softly while tightly clutching his mud-covered belongings. "Boy, if you know what's good for you, hand over all your money. Otherwise, we'll have you drink toilet water." Ha ha ha. Several young troublemakers burst into laughter, maliciously jabbing the boy's shoulder. Su Jinyu didn't want any trouble, so he turned around to leave, but then he heard the soft sobbing from behind. It was so delicate and pitiful, like the little kitten at his grandmother's house which had just been born. He sighed, his brows knitting in displeasure, and chased those people away. By the time they came out of the alley, a small shadow had already followed behind him. The kid looked at him with tear-filled puppy eyes, one eye almost swollen shut. As he limped along behind, when Su Jinyu returned to his dormitory room, the kid stood outside the door trembling, taking out all the money he had, and handed it to him. This person must be an idiot. This was Su Jinyu's first impression of Fang Mingji. That day, he coldly drove the other away. Originally thinking that this would be the end of their connection, Su Jinyu did not expect that after that, he would keep bumping into Fang Mingji getting bullied every few days. Each time, the youth would cower pitifully with his shoulders slumped and his head down, as if he could never learn how to fight back. Seeing him, Su Jinyu was momentarily reminded of his former self. So, he tacitly accepted the small tail that followed him and silently placed the other under his protection for the next 2 years. No, actually he didn't protect him well enough. An incident that happened that year almost made him lose the timid and adorable youth. 1 month ago, Mingji suddenly found me, saying their looks towards him were off, that he was scared. I was already troubled by Su family issues and assumed he was just nervous about exams, so I didn't take it seriously. Su Jinyu's voice was slightly hoarse, filled with regret and self-blame. It wasn't until on the last day when he didn't show up at the bottom of the building where we usually met, so I decided to look for him there and saw. I saw. Su Jinyu widened his eyes, breathing heavily, his gaze a deep red. Gu Peilang tightly gripped his hand, giving him silent comfort. Su Jinyu clenched his teeth, warm tears dropping onto his thigh, leaving behind a small dark stain. Those people. The youth was so angry that his body trembled. Before he could rush forward to save someone, the office door nearby suddenly opened and someone came out. Su Jinyu recognized him as someone associated with Fang Mingji. The man wearing a refined suit with a pair of wire-frame glasses passed by and observed everything going on clearly. Naively, Su Jinyu thought that the man would intervene, criticize or punish those bullies. But no, not only did he ignore Fang Mingji's heartbreaking cries for help, but also kindly closed the door before leaving, even warning those devils, there will be security patrols soon, don't go too far. A person who not only ignored their own responsibilities, but also shielded and condoned the perpetrators. Su Jinyu's hands were shaking as he untied the ropes on the youth. He was so fragile, lying in my arms feeling weightless, like a breeze could scatter him. Su Jinyu sniffed, turning his head to look at the man in front of him, his eyes rimmed red. I've been constantly thinking, if I had cared more about him and valued his words more, would all those things not have happened? It's not your fault, Gu Peilang deeply consoled his agitated emotions, his voice low and gentle. It's my fault, my fault. Su Jinyu shook his head, looking sorrowful. Afterwards, the Fang family took harsh measures, making all those involved pay a heavy price, then left the country with Fang Mingji. Su Jinyu did not see the other for a full 6 months. When they met again, the youth had already become his college roommate. During the time they spent together, he discovered that the youth seemed to have lost his memory of that particular period. Later, a conversation with Fang's mother confirmed his suspicions. After they took Fang Mingji abroad, the young boy would lock himself in his room every day, refusing to see anyone. Night after night, he was woken up by nightmares, followed by endless shouting and screaming. Helpless, they found a psychologist who hypnotized him, sealing away those dark memories. For these past years, he has been carefree and light-hearted. I thought the hypnosis had really succeeded. Now it seems he was only pretending, so as not to worry us. That fool. By the end of his recounting, Su Jinyu gritted his teeth, filled with anger and sorrow. That explained everything then, why multiple times the youth would become inexplicably nervous when seeing men in suits and glasses, and why today in the hospital room he had pitifully begged not to meet Lu Qi. I should have noticed earlier. Su Jinyu looked at the man before him, his tone heavy with guilt. Gu Peilang reached out and pulled him into an embrace, letting him lean on his shoulder. It's not your fault. You've done your best. Su Jinyu shook his head silently. Gu Peilang lowered his gaze to the soft black hair of the person in his arms, gently placing a kiss atop his head. Does Lu Qi look a lot like Mingji? Su Jinyu, not exactly, but there is some resemblance when he wears glasses. Gu Peilang nodded. In that case, I'll call him out now. No need. Su Jinyu lifted a hand to stop the man from dialing, remaining silent for a moment as if making a decision. You also saw how Assistant Lu looked at Mingji in the ward just now. I'm thinking, could he be the one to help Mingji overcome his inner trauma? Gu Peilang returned the phone back to its place. What you're suggesting is. Su Jinyu nodded solemnly. Yes, I want to take a gamble for Mingji. Chapter 66, Be Good, Okay? Fang Mingji stayed in the hospital for 3 days. By the time Su Jinyu came to pick him up, the youth had almost lost all his baby fat. The moment he saw Su Jinyu, Fang Mingji felt as if he had found his savior. Disregarding the doctor still explaining post-discharge precautions, the youth quickly jumped off the bed and rushed to Su Jinyu's side, hugging him tightly like a wronged little dog finally reunited with its master. Jinyu. How could you be so cruel, neglecting me for so many days? His words were brimming with grievances. Su Jinyu glanced at Lu Qi in the corner of the ward, raising his hand to pat the shoulders of the person hugging him as a gesture of comfort. Weren't we talking on the phone every day? Fang Mingji, that's different. What difference? Didn't you have Assistant Lu taking care of you? As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt the body in his embrace stiffen briefly. Lu Qi, looking at the two hugging figures, met their eyes without his usual glasses, revealing a slightly deepened expression. Mr. Su. Approaching them, Lu Qi's gaze never left the youth in Su Jinyu's arms, displaying a clear sense of territoriality. Su Jinyu raised an eyebrow, lightly patting Fang Mingji's back to signal him to stand up. Fang Mingji moved to stand behind Su Jinyu, glancing around nervously and occasionally meeting Lu Qi's gaze before hastily averting it as if burned. Thank you, Assistant Lu, for helping take care of Mingji these past few days. Lu Qi shook his head, looking at the youth with a gentle and indulgent gaze. Not at all. Su Jinyu smiled but remained silent. When the three exited the hospital, Lu Qi watched as the youth automatically climbed into the passenger seat of Su Jinyu's car, hesitating momentarily in his steps. Su Jinyu followed his gaze and chuckled softly. I remember, Assistant Lu asked Mr. Peilang for a 3-day leave. Lu Qi nodded. It's only 10 in the morning now. What are you planning to do after this? Return to the company. There was no one waiting for him at home, so returning wouldn't make much difference anyway. He might as well do more work for his boss. Su Jinyu grinned. It's rare for you to take a vacation. Wasting it without resting properly would be too wasteful. Let me handle this, I have something I need to take care of. Would you mind delivering Mingji back home? Pulling the car keys out of his pocket, Su Jinyu let them dangle on his index finger, his striking eyes full of amused knowing. Lu Qi. Do you refuse, Assistant Lu? Thank you, Mr. Su. Lu Qi fixed his gaze on him for a couple of seconds before accepting the keys without further pleasantries. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Su Jinyu called out to stop him. I've always regarded Mingji as my younger brother, Assistant Lu should understand. The man met his gaze brightly, the smile at the corner of his lips having faded. Lu Qi turned his head to look towards the parking lot. In the black car, the young man was sitting in the passenger seat with his hands on the window, peering their way. Catching Lu Qi's glance, he quickly pulled back inside but couldn't help peeking out again just a couple seconds later. I understand. Lu Qi felt as though his heart had softened like a soaked biscuit. He redirected his gaze towards the man before him. I am the kind who cherishes family most. Su Jinyu looked straight at him. Since Assistant Lu has already decided to take responsibility, please keep your promise well. I don't want to hear that he has been wronged one day. I won't let that happen. The man interrupted him, paused briefly and then repeated, as if making an oath, I will not let him be wronged even a little bit. Su Jinyu fell silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. If that's the case, I'm relieved. Fang Mingji did not know what they were talking about. All he knew was that when only Lu Qi came walking over towards him and sat into the driver's seat, every hair on his body stood on end. The man hadn't worn his glasses in front of him these days, exposing his slightly sharp eyes which replaced his former scholarly appearance with a harder demeanor. The image of the man without his glasses no longer matched the blurred figure from Fang Mingji's memory. Still, even so, Fang Mingji remained afraid of him, with some embarrassment mixed in after that incident. How could it be you? The bristling youth looked at Lu Qi with caution and then hurriedly turned his head toward the window. Su Jinyu waved goodbye with one hand shoved into his pocket outside the hospital gate, smiling radiantly. Lu Qi, Mr. Su has something to attend to. I'll send you home. Fong Mingji. A sudden sense of being abandoned arose. The youth in the corner miserably, unable to stop his reddening eyes. Seeing this, Lu Qi felt both sorrow and disappointment. It seemed as though the past few days of interaction still didn't make the young man less fearful or resistant towards him. Minmin, you haven't fastened your seatbelt yet. Fong Mingji looked up at him, whispering, I can go back by myself. Lu Qi, I'm worried about letting you go back alone. Can you be good and listen to me? The deep male voice became lighter intentionally, carrying an unusual gentleness that made Fong Mingji shiver uncontrollably. So, can I? Before the youth finished speaking, the man beside him suddenly leaned forward. Feeling warm breath pass by his face, Fong Mingji stiffened his entire body in a state of paralysis. His nose filled with the clean, pleasant scent from the man, mixing faintly with the smell of disinfectant. Fong Mingji blinked his eyes, his heartbeat quickening. All right. With a soft click, Lu Qi fastened the seatbelt for the other person and saw the youth sitting there in a daze as he straightened his body. He couldn't help but rub the soft, cool hair affectionately, his voice gentle. Minmin, don't be afraid of me. The hands resting on Fong Mingji's knees unknowingly tightened their grip on the fabric beneath them as he stammered, I'm not afraid. Lu Qi smiled silently, sat upright, and started the car. On the other side, Su Jinyu successfully entrusted someone and immediately hailed a taxi to Gu Peilang's company. He took the elevator to the floor where the man's office was located, only to see a tall figure waiting outside the office door upon exiting the elevator. Dressed in a suit with dark glasses, arms crossed behind his back, legs slightly apart, the man stood there without expression, looking like a guardian deity. Su Jinyu hesitated for a moment and stopped where he was without moving forward. After around 10 minutes, the tightly shut office door opened, revealing a towering man in silver-gray suit coming out, followed by Gu Peilang sitting in a wheelchair. The man's face held a faint smile as he lowered his eyes to meet Gu Peilang's, his voice low and magnetic. In that case, I'll be waiting for Mr. Gu's good news. Gu Peilang nodded, Mr. Shang, please walk safely. The man laughed and nodded, turning to leave, with the guard outside following close behind. As Su Jinyu watched them approach his direction, he adjusted his clothing and acted as if he had just emerged from the elevator corner. When passing by each other, the man suddenly tilted his head and gave him a meaningful glance. On the strikingly handsome face was a smile filled with profound meaning. Chapter 67, Gu's Tenderness. Su Jinyu's body paused momentarily, instinctively stopping in his tracks. However, the man had already brushed past his shoulder and entered the elevator. A strange sensation suddenly arose in his heart, and Su Jinyu instinctively furrowed his brows. Gu Peilang's gaze was fixed on the elevator side all along. When he saw Su Jinyu appear, his hand resting on the armrest tightened slightly. As if sensing his eyes, the man looked up and returned his gaze. Aren't you supposed to be at the hospital? When Su Jinyu approached, Gu Peilang slightly tilted his head to look into his eyes. His pitch-black, profound eyes were like the summer night sky. The man pushed him inward with a slight smile on his lips, with Assistant Lu there, I came over to find you. Peilang, did I interrupt your work? After entering, Su Jinyu noticed the stack of documents on the desk before speaking, only then realizing it belatedly. Gu Peilang turned the wheelchair around and looked at his leveled lip corner, shaking his head, no. Upon hearing the man's reply, Su Jinyu smiled again. He squatted down in front of him, hands resting on the other's knees. I had manager Zhang move all your stuff to the master bedroom. Gu Peilang looked at him, his crow-like eyelashes quivering slightly. Su Jinyu, anyway, we're sleeping together now. Your room is too small, and the lighting isn't good either, it's uncomfortable. Gu Peilang remained silent without any change in expression. Su Jinyu cautiously glanced at him and then somewhat awkwardly said, of course, the main reason is that the bed isn't big enough. Gu Peilang. Whatever. You can entertain yourself for now, or go out if you get bored. I still have work. The man turned away not looking at him, his deep, cold voice betraying no emotion, but a faint blush crept onto his ears beneath the hairline. Su Jinyu felt his mood improve significantly, almost wanting to pounce and take a sip from the man. No need, you do your work, I'll stay here and keep you company. Hearing his cheerful voice, Gu Peilang didn't say anything more and began handling business-related matters. The issue with the chip hadn't been resolved yet. The material for manufacturing the chip was missing a rare metal. And this metal could only be purchased abroad through special channels. Today's visit by Shang Yi was regarding this matter. Looking at the computer screen in front of him, the pen twirled between his slender fingers and then stopped. Shang and Gu families cooperating meant the Gus were actually reaping the benefits. Yet, the Shangs seemed completely unconcerned about their own disadvantage, even going so far as eagerly offering help when they learned about the problem with the chip. The silver tip of the pen made a mark on the white paper, leaving an ink spot. Gu Peilang lowered his gaze and swiftly signed his name where required. It seems that Shang Yi desperately needed this chip. At noon, Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang ate lunch at the company cafeteria together. When he wheeled the man through the canteen door, the crowd fell silent for a moment. Countless pairs of eyes landed on them. More precisely, on Su Jinyu. It wasn't a secret that the young heir of the Su family married their CEO, but the problem was, in 3 years of marriage, the number of times they had seen the CEO's wife could be counted on one hand. Su Jinyu's gaze swept across the bright and spacious dining hall, completely unfazed by the gazes others cast upon him. He bent closer to the man's ear, softly asking what he would like to eat, nodded after receiving a whatever response, and settled him in a quiet corner with a good view before turning back to fetch the food. Those curious, inspecting glances followed Su Jinyu's every movement. The temperature in the cafeteria seemed to drop suddenly. A few staff members near Su Jinyu's chosen position hurriedly carried their meal trays away upon seeing their boss' sullen face. Su Jinyu selected a few stir-fried dishes according to the man's taste and then brought a small pot of soup. When he returned, he found that there was hardly anyone around him anymore. Gu Peilang sat there in a black suit, his expressionless face radiating an aura that discouraged others from coming close. For a moment, Su Jinyu's heart clenched, as if he saw the man sitting alone in the darkness, consumed by loneliness and solitude. "I'm back." Su Jinyu raised a smile as he walked over. Hearing the sound, Gu Peilang looked up at him, and the gloom surrounding him dissipated quickly, as though it had never existed. "I'm not sure if it tastes as good as what the house cook makes. I just grabbed something randomly." Su Jinyu sat down beside the man with a smile, then started serving him dishes. "Drink some soup to warm your stomach first." Gu Peilang looked at the chicken soup with jujube and wolfberry in front of him, calmly picked it up, and took a sip. "Does it taste good?" Su Jinyu asked as he watched him. Without the strange smell of medicinal herbs from home, both the soup and ingredients were fresh. "Gu Peilang, it's not as good as what you make." "Is that so?" Su Jinyu's eyes squinted as he leaned in and drank a mouthful from the man's hand. "Let me taste." "It really isn't as good as what I make." He smacked his lips, sounding somewhat proud. Gu Peilang nodded calmly. Let's have dinner first." "All right." Su Jinyu replied obediently. After finishing their meal, they returned to the office. In between, Gu Peilang went out for a meeting, and by the time he came back, Su Jinyu had already fallen asleep on the sofa hugging a cushion. At that moment, the sunlight outside the window was just right, softly streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, enveloping the entire sofa. The chair back of the sofa blocked the golden light, creating a serene haven, gently wrapping around the person in its arms. Behind Gu Peilang followed a secretary temporarily replacing Lu Qi, who was reporting on the operation status of various branches when she suddenly noticed her president lifting his hand to signal her to pause. The secretary instinctively closed her mouth and followed the man's gaze, only to see the person lying sound asleep on the sofa. "You may leave first." Gu Peilang glanced at her and deliberately lowered his deep, cold voice as if he was afraid of waking the one inside. "Yes, President." The secretary nodded and turned to leave, managing not to make any sound despite her 8-centimeter heels on the floor. Only after she left did Gu Peilang maneuver his wheelchair into the room. A slight locking sound echoed in the quiet room. Gu Peilang slowly approached the sofa. His calm gaze fell upon the man, his expression carrying a water-like gentleness unseen in his work demeanor. The scene before his eyes overlapped with a few days ago, where the same person lay asleep on the sofa waiting for him to return. The air conditioner in the office was set a bit low, causing the sleeping figure subconsciously to hug the cushion tightly in his arms, seeking warmth. Gu Peilang raised his hand and touched the slightly cool cheek of the man, then undid the button of his suit jacket. Chapter 68, Great Tonic Soup. Su Jinyu slept all the way until dusk. When he woke up, the vast office was in darkness. In the quiet space, there was only the sound of keys tapping. He blinked, feeling a sense of being disoriented in time. He moved his stiff and sore body off the sofa, and the coat that had been on him dropped to the ground. "Peilang." In the quiet office, a pleasant voice sounded, carrying the confusion of sleepiness and a touch of nasally sound, inexplicably cute. The keyboard tapping sound ceased, and a handsome face appeared from behind the computer screen. "Did you wake up?" Su Jinyu hummed as he got up, bending down to pick up the coat from the ground and walking toward the man. "What time is it?" From behind the man, he hugged him, resting his chin on the other's shoulder. His soft voice carried extreme dependence. Gu Peilang's whole heart softened, and he turned around to make the other sit on his lap. Su Jinyu's body stiffened for a moment but gradually relaxed. As if pretending not to notice, Gu Peilang held the other's warm hands in his palm, his voice low and gentle. "It's almost 6 o'clock. Are you hungry?" Su Jinyu, with an arm around the man's neck, nodded and leaned closer, planting a kiss on the other's cool, soft lips like a spoiled little cat. "Hungry." Gu Peilang restrained his impulse to return the kiss, raising his hand to stroke the other's head, his voice slightly hoarse. "I asked Auntie to prepare dinner." Su Jinyu nodded. Under the dim light, the man's eyes were astonishingly beautiful. He rubbed against those lips once more, nibbled on them hesitantly, and reluctantly got up from the man's lap. "So let's go home." "Going home?" Gu Peilang curved his lips. "All right, let's go home." At the Gu residence. After eating, Gu Peilang was about to go upstairs for a shower, but Su Jinyu hurried out of the kitchen with a steaming bowl of soup. "Wait a moment." Gu Peilang stopped and turned to look at him. Su Jinyu advanced with the soup, smiling at the man. Drink the soup first before going. I've been simmering it since I left this morning. Zhang, the house manager standing beside, looked at the bowl in his hand and seemed to recall something. A subtle change occurred on his face which was usually devoid of expressions, as if there was so much to say but words couldn't describe it all. Gu Peilang lowered his gaze and looked at the bowl before him. The milk-white soup surface floated with emerald green chives and tiny diced carrots, alongside a few fresh red wolfberries. In his nose was the familiar herbal scent, mixed with another indescribable flavor. He looked up at the man in front who was smiling at him, then reached out to take the bowl. Before long, the soup in the bowl had been finished to the bottom. Gu Peilang stared at two unknown elongated objects at the bottom of the bowl and some slices of ginger nearby, feeling that something wasn't quite right but he couldn't put his finger on it. The soup today seems a bit different from usual. Ahahaha, is that so? Su Jinyu chuckled as he took the bowl back from the man. Nope, it's just like always. Beside them, Zhang thought of the packaging bags in the kitchen trash bin and rolled his eyes. Gu Peilang didn't speak, his eyes remained steadily locked on him. It might be my imagination running wild, I'll go take a shower first. Su Jinyu, alright, go ahead. After Gu Peilang turned away, Su Jinyu lowered his head to look at the empty bowl in his hands and smiled knowingly, satisfied with his scheme. Miss Zhang. Just as Zhang intended to turn and leave, the man behind suddenly called her back. Zhang turned around. Mr. Su. Su Jinyu raised his eyes to look at the woman not far away. His smile did not reach his eyes as he said, I hope Miss Zhang does not meddle too much into the fun between my wife and me. Zhang. Gu Peilang went up to the third floor and opened the guest room door as usual. Seeing the empty room reminded him of what the man had said in the morning. His things had already been moved to the master bedroom. He stood by the door for a moment before turning to walk towards the adjacent master bedroom. The room was almost the same as when he had left it, except now it carried more of Su Jinyu's scent. The framed family portrait had been carefully placed on the bedside table by someone. When Gu Peilang entered, his gaze fell upon the gentle-faced woman in the frame, and he touched the photo with his hand. In the wardrobe, his clothes were stacked and hung together with Su Jinyu's, the drab-colored suits blending harmoniously with several bright-colored casual wear. This hanging method obviously belonged to someone. Gu Peilang thought of the expression of the person doing this, and his lips curled slightly. He pulled out a clean pajama from the middle drawer and then went into the bathroom. When Su Jinyu came in, the man's figure was no longer in the room. Hearing the sound coming from the bathroom, he subconsciously swallowed. The closet door hadn't been properly closed, so Su Jinyu walked over to see inside. When he spotted a row of neatly lined-up shirts, his heartbeat accelerated unnecessarily. Gu Peilang lying in the bath filled with essential oil in the bathroom was completely unaware of what was happening outside. Leaning back against the tub wall, his wet hair pushed all the way back exposed his smooth and full forehead, paired with dark, handsome eyebrows. Under the soft lighting of the bathroom, his stunning features were laid bare without any disguise, radiating a fatally attractive aura. The man's arms casually rested on the edge of the bathtub, muscles lines fluid and distinct, covered with crystal-clear water droplets. They eventually slid down along the skin under the force of gravity and merged with the water film on the rim of the bathtub. The tense muscles and nerves of the whole day relaxed somewhat under the effects of the essential oil and hot water. Gu Peilang closed his eyes, gradually emptying his thoughts. As time passed, his furrowed brow slowly tightened. Gu Peilang opened his eyes, gazing downward at the part underwater, where desire was swirling. Knock knock knock, the tightly shut bathroom door was tapped on, causing Gu Peilang to abruptly raise his head. Through the frosted glass door, a vaguely tall silhouette of a man could be seen reflected. Su Jinyu stood outside the door. Peilang, are you done yet? The voice sounded gently and softly, echoing through the door like lilies with misty morning air on the mountain. The warmth surged straight down to Gu Peilang's stomach. With a hoarse voice, Gu Peilang replied, almost done, you sleep first and don't wait for me. The shadow outside didn't move. Gu Peilang looked at the hardening area underwater, clenching the hand resting on the edge of the bathtub. Su Jinyu, I haven't taken a shower yet. Gu Peilang. Can I come in and take a shower with you? Since there was no response from the bathroom, Su Jinyu asked again. The person inside did not speak. He stood outside the door, took a deep breath, then raised his hand to grasp the doorknob and pushed it open. With a click, the door opened, and Gu Peilang mentally berated himself for forgetting to lock it. He was about to tell the other person to leave when he saw the man standing outside the door, leaving him speechless. Chapter 69, Re-Encounter. His soul felt as if it had been tossed onto a high-altitude tightrope, wobbling uncertainly for several moments before being pulled back into his body. Su Jinyu lay limp in the bathtub, breathing heavily. The light from the ceiling was broken into patches of varying sizes, flickering constantly as he blinked. The man above him suddenly got up and left, and Su Jinyu instinctively reached out to hold on, only grabbing at damp air. He blinked his eyes, and clarity gradually returned to them. Gu Peilang leaned against the edge of the bathtub, pressing a button beside him. Warm water refilled the bathtub, warming his slightly cold body after the retreat of desire. Su Jinyu sat up, but was unexpectedly met by a large wet hand covering his eyes. A low and hoarse male voice rang clearly in his ear, filled with indescribable emotions. Don't look. Su Jinyu's heart pierced with pain momentarily as a sourness spread from his nose to his eye sockets, moistening his eyelids. He sniffed lightly, reaching up to touch the palm that covered his eyes. Feeling the stiffness of the other person, he curved his lips slightly and slowly moved it to his cheek, rubbing against it affectionately. Under the dim light, the man with reddened eyes closed them obediently, his wet lashes trembling gently. I won't look. Every time Su Jinyu straddled the man's thighs, causing him to stiffen instantly, even during their passionate exchanges, the man still firmly controlled his hands and legs so they wouldn't reach down any further. Su Jinyu understood all this, but precisely because of it, he found it painful. The fingers on his face moved slightly, gently massaging the corners of his eyes. Su Jinyu applied more force with his hands. Pei Lang, kiss me, he said. Gu Pei Lang looked at the small liar tilting his head cutely under the lights for a kiss, and his eyes flickered with emotion. Before he knew it, he had hooked the man's neck, pulling him close, and kissed those soft lips. Su Jinyu obediently snuggled into his embrace, closing his eyes as he allowed the other to take control, softly gripping the strong arms beneath him. This position was rather awkward, and Su Jinyu's overworked waist ached unbearably. Despite that, he remained compliant and relaxed in the man's embrace. It was a lingering and passionate kiss, devoid of any sexual desire. Like a ray of sunlight after the first snowfall, it was clean and warm. When the two were lying on the bed, Su Jinyu voluntarily curled into the man's embrace. In the dark room, he couldn't see the expression on the other's face, but he could feel the strong heartbeat under his palm. You cleaned up for me today. A gentle and pleasant voice sounded softly in the quiet room, and Su Jinyu smiled happily and contentedly. The man didn't say anything, but Su Jinyu didn't mind, simply saying, you're capable of doing it. The hand around his waist tightened abruptly. Go to sleep, a deep voice sounded from above his head, followed by a faint sigh. All right. Sensing the fluctuating emotions of the man, Su Jinyu didn't say anything else, just nuzzling slightly in the man's arms before closing his eyes. Drowsiness soon crept over him, and the breathing of the person in his arms became deep and prolonged. Gu Peilang's grip tightened slightly as he stared at the emptiness of the ceiling in the dark, unable to fall asleep all night long. Su Jinyu slept soundly until almost 11 in the morning. Manager Zhang, having been instructed, didn't come upstairs to wake him up. Su Jinyu shakily sat up from the bed, turning his head to glance at the already empty space beside him, and after a long pause, let out a soft laugh. Time passed day by day. After a drizzling autumn rain, the temperature in City A dropped significantly. Su Jinyu stood outside Gu Corporation's entrance, shaking off the dripping water from his umbrella. Lu Qi happened to see this as he came out of the elevator. The man quickly walked over. Mr. Su. Su Jinyu turned around, seeing him and smiled. Assistant Lu. Lu Qi, the boss is in a meeting. He asked me to come and pick you up. Su Jinyu followed him, and the two headed towards the elevator. Actually, there's no need for all this trouble, I can go up by myself. This is the task the boss gave me. Men at work are always dressed in unchanging professional suits with solemn expressions, and the only thing missing is a pair of glasses on their bridge. The elevator ascended slowly. Su Jinyu glanced at him and suddenly spoke, how are things between you and Mingxi going? Lu Qi. The sudden mention of the topic made the man instinctively want to adjust his glasses to cover his embarrassment, but he found nothing there. It's fine. Su Jinyu frowned slightly, is he still avoiding you? Thinking about that young man who would run away upon seeing him, Lu Qi also felt helpless. Having played together for so many years, Su Jinyu naturally understood Fang Mingxi's ostrich-like personality. Looking at the man in front of him with a bitter expression, he sympathetically patted his shoulder. You've got it tough. Lu Qi shook his head, his handsome features carrying an air of helplessness. The elevator door dinged open as Lu Qi led Su Jinyu out. The meeting will be over in 15 minutes. Mr. Su can go to the boss's office and rest for a bit. The man, already back in work mode, looked down at his wristwatch and then said to the person beside him. Su Jinyu thought for 2 seconds before nodding. He followed Lu Qi toward the office, but unexpectedly saw someone he didn't expect when the door opened. Shang Yi sat casually on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking at his phone. When he heard the door opening, he looked up. The next second, he arched an eyebrow. Lu Qi was the first to snap back into action. Seeing Shang Yi's gaze landing on Su Jinyu behind him, he imperceptibly frowned. Seventh Master. The man moved slightly, blocking the other's line of sight. Shang Yi stood up from the sofa with a smirk, fiddling with the phone in his hand. Lu Assistant, I've come to see Mr. Gu. While saying this, his eyes never left Su Jinyu. Lu Qi said, before Seventh Master came, he should have informed us downstairs. It's too disrespectful to let you wait alone here. Shang Yi smiled faintly and looked at him, Mr. Gu and I are friends, so we don't need those superficial courtesies. Then who might this person behind Lu Assistant be? Seeing the man looking at him, Su Jinyu stepped out from behind Lu Qi, calmly returning his gaze with a polite smile. Seventh Master, hello. My name is Su Jinyu, and I am Gu Peilang's lover. Chapter 70, you both sound amusing. Lover. Shang Yi savored these two words playfully, then raised his head after a moment to look at the person in front of him, his lips curling upwards. I heard that Mr. Gu and his spouse aren't on good terms. But judging by what I see now, it seems that isn't quite the case. Su Jinyu smiled in response, showing no sign of anger. It's just a rumor, seventh master. You can listen if you want, but don't take it seriously. That's true, indeed rumors. The man chuckled aloud as if he had remembered something amusing. You both sound amusing. This random comment caused Su Jinyu to furrow his brows slightly. I feel a connection with Mr. Su. I wonder if Lu assistant could do me a favor. Shang Yi turned his head to look at Lu Qi beside him, using a tone of inquiry yet giving an attitude that allowed no refusal. Lu Qi subconsciously glanced at Su Jinyu beside him. Su Jinyu looked at the man with a furrowed brow, unsure which role he was playing. In the previous life, until he was kidnapped by Su Jinyu, he had never heard of any interaction between Gu Peilang and Shang Yi. One was a business giant in City A, the other the king of City B, each guarding their own territory without interference. Lu assistant, you may leave first. Coming back to his senses, Su Jinyu blinked his eyes and looked at the person beside him. A flicker of hesitation and worry flashed across Lu Qi's face, but he still nodded and then left. Hearing the sound of the closing door behind him, Su Jinyu lifted his eyes and gazed at the person in front of him, his smile courteous but distant. What does seventh master want to say? Shang Yi, how do you know I have something to say? I'm not stupid, seventh master. Just now, you claimed a connection upon first meeting and intentionally dismissed Lu assistant. Unless you have something to tell me, something others shouldn't hear, I can't think of another reason. Shang Yi laughed heartily again, this time with a trace of admiration in his eyes. I've heard before that Master Su of the Su family is nothing but a man who drinks, gambles, and womanizes. Now it seems I had been believing rumors. Su Jinyu chuckled as he recalled his past full of scandals. Rumors stop at the wise. Seventh Sir is an intelligent person. Shang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, and a gleam flashed in his slightly blue pupils. You look a lot like one of my friends. Is that so? Su Jinyu laughed unperturbedly. Maybe I just have a common face. Friends used to say I looked like an entertainment star on TV. Was seventh Sir referring to him? Shang Yi shook his head. Outside the office door. Gu Peilang came out from the meeting room, feeling puzzled when he saw Lu Qi standing at the door. When he heard that Shang Yi and Su Jinyu were inside, the man's heart sank. He opened the door, catching sight of the two chatting happily on the sofa. Peilang. Hearing the voice, Su Jinyu turned his head toward him. Gu Peilang steered his wheelchair into the room with an expressionless face, his cold gaze landing on Shang Yi beside him. The other side seemed oblivious to the hostility in his eyes, smiling elegantly at him. Are you done? Su Jinyu quickly walked over, then squatted down in front of the man, placing both hands on his, looking up at him. Gu Peilang glanced down, those beautiful eyes focusing only on him. The darkness in his heart lessened slightly as he wrapped the other's hand in his own. I'm done. Coincidentally, I stewed some soup for you. It's still hot. Upon hearing this, the curve at the corner of Su Jinyu's lips widened. Gu Peilang looked at him and followed by curling his lips slightly. You've worked hard. Set it aside, I'll drink it later. Su Jinyu shook his head, and Gu Peilang touched his face with the back of his hand before raising his eyes to look at the man sitting on the sofa. Shang Yi stood up, hands in his pockets, teasingly smiling at him. Mr. Gu sure has good fortune. The man's smile had already returned to a distant air. Patting Su Jinyu's hand to signal him to stand, he spoke. Why did you come, seventh Sir? Shang Yi said, I want to discuss something with Mr. Gu, about the chip business. Would Mr. Gu blame me for coming uninvited? Seventh Sir is joking. Gu Peilang remained calm as he made eye contact with him. Lu Qi, ask someone downstairs to bring in another pot of hot tea. Lu Qi nodded and turned to leave, leaving only the three of them in the office. Su Jinyu thought they would talk about work and was ready to step aside, but unexpectedly, Gu Peilang grabbed his hand. No need to leave. Stay here. Shang Yi raised an eyebrow at their unconscious affection. Mr. Su doesn't have to deliberately avoid the matter. Actually, this is somewhat related to you. Su Jinyu looked at him curiously. Shang Yi clarified, to be precise, it's related to the Su family behind you. Thinking about that disgusting group of people in the Su family, Su Jinyu subtly wrinkled his eyebrows. Lu Qi soon returned with tea, quietly placing it down and leaving. Gu Peilang and Shang Yi began discussing matters of work while Su Jinyu listened silently nearby. Listening more, the man's brows furrowed tightly. You mean, the Su family smuggled, secretly sweeping through all overseas markets, including the metals required for manufacturing Gu Corporation's chips? Su Jinyu looked at the man across from him, his expression serious. Shang Yi nodded, that's exactly right. Su Jinyu's complexion turned somber. In the previous life, it was only after Su Jinyu kidnapped him that he learned of the numerous illegal activities conducted by the Su family, even attempting to use him as a scapegoat. He thought it wouldn't be until after the new year, yet unexpectedly, it appeared the other side had already begun making moves at this time. Shang Yi, seeing his changeable expression, leisurely sipped the warm tea in his cup before opening his mouth. The Su family hides its depth, truly making me look at them differently. Su Jinyu's gaze turned cool upon hearing this. Seventh Sir needn't say such things to me. I am no longer associated with the Su family. Shang Yi smiled, raising his eyebrows but said nothing. On the side, Gu Peilang furrowed his brow and thought deeply, where is that batch of goods now? Shang Yi responded, it has already entered City A. Come to think of it, it was personally allowed entry by Mr. Gu. Gu Peilang frowned, instantly recalling the contract he signed last time. Watching his silent state, Shang Yi lowered his gaze to check the time on his wrist, then put down his teacup and stood up. It's getting late. I came here just to discuss this matter, and since the message has been conveyed, I will take my leave. The man smiled and his gaze fell on Su Jinyu before he suddenly spoke, Mr. Su, would you be kind enough to escort me out? Gu Peilang placed a hand over Su Jinyu's with a slight frown, looking at Shang Yi somewhat unfriendly. Seventh sir, if you need assistance, I can have one of my assistants see you out. Shang Yi replied, no, I just feel an affinity towards Mr. Su's amiable face. Gu President surely wouldn't deny me these 2 minutes, would you? Gu Peilang frowned as if about to say something more, but Su Jinyu patted his hand gently to calm him down before standing up. It's an honor that 7th sir gives me this opportunity. Su Jinyu looked at the man with a slight smile and gestured an invitation, I will escort you, 7th sir. Chapter 71, Episode Outbreak. The corridor was silent. Shang Yi stood in front of the elevator, hands in his pockets, and side-eyed the man beside him who seemed lost in thought. He suddenly laughed softly. You look like him when you space out. Su Jinyu knew exactly who he referred to. He looked up into the slightly blue eyes of the man, seeing a hint of longing there. Your relationship with him must be quite good, 7th sir. Shang Yi chuckled, recalling something amusing. Faint laugh lines appeared at the corners of his eyes. Of course, we share the same household registration. Facing his cheerful gaze, Su Jinyu's heart dropped as if realizing some significant secret. The elevator hadn't arrived yet, and thinking of the man waiting for him back in the office made Su Jinyu increasingly restless. His polished shoe tip tapped lightly on the smooth floor. Shang Yi had observed his expressions and movements silently, chuckling softly without saying a word. I've heard that President Gu has been disabled for 5 years. Su Jinyu's expression immediately turned cold, glaring at the man with icy sharpness. You seem to hear so many things, 7th sir. Su Jinyu's smile had completely disappeared. Gu Peilang's leg condition was a wound that refused to heal in Su Jinyu's heart, yet the man before him showed no discretion whatsoever. Having lots of friends does have its perks, Shang Yi responded nonchalantly, then continued, a case like his might still have hope for recovery, right? After all these years, haven't you considered going to a hospital for a checkup? Su Jinyu grew impatient with the man before him, wishing nothing more than to punch his insincere smiling face. His brows furrowed heavily upon hearing the words. This isn't something Mr. Shang should be concerned about. Oh, it's now, Mr. Shang, is it? I'm merely expressing my concern for President Gu. If he could walk again, Mr. Su, you would certainly be happy, wouldn't you? Su Jinyu frowned deeply, impatience and disgust almost brimming from his eyes. His hand clenched unconsciously by his side, his voice frigidly cutting through the air. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Shang? I know a renowned expert in this field. Under his treatment, even patients paralyzed for 10 years have been able to get up and walk around energetically. Would you like me to introduce you to him, Mr. Su? As Su Jinyu listened to his words, his face went blank for a moment. What? Didn't catch that. Shang Yi raised his eyebrows. No, not that. Su Jinyu snapped back to reality, biting his tongue hard to regain composure, though the tremor in his voice betrayed his emotions. Is everything you said true? Of course, Shang Yi replied. I, Shang Yi, never exaggerate. Even patients paralyzed for 10 years were able to move around. It sounded like a far-fetched tale, but it sparked a flicker of hope in Su Jinyu amidst his despair. He remembered the lonely figure of the man sitting in the wheelchair, remembered how the other person's self-deprecating demeanor revealed feelings of inadequacy when talking about his legs. His heart clenched tightly. If there was a chance, if there was a possibility that his legs could stand again. Su Jinyu abruptly looked up at the man before him, his eyes blazing brightly with an intense determination. What do you want, 7th sir? Surprisingly, Shang Yi paused for a moment, as if taken aback by his words, then recovered with a slight chuckle. I want nothing. Su Jinyu was skeptical. Shang Yi met his gaze steadily, his expression unchanged. I already said I'm showing concern for President Gu. Still disbelieving, Shang Yi pulled a thin business card from his pocket and handed it over. The elegant golden English script printed on the card glinted under the corridor light, stinging his eyes painfully. This is the doctor's contact information. You may reach out to him directly if you wish, Shang Yi explained. Next month, he will come to a city for a lecture. Grasp the opportunity well. The elevator doors opened with a ding, and after finishing this sentence, the man walked inside. Su Jinyu called out to him, 7th sir is helping us, there must be a reason. Reason? The handsome man tilted his head slightly as if in thought, then lightly smiled. You and my friend are very similar, so I hope you can live happily. Is this reason enough? Enough? The elevator doors slowly closed, and Su Jinyu looked down at the business card in his hand. The sharp edges pierced his skin painfully, but he did not loosen his grip even slightly. In a daze, he returned to the office and made a silent decision when he saw the man standing by the floor-to-ceiling window with his back turned. On the other side, Shang-Yi had just stepped into his car after leaving Gu Corporation when he received a call from his wife. Looking at the bouncing nickname on the phone screen, the man's eyebrows softened. "Hey, Ali." However, instead of his beloved's clear and cold voice, it was their daughter's panicked and helpless cry that came through. "Dad, Daddy passed out, woo-woo." In an instant, the man's face expression went blank. B-City. With the continuous rainy weather, the man strode forward wrapped in a misty aura. The bodyguards responsible for Su Li's safety stood guard outside the hospital. Seeing him approach, they quickly moved forward holding their umbrellas. "Seventh Sir." Shang-Yi's expression was unusually tense, and his normally calm and steady light blue eyes revealed an undiscovered panic. "How's the situation?" "Bodyguard, still under emergency treatment. The doctor said the condition doesn't look good." For a moment, the man staggered, but the assistant beside him supported him in time. "Seventh Sir." Shang-Yi steadied himself, his knuckles white from gripping the assistant's hand, trembling. "Take me there." The man tightly shut his eyes, suppressing all his uneasiness, his voice hoarse. The pale light-filled corridor carried an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. 5-year-old Ling Dang sniffled softly in the nanny's arms. "Seventh Sir." The bodyguards beside him straightened up, lowering their heads respectfully. The little girl raised her head from the nanny's embrace and pouted upon seeing her father's heavy expression. Big tears streamed down her cheeks. "Dad, woo-woo." The little girl struggled free from the nanny's arms and reached toward the man. Shang-Yi embraced her. "Dad, Daddy." Shang-Yi firmly hugged the soft body in his arms, lifting his gaze to the lit-up operating lamp before him, his voice low and deep, "Daddy will be fine." Little Ling Dang nodded with teary eyes. As time ticked by, Shang-Yi sat with little Ling Dang on a long bench in the corridor, his gaze fixated on the tightly shut door, his body stretched taut to its limit. When the operation light went off, Shang-Yi tightened his hold on the person in his arms and sat upright. A doctor dressed in a white coat with a mask walked out of the operating room. The man stood up holding little Ling Dang, his gaze locking onto the other person. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. The doctor removed his mask and looked at the man in front of him. His face bore unmistakable signs of exhaustion. "The condition is temporarily stable." This one sentence nearly drained all the strength from Shang-Yi's body. Chapter 72, Condition. But 2 more days of hospital observation are still needed. Although he said this, the doctor's expression remained serious without any sign of relaxation as he looked at the man before him. "Seventh Sir, there's something I want to discuss with you concerning Mr. Su's condition." His serious expression made little Ling Dang instinctively tighten her grip around Shang-Yi's neck. "Dad." Shang-Yi patted her head and handed her over to the nearby nanny. "Ling Dang, be a good girl. Dad needs to talk with Dr. Uncle. Can you go to the ward first with Auntie and help Dad take care of Daddy?" The little girl looked at him with teary big eyes and nodded obediently after a moment. "Okay." Shang-Yi approvingly kissed her cheek and gave some instructions to the bodyguards nearby before turning around and following the doctor into the office. Half an hour later, the man emerged from the office, looking quite ghastly and unwell. In the ward, the person who hadn't yet recovered from the anesthesia lay quietly in bed, eyes tightly shut, as if asleep. Various sized instruments worked diligently beside him, monitoring the patient's physical condition at all times. The little girl in a pink princess dress stood on tiptoe beside the bed, holding a towel that had been soaked in hot water. She carefully covered the hand of the person lying in bed whose wrist had turned purplish blue from a needle puncture. Shang-Yi came in just as he saw the young girl clumsily changing the towel. "Dad?" A large hand descended from above and took the towel out of her hands. Little Ling Dang turned around and softly called the man behind her. Shang-Yi rubbed her head and then glanced at the nanny standing in the corner. The nanny understood immediately and went forward to pick up the little girl. "Miss, it's time to sleep, let's go back first." Little Ling Dang shook her head, "I want to stay here with Daddy, I'm not going back." The nanny was perplexed and looked at Shang-Yi sitting by the bed for instructions. "If you don't sleep, you'll become ugly, and your daddy will not want you anymore when he wakes up." The little girl loved being beautiful more than anything and feared that her daddy would no longer want her. When she heard what her father said, her eyes reddened instantly. Shang-Yi spoke again, "Ling Dang, be obedient and go home with Auntie. We can visit Daddy tomorrow, alright? If I behave well, will Daddy wake up?" Little Ling Dang sniffled, looking at him pitifully. Shang-Yi said, "Yes, he will. That means I'll go home and sleep nicely." The girl's voice was full of reluctance. Finally, she let the nanny put her down, then tiptoed to kiss the person on the bed lightly, and also kissed Shang-Yi who was sitting beside the bed, before following the nanny away. After little Ling Dang left, the ward became silent immediately. Shang-Yi got up, went into the bathroom, and re-washed a new towel, then gently gave the person a warm compress. The veins on the person's hand were very thin, and every infusion brought suffering. If an inexperienced nurse handled it, bruising was inevitable. As the towel grew cold, it was exchanged for another one over and over again 3 times until Shang-Yi finally sat down again beside the bed. "You are not at all compliant." Lifting his hand to touch the neatly trimmed temples of the sleeping man, Shang Yi slightly curled the corner of his lips, his voice hoarse. The person on the bed remained still, his eyes closed, without response. Surely, while I was gone, you didn't take your medicine on time, did you? Shen Yi's gaze landed on the pale lips, his curling lips tinged with bitterness. When you wake up, I'll show you how to punish you. Mr. Su's brain tumor has already begun pressing on the nerves. This coma is a warning sign. In the future, he will fall into a coma more frequently, and the duration will become longer. If treatment is not carried out in time, after some comas, he may never wake up. Lord 7, although the surgery only has a 10% chance of success, there is still a sliver of hope. The advice from me and other doctors is to perform the operation immediately. Mr. Su's condition cannot be delayed any longer. The doctor's words echoed clearly in his ears as Shang Yi looked at the person lying on the bed. Slowly bending down, he gently embraced the other person as if embracing the most precious thing in the world. Ali, you promised me that you would see me through my final days. I do not allow you to leave ahead of me. Gently rubbing against the other person's icy cheeks, Shen Yi's soft and tender voice choked slightly. I know you're tired, I'll give you time to rest, but you can't sleep for too long. Wake up tomorrow, otherwise, I'll get angry. In the quiet room, apart from the sound of the dripping instruments, only the murmurs of the man remained. When dawn arrived the next day, the person on the bed slowly woke up. Su Li opened his eyes and the first thing he saw was the familiar white color. He blinked and smelled the characteristic disinfectant odor in the hospital. The memory before the coma rushed into his mind like a flood, eventually stopping at the terrified face of little Ling Dang. Frightening the child. The man sighed inwardly and lightly moved his body, accidentally waking up the person dozing by his bedside. Shang Yi immediately sat up straight and quickly turned on the lamp beside him upon seeing Su Li awake. Ali, you have finally woken up. A black-haired head suddenly buried itself into his chest. Su Li looked at the ceiling without fully reacting yet. The man tightly embraced him, his voice, after having spent a sleepless night, hoarse beyond measure. Shang Yi. Su Li's mouth moved, shock laced through his voice. Shang Yi lifted his head slightly, bloodshot eyes firmly looking at him. It's me. How did you end up here? Aren't you supposed to be in City A? Shang Yi reached for the call bell beside him and gently stroked the corner of the man's eye with a voice rough from staying awake all night. You fainted, how could I stay at ease in City A? Su Li listened to his words and lightly pressed his lips together. Shang Yi looked at him tenderly. How are you feeling? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Su Li shook his head. I'm fine, just a bit thirsty. Upon hearing this, the man hurriedly prepared a cup of warm water and helped him sit up on the bed. Su Li leaned half into his embrace and drank half a cup of water before finally regaining his composure. Where's little Ling Dang? Shang Yi held him carefully in his arms, gently rubbing the bruises on the back of his hand. She's with the nanny at home. Su Li blinked. I scared her yesterday, didn't I? Shang Yi tightened his grip around him, his voice carrying traces of fear. You also scared me. The fearless Lord Shang of City A can actually get scared. Imagine how many people would laugh if they heard that. The clear but weak voice carried a hint of teasing. Shang Yi buried his head into the warmth of the other's neck, shaking his head without saying anything. Chapter 73, Su and Ali. The doctor quickly arrived, performed a checkup, and removed the stethoscope from his ears. The patient is fine, rest for 2 more days, and if all indicators return to normal, he can be discharged. Throughout the entire time, Su Li had been holding his breath until he finally exhaled quietly after hearing the doctor's verdict. Shang Yi, standing nearby, had seen every expression on his face, his own face flickering briefly with pain before disappearing instantly. After the doctors left, the man stepped forward and embraced him once more. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I can have Auntie prepare something and bring it over. Su Li shook his head. I'm not in the mood. You need to eat on time to recover faster. Shang Yi raised his hand and touched his stomach under the hospital gown. He said softly, I'll ask Auntie to prepare some dishes you like, so you'll at least eat a little, okay? With his already seductive voice purposefully lowered, his tone was magnetic and slightly questioning. Normally, Su Li couldn't resist when he spoke to him like this. A delicate blush colored his pale earlobes, making him shift uncomfortably as his voice grew softer. Whatever. Shang Yi curved his lips and placed a gentle kiss on those somewhat chilly eyes. Su Li tilted his head upwards, his eyelashes fluttering faintly. Ali, Shang Yi sighed softly, calling out his name quietly. Su Li, Nothing, I just wanted to say your name. Immature. Su Li sounded slightly disdainful, but after a few seconds, his lips twitched upward stealthily. At noon, little Ling Dang followed the nanny into the hospital. When she saw the man lying awake in the bed, the little girl's eyes welled up with tears, and she rushed toward him with her skirt bunched in her hands. Daddy, woo. The child sobbed uncontrollably in his arms, and Su Li quickly wiped away her tears in concern. Shang Yi watched the father-daughter embrace on one side. After the girl cried herself out, he picked her up, consoled her, and then used an excuse to let the nanny take her back. Sitting on the bed, Su Li ate an unevenly peeled tangerine the little girl had given him. Remembering the reluctant look in her eyes before leaving, he couldn't help but give a sideways glance at the man peeling an apple by the bedside. If she wants to stay, why don't you just let her stay instead of sending her away with the nanny? Shang-Yi continued peeling the apple steadily, and soon an unbroken peel dropped into the trash can next to him. She's too noisy, she would disturb your rest. The man cut the peeled apple into chunks, then used a toothpick to spear a piece and offered it to Su Li. Try it. It's very sweet. Su Li stared at the man smiling at him, who clearly thought he had done nothing wrong, and remained silent for a moment. Seeing him bite into the apple, Shang-Yi curved his lips. I met that kid this time when I went to City A. Shang-Yi lowered his head to continue slicing the apple, raising it again to see the man's complex expression. He looks a lot like you. Shang-Yi paused, then smiled softly. Ali, the genes of your family are truly strange. Your son doesn't resemble you, yet looks exactly like the uncle he has never met. If I hadn't met you when you were 12 years old, I wouldn't believe that he isn't your child. Su Li thought back to the brief glimpse he caught of the wedding report 3 years ago, pressing his lips together without saying a word. Is he doing well? Shang-Yi replied, he's doing great, inseparable from Gu Peilang like two shadows that cannot be apart. It's as if they're practically grown together. Su Li frowned, I heard online they got divorced. The man saw his concern and lifted his hand to clasp his lovers within his palm. The divorce is true, but their deep affection for each other is also true. They are living happily now, so you can see not everything on the internet is true. You don't need to worry. Su Li's frown didn't ease much even after hearing his reassurances. Naturally, Shang-Yi understood the reason why he cared so much about the other person, yet privately, he didn't want his lover to focus too much on someone else. I gave him Dr. Stark's business card. He's a smart man, he'll know what to do. Su Li nodded, I just hope he can be happy. I know. Shang-Yi gently held on to the other person, playing with his long, elegant fingers, softly saying, he will be happy. Because he has such a good uncle as you. Haven't you always wanted to meet him? Once you get better, I'll invite them over to B-City for a visit, alright? Su Li said nothing, seemingly hesitant. Don't worry. I'll make sure everything is arranged so that the Su family won't find you. Su Li lowered his eyes, their fingers slowly intertwining. It's not that I'm afraid of being found by Su Qing, it's just. Are you worried that Su Jinyu might not accept your existence? Su Li remained silent, which was a kind of tacit acceptance. Shang-Yi, that won't happen. With an uncle as wonderful as you, he'll be more than happy to have you. And if he's not happy? Su Li tilted his head slightly to look at the man in front of him. Shang-Yi, if he's not happy, then I'll beat him until he becomes happy, alright? Su Li. Unable to hold back, he curled his lips upward, you're talking nonsense again. Shang-Yi gazed at the smile on his face, planting a kiss on the little dimple there, his voice gentle like water, I just want you to be happy. Su Li's eyes darkened slightly, relaxing his body into the embrace of the man. After a long silence, he nodded faintly, I know. Don't worry. The doctor said the tumor in your head is stable. Once Gu Peilang's chip manufacturing is successful, we'll start treatment right away. You will definitely be fine. Shang-Yi cradled Su Li's head, his gaze falling on the soft drizzle outside the window, as if speaking both to the man and to himself. I'm not worried. The tumor in his brain had followed him for over 20 years. Every extra day he lived felt like a special grace bestowed by heaven. He had already come to terms with it, and the only regret he had was not being able to stay with this man until old age. This time, Su Li stayed in the hospital for half a month. Just before discharge, Shang-Yi insisted on pulling him through another full-body checkup. As soon as the results came out, they were snatched away by the man before he even had a chance to glance at them. Su Li didn't know what the examination results were, but when he was discharged, Shang-Yi's car trunk was filled with several bags of medication, of various sizes, all belonging to him alone. As autumn progressed, the weather became colder each day. For over half a month, the chilling wind carried the soaking autumn rain, sprinkling continuously until early winter finally arrived quietly on this land. Recently, Su Jinyu had been feeling melancholy. The date for Dr. Stark's visit to a city was drawing near, yet he hadn't mentioned anything to Gu Peilang about looking at his legs. Not that he didn't want to, but because he didn't dare. Chapter 74, Cold War. In his hands was the medical record of the car accident many years ago when the man had been hospitalized for treatment. What once had smooth edges was now wrinkled and curling, showing signs of wear and tear as if it had been flipped through countless times. Gu Peilang had the car accident when Su Jinyu was only 18 years old. Time had passed, and Su Jinyu didn't know exactly what had happened back then. He could only piece together the pain and despair the man had endured based on reports and snippets of information he'd heard. Even these documents in his hands were obtained with the help of Lu Qi, who he asked to get them for him. Su Jinyu still remembered the unmistakable surprise on the man's face when he approached him to explain the purpose. Mr. Su, although boss always appears impervious to harm, the incident from those years has always been a forbidden zone in his heart. I know. Su Jinyu lowered his eyes to look at the file folder in his hands, his gaze profound, so this matter, don't let Peilang know. Lu Qi frowned, hesitating and struggling for a moment before finally agreeing. Su Jinyu returned to Gu's residence with the archive bag, locking himself in the room to carefully go through everything from beginning to end. There were too many professional terms on the medical records and diagnosis sheets inside, but it didn't stop him from seeing the last page. The patient abandoned further treatment. These 10 characters, including the period, Su Jinyu scrutinized repeatedly for more than 10 times. Abandoned treatment. The man sitting by the window stared hard with widened eyes, as if he wanted to pierce a hole through the paper in his hand. The hand holding the paper turned white and trembled, a drop of warm liquid splashed onto the white paper, making a "pada" sound as it lightly hit. Su Jinyu gasped breathlessly, as if an invisible hand was choking his throat. His whole body was trembling, the heart pumping blood to the rest of his body felt like it was pierced by a sharp knife with jagged edges. As the blade was pulled out, chunks of bloody meat hung on its serrated edge. There was a chance. There should have been a chance. The document in his hand crumpled, and Su Jinyu only felt like there was a fire blazing uncontrollably inside him. He was angry, upset, and had no way to release his emotions, only wanting to kill all those who had hurt the man. Gu Songbai. Clenching his teeth, Su Jinyu gritted each word from between his teeth, full of bone-chilling coldness and hatred. Boss was already undergoing treatment at the time, but Gu Songbai used the ashes of Boss's parents as leverage, demanding that Boss relinquish shares of the Gu Corporation. At that time, Grandpa Gu had just passed away, the third miss was under house arrest, and so Boss insisted on being discharged from the hospital despite everyone's dissuasion. Lu Qi's voice echoed in his ears again. As he started the car, the man had suddenly chased out to reveal this hidden truth buried by time. That day, Su Jinyu stayed in the room for a long time. When he came out, he happened to meet Zhang manager who was cleaning. Seeing his red and swollen eyes, the expression on the other person's face became slightly astonished. In the evening, Su Jinyu stood outside the door, watching the man getting out of the car. His emotions, which had been somewhat calmed, almost collapsed again. He blinked back the tears, and as Gu Peilang approached, bent down to give him an embrace. Sitting in the wheelchair, Gu Peilang sensed the abnormality in the other party's mood and looked up towards the manager standing behind the man. Zhang manager made a gesture wiping his eyes without any emotion, causing Gu Peilang's finely arched eyebrows to knit. Gently pinching the chin of the person, as expected, he noticed a pair of yet-to-decrease swelling eyes. Since that day, Gu Peilang keenly sensed something off about Su Jinyu. The man's mood clearly became lower, often looking at him with an extremely complex gaze, wanting to say something but stopping. And every time Gu Peilang glanced over, Su Jinyu would quickly avert his eyes, pretending nothing had happened. This repeated for 2 days before Gu Peilang noticed a blister appearing at the corner of Su Jinyu's mouth. SSSS. It hurts a little. Silently kissing in the study, Gu Peilang couldn't help but notice the shiny blister on the man's lips as they kissed. A slight stinging sensation spread from the corner of the lip. Instinctively shrinking his neck, Su Jinyu moved closer instead. Seated straddling the man's lap, his arms circled around the other's neck, affectionately rubbing against the neckline. Finally, gazing at that soft plumpness, he couldn't resist lightly kissing it. Gu Peilang's body suddenly stiffened. With one hand circling the man's waist and the other pinching his chin with slight force, he raised the man's head. Why haven't you applied ointment? Su Jinyu half closed his eyes, stretching out the words lazily, like a large cat lying under the sunlight after eating its fill. If I apply the ointment, we can't kiss anymore. Gu Peilang. Beautiful eyes framed by dark shadows, his handsome and spirited face stood out prominently. His fingers moved upwards gently brushing against it. I heard from manager Zhang that you've been going out frequently these few days. Is there any trouble? The body in his arms slightly stiffened before instantly relaxing. Gu Peilang's eyes dimmed a bit. Su Jinyu buried his head into the man's chest. In a corner where the other couldn't see, a flash of coldness flickered in his eyes, but his voice carried a tinge of coquettish complaints. Why does manager Zhang tell you everything? Don't listen to her. I just went out randomly because I got bored staying at home. There's nothing wrong. Is that so? Gu Peilang embraced the person in his arms, his low, deep, and icy voice revealing no anomalies. Su Jinyu nodded, raising his head from the man's shoulder after a while. He slightly leaned back, looking at the person in front of him with hesitation. Once again, an expression of wanting to say something but holding back appeared. Gu Peilang looked at him. Does you have something to tell me? Su Jinyu thought about the business card in his bag and the situation he learned from the hospital these few days, and bit his lips. Have you heard of Dr. Stark? The hand that was gently caressing his waist instantly stopped. Su Jinyu's heart slightly tightened. Why bring him up all of a sudden? Su Jinyu, I've recently read some articles written by him, found them very interesting. I heard he is coming to City A for a lecture on the 10th. I want to go see it. The originally warm and harmonious atmosphere completely turned stiff because of this sentence. Gu Peilang pursed his lips, the deep eyes reflected the slightly anxious face of the person in front of him. There will be work at the company that day. With this short sentence, Gu Peilang shut off all anticipation in Su Jinyu's eyes. A cold war began between the two. In fact, Su Jinyu wasn't even sure if it could be called a cold war. They still slept together, still hugged and kissed, and the man's attitude towards him remained as before. But he just felt that there seemed to be an invisible barrier between them. On the 7th, Su Jinyu went to Gu Peilang's company as usual with a food box. Lu Qi, who had been waiting outside the company door early, saw his exhausted appearance, and also recalled the oppressive atmosphere in the office, not knowing what to say for a moment. Chapter 75, hopeful more than anyone else, and clearer more than anyone else. Mr. Su. Lu Qi walked over to him. Su Jinyu raised his eyes, looking at the person in front of him. The smile on his exhausted face carried a hint of apology. Mr. Lu, trouble you? Lu Qi shook his head and took the things from his hands. Mr. Su, are you really not going upstairs? Su Jinyu's long eyelashes trembled. After a brief silence, he said, No, I have something else, I'll go back first, don't want to disturb your work. After saying these words, the man turned around and left. Lu Qi stood on the steps watching the gradually disappearing figure of the other person, and the words, Boss has been waiting for you, stuck in his throat. In the office, the handsome man in the well-tailored suit sat expressionlessly behind the desk, the PPT pages sliding one by one on the computer screen, but not a single word stayed in his eyes. The tightly closed office door was suddenly knocked on, and Gu Peilang immediately raised his head, a glimmer of happiness flashed in his eyes which then quickly subsided. Pretending to be working seriously, the man said deeply, Come in. The sound of the door lock followed, and Gu Peilang pretended to look up indifferently, only to find out it was just Lu Qi, causing the smile at the bottom of his eyes to freeze. Lu Qi stood at the door with the lunchbox in his hand, suddenly feeling the temperature inside the office drop. And him? Gu Peilang opened his mouth, looking at the thing in Lu Qi's hand. Lu Qi, Mr. Su said he had something else to do, so he went back first. His words gradually faded away under the increasingly cold gaze from the man behind the desk. A deathly silence filled the office. I see, you may leave first. The man lightly withdrew his gaze, looking back at the computer in front of him, his low, cold voice showing no emotion. Lu Qi stood there with the lunchbox, hesitated for a moment, then responded. He placed the items down and silently turned to leave. As the sound of closing door gently rang out, the air became quiet once again. During the meeting that day, all employees of Gu Corporation distinctly felt what it was like to visit the Arctic. The manager of the planning department came out of the office white-faced, his legs as soft as noodles, and would have collapsed on the floor if Lu Qi hadn't caught him in time. Lu assistant, the 40-year-old man trembling while holding his beer belly, tears almost falling from his eyes, is our company going bankrupt? Otherwise, why was the president's expression so terrifying? Without saying a word, he just stared expressionlessly, whoosh whoosh whoosh, releasing cold air, simply taking their lives. Lu Qi maintained his composure, supporting him and walking out. Manager Wang is joking, everything is normal in the company. Then what's the reason? Manager Wang's already thinning hair became sparser. Lu Qi glanced back at the tightly closed room door, after a long while, replied indifferently, probably bad mood. Manager Wang. When leaving work in the afternoon, the man whose mood was still bad sat expressionlessly in the car that Lu Qi was responsible for picking up and dropping off. The black car turned in the underground garage and smoothly slid into the street. The early winter night fell quickly, and the streetlights along the road turned on one after another, weaving a dazzling colorful ribbon with the tall buildings on both sides. Inside the cramped car, an atmosphere of silence reigned. Water droplets outside the car window slowly slid down the glass under the force of gravity, leaving behind clear trails. The man sat in the back seat, turning his head to look at the receding cityscape through the window. From the rearview mirror, Lu Qi could only see the sharply defined side profile and the tense jawline of the other person. When waiting for the traffic light to change, Gu Peilang suddenly turned his gaze back to look at him. Their eyes met in the mirror, and Lu Qi instinctively straightened his posture. Are you aware that Dr. Stark is coming to City A? Lu Qi's grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly. There have been reports on TV these days. Huh. After hearing his reply, Gu Peilang let out a meaningful chuckle. Lu Qi. At what time did he approach you? Who he was referred to didn't need to be explained. Lu Qi, boss. I'm sorry. His voice was full of regret. Gu Peilang closed his eyes without saying anything, his brows carrying an indelible weariness. After a century-long silence, he finally spoke, his voice muffled by the night and tinged with some hoarseness and vulnerability. Lu Qi, I've already missed the optimal treatment timing, do you understand? Lu Qi stiffened instantly, bitterness spreading between his lips and teeth. Gu Peilang lowered his head, his dead water-like gaze landing on his legs covered by the blanket. He lightly extended his hand, feeling the hard and numb sensation beneath his palm, completely devoid of any feeling. I want it to recover more than anyone else, and I also clearly know the probability of its recovery. The man's voice was extraordinarily calm, filled with cruelty as he said, rather than going through a predetermined failure once again with great hope, it might be better to never hold any hope from the beginning. But... Lu Qi opened his mouth to say something. I don't blame you for giving those things to him. He will find out sooner or later, but there won't be a next time. Gu Peilang raised his head, his pitch-black eyes quietly locking gazes with someone, containing many emotions that were hard to decipher. Lu Qi was speechless, feeling only discomfort in his heart. After a long while, he nodded with difficulty, I understand, there won't be another time. Half an hour later, the car slowly drove into Gu's residence. From afar, Gu Peilang saw the man standing under the street lamp. Fine raindrops floated in the air, the other person holding an umbrella, tucking his neck into the sweater collar, with puffs of breath forming white vapor in the cold air before vanishing momentarily. Gu Peilang gripped his hands on his knees tighter. What are you foolishly standing outside for? Only when the car got closer did Gu Peilang see the other person's face turn blue from the cold. There were more creases on the man's forehead, and his voice unconsciously turned colder. Su Jinyu looked at him and smiled, his row of white, neat teeth somewhat blinding under the dim yellow streetlight. Waiting for you. After dropping off the person, Lu Qi left. Su Jinyu placed the dripping wet umbrella at the entrance, changed into a clean pair of slippers, and then pushed the person inside. Manager Zhang and the housekeeper were busy in the kitchen, with the clanging sounds adding liveliness to the otherwise quiet space. Su Jinyu pushed the person in front of the sofa and then brought out the soup he had stewed early in the morning. Have a bowl first to warm up your body, the auntie will finish making dinner soon. Gu Peilang looked down at his hands, suddenly reaching out to touch them. Cold as ice. Su Jinyu's hand holding the spoon trembled, and with a thud, the spoon fell into the bowl, splashing out 2 drops of soup. Peilang. Su Jinyu carefully called out the man's name. Gu Peilang held his hands tightly in his palms, his deep voice carrying a faint scolding and tenderness. You didn't even know to wear gloves going out. What if you catch a cold? Chapter 76, Never Escaping Me. Su Jinyu allowed the man to hold his hand, feeling warmth build up in his tear-filled eyes. He sniffed, his voice sounding a bit muffled, I'm not cold. Gu Peilang glanced at him silently, then enclosed his other hand as well. Peilang, are you no longer angry with me? The cold hands gradually warmed up, the heat spreading from their touching places all the way to their hearts. Su Jinyu tilted his head slightly, looking at the person in front of him. Gu Peilang paused, seeing anxiety in those beautiful eyes. He sighed, his heart softening into mush, swelling uncomfortably. Holding the person's hand, he brought it to his lips and gently kissed it. The man's voice was hoarse, I'm not angry with you. Su Jinyu's lips curved into a faint smile, but tears welled up in his eyes. The muffled sound of Manager Zhang and the housekeeper chatting in the kitchen carried out faintly. Su Jinyu leaned forward and threw himself into the man's embrace, tightly hugging him. Gu Peilang raised his hand and lightly rested it on the top of his head, remaining silent. I didn't mean to upset you, Su Jinyu's voice came through the material of the suit jacket, muffled. I just. Gu Peilang gently patted his head, looked up at the mural on the living room wall, his gaze calm. He said, I know, I understand everything. Come on, let's get up and eat. Su Jinyu shook his head. The food on the dining table was as always, abundant and nutritious, yet neither of them had any appetite. Seeing the man hastily eating a little before putting down his chopsticks, Su Jinyu pursed his lips, and the food in his hands became difficult to swallow. Gu Peilang sensed his low mood, but didn't know how to break the silence. He wasn't angry with Su Jinyu, but he also couldn't give him the answer he wanted. After washing up and lying down in bed, there seemed to be an unbridgeable chasm between them. The hand under the blanket was suddenly grabbed, then a warm body slowly approached. Gu Peilang reached out and embraced him, silently searching for and lightly placing a kiss on the smooth, warm forehead. It all happened in silence. Peilang. I'm here. The vibration in his chest brushed against Su Jinyu's ear softly, as he tightly held onto his hand, as if trying to convey all his feelings and thoughts to the other person this way. I want. He softly began to speak but was cut off by the man. You know my answer. If you really want to attend his lecture, I can have Lu Qi take you, but I want you to accompany me. Su Jinyu's voice was filled with urgency and trembling, no longer hiding his true thoughts. Let's just take a look, that's all. In case the doctor really has a way. People say he's very capable. In the darkness, the thin lips of the man were pressed tightly together, and he slowly released the person in his arms. Su Jinyu's heart began to sink gradually. You still feel disgusted with me, don't you? A low self-mocking voice rang out, making Su Jinyu's eyes widen in the dark, full of anxiety. His heart twisted into an indescribable pain, so much that his breathing trembled. No. He shivered, trying to grab the man's hand, but was harshly swatted away. The night concealed the miserable pain on Gu Peilang's face as he closed his eyes, letting the endless darkness swallow him. I am destined to spend my life bound to a wheelchair. I've said it, if one day you wish to leave, you can go. Away. Unfinished words disappeared into the dull ache on his lips. Amidst the tangled teeth and lips, Gu Peilang tasted the coppery flavor of blood. Hot liquid continuously dripped from his face, drop by drop, like sulfuric acid splashing onto his heart, corroding even his soul. As he fully fell into the vortex of desire, Gu Peilang heard the shaking sobbing voice of the man, penetrating heavily through the haze straight into his ears, as if under a spell. In this lifetime, you will never escape me. The result of their wild night of passion was that Gu Peilang once again held onto a frighteningly feverish stove. Even though the person in his arms had started delirious talk in a high fever, he still clung to him tightly, like an octopus that had been boiled. Looking at his dry, cracked lips, the guilt in Gu Peilang's eyes nearly drowned him. Lu Lan, who arrived after a hurried phone call, seeing the disheveled state of the bed, wisely lowered her head and stared at the elaborate patterns on the floor. Leaning against the headboard, Gu Peilang wore only a black pajama, with traces of intimacy all over the open collar. The person in his arms kept holding onto him and wouldn't let him go. A slight movement from Gu Peilang earned him an unsatisfied grunt from the other. With no other choice, he struggled to put on another set of sleepwear and waited for the family doctor to arrive. The medical process was especially arduous. The sharp needle pierced the bluish vein, but before it could be stabilized, it was waved off by the unconscious person. The tip of the needle, dotted with red droplets of blood, came out, startling Gu Peilang, who quickly grabbed the other person's hand. The familiar sensation made Su Jinyu stop struggling. He dazedly opened his eyes, the whites full of bloodshot veins. Upon seeing the worried, stern expression of the man looking at him, he stupidly grinned. A fresh stab of pain shot through the cracked corner of Su Jinyu's lips, but he clung stubbornly to Gu Peilang's hand, his voice weak and strained. "I've got you." Looking at him with a heart-wrenching ache, Gu Peilang's voice turned hoarse. "The doctor needs to give you an 4. Don't move." Su Jinyu's mind was fuzzy and heavy, though Gu Peilang wasn't sure if he had understood. At least he stopped fidgeting. Lu Lan inserted the needle carefully and placed a tube of ointment on the bedside cabinet. "Once Mr. Su's fever subsides, Mr. Gu, remember to apply this ointment 3 times a day. Keep his diet light, and he'll recover soon." Gu Peilang nodded and sent her out with manager Zhang. That afternoon, after the 4, his temperature dropped noticeably. Still worried, Gu Peilang took the day off work to take care of him. After finishing a bowl of white porridge prepared by the housekeeper, Su Jinyu lay back down to rest. Upon hearing the wheelchair sound, he opened his eyes just in time to see the man walking toward him with a tube of ointment. In contrast to his usual antics of begging for attention, this time Su Jinyu buried himself under the covers, not moving an inch. The lack of lubrication and preparation led to unavoidable injuries, evidenced by the dried bloodstains on the sheets. "Au." The man softly called his name, looking at the small swelling. No matter how much Gu Peilang cajoled him, Su Jinyu refused to emerge from beneath the covers, resisting even the application of medicine. It seemed as though he was waiting for the inevitable anger to flare up before muttering, "It will heal on its own." For 2 days, due to Su Jinyu's non-cooperation, his fever persisted and fluctuated repeatedly. Lu Lan visited daily with her medical kit, facing both an uncooperative patient and the frosty glares of her boss, which left her feeling utterly drained. On the 10th day, Gu Peilang had urgent matters at work and could only leave after confirming that Su Jinyu was asleep after taking his medicine. He then asked Lu Qi to come pick him up. However, as he stepped out of the meeting room after the conference ended, Gu Peilang received a call from Lu Lan. "Mr. Gu, Mr. Su is missing." The grip on his phone tightened, and the color drained from his face, making the managers trailing behind him instantly nervous. Chapter 77, Mistake. "Missing?" Gu Peilang repeated softly, his deep, cold voice causing those behind him to shiver. Yes, Lu Lan and manager Zhang stood outside the empty bedroom, brows furrowed deeply. "We've searched everywhere but found no sign of Mr. Su, and we can't reach him by phone." With each passing word over the phone, the air around Gu Peilang grew heavier. Beside him, Lu Qi, observing his boss's increasingly stormy expression, motioned for the others to leave quietly. The group held their breath and hurried away, as if fleeing from some ferocious beast. "I understand," he said curtly, cutting off any response from the other end. He dialed Su Jinyu's number, unsurprisingly having it disconnected after just 2 rings. Lowering his gaze to the contact label on the screen, Gu Peilang's dark, emotionless eyes harbored an impending storm. "Quite commendable." His fingertips traced the edge of the phone, and after a long pause, the man let out a low chuckle. He'd considered the possibility that the man would be upset with him since refusing medication, hadn't he? After all, the resentment was clear enough. Originally, Gu Peilang had planned to address the issue once things settled down at work, only to find that Su Jinyu had taken action first, even risking harm to himself to force compliance. "When is Stark's lecture?" The man's voice conveyed no discernible emotion, yet it resonated eerily in the deserted corridor. Given the current state of affairs, Lu Qi didn't dare delay and quickly retrieved all relevant information. 2:30 p.m., auditorium at Medical University A. "Take me there." "Sure." The black car raced forward on an empty road, leaving the cityscape behind in a blur. Leaning against the seat, the man gazed out the window expressionlessly. The atmosphere in the cramped car was somewhat oppressive, but Lu Qi focused intently on the road ahead, quietly increasing his speed. When they arrived at the university, there were less than 30 minutes until the lecture ended. After Lu Qi conversed briefly with the security guards at the gate, the car drove into the campus. Banners hung everywhere proclaimed, "Warm welcome to Dr. Stark," while groups of students rushed past, animatedly discussing the lecturer's accomplishments. Numerous experts and doctors had gathered from all over, but after circling around, Lu Qi finally managed to find a parking spot in an inconspicuous corner. By then, there were fewer than 10 minutes left until the lecture ended. People started trickling out of the auditorium. Through the rearview mirror, Lu Qi looked back at the man in the back seat. "Boss, shall we go down?" Gu Peilang was watching the crowd emerging from the auditorium from afar. His hand, resting on his knee, unconsciously tightened, wrinkling the blanket beneath his palm. "Let's go." The man clenched his eyes shut tightly, and when he opened them again, every trace of emotion was gone. Lu Qi nodded. As the meeting concluded, the doors of the auditorium opened, and attendees began to emerge in small groups chatting with each other. When they noticed the man in the wheelchair sitting below the steps, their faces flickered with surprise. The gazes that fell upon him carried varied expressions. Gu Peilang's face remained impassive, his stare directed forward, radiating a coldness colder than the early winter weather. Lu Qi assumed the role of the man's eyes, his glance swiftly scanning the crowd for their target. When nearly everyone had left, Lu Qi finally spotted Su Jinyu walking out behind an elderly man who looked well over 50. "Boss, Mr. Su." At the sound of Lu Qi's voice, Gu Peilang had already seen him. The pale-faced man, wrapped in a camel-colored coat, trailed behind the elder, carrying a file bag and speaking urgently, trying to persuade him. With assistance from his aide, the elderly man walked outward while turning his head slightly, listening intently. Seemingly sensing the stares on him, Su Jinyu suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then, through the crowd, he accurately glanced toward where Gu Peilang and Lu Qi stood. Su Jinyu was trying hard to convince the old man to spare some time amidst his busy schedule and return home with him for a moment. His body still burning with fever, each breath felt like fire. To maintain clarity, Su Jinyu bit his already cracked lips repeatedly as he engaged in conversation. When Stark halted, Su Jinyu followed suit, looking in the same direction as the old man's gaze fixed upon. In the next second, his body stiffened like stone. Blinking his eyes twice, he stared, and yet, the figure before him didn't fade, no hallucination. Dr. Stark raised his thick eyebrows, looking quizzically at the unemotional man beside him. "Mr. Gu." His Chinese pronunciation was awkward, and beside him, Su Jinyu turned his neck towards him. "Doctor, do you know him?" At the expression on his face, Dr. Stark seemed enlightened. "So, the husband Su mentioned is Mr. Gu?" Su Jinyu nodded, feeling his heated cheeks growing hotter under the playful gaze. While they were talking, Gu Peilang had approached them. Fixing a blank look on Su Jinyu, his deep voice commanded, "Hey you, come here." Su Jinyu shivered, hesitated briefly, and then shuffled his feet forward. "Peilang." With chapped lips, he smiled apologetically. Gu Peilang's anger flared seeing this behavior. Tugging on his companion's coat forcefully, he reached out to touch his forehead. Touching skin hot to the touch, Gu Peilang's gaze grew colder. "You've really excelled yourself." His low, gravelly voice dripped with frustration. The coolness on his forehead made Su Jinyu shiver involuntarily, then close his eyes contentedly. He grabbed the cold hand and nuzzled it like a dog, softening his tone and pleading, "Peilang, don't be mad at me." Gu Peilang ultimately couldn't help but sneer wryly, almost self-mocking, "Am I mad? Where do I dare to get mad?" Su Jinyu. Behind them, Dr. Stark stepped closer, smiling gracefully at both of them. "Your relationship seems great." Gu Peilang lifted his gaze and stared calmly. "Doctor, it's been a long time." "Long time indeed." Listening to their conversation, Su Jinyu felt confused. Dr. Stark's eyes fell on his legs before saying, "Let's find somewhere to chat." Having learned about the arrival of President Gu, the school principal puffed heavily as he arrived. After hearing the doctor's suggestion, he volunteered eagerly, "Why not come to my office?" Chapter 78, Yes, I Love Him. In the spacious, bright, simply yet grandly decorated principal's office, the three sat facing each other. The principal, knowing they had matters to discuss, had the assistant bring a pot of hot tea and then left, leaving the space for the three of them. Su Jinyu sat on a single-person sofa, with Gu Peilang to his left. He tightly gripped the man's hand, his pale lips curving into a nervous arc. "Dr. Stark, do you know Peilang?" After drinking a cup of hot tea, he finally asked the question that had been on his mind since earlier. Dr. Stark nodded, his gaze turning toward the man beside him, carrying a look reminiscent of old times. "It was probably 5 years ago, wasn't it?" In contrast to Dr. Stark's reminiscence, Gu Peilang clearly didn't want to dwell on it too much. "My apologies, my lover is disrespectful and has caused trouble for the doctor. If he said anything offensive, please don't take it to heart." Hearing Gu Peilang call him lover, Su Jinyu felt a fleeting sweetness in his heart, but it quickly faded as soon as he heard what followed. Dr. Stark shook his head. No, Mr. Su is a very interesting person. I feel, an instant rapport with him." Gu Peilang lowered his eyelashes without saying a word. The elder's eyes fell on his legs covered by a blanket, then he spoke up suddenly, "Mr. Gu, may I have a look at your legs?" He paused briefly before continuing, "Mr. Su came to see me today also about this matter." Su Jinyu felt the hand he was holding stiffen momentarily, his heart tightening as he instinctively turned his head to look at the other. Gu Peilang remained silent for a moment, then raised his head with a calm expression, "Doctor, surely you are aware that something that yielded no results 5 years ago will definitely yield none now." "That's not necessarily true." The elder rubbed his chin between his thumb and forefinger, smiling deeply. Su Jinyu tightened his grip on the man's hand, looking at him expectantly, his eyes filled with anticipation almost burning through the other. "Peilang." Gu Peilang met his gaze calmly, feeling a heavy stone lodged in his chest, bringing a chill. "Let the doctor take a look, all right?" Even if. Su Jinyu couldn't utter the rest of the words. He had no idea that the two men had already known each other 5 years ago, let alone that back then Dr. Stark had already pronounced the verdict on the man's fate. If the results of this checkup were the same as before, what would he do? What would his Pei-Lang do? Had he put him through despair all over again? If this is what you wish, I agree. Gu Pei-Lang looked at the person in front of him, his voice low and calm. He liked him, he'd liked him for many, many years. Ever since the day he decided to stay for the person in front of him, he knew he could never reject this person ever again. As long as you desire, and as long as I possess, everything is yours. Listening to his words, Su Jinyu curved his lips upward slightly, yet tears slid down his cheeks involuntarily. Gu Pei-Lang reached out his hand, gently wiping away the tears from his face, his voice helpless yet tender, but you must promise me, no matter what the outcome, you mustn't be sad. Su Jinyu nodded. Go home and apply medicine obediently, stop throwing tantrums. Su Jinyu nodded vigorously, unable to hold back a smile through his tears. Alright, I promise, I'll do everything you ask. Only then did Gu Pei-Lang's lips curl slightly, then he turned his head towards Dr. Stark. How should we proceed? The elder squinted his eyes. I have a friend at the city hospital, let's go there. Gu Pei-Lang nodded. Soon after, they arrived at the hospital. The examination process was swift, but waiting for the results dragged on endlessly. Standing in the corridor, Su Jinyu and Lu Qi watched the tightly shut door in front of them, pacing anxiously back and forth. As soon as the door opened, he rushed forward. The man sitting in the wheelchair looked pale. Squatting in front of him, Su Jinyu carefully held his hand. Ho! How did it go? He was so tense, he could barely speak properly. Gu Pei-Lang shook his head. Instantly, Su Jinyu's face turned ghastly white, his mind blank. Dr. Stark walked out of the room with the examination report in hand. Seeing the silence of the two people, he couldn't help but sigh. Doctor. Su Jinyu looked up, dazed and staring at him, the last glimmer of hope still flickering in his eyes. There must still be some hope, right? Didn't you cure a paralyzed person who'd been bedridden for 10 years? Dr. Stark furrowed his brows. Their cases are different, and to be honest, that person strictly speaking wasn't entirely cured by me. With the final thread of hope snuffed out, Su Jinyu felt his vision go black. Gu Pei-Lang firmly held onto his hand. It's fine, Au, it's fine. Su Jinyu shook his head, his eye sockets bloodshot. However, it might be worth giving it a try. Just as Su Jinyu's tears began to fall, the elder suddenly spoke. Su Jinyu looked up instantly with his tearful eyes. Stark, your traditional Chinese medicine practitioners have always been a powerful and mysterious presence in the medical world. Many problems that Western medicine cannot solve are effortlessly resolved by them. The old man rambled on, mixing in much Chinese that wasn't entirely clear. Then he looked at the two young people in front of him and said, the paralyzed patient I once took over was cured by an old TCM doctor from your city A. You could find him, there might still be hope. Doctor, do you know where he is? Su Jinyu grabbed Gu Pei-Lang's hand with all his strength, his voice trembling. Gu Pei-Lang also raised his head to look at the old man. I only met him by chance, and this person has a rather eccentric temperament. However, I have the contact information for that patient, you can ask him. As extinguished hope reignited, Su Jinyu almost burst into tears of joy. He held the paper with the phone number written on it as if it were the last lifeline for someone drowning. Doctor, really, thank you. After Lu Qi pushed Gu Pei-Lang away, Su Jinyu turned to bow deeply to the old man before him. Dr. Stark watched the man before him, waving his hand with a smile, then lifted his head and gazed in the direction Gu Pei-Lang had left. You truly love him. Su Jinyu stood up to meet his gaze, those beautiful eyes filled with joy and affection. Yes, I love him. Gu Pei-Lang waited in the car for a long time until he finally saw Su Jinyu come out of the hospital entrance. The man strode to the car, opened the door, and climbed in, his cold body plunging straight into Gu Pei-Lang's embrace. Gu Pei-Lang extended his arms to catch him, gently touching his flushed face with his warm hands, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Lu Qi, let your brother go ahead and wait at the Gu residence. Lu Qi nodded from the driver's seat, taking out his phone. Su Jinyu raised his hand to grasp the other's hand, kissing it lightly, and his bright eyes shone as he gazed at the person in front of him. Pei-Lang, there's still a chance. Seeing the smiling expression on his face, Gu Pei-Lang's eyes slightly stung. He tightened his hold on the person in his arms, his voice hoarse. Yeah, there's still a chance. Perhaps this time, he could really experience happiness. Chapter 79, Su scratching the door. After returning to the Gu residence, Su Jinyu lay in bed for 3 days until his temperature finally returned to normal. For these 3 days, Gu Pei-Lang didn't go to the company and stayed home to take care of him, supervising his medication every day and helping him apply ointments. That place hadn't been medicated on time and had become severely swollen and red. When Gu Pei-Lang saw its condition, his brows knitted tightly together, and his anger began to rise. Su Jinyu lay on the bed, waiting for the cooling ointment in vain but instead received a not too light slap from the man. Su Jinyu. After administering the punishment, Gu Pei-Lang showed no emotion as he proceeded to apply the medicine. When he flipped Su Jinyu over, he noticed the ashamed look on his face. A slight curve appeared on his lips. Gu Pei-Lang cradled the man's chin and kissed him passionately, finishing by biting his dry lips as a punishment. Su Jinyu frowned from the pain, and after seeing that the man didn't seem angry anymore, he snuggled closer, his voice tinged with grievance. Pei Lang, it hurts. Gu Pei Lang stroked his painful lips, his voice hoarse. Good, knowing it hurts will help you learn your lesson. Su Jinyu blinked nervously, afraid to speak. Gu Pei Lang hugged him, placing his chin softly on top of his head. I'm very angry about what happened this time. Su Jinyu. I'm sorry Pei Lang, I know I've made a mistake. These few days, the most frequently spoken words to the man were these three. Gu Pei Lang shook his head. You don't understand, I'm not mad because you acted without thinking, but because you don't care enough about your own health. I'm sorry. You don't need to keep saying, I'm sorry. Sensing the disappointment of the person in his arms, Gu Pei Lang leaned back and looked down at him, dark incomprehensible emotions swirling in his eyes. He said, this kind of thing must never happen again, or else. He deliberately paused. Su Jinyu stared at him, or else what? Gu Pei Lang, otherwise, I'll lock you up, tie you to the bed, so you can't go anywhere. Su Jinyu. Was it so stimulating? Finally able to walk around after being bedridden, the first thing Su Jinyu did was to resume his mission of delivering soup. The employees of Gu Corporation were already used to their chairman's wife bringing soup to their chairman every day. In fact, they even looked forward to it. Every time the chairman's wife came, the chairman was always in an especially good mood that day, and even they reaped some benefits from it. Su Jinyu had come and gone freely at Gu Corporation. After parking, he didn't even call Gu Pei Lang but carried the lunchbox up to the top floor on his own. Unfortunately, Gu Pei Lang was holding a meeting with a few managers at the moment. As Su Jinyu pushed the door open and saw the room full of people, he froze. Pairs of eyes all turned toward him simultaneously, creating an awkward atmosphere for a brief moment. Gu Pei Lang motioned to him calmly from behind his desk, come in. Su Jinyu gave a faint smile to all the senior executives and then walked over to sit quietly on the sofa by the window with the food. Gu Pei Lang glanced at him briefly, his gaze slightly warmer. When he spoke again, his voice softened considerably. Continue. The somewhat surprised people came back to their senses under the mildly hostile glare of their boss and lowered their eyes, wiping away all expressions. The meeting ended, and everyone tidied up their things and left. Gu Pei Lang stepped out from behind his desk as Su Jinyu hurried over to guide him towards the sofa. I've made you a winter melon and pork rib soup, good for the stomach. Gu Pei Lang glanced at the light blue lunchbox on the coffee table and curled his lips slightly. Then I'll drink more later. Su Jinyu said, it would be best if you finish it all. The two rested in the office for a while until Lu Qi knocked on the door with documents in hand. Boss, Mr. Su. The man put down what he held, then took out one of the files enclosed in a brown envelope. The TCM doctor you asked me to find has been located. Upon hearing this, the two by the window were both a little surprised. Su Jinyu immediately stood up from the sofa, took the bag from Lu Qi, and quickly opened it to look inside. That old gentleman has moved residences several times these past years. Now he lives in an ancient house in the suburbs, completely alone. It seems, he isn't doing very well. Gu Pei Lang furrowed his brow. After reading through the information in his hand, Su Jinyu looked up at the man by the window and called out, Pei Lang. Gu Pei Lang knew what he wanted to say and nodded. After work today, we'll go. Su Jinyu's eyes lit up as he smiled and nodded. In the afternoon, Su Jinyu fell asleep in the man's resting room. Gu Pei Lang covered him with a quilt and increased the air conditioner's temperature before gently closing the door and continuing to work. Initially, the man intended to finish his tasks early so he could leave work sooner, but unexpected visitors suddenly arrived at the company. Listening to the commotion outside, Gu Pei Lang frowned and set down the fountain pen in his hand. Lu Qi. At his call, Lu Qi promptly entered, followed shortly by the father-son duo of Su Jianghai who appeared uneasy. Boss, Lu Qi started awkwardly, explaining, President Su insisted on seeing you, and I couldn't stop him. Gu Pei Lang stared expressionlessly at the two men in front of him. Su Jianghai wore a silver-gray pinstriped suit, appearing scholarly, though his chest was heaving violently, clearly extremely angry. Following him was Su Jinyu dressed in pure white like a prince straight out of a fairy tale. When the young man saw the handsome man sitting behind the desk, his eyes flashed with affection and excitement, but soon became rather dark after seemingly remembering something. Gu Pei Lang had a general idea why the two had come. He waved his hand, signaling Lu Qi to leave. What is the matter? Startled by the direct question, Su Jianghai's face darkened further when he regained his composure. Mr. Gu, a customs official suddenly told me that your people have detained our cargo ship. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? An explanation? Gu Pei Lang twirled his pen in his fingers, fixing a black gaze upon the man. I am merely abiding by the legal regulations stated by the state. How does this amount to detaining? But we previously agreed. What exactly did we agree on? The man coldly cut him off, his expression mocking. Out of respect for Mr. Su's integrity, I signed the contract with you. However, how did Mr. Su repay my trust? Su Jianghai gritted his teeth, and beside him, Su Jinyu suddenly spoke, Pei Lang, don't be angry. My dad and I just came to understand what happened. The customs official suddenly called us, and I was terrified. You know, this shipment is crucial for our Su corporation. The young man appeared as though he understood the situation perfectly, and his voice was so gentle it seemed like it could drip with water, making the man in the resting room grip the doorframe tightly. Chapter 80, Looking for Someone. Soo Jin-yu gritted his teeth, his face full of ferocity. Anyone who woke up wanting a kiss from their husband and then heard such a pretentious statement would be unable to stay calm. He secretly opened the door slightly and looked at the three people in the office, glaring at the youth with a look that could pierce through someone like needles. Second young master Soo should call me Mr. Gu instead, after all, we aren't familiar. Gu Peilang looked at the young man in front of him with a detached gaze, his voice deep and cold. Soo Jin-yu's expression faltered for a moment, tightening his hand without speaking. Soo Jianghai shot him a warning glance, then turned to look at the man in front of him. Mr. Gu, the Gus and Soo still have cooperation going on. Moreover, you and Jin-yu are married. Is this way of yours too unscrupulous? The person behind the desk squinted his eyes, his gaze filled with coldness. It's just a cooperation deal. If President Soo doesn't approve, feel free to break the contract. My Gu Corporation isn't short of that amount of money. As for my relationship with Soo Jin-yu, Gu Peilang paused here, causing Soo Jin-yu hiding behind the door to tense his heart. Whether or not we're spouses, President Soo should be very clear. Back then, it was only because of Jin-yu that I agreed to cooperate with you all. Now. Are you really bringing up fairness now? Isn't that overstepping? You. Gu Peilang watched his livid face and chuckled coldly, turning his wheelchair to approach the two. Despite being in a wheelchair, he emanated a suffocating pressure. Gu Corporation will no longer cooperate with the Soo family. From now on, Soo Jin-yu has absolutely no relation with the Soo family either. I hope President Soo can show some understanding. Lu Qi, who had been guarding outside the door, immediately entered, Gu Peilang turning his back on them, his voice icy. Escort our guests out, and tell the front desk personnel that if people like these ever manage to sneak in again, they will all lose their jobs. These words were utterly merciless, turning Soo Jianghai's eyes blood red. They realized the man showed no quarter now. He originally thought the man might still remember some past favors and give him even a small face. Mr. Gu, don't forget that Soo Jin-yu still carries Soo family blood. If Soo Corporation falls, Jin-yu wouldn't get any benefits. Soo Jianghai said angrily. How does that concern me? Gu Peilang gave a cold laugh. Even if Soo Jin-yu isn't actually married to me, even if he were, the Soo family is merely a small trifle. If he wants, I can easily create 10 or 8 more Soo families for him to play with. Moreover, while Soo Corporation still stands, he didn't get any benefits anyway, so why fear its downfall? Lu Qi, escort them out. President Soo, second young master Soo, please leave. Lu Qi stood emotionlessly showing them out, his expression unwavering and resolute. Soo Jianghai knew further lingering would only humiliate himself further, so he angrily turned to leave. Soo Jin-yu looked at the man's back, glanced at his raging father, hesitated for a moment before following along but paused right before stepping over the threshold. Mr. Gu General Manager, my brother previously, was quite promiscuous, accepting everyone without refusal. He also told me that even if he died, he wouldn't like you. He's not a good person and isn't worthy of you, but I am different. Get out. The man suddenly turned around, his face dark and menacing. Soo Jin-yu had never seen him like this, and he blanched. He tried to say something more, but Lu Qi saw the wrong signs and pushed him out forcibly, then slammed the door shut with a bang. The atmosphere in the office became heavy and oppressive, and Soo Jin-yu emerged from the restroom, both angry and scared. Gu Peilang heard the sound and looked over, his expression softened slightly. Are you awake? Soo Jin-yu nodded, cautiously approaching the man and squatting down, leaning his head on the other's leg. Don't listen to his nonsense, I've never said anything like that, though he would never admit it even if he had. Gu Peilang stroked his head silently. Soo Jin-yu felt somewhat uneasy inside and wanted nothing more than to beat Soo Jin-yu up badly. Did you hear everything? Soo Jin-yu, Gu Peilang, I paid no mind to it. Can I hire someone to beat him up? Soo Jin-yu naturally didn't believe a word, knowing all too well how bad his past behavior had been. However, they shouldn't bring it up now. Gu Peilang couldn't help but curve his lips slightly, the dark mood caused by the youth's words earlier dissipating somewhat. He said, beating someone is against the law. Soo Jin-yu, all right then. His tone was full of regret. Thinking about the man's statement earlier about them not being husband and wife made Soo Jin-yu somewhat sad, silently moving their remarriage back onto the agenda. The two quietly stayed for a while until Lu Qi knocked on the office door again. After work, Soo Jin-yu drove with Gu Peilang in the car heading towards the address provided by Lu Qi. In the suburbs of City A was an old district which, 70 years ago, could still be considered a commercial center of City A. However, as the economic zones shifted, this area gradually declined, and in recent years it became increasingly impoverished. The government had already decided to redevelop the place, yet the documents were delayed endlessly. Those living here were either elderly or migrant workers from other places. With the lack of economic conditions, the security environment deteriorated significantly. Driving along, Soo Jin-yu frowned heavily at the uneven ground riddled with potholes. Even on such a cold day, the air carried a strange stench, like the rotting of animals or perhaps a pile of sour clothes. Garbage and animal droppings were everywhere, creating scenes of disorder wherever the eyes fell. Su Jinyu stiffened his face, closing the car window with an evident drop in mood. It reminded him of the hiding place where he took refuge during tough times in his previous life. It was much like this place. Gu Peilang noticed his emotional disturbance, his lips unconsciously tightening into a sharp arc. It was precisely the rush hour when the obviously expensive car stood out jarringly against the dirty chaotic surroundings. The residents on both sides peeked through their windows, pointing and gossiping about the car, their looks filled with both envy and jealousy. Following the navigation on his phone, after many twists and turns, the car finally stopped in front of a narrow alleyway no wider than 2 meters. It's here. He turned off the engine, checked the address again, and finally calmed down. The alley was entirely paved with flagstones, making it difficult for Gu Peilang, who sat in a wheelchair. Initially, Su Jinyu wanted the man to wait in the car, but the other insisted on coming along. The brief walk of a few dozen meters was challenging for both of them. At the end of the alley stood a tightly closed iron gate, weathered by time, with rust covering its surface. Ivy vines sprawled over the walls on either side, green moss crowding between cracks, exuding an overall chilling atmosphere. Pushing Gu Peilang to the gate, Su Jinyu lifted his hand and rattled the padlock of the iron gate. After waiting for some time, a young voice called out, "Who's there?" They exchanged a glance, hearing quick steps approaching. A 5 or 6-year-old child appeared before them, large watery eyes curiously studying the duo. "Who are you looking for?" Chapter 81, Healing Legs. Su Jinyu bent down slightly to meet the curious gaze of the small tiger-faced child. "Hello, we're looking for Dr. Zhang. Is he home?" Hearing the man's words, the child's gaze fell on the wheelchair-bound Gu Peilang next to him. Like a little adult, he arched a pair of eyebrows resembling Shinshin's and elongated his voice. "Oh, you're here to see my grandpa, aren't you?" There was no mention of an old man having a grandson in the information Lu Qi gave them, but Su Jinyu still nodded, yes. The child pushed open the iron gate for them to enter. The courtyard was barren, except for a well and a persimmon tree in the corner that had lost all its leaves. The whole place looked desolate and quiet. "Ah Bao, stop bringing strangers back." An elderly voice suddenly sounded from inside, loud and resounding, clearly laced with impatience and unrestrained anger, indicating the owner wasn't an easy person to get along with. Little Ah Bao shivered slightly, turned around and made a face at Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang, then scampered into the house. Gu Peilang and Su Jinyu stood in the courtyard, and soon saw the child cautiously leading out an old man. About 80 years old, with silvery white hair, sunken cheeks, and protruding cheekbones, his body seemed emaciated almost beyond recognition. Wrapped in a green army overcoat, his long slender frame resembled a winter bamboo branch coated in snow. Su Jinyu watched as the old man, supported by Ah Bao, slowly crossed the threshold and then accurately looked in their direction. Upon meeting those sightless, unfocused eyes, Su Jinyu's heart suddenly trembled. "Are you here to see a doctor?" the old man asked. Su Jinyu replied, "Yes, are you Dr. Zhang?" "You've come to the wrong place. There is no Dr. Zhang here, just an old blind man and a little child. Leave now and don't disturb our peace." The old man's words carried an unfriendly edge of sarcasm. Su Jinyu pressed his lips together and gently readjusted the scarf around Gu Peilang's neck before looking back up at him. "We haven't come to the wrong place. Your grandson said you could treat people," Su Jinyu stated calmly. A vein bulged on the old man's forehead, and he slapped the boy behind him on the head. "I told you to keep your mouth shut. Always trying to get me into trouble, aren't you?" His voice was filled with frustration. Ah Bao covered his head, too frightened to say a word. "Come in then." The old man turned and walked away, leaving them outside without another glance. Su Jinyu softly held Gu Peilang's hand. "Peilang." Ah Bao, seeing they hadn't moved, called out loudly, "Grandpa said to come in." Gu Peilang tilted his gaze downwards, clearing all emotions from his face, then gave a slight smile to the person next to him. "Let's go in." Inside the modest room, a stove fire was burning, and sulfur fumes drifted through the air, somewhat irritating. A small incandescent bulb hung low from the ceiling, casting dim yellow light onto peeling walls and worn furniture, everywhere suggesting poverty. The old man sat on a stool by the stove lighting a cigarette. The match lit with a bright snap, igniting the tobacco inside the long pipe. He brought it close to his mouth, taking a deep inhale, and exhaled slowly, sending faint puffs of smoke swirling in the air. "Bring him closer for me to examine." After having enough of his smoke, the old man shook off some ash and finally spoke. Su Jinyu wheeled Gu Peilang closer. Up close, under the light, the old man's eyes appeared even more devoid of focus. Instinctively, Su Jinyu waved his hand in front of the elder's face. The old man, palpating Gu Peilang's pulse without batting an eyelid, remarked coldly, "Don't bother. I'm blind. If you want me to diagnose you, stop doubting my abilities. Otherwise, leave." Startled, Su Jinyu quickly withdrew his hand as the old man let out a chilly snort. After a short while, the old man retracted his hand and began stroking the tuft of beard under his chin. His gaunt face exuded unexpected seriousness. "Dr. Zhang. There's no doctor here," the old man cut him off harshly. So Su Jinyu changed his tone. "Grandpa Zhang. The old man paused his stroking of his beard but remained silent. How long have your legs been lame? His question was blunt. Gu Peilang tightened his grip on the armrest. 5 years. No wonder. There's a crack in your femur and mild misalignment. The tendons in your legs are deteriorated, almost dead along with the muscles. You didn't get treated early, so now you regret it. Each statement made Su Jinyu's face pale further, while Ah Bao, sucking on a lollipop, curiously observed the scene. Is there still a cure? The old man rolled his eyes. If you doubt me, don't come to me. I'm sorry, Grandpa Zhang, You care about him a lot. Who is he to you? Su Jinyu knelt down in front of Gu Peilang, gripping his warm hand, looking at him with intense affection. He's my lover. The old man stiffened, his pipe clinking as it dropped onto the stove tray. 2 men. His words carried an ambiguous tone. Su Jinyu responded, is there a problem with that? The old man stayed quiet, seemingly lost in thought. An inexplicable tension settled over the room. After a long moment, he shakily put the pipe back into his mouth, though it had long since gone out. There's no way your legs can be restored to what they once were, but I can make you stand again. Do you wish to proceed, or not? He directed this question toward the man seated in the wheelchair. Gu Peilang's fingers on the armrests turned white with the pressure. In the deathly quiet room where even the sound of a pin dropping would be heard, his taut voice echoed in his ears. Yes. The breath Su Jinyu had been holding relaxed instantly. The old man's lips twitched slightly before he continued in a cold tone, let me make this clear up front, during the treatment, you must do everything I say. Those who don't obey don't deserve to be my patients. Gu Peilang agreed. When the two left, Gu Peilang's arms were full of Chinese herbal medicine prescribed by the old man, as well as a book on human acupuncture points. Ah Bao saw them off at the door and poked his watermelon head out at the alley entrance as they got into their car, the little braid at the back of his head swinging back and forth. Su Jinyu put all the herbs into the trunk, where he found a little yellow duck lying there, so he gave it to the child. Ah Bao obviously liked it very much, carefully holding the little duck while waving to bid them farewell. On the way back, Su Jinyu's smile never faded. Gu Peilang sat next to him and looked at him with a tilted head. Are you very happy? Su Jinyu nodded. Peilang, this is the happiest day of my life. Are you not happy? He glanced at the man beside him. Gu Peilang slightly lowered his eyes, his lips curling up with unprecedented cheerfulness as he said, happy. Chapter 82, Soaking Feet. Upon returning to the Gu residence, Mr. Zhang, the butler, was already waiting outside. He was startled when he saw Su Jinyu pulling out bundles of Chinese medicine from the trunk, thinking something might be wrong with their master's health. Gu Peilang had received a call on the road and entered the study as soon as he returned home. Su Jinyu carried the medicine and looked at the worried woman standing before him who wanted to say something but held her tongue. Too lazy to argue with her, he simply asked if she had a wooden basin for soaking feet. Mrs. Zhang was confused but still found an old wooden bucket covered in thick dust from the warehouse. Will this work? The woman carried the bucket to the man. Su Jinyu nodded, crouched down alone in the laundry room and scrubbed the bucket clean with a grunt, then boiled some hot water, and finally wobbled in carrying a full basin of water into their bedroom. All the herbs were poured into the water, and soon the room was filled with a spicy, bitter aroma, not exactly pleasant. Su Jinyu strictly followed the old man's instructions, keeping an eye on the time and flipping through the acupressure chart given by him. He meticulously identified every point, occasionally experimenting on his own legs. When the alarm clock rang, Su Jinyu snapped back to reality, quickly silencing the alarm and went to the study to look for Gu Peilang. As soon as Gu Peilang came out of the study, he smelled the pervasive medicinal scent in the corridor. His movements paused momentarily, and the next second, he saw Su Jinyu coming out of the bedroom. Upon seeing him, the latter approached with a smiling face. The herbs have been soaked. I was just about to find you. Gu Peilang remained expressionless as he let the other guide him forward. Seeing the steaming wooden bucket in the room, his body tensed slightly. The wheelchair suddenly became stuck, which made Su Jinyu somewhat puzzled. Peilang? Gu Peilang faced away from him, his voice showing no emotion. I can do it myself. Su Jinyu's smile froze, his lips trembling slightly. Mr. Zhang said. I can do it alone. Gu Peilang quietly cut him off. Su Jinyu stayed silent, trying to push the wheelchair into the room silently, but it wouldn't budge. Gu Peilang had locked the brakes. I want to help you. Su Jinyu began, his softened voice laced with pleading. Gu Peilang closed his eyes for a moment, and after a long while, his tightly strung body relaxed. He spoke, his voice full of weariness, it's ugly. He was afraid of frightening him. Su Jinyu felt a lump in his throat but still said, I know, you've said it before, muscle atrophy and degeneration, only a layer of nauseating skin remains, along with hideous scars. But, I'm not scared. They're part of your body. I don't even have time to love them, how could I ever be afraid? The man's body trembled imperceptibly, as if burned by his words. After a brief pause, he gave in once more, do what you will. Su Jinyu smiled through his red eyes, putting strength into his hands, and the resistance on the wheelchair disappeared. The herbal smell inside the room was stronger than that in the corridor. Su Jinyu pushed Gu Peilang to the bedside. The man was still in his work suit, not even having taken off his shoes. Su Jinyu tested the water temperature and then squatted in front of him. Gu Peilang's tense body met his gaze with expressionless eyes. Should I sit on the bed? The man's stiff voice suddenly broke the silence. Su Jinyu's eyes were warm as he looked at him with pure clarity. Yes. Gu Peilang shifted his body onto the bed, and Su Jinyu knelt down on one knee, lifting his hand to touch the spotless shoe. The man's hand resting on the bedsheet suddenly clenched tightly. Su Jinyu's eyes stung with tears, yet he only smiled tenderly as he said, I'm going to take off your shoes now. Gu Peilang's voice was hoarse. All right. The black leather shoe was removed, followed by the sock. The feet, unused to sunlight, were deathly pale without a trace of blood color, faint blue veins could be seen under the thin layer of skin. As the trouser leg was rolled up, Gu Peilang's legs, wasted from muscle atrophy, were slowly revealed to Su Jinyu. Gu Peilang closed his eyes, the taste of metallic bitterness spreading in his mouth. Su Jinyu's breath trembled along with his hands when he saw the scars stretching from the thigh to above the knee. Though the legs were beautifully shaped, they were barely thicker than his own arms. He bowed his head deeply, breathing heavily where Gu Peilang couldn't see him, and then opened his dry throat, struggling to say, I'm starting. Gu Peilang nodded, opening his eyes, his pitch-black irises reflecting the other man's silhouette. The pale legs were submerged into the dark brown hot water, Su Jinyu's head still lowered, his cuffs folded up past his forearms, as his long fingers poured water over the man's legs, searching for the pressure points and massaging them gently. This wasn't an easy task, the water in the bucket had been changed twice. Under the light, the man's black hair was damp with sweat that had seeped through, though he paid no attention, focusing entirely on his work. Gu Peilang looked at the trembling lashes of the man before him, momentarily losing himself in thought. A sudden warmth pressed against his forehead, Su Jinyu blinked and looked up. Gu Peilang leaned forward slightly, his gentle movement wiping away the sweat from Su Jinyu's forehead. It's almost done. Su Jinyu glanced sideways at the clock on the wall. There are 10 minutes left. Gu Peilang didn't reply, his obsidian-like eyes were calm like the sea under the moonlight. Su Jinyu gave him a soft smile and continued his work. Though there was no sensation at all, Gu Peilang felt as if he could sense the tender force behind each action. Both legs turned red from the prolonged exposure to hot water, until the alarm on the phone finally rang. Only then did Su Jinyu straighten up, sighing, and carefully drying the legs with a nearby towel. Grandpa Zhang said that we should soak for an hour every day. When you regain feeling, we can start acupuncture. Su Jinyu helped slip the slippers back on with delicate movements, smiling cheerfully with sparkling eyes. Gu Peilang remained silent but pulled him just as he was about to stand and carry the basin away. Su Jinyu lost his balance and stumbled into the man's embrace, filled with the scent of agarwood. It might take a long time. That's fine, Grandpa Zhang also said we shouldn't rush things. No matter how long it takes, I'll be with you. He wrapped his arms around the man's waist, leaning affectionately into his chest. I don't fully understand the acupressure points yet, but rest assured, I will learn well. Gu Peilang's Adam's apple moved as he lifted a hand to gently caress the top of the person in his arms. After they brushed their teeth and lay down in bed, Su Jinyu naturally curled into Gu Peilang's embrace, extending a hand to hook their ring fingers together, rubbing the pads of his fingers lightly over it. This was where their wedding rings had once been. Chapter 83, Lu Zhu and Mingming. His fingers were suddenly caught, accompanied by a low, pleasing voice, go to sleep. Su Jinyu nodded, quietly moving even closer to the man's embrace. Days passed one after another. Su Jinyu devoted his whole heart to Gu Peilang's legs, leaving no room for other concerns. Every day after Gu Peilang went to the company, Su Jinyu would drive to the elder's home to figure out the acupressure book. No matter how cold the elder was, Su Jinyu would always ask about the issues he encountered the previous day. Over time, the elder's attitude toward him gradually improved, sometimes even giving pointers while he memorized the acupressure points. Meanwhile, Shang Yi returned to Bi City shortly after Su Li's condition stabilized and brought a team to a city again. The Gu family and the Su family had completely severed ties. The Su family's cargo ship was seized, and although they were seething with anger, they could only slander the Gu family and its leader behind the scenes. Shang Yi listened to those obviously ridiculous statements during the journey, a carefree smirk curling on the corner of his lips. After arriving in a city, he went directly to Gu Peilang's company. The man showed no surprise at his arrival and simply handed over the latest development materials on the chip research. The study was nearing completion, all that remained was to test the stability before putting it into use. Shang Yi, after getting a hold of the data in his hand, left with a light step. It was Friday. Su Jinyu spent the afternoon as usual, following Grandpa Zhang around learning acupressure. As the man's quitting time approached, he finally packed up his notebook and prepared to leave. The elder sitting by the stove roasting potatoes heard the rustling of his movements and called out just as Su Jinyu was zipping up his bag. How's your man's legs recovering? Su Jinyu, still the same. Grandpa Zhang, that's normal, considering how many years he's been in that wheelchair. Su Jinyu tightened the strap of his backpack without a word. As if sensing what was on his mind, the elder expressionlessly tapped the stove, you're already losing patience after waiting this long. It's not that. Young man, don't fall into despair at the first sign of difficulty. The medicine you gave me, continue using it for soaking. Gradually increase each session by 15 minutes. Su Jinyu understood. Grandpa Zhang hummed an acknowledgement, and then Abayo, the little kid outside, came dashing in with a thump 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 to fetch the roasted potatoes from the stove. The old man shoved one into Su Jinyu's hand, its intense heat made him flinch momentarily. With the cold weather recently, some ingredients in the herbs are quite potent. Keep an eye on any reaction after he soaks. If there is one, call me immediately. Su Jinyu looked down at the blackened potato in his hand and nodded, okay. Alright, off you go. With those words, the elder resumed his usual demeanor of denying people he had welcomed earlier, shooing them away. The dirt-smeared little face of Abayo looked up at him. Brother, I'll see you out. Su Jinyu shouldered his bag, hearing this smiled and patted his head gently. As the two turned and walked out, the happy voice of the child faded with their steps. Inside the room, the elder sat silently beside the stove. In his hands was an only partially peeled potato, half his body hidden in the shadows, his frail back exuding a profound loneliness. That night while soaking his feet, Su Jinyu extended the time, changing the water in the bucket 3 times instead of 2. Gu Peilang sat on the bed, tilting his head slightly to watch the person in front of him. In black cotton pajamas, the man provided a stark contrast between the wooden bucket and his pale legs inside. Doubled over on the floor, Su Jinyu massaged every pressure point carefully, occasionally looking up to exchange a few words with Gu Peilang. They were trifles from daily life, but Su Jinyu loved talking about them. He enjoyed the way Gu Peilang listened attentively, the feeling of being completely focused on by those eyes. The weather grew colder day by day. On Saturday morning, Su Jinyu, waking up, pulled the curtain to check the window and, seeing the gloomy gray skies, immediately retreated back under the warm covers. Today was Saturday, Gu Peilang didn't have to go to work. Maybe because of the prolonged period of soaking these days, the man's sleep quality had noticeably improved compared to before, as well as his complexion. Su Jinyu cautiously lifted the quilt and slid into Gu Peilang's embrace. He planted a small kiss on those handsome lips while watching the sleeping face, closing his eyes contentedly afterward. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Peilang's lips curled up faintly in the corner he couldn't see. While the two lay embraced together in sweet slumber, on the other side, Fang Mingji stealthily peeked from the upstairs staircase at Mr. Lu Qi stiffly dressed in a suit in the living room, almost tearing up. Mrs. Sun placed a cup of hot tea on the table, her lined eyes gazing fondly at the man sitting there, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Mr. Lu, please wait a moment more, my young master will be up soon. Sitting upright, Mr. Lu Qi, with his straight posture, received Mrs. Sun's teacup and softly said thank you. Young, capable, mature, and most importantly, good to their young master. Mrs. Sun now subconsciously added a filter when viewing Lu Qi, thinking he perfectly matched their young master in every way, her maternal heart thoroughly pleased. Fang Mingji crouched sneakily near the staircase biting his fingers. He couldn't understand why, with only a few visits, his mother would favor this man so much. Old Master Fang came out of the study, surprised to see his young master wearing a bright yellow SpongeBob SquarePants pajama set lurking there secretly. Curious, he asked, young master, what are you doing here? Fang Mingji was startled and hastily turned back to make a gesture of silence, but it was already too late. The old man's voice was loud enough to draw the attention of the two people in the living room. Lu Qi looked up towards the second floor, and upon seeing the young man there, his teacup trembled slightly, and his heart quivered with admiration. The handsome-looking young man was dressed in a bright yellow pajama set, with his already dyed black hair sticking out like a spiky hedgehog, his head topped with antennae-like strands. A cartoon character on his belly was staring at him with round eyes, looking rather silly with its overly long front teeth which were extremely conspicuous. Lu Qi put down his teacup, stood up, adjusted his facial expression, and was about to raise his hand in greeting. Suddenly, the person on the stairs turned as if he'd seen a ghost and ran wildly back towards his own room. Lu Qi. Sun Ma. Uncle Fang. This child must be too shy, hee. Sun Ma recovered first, laughing as she smoothed things over. Lu Qi reflected on the times when the young man avoided him, pressed his lips together, and suppressed the bitterness in his mouth. Auntie, wait a moment. Let me go get him. Sun Ma said, turning around and preparing to ascend the stairs. Lu Qi stopped her, Auntie, there's no need. I just wanted to come see how he's been doing. Since I've already seen him, I'll leave now. Chapter 84, Amusement Park. Sun Ma's heart softened hearing this. She had met this man a month ago. He drove her young master home, left behind a pile of supplements, and then left. Not having seen Fang Mingji for several days, she felt incredibly heartbroken looking at his weary appearance during that period, so she changed tactics and kept cooking food for him. After a few days, she noticed her young master's low spirits. He locked himself in his room all day, refusing to see anyone, worse than the last time he was grinning while hugging his phone. Grandpa Fang contacted their parents abroad, but they claimed they were too busy to return. As the youth continued to grow weaker by the day, the elderly couple wondered if they should take him to the hospital, but they saw the man standing guard at the door. Sun Ma recognized him. She couldn't help approaching and speaking to him after seeing him a few times. Later, the elders learned that this handsome young man liked her young master. Living a good half-century, Sun Ma wasn't one to hold rigid beliefs. If someone truly cared for her young master, she didn't care whether they were male or female, she would welcome them equally. Without realizing, Lu Qi gained a god-tier assistant, and under Sun Ma's intentional or unintentional help, successfully stepped through the gates of the Fong household. The two elders did everything they could to create opportunities for the two, but to little effect. For some reason, every time their young master saw Mr. Lu, he acted like a mouse encountering a cat. Thinking of this, Sun Ma sighed involuntarily. Grandpa Fong descended from upstairs, looked at the young man in front of him, raised a hand to pat his shoulder, thought deeply for a while, then finally came out with, "My young master is quite shy." Lu Qi lowered his gaze and nodded, "I know." He knew everything. When he was discharged from the hospital, he forcibly added the young man's WeChat against his objections, sending messages every day. Behind the screen, the young man could communicate with him normally, but as soon as they met face to face, the latter acted like a frightened little puppy, retreating only to his cozy nest. Lu Qi was also powerless in such situations. Sun Ma and Grandpa Fong exchanged glances. "Isn't there a new amusement park opened recently? My young master talks about wanting to visit all the time, but my age and Uncle Fong's advanced years cannot handle the commotion. Perhaps, Mr. Lu could accompany him." Grandpa Fong followed suit nodding. Lu Qi hesitated somewhat, yet the two elders gave him no time for hesitation, pulling him straight upstairs and pushing him into Fong Mingji's bedroom. The youth was sitting cross-legged on the bed holding his phone with a troubled look. Upon raising his head and seeing him walk in, he froze completely. Behind them, Sun Ma and Grandpa Fong, snap, closed the door, and Fong Mingji shuddered, instinctively reaching for the blanket. "Min Min." The sorrowful sigh sounded softly from behind, and Fong Mingji instantly halted. The footsteps behind gradually approached, followed by a warm hand gently rubbing his head. "Do you hate seeing me this much?" Fong Mingji opened his mouth but produced no sound. Lu Qi watched his stiffened back shadow, his dark eyes filled with both helplessness and defeat. "Didn't we chat just fine on WeChat before?" Fong Mingji kept his head down and said nothing, his fingers unconsciously tapping the phone screen. On the screen, the chat window had the 3 words, "I'm sorry," edited but not yet sent, and in the top left corner was the label, "Teacher." "Do you hate me?" "No." Fong Mingji turned around with widened eyes, accidentally tapping send. Lu Qi's phone vibrated. "Ming, I'm sorry." These simple 3 words turned all of Lu Qi's helplessness, defeat, and bitterness into heartache. Hanging up the call, the man gently rubbed the young man's drooping dog ears, speaking softly, "Do you want to go to the amusement park?" The dog ears atop the youth's head quietly stood up. Half an hour later, Fong Mingji, wearing a thick fleece hoodie, was led out of the villa by Lu Qi. Around the youth's neck was the scarf Sun Ma had urged him to bring. Seated in the passenger seat, he hugged a cucumber-flavored potato chip bag prepared by Lu Qi and started biting his fingernails. "It's very cold outside." Lu Qi knew what he was thinking, "Don't worry, it's definitely open." With this reassurance, Fong Mingji finally looked satisfied and began tearing open the bag to eat. As a newly opened amusement park, Sanqing Amusement Park carved its place among many competitors thanks to its hot pre-launch publicity and consistent excellent reviews from visitors. Its various rides attracted many young couples and couples alike. Despite the cold weather, the amusement park was packed with tourists. From far away, Fong Mingji could already hear the deafening screams coming from within. Lu Qi found a parking spot, parked the car, and then led the person towards the entrance. The youth's hands were sticky with potato chip crumbs. Lu Qi took out a tissue and carefully wiped them off, after which he never let go again. Fong Mingji was led forward by the hand, surrounded by curious or admiring gazes directed at the couple. Occasionally, there were suppressed squeals from girls. "Ah, so cute. Gentle possessive alpha and adorable shy omega. Yes, please." Fong Mingji's face was so red it looked like it could drip blood. It was freezing, yet the hand being held by the man became clammy with sweat. Unable to resist, he moved slightly but was gripped even tighter by Lu Qi. After buying their tickets, they entered the amusement park. Scanning his surroundings, Lu Qi asked the youth beside him, "What do you want to play?" Fong Mingji's cheeks flushed red as his puppy-like eyes brightened upon hearing Lu Qi's question. He pointed at the nearby roller coaster that echoed with screams. "That one." Lu Qi. Poor Lu Qi, in order to make his adorable target happy, at nearly 30 years old, ended up riding the terrifying roller coaster he'd always avoided. The staff was checking the safety belts for the passengers. Lu Qi sat stiffly, his face expressionless, his body rigid like a stone. Next to him, Fong Mingji excitedly wriggled around, completely unaware of Lu Qi's discomfort. As the ride started, the youth's eyes shone brightly. So caught up in excitement, he didn't even feel Lu Qi gripping his hand tightly. The car slowly ascended, paused at a certain height, then rushed down sharply. Fong Mingji, heh. Lu Qi. At almost 30, it was the first time the man experienced the surreal sensation of his soul trailing behind while his body raced ahead. When he got off, he barely resisted collapsing to the ground. His handsome face was pale as death, his grip on the railing tight without moving. The youth was still full of zest, but Lu Qi couldn't understand how someone who usually seemed soft and timid like a rabbit would enjoy these extreme rides. Chapter 85, Slide Kiss. There were many things Lu Qi still didn't understand. For instance, why the youth, who cried endlessly on his chest claiming exhaustion last night, now had endless energy. Being dragged onto the pirate ship ride again left Lu Qi unable to maintain his mature and composed image. He ended up hugging a roadside trash can and puking until dizzy. Fang Mingji hurriedly bought a bottle of mineral water from a nearby shop and stood beside him, fidgety and at a loss like a child who had done something wrong. Though Lu Qi's stomach was already empty, it continued to spasm. Pale-faced, Lu Qi lifted his head. Those clear, somewhat sharp eyes were now filled with tears due to physical strain, resembling two obsidian stones in a crystal-clear pool. Fang Mingji twisted the bottle cap and passed the water over, his round dog-like eyes filled with guilt. "I'm sorry." He had been too caught up in his own happiness to notice how his actions were affecting the other person. Lu Qi looked at the ears drooping on his head and his heart melted completely. "It's not your fault, it's my issue." The man was always so gentle, as if he could never get angry with him. Feeling rather wretched, Fang Mingji sniffed a little. Lu Qi took the water from him and drank 2 gulps to settle the churning in his stomach. "Is there anything else you want to play?" Fang Mingji shook his head. Lu Qi glanced at the time on his wrist. "Then let's go eat first, alright? We can take a walk after dinner, I heard they have a fireworks show here tonight. Do you want to see it?" "Yes." Lu Qi smiled faintly, glancing at the map on his phone before holding the young man's hand and leading them through the crowd heading out. The two stayed in the amusement park until 9 o'clock in the evening. The fireworks started at 7, so after finishing their meal, the pair decided to stroll around for a while. As dusk descended, the streetlights in the amusement park lit up one by one. The colorful neon lights illuminated the night, creating a dreamy atmosphere like something out of a fairy tale. The tall and short figures overlapped diagonally together, hinting at an understated intimacy. Walking along an empty path, distant laughter drifted toward them softly on the night breeze, as if from another world entirely. Suddenly, the man walking ahead stopped. The youth following behind didn't notice and crashed right into him. His delicate nose stung instantly, and tears welled up in Fang Mingji's eyes immediately. He looked up to see the man turn and look down at him, those dark eyes brimming with tenderness. "Look." Lu Qi pointed toward something nearby. Fang Mingji followed his direction and saw, hidden behind lush greenery, surrounded by fairy lights, a slide. The rainbow-colored slide extended downward from the top of an elephant trunk high above, finally coming to rest safely on the dark green grass. On the day of his 5th birthday, Fang Mingji's parents, who had once again broken their promise to come home and celebrate with him, led to him angrily running away from home to a nearby park. In that park, there was also an elephant slide, though small, and unlike this one where the elephant's nose was painted in bright colors, it was white. It was one of the most popular slides among children. Every day, many kids would gather there, climbing to the top under their parents' watchful eyes and sliding down joyfully, never tiring of it. The small boy stood far off to the side watching enviously. He wished his parents could join him just like this, thinking how nice it would be if they could play together. "There used to be a slide like this one in the park near my house." Fang Mingji suddenly spoke, his clear voice scattering in the night breeze. Lu Qi gazed at him, prompting, and then. Fang Mingji lowered his lashes, "It got demolished. Many years ago already." The hand dangling at his side was suddenly grasped. The youth looked up instinctively and began to follow the man forward. Lu Qi guided him to the front of the slide, raising his hand to gently touch the center of his eyebrows, as if erasing all unpleasant memories. "Never mind, I'll give you a new one, okay?" Fang Mingji raised his head dumbfoundedly, catching sight of a miniature version of himself reflected in the man's eyes. The night wind suddenly stilled, fading away the cheerful sounds from afar. The youth blinked rapidly, hearing nothing but the thudding of his increasingly louder heartbeat. That gaze carried such overwhelming tenderness that Fang Mingji instinctively ducked his head, as if burned. "I've long grown up," he murmured softly, with a trace of choked-up emotion in his voice. Lu Qi reached up to affectionately ruffle his hair without responding. The young man hadn't realized how disheartened his expression was when he said those words. He disliked seeing that sadness. Trembling, Fang Mingji stood atop the elephant's head, the piercingly cold wind flapping his clothes wildly. He looked down, his short hair flying chaotically around his face. Below the elephant stood a man in a gray suit with a wool coat, looking up at him with a warm, encouraging smile on his handsome face. "Mingming, don't be afraid." Fang Mingji pressed his lips together tightly, his face appearing somewhat pale under the dim, flickering light. Childhood memories surged back up, the cruel laughter ringing in his ears. "This slide belongs to us, don't play with it. Everyone, push him down together. He's a thief, stealing our slide." The long-standing fear, after being fermented by time, had become even more intense. The young man's frail body shuddered in the wind. Lu Qi below noticed his discomfort. "Minmin. Let's not play anymore, alright? Come down first." The man's worried voice tore a crack in the prison of fear that had enveloped Fang Mingji, whose gaze fell on him, somewhat clearer now. "Teacher." Lu Qi's eyes widened as he saw the youth suddenly slide down, his heart leaping into his throat. Fang Mingji tightly closed his eyes, the roaring wind rushing past his ears. The original rapid speed gradually slowed down as he neared the ground, finally coming to a complete stop. After several seconds, the young man slowly opened his eyes and found himself still on the slide, a small distance from the ground remaining. Lu Qi's gaze had been constantly following him. As soon as his eyes opened, their gazes met in midair. One above, one below, all was silent around them, the air beginning to warm. The man slowly bent down, his hands propping on either side of the slide, trapping the person above between his embrace and the slide. That pair of pitch-black pupils steadfastly gazed at him, like a predator locking onto its prey. This was a highly oppressive posture, and Fang Mingji instinctively shrank his shoulders, a fleeting trace of panic flashing in his eyes. Lu Qi didn't miss the expression on his face. Min. The man looked at him, the Adam's apple beneath his tie slightly rolling for a moment, his voice carrying an unusual hoarseness. Fang Mingji instinctively responded, but his voice changed tone halfway through, transforming into a surprised shout. Only half of it came out because the other half had already been swallowed by the other party. Suddenly feeling his calf grabbed, his body uncontrollably began sliding down, and the young man's eyes slightly widened. His lips felt a cool, soft touch, while behind the man stretched a sky full of dazzling fireworks. Chapter 86, Mr. Lu. When the two exited the amusement park, Fang Mingji's face was red, his lips swollen, and he followed Lu Qi step by step like a bashful young bride. The young man was still draped in the man's coat, each breath bringing the pleasant scent of cedarwood from the man's body. Fang Mingji quietly his head, burying his nose in the overcoat. The two got into the car, and Lu Qi leaned over to fasten the seatbelt for the young man. Finally, his gaze landed on the young man's glossy eyes, lightly kissing him. Fang Mingji shyly lowered his head, unwilling to look at him, clutching the safety belt into a lump against his chest. Are we, officially together now? Fang Mingji lowered his head without speaking. From Lu Qi's angle, all he could see was a segment of the young man's slender, pale neck outside the collar of his clothes. Min. The man softly called out. Fang Mingji trembled, slowly lifting his head like a snail, taking a peek at him before swiftly retreating, his voice muffled, I don't know. For a moment, Lu Qi choked. The originally cozy atmosphere in the car disappeared, and Fang Mingji carefully lifted his head only to meet the hurt expression on the man's face. His heart jolted, and suddenly he felt some unease, like a child who had done something wrong. I'm sorry Lu Qi, seeing the almost tearful look on the young man's face, suppressed all the bitterness with a downward glance. There's no need to say sorry. The man lifted his hand and gently rubbed his head, softly consoling him. Teacher, are you angry? Just as Lu Qi was about to withdraw his hand, Fang Mingji suddenly grabbed it. In the dim light, the young man's clear black eyes were moist, his eyelashes trembling anxiously, and they stared unblinkingly at him. The two silently stared at each other, surrounded by total silence. The man's silence seemed to confirm his emotions, making Fang Mingji increasingly uneasy and sorrowful. Born into a wealthy family, he had never experienced the joy of parental companionship. Experiences during his teenage years had made his heart sensitive and fragile. He yearned for warmth and cherished every kind person around him, previously Grandma's son and Uncle Fang, then Su Jinyu, and later. I'm sorry. Fang Mingji hung his head, his shoulders drooping like a wet puppy. It's already been said, there's no need for, I'm sorry. After a long silence, Lu Qi sighed and pulled him into his arms. The young man's body stiffened for a moment before relaxing again. I'm not angry with you, Lu Qi, feeling the weak breath on his neck, spoke with a soothing voice, I'm just a little sad because my Mingming hasn't fallen in love with me yet, which makes me feel somewhat defeated. Fang Mingji shook his head violently as Lu Qi gently patted his head like consoling a child. I know you're still scared, but I'll always be by your side until you fully get over it. Touched, Fang Mingji sniffed, while Lu Qi gazed into the distant light beam, his eyes profound. It's agreed that I'm the teacher, and a teacher must teach students something. Sensing his clothing being lightly pulled, Lu Qi slightly raised his lips, but, Mingming, teachers do collect tuition fees for their lessons. Fang Mingji replied, I can pay, any amount. The man shook his head, his voice still gentle, yet laced with a danger Fang hadn't noticed. I don't want money. Fang Mingji looked up, his round eyes puzzled at him. Lu Qi's thumb lightly caressed those swollen lips, spreading a tingling sensation all the way to the heart via nerve endings. The young man trembled faintly, a strange emotion stirring within. As I sacrifice my rest time to be Mingming's teacher, in exchange, Mingming needs to fall in love with me sooner, alright? At this moment, the man resembled a shrewd businessman maximizing his gains, unwilling to lose even an inch. Fang Mingji blushed red, unable to meet the gaze almost drowning him. I don't just want lack of dislike, I want complete love. I know it might be difficult for you, I'll wait, but Mingming, don't make me wait too long, okay? With trembling voice filled with unknowing affection, the young man said, alright. The bright white light tore through the dark curtain and then stably parked outside the villa. Lu Qi got out of the car, watching the youth enter the house as the light from his room turned on, before he got back in the car and left. On the other side, Su Jinyu was regularly soaking and massaging Gu Peilang's feet. In the corner of the bedroom stood a rubber dummy, its naked body densely marked with acupuncture points, from the crown of the head down to the soles of the feet, each labeled in tiny ant-like font detailing their names. Su Jinyu had taken this dummy from Grandpa Zhang's house today, along with a thick acupuncture textbook and a set of silver needles. Clad in a silver sleepwear, the man sat on the bed, while Su Jinyu perched on a small stool, sleeves of his white shirt rolled up, looking down to massage. Any feelings? Su Jinyu looked up to ask. Gu Peilang gave a slight shake of his head. Su didn't say anything, focusing harder on the massage. During a pause, the man rose to change the hot water. The phone beside him suddenly rang. Glancing sideways, the name, Su Jianghai, bounced on the screen. His lips tightened faintly as the call automatically hung up when unanswered. Su Jinyu returned with the freshened hot water and without hesitation, ended the ringing call. Upon seeing there was already one missed call, Su subconsciously glanced at the man lying on the bed. The other was stoically looking at stock market trends on his tablet, lifting his head to meet Su's gaze upon noticing it. Aren't you going to answer it? Su Jinyu smiled, tossing the phone aside carelessly. It's definitely nothing good. It'd waste my time. He continued the massage, Gu Peilang lowering his gaze to watch the serious movements of the other. After the massage, Su Jinyu carefully wiped the droplets off the man's legs bit by bit, then gently helped tuck him into bed. Over time, he had grown very skilled at these actions. Lying in bed, Gu Peilang watched the person who, having finished everything and should have turned off the lights and gone to bed, picked up the dummy from the corner and moved it next to the sofa, pulling out the silver needles from a cloth bag under the lamplight. Following the book's instructions, he meticulously examined its contents and punctured the needles according to guidance. Under the soft light, half of the man's finely chiseled face hid in shadow, leaving only the remaining half visible, exuding concentration and dedication, like anyone or anything couldn't disturb him. Chapter 87, Mr. Su. Looking at the figure under the lamp, Gu Peilang was momentarily lost in thought, the heart in his chest wrapped as if in a warm spring, incredibly warm and cozy. The hour hand on the wall gradually pointed to 12. Watching the man by the window still showing no signs of going to sleep, Gu Peilang lightly coughed. Su Jinyu suddenly looked up upon hearing the cough, only now realizing how late it was and that the man hadn't slept yet. What's wrong? Is your leg uncomfortable or do you have a cold? He stood up and approached the bed with concern in his eyebrows. Gu Peilang looked at him, reached out to grasp the hand resting on his forehead. His voice in the night was low, deep, and gentle. I'm fine, it's not early anymore, rest first, we'll deal with it tomorrow. Su Jinyu gazed into his pitch-black eyes, pursed his lips gently, and smiled tenderly, all right. They spent a warm, relaxing weekend at home. On Monday, Gu Peilang went to the company while Su Jinyu, besides cooking soup for others, spent more time visiting Grandpa Zhang. He knew that as a novice, learning traditional Chinese medicine well was a hard task, but he didn't need to understand everything. It was enough to figure out the acupoints and acupuncture. Su Jinyu hoped that once Gu Peilang's legs recovered sensation, he could personally give acupuncture treatments. With this idea in mind, the man studied hard every day. Even Grandpa Zhang couldn't help but marvel at his spirit. The dummy at home was already filled with countless needle marks, the book pages were flipped until rolled up. Su Jinyu was thoroughly familiar with all human acupoints, even memorizing the reactions when inserting needles, down to their duration. After the assessment, even Grandpa Zhang had to praise him as a promising seedling for studying traditional Chinese medicine. The weather got colder, and the weather forecast announced that a city might soon experience its first snowfall of the year. Su Jinyu paid no attention to the weather. After listening to Grandpa Zhang saying that those with leg problems may feel discomfort when the weather turns cold, he started worrying about Gu Peilang's health. On that particularly gloomy day, gray clouds hung heavily over the city like broken rags from a chimney, oppressing people's hearts without reason. Lu Qi walked into the office with documents, noticing the man's slightly pale complexion and the slight frown on his face. As he turned to leave, he couldn't help but say a word. Boss, are you not feeling well? Gu Peilang raised his head to look at him. The black eyes carried a hint of irritation, stemming perhaps from work or something else. Discussion of any non-work-related matters is prohibited during working hours. Lu Qi. As the office door opened and closed, Gu Peilang put down his pen and rested his hands on his knees. There, an ache dense and numb spread, as if every nerve had been frozen in a cold storage room for several months and then suddenly placed under the sun to be baked. The outer layer of ice melted, leaving behind an itching, tingly numbness spreading like worms clinging to the bones. Though not particularly unbearable, it was impossible to ignore, merely disturbing and unsettling the heart. The chip they had been developing was completed, there were no issues with the later stage tests. The Shang family sent someone immediately upon hearing the news to take away the chip, along with the doctoral candidates involved in the research. Before leaving, they increased funding again. Gu Peilang had no objection whatsoever. He was a businessman, profit was all that mattered. When Su Jinyu stepped out of the Gu residence carrying a lunchbox, the sky finally began sprinkling delicate snowflakes after being gloomy all morning. The small snowflakes spun and danced, landing softly on people's heads and shoulders, melting just in time before being blown far away. Su Jinyu narrowed his eyes, watching a snowflake fall onto his sleeve. Without hesitation, he turned around and went back inside. When he emerged again, a pure black scarf was added to his hands. The car slowly moved across the road as Soo Jin-yu kept his focus on the traffic ahead. The phone on the passenger seat rang repeatedly, all calls coming from the same name. In the final instance, Soo Jin-yu picked up the call just before it automatically disconnected. An angry roar came from the other end. Soo Jin-yu, have you developed some skills? How dare you hang up on my call? Do you still respect me as your grandfather? Even without seeing, Soo Jin-yu could imagine the kind of expression the old man on the other side must have worn. With a neutral expression, he held the phone slightly further away and drove into the garage using one hand. My skills have been growing all along, and I've hung up on you more than once or twice. As for whether I respect you as my grandfather, you need to first ask yourself whether you respect me as your grandson. In the study of the Soo family estate, the patriarch collapsed backward in frustration. Soo Jong-hai quickly stepped forward to support him. Is this how you speak to your elder? The old man gripped the phone tightly, his veins prominently throbbing. Without a father or mother, how else does grandfather expect me to talk? The man's voice carried through the receiver at a moderate volume, heard clearly by Soo Jong-hai in the study. He took the phone from Soo Laotianchi's hand, his tone carrying the reproach of an elder. Jin-yu, your grandfather is old and cannot bear sharp words. Must you anger him? Soo Jin-yu listened without missing a word, laughing with no trace of courtesy as he headed toward the elevator. Then what can I do when my grandfather goes out of his way to provoke himself? Soo Jong-hai. Jin-yu, you've changed. You weren't like this before. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a deep disappointment. The elevator descended slowly. If it weren't for uncovering the truth about this family, Soo Jin-yu might have truly believed that they were heartbroken over his so-called fall from grace. What was I like before? To be ordered around and used as a pawn in arranged marriages, then discarded when useless, crowned with unfounded accusations and locked away in jail, isn't that how it went? He spoke of things that had happened in another life, leaving Soo Jong-hai utterly confused but deeply startled. Indeed, he had thought along those lines in the past. You. What nonsense are you talking about? Soo Jin-yu, hearing the man's unease on the other side, scoffed coldly. Whether it's nonsense or not, Uncle Tu should know best. I'm someone who never forgets an offense. Before, because of my ignorance, I was deceived by all of you for so long. Now, everything the Soo family owes me will be reclaimed one by one personally. Uncle Tu can pass this message on to grandfather. Let him prepare whatever is necessary to avoid causing trouble later. Reprobate. How dare you threaten me? Grandfather roared furiously over the phone while Soo Jong-hai's tone also turned ominous, carrying an underlying threat. Jin-yu, your uncle knows you're upset, but the Soo family remains your home. Gu Peilang can't protect you forever. Don't you think about yourself sometimes? We do this all for your good. Only family would uncomplainingly embrace you. Next week is your father's Memorial Day. Come back so we can visit him as a family. Before the man could finish, Soo Jin-yu had already hung up. Ha! Lies, these aren't relatives worth respecting. Chapter 88, will you continue being by my side like this? Gu Peilang heard the sound of the door opening and immediately looked up. The man outside walked in with a food box in hand, a scarf draped over his arm, flashing a smile upon seeing him. Sorry, I'm late. Did you wait long? After closing the door, Soo Jin-yu walked to the man and placed down the items, his tone apologetic. No, I just finished myself. Concern filled Soo Jin-yu's brows. Grandpa Zhang said that during this period, you need to take good care to rest, you shouldn't tire yourself too much. Gu Peilang gave a slight smirk, looking at the dark circles under the other man's eyes. Relax, this workload won't wear me down. But you, have you been secretly staying up again? Caught red-handed, Soo Jin-yu laughed nervously. Ah. Not for too long. When you slept, I did too. Gu Peilang naturally didn't believe him. Every night, the light burned until 1 or 2 in the morning, and the man even moved the dummy to the next room so as not to disturb his sleep. Soo Jin-yu quickly shifted the topic. It snowed. The man tilted his head towards the window where big flakes floated down, covering many roofs with white. The first snowfall of the year. Soo Jin-yu nodded, glancing at the slightly pale face beside him. Let's eat first. Rest after eating. All right. The heater in the resting room was fully powered. Soo Jin-yu flipped onto the bed and stared at the man sleeping, his fingers drawing through the air following the man's features, finally landing gently on his reddish lips. A contented smile graced his lips. The phone nearby started ringing tirelessly once more. The joy on Soo Jin-yu's face gradually faded. Cool eyes fell onto the glowing screen, revealing a chilling darkness. The soft sound of the door closing echoed, not disturbing the sleeping person on the bed. When Gu Peilang woke up, Soo Jin-yu was nowhere to be found in the resting room. At this moment, the pain in his legs, previously void of any feeling, became markedly stronger. Clenching his teeth, the man pushed himself up from the bed. The soft blanket was pushed aside, revealing legs beneath the suit trousers still skeletal, but unlike before, they now felt something instead of complete numbness. Where his fingers touched, there was a dull sensation, as if touching rubber through some gelatinous material. The feeling was faint but undeniably real. An audacious guess rose in Gu Peilang's mind, causing his heart to start racing unconsciously. A sudden loud crash came from outside the door, like something being smashed onto the ground with great force. Gu Peilang opened the door of the resting room and stepped out, only to see Su Jinyu sitting on the sofa looking bewildered. On the floor lay the remains of a shattered mobile phone, its pitch-black screen covered with web-like cracks. Upon hearing the door open, Su Jinyu looked over, his eyes still full of malevolence and anger that hadn't had time to subside, allowing the other man to catch it outright. Peilang. A flicker of panic crossed Su Jinyu's eyes. He instinctively stood up from the couch, calling out uneasily. Gu Peilang's gaze swept across the floor, making Su Jinyu stiffen slightly without notice. I'm sorry for making your office dirty. I'll clean it up right away. Gu Peilang maneuvered his wheelchair closer to the man, then tilted his head upward slightly to look at him. It's fine, we can leave it to Lu Qi to deal with. Su Jinyu listened to his words, barely managing to tug at the corners of his mouth, and his voice softened, all right. Gu Peilang observed his facial expressions without asking what had happened, merely calling someone to come in and clean up before heading off work with him. In the garage, Su Jinyu sat hunched over in the driver's seat, enveloped in an unmistakable gloominess. Gu Peilang turned his head from the passenger seat to look at him silently for a moment before lightly pulling his hand and placing it on his leg. Su Jinyu blinked and looked up at him. There was no expression on the handsome face, nor any fluctuation in tone, as if he were simply recounting what he ate today. I think my legs are starting to feel something, he said. Su Jinyu. Noticing the lack of reaction, Gu Peilang's finely shaped eyebrows knitted together slightly, and just as he opened his mouth to say something, Su Jinyu's hand suddenly tightened. Gu Peilang. Su Jinyu, does it hurt? Not really, it's just a bit tingling. Listening to the response, Su Jinyu seemed to wake up suddenly, casting his gaze down to the other person's legs. His lips gradually curved upward, and then abruptly his eyes reddened. He couldn't describe the emotions welling within at this moment, like a lost traveler enduring a long winter, finally welcoming spring. Really, has sensation returned? Gu Peilang gazed into his red-rimmed eyes, raising his hand to draw the man into an embrace. His voice was deep and tender, really. Burrowing his head into the man's chest, he wrinkled the white shirt. Ayu, thank you. This word of thanks carried countless things Gu Peilang wanted to express sincerely. Su Jinyu shook his head inside his embrace, muffled, don't mention it. Gu Peilang smiled faintly, not speaking, his warm hands gently caressing his head from time to time. After a long while, Su Jinyu raised his head from his embrace. The beautiful eyes shimmered even clearer and more transparent after the moisture, reflecting a miniature version of himself. We're going home now. Grandpa Zhang had said, if the legs regained sensation, they could proceed to the next step. He was already eagerly looking forward to seeing the man stand. Back at the Gu residence, Su Jinyu was about to call Grandpa Zhang immediately to share the news but realized his phone had already been smashed. Let's use mine. Gu Peilang noticed the vexed expression on his face and handed over his own phone. The call connected quickly, and inside echoed the sonorous voice of the elder. Upon hearing Su Jinyu explain that Gu Peilang's legs were now responsive, Grandpa Zhang also sounded visibly excited, reminding Su Jinyu not to interrupt the foot-soaking process, and suggested bringing him over tomorrow. No matter what the elder said, Su Jinyu nodded enthusiastically, all the unpleasantness inflicted by the Su family far gone. After hanging up, he hurried off to prepare the hot water. That night, lying in bed in Gu Peilang's arms, Su Jinyu couldn't sleep for a long time. Gu Peilang gently stroked his face, still not sleepy. Su Jinyu clutched his hand, his eyes glowing brightly even in the darkness. Peilang, I am so happy. Aha. Tomorrow we'll go find Grandpa Zhang for acupuncture, and soon you'll be able to stand up. Gu Peilang, I know. Su Jinyu's lips curled up, already fantasizing about the man's life after his recovery in his mind. The more he thought, the happier and more excited he became, tossing and turning until the dead of night when he finally began to feel sleepy. Gu Peilang just kept accompanying him like this, until he noticed the breathing of the person in his arms gradually becoming prolonged. Only then did he slowly tighten his embrace. Will you always be by my side like this? A faint sigh echoed in the darkness before silence returned once more. From start to finish, the man never received a single response. Chapter 89, Heartache. How does it feel? Any sensations? In the dimly lit room, an elderly man wearing a military green cotton jacket sat on a small stool, his hand, like withered branches, slowly pressing the acupoints on the man's legs. Gu Peilang was seated in his wheelchair, his hands gripping the armrests tightly as he maintained an emotionless face. There's some numbness. Standing beside him, Su Jinyu's gaze had been fixed on the man all along, hiding no trace of worry. Little Bao Bao sucked on the lollipop Su Jinyu had given him, curiously watching them from the side of the stove. With his eyes closed, Grandpa Zhang slightly furrowed his brows. Is there any other sensation besides the numbness? Gu Peilang shook his head. None. The elder withdrew his hand, somewhat angrily stating, if you don't tell the truth, I can't treat your illness. Hearing this, Su Jinyu's heart gave a sudden jolt and instinctively looked towards Gu Peilang. Under the dim light, the man's facial features appeared strikingly handsome yet somewhat stern, with a taut jawline. Peilang. Sweat formed in a thin layer in Su Jinyu's palms as he softly called out the man's name. Gu Peilang remained silent for a moment, further intensifying the oppressive atmosphere in the room. There's occasionally some stabbing pain, but it's not intense. The man's deep, cold voice resounded in the quiet room, causing Su Jinyu's heart to clench tightly. When did it start? A week ago. The man's voice held no fluctuation, as if discussing something trivial. A week ago. He hadn't noticed anything at all. This is quite normal. The nerves in your legs have almost completely died, and restoring them all won't be easy. The elder raised his hand to stroke his chin's goatee and continued speaking, admiration evident in his tone. Ordinary people would have been in unbearable pain long ago. You're really holding out well, acting like nothing happened. Gu Peilang hung his head and said nothing. Grandpa Zhang, is there any way to relieve the pain? The elder opened his eyes, his sightless gaze directly fixing on him. His answer was concise and straightforward, no, and the pain will only worsen in the future until the day he can walk again. Neat nails dug into his palm. Grandpa Zhang took a sip from the warm bitter tea next to him. After allowing Su Jinyu time to process his words, he slowly resumed, I asked you both to come this time to check his leg's condition. Though the time for recovering sensation has been slower than expected, it's better than I initially anticipated. I'll prescribe a few more doses of medicine. After returning home, use a casserole to boil a dose daily. Half of it should be consumed internally, and the other half used to soak his feet. Come back here after a week. As Su Jinyu carried the medication and left the elder's residence, Bao Bao was still the one to see them off. Standing at the alley entrance, the child watched the car disappear, then happily bounced back inside. Inside, Grandpa Zhang was organizing the box in the corner. Inside it were piles of paper money and incense candles, along with a bottle whose age was indiscernible. It was carefully wrapped in a layer of white flannel and placed separately in the box's compartment. The excessively thin elder's face bore no expression, but his unfocused eyes carried a hint of sorrow. Bao Bao stepped quietly and obediently came forward, assisting the elder in tidying up. Grandpa Zhang patted his head, gently sighing, go back inside and gather your things. We'll go see him together. Bao Bao, all right. On the way back to the Gu residence, the small car cabin was filled with silence. The man sat in the passenger seat, his legs covered with a thick blanket, his eyes closed, his complexion pale under the glow of the snow outside the window. A slight frown adorned his brow. While keeping an eye on the road ahead, Su Jinyu turned around every now and then to look at him. This time the medicine wasn't placed in the trunk, the strong scent of Chinese herbal medicine slowly rose from the back seat, then spread throughout the entire car. The car came to a screeching halt by the side of the road. Gu Peilang opened his eyes, only to be lost in a sea of worry-filled eyes. Does it hurt? Su Jinyu asked him. Gu Peilang, it doesn't. Su Jinyu frowned and stayed silent. After a moment of silence, Gu Peilang sighed first, as if making a slight compromise, there's a bit, but not as exaggerated as Grandpa Zhang said. Really? The man in the driver's seat looked at him, his face filled with heartache, you should have told me earlier. Gu Peilang slightly turned his body, raising his hand to smooth out the furrow between his brows, speaking in a deep tone, I just didn't want you to worry. Su Jinyu grabbed his hand and placed it on his cheek, that's exactly why I worry more. I'm sorry, the man admitted the mistake readily. I'm not blaming you, I just. Su Jinyu frowned, pausing for a moment before continuing, you must never do that again. Gu Peilang, watching his frowning expression, curled his lips slightly, revealing a hint of indulgence in his smile, I understand. It won't happen again. Upon returning home, they happened to meet Lu Qi who came to deliver some documents. Su Jinyu sent Mr. Zhang to the supermarket to check if there was a specialized pot for decocting medicine available, while he himself carried bags of herbs into the kitchen, placing them neatly. Since knowing that their master's legs could be treated, Mr. Zhang worked with great enthusiasm and showed more respect towards Su Jinyu than before. When Su Jinyu came out from the kitchen, he saw Gu Peilang talking with Lu Qi in the living room. Gu Peilang was listening to Lu Qi's report about the financial situation of the month. Upon seeing Su Jinyu upon lifting his head, he waved at him. Su Jinyu lifted the corner of his mouth, taking a step forward. Gu Peilang handed over the bag on his legs to him. The man was a little puzzled when he took it and opened it, only to find out that it was a newly launched mobile phone. A SIM card had already been thoughtfully inserted, and when Su Jinyu pressed the power button, ding-dong sounds of message alerts started coming through, all from one person. He put the phone away expressionlessly and sat down on the sofa next to Gu Peilang. Lu Qi soon left, and Su Jinyu saw him off. When he returned, Gu Peilang was waiting for him in the living room. Sitting in his wheelchair, Gu Peilang was looking down, seemingly lost in thought. The sound of the door closing made him look up towards the person at the entrance. Come over. Su Jinyu stepped forward and shook his head when Gu Peilang pulled his hand to make him sit on his lap, then kneeled down in front of him just like countless times before. Peilang, what's wrong? Su Jinyu looked up, those beautiful eyes gazing tenderly at the man in front of him. Did you like the phone I gave you? Chapter 90, Cherishing Wife Gu. At the very moment these words were spoken, Gu Peilang saw Su Jinyu's long eyelashes tremble. I liked it, he held the man's hand lightly responding. If you like it, that's good, Gu Peilang nodded emotionlessly. I've already had Lu Qi free up my time next Monday, then I'll accompany you back then. Su Jinyu's body quivered slightly for a moment, then he raised his eyes to look at him, surprise gleaming in them. Gu Peilang reached up to caress his eye corners. Sorry, I wasn't trying to snoop through your phone. It was just that when Lu Qi delivered the phone, a text message from Su Jianghai came in. He lowered his head and saw it, then immediately shut the phone down. Su Jinyu bowed his head, and after a long time, gently shook it. It's not your fault. Gu Peilang lowered his gaze and watched the obedient swirl of hair on top of his head, fingers of the hand being held subtly moving. Was it this matter that caused you trouble yesterday? Recalling the scene in the office where he had been caught by the man, Su Jinyu felt somewhat uneasy. I originally intended to handle it myself. Gu Peilang furrowed his brows, his voice slightly deeper. You said you wouldn't hide anything from me anymore. Su Jinyu. Sorry, I just didn't want you to worry. As these words left his lips, Su Jinyu inexplicably found a certain resemblance, as though he'd just heard them not long ago. Raising his head, the man's ink-black eyes silently stared at him. I was wrong. Suddenly Su Jinyu smiled, the originally heavy mood suddenly loosening. He grasped the man's hand and rubbed it against his cheek slightly, carrying a hint of coquetry and solicitation. I promise it will never happen again. Gu Peilang just looked at him without saying a word. After a long while, he bent down and lightly kissed the smooth forehead. No matter what happens, I am still with you. Su Jinyu's voice was slightly hoarse. When I was 12, Su Jianghai found me. He said I was the eldest grandson of the Su family, and wanted to take me back. Su Jinyu sat cross-legged on the carpet, leaning by Gu Peilang's legs as he recalled the past. By that time, his grandparents were already old. The heavy farm work and endless worries had ruined their bodies early. When Su Jianghai came to Hehua village, Su Jinyu was helping his grandmother take care of his sick grandfather in bed. The elderly man, not yet 70, was so hunched that he looked like a twisted tree root lying on the hard bed, groaning constantly from the pain. Grandma was boiling medicine in the small and dilapidated kitchen, while Su Jinyu, wearing an old undershirt, squatted next to her adding firewood. It was at this moment that Su Jianghai arrived uninvited. This was the first time Su Jinyu met the man who was supposedly his second uncle. On a hot summer day, the man wore a perfectly tailored suit, all the buttons fastened meticulously, as if he couldn't feel the heat. The man tied a black tie and his white shirt gleamed dazzlingly in the sunlight. Su Jianghai stood in the courtyard, his towering figure exerting an oppressive presence, with his assistant faithfully holding an umbrella behind him. When Su Jinyu heard the noise outside the door and came out, he saw a crowd gathered in front of his house. These people pointed at his home, filled with curiosity in their eyes. In the yard, Su Jianghai looked around at the low, shabby house before him, expressionless. Only the smile lurking in his eyes revealed more disdain and distaste. Who are you? Su Jinyu stood at the door, his overly large eyes staring straight at him. Hearing this, Su Jianghai turned and immediately recognized the boy in front of him as the offspring of his womanizing older brother. Upon thinking about this, a false and formulaic smile appeared on the man's face. You're Chen Xiaohua, right? I'm your second uncle, and I've come to take you home. After living 12 years of impoverished life in Hehua village, Su Jinyu then learned that he actually had a wealthy grandfather and second uncle. Su Jianghai explained his intentions to his maternal grandparents and expressed his wish for the child to return to his ancestral home. Although his tone and attitude were polite, they carried a strong undertone of non-negotiability. Su Jianghai stayed in the low, simple bungalow for less than half an hour and then left. Before leaving, he looked down at Su Jinyu, who only reached his waist, and acted like a good uncle. You should get prepared tonight. If there is anything you want to bring, pack it up. Even if you don't, the Su family has everything. Your second uncle will come to pick you up tomorrow. After finishing his words, he and his assistant left. From beginning to end, they never once asked for the thoughts of the teenager standing in front of them, whether he even wanted to go with them. After Su Jinyu returned inside, his aged grandmother wept silently in the room. When she saw him come back, she didn't say anything but turned around and went into the kitchen. The next day, before dawn broke, Su Jinyu boarded the car returning to the Su residence. Sitting in this type of car for the first time, Su Jinyu clung tightly to the door handle and vomited violently. Beside him, Su Jianghai's face was so unpleasant that it looked ready to drip water, but he still handed over a tissue. Su Jianghai told me that they would find a doctor to treat my grandfather and also someone to take good care of them, which was why I went back with them. Leaning on Gu Peilang's legs, Su Jinyu calmly recounted the events of the past. Gu Peilang blinked, listening silently as he continued speaking. After returning to the Su family, he quickly changed his name. From Chen Xiaohua, the wild child of Hehua village, he became Su Jinyu, the heir of the Su family in City A. As for what happened later, you don't need me to tell you either. My grandfather passed away the year after I returned to the Su family, and then my grandmother followed not long after. Su Jinyu paused here. He thought of the two kind and gentle elders in his memories. When he spoke again, his voice had become choked with emotion. Back then, because I made a mistake and upset grandfather, I was put under house arrest and didn't even see their last faces. Gu Peilang raised his hand and gently patted his back. The post-mortem affairs of my grandparents were handled by them. Su Jianghai is using their ashes to threaten me, demanding that I return to the Su family next Monday. Su Jinyu clenched his teeth, and his voice laced with anger escaped through gritted teeth. As Gu Peilang listened to the man's story, a trace of shadow flickered across the depths of his eyes. He patted the back of the person beside him in comfort, his voice low and cold. "Don't worry, I will help you." Su Jinyu nodded, then shook his head. "I know what they are planning. I don't want you to get involved because of me." "You, trust me," the man interrupted gently, lifting a hand to pinch his chin and forcing him to look at him. "The Su family? I haven't even put them in my eyes." Though Su Jinyu still harbored some concerns, Gu Peilang had already made up his mind. So when the agreed-upon day arrived, Su Jianghai outside the door was stunned when he saw the two people getting out of the car. Chapter 91, Good younger brother, you're rubbing against my feet. The spacious and bright living room was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Su old master, along with his son Su Jianghai, sat on the sofa. Opposite them were Gu Peilang sitting emotionlessly on a wheelchair, and Su Jinyu by his side, separated by a marble coffee table, making their sides distinctly clear. After the servants served tea, they lowered their heads and quietly turned away without making any sound. Su Jinyu picked up the bilyukan tea steaming hot from the table, blew it lightly, and handed it over to the man next to him. "The most precious tea that grandfather treasures so much that he doesn't even drink it himself. Why don't you try?" Gu Peilang glanced at his gesture of showing off, took it and sipped gently. "Su Jinyu, how is it?" Gu Peilang, "Not bad." Su Jinyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone carried a bit of joy. "If you like it, we can take some back when we leave." Gu Peilang nodded and drank another sip. On the opposite side, Su Jinyu watched the two talking as if no one else existed, almost unable to keep his smile intact, nearly tearing the seat cushion apart. With an iron-gray face, Su old master thought that before his very eyes, someone was already eyeing his things. The piercing gaze falling on him seemed wanting to pierce him into holes, but Su Jinyu looked back innocently and frankly, smiling without harm. "Grandfather, being the head of the Su family, surely you wouldn't be stingy about such a little amount of tea, would you?" Gu Peilang raised his eyes, devoid of any emotions, glancing casually. Clamping down on the annoyance in his heart, Su old master grudgingly forced out a benevolent smile. "Of course not. It's just some tea. If Peilang likes it, you can take all of it." Su Jinyu's eyes curved like a crescent moon. "Thank you, Grandpa." The old man, seeing his radiant smile, felt like vomiting blood. Su Jianghai sat by Su old master, saying nothing, but his heavy gaze often landed on the two opposite them, his eyes full of murky darkness. After a while, the steward stepped forward, saying dinner was ready, so everyone moved to the dining hall. During this sumptuous dinner, probably only Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang truly ate their fill. Su old master, sitting in the main seat, hastily swallowed 2 mouthfuls and then put down his chopsticks. Nearby, Su Jinyu was busy peeling shrimp for Gu Peilang. "Peilang, give this a try. The Su family may not have many good things, but Auntie's cooking is quite decent. I loved her dishes in the past." Feeling 3 pairs of eyes landing on them, Gu Peilang remained expressionless, nodding and picking up the chopsticks to grab the shrimp meat from the bowl and putting it into his mouth. "Not bad. If you like it, bring Auntie back home to cook for you when we go." His deep, cold voice carried the unique tenderness belonging to him. Su Jinyu across from them tightly gripped his chopsticks. Su Jinyu narrowed his eyes, nodded, and continued happily focusing on the dishes, searching for the next delicious dish for the other like a spotlight, ignoring the existence of the other 3 at the table from start to finish. Su old master's blood pressure was subtly rising. He lifted a hand and grabbed the cane beside him, coughed. "Hem." No reaction from the two. "Hem." Su Jinyu frowned, looking up at the manager behind the old man, with a reprimanding tone. "Manager, how do you perform your duties? The master is sick, yet you don't even call a doctor to check him. What if something goes wrong? Can you afford the consequences?" To scold the person who followed him for more than 20 years right in front of his face was undoubtedly slapping his own face. Su old master's expression darkened momentarily. "It's not his fault. I've been resting poorly lately." "Oh," Su Jinyu responded indifferently, putting a piece of braised pork with a perfect fat-to-meat ratio into Gu Peilang's bowl. "Grandpa, you should pay more attention to rest at your age. Whatever tasks can be left to Uncle too. Your body belongs to yourself, ruining it will only harm yourself. Don't you agree?" Su old master looked at him, his eyes twitching for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice carried more weariness and old age. "You're right, but when one grows old, they tend to ruminate on things irrationally. Nowadays, I dream of your father every night. Each time I wake up in the middle of the night, I feel sad." Under the light, the old man lowered his eyes, surrounded by a faint sadness, just like any ordinary father missing his son. Beside him, Su Jianghai softly consoled the grieving elder, with a look of sorrow on his face, painting a perfect picture of filial piety. The smile on Su Jinyu's lips gradually faded, and his cold gaze fell on Gu Peilang opposite Su Jinyu, smiling sarcastically. "Good younger brother, you're rubbing against my feet." Gu Peilang looked at the person beside him with a faint smile. The atmosphere in the dining room suddenly became deathly silent for a moment, even the sorrow on Su Old Master's and Su Jianghai's faces was forgotten as their slightly surprised gazes fell on the young man. Su Jinyu. The youth's face, usually sunny and handsome, was now pale with shame and indignation. I'm sorry, brother, I was just... He began explaining, only to be interrupted by Su Jinyu who had an expression full of impatience. I know, it wasn't intentional. However, next time when eating with others, you should mind your own legs. After all, not everyone has such a good temper as I do. Su Jinyu was almost about to snap his chopsticks in half. Su Jianghai gave him a glance filled with reproach, useless thing. Apologize to your brother right now. There's no need, Uncle too. Su Jinyu looked at the young man across from him who seemed to want to bite his head off, his eyes curving slightly. I have a good temper, so I won't hold it against my younger brother. Psst. In the quiet dining room, there was suddenly an ill-timed soft chuckle, though fleeting like the bloom of a night blooming cereus, Su Jinyu still caught it. He turned his head and saw the upward curve of the man's lips. Gu Peilang, seeing Su Jinyu's momentarily stunned look, captured his hand under the table and gave it a gentle squeeze. A fully mockery unlocked AU was like a fighting porcupine, inexplicably adorable. The man felt his heart melting. After such an interlude, the sorrow on Su Old Master's and Su Jianghai's faces could no longer be maintained. The old man and his second son exchanged glances, then leaned on his cane and stood up from the chair, clearing his throat. Jinyu, come with me to the study. Grandpa has something to say to you. Grandpa, there's no one else here. Whatever you have to say, you can say it here. Su Jinyu held on to Gu Peilang's hand, not even glancing at the two men. Jinyu. Su Jianghai frowned, his voice laced with warning. Gu Peilang lifted his gaze, his cold stare sweeping over him. Su Jianghai's body abruptly stiffened, feeling as if he were being watched by a fierce beast. Embarrassed, he averted his gaze and called out as Su Jinyu was about to push the man away. Do you not want the items your grandparents left behind? Chapter 92, Vengeful Su. The rolling wheelchair came to a sudden stop. Gu Peilang, sitting on the wheelchair, patted the hand of the man behind him. Su Jinyu slowly exhaled, turned around, and stared expressionlessly at the people in the dining room. Where are they? Following Su Old Master and Su Jianghai upstairs to the study, the living room now only had Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang left. Su Jinyu sat across from the man, staring intently at his excessively handsome features, his heart pounding. Gu Peilang was replying to a message from Lu Qi. When he looked up, he noticed the youth's gaze fixed on him, and his face grew colder. Does second young master Su still want his eyes? Su Jinyu paid no heed to the threatening warning from the man, his gaze full of obsession. His hands on his knees clenched the fabric tightly to suppress the excitement within his heart. On the other side, the study. As soon as Su Jinyu entered, he was slapped. The tremendous force sent his head tilting to the side, and his ears rang. Su Old Master supported himself with his cane, his chest heaving violently. Wretch! Drop to your knees. Su Jinyu pressed his tongue against his chapped lips, slowly raising his head, his icy eyes filled with malice. The 21st time. A chilling tone sounded unhurriedly, causing Su Old Master's eyes to blaze with fury. What is this 21st time? The man chuckled bitterly, raising a hand to touch his numb, burning cheek. This is the 21st time you've slapped me, and I've remembered it well. You insolent brat. Do you think you can hit back just because you remembered? Old Master Su was about to slap him again, but Su Jinyu caught his wrist with a grip so strong it almost crushed the bones of the elderly man. The old man's face contorted in pain as Su Jianghai barked from the side, Su Jinyu. What do you think you're doing? Letting you hit me the first time was due to my lack of vigilance. Do you think you could ever hit me a second time? Ignoring the hopping man beside him, Su Jinyu stared at the elder who seemed desperate to kill him for vengeance and coldly mocked, Grandfather, you and Uncle Tu truly are peculiar. Even when asking me to do things, your tone remains arrogant. Why is that? Is it because no one has taught you how to ask for help, or do you actually think I must obey your every request? Old Master Su's face went pale with pain as the cane fell from his hands. You let go. The old man's voice quivered. Su Jinyu slightly curled his lips, then suddenly loosened his grip. The old man staggered backward, nearly falling. Su Jianghai quickly stepped forward to steady him. Dad! Leaning on Su Jianghai, Old Master Su's pointing hand trembled. How dare you defy? How dare you defy? Su Jinyu lifted an eyebrow, showing no concern. As Su Jianghai looked at his defiant and audacious manner, he felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness toward the person standing before him. The former person who used to be malleable in their hands, who appeared invincible but was inwardly fragile and insecure, had vanished. The man realized this person was indeed out of their control. Su Jinyu, are you really willing to give up what your grandparents left behind? With squinted eyes, Su Jianghai exuded none of his usual elegance but became thin-lipped and sinister. Why would I want to let them go? Su Jinyu smiled falsely at the two men, unless, do you think why I followed you upstairs? With this attitude now, aren't you afraid we might not give you those items? Would Uncle Tu do that? Su Jinyu shot back. Su Jianghai narrowed his eyes further, speaking like a fox, if you behave, I'll give them to you. Otherwise, I'll have someone burn them all to ashes. As soon as these words were spoken, silence enveloped the study in a suffocating tension. Su Jinyu gazed at the smug man before him, stormy emotions brewing deep in his eyes. Alright, I'll behave. Living room. Gu Peilang focused on replying to Lu Qi's messages, ignoring the fiery gaze fixed upon him. Su Jinyu repeatedly clenched and released his grip on the fabric under his fingers. After a long moment, he finally summoned the courage to speak up. Peilang. Looking up, the man's pitch-black eyes resembled an icy glacier. Mr. Gu. Su Jinyu's expression faltered for a brief moment. Mr. Gu and I aren't close, Gu Peilang declared. Not close again. Su Jinyu took a deep breath and stood, stepping closer to the other. Gu Peilang attempted to push his wheelchair back but was stopped by a raised ridge in the carpet. He furrowed his brows, lifting his head slightly, and remained expressionless as he stared at the young man before him. Disgust flickered clearly in his eyes. A quiet butler stood in the corner as a silent witness. Approaching, Su Jinyu's heart began racing uncontrollably, a light blush coloring his cheeks. The young man leaned down slightly, his long lashes trembling anxiously. What are you two doing? Behind them, an ice-cold voice rang out, causing Su Jinyu's body to freeze. Turning around, he saw a handsome man standing on the stairs, glaring icily at him. Gu Peilang watched as the figure approached step by step, focusing on the reddened left cheek of the new arrival. He gripped the armrest tightly, his surroundings freezing instantly. Su Jinyu pushed the wheelchair holding the man further away from the young man, his look towards him anything but friendly. My dear younger brother, what were you trying to tell my husband? You were getting awfully close. Gu Peilang lowered his eyelids, and at Su Jinyu's call of husband, his heart involuntarily skipped a beat despite himself. Su Jinyu turned his head, only to see both his father and grandfather standing on the steps, glaring warningly at him. Frustration sparked in the youth's teeth as he bit down. Brother, you misunderstand, I just wanted to talk to brother. Mr. Gu. Just talk then, why get so close? Anyone who doesn't know might think you're going to kiss him next. The man's sarcastic words hit their mark, leaving Su Jinyu embarrassed as he clenched his fists. Su Jinzhao gave a cold laugh, placing the object in his hands into Gu Peilang's embrace before raising his head to look at Su Jianghai on the stairs. Uncle too, don't just focus on the company's profit. Occasionally, you should pay attention to your child's education. Being able to study is one thing, but at least provide them with a healthy set of values. People should know their place and not covet what doesn't belong to them. Otherwise, they might anger someone they shouldn't and won't even know how they died. Uncle too, do you agree? The named man's expression turned incredibly grim, unable to utter a word under such tension. Su Jinzhao glanced once more at the three individuals with different expressions, then stopped speaking and slowly pushed Gu Peilang away, turning to leave. Chapter 93, Discord between father and son. The car engine roared to life, yet after driving out of the Su mansion, it came to a halt by the roadside. Gu Peilang sat in the passenger seat and turned his head to look at the man beside him. From his angle, he could clearly see the cheek swollen from the fingerprints left there. The man's pitch-black eyes dimmed as a storm brewed deep within. Suddenly, Su Jinzhao turned around dramatically, his beautiful eyes misty with grievance, striking straight to the heart of Gu Peilang. Gu Peilang. The man unbuckled his seatbelt and rushed into his arms abruptly. Why didn't you dodge when he tried to kiss you? A muffled voice emerged from his chest. Gu Peilang blinked twice before realizing. The wheelchair got stuck. I'm not satisfied with that answer. The person nestled in his arms let out a soft hum, filled with jealousy and grievance. He had arrived just in time, any later, and the young man would have kissed him already. Upon this thought, Su Jinzhao grew indignant. Even if Gu Peilang was slow on the uptake, he realized the person in his arms was jealous. He felt secretly delighted but couldn't bear seeing the slightest hint of sorrow in the other, so he lifted his hand, gently meeting the earlobes that were sensitive to touch. As expected, the person trembled slightly and relaxed into him. Gu Peilang curved his lips slightly, his low, magnetic voice full of tenderness. It really got stuck, I'm not lying. Su Jinzhao hummed again without speaking. Gu Peilang continued explaining patiently, even if you hadn't arrived on time, I wouldn't have let him kiss me. Yun, I will only be close with you and no one else. You know that. His words echoed like a vow, causing Su Jinzhao's flushed ear tips to flutter as his heart bubbled with sweet feelings. Hugging the person tighter, he mouthed otherwise, I didn't know. Gu Peilang knew he wasn't mad anymore and chuckled lightly, letting his hand slide down from the earlobe to hold the chin with slight pressure. Following the force, Su Jinzhao raised his head. Gu Peilang focused on the left cheek tinged with blood vessels, danger flickering in his gaze, filled with concern. Who hit you? Su Jinzhao narrowed his eyes pitifully, tattling like a child, Su Qing. Did it hurt? It hurt, Peilang kiss it for me, and it won't hurt anymore. Looking into the concerned eyes of the man, Su Jinzhao seized the chance to coo excessively, snuggling his whole body almost entirely into the man's arms. Gu Peilang encircled his waist and softly kissed the chapped corners of his lips, finally licking it with his tongue. Su Jinzhao flinched sharply, becoming uncontrollably excited all over. That's enough. The man stepped back slightly, his voice hoarse. Feeling unsatisfied, Su Jinzhao pressed for another earnest kiss, contentedly sitting up only after receiving it, a smug smile hanging on his lips making him appear like a cat who had stolen some food. Gu Peilang observed his smiling face, thinking how those finger marks were so glaringly obvious. Seeming to understand what was going through his mind, Su Jinzhao's smile softened. His next words carried an additional note of coldness. When I was 12, I returned to the Su family, and he slapped me 21 times. He locked me up many, many times. The man's heart suddenly ached severely. But don't worry, I've written everything down in my little notebook, and I'll surely get it back later. I'll help you. Su Jinzhao arched his lips slightly, his voice returning softer despite the remaining chill. Alright, big bro can help me since doing it alone would be too troublesome. Gu Peilang was startled by his term of endearment, his lashes quivering momentarily as his heartbeat skipped several beats. What should I do? The man closed his eyes, and the slight instability of his voice revealed his emotions at this moment. Su Jinyu started the car. Don't rush, we go home first. You haven't taken your medicine today. Gu Peilang nodded without saying anything more. On the other side, the Su family residence. After Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang left, the bright living room fell into a deathly silence. Old Master Su looked at the young man standing in the center of the living room with an indiscernible expression, and slammed his cane on the ground heavily. Look at the son you've raised. Accomplishing nothing but always eyeing your brother's things, the two of you are practically disgracing the Su family. Su Jianghai clenched his fists tightly, his expression hidden in the shadows, dark and full of resentment. You're right, father. Afterward, I will surely give him a good talking to. Old Master Su gave a cold snort and let the butler help him back to his room, where he wouldn't have to see it all. Only Su Jianghai and Su Jinyu remained in the living room. The middle-aged man slowly approached the young man step by step. Su Jinyu looked up at the person before him. Father. Slap. With no less force than when Old Master Su had slapped Su Jinyu earlier, the youth was sent sprawling on the ground. Su Jinyu looked up with a bewildered gaze meeting his father's cruel eyes. Shameful thing. The young man held his numb face tightly and gritted his teeth. In the master bedroom at the end of the second-floor corridor. Old Master Su took the sedative tea from the butler and lay down afterward under the servant's care. Does Junyu really like Gu Peilang? The dim light from a single bedside lamp cast some shadows in the room. The butler placed the water cup down and nodded slightly. It doesn't look fake. Old Master Su gave a soft laugh laden with unclear meaning. Jianghai is wildly ambitious, yet it seems he has a son who knows only love. What shall we do now, sir? The butler half bowed beside the bed, respectful. What can we do? That Su Jianghai secretly replaced several of my trusted people in the company, thinking I wouldn't know how truly capable. The old man, originally calm, suddenly became agitated, leaving the butler silent, eyebrows bowed. Just wait, I want to see what kind of ripple that manager can stir up if I don't give any leeway. Yes. How is the matter you're handling going? The old man changed topics. The butler replied, people below said they recently saw someone in the hospital who looks very much like Mr. Li but aren't certain if it's him. This answer evidently didn't satisfy the person in bed as Old Master Su frowned deeply. If unsure, why not confirm? How could finding a person take so long? What am I feeding you for if you can't even accomplish this? The butler didn't respond. Old Master Su, alright, just keep your people searching. Notify me the moment you get news. The elder then closed his eyes wearily, appearing older. The butler nodded obediently, yes. Just as he turned to leave, the person behind suddenly stopped him. Make sure Jianghai doesn't find out. Rest assured, sir. Satisfied with this, the man's breathing soon stabilized and deepened. Chapter 94, Improvement. At the Gu residence. Su Jinyu had no idea about the events occurring at the Su household, he was busy soaking someone's feet. Steam rose from the wooden bucket turning the man's legs red. Su Jinyu pressed his fingertips firmly along the leg meridians, almost as though following some ingrained memory. As he massaged a particular acupoint on the inner knee, the leg in the water moved slightly. Su Jinyu. Gu Peilang's pupils dilated as he stared fixedly without moving. Su Jinyu looked up at him briefly, trying again cautiously. The leg in the water stirred gently again, small ripples appearing on the brownish-red surface, spreading out circle by circle. Peilang. Su Jinyu's voice brimmed with unrestrained excitement, it moved. It moved. The hand hanging loosely by the man's side clenched the bedsheet tightly, the Adam's apple rolling for a moment. The corner of Su Jinyu's mouth almost reached his ear in joy, making him unable to do anything but grin foolishly. Gu Peilang looked down at him with a smile also forming against his will, something deep within his soul cracked open, revealing a long-absent glimmer of hope named Hope. The man's leg only moved slightly when massaged at a specific acupoint, and only one leg reacted. Yet Su Jinyu showed no signs of disappointment, instead massaging more earnestly than ever. He deliberately extended the foot-soaking time until droplets of sweat broke out on Gu Peilang's forehead before he stopped. After watching the man lay down and close his eyes, Su Jinyu went to the next room with a dummy used for acupuncture practice, then called Grandpa Zhang. The old man had likely already gone to sleep, his voice was full of drowsiness but became suddenly alert upon hearing what Su Jinyu said in the phone. This is a sign of improvement. Good job, young man. Even heaven is helping you. Within half a year, he will surely get better. Hearing the old man's confirmation, Su Jinyu smiled faintly, glancing towards the direction of the master bedroom and giving a low reply. The medicine should be continued without interruption. I have something to attend to and will leave for a few days. When I return, you come with him to see me, and we will start the second course of treatment. Okay, I understand. Su Jinyu responded twice as the elder man on the other end spoke some more before hanging up. What the old man referred to as leaving for a few days turned out to be a whole week. By the time winter solstice arrived, City A also experienced the biggest snowfall of the year that day. Su Jinyu pushed open the window, gazing at the white world outside, exhaling a puff of white vapor from his mouth. "Ayu." Somebody called his name behind him. Su Jinyu turned around and saw that the man in bed had already opened his eyes some time ago. He quickly approached. "How do you feel? Have you felt any better?" Clutching his hand, Su Jinyu revealed deep concern and worry in his gaze. Gu Peilang noticed the dark circles beneath his eyes, and gave a pale smile, nodding, "Don't worry, it no longer hurts." Frowning, Su Jinyu stared at the slightly sunken cheeks due to enduring pain, and shook his head, "I ache for you." The sensation was like someone constantly drilling along the bone seams of both legs using an electric drill. Every bit of that loose skin and muscle felt like needles piercing them, every touch induced bone-deep, heart-stabbing pain. But the man looked as if nothing was wrong with him. Apart from the paleness of his complexion and the sweat on his forehead, you couldn't tell that he was undergoing such torment. Seeing the beads of sweat rolling off his forehead, Su Jinyu gently wiped them away and softly kissed his dampened brows. "We'll go to the hospital soon." Gu Peilang shook his head, "It's useless. Lu Lan couldn't find the cause. If we go to the hospital, all the doctors would do is give pain injections." "But..." Su Jinyu frowned anxiously, his eye sockets turning red. Gu Peilang touched his face gently, his voice warm and deep, "It's fine, I can tolerate this much pain. I'll check again if Grandpa Zhang has returned. The roads are frozen. It's dangerous for you to drive now." No matter what Su Jinyu said, the man wouldn't agree for him to leave in such weather. With no other choice, Su Jinyu could only stay home to keep company with him. In the afternoon, due to the reduced intensity of pain in his legs, the man working on his laptop in bed couldn't help being overcome by fatigue, slowly closing his eyes while keeping his finger pressed against the spacebar, thus filling the page with blanks. Su Jinyu carefully took away the computer and helped him settle down properly. Even in slumber, the man still kept his eyebrows furrowed tightly. Su Jinyu gently smoothed out the wrinkles on his brow and tenderly kissed those warm lips. "Mr. Zhang, I'm stepping out briefly. If Mr. Peilang wakes up and asks for me, just tell him I've gone to the supermarket." Su Jinyu descended from upstairs, calling to stop Ms. Zhang who was coming out from the guest room. She nodded, "All right, Mr. Su." Su Jinyu slipped on his coat and walked quickly out the door. Outside the window, the cold wind raged fiercely, large flakes of snow dancing chaotically with the chilling gusts, no longer appearing cute as before. Adjusting the collar of his overcoat, the man strode confidently toward the garage. Gu Peilang's sleep was restless, with a lingering dull ache in both legs. Suddenly opening his tightly closed eyes, he saw the bedside lamp glowing warmly and found the room unusually quiet. The person who usually came in with medication at this time had not shown up yet. Gu Peilang propped himself up and sat. Using his wheelchair, he made his way out of the bedroom, encountering Ms. Zhang carrying dinner upstairs just then. Upon seeing him, she greeted respectfully. "Where's he?" "Mr. Su has gone to the supermarket." Gu Peilang slightly furrowed his brows, said nothing, and turned back to the room. The phone in his hand remained unanswered, and as time passed, the man's lips gradually tightened. "Mr. Gu, Mr. Su has returned." The sound of Mr. Zhang came from outside the door, then the door was opened. Su Jinyu, enveloped in cold air, quickly walked in. "Peilang." The man squatted down in front of Gu Peilang and softly called out his name. Gu Peilang looked down at the person in front of him and asked while holding his icy hand, "Where did you go?" "I." Su Jinyu didn't have a chance to speak when the elderly man inside was supported by Little Bao and walked in. "He went to find me." Grandpa Zhang wrapped in a large black cotton coat, his thin face under the dim light looked somewhat stern. His eyes without focus accurately landed on the man. Chapter 95, Acupuncture. Just a light touch hurts so much. In the spacious and bright bedroom, Gu Peilang leaned against the bedhead, with the soft blanket pulled open revealing two straight long legs. A pair of hands that resembled withered tree branches lightly pinched them before retreating. Su Jinyu anxiously watched nearby and subconsciously looked at the man on the bed upon hearing the elder's words. Gu Peilang nodded, his expression calm. Grandpa Zhang twirled his goat beard, frowning silently for a moment before saying, "Among the herbs I gave you, there are a few with relatively dominant medicinal properties, it might be due to this reason." "What should we do?" Su Jinyu hastily spoke up. "Acupuncture, the tendons in his legs are mostly repaired already, it's time to start the next treatment. Young man, where are those silver needles I gave you?" "They're here." Su Jinyu turned around and took the cloth bundle from a nearby drawer, then he fetched alcohol as instructed. Under the light, the small silver needles gleamed with a mysterious glow, looking rather frightening. Su Jinyu held his breath motionless, watching the silver needles in Grandpa Zhang's hand being swiftly and precisely inserted into each acupuncture point on Gu Peilang's leg after disinfection. Even though the old man couldn't see anything, he could accurately pinpoint every acupoint, as if he had another set of eyes on his hands. Before long, Gu Peilang's legs were densely covered with slender silver needles, but the old man continued without pause, inserting needles while asking about his sensations. Su Jinyu gently wiped away the sweat beads forming on the man's forehead. He slowly exhaled a trembling breath. There's a pricking numbness. The first acupuncture always feels like this, you'll get used to it. The elder's face remained unchanged, using his thumb and forefinger of his right hand to pinch the needle while lifting Gu Peilang's leg with his left, feeling for the acupoint on the sole of his foot and then inserting the needle decisively. Su Jinyu's eyebrows twitched. Do we need to insert needles there too? Grandpa Zhang snorted. Clearly you haven't done your homework. The sole of the foot is like the second organ of the human body, corresponding to all the internal organs, and each related acupoint can be found here. Many times, by massaging the soles and observing reactions, one can understand the body's condition. Su Jinyu silently noted this information down. The old man suddenly changed tone. Did you used to have stomach problems? Su Jinyu looked up at him, realizing the question was aimed at the man on the bed. Gu Peilang, somewhat. Not just somewhat, Grandpa Zhang ruthlessly uncovered the man's lie. You young people think you're invincible, treating your bodies carelessly when you're young. Just wait till you grow old, then you'll suffer. The liver isn't in good shape either, the elder continued placing needles while reprimanding, his messy eyebrows knitted together. TSK. Haven't you consumed a lot of alcohol? Gu Peilang didn't respond. Su Jinyu silently gripped his hand tighter. Not too severe, with some proper rest, it will be fine. Young man, don't stop making the nourishing soup for him, but there's no need to add those yang-enhancing herbs anymore. Your husband has good kidneys, more tonics might cause problems. The prolonged, oh, in the elder's voice sounded deliberately teasing. Su Jinyu. Gu Peilang. Even Su Jinyu, with his thick skin, couldn't bear such bantering from the elder, especially with the gaze coming from Gu Peilang on the bed. He couldn't help but put on an impromptu blushing show. Grandpa Zhang didn't feel he had said anything shocking. After the last silver needle was placed, he slowly withdrew his hand. Take the needles out in an hour. Su kid, is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. Su Jinyu was momentarily stunned before regaining his composure, and quickly instructed the kitchen staff to prepare food. Bao sat quietly in the living room, happily munching on snacks that Mr. Zhang had somehow found, until he noticed Su Jinyu supporting Grandpa Zhang out of the elevator. Quickly dropping the half-eaten bread in his hand, Bao ran over excitedly. Grandpa. The child gently helped his grandpa towards the living room, showing extreme care with every movement. You go upstairs, someone needs to be watching him while the needles are in place. I've got little Bao here with me, that'll be enough. The elder, now seated on the sofa, spoke in the direction of Su Jinyu. Su Jinyu didn't refuse, he was indeed concerned for the person upstairs. After reminding Mr. Zhang to treat the two well, he turned and headed up to the third floor. An hour later, Grandpa Zhang went upstairs to remove the needles. Each silver needle was carefully withdrawn from its acupoint, then inserted back into the cloth bag, which was tied securely. Only then did the old man get up. That's all for today. In the future, we'll perform acupuncture every 3 days. How much of the medicine I prescribed earlier is left? Su Jinyu, 1 dose. In that case, I'll write a new prescription for you. After using the last dose, you can start these new ones. Pay attention to a balanced and light diet. Judging by appearances, your family seems financially comfortable. You could hire a nurse to help with some basic rehabilitation exercises to awaken the leg muscles. The elderly man gave a string of careful instructions, which Su Jinyu listened to attentively. As it approached 10 o'clock, the other side mentioned wanting to leave. Outside the window, heavy snow continued falling softly, with large flakes tirelessly swirling and descending, as if attempting to completely cover this world. Driving under such conditions would be extremely unsafe. Neither Gu Peilang nor Su Jinyu agreed to let the stubborn old man leave. They eventually persuaded him after bringing up little Bao. Mr. Zhang had already prepared the rooms, thoughtfully gathering all necessary items. Despite their meticulous care, the old man's serious expression didn't ease. After coldly snorting at the two by the bed, he allowed Bao to lead him away and turn around. After the grandfather and grandson left, the bedroom immediately became quiet again. Su Jinyu watched as the person in the bed drank down the black medicine without changing expression, then began preparing to soak his feet. Under the lamp, his thin legs looked unnaturally pale, dotted with numerous needle punctures. Although knowing it was quite normal, Su Jinyu couldn't help but feel heartache. Gu Peilang lowered his eyes, watching him carefully lower his leg into the wooden bucket with an exceptionally gentle motion, as if treating something fragile. With a slight movement in his gaze, the man spoke. When I woke up, I didn't see you. Mr. Zhang said you went to the supermarket. His deep, magnetic voice revealed no emotion, and Su Jinyu's motion of pouring water stopped abruptly. Ah. I said I coincidentally met Grandpa Zhang at the supermarket. Peilang, do you believe me? Gu Peilang stared at him, frowning silently. Su Jinyu smiled in a slightly ingratiating way. You don't believe me, right? Neither do I. Su Jinyu. Since they first started talking, the man rarely called him by both name and surname anymore. Upon hearing it now, Su Jinyu felt a bit uneasy, along with a faint sense of unease and panic. Don't be mad. I know I was wrong. He softened his tone to apologize, his pitiful appearance effectively cutting off any words forming on Gu Peilang's lips. Chapter 96, Uncle Seven Feels Wronged. A moment of silence filled the bedroom, finally interrupted by an almost inaudible sigh. Su Jinyu, you're counting on me. The remaining words were unsaid, but Su Jinyu knew the other was no longer angry. He laughed, leaned forward for a kiss, then seriously proceeded to soak and massage his feet. Elsewhere, in City B. Nestled among the semi-mountains stood an extravagant villa, its massive form concealed by shimmering snow like a crouching beast ready to pounce. From the tightly shut windows on the left side, warm orange lights escaped through cracks in the curtains before being swallowed by the night outside. On the spacious and soft bed, the pale blue eyes, resembling mist-filled crystal glass, gazed at him tenderly. Enough. The smaller-framed man raised his hand, weakly placing it on the other's shoulder. His usually cold voice sounded slightly hoarse, adding a touch of seductive allure. Shang Yi curled his lips into a smile, bending down to plant a kiss on his sweaty forehead before standing up. I'll take you to clean up. Su Li was too drained to muster any energy, so with a red face, he merely nodded weakly, allowing himself to be carried into the bathroom by the man. After coming out from the shower, the person was already drowsy, with the hairdryer on his head blowing his wet hair at a moderate speed. The black strands slid through his fingers like fine silk, bringing about a slight itch. Shang Yi smiled, his voice soft and affectionate, your hair's gotten long. Su Li, in a daze, opened his sleepy eyes upon hearing this, let it be. Anyway, it'll all have to be shaved soon. It will grow back. The man consoled him. Su Li mumbled something else indistinctly before finally drifting off to sleep. Shang Yi helplessly sighed, thinking about the treatments recently. He felt heartache seeing how thin the other had become. Originally, he planned to wait until the person fully recovered before claiming his own rewards, but as soon as they returned today, the person had directly thrown themselves at him. After holding in for so long, and with such passion from his beloved one, he couldn't help but get excited. Gently drying the person's hair, he carefully placed them under the covers, then lightly kissed the smooth spot between their brows before quietly stepping away. An assistant waited outside the door, alongside several bodyguards who were responsible for Su Li's safety, working secretly. Seeing the man come out, they all bowed slightly in respect. Standing close to 6 feet 3 inches tall, the man draped in a black bathrobe showed sharp and imposing features under the hallway light. His lack of expression gave an unspoken sense of pressure. Go to the study. After curtly giving these 3 words, the man headed towards the end of the corridor. The few people behind followed quickly, their footsteps silent on the polished marble floor. In the study, where black and white were predominant colors, the atmosphere was inexplicably oppressive. Seated behind the desk, Shang Yi leaned into the comfortable chair, his fingers lightly tapping the armrests rhythmically. His stern gaze swept over everyone present before settling on the assistant. You speak first. Dressed in a black business suit, the assistant stepped forward, unfolded documents from his chest pocket, and reported in detail on what was going on. As the man listened without showing any emotions, after the assistant finished, he spoke coldly, if things got taken, take them back. I told you all to keep a low profile during this time, not to tolerate being bullied. The deep, resonant voice carried no warmth, the assistant bowed his head humbly and accepted it, turning around to leave afterward. After the person left, Shang Yi looked at the several bodyguards in front, your turn. One of them stepped forward and reported while looking down, we've caught the people who were tailing the mistress and detained them in the basement. They're tight-lipped. Humph. Shang Yi let out a cold laugh, flicking his lighter on to ignite a blue flame. Looking at the dancing fire on his fingertips, his brows furrowed slightly with a fierce look, break them. Yes sir. After finishing the tasks at hand, the man tiptoed back to the bedroom. Under the warm glow of the wall lamp, the person tucked in the blanket had their lips slightly parted, sleeping soundly. Shang Yi cautiously lifted the blanket to get in, yet still managed to wake up the sleeper. Furrowing his brows, Su Li automatically rolled into the man's arms that still held some coldness, shivering once. Where did you go? Why are you so cold? He grumbled unconsciously. Shang Yi lightly kissed those soft lips, handled something in the study, go back to sleep. Su Li found a comfortable position and closed his eyes again. It was a restful night. When he woke up in the morning, the man's figure beside him was gone. A little princess dressed in a strawberry print pajama set darted into the room, then climbed onto the bed. Daddy, wake up. Seeing his daughter's adorable smile, Su Li's face softened with tenderness. Propping himself up, he sat up in bed, however, his movements inadvertently pulled at certain overly exerted parts, causing his smile to freeze for a moment. Shang Yi entered wearing an apron, hoisting up the child by her armpits. Your daddy isn't well, don't disturb his rest. Little Belle shook her legs briefly in midair and called out resentfully, that's because Dad bullies Daddy at night. Dad is terrible. Daddy cried saying, no, but Dad continued anyway, The little princess was silenced by her dad covering her mouth and handed over to Auntie, who sensed the awkward atmosphere and prudently turned around to leave. Sitting on the bed, Su Li's expression was stormy, glaring at Shang-Yi as if wanting to skewer him. The pillow next to him was hurled as if it were a weapon. Su Li gritted his teeth. Shang-Yi. This is your doing. He felt both embarrassed and angry, thinking about how his shameful cries and moans had been secretly listened to by his own daughter, perhaps more than once. He didn't know what to do with himself anymore. Shang-Yi reached out and took the pillow that came flying at him, smiling patiently. He also felt wronged. Since their daughter Su Li returned from the hospital, she had been clamoring every day to sleep with Dad, but this was his wife, who he hadn't hugged enough yet. How could he let her take over? Day after day, a 31 or 32-year-old man started competing with his own daughter. Using threats and inducements, he finally managed to convince her that sleeping together with Dad and Daddy would make everyone healthier. How was he supposed to know that the little girl was going to eavesdrop on them? Because of this morning's episode, Su Li kept his face cold all day and wouldn't let the man touch him. After eating breakfast, he grabbed his briefcase and went to school. 7th Master Shang had suffered a setback in front of his own spouse and went to work with suppressed anger. But just as someone was about to walk into his line of fire. Upon hearing that the people in the basement refused to speak up, the silver tip of his pen lightly tapped against the white sheet of paper. The black ink spread out, and he curled his lips in a smile, devoid of warmth, truly, full of backbone. His low and sultry voice sent chills down one's spine. Chapter 97, It wasn't an explosion of silence, it was a transformation under silence. In the dimly lit basement, the air smelled damp and sweet. The not-so-wide hallway stretched endlessly, its smooth walls reflecting a cold light under the faint ceiling lights. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy, dark iron door, whose color gave off an oppressive weight. The surrounding area was deathly silent, as if even the air was frozen. Suddenly, a piercing scream leaked through the tightly shut door. The yellowish light bulb on the snow-white ceiling flickered once before gradually going out, never to shine again. Heavy footsteps approached from afar, then the thick iron door was opened, and a man in a suit walked out. Wiping the blood that accidentally splashed onto his hands with a towel handed to him by a subordinate, the ferocity in his eyes lessened slightly. Looking up at the broken light bulb above, Shang-Yi glanced at the person trailing behind him. I've told you so many times now. Creating an atmosphere doesn't mean we need to change out for second-hand bulbs. If people don't know any better, they might think I, 7th Master Shang, can't even afford a light bulb. There was a hint of displeasure in the man's deep and sultry voice, with a touch of lingering cruelty after seeing blood. The person following behind him shivered and quickly lowered their head to guarantee that they'd immediately have it replaced. Shang-Yi nodded and casually tossed the towel back into his subordinate's arms before stepping out of the basement. Upstairs, the assistant was already waiting, handing over a coat when he emerged. 7th Master, what should we do with the prisoners? Shang-Yi lowered his gaze. His distinct fingers carelessly adjusted the cufflinks on his sleeve as his lips curved upward, a smile without warmth playing across his face. Pack them up, send them back to their master, and have Juk send a letter to Su Qing. A father who is blind to his son's deeds is embarrassing, even for me. The assistant nodded, understood. In City A, at the high-end residential area beside Hing River. The streets lined with ginkgo trees had already seen yesterday's snow cleared away by the sanitation workers. The remaining snow had melted into dirty water from passers-by and vehicles and eventually drained into the sewers. As evening approached, the temperature that had risen by 2 degrees during midday fell once again, causing the puddles on the ground to start freezing. Before the thin ice had fully solidified, it was crushed into pieces by passing tires. The man sat in the driver's seat, his furious gaze locked firmly on the deserted street ahead, pressing down harder on the accelerator. In the magnificently decorated living room, a richly adorned matron sat elegantly on the couch, legs crossed daintily, reaching out her hand to have the maid trim her nails. The closed door suddenly burst open and slammed loudly against the wall before bouncing back. Both people inside the living room were startled. The maid's hand trembled, allowing the sharp edge of the nail clipper to pierce tender flesh, and fresh red blood seeped out instantly. The woman let out a soft cry of pain, while the maid, pale-faced, continuously bowed apologizing. The young girl in front was so frightened that her entire body was shaking. Zhang Lei looked at her with anger, ready to berate her, but paused upon catching sight of the dark expression on the man's face by the doorway. That's enough. Get out. She dismissed the maid impatiently with a wave of her hand. The young girl breathed a sigh of relief and left hurriedly after saying thank you multiple times. After the person left, Zhang Lei stood up and approached Su Jianghai. What's wrong? Why do you look so upset? What happened? She helped take off the man's coat and hung it aside before speaking softly. Su Jianghai had a dark expression on his face, and even his wife's gentle demeanor couldn't calm the anger raging in his heart. That old man publicly humiliated me in front of all the directors at today's shareholders' meeting. And he even fired several people I promoted. The man's expression was filled with resentment as Zhang Lei's face slightly changed. What really happened? The woman asked. It's all because of his good-for-nothing son. Su Jianghai clenched his teeth, eyes filled with hatred. Su Jianghai was the second oldest among the siblings, with an older brother and 2 younger sisters. Su Jiangyan, despite being unlearned and incompetent, only knew how to indulge in pleasures and vices, making him like mud that couldn't stick to the wall. His two sisters, though intelligent, were destined for marriage and would receive no more than 1 or 2% of the shares of Su Company as dowry, leaving them and their sons without any inheritance rights to Su Company. Su Jianghai had long known that Su Company would eventually be his. So during university, he chose the business management field which he disliked the most. After graduating, he entered Su Company, slowly climbing from the bottom, enduring countless hardships known only to himself. For over a decade, he had devoted his efforts to the company, pouring in almost all of his energy, and earning praises from the senior executives within the company. Everyone acknowledged by default that he would be the next head of Su Company, including himself. However, this did not include Su Qing, his father. Su Jianghai treated Su Company as if it were his second son, only to be suddenly informed one day that he was raising someone else's child. Even though Su Qing was well past retirement age, he continued to cling to the company's power tightly. Su Jianghai thought that the old man just didn't want to part with the superior feeling and satisfaction the power brought, which was why he acted like this. But the truth was, the man he called father for over 30 years had secretly fathered an illegitimate son outside the family, who was the same age as Su Jinyu. When he learned about this news, he was barely over 35, and just 2 days ago, the elder sitting at the head of the conference table dismissed the proposal from the shareholders for Su Jianghai to officially take over Su Company with just the excuse of lacking experience. He entered the company at 22. 13 years. 13 whole years. Every day working hard for the company, yet all he received in return was the phrase, not experienced enough, how laughably cruel. If he hadn't already known the real intention of the old man, he would have truly believed it was due to insufficient experience. In the following months, he discreetly probed the other party, wanting to know if his father was truly that heartless. In the end, he received the answer he hoped least to get. What would happen when a faith maintained for many years collapses all of a sudden? Either it bursts forth silently, or it distorts silently. And him, he did both. The Su family can only be mine. Countless times upon exiting that solemn and dignified study, Su Jianghai told himself this again and again. He knew Su Qing had been constantly looking for the illegitimate son out there, and privately, he had also been letting his men investigate. But the clues obtained were few and far between. All they knew was that the son was born to Su Qing's first love when he was 42 years old, and then left City A with his mother, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 98, Chef Su. For 5 years, he'd allowed his subordinates to trail behind those dispatched by Su Qing, tracing every step they took in the search. Su Qing's men had identified someone in City B who looked remarkably like the man himself. Naturally, Su Jianghai received this information, and possibly more than what Su Qing's people uncovered. It had been confirmed that Su Li now resided in City B, though the exact location remained unknown. Su Jianghai had already instructed his people to expedite the search. He believed that it wouldn't take long before he found the never-met younger brother, before his father could get there. And after finding him, the man sat on the couch, sipping the tea Zhang Lei brewed for him, quietly taking small sips. White steam rose in the warm air, obscuring the ruthlessness in his eyes. The woman twisted her flexible waist and sat beside him, gently massaging his aching shoulders with appropriate force. Dad is getting senile, don't take it personally. Su Jianghai slightly relaxed his body and chuckled coldly, how dare I take it personally? With just one frown from him, decades of my hard work can vanish into thin air. Where would I still dare? Zhang Lei knew he was venting his frustration and could only soften her tone to console him a little more. The anger in the man's heart gradually eased as he turned his head to look at his wife. Where's Jinyu? Out playing, it's someone's birthday. Playing around all day, good-for-nothing brat. Su Jianghai grew angry again with a cold snort from his nose. Zhang Lei had to console him again, saying kind words about their son for a while until she finally soothed him. The tea in his hand had gone completely cold, so the woman replaced it with a fresh cup. The couple sat in the living room for a bit before getting up and returning to the bedroom to rest. The next morning, after eating breakfast like usual, Su Jianghai prepared to go to the company. When he opened the door, however, he found a blood-covered person lying collapsed right outside his home. Startled, the man's body abruptly retreated backward. After recognizing the face on the ground, his complexion changed dramatically. At Gu residence. Su Jinyu came rushing out just as Lu Qi was about to start the car. Gu Peilang was seated in the back, looking at Su Jinyu who had run over panting, then rolled down the window. What is it? In a few strides, Su Jinyu reached the car, shaking a bag in his hands. I made some small biscuits with Auntie. Take them along for the road. Without waiting for an answer, he shoved the bag into Gu Peilang's arms. Lowering his head, Gu Peilang could see the plastic bag tied with string inside which were roasted golden bear-shaped cookies, a few large smiles facing toward him. A man who usually didn't care for sweets curled the corner of his lips, carefully protecting it in his arms. He then looked up at the person before him, his voice deep and tender, all right. Su Jinyu's eyes bent slightly as he took a step back and watched the car drive away. After Gu Peilang went to work, Su Jinyu drove to Zhang grandfather's residence as usual. The old man had been waiting for him early. Bao was squatting in front of the stove roasting sweet potatoes. Seeing him come in, Bao proudly pulled one out for him. Since meeting the two, Su Jinyu had tasted many flavors reminiscent of childhood. Taking what the child handed over, he smiled and thanked him. Not until Zhang's grandfather waited until the man finished eating the sweet potato did he begin today's lesson. He intended to take Su Jinyu as his disciple, unwilling to let a lifetime of medical skills be buried in the grave, so he taught particularly seriously. And Su Jinyu, eager to learn with natural talent assisting him, learned rather impressively. When they were done, Su Jinyu returned each scattered silver needle on the table into the cloth bag one by one. Master, the man stopped and turned around when he was about to leave with his backpack in hand, calling out once. The old man took a sip of his bitter tea, just as he was about to speak, but accidentally got choked by the tea leaves and began coughing violently. Hastily, Su Jinyu went forward to pat his back and soothe his breathing. Finally calming down, Zhang's grandfather waved his hand. A slight flush appeared on his somewhat pale face. It's fine, it's fine. Don't worry. Su Jinyu refilled a cup of water, meticulously cleaning the tea leaves before handing it over to the elder. Here, drink some water. What were you going to say earlier? The elder asked him. When can I start performing acupuncture alone? Zhang's grandfather looked at him with his unfocused eyes, understanding clearly. So, you want to try acupuncture on your own man? Su Jinyu blushed faintly at the tips of his ears and nodded without denial. Yes. Given your situation now, if you want to do it yourself, it's not entirely impossible. But it's better to practice first on others. You understand what I mean, right? After all, dummies are still just dummies. Su Jinyu lowered his gaze, seemingly lost in thought for quite a long time before nodding. I understand. At Mr. Gu's place. As Gu Peilang exited the office after finishing a day's work, he happened to meet Dr. Bo, who was looking for Lu Qi. Dr. Bo had been following Mr. Shang's people to City A for some time now. His sudden return meant that things there must have been settled. President. Seeing him, Dr. Bo stopped and greeted him. Gu Peilang nodded. Are you looking for Lu Qi? Yes, there isn't much going on at 7th Master's side anymore, so I've come back. There are a few things I want to consult Assistant Lu about. Understood, go ahead. Dr. Bo responded and then turned to leave. Gu Peilang watched him disappear in the distance before turning back into the office. Half an hour later, Lu Qi pushed open the office door and walked in. Boss. Is Dr. Bo gone? Lu Qi moved closer to the man, pushing him towards the door. Yes. Gu Peilang said nothing as the two entered the elevator, its doors slowly closing. Want some? The man seemed to conjure a cookie from nowhere, the little bear's cute smile facing Lu Qi directly. Lu Qi paused for a second before reaching out to take it. Thank you. Gu Peilang curled his lips slightly and picked up the last one to place in his mouth. The overwhelming sweetness instantly numbed all his taste buds, yet he swallowed without changing expression. Tasty. Gu Peilang looked at the stiffened figure beside him after finishing the biscuit. Lu Qi swallowed the piece in his mouth, feeling that his mouth had gone numb. Tasty. Mr. Su's cooking skills are great. The man's face softened, his pitch-black eyes full of laughter. I think so too. Lu Qi kept a straight face, showing no ripples within. The elevator dinged as it stopped. He pushed the man towards the parking lot direction. By the way, Dr. Bo mentioned something earlier. What? Gu Peilang pulled the nearby safety belt and fastened it. The chip taken by the 7th Master was to treat his lover's illness. Treatment? Gu Peilang raised an eyebrow. Lu Qi started the car. Yes, I heard the 7th Master's lover isn't in good health. With no words from Gu Peilang, Lu Qi also remained silent, quietly driving the car out of the garage. Chapter 99, Big Guy, could you beat them for me? When Gu Peilang returned to the Gu residence, Su Jinyu was sitting cross-legged on the living room floor with a dummy about his height practicing acupuncture. Under the lighting of the living room, the thin silver needles reflected coldly, and the ever-professionally dressed maid Zhang looked at the decisive and clean technique of Su Jinyu, slightly shocked. The sound of opening the door rang out. Upon seeing the man pushed in by Lu Qi, Su Jinyu quickly set aside what he held and stood up to greet him. After dropping off the man, Lu Qi didn't linger much and left soon after. Su Jinyu then pushed Gu Peilang toward the dining room direction, cheerfully telling the man about what he did all day. Gu Peilang leaned his head slightly, quietly listening to what the other said while occasionally chiming in a word or two. Maid Zhang cleverly led the servants away, leaving the space for the two. After dinner, just like usual, Su Jinyu pushed the man back to the bedroom and gave him a foot bath followed by a massage. Ever since Grandpa Zhang said it would be suitable to do some basic leg rehabilitation exercises, Su Jinyu added one more nightly routine activity, raising both legs up, bending them, then extending and placing them down again, repeating this over and over, patiently doing it. After completing the routines on one leg, he moved to the other. An hour later, Su Jinyu panted heavily as he fell into Gu Peilang's arms. The man lifted his hand to catch him, gently wiping off the sweat from his forehead with soft and low tones filled with tenderness. You've worked hard. Su Jinyu panted, raising his hand to grab the man's hand, placing it inside his own. Not hard, Peilang, how do you feel? Does it still hurt? Gu Peilang let the other hold his hand, replying in a deep, magnetic voice laced with light exasperation, "It hasn't hurt for a long time." Hearing his answer, Su Jinyu faintly curved his lips. "I'll ask Lu Qi to hire a nurse." "It's too tiring for you." Su Jinyu shook his head, "No need, I'm not tired. Hiring a nurse is a waste of money." Gu Peilang replied, I have money." There was a hint of frustration in his deep and resonant tone. Su Jinyu slightly raised his head to look at him, "I know you have money, but I just don't want you to hire a nurse." Pausing for a moment, when he spoke again, there was full loss and sadness in his voice. "Do you find my work unsatisfactory?" Gu Peilang. The man's heart turned soft like cotton, lightly kissing the slightly perspired forehead, tasting the faint saltiness between the lips and teeth. "You know very well that I don't think that way," Gu Peilang sighed, seemingly giving up helplessly. "I made a mistake, I won't mention it anymore." "Don't be upset." Having succeeded in selling himself as pitiful, Su Jinyu secretly curled his lips at an angle unseen by the man, finding a comfortable spot in the man's embrace, and unreservedly displaying his dependence on the other. "I just want to be with you every day." Gu Peilang tightened his embrace around him without saying anything, enjoying the warm moment together in silence. Suddenly, the phone lying aside rang. When Su Jinyu saw the caller display, there was no hiding the aversion on his face. "Is it Su Jianghai calling?" Gu Peilang looked at him. Su Jinyu nodded. The man squeezed his hand gently. "Answer it. I'll be with you." Su Jinyu took a deep breath. "All right." The call was connected, and Su Jianhai's refined voice came through. "Jinyu, are you asleep?" Su Jinyu glanced at Gu Peilang. "Not yet, Uncle Tu, what is it that you're calling so late for?" The man on the other end paused momentarily before responding. "Do you have time tomorrow? We should meet to talk." Su Jinyu raised an eyebrow. "Can't you just say it over the phone?" "I've been quite busy recently and might not have much time." Su Jianghai replied, "It's unclear over the phone. How about this, if you agree to meet me, I'll tell you where your grandparents are buried." Gu Peilang noticed Su Jinyu's slightly changed expression and silently gripped his hand tightly. The strength in the grip made Su Jinyu come back to reality. He turned to look into the worried eyes of the man, his mood softening slightly as he gave a reassuring smile before speaking to the person on the phone. "All right, when?" 10 o'clock tomorrow morning at the coffee shop downstairs from the Su Corporation." "All right." After agreeing briefly, Su Jinyu hung up the phone. Gu Peilang propped himself up and sat on the bed, pulling him into his arms. "I'll go with you." Shaken back to reality, Su Jinyu shook his head. "No, I can go alone." "Then let Gu Yin accompany you." Gu Peilang didn't insist further, knowing he was upset. This time, Su Jinyu didn't refuse. Leaning into the man's embrace under the soft glow of the lamp overhead, his vision felt sharp against the gentle light. "They're threatening me with information about my grandparents to get details about the company from me." Gu Peilang responded gravely, "I know. Su Jianghai also threatened me with their ashes." Gu Peilang tightened his hold on the man. "I won't let them hurt you." Blinking back tears, Su Jinyu turned to face the man, burying his head into his chest. His muffled voice quivered. "Husband, can you beat them up for me?" Slight tremors were noticeable in the body hugging Gu Peilang. The sorrow that surrounded him lingered incessantly. Gu Peilang was overwhelmed with heartache, only capable of clutching onto the man in his arms firmly. With a warm, tender kiss on the top of his head, his voice rasped out softly, "All right." That night, Su Jinyu's sleep was restless. Perhaps due to Su Jianhai's words or the emotional fluctuations, either way, he dreamt many strange dreams but woke up without remembering any of them. Only a lingering ache in his chest remained long after. Gu Peilang sat in the car Lu Qi had driven to pick him up, while Su Jinyu stood outside watching him. A familiar cookie bag rested on the man's leg. Lowering the window, he waved at the person outside. Su Jinyu stepped forward twice. Gu Peilang reached out to touch his slightly cool face, his expression softening slightly. "Gu Yin will be here soon. Aha. If anything happens, give me a call." Su Jinyu curved his eyes in understanding. "I know." Gu Peilang looked at his smiling face, opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but ultimately kept quiet and instructed Lu Qi to start the car. Su Jinyu stood there, watching them leave. From the rearview mirror, Lu Qi watched the slightly tense demeanor of the man seated behind. "Boss, since you're so worried about Mr. Su, why don't you just go along with him?" "He doesn't want me to meddle," said Gu Peilang, looking down at the bare cookies on his lap, his low, cold voice betraying no emotion. Lu Qi pressed his lips together and didn't respond. On the other side, after sending off the man, Su Jinyu turned around and returned to change clothes, then boarded the car that Gu Yin had sent to pick him up. Chapter 100, I Miss You. Peninsula Cafe. Su Jinyu pushed open the transparent glass door, and the wind chime above his head rang out crisply. Su Jianghai, sitting by the window, looked up and saw him. He stood up and waved him over. Su Jinyu walked over, took the menu handed to him by the server, and ordered a mocha. The two uncle and nephew sat by the window. Not far outside the window stood a tall and well-built man, playing with his phone while occasionally looking up at them. Gu Yin was observing the two people inside the cafe while reporting the situation to the men of Gu family. Gu Peilang looked at the information sent by his subordinate on his phone, then put it down and returned to work. Su Jinyu left the cafe in less than half an hour, his whole demeanor cold, his expression somewhat grim. Su Jianghai followed him out and stopped him. Jinyu, you can think about it carefully. Your second uncle won't harm you. Su Jinyu turned his back to him and said nothing. Gu Yin noticed the abnormality here, put his phone back in his pocket, and walked over quickly. Mr. Su. Su Jinyu glanced up at him, took a deep breath to adjust his expression, then turned back to look at the person by the door. I don't believe what you say. If you don't believe, you can check it yourself. I wouldn't lie to you. I have already told you where your grandparents were buried. If you want to bring their ashes back home, you can do that. However, I hope you understand that those two elders only had one daughter, who died a tragic death. Don't you want revenge for them? This sentence carried too much information, and Gu Yin stood there, unsure whether he should avoid or pretend not to hear. Su Jinyu clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and said coldly, it's none of your business. Su Jianghai didn't say anything else. The purpose of today's meeting had been achieved, the rest just required time for consideration. My second uncle has something to do, so I'll go back to the company first. Call my number when you've thought it through. The man raised his wrist to check the time, then turned and left. Outside the cafe, only Su Jinyu and Gu Yin remained. Gu Yin looked at his boss's wife and hesitated to speak. Mr. Su. Let's go back. Su Jinyu didn't even glance at him but headed straight toward the parking lot. Gu Yin followed behind, thinking, and sent a text message to his boss. Boss lady seems to be in a bad mood. Gu Peilang, far away at Gu's residence, saw the latest message on his phone, and his handsome brows slightly furrowed. After getting into the car, Su Jinyu received a call from Gu Peilang. Hey, Peilang. Did you see the person? Su Jinyu fastened the seatbelt across his chest while lowering his head. Yes, I did. Now I'm heading back. The voice in the phone sounded lethargic, causing Gu Peilang's heart to clench momentarily. Yulian, are you coming to the company? Su Jinyu, but I haven't made any soup. It's fine without the soup. Do you want to come? Su Jinyu didn't respond, leaving a brief silence in the call, and then his deep, magnetic voice, carrying water-like tenderness, responded, all right, I miss you. This was the first time Su Jinyu heard the man say he missed him. His heartbeat began to quicken uncontrollably, urging Gu Yin, who was in the driver's seat, to start driving. The car sped up and arrived steadily at the main entrance of Gu Corporation in less than half an hour. As they rode the elevator upwards, stepping into the office, the man behind the desk seemed to sense something and looked up. Their eyes met, and the air around them started to heat up. Su Jinyu closed the door behind him and gradually moved towards the other person. Gu Peilang maneuvered his wheelchair out from behind the desk and raised his gaze slightly as he watched him. Unable to contain himself any longer, Su Jinyu rushed forward and threw himself into the man's embrace, tightly gripping the man's neck with both hands. The wheelchair, upon receiving the impact, slid backward and crashed against the rear desk, emitting a dull sound. You said you missed me, you missed me. Su Jinyu held on to Gu Peilang and whispered incessantly. Holding him close, his emerald ears blushed slightly red. Closing his eyes, Su Jinyu greedily breathed in the scent of sandalwood and agarwood that lingered on the man, his lips involuntarily curling upward. Peilang. I am so happy, I am truly so happy. Gu Peilang embraced the excited figure in his arms tenderly, his heart softening. The two stayed quietly in each other's embrace for quite a while until the knock on the office door interrupted them, and they finally parted. Su Jinyu didn't return to the mansion that day and instead stayed at the company to accompany the man. In the meantime, Gu Peilang went out for a meeting, and when he came back, Su Jinyu was already asleep on the couch. Gu Peilang opened the door and looked at the sleeping figure on the couch. He thought for a moment and then decided not to enter, quietly closing the door behind him before leaving. When Gu Yin received a call from his boss, it brought no surprise. Riding the elevator to Lu Qi's office, Gu Yin saw a man standing by the window with his back turned. Boss. Gu Yin respectfully greeted as he approached the man from behind. Gu Peilang turned around, his pitch-black eyes calmly staring at him. What did Su Jianghai say? Gu Yin recounted every word the man had said to Su Jinyu outside the cafe. Gu Peilang listened expressionlessly, gently tapping his fingers on the armrest. The atmosphere in the office became somewhat oppressive, and Gu Yin kept silent, looking down. I understand. You may go now. Gu Yin nodded and left, just as Lu Qi was entering. They exchanged greetings, and then Lu Qi closed the door behind him. Boss. How much do you know about Su Jianghai? Lu Qi pondered for a second. Mr. Su's father, at the age of 30, was killed in bed by his mistress. The tapping stopped on the armrest as Gu Peilang raised his gaze to look at the person in front of him. Investigate the Su family again, starting with Su Qing. Don't miss anyone. Understood. When he returned to the office, the man on the sofa was still asleep. The faint sound of the wheelchair moving on the smooth floor caused the sleeping person to frown slightly in their dreams. Gu Peilang stopped in front of the couch, watching the trembling eyelashes of the sleeper. He reached out a hand to smooth the crease on his furrowed brow. Su Jinyu groggily opened his eyes and sat up on the couch when he saw the man in front of him. Peilang. Gu Peilang looked at him and smiled, his voice deep and gentle. Let's go home. Su Jinyu smiled back, obediently nodding, all right. Lu assistant's efficiency was commendable. Within 2 days, all the information regarding the Su family had been organized and placed neatly on the man's office desk. When Gu Peilang first learned that Su Jinyu was the little swindler from his childhood, he had investigated the Su family. However, at that time, things were too rushed, and many details hadn't been clarified. But this time, the man carefully read through all the documents from beginning to end, discovering a name he had never heard before, Su Shilin. Chapter 101, Jia Jia Su Qing. Su Qing once had a childhood sweetheart who was 5 years younger than him. As the top science student in their city, he entered one of the top 3 universities in Z country with a high score of 720 points during the college entrance exam that year. After graduating from university, he successfully joined a global top 500 company and became a senior executive there within just a year. A few years later, the man was invited back to his alma mater as a successful person to give a speech. There, he met his long-lost lover. At that time, Su Qing was only 27, right at the peak of his burgeoning career. Reuniting with Su Shilin was entirely unexpected. During their freshman year, he had been captivated by the dazzling allure of City A and had broken up with his then-girlfriend, who seemed ordinary in both talent and appearance. He unilaterally announced the breakup, blocked all her contact information, and quickly started dating the department beauty queen from the foreign languages college who was pursuing him at the time. The two were seen as a perfect match, creating a well-known romance story of that period. When he saw the girl in the audience wearing a white long dress with her hair down, he was still somewhat surprised. Su Shilin, who had just entered university, did not recognize the charming, eloquent man on stage as the boy she had loved for many years until after the lecture when she and her roommate left, only to be stopped by the hurriedly approaching man. Only then did she recognize him. The man before her was different from the young boy in her memory who wore pure white school uniforms and held books while smiling tenderly and affectionately at her. However, upon closer inspection, the familiar features told Su Shilin they were indeed the same person. The sudden reappearance of her long-lost lover, standing before her so polished and accomplished, left Su Shilin unsure of how exactly she felt. But more likely than not, she still harbored some resentment. The way the man vanished without a word or even a reason for the breakup was truly tasteless. But since so many years had passed, Su Shilin thought she had let go, viewing him as no more than the neighboring older brother who used to secretly bring her candies every day. But thinking this way didn't mean the man shared the same feelings. Su Qing's wife at that time was the daughter of his company's president, with a capricious, overbearing personality and strong possessiveness. The woman had set her sights on the handsome man at a business banquet and went through great lengths to obtain his contact information. Su Qing liked anything or anyone that could benefit him, so after finding out that being with the president's daughter could further advance his position in the company, he didn't hesitate to dump his university girlfriend and swiftly began a relationship with the president's daughter. He was together with the woman out of interest, but the woman believed it was out of love, thus predicting the problematic dynamics of their relationship. Su Qing grew tired of her chilling control and endless jealousy, as if he had become completely her possession. Su Shilin's reemergence reminded the suffering man of those pure and joyful times, so as he looked at the girl before him whose naivety had yet to fade, his thoughts once again turned to her. Even though Su Shilin knew the man wasn't good, she should have distanced herself from him, but she was still too young. Capturing a young girl's heart for an accomplished and attractive man simply required a bit of time. And besides, the two of them shared a pleasant past. In her 3rd year at university, under a sky filled with orange sunset, Su Shilin, dressed in a pure white long dress, stood by the shimmering crescent lake and accepted the man's confession. Time seemed to rewind to those innocent and unforgettable days, where the couple would steal glances, hold hands unnoticed by teachers and parents, and share popsicles. Fingers interlocked under baggy school uniforms, their quick stolen glances were full of joy and affection. The accomplished Su Qing now had far more to offer Su Shilin than before. Watching her come home each time carrying all sorts of extravagant gifts, her roommates joked that she had been taken care of. At first, Su Shilin would laugh it off and say nothing, but as time went on, she gradually sensed something was wrong. Su Qing never told her what he was doing, merely coming to pick her up every weekend and dropping her off at school on Mondays. Many times, Su Shilin just wanted to chat with him, but neither his phone nor WeChat ever got a response. Su Shilin had asked him about it, but the man merely claimed he was busy with work, reassuring her not to worry. During her 4th year, Su Shilin unexpectedly found herself pregnant. The arrival of the child was unexpected for both of them, as they had always taken precautions during their many years together. Su Qing wanted to terminate the pregnancy, but Su Shilin disagreed. She believed that since the child managed to come into existence despite such stringent protection, it must be heaven's will. For the first time, the two erupted into a heated argument, with Su Qing losing control and threatening to break up if she didn't have an abortion. Su Shilin was a girl with pride deep in her heart, so she immediately proposed a breakup. Leaving behind the still stunned man, she walked away without any trace of lingering affection. She had already decided to raise the child herself, no matter how arduous it would be. However, just 3 days after breaking up with Su Qing, a well-dressed and fashionable woman came looking for her. It was then that Su Shilin learned she had unknowingly been the other woman for 2 years. The woman wore exquisite makeup and pointed an immaculately manicured finger at Su Shilin's forehead, cursing her as shameless and accusing her of seducing someone else's fiancé. Su Shirlin's face turned deathly pale. She hadn't even recovered from the shock of this revelation when the woman had everything about her put online. Thousands of words and countless high-definition photos were posted, along with numerous testimonials that cast the 24-year-old girl into the abyss of hell. Su Qing had long been married, and he even had 2 children, yet he had kept this hidden from her. On the school website, her thread was pinned at the top. Everyone pointed fingers at her with contemptuous and disdainful gazes, and even the counselor approached her multiple times. Su Shirlin couldn't make sense of it all. She had merely been in a relationship, so how did she end up like this? She tried explaining herself everywhere she went, but no one believed her. The other protagonists in those stories never once revealed themselves. To preserve its good reputation, the school tactfully urged her to withdraw, and her family, because of her situation, had her mother suffer a brain hemorrhage and be hospitalized. Everything seemed to fall into disarray. Under the heavy blows, Su Shirlin lost even the fetus in her belly who had not yet fully formed. With despair filling her heart and exhaustion weighing down her body, Su Shirlin returned to her hometown, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, Su Qing continued to see his career flourish and enjoyed a happy family life. Chapter 102, Pants. The information suddenly cut off, and there was no more mention of the woman. Gu Peilang furrowed his brows slightly, tapping his fingertips lightly on the desk as he remained silent. Flipping to the next page in his hand, black words on white paper recorded the illegitimate child of Su Qing's age that Su Qing had been secretly searching for. There was pitifully little information about the person. In the file delivered by Lu Qi, there was merely a name and an age on the thin sheet of paper. Everything else was unknown. No wonder Su Qing had spent 7 years searching, and Su Jianghai had spent 5 years without finding anything. Either this person had changed their name and gone into hiding, or someone was protecting them very well. But regardless of which it was, there was one thing Gu Peilang couldn't quite understand. Why did Su Jianghai say that the death of Su Jinyu's mother was related to this half-brother of his? After returning that day, Su Jinyu told him everything about the conversation he had with Su Jianghai. Su Jianghai said my mom was killed by Su Li, but I don't understand. There's no reason they should know each other. They have no grudges, so why would Su Li harm her? The man's dejected voice echoed in his ears as Gu Peilang lowered his gaze and continued flipping through the documents emotionlessly. In those days, Su Jiangyan met Chen Shan while she was working as a bartender at a bar. At 20 years old, Chen Shan had an extraordinary appearance. Su Jiangyan immediately took a liking to her the moment he entered. It didn't take long for the two of them to start consorting together. One wanted money and the other wanted pleasure, each benefiting from the arrangement. Chen Shan could have had a good ending, but she made one mistake too many. She shouldn't have been so greedy. In a place like a bar where things were mixed and murky, getting involved with things she shouldn't have been so easy. In order to buy drugs, she needed a lot of money. And just then, Su Jiangyan appeared, giving her a mobile ATM. As time went on, having gotten used to extravagance, she started dreaming of securing herself a steady meal ticket. Therefore, when she discovered she was pregnant, her first thought was to use the child in her belly to elevate her status. How could Su Jiangyan agree? He was only playing around anyway. If it was all because of a child that he had to settle down and be a good husband and father, he might as well be killed. Moreover, even if he agreed, his father would never approve of him marrying a bartender. So, when Chen Shan came knocking, the young man simply handed her a check and sent her away. Not satisfied, Chen Shan caused a commotion outside the Su family villa but never got to see any member of the Su family. She was thrown out onto the street by the security guards. This harassment and antics continued for several months, leaving her with nothing gained. She also missed the optimal time for an abortion. Later, the doctor directly told her that because she had gotten involved with things she shouldn't have, even if the child could be aborted, it would cause irreversible harm to her body. Inevitably, Chen Shan returned home, reluctantly and helplessly pregnant, and gave birth to Su Jinyu in the village of Hehua. Afterward, the woman left in the middle of the night, submitting herself to various clients out of greed for a life of luxury, eventually contracting an incurable disease and dying in a dirty, messy rental apartment. Her entire life was wasted and tragic. Gu Peilang's eyes skimmed over each line of Songdi font size 4, his fingers tightening slightly on the edge of the paper. The once pristine white paper quickly developed a few creases. He always knew that his little liar had an unfortunate birth and a miserable childhood. However, when all the truths turned into plain black words on white paper presented before him, he still couldn't suppress his heartache. Lu Qi pushed open the door according to schedule, placing the steaming coffee on the table quietly without making a single sound. "Boss, the meeting with Mr. Lu is about to begin," he reminded the man. Gu Peilang put down the file and nodded, understood. "There's also the staff at the funeral home you asked me to contact, they're ready to go anytime." Let them choose a better day." "Yes." "Oh," Gu Peilang called out, stopping the assistant who was about to turn and leave. His deep gaze fell on the data in front of him, revealing no emotions. "Tell Gu Yin to take a few brothers to City Beat regarding Chen Shan, Su Shirlin, and that person named Su Li. I want all their information, by any means necessary." The man's tone was overly serious. Lu Qi straightened his expression slightly and responded deeply, "Understood." In the afternoon, it started snowing lightly again. Su Jinyu stood under the lamppost with a black umbrella, its surface already covered with a thin layer of snowflakes. When he saw the familiar car stop, he raised his lips in a smile and quickly walked over. The man's cheeks, tucked inside a beige high-neck sweater under the lamplight, were flushed red from the cold air. Gu Peilang furrowed his brows and pushed a warm baby, an electric heating pad printed with a blue stitch, into his arms. Su Jinyu held the umbrella in one hand and the still warm heating pad in the other, smiling a bit foolishly. This electric warming device had been something he insisted on giving the man earlier that morning. After Lu Qi helped them enter the house and left, Su Jinyu shook the snowflakes off the umbrella and placed it near the entrance, then pushed the man toward the living room. The man bustled around, pouring himself hot water while Gu Peilang frowned, noticing how unnatural the way the man walked was. "What's wrong with your leg?" "Huh?" Su Jinyu paused, holding the cup of water slightly hesitating. "Nothing's wrong. Maybe I just stood outside for too long and got a little numb." The housekeeper Zhang, who happened to come out from the kitchen at this moment, couldn't help but roll her eyes silently after hearing that excuse. "It's cold. Don't stand outside like an idiot next time." Su Jinyu smiled softly, looking up with a tilted head as he handed the cup of water into the man's hands and squatted down in front of him, gazing upward. "I want to be the first person you see every day when you come home." Gu Peilang's eyelashes trembled slightly, his gaze fluctuating. Su Jinyu continued, "Auntie has already prepared dinner. Let's eat first." "All right." In the middle of the meal, since there was still soup simmering on the stove in the kitchen, Su Jinyu left for a moment. Zhang, who had been quietly standing as a backdrop in the corner of the dining room, glanced toward the kitchen direction. "Sir, there's something. I'm not sure whether I should say it or not. It concerns Mr. Su." The man beside the dining table heard this and immediately put down his chopsticks, raising his head to look at her. When Su Jinyu returned with the soup, he instantly sensed something was off about the atmosphere. He looked at the emotionless man sitting in the wheelchair and turned to glance at Zhang. Gu Peilang turned the wheelchair around and headed out, his voice deepening slightly. "Come upstairs with me." Su Jinyu, holding the soup, looked slightly disoriented. Even the formal address was gone. The two entered the bedroom one after another, the atmosphere heavy and silent. Su Jinyu stared at the back of the man in front of him, feeling uneasy. "Peilang. Take off your pants." Chapter 103, Is Peilang Thinking Of? The deep voice of the man revealed no emotions, and Su Jinyu unconsciously tightened his grip on his pants. The skin that had been pricked earlier still throbbed faintly with pain. He pretended not to understand. Is Peilang thinking of Su Jinyu? The man standing with his back to him called his full name as his temple twitched. Su Jinyu's face paled slightly, and he immediately deflated. He moved around to Gu Peilang's front, crouched down, and reached out for a hug. With a cold expression, the man still subconsciously extended his hand to support him. The voice from within his arms was soft and carried an almost imperceptible sense of wronged feeling. "Peilang, don't be so harsh on me." Gu Peilang's hand trembled slightly, and his heart constricted painfully. He closed his eyes for a moment and ultimately couldn't bring himself to scold again. "You're really improving your skills." The man's voice was somewhat hoarse, but Su Jinyu didn't say anything as he leaned against him. "Go to the bed, let me see your legs." Under the warm, soft lighting, his long, straight legs were exposed, and under the blue sheets, they shone with a lustrous glow, akin to two fine pieces of white jade. However, at this moment, they were dotted with many tiny red spots that stood out alarmingly against his pale skin. Gu Peilang maneuvered his wheelchair to stop by the bedside without speaking, his gaze fixed intently on the two legs, his eyes dark with unreadable emotion. Feeling slightly uncomfortable under his gaze, Su Jinyu instinctively tried to cover himself with the blanket. His toes curled slightly in the air, revealing rounded fingertips. Gu Peilang shifted in his seat and lightly touched the small needle marks with his fingertips. A strange sensation spread over the area his fingers brushed, causing all of Su Jinyu's hair follicles to stand up. "Peilang." He called out to the man, his voice trembling slightly. Looking up, Gu Peilang's eyes, dark as ink, met his. "Who taught you this?" Blinking his long lashes, Su Jinyu shook his head. "No one taught me. I decided to do it myself." Gu Peilang closed his eyes briefly, his breathing slightly unsteady. "Are there any more on your back?" Su Jinyu's body stiffened momentarily. "There aren't any more." "Turn around, let me take a look." Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu pitifully gazed at him, hoping to avoid it. "Peilang." Gu Peilang remained stern, unfazed, leaving Su Jinyu no choice but to begrudgingly close his mouth and slowly turn around, lying face down on the bed. Even more puncture marks came into view, and Gu Peilang's entire heart quivered violently. Feeling as if the man's gaze was tangible, Su Jinyu's muscles tensed slightly. He instinctively gripped the bed sheet underneath him, only wishing the man would scold him instead of remaining silent like now. Time seemed to pass like a century before a warm palm gently covered him. "How did you do it?" a raspy voice asked. Su Jinyu, "I just followed what was written in the medical book." "And the ones on your back?" "By looking into the mirror." His weak voice trembled uncertainly. At the bedside, the man's lips curved slightly, his complexion pale as if to confirm, "Of course." After a brief dialogue, silence once again descended upon the room. Su Jinyu's heart hung suspended, unable to settle. As he waited endlessly for Gu Pei Lang's words, he instinctively turned his head to glance toward the side of the bed. Suddenly, pain erupted in his buttocks. A crisp slap echoed clearly in the spacious room, and the man's rigid posture betrayed his disbelief. Slap, once. Slap, another time. Despite the lack of force behind the slaps, Su Jinyu felt inexplicable shame. Glancing towards the unexpressive man, his heart trembled along with his soul. In the end, he could only bite into the fluffy pillow and tearfully blush. The stinging pain burned where he was struck, spreading along his skin until the man finally stopped. By then, Su Jinyu's eyelashes had become damp. Palms burning hot, Gu Pei Lang lowered his eyes to look at the silently lying figure, his fingers trembling slightly. "Do you know your mistake?" he asked. The person in the bed stirred lightly, and the room was filled with a plaintive sob. The man kept a cold expression, but his heart ached. Slowly, Su Jinyu propped himself up from the bed, his misty eyes pausing Gu Pei Lang's breath for a fleeting moment. Looking pitifully at the ground, he embraced the man with resentment. Under the warm light, the flush beneath his white underwear peeked through the gaps, adding a peculiar allure. "You've hit me for the second time." Su Jinyu's voice carried an undertone of accusation, but Gu Pei Lang tightened his arms around him. "It's because you deserved it." "I know I was wrong, Pei Lang, please don't be angry." "What a little liar, he said the same thing last time too." Gu Pei Lang closed his eyes and remained silent. Su Jinyu felt wronged and sad. He had done it all for the man, yet the other party wasn't happy but mad, and even hit him. "The reason I'm angry is that you made the same mistake again," Gu Pei Lang said in a deep, gentle voice while holding on to the person tightly. "If you wanted acupuncture, you just needed to tell me. You know I wouldn't refuse you. I was afraid you'd feel pain." Su Jinyu murmured softly. Gu Pei Lang held him tighter, feeling a wave of bitterness in his throat. "You were afraid I would hurt. Do you even realize I also can't bear seeing you in pain?" Su Jinyu sniffled. "I was wrong. It won't happen again. Pei Lang, don't be angry." Once again, the person in his arms apologized. He had already scolded and talked enough. How could the man still hold any grudge against the other side? In the end, the root cause was still on himself, if not for his legs. At this thought, Gu Pei Lang paused, then bent down to lightly kiss the top of the other person's head. "Well, there mustn't be a next time, otherwise." Su Jinyu lifted his head from his embrace and looked at him. "Would you lock me up and chain me to the bed?" Seeing the look of anticipation in the man's eyes, Gu Pei Lang was momentarily speechless. He couldn't help but curve his lips slightly, raising his hand to gently pinch the soft cheeks of the person in front of him and tease, "Dreaming pretty dreams, huh? If there's another next time, I'll abandon you." Though it was only a joke, Su Jinyu's face paled slightly. He carefully snuggled back into the man's arms, trembling eyelashes concealing his unease. "There won't be a next time, please don't leave me." The next day when Grandpa Zhang came to administer acupuncture, he heard about Su Jinyu using himself as a practice subject. The elder man paused momentarily while pulling out the needle, then turned his head to look toward Su Jinyu's direction. "Young man, who would have thought you're so tough on yourself?" Su Jinyu gave an awkward smile but didn't say anything. When he felt Gu Pei Lang's gaze locking on him, he instinctively tensed his body, feeling the spot that had been hit start to throb faintly. Chapter 104, Acupuncture Practice. "Master, please stop teasing me," Su Jinyu said helplessly, seeking relief. The elder faintly curved his lips, making his somewhat harsh appearance suddenly appear a bit kinder. "How dare I make fun of you? Since you've already experimented on yourself, today's acupuncture session is up to you." Grandpa Zhang shifted slightly to the side and passed over the silver needles in his hand. Su Jinyu's gaze fell upon them, hesitating slightly. Gu Pei Lang sat calmly on the bed, watching him with steady eyes. Su Jinyu hesitated for a moment before reaching out and taking the item from the elder's hand. As the sharp tip of the needle pierced the flesh, sweat slid down from Su Jinyu's forehead into his eyes. He blinked as the salty sweat flowed into his eyes, causing a sharp sting. "Don't be nervous." The man sitting on the bed spoke softly, his pleasant voice imbued with soothing power. With 1/3 of the silver needle not yet fully inserted, Su Jinyu exhaled slowly, then gently let go of it. Grandpa Zhang was sitting beside him. Although he couldn't see, he could still guess at the general situation. When the last needle was in place, Su Jinyu slumped onto the chair as if all strength had left him. "You did well." Grandpa Zhang raised his hand to pat his shoulder but misjudged the position. His head was gently patted by someone, and Su Jinyu looked up to see the elder rise with the cane in hand. "Take out the needles in an hour, don't forget." Su Jinyu nodded, indicating he understood. An hour later, under the guidance of Grandpa Zhang, Su Jinyu carefully pulled each needle out one by one. From start to finish, the expression of the man seated on the bed didn't change even a little bit. When noticing Su Jinyu's gaze turning toward him, he lightly curved his lips in a smile. "Does it hurt?" Su Jinyu asked him. Gu Pei Lang shook his head and slightly bent forward to lift his hand, wiping away the sweat on his forehead. "It doesn't hurt." Upon hearing his response, Su Jinyu's heart, which had been tense all this time, finally returned to its normal place. He let out a relieved sigh, and his brows relaxed with joy. "After this, I won't come anymore. You should practice acupuncturing him every 3 days." The training intensity can be appropriately increased with some basic equipment. Grandpa Zhang sat in the chauffeur-driven car and reminded Su Jinyu outside the window. Don't stop the medication either, call me if anything comes up. Master. Su Jinyu called out his name. Why so sad? It's not like we won't meet again. Come see this old man when you have time. Alright. That's fine. Abeo is still waiting for me at home. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. Su Jinyu hummed in agreement and watched the elder's car leave the gate of the Gu residence before turning back. Manager Zhang was directing the servants to clean in the living room. Upon seeing Su Jinyu come in, her movements paused momentarily. When their gazes met, her expression showed a fleeting unease. Su Jinyu slowly squinted his eyes, as if pondering something, and looking at the woman with increasing understanding. Mr. Su. Since the woman saw there was no way around it, she steeled herself and greeted him. Su Jinyu looked at her face with a half-smile. Manager Zhang appeared flustered, opening her mouth but unsure what to say for a moment. Su Jinyu didn't say anything, just smiled lightly at her and turned to go upstairs. Manager Zhang. Is that it? No warning. When Su Jinyu returned to the bedroom, Gu Peilang was transferring himself from the bed to the wheelchair. He quickly went to assist, asking, why aren't you lying down? There's a document at the company that requires my signature. I'll handle it in the study. Gu Peilang answered in a low voice while Su Jinyu grabbed the blanket nearby and draped it over him. Su Jinyu frowned, this late. You should rest early. Gu Peilang touched his face with a hand, I'll be back soon. Su Jinyu shook his head, I'll wait for you. Gu Peilang glanced at him, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, only nodding. In the study. The man who supposedly needed to sign documents sat behind the desk. A tablet propped open displayed an ongoing video call. In the screen, the background was chaotic and noisy. Gu Yin, dressed in a black down jacket, struggled to move through the crowd, his earpiece subtly glowing blue in the darkness of night. Finally, the man stopped in front of a dirty alleyway. Boss, we've arrived at the place where Chen Shan lived before she passed away. Gu Yin held up his phone and turned around slowly before stopping. The previous mayor decided to develop this area, but before the plan could be implemented, he stepped down. The current mayor has put the development plan on hold, so this place has fallen behind. Gu Peilang looked expressionlessly at the person in the video, tapping his index finger on the table, get to the point. Gu Yin. Most of the neighbors who used to live around Chen Shan have already moved out, except for one family living downstairs from her. But they've been out recently dealing with some matters and are only coming back tonight. Our people have briefly explained the situation to them, but they're not very cooperative. Not cooperative? The man's tone rose slightly. Gu Yin, yes. As soon as our people mentioned Chen Shan's name, they showed disgust. They claimed they didn't know her and even kicked us out. How old are they? A couple of elderly people, about 70. The tapping of the index finger suddenly stopped. Gu Peilang lifted his gaze and looked toward the person standing outside the door, his expression softening abruptly. What's wrong? Su Jinyu stood at the door with a glass of milk, his head slightly poking into the gap. I warmed you a cup of milk. He gave the man a gentle smile and lowered his voice. Did I interrupt your work? Gu Yin vaguely heard the boss lady's voice in the video and wisely shut his mouth. Gu Peilang shook his head and gestured for the person to come in. Gu Yin was just contemplating whether to hang up the call first so as not to disturb the boss couple, when unexpectedly, the other party cut off the call first. The video connection suddenly broke. Gu Yin. Gu Peilang flipped the tablet face down on the desk, pulled Su Jinyu in, and had him sit on his lap. The man hesitated somewhat. Your leg. Gu Peilang smiled faintly, it doesn't matter. Su Jinyu pressed his lips together, ultimately sitting down lightly, using both hands to hold onto the man's shoulders to reduce his own weight. Gu Peilang naturally noticed it. He chuckled softly twice and then lifted his hand to hook under Su Jinyu's chin for a kiss. The weight on his lap suddenly increased, the soft and warm sensation spreading through their contact points. In the depths of the man's dark, deep eyes, a hint of laughter sparkled. Chapter 105, Gu Gong's Picky Eating. After the kiss ended, Gu Peilang gently rubbed the earlobe of the person in his arms with his fingertips, speaking in a deep and hoarse voice, go rest. Su Jinyu took a few soft breaths and asked, what about you? Together. Su Jinyu nodded obediently, not saying anything. He handed the still warm milk from the nearby table to the man, watching him finish it before pushing him back toward the bedroom. Gu Yin must have really run into some difficulties. After the last phone call, there hadn't been any progress. Time flew by, and another week had passed. City A experienced another heavy snowfall, its silver-clad appearance reduced somewhat in worldly. Before they knew it, Christmas arrived. Although there was no habit of celebrating Western holidays in China, every year many merchants still used this opportunity to attract customers, offering a series of discount promotions. Christmas trees adorned with colored lights and Santa Clauses were placed at store entrances, and display windows were filled with beautifully packaged gifts and colorful balloons, highly attractive. At a clock shop 2 streets away from the Gu family residence. The shop clerk behind the counter was idly scrolling through the news on her phone when the doorbell suddenly rang. The female clerk looked up and saw a handsome man walking in. He was wearing a long black overcoat, underneath which was a white knitted high-neck sweater. On his feet were a pair of black high-ankle combat boots, and as he walked, the occasional glimpse under his coat revealed a pair of long, straight legs. The man had strikingly handsome features but without any trace of effeminacy, especially his eyes which exuded a captivating charm with just a flicker of gaze. The clerk was momentarily lost in admiration until the man came to the counter and lightly tapped his long fingers against its surface, snapping her out of it. "Sir, may I help you with anything?" The clerk gave her signature smile, polite yet warmly inviting. "I'm here to pick up the watch I custom ordered last week," the man replied with a faint smile, his eyes gliding over the rows of exquisite and expensive watches in the glass cabinet. "All right, sir, may I please have your name?" The clerk opened her computer. Su Jinyu. Such a good-looking person even had a pleasant-sounding name. The clerk, while typing, took another covert look at him, silently admiring his beauty within her mind. The system quickly retrieved the customer's information, and the clerk paused briefly when her gaze fell upon the product name. Half an hour later, Su Jinyu emerged from the shop holding a bag. Snowflakes continued to fall gracefully from the sky. The man opened his umbrella, exhaling a puff of white vapor from his mouth, then stepped down the stairs and slowly strolled forward along the street. At the Gu residence. Lu Qi placed all the documents he'd organized during today's meeting onto the man's desk but didn't leave like he usually did. The man behind the office desk raised his eyes, only to see the hesitant expression on Lu Qi's face. "Anything else?" Gu Peilang asked. Lu Qi hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Boss, can I leave a bit earlier this afternoon?" Gu Peilang put down his pen and stared at him for quite a while with eyes as dark as ink before slowly answering, "You have a date." It was stated as a fact. The normally serious-faced assistant turned a slightly suspicious shade of red on his handsome features but still nodded, "Kind of, Ming and I agreed to watch a movie together." "Go ahead," the man's gaze returned to the files in front of him, his tone devoid of any emotion. "Remember to send a report to my email." Lu Qi visibly relaxed, nodded in agreement, said thanks, and then turned to leave the office. When Su Jinyu arrived at the Gu residence, it was exactly the time when the employees were leaving work. He hadn't encountered many people on the road. Occasionally, one or two employees who stayed late and went to the cafeteria a little later saw him and immediately stopped to greet him. Su Jinyu responded composedly to their greeting of, "Good evening, Mrs., and then took the elevator to the floor where the president's office was located. As the year was drawing to a close, the company's affairs were gradually increasing. Gu Peilang had ordered takeout for himself through Lu Qi, eating the boxed meal while looking at the quarterly report sent by the people below. When Su Jinyu pushed open the door, the man was expressionlessly picking out all the green peppers from his lunchbox. "You're picky again." The pleasant-sounding voice unexpectedly broke the silence of the office. The chopsticks held by the man behind the desk, which were holding a green pepper, froze mid-air. He raised his head and looked toward the door, unconsciously curving his lips before tightening his face again as if remembering something. Su Jinyu closed the door behind him and walked over. Sure enough, the divided lunchbox had one half filled with dishes and the other half completely full of green peppers and snow peas that had been picked out, creating a lush green patch. Caught red-handed, the handsome man's expression turned somewhat unnatural as he set down his chopsticks and coughed lightly. "Hey you, why did you come?" Seeing the man try to dodge the subject, Su Jinyu couldn't help but feel both annoyed and amused. Ever since the weather turned cold, Gu Peilang had refused to let Su Jinyu deliver lunch for him every noon, instead eating in the company cafeteria with the employees. It wasn't until recently that Su Jinyu discovered the man was such a picky eater. He barely touched green foods but could eat a little bit of any kind of meat. Even heavily medicated soups were fine as long as they contained stewed meat, which he would eat without batting an eye. Not eating vegetables wasn't originally a big issue, but it was something Su Jinyu took to heart because Grandpa Zhang had said meals should be balanced between meat and vegetables for proper nutrition. That's why Su Jinyu insisted the man consume a certain amount of vegetables daily. At home, Su Jinyu had the housekeeper make different kinds of vegetable dishes each day under his supervision, and the man indeed ate a fair share. During lunch, he would also take photos of his food and send them to Su Jinyu. Su Jinyu naively believed that the man ate everything he sent, until... "Is this what you call eating properly?" Su Jinyu's gaze scanned over the food on the desk, his tone inexplicably cool. "Gu Peilang. The original cafeteria chef resigned, and the new one doesn't cook well." The man pursed his lips slightly before making an excuse. Su Jinyu arched an eyebrow, clearly not believing him. Gu Peilang rarely felt embarrassed like this. "You." The man attempted to speak, but Su Jinyu sighed softly, "If you don't want to eat, just say so. Why do you have to send me fake photos?" He stepped forward and gently took the chopsticks from Gu Peilang's hand, carefully picking the green peppers out of the shredded meat dish piece by piece, his lowered eyes filled with tenderness. Gu Peilang watched his actions, only speaking softly when the last green pepper was removed. "I'm afraid you'll get angry." "I'm angrier this way." Su Jinyu shoved the chopsticks back into the man's hands, his voice slightly firm. "Eat now, and after you finish, I'll go to the hospital and buy you multivitamins." Chapter 106, A Date to Watch Movies. Su Jinyu kept his promise. Gu Peilang had just finished eating when he came back with a bag printed with the hospital logo, filled with all kinds of vitamin tablets. The bag he had brought in earlier was placed on the sofa by the window. Gu Peilang was sitting behind the desk answering a phone call, and Su Jinyu only went over after he hung up. He placed the bag on the other person's desk and said, "One every day from now on, you must take it." Gu Peilang maneuvered his wheelchair out from behind the desk, holding the man's cool fingertips in his hands, and replied softly, "All right." Upon hearing this satisfactory response, Su Jinyu slightly curved the corner of his lips. He let the man warm his hands as he remembered something when asked why he came to the company, turning his attention back to the items on the sofa. "Close your eyes," Su Jinyu said mysteriously. Gu Peilang didn't know what he was about to do, but still closed his eyes obediently. The warmth in his palm briefly withdrew, and he could hear the sound of the other person's footsteps going away and then returning nearby. The sound of a box being opened rang in the quiet office. Gu Peilang felt his left hand being pulled up, his watch removed, followed by a chilling sensation as if something was attaching itself. Unable to resist, he opened his eyes. It was a men's watch with an olive green dial, its black frame reflecting a gentle light under natural illumination, embodying an understated luxury, stable and restrained yet imbued with strength, very much like the person wearing it. Su Jinyu, satisfied, slightly squinted his eyes before looking at the man before him. "It's a gift for you. Do you like it?" Gu Peilang lowered his gaze for a brief look, his eyes dark and unclear. "Why did you suddenly think of giving me a watch?" Su Jinyu examined the watch on his hand from several angles and said, "I noticed the watch on your wrist seemed like it has been worn for a long time, some parts are already damaged. I thought I'd get you a new one. And I just so happened to find a suitable one, so I bought it. Do you not like it?" Gu Peilang shook his head. "I like it." Upon hearing his answer, Su Jinyu's slightly raised heart finally settled back down. He once again looked intently at that watch as though he couldn't admire it enough. The original watch on Gu Peilang's wrist was set aside, its heavily worn body showing signs of age and wear. Even the platinum band had multiple scratches, like an elderly person who had weathered much. Su Jinyu slowly interlaced his fingers with the man's, noticing that the other's gaze fell upon the old watch they had just replaced. He picked it up. "This watch is the only thing my father left me." Su Jinyu paused, his movements hesitating as he held the watch. He handed the watch to the other person. Gu Peilang maintained a composed expression, lightly stroking the dial with his thumb. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "When I was 8 years old, I came in first place for my grade. He gave me this watch as a reward, and I've always carefully preserved it. Later, when my parents were involved in a car accident, everything was taken away by my second uncle's family." His low, icy voice betrayed no emotion, yet Su Jinyu felt deep sympathy. "My aunt later returned it to me, and then gave it back." Su Jinyu frowned deeply. "I'm sorry, Peilang. I didn't know." Gu Peilang shook his head and lightly raised the corner of his mouth. "It's all in the past. If it weren't for your unexpected gift of this watch today, I almost forgot about it altogether." Su Jinyu furrowed his eyebrows even tighter. "Deceiver, your expression clearly didn't match those words." Leaning forward gently, he embraced the person silently without saying anything. Gu Peilang blinked, resting his chin on the thin shoulder of the man, and after a while, trembling, slowly closed his eyes, the look of pain flashing across his face momentarily. After learning that Lu Qi had finished work early, Su Jinyu decided to stay in the company and wait for him to go home together. On the other side, after completing his work, Lu Qi directly locked his office door and left. Some colleagues noticed him leaving early and in a rush, teasing him whether he was hurrying to meet his girlfriend. Hearing this, several colleagues from the same department all laughed. Everyone knew their Lu supervisor had been single for many years, devoted solely to work and the president. If it wasn't for his perfectly upright demeanor and the fact that the president had already been married for years, they would have suspected that the man harbored unspoken feelings for President Gu. Such jokes had been made more than once. In the past, the man would always shake his head to deny them, but this time he surprisingly nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone was shocked, especially the one making the joke. Lu Qi paid no heed to their astonished faces. His meeting time with Fang Mingji was approaching, and the young man had already sent several messages asking where he was. The man lowered his head and quickly typed out a few words to send, then headed toward the elevator. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when he suddenly stopped as if remembering something. The few colleagues behind him were still stunned when they saw Lu Qi turn his head to look at them again. "Not a girlfriend. Colleagues, huh?" The man seriously corrected, "A boyfriend." "Colleagues, huh?" At the largest cinema in downtown, the young man wrapped in a down coat stood shivering outside the entrance, the freezing cold wind turning his nose red. Upon seeing the man rushing over to him, Fang Mingji sniffed sadly. "Why did you take so long to come?" His voice carried an undertone of grievance and reproach, but Lu Qi wore a face full of apologies. "I'm sorry, there was traffic, it's my fault that you had to wait so long." As the man continued to apologize profusely, it was eventually Fang Mingji who grew embarrassed first. You don't have to keep apologizing, I didn't wait too long." Fang Mingji blushed, unsure whether from the cold or embarrassment. Both of them were strikingly handsome, standing at the bustling cinema entrance, and many passers-by were glancing curiously at them. Lu Qi's lips curved slightly, his tall frame blocking some of the biting wind for him as he guided him toward the ticket hall. The young man's hands were icy cold. Lu Qi accidentally touched them and frowned, holding them and tucking them into his own overcoat pocket. "Why didn't you wait inside?" he asked. Fong Mingji, I was afraid you wouldn't see me. The youth always liked to add soft-tone words like, ah, and yeah, his voice always gentle and rising naturally, though he seemed unaware of it himself. Every time Lu Qi heard him speak this way, he couldn't help but want to pull him into his arms, squeeze him and ruffle him, yet he feared frightening the timid little puppy who already lacked courage. I would have seen you. Lu Qi leaned closer imperceptibly, looking as if he were hugging the youth from behind. He said, no matter where Ming is, I can spot you at a glance. Fong Mingji softly, dead without a reply, his jade-like ear tips tinged with a hint of pink. Chapter 107, Lu Qi's Second Confession. The two chose a newly released romance movie. When the movie ended, Fong Mingji sat in the back row of the cinema, holding popcorn and sobbing his heart out. Lu Qi was busy handing him tissues to wipe away the tears, feeling deeply sorry for him. Hic. The young man hiccuped from crying, his eyes so swollen they could barely open. Why can't they be together when they obviously love each other so much? He asked the man beside him, full of grievances. Lu Qi felt somewhat helpless. In the movie, the male lead valued his dignity too highly while the female lead was overly sensitive and fragile. One of them stubbornly refused to express their feelings, while the other couldn't find the courage to speak up. Too many misunderstandings arose between them, and ultimately, staying apart became the best ending for them. The man didn't dare to tell the young man about the intricate relationships, as he feared it would only make him cry more. Xiaoming, don't cry, it's just a movie. Fong Mingji cried even harder, why shouldn't all movies have happy endings? At this point, almost everyone had left the screening room, and the overhead lights came on. The large screen played a melancholic end credit theme. In the midst of blurred tears, Fong Mingji accidentally turned around and saw a girl wearing a mask sitting not far behind them. The youth was startled, stiffening his body and stopping his tears. Lu Qi followed his gaze instinctively, then subconsciously pulled the youth into his embrace. The girl noticed their attention and turned her head. Her eyeliner had smudged, leaving her looking like a panda. Fong Mingji let out a soft intake of breath, grabbing onto Lu Qi's shirt tail. The girl clearly realized how frightening she must look, lowering her head with a hoarse apology before picking up her bag and leaving. Fong Mingji asked, what's wrong with her? Lu Qi shook his head, I don't know. Maybe, she was moved by the movie. Fong Mingji blinked. As they exited the cinema, a cold wind blew, making Fong Mingji shiver instinctively. Lu Qi turned around and helped pull the collar of his sweater higher, blocking some of the chilly wind. His eyes softened. Are you hungry? The young man shook his head. He had eaten a large serving of popcorn and drank a cup of cola in the theater, still feeling quite full. Lu Qi smiled, his hand that had adjusted the collar lingered for a moment, hesitating slightly before sliding down along the shoulder and finally grasping the other's cool, soft hand. Slowly, their fingers interlaced. The man did all of this with a poker face, yet no one knew that his heart was pounding wildly in his chest, nearly bursting into his throat. The tips of Fong Mingji's ears hidden beneath his hair lightly moved, and his gait started to feel clumsy. Holding hands, the two walked silently in perfect harmony along the sidewalk, aimlessly heading forward, just like a couple deep in love, though the man technically still lacked a formal identity. Snow began to fall again, and cheerful Christmas carols flowed out from the shops by the road, bringing a bit of festive cheer to the otherwise cold winter. Young people were pushing flower carts on the road selling flowers. The red roses appeared especially dreamlike under the dim yellow streetlights. When the flower cart passed by them, Fong Mingji glanced at it, not particularly interested in buying any, but curious about how many flowers could be sold in such cold weather. You wait here for a moment. As they approached a mall, Lu Qi suddenly pulled the young man inside. He pressed his shoulders, making him sit on the sofa and wait while he turned and left. His tall and sturdy figure disappeared quickly into the night. Fong Mingji blinked, instinctively feeling a bit panicked. Time ticked away slowly, and just as he grew impatient and prepared to stand up to look for the man, Lu Qi finally returned. The young man unconsciously let out a sigh of relief, but it stopped halfway when he saw what was in the man's hand, leaving his heart racing uncontrollably, making him temporarily dazed. The handsome man took long strides, step by step approaching him, holding a bundle of roses as red as fire in his hand. Wrapped around the roses was a string of little lights, and seated in the middle was a cute little white dog sticking its tongue out and smiling stupidly. Fong Mingji helplessly stood up from the sofa, his heart beating faster and faster. The distance between them kept closing. Already, a number of people in the mall were looking at them, admiringly glancing at the lucky couple. Whoever that lucky girl was, she must surely have a boyfriend who loved her deeply. After taking the last step, Lu Qi stood firmly in front of the youth. His eyes, without the obstruction of glasses, appeared slightly more intense as they quietly looked at the other person, filled with a tenderness that seemed almost tangible. A crowd had already gathered around them, probably expecting an impassioned confession to unfold. However, the expected female protagonist was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was just a handsome and adorable young man. Gradually, the audience began to realize something wasn't quite right. Xiaoming, Lu Qi took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled it shakily, forcing himself to calm down as he extended the roses and the gift box tied with a bow towards the other. This is for you, a Christmas present. Fong Mingji stared blankly at the man, his eyes not blinking even once. The onlookers instinctively held their breaths, realizing the situation between two men carried a bit more excitement. Fang Mingji remained motionless for what felt like an eternity, leaving the flowers and gifts helplessly hanging in mid-air, looking somewhat laughable. Lu Qi's gaze toward the youth started to lose its original glow. The air inside the mall seemed to grow heavy, weighed down by the man's evident disappointment. His hand in the air slowly withdrew, all the anticipation and uneasiness previously visible on his handsome face completely vanishing. "Sorry. I forgot to ask if you liked it or not." Lu Qi whispered softly. The youth before him still bore an expression of confusion. The spectators couldn't help but sigh sympathetically. It was as if they had already foreseen the outcome. Shaking their heads in regret, they turned away and left, discussing the scene far into the distance. A pity, that man clearly likes him so much. I agree, truly regrettable. For a moment, Fang Mingji appeared dazed and disoriented. It wasn't until he snapped out of it that he noticed the man was no longer in front of him. His face suddenly went deathly pale, his eyes wide with fear as he scanned around frantically. Spotting the silhouette of the man walking towards the exit, he was stricken as if struck by lightning. Lu Qi. Suddenly, a tremulous yet sharp cry broke through the silence from behind. This was followed by hurried and disorderly footsteps. Before Lu Qi could turn around, he was forcefully embraced from behind. The violent impact made him stagger forward momentarily before regaining his footing. "You can't go. You're not allowed to leave." The voice of the youth behind him was quivering, bordering on sobbing. Lu Qi didn't turn around, instead, he brought the phone to his ear where his boss's low, icy tone resonated, "Young Master Fang. Yes. Make sure you handle things well before coming over." Gu Peilang said nothing much after hearing this, only briefly pausing before uttering those few words, then ending the call. Chapter 108, Acquiring a Little Crybaby. Gu Residence. Su Jinyu carefully organized a few ties that the man often wore and placed them into the luggage compartment, zipping it up before standing the suitcase upright. Gu Peilang sat in his wheelchair watching the busy back of Su Jinyu, his gaze soft. The man was freshly dressed in a silver-gray suit, with his hair restyled using gel, revealing his full forehead and sharp eyebrows, radiating a fierce handsomeness. Su Jinyu turned around, their eyes meeting, and the reluctant feelings in his heart welled up again. Gu Peilang gestured to him with a gentle wave of his hand. Su Jinyu pressed his lips together, took a couple of steps forward, and crouched down in front of the man. His fuzzy head rested on the man's knee. Gu Peilang looked down, inserting his fingers into the other's hair as he gently rubbed, "I'll be back soon." There had been a sudden decision for a business trip to B City, and Su Jinyu received the news at the dining table. Instantly losing his appetite, upon realizing the man didn't intend to bring him along, his mood dropped further. Su Jinyu was both angry and sad, refusing to talk to Gu Peilang for a while. However, seeing the other person awkwardly bending over in the wheelchair dragging out the suitcase to pack, he couldn't help but lend a hand. He knew the man had counted on his kindness, leaving him with no choice but to sulk alone. "Can I really not go with you?" Su Jinyu persisted, looking up at the man in front of him. Gu Peilang didn't say anything, he just shook his head gently. "I'll be back soon, at most 2 days." He promised the man. "What about your legs? Grandpa Zhang said you have to take medicine and soak your feet daily." "I'll bring the medicine. Lu Qi will take good care of me, don't worry." Su Jinyu blinked, suppressing the sourness and sadness in his heart. The man preferred Lu Qi do these things rather than take him along. "You promise you'll take care of yourself there and call me when you get there." That's all he could ask for. "All right, I promise you. 2 days, if you don't come back, I'll come find you." Su Jinyu stared at the man in front of him and added after some thought. Gu Peilang glanced down at him, his dark profound eyes sparkling with amusement. "Are you my little manager?" Su Jinyu squeezed his fingers lightly, not saying anything. An hour later, Lu Qi's car pulled steadily outside the Gu residence. Su Jinyu helped push Gu Peilang out where they saw Fang Mingji sitting in the passenger seat with red cheeks, holding flowers. Lu Qi got out of the car and took the suitcase from the hands of the steward, apologizing to the man, "Sorry boss, I'm late." Gu Peilang briefly glanced at the young man standing behind him who had just stepped out of the car, shaking his head slightly. "Jinyu, Mr. Gu." Fang Mingji greeted both of them. Su Jinyu noticed the roses in his arms and the swollen lips under the lamplight, changing from surprise to understanding. Meeting Su Jinyu's eyes, Fang Mingji's gaze wavered shyly, and the flush returned to his face. Su Jinyu sent Gu Peilang off at the airport and only prepared to leave after the plane carrying the man took off. Fang Mingji stood by his side still gazing dumbfounded at the direction in the night sky where the plane had disappeared, the rose in his arms swaying left and right in the cold wind. "Snap out of it." A long, pale hand waved in front of him. Coming to his senses, the youth saw his friend's disdainful expression. "Jinyu." Fang Mingji blushed and smiled sheepishly. Unable to bear the sight, Su Jinyu dragged him towards the parking lot. Fang Mingji followed behind, carefully guarding the roses in his arms. Catching sight of the adorable little dog, he couldn't help but curve his lips into a sweet smile. The man opened the car door, pushing him inside, then got in from the other side. Inside the car, shielded from the cold outside, Su Jinyu looked at the young man in front of him and asked, "Has Lu Qi succeeded in winning you over?" Fong Mingji. Why are you so direct? The youth's round dog-like eyes sparkled with bright light, his face turning crimson. Su Jinyu, looking like he was suffering from toothache, lifted his hand and slapped his cheek. I know you're in love. Please tone down your love-struck expression or I'll hit you. Jinyu, you're so mean, Fong Mingji pouted unhappily. Su Jinyu coldly snorted, how could he not be upset after the main man left? The man had his arm resting on the steering wheel, lightly tapping his fingers. We haven't seen each other in a long time either. Tell me, how did the two of you get together? Fong Mingji, what's there to say, we just got together. Meanwhile, on the plane. Gu Peilang leaned back against the soft chair back with his eyes closed, taking a moment to relax. Beside him, Lu Qi was looking down at his phone, a faint smile constantly on his lips. The images on the phone screen kept changing, but one thing remained constant, the main subject was always the same person. By chance, Gu Peilang glanced over and caught sight of the youth sleeping face down on a table. With the high resolution and excellent eyesight, he could clearly see a suspicious patch of water on the desk. The pictures turned out well. The deep and cool voice suddenly sounded, causing Lu Qi to jump and nearly drop his phone onto his knee. Boss. He turned his head to glance at the man beside him, looking awkward. Gu Peilang showed no expression, pretty cute. Lu Qi. The atmosphere grew strangely silent for a moment. Yet the man seemed completely unaware as he spoke again, the two of you are together. Lu Qi, prompted by this question, recalled the young man's earlier laughter mingled with tears, and his face softened as he gave a gentle response, Back in the mall, when Fong Mingji fell silent, Lu Qi thought that he'd been refused yet again. The lost look on the young man's face, along with the faint unease, made Lu Qi's heart ache as if it couldn't breathe properly. He began to doubt internally whether he had done something wrong. Just then, his phone buzzed non-stop, giving him an excuse to calm down. Lu Qi almost fled toward the entrance of the mall, answering the call with the phone pressed against his ear. His boss's voice came through from the other end telling him about the trip to B-City, the air ticket already booked, and that they were due to leave in 2 hours. Still somewhat dazed, before Lu Qi could respond, a sob-laden voice from behind interrupted him. It was Fong Mingji crying, refusing to let him go and accusing him of abandoning him. Bitterness welled up in Lu Qi's heart as he thought, clearly, it's because you don't want me. The youth clutching his back cried pitifully, making Lu Qi feel both powerless and tender-hearted. Eventually unable to resist the softness in his heart, he turned around and embraced him. Accidentally, the roses and gift box fell to the ground. After hearing the sound, Fong Mingji struggled free from Lu Qi's arms, bent down, picked them up, and carefully held them close. Lu Qi saw the red flowers and the bitterness flickered in his eyes once more. Minmin, give it to me. Fong Mingji shook his head firmly while hugging them tighter, his hoarse voice replied, no, it's mine. Lu Qi froze momentarily, staring at the youth in disbelief and surprise. You. Fong Mingji sniffed, his bloodshot dog-like eyes looking wet and shiny at the man before him. You said you would give it to me, you can't take it back now. The man's Adam's apple moved slightly as he listened, his gaze turning deeper as he stared at Fong Mingji. Do you know what it means to accept my flowers? The emotions expressed in those eyes were too direct and intense, causing a fleeting flush to rise on the young man's cheeks. But Fong Mingji suppressed the mounting embarrassment, determined not to shy away any longer. I know, he answered. Chapter 109, To B-City. Then what? Su Jinyu looked at the young man in front of him, whose cheeks were red, and asked. Fong Mingji, his face flushed, used the rose in his hand to block the other person's gaze, then. There was no then. Recalling that ferocious kiss, as if the other party would devour him alive, his heart started racing again. Such things, it's better not to let Jinyu know about them. Su Jinyu watched the youth who was falling in love, clicked his tongue twice, ultimately didn't say anything further, started the car, and sent the person home. On the other side. After 2 hours of flight, the plane slowly landed at the B-City airport. Lu Qi pushed Gu Peilang out from the passage, and immediately saw Gu Yin and others waiting there. Beside them stood several burly men with thick shoulders and broad waists. The leader among them was a lean man dressed in a silver suit exuding a scholarly aura. Boss. Gu Yin limped forward upon seeing them come out. The man had a swollen eye and a bruised corner of his mouth, looking quite disheveled. Gu Peilang's eyes fixed on his face, and his gaze turned colder. Who hit you? Before Gu Yin could respond, the lean man standing behind him stepped forward. Mr. Gu, your reputation precedes you. The man coldly looked at him without saying a word. The man showed no embarrassment, his expression polite yet distant. Even the upward curve of his lips seemed carefully measured, as if using a ruler. I am the assistant to Mr. Qi, calling me Wang Qi is fine. Gu Peilang's icy gaze stared at him, his voice low and cold, your people hit my people. It was a misunderstanding, Wang Qi's smile remained unchanged. I've already reprimanded those under me and apologized to Mr. Gu Yin. The man let out a cold laugh. Where is Shang Yi? Wang Qi, Mr. Qi is currently waiting for you at the Tsangtan Villa. He specifically asked me to pick you up. Gu Peilang narrowed his eyes, their dark hue opaque. The man refused the car arranged by the other party, and allowed Lu Qi to push him onto a car parked outside the airport by Gu Yin. The car door closed, blocking out the external sounds and chill. Gu Peilang looked at the man in the driver's seat through the rearview mirror, his tone devoid of any emotion. What happened? This so-called impromptu business trip to B City was actually due to an unexpected phone call in the study. A week without news, Gu Yin suddenly called. When Gu Peilang answered, he heard another person's voice. That man who hadn't been heard from since their last meeting at the Gu residence greeted him on the phone with a laugh, merely mentioning a mishap where his subordinates had inadvertently offended Gu's people, asking if they could get a chance to apologize. Holding the mobile phone, Gu Peilang didn't say anything. It wasn't until he heard Gu Yin's voice that he finally agreed. The man in the passenger seat heard his boss's inquiry, and his colorful expression slightly frowned. Speaking of this incident, it was also their misfortune, originally thinking it was just a normal elderly couple with no background, but who could have expected that the person behind them would turn out to be a demon figure like Shang Yi. Remembering to be good citizens who obey laws, Gu Yin and his team did not carry out any threatening or coercive actions against them. At first, he took his team to visit daily. Later, when the old couple found it annoying and stopped opening the door, they squatted in the hallway, waiting for them to go out. The matter made no progress. The couple acted like they had swallowed a weight, stubbornly denying knowing the person they mentioned. Gu Yin, a former reconnaissance soldier, could easily see that they were lying but was helpless. When he was at a loss, the matter unexpectedly turned a corner. At noon, he asked his people to keep watch while he went for lunch. On his way back, he just happened to see the two elders coming back from the market with groceries. The man smoking under a tree discarded his cigarette butt and approached them quickly. This time, the usually unresponsive old lady suddenly stopped, looking at him. Do you really want to know about Qinshan? Seeing an opportunity, Gu Yin stirred inside and tried hard to appear sincere on his face. Ma'am, we're really not bad people. If you know, please tell us. The elder woman beside her frowned unhappily, but still remained silent. The old lady lowered her head and thought for a moment, and then suddenly smiled kindly. All right then, follow me. After finishing her words, she pulled her husband and left, while Gu Yin and the others looked at each other before following them. When Gu Yin saw the group of ferocious-looking people standing in the elder's house, his expression froze for a moment. The old lady had already put down the bag in her hand, pulling her old partner to one side, and then pointed at them. It's them. Before Gu Yin could react, he was beaten up. Outnumbered by the other side, their men hardly fared well. After being beaten, they were directly taken to a strange place. Upon seeing the man slowly descending the spiral staircase, Gu Yin suddenly realized that the matter they were investigating might not be simple. After recounting the entire incident, Gu Yin fell silent, and an oppressive silence enveloped the small car. The man sitting at the back seat was expressionless, his pitch-black eyes shining eerily under the dim light. Are you saying that you saw a man who looks very much like Mr. Su Jinyu? Yes, about 20 years old, with 7/10 resemblance to Mr. Su. Even now, Gu Yin could recall vividly the shock of seeing the person for the first time. If it wasn't for the knowledge that Mr. Su would never look at anyone else other than his boss with such tender gaze, he would have almost thought it was the man who came to B City. Gu Peilang didn't say anything, his fingers slightly moving on his knees. The shadows of trees on both sides of the window flew backward rapidly as the car slowly entered the winding road, and after another 10 or so minutes of driving, it finally stopped in front of the villa halfway up the mountain. Wang Qi got out of the car, standing far away until he saw Gu Peilang sit well on the wheelchair, then he raised his face with a smile and walked over. Mr. Gu, this way please. The man slightly bent his waist and made a gesture of invitation. The milky white carved door slowly opened to the sides, and a butler with Western features walked out from inside. He quickly approached Wang Qi and whispered something softly. At last, he looked up towards Gu Peilang's direction, nodding slightly to greet him. The grand hall in pure European style was brightly lit. A man in a black suit sat on the sofa with his back to the entrance, his artistic hands resting casually on the armrest, and the wine glass in his hand refracted a dazzling glow under the chandelier overhead. As the heavy doors slowly opened, the man stood up, and when his gaze landed on the man in the wheelchair behind his assistant, a sudden smile bloomed on his handsome yet sharp face. Peilang, it's been a long time. Chapter 110, Gradually Approaching the Truth. Gu Peilang sat in the wheelchair, expressionless as he stared at the man before him. His voice revealed no emotion. Uncle Qi. The two men, equally matched in presence, being in the same room made the atmosphere unusually tense. Shang Yi waved away the people around, including Gu Yin and Lu Qi, who were taken away together. He took a couple of steps forward and reached out to touch the wheelchair, but Gu Peilang slightly retreated, avoiding the contact. I don't need your help, Uncle Qi, I can manage myself. Shang Yi didn't seem embarrassed, and smoothly withdrew his hand, his smile turning toward the man's legs covered by a blanket. I heard that you've started treatment, but why doesn't it seem like there's much improvement? Gu Peilang maintained an unperturbed expression. This is my private matter, there's no need for Uncle Qi to concern yourself. How is it that after not seeing each other for some time, Peilang seems distant from me? Aren't we friends? There was a tone of loss in the man's words, though his face still held laughter. Gu Peilang controlled the wheelchair to turn around and look at him, the deep eyes showing a certain estrangement. Since we are friends, may I ask, Uncle Chi, why you have targeted my people? It's all a misunderstanding, Shang Yi said with a curled lip. Mr. Li's couple has helped me in the past. They called me seeking help because a group of hooligans have been harassing them recently, so I sent someone over to see what the situation was. How could I know it would be your people? Hooligans. Gu Peilang raised an eyebrow. Uncle Chi's subordinates should be replaced. Shang Yi smiled indifferently. The man turned to the nearby bar counter, poured another glass of wine and handed it over. Gu Peilang extended his hand to accept it. According to what your subordinates say, you're looking for information about 2 women. Shang Yi swung the wine glass in his hand, the crimson red wine lightly shaking within it. Gu Yin has never been someone who talks a lot. That this man knew of this did not surprise Gu Peilang in the least. He took a sip of the red wine in his glass, raising his gaze to look at the person in front of him. Does Uncle Chi know them? Shang Yi paused for a moment in his movements. You always hit the nail on the head. The man's smile softened slightly, his gaze meeting the man's in an ambiguous way. Gu Peilang lowered his gaze to the crimson liquid in his hand, calmly stating, mutual recognition. Shang Yi chuckled softly, placing down the wine glass. The collision of the glass bottom against the marble tabletop emitted a clear sound. With his legs elegantly crossed, the man leaned slightly forward on the sofa, his index finger supporting his chin as he looked at the person in front of him. I do know about them. He openly admitted, Gu Peilang's gaze remaining calm, silently waiting for him to continue. I can also tell you everything I know, but under one condition, you must first tell me why you're investigating them. Gu Peilang slowly narrowed his eyes. Su Qing has an illegitimate child named Su Li. Has Uncle Chi ever heard of this name? The man showed no change in expression, but the warmth in his eyes dropped. Oh. Is that so? I'm not very clear about the affairs of the Su family in City A. It doesn't matter if you're unclear, Gu Peilang saw through the man's expressions, suddenly tilting the corners of his lips upwards. I heard that Su Qing has been searching for her these recent years, along with Su Jianghai. Shang Yi chuckled lightly, the smiles on his face not reaching his eyes. These seem to all be matters of the Su family. Why has manager Gu, an outsider, grown curious? Gu Peilang swirled the wine glass in his hand. Not really curiosity, just someone invited my kid out and said something true or false, making him very unhappy. Su Jianghai. What did he say? Gu Peilang gazed at the man in front of him, speaking clearly. He said that Su Li killed Su Jinyu's mother. As soon as the words were spoken, Shang Yi reacted as if he had heard a funny joke. A derisive laugh escaped his lips, with a fleeting glint of severity flashing in his eyes. He does dare to say things. Gu Peilang said, as far as I know, apart from his deceased wife, Su Qing only had one love affair, a childhood sweetheart, Su Shilin. What are you implying? Su Shilin got pregnant during university. If the child was still alive today, it wouldn't be only 23 years old. So, Su Li came later, right? Gu Peilang's pitch-black eyes locked onto the man in front of him, their gaze somewhat confrontational. After my investigation, I found all information about Su Shilin upon returning to her hometown was erased. Apart from someone deliberately trying to keep her hidden, I can't think of any other reason. Boss Chi, what happened after Su Shilin returned to City B? What's her relationship with Chen Shan? And Su Li, what relation are you to him? With each sentence from the man, the smile on Shang Yi's face gradually faded, until finally, he stared expressionlessly at the person before him. A dangerous glint shimmered in his slightly blue eyes. Why doesn't Mr. Gu ask me directly? A calm and chilly voice suddenly sounded, causing a slight change in Shang Yi's complexion. Gu Peilang looked in the direction of the voice and, upon seeing the man standing at the entrance of the staircase on the second floor, his pupils constricted for a moment. He was, indeed, an uncanny resemblance. The other party was wearing a light gray loungewear set, with an oversized coat draped over his shoulders. His chilly gaze met Gu Peilang's, then he descended step by step. Shang Yi stepped forward and gently enveloped the person in his arms. Why did you come out? Weren't you supposed to rest? The man who had just been radiating coldness now seemed entirely different, as if transformed, emanating only tenderness. Su Li shook his head lightly. I couldn't sleep. Shang Yi frowned, concerned whether the other person's headache had flared up again. Su Li patted his hand comfortingly and then raised his gaze to look at Gu Peilang nearby. Mr. Gu, it's nice to meet you. I am Su Li. Gu Peilang slightly tilted his head to look at the person in front of him, the surprise in his eyes disappearing completely. The man in front of him indeed bore a 7/10 resemblance to Su Jinyu in terms of appearance, but their demeanor was completely different. Su Li. Gu Peilang carefully considered the name, instantly confirming the other person's identity. Mr. Gu need not trouble Shang Yi. Anything you wish to know, I will tell you. Su Li glanced at the man before him, a pale and tranquil smile gracing his slightly pale face. Shang Yi supported him and led him to sit on the sofa, pouring a warm cup of water for him. In the spacious and bright living room, the three remained silent for a while, creating a quiet atmosphere. Before I begin, I have one question for Mr. Gu. Su Li lifted the cup of water in his hands, took a sip, and then opened his mouth. Go ahead. Did Mr. Gu inform Su Jinyu about your visit to City B? Gu Peilang, I just said I came here on a business trip. Su Li's lips curved faintly, his smile becoming more genuine. This is enough, I don't want Su Jinyu to know about my situation yet, so I hope Mr. Gu can keep this confidential for me. Gu Peilang nodded. The man lowered his gaze to the cup of water in his hands, lost in thought for a moment before softly speaking, since I've decided to tell Mr. Gu, I won't hold back. Let's start, from when my mother left City A. Chapter 111, Past Memories, 1. After Su Shilin dropped out of school that year, she returned to her hometown without even packing her luggage. Her roommates in the dormitory tossed all her belongings into the hallway as if avoiding some kind of bacteria, wishing they could burn it all with a fire. The girl returned home after having an abortion but was not even allowed to enter the house. Su's parents had always been morally upright, but because of her, they were pointed at and gossiped about by their neighbors behind their backs. Su's mother ended up in the hospital from anger. The doctor said that due to her old age, even if she woke up, she would only be able to spend her remaining days in bed. Su's father blamed all the mistakes on his daughter, who lacked self-restraint, and when the girl returned home, he slammed the door hard, locking her outside. Su Shilin knelt outside the door for a whole day and night, only to be met with her father's cold-hearted words, "You are not my daughter." The neighbors were silently watching the commotion, and many, well-meaning, people came forward to console, their words both explicit and implicit, accusing her of being promiscuous and lacking self-respect as a girl. The vulgar words have numbed Su Shilin. After one day and one night, she realized her parents truly no longer wanted her. Her chest felt as though it had been torn open, bloody nerve endings connected to a fragile heart, which hurt with every gust of wind. Su Shilin had never thought that this place where she grew up, what she believed to be a lifelong haven, would harbor such great hostility towards her. On the third morning, the girl dragged her weakened body into a thick fog. From start to finish, she never looked back even once. Alone, and with no money, Su Shilin didn't even know where to go. When she collapsed beside a trash can, she even thought to herself, if I were to die this way, wouldn't it be better? But heaven did not hear her innermost thoughts. When she opened her eyes, Su Shilin stared blankly at the ceiling with peeling, blackened paint. "Hey, you're awake." A voice, indistinguishable whether male or female, sounded nearby, a result of years of smoking. Su Shilin turned her head to see a woman leaning against the doorframe, dressed provocatively. The woman had her arms crossed, holding between her fingers painted bright red a long, slim cigarette. Upon noticing she was awake, the woman raised her eyebrows. "Since you're awake, hurry up and eat, then leave quickly." Her words were utterly unsentimental, and her heavily made-up face showed nothing but disdain. Su Shilin didn't move, just slowly turning her head like a puppet without a soul. The woman worked as a barmaid in the city's red light district and never expected that a moment of soft-heartedness would lead her to acquire an unshakable trouble. From high summer to deep autumn, the girl she found by the garbage bins had already lived with her for 2 whole months. "Sister Fong, can you introduce me to a job?" Sister Fong, returning home at dawn with a body heavy with fatigue and alcohol, saw the girl standing under the light wearing a checkered suit. A pair of pitch-black eyes quietly observed her. "You were doing fine at the bakery, weren't you?" The woman took off her black coat, revealing the red low-cut dress underneath. Her white neck was covered in bruises. Su Shilin shifted her gaze elsewhere uncomfortably, her gentle voice betraying no emotion. "I quit." Sister Fong frowned slightly but didn't ask more, simply saying, "There is work in my hands, just not something a good girl like you should do. Are you interested?" Su Shilin faintly curled her lips upward. At 20-something, she appeared to have already experienced half a lifetime of vicissitudes. "As long as I can earn money, I'll do anything." Sister Fong looked at her, her willowy brows furrowed together. After a long silence, the woman finally spoke, "All right, I'm going to work tomorrow, you come along." "Okay." The next day, Su Shilin really went to Sister Fong's workplace with her. At the age of 24, Su Shilin stepped foot into a place she'd only seen on TV for the first time. She was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet, moving throughout like a marionette controlled by strings, only following behind Sister Fong. Sister Fong brought her to meet the manager of the bar. After flirting and bantering with the middle-aged man for a while, she entrusted Su Shilin to him. The work Sister Fong mentioned was selling drinks in the bar. The base salary was low, but there were commissions. For each bottle sold, she could get a 20% commission, with more expensive bottles bringing higher commissions. Anyone could sell drinks, but what Sister Fong said about it not being suitable for Su Shilin wasn't because she was incapable, it was due to her delicate and attractive appearance that was bound to draw trouble and unrest. Sister Fong thought the girl wouldn't last more than a week. But to her surprise, the other party really held on, selling drinks for 13 years straight. Batch after batch of people in the bar came and went, the manager changed twice. Thanks to over a decade of experience, Su Shilin grew from a simple drink seller into a smooth-talking hall manager. The innocence and naivety on her once were entirely erased in this chaotic melting pot. In the year Sister Fong turned 35, she met a man who treated her well. Without hesitation, she left the bar and followed him back to his hometown. Before she went, she gave her bracelet, which she had worn for many years, to the woman who had just turned 30. With earnest advice, she told her that the bar was no good place and that she should leave sooner rather than later. Su Shilin looked at the only woman who ever truly cared for her, her eyes turning red as she choked back tears and nodded. On the day Sister Fong left, she sent the couple off to the train station. While the woman wasn't paying attention, she secretly slipped an envelope stuffed with money into the bag. All these years, aside from setting aside a little for living expenses, she sent every penny she earned home. Though they lived in the same city, Su Shirlin had never gone home once, not because she didn't want to, but because she didn't dare. She heard that her mother could now walk a few steps in the courtyard with a cane, and her father's health remained strong. To Su Shirlin, being able to still receive such news was enough. After Sister Fong's departure, the woman's already uneventful life became even more like stagnant water. If not for the unexpected incident that followed, she would have resigned at 40, found a peaceful and harmonious place to open a bakery, done things she loved, and perhaps even found someone to live out the rest of her days with, if the other person didn't mind sharing their life with her. Su Shirlin had beautiful dreams and even made detailed plans for her future. But accidents always arrived unexpectedly. She never thought that at her age, approaching middle age, she would still be targeted by someone. The moment Su Shirlin sensed something was wrong with her body, panic swept through her. She gritted her teeth and arranged her work amidst the rising turmoil before rushing out with her handbag, wanting to return to that small yet secure little house. However, when she pushed the door open, she fell into a pair of eerily familiar eyes. Chapter 112, Past Memories, 2. The next event seemed absurd but somehow fitting. Su Shirlin woke up in a strange place, her body sore all over. When she saw the man she hadn't seen for years lying on the bed, all she could do was sigh at how fate had toyed with her. The man before her still looked as handsome as he did in her memories, only now more mature and charismatic. The years seemed to have treated him kindly, unlike herself. Su Qin was still sound asleep. The messy king-sized bed, clothes scattered all over the floor, and an indelible scent lingering in the air all attested to what had happened the night before. Su Shirlin pulled back the blanket to look at her bruised body, then got out of bed with a blank expression. She quietly put on her clothes, opened the door, and left without waking the man on the bed. She had a premonition that the man had already recognized her and would come looking for her. So when she saw him, dressed in a suit, walk into her boss's office, Su Shirlin felt no surprise. The resignation letter she held crumpled in her hand. After Su Qin left, she placed it on the manager's desk and silently turned to leave without telling anyone. The manager had just seen Su Qin off to his car and was thinking of calling Su Shirlin in for questioning. But upon entering the office, he found the resignation letter instead, with the woman nowhere to be found. After resigning, Su Shirlin prepared to pack her luggage and leave the city that had raised her for so many years. After transferring a portion of her money home, she had just enough left to start anew somewhere else. After pondering on her phone for a long time, Su Shirlin decided to go to City B, the city known for its great tolerance towards everyone. Upon arriving in City B, Su Shirlin began searching for a place to live and a job. Her days were busy but not rushed. When her period didn't arrive 2 months later, the woman began to entertain a bold hypothesis which was confirmed by the 2 red lines on the pregnancy test stick. She felt more delighted than panicked about the baby's arrival. Su Shirlin couldn't help feeling this child was the one she had accidentally lost before, so she decisively made up her mind to have this baby. Having a baby meant a lot of previous plans had to be reconsidered. Raising a child would require a great deal of money. Pregnancy was difficult, especially since she was an older mother. She worked while overcoming various adverse effects of pregnancy, morning sickness, swelling, hormonal imbalances. After 10 months of carrying her child, on the day of her due date, Su Shirlin was taken to the hospital with the help of a couple from the building downstairs. As a single woman with a large belly, she often became a topic of discussion wherever she went. However, the elderly couple never minded, they helped with registration, paid the bills, and even until after the baby was safely delivered. The old lady even specially stewed chicken soup at home and brought it over. This was the first time after Sister Fong's departure that Su Shirlin once again experienced kindness from someone else. She sat on the hospital bed, holding her baby, crying while drinking the soup. Her tears fell continuously into the bowl. It is often said there is no permanent misfortune or luck. Su Shirlin had always firmly believed this. The baby's arrival gave her hope for the future. She thought everything would get better, surely it would improve, until the doctor placed a diagnosis report in front of her. On the white sheet of paper were countless professional terms and head CT scans that she couldn't understand. Seeing the bewildered look on the woman's face, the doctor kindly explained it to her. In short, there was a tumor in the child's brain that he had been born with. Since it was too close to the central nervous system, it couldn't be surgically removed and could only stay with him for life. Fortunately, the tumor was currently small and wouldn't affect the baby's health. However, whether it would grow larger with age or suddenly worsen in the future remained unknown. Even thunder striking on a clear day would pale in comparison to this. For a moment, Su Shirlin wanted to yell, cursing heaven for being unfair to her, cursing fate for playing tricks on her, cursing the world for being cruel to her. But she couldn't utter a single word, let alone a complete syllable. She could only gasp with her mouth wide open, like a broken wind box. The baby on the bed slept soundly, his innocent little face showing the purity of a newborn. He was so young, knew nothing, and hadn't even properly opened his eyes to see the world. Su Shirlin collapsed onto the ground, feeling as if the sky itself had fallen. Crying, she knelt down before the doctor, begging them to save her child, but there was no way, no one could do anything. The doctor consoled her to take things lightly, think positively, maybe the tumor wouldn't grow or worsen, and the child would grow up safely. Or perhaps in a few years, medical technology would advance enough to remove the tumor. In any case, there was still hope. The elderly couple from downstairs also consoled her. Su Sherlin, looking at the swaddled baby, wiped away her tears with clenched teeth. Yes, there was still hope, and she wouldn't give up until the very end. As the child grew day by day, he appeared no different from other children, and Su Sherlin began to relax her heart slightly. When the baby was 3 months old, the woman, persuaded by the old lady downstairs, spent a large sum of money to have a master read his fortune. The master said that the baby was destined for great wealth and honor, and would meet his benefactor at the age of 10. However, this benefactor had a complicated identity, so no matter what happened in the future, she must not interfere with any decision the child made. Although the master spoke with mystic certainty, all Su Sherlin wanted was for her child to grow up healthy and live a long life. As the master handed her a red amulet containing a slip of paper with the baby's name written on it, he said, "Don't worry, all that you wish for will come true." Su Sherlin thought to herself that she must be desperate to place her hopes on these baseless, unscientific metaphysical practices. The master named the child Lee, and Su Sherlin spent an entire night pondering over the amulet before finally deciding to let the child take the Su surname. A mere surname didn't mean much. When little Su Lee reached 6 months old, with the help of the elderly couple from downstairs, Su Sherlin leased a 20-square-meter shop at the entrance of their residential complex and opened a small cake workshop, starting a life where she could both take care of her child and run her own business. Chen Shan moved in around this time. Su Sherlin's floor only housed her family, while the opposite unit had always been vacant, until today, when its new tenant arrived. At first glance, Su Sherlin knew exactly what kind of work the new neighbor did. The woman exuded the same air of worldliness that Su Sherlin had encountered among the hostesses working at the bar where she used to work. Sure enough, on the very first day the woman moved in, she brought a man home, and the moans audible through the walls continued late into the night. The next day, when Su Sherlin went out, she was stopped by the old lady from downstairs who complained endlessly about how undesirable the new renter was, practically wishing the woman would vanish immediately. This kind of woman had polluted the air of their neighborhood. Chapter 113, Past Memories, Part 3. Faced with the elder man's indignant expression, Su Sherlin could only quietly comfort him not to get angry. For her, as long as it did not affect her and her child's life, she didn't care what the other party did. Chen Shan apparently knew that the person living opposite was a single mother. The two had bumped into each other several times in the corridor when they were going out. The woman was pushing a baby carriage. The tent on the small carriage covered the child inside tightly so that no trace of the baby could be seen. She had never seen what the other's child looked like, but she overheard the gossipy old woman downstairs talking about how cute the 6-month-old was. Whether or not the child was cute, Chen Shan expressed complete disinterest. To her, children were merely burdens that would drag her down. Of course, the woman would occasionally think of the child she abandoned, but this was rare. Time passed from late autumn to severe winter. The relationship between the two female tenants maintained a subtle balance, mutual non-interference and lack of communication. On the day before Chinese New Year's Eve, Chen Shan saw the 9-month-old baby from the apartment opposite her. The price for seeing the baby was her left hand. She went downstairs to fetch a package and returned just as the door opposite hers opened. The chubby baby sat obediently in the stroller, big black eyes glancing around curiously as if everything seemed interesting. A mouthful of pink tender gums gave off an adorable smile like the baby depicted in traditional Chinese New Year paintings. Su Sherlin leaned one foot against the stroller's wheels while locking the door behind her. The bag containing the baby's formula and diapers slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. She instinctively took a step forward to pick it up, but the stroller suddenly moved and started rolling towards the stairs. Her hand swiped at thin air. Su Sherlin turned pale with fright. Clad in slippers, Chen Shan had just stepped onto the staircase platform, preparing to continue walking upstairs when she glanced up and saw the carriage with the packages rushing towards her. With those pure eyes looking at her, the woman inexplicably stretched out her hands. The baby and the heavy stroller crashed into her arms together. Her frail body was pushed backward by the powerful impact, colliding against the wall. Chen Shan lifted her hand to protect the baby's head and felt a sharp pain in her elbow. Su Li! The woman screamed in panic across the entire floor. Chen Shan looked up, seeing the woman on the stairs whose face was white as a ghost. Her eyebrows were knitted in pain as she angrily bellowed, "How do you watch a child?" It was then that the little Su Li began crying loudly as if realizing fear for the first time. Hearing the cries, Su Sherlin stumbled down the stairs, seizing the baby from Chen Shan's arms and hugging the child tightly as if surviving a great calamity. She broke into uncontrollable sobbing. The cries of mother and son rose and fell intermittently, making Chen Shan, who had saved them, seem like the villain. The woman finally walked coldly into the house still in tears after the shock, holding the wobbly stroller awkwardly with her injured right hand and cursing under her breath. With a broken right arm, Chen Shan returned home in sour spirits after leaving the hospital. Su Sherlin had already waited with Su Li in her arms for some time. Seeing the woman's somber, stormy face, Su Sherlin hesitated briefly but still approached. "Ms. Chen. Do you need something?" Chen Shan's temper flared because of her injured hand, causing her to lose all patience upon seeing the culprit in front of her. "About yesterday, thank you." You don't have to thank me, consider it my bad luck. Chen Shan gave a scornful glance at the woman, and her gaze paused momentarily on little Su Li suckling his pacifier. In the future, please be more careful. You can't always count on good fortune, especially with a child. Although the tone was harsh, Su Shilin merely hung her head. I'm sorry, I will definitely pay more attention. Before she finished speaking, the woman had already walked inside carrying medicine, shutting the door in her face. Chen Shan hurt her hand rescuing her child, and Su Shilin could not turn a blind eye. On Chinese New Year's Eve, she deliberately prepared extra food and knocked on the opposite door. In the night filled with intermittent firecracker sounds, the door before her remained stubbornly closed. During the brief pauses between explosions, Su Shilin heard loud moans from inside accompanied by the creaking sounds of a bed moving through the poorly soundproofed door. As a result, the delicious yet not overly extravagant New Year dinner failed to reach its destination. Su Shilin only met Chen Shan again on the third day of the Lunar New Year. It seemed like the woman hadn't left her home for days. When Su Shilin returned from the bakery wrapped in her cotton coat, Chen Shan was standing at her doorstep, wearing a coral fleece pajama set, her plaster-cast hand dangling in front of her chest, while she lazily leaned against the doorframe staring at the rabbit-printed cotton slippers on her feet. Upon hearing Su Shilin's approach, the woman raised her head to look at her face unnaturally pale. Do you have anything to eat? The woman asked. Su Shilin said nothing but walked forward, unlocked the door, and let her in. After putting down her sleeping child who was nestled against her back, Su Shilin prepared a bowl of tomato and egg noodles for her unexpected guest. Squatting before the short coffee table, Chen Shan used her left hand to clumsily grip the chopsticks and ate voraciously without any care for her appearance. Su Shilin stood by silently watching her, and only when the woman had drained the very last drop of soup at the bottom of the bowl did she finally speak. How long has it been since you last ate? Chen Shan burped. I can't remember, about 3 days, I guess. Observing the sickly pallor of the woman's face, as though she might pass out at any moment, Su Shilin frowned and said gently, your health is the most important thing. Do you think I don't know that? Do I really need you to tell me? With a lazy yawn, the woman then stood up, saying offhandedly, the noodles were good. Thanks. Next time, I'll treat you to some lobster. As soon as Chen Shan turned to leave, Su Shilin unexpectedly called her back, your hand isn't fully healed yet, maybe it's best if you stop working for now. The hand gripping the doorknob paused briefly. Chen Shan turned around and gave Su Shilin an odd glance under the fluorescent light, letting out a dry laugh after a moment of silence. If I stop working, how am I supposed to live? Are you going to support me? Without waiting for Su Shilin to reply, Chen Shan shut the door behind her and left. At the time, Su Shilin still didn't know why Chen Shan so desperately needed money, why she would bring different men home even while injured and unwell until one fateful night, when she stumbled upon Chen Shan experiencing drug withdrawal. The usually vibrant woman's face was distorted in agony from her addiction, curling up on the floor, trembling uncontrollably. Tears, snot, and saliva streamed down her face in an utterly grotesque manner. After the withdrawal episode subsided, Chen Shan looked like she had just been pulled out of water, drenched to the bone. She lay there lifelessly like a dead dog, her scattered gaze falling onto Su Shilin as a low chuckle escaped her congested nose. So, she asked weakly, are you planning to call the police? Suppressing her shock and fear, Su Shilin pressed her lips tightly together, placing her phone back inside her bag. She then approached Chen Shan and struggled to help her up onto the bed. Chapter 114, Past Memories, Part 4. After fetching a basin of water from the restroom, she slowly wiped the woman's face clean. Su Shilin remained silent throughout the entire process. Chen Shan was still lying in bed, occasionally trembling as her drug cravings had not yet completely subsided. Her dark eyes against her ghastly pale face made her resemble a ghost. Why didn't you call the police? Su Shilin replied, I'm not someone who likes to meddle in other people's affairs. Chen Shan looked at her emotionless face and let out a cold laugh without saying anything, then closed her eyes in exhaustion. On that day, instead of going to the bakery, Su Shilin went to the woman's residence with little Su Li in her arms and took care of Chen Shan for the entire day. After this incident, the relationship between the two women subtly changed. Occasionally, Chen Shan would bring drinks over for free meals, while Su Shilin would tacitly prepare an extra portion for her. Despite minimal conversation, they each guarded their own secrets yet managed to harmoniously coexist. Time passed by, and little Su Li grew day by day. On the baby's first birthday, besides the safety lock given by the elderly couple downstairs, Chen Shan also presented a jade pendant. It was clear that this jade pendant wasn't ordinary. No matter how much Su Shilin refused to accept it, Chen Shan simply waved her hand and urged her to keep it. In 12-centimeter-high stiletto heels, her lips painted bright red, the beautiful yet seemingly severe woman glanced down at the child on the bed with a subtle trace of tenderness in her eyes. Just keep it, it was prayed for in a temple, blessed by a master monk. It will protect the child's peace. Hearing her words, Su Shilin could no longer refuse and merely said thanks. Chen Shan extended her manicured fingers to lightly poke the cheeks of little Su Li, causing a mouthful of saliva to flow out from the baby's corner of his mouth. The silly look couldn't help but make the woman curl her lips slightly into a smile. Every month, Su Shilin would take little Su Li to the hospital for checkups. Each time she saw the tumor the size of a soybean in the baby's brain, she could only turn around secretly to wipe away her tears. The tumor hadn't worsened, the only thing doctors were certain about was that it wouldn't press on the child's nerves in the short term. This was good news for both them and the child, it meant they still had time. Su Shilin lived every day in trepidation, constantly fearing that one day, her child would be taken away from her because of neglect. Little Su Li seemed to know of his mother's worries and thus made every effort to grow up healthy. Up until he was 5, his health matched that of other children his age. Watching her son growing healthier day by day, Su Shilin began to harbor a sense of, perhaps things weren't so dire after all. But illness still wouldn't spare them. As Su Shilin helplessly watched her son, who just moments before was holding a piece of watermelon and politely asking her to eat, suddenly pale and fall to the floor right in front of her, she instantly collapsed emotionally. Outside the brightly lit operating room, Su Shilin weakly leaned against Chen Shan while watching the doctor step out with a critical condition notice asking her to sign it. "I won't sign. I won't sign." The woman, her face devoid of color, mechanically shook her head at the sight of the doctor in white coat. Her eyes were swollen from crying. Once she signed, her baby would leave her forever. The sudden growth of the tumor in Su Li's head caught even his attending physician off guard, who had found everything normal during the last examination. Chen Shan took the critical notice from the doctor's hand and calmly signed Su Shilin's name. Another emotional breakdown followed, but Chen Shan responded coldly, "What are you crying for?" The master said good fortune would come when Su Li turned 10, and there hasn't been any sign of it yet. Cry if you must, but wait until Su Li is 10 before doing so. These words effectively stopped Su Shilin's tears. The surgery went through with some frights, but without mishaps. Still under the anesthesia, small Su Li was pushed out from the operation room by the nurses, lying on the hospital bed. So tiny he didn't even take up a third of the bed. Su Shilin stared at him and once again burst into tears. When little Su Li woke up, his first reaction was to touch his shaved bald head, then looking at the exhausted Su Shilin beside him, he asked in a soft childish voice, "Mommy, does my head look like a small hard-boiled egg now?" Beside them, Chen Shan laughed loudly, without mercy. Su Shilin smiled faintly, trying to hold back the tears welling up in her eyes. "It'll be all right, it'll grow back soon," she gently consoled her child. Little Su Li obediently nodded in response, his tender hand gripping onto his mother's little finger and asked, "Then am I still mommy's cutest little Su Li?" Su Shilin bent over to hold the child in her arms, not letting him see the tears on her face, and choked out, "Yes, Allie will always be mommy's cutest little Allie." Su Li nestled obediently in his mother's embrace and said after a while, "Mommy, I'm hungry. I want to eat tomato and egg noodles." "All right, mommy will go get them for you." Su Shilin patted her son's head and entrusted Chen Shan to take care of him before stepping out of the ward. "Miss Chen, has my mom been crying a lot?" After Su Shilin left, Chen Shan looked at the child with a frozen expression and pinched his chubby cheeks without hesitation. "I've told you so many times to call me sister." Little Su Li furrowed his eyebrows, "Aunt Chen." "Hey." Chen Shan arched an eyebrow, feeling irritated. "Yes, after you fainted, your mom was crying non-stop, we couldn't console her," the woman said as she pulled up a stool, crossed her legs, and leaned back. Her newly styled wavy hair swayed lightly with her movements. Little Su Li wrinkled his nose, revealing a tender look of concern on his face. Chen Shan gazed at the precocious child before her, flexing her fingers over her freshly done nails, and asked curiously, "Little Allie, is it true that the tumor in your head came from when you were still in the womb?" "It's a tumor, Auntie, you should read more books," Little Su Li corrected her and added, "Yes, didn't Mom tell you?" "Chen Shan, your mom is as tight-lipped as a sealed kettle, she hasn't said a word." "Then I retract what I just said. I won't say anything either." "Chen Shan. I heard from the doctor that this disease can't be cured, even if it can, it will cost a lot of money." "Little Su Li, I don't want mommy to be too tired." "Auntie Shan, I'm not afraid of dying, but I'm afraid that if I leave, mommy will surely be very sad." Hearing these words from a 5-year-old child with such calmness, Chen Shan suddenly felt something lodge in her throat, making her extremely uncomfortable. This unfamiliar emotion hit unexpectedly, so when the little Su Li on the bed asked why she was crying, she was momentarily at a loss for words. "It's the wind stinging my eyes." The woman hastily wiped away her tears, smudging her makeup in the process. She then grasped the boy's hand firmly, and with an unprecedentedly serious expression, declared, "Don't worry, the doctors will definitely cure you." Little Su Li raised an eyebrow, "But it will cost a lot of money." "Chen Shan, don't worry, if your mom doesn't have enough money, there's always Auntie Shan." "Does Auntie Shan have a lot of money?" Little Su Li asked. "Chen Shan, of course. More than enough, all saved for my son's wedding expenses." Little Su Li had never known the woman had a son. He was somewhat surprised and asked, "Does Auntie Shan also have a child?" Chen Shan blinked her eyes and stared at the little boy, recalling the child she had abandoned right after birth. "Yes," she replied. "That means Auntie Shan must love him very much since you've saved so much money for him, just like how mommy loves me." Little Su Li made a conclusion on his own, without noticing the expression on her face. "Love?" Chen Shan questioned herself within her heart, but the answer remained unknown. Chapter 115, The Truth. Chen Shan used to think that a child was nothing but a burden. However, after witnessing Xiao Su Li's growth firsthand, her inner thoughts began to subtly shift. She found herself thinking about her own child more and more often, sometimes even staring blankly at Xiao Su Li. Su Shilin noticed this strangeness, but Xiao Su Li knew the truth. His aunt Chen Shan was definitely thinking about her baby. After a month in the hospital, the baby's condition was under control thanks to medication. After talking with the attending doctor, Su Shilin took Xiao Su Li home. On the day of their discharge, Chen Shan, who had promised to pick them up, failed to appear on time. Xiao Su Li even complained to his mother about how unreliable she was. Both thought the woman must have been delayed due to some affairs, so they did not pay much attention. However, when they returned home, they discovered that the house across from theirs was already empty. Chen Shan was gone, and no one knew where she had gone. Aside from the slightly sunken middle of her large bed and Su Shilin's family next door, there seemed to be nothing left to prove that she had ever lived there. After Auntie Chen left, I never saw her again. The memory ended here. Su Li lightly sipped the slightly cool water in his cup and looked up at the man sitting opposite him. Under the light, his complexion appeared faintly pale. Suo Jianghai said I killed Junyu's mother, and he wasn't entirely wrong. Ali. Sitting beside him, Shang Yi gently pulled his lover into an embrace, feeling sorrow for the other's painful memories. Gu Peilang listened silently the entire time, until Su Li finished this sentence, then he slightly raised his gaze toward him. I found out that Chen Shan contracted AIDS and eventually died without treatment. Su Li closed his eyes briefly, and the fingertips gripping the cup turned slightly white. She didn't die without treatment. He exhaled slowly, then opened his eyes and stared at the man in front of him. She refused to receive treatment. If Su Shilin was Su Li's lifelong regret, then Chen Shan was the person Su Li felt most guilty towards. He could never forget that damp, moldy summer day when his mother, red-eyed and wearing solemn black clothing, held his hand as they went to the suburban cemetery. At 6 years old, Su Li, among countless tombstones, immediately noticed the one with the woman's name carved into it, the paint still fresh and wet. His radiant Auntie Shen, with her bright and dazzling smile, was now forever frozen in a small black and white photograph. Su Shilin told him that his Auntie Chen had gone to a very faraway place and would never return. Little Su Li bit his lips without saying a word. Of course, he knew, if she had already passed away, how could she come back? Maybe one day, perhaps not too long from now, he too would lie quietly in such a place, blending among many tombstones. Perhaps because of the immense emotional impact, little Su Li fell ill soon after returning home. Lying in his little bed in a daze, he heard voices through the partially closed door crack, the voice of his mother and Grandma Li downstairs. Is it really over? Grandma Li lowered her voice. This was Su Shilin's voice. What about her family? Xiao Shan had conflicts with her family. She didn't want them to know about her condition. All I could do was respect her decision. Her voice carried residual exhaustion and sadness. Ah. Grandma Li sighed. Although she had disliked Chen Shan before, upon hearing her death, she couldn't quite articulate her feelings. As for the money she gave you. Mentioning this caused Su Shilin's nose to tingle with heartache. She glanced at her son's bedroom direction, her expression filled with bewilderment. So much money, even if that disease cannot be cured, it could have let her live a few more years. But she did it for Ali. It was all, for me. In his last second before falling unconscious, little Su Li seemed to see the woman's radiant, cheerful face once again. With her manicured hands, she pinched his cheeks without restraint and called out, "Little Ali, I've told you countless times, call me sister, not aunt." The brightly lit living room fell silent. Gu Peilang remained quiet, never expecting such a truth behind those black words on white paper. I took Aunt Chen's life-saving money, or maybe the dowry she saved for Junyu. Su Li's lips slightly curled upwards, but it doesn't matter much, taken is taken. So Suo Jianghai was right. Ali, this is not your fault. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Shang Yi tightened his hold on the person in his arms. The man frowned his elegant brows, his deep and affectionate voice stating the most objective and straightforward fact, even if she had that money, it would only have prolonged the time she endured the pain of her illness. For her, death was the best release. Su Li opened his mouth but said nothing, while Shang Yi turned his head to look at Gu Peilang on the opposite side. Mr. Gu, you've already learned what you wanted to know. If there's nothing else, please leave as we want to rest. The man didn't hesitate to ask the visitor to leave. Gu Peilang scanned both men before silently turning his wheelchair around and departing. Wang Qi dutifully escorted him out. Su Li stood in the living room watching Gu Peilang disappear, his expression calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. Ali. Shang Yi called him cautiously. Su Li turned to look at the person beside him, his demeanor cool and composed. You know he is investigating our past. Shang Yi stayed silent for a moment. His silence disappointed Su Li somewhat, his thin frame swayed, and he had to grip the armrest of the nearby chair to steady himself. Shang Yi, you promised not to hide anything from me. Seeing Su Li like this, Shang Yi was slightly flustered. He stepped forward and forcibly pulled the other into an embrace, his seemingly brutal gesture filled with unparalleled tenderness. I just didn't want you to be troubled by these trivial matters. Su Li leaned against him, exhausted. You're always like this. I'm wrong, I'll definitely change next time. The man slightly lowered his head, placing a kiss on Su Li's crown, his tone gentle and affectionate. It's late, let me take you upstairs to rest, okay? Su Li remained silent. Shang Yi bent down to pick him up and walked step by step steadily towards the upper floor. Upon entering the bedroom, the man gently placed him on the bed and knelt on one knee to remove his slippers. The feet that hadn't seen sunlight for a long time were alarmingly pale, and the light blue veins under the thin skin displayed an unusual beauty. Shang Yi cradled his legs in his hands, lowering his head, and placed a reverent kiss on the foot. Su Li felt warmth spread through his body, uncomfortably retreating but was tightly held in place by the man. Ali. Shang Yi called out to him with a hoarse voice, and Su Li instantly went limp. Chapter 116, Do you miss me? You always behave like this. Su Li's slightly pale face was tinged with a faint blush, and her usually cold and clear eyes were now hazy. What way are you talking about? Shang Yi lifted his foot onto his shoulder, then leaned in. The man's slender body bent at an incredible angle. Shameless. Su Li glared up at the man above her, her cheeks entirely flushed with embarrassment. Shang Yi smirked, his lips curving into a mischievous grin. There's worse if you want to see it, Ali. Would you? Su Li didn't want to, but found herself robbed of any chance to speak. On the other side, Gu Peilang left Sangtan Manor and had Lu Qi book a hotel for him. The moment he entered the room with the card payment, Su Jinyu's call came in. Looking down at the name flickering on his phone screen, Gu Peilang nodded toward Lu Qi and Gu Yin to leave the room. Why do you take so long to pick up? When the video call connected, Su Jinyu's handsome yet youthful face appeared on the screen. Gu Peilang watched as Su Jinyu frowned slightly, muttering under his breath, and said nothing. At first, there hadn't been much feeling in parting, but upon seeing him now, he suddenly realized how deeply he missed this person. Peilang. Seeing the unmoving figure on the phone, Su Jinyu called out his name curiously, flipping over from the bed and holding the phone up to find a better angle. Why aren't you speaking? Or did we lose signal? Gu Peilang snapped back to reality, looking at the person through the video. No, the signal is fine. I was just thinking. Hearing this, Su Jinyu subconsciously curved his lips upward but quickly suppressed it. Why are you thinking? Shouldn't you be thinking of me instead? Gu Peilang remained silent. Ignoring his somewhat speechless expression, Su Jinyu continued, I started missing you the second you left, so much so that I can't eat or sleep without constantly wanting to sprout wings and fly straight to you. Peilang, have you missed me? Su Jinyu gazed intently into the camera with bright eyes, his gaze filled with expectation. In the materials Lu Qi provided to Gu Peilang, there were photos of Su Jiangyan and Su Shan. Su Jinyu resembled his father greatly, except for his eyes which bore traces of Qin Shan, though with fewer shades of allure and more innocence. Having observed every emotion flicker across the face opposite him, Gu Peilang's heart melted instantly. With a softer tone, his crisp voice carrying a strange tenderness, he said. Yes. Upon hearing the reply, Su Jinyu's heartbeat skipped 2 beats uncontrollably, his smile expanding further. Wait a moment, he hurriedly said before setting the phone down. Gu Peilang only saw the chandelier facing the lens, stars surrounding a moon hung high in an arc. These were bought not too long ago by Su Jinyu during one of his trips to the home furnishing store. The faint sound traveled through the phone line, and Gu Peilang held the device patiently, waiting. The sound of slippers on the floor, pat pat, echoed from afar and grew closer until someone picked up the phone again. The camera wavered briefly, and Gu Peilang caught sight of a shy face in the video frame, his black pupils contracting sharply for a moment. Su Jinyu stared deep into the screen at Gu Peilang. His toes inside the cotton slippers curled bashfully, then relaxed. Do you like it? Drumming up courage, he met Gu Peilang's gaze head-on, his voice tightening. The man's Adam's apple rolled once below his tie. When did you buy it? It wasn't long ago. Su Jinyu's eyes darted around nervously. Gu Peilang remembered an occasion when Su Jinyu used his computer to shop online, then afterward deleted all the purchase records as if hiding something. So, these items. Why did you buy them? The man asked with a hoarse voice, his handsome face showing no change in expression. The tips of Su Jinyu's ears burned red underneath his hair. He blinked rapidly, finding the man's reaction somewhat unfeeling for the first time. What else could he do after buying these things? You know. Su Jinyu blushed, heat rising all over his body. Gu Peilang maintained an expressionless look at the figure on the video call, his voice low and gravelly. No, I don't know, Ayo. You haven't told me. Su Jinyu gripped the phone in one hand and clutched the blanket beneath him with the other, suppressing the overwhelming wave of shame coursing through him. His eyes carried a misty haze of shyness, stunning beyond measure. He opened his mouth to speak, but his words came out almost entirely in whispers yet clearly reached Gu Peilang's ears. Peilang. Gu Peilang was still coming to terms with what had happened. He couldn't believe he actually agreed to such a ridiculous proposition from the man, over the phone. Peilang. A raspy, lazy voice came through from the nearby phone. Gu Peilang picked it up, looking at the screen where the man's face was tinged pink, his gaze deepening. The person on the video call wore a smile, his lips slightly red and eyes carrying an unusual charm. Gu Peilang's jawline tightened as he gave a low, grave response. Su Jinyu squinted his overly handsome face, an unsatisfied look lingering. There could have been more. A faint complaint laced the man's tone, but Gu Peilang only smirked upon hearing it. Gu Peilang gently tapped his finger against the screen, his voice tender and indulgent. Shall I make it up to you when I get back? Blushing furiously, Su Jinyu pulled himself further under the covers, his muffled voice saying, all right. Unable to resist, Gu Peilang chuckled softly again, exchanging a few more hushed words before finally ending the call. That night passed without dreams. The next morning, just as Gu Peilang had woken up, Lu Qi knocked on his door. Boss, Mr. Qi is on the phone. Dressed and ready, Gu Peilang stepped out of his room, finding Wang Qi following behind Lu Qi with no hint of surprise. Once again, they all boarded the vehicle bound for Cangtan Manor, arriving just in time for lunch. In the living room, there sat a little girl about 3 or 4 years old cross-legged on the carpet, surrounded by various Barbie dolls and tiny outfits. She was busily dressing the dolls, occasionally pausing to give instructions to her somewhat clumsy father. Upon hearing the doorbell, the little girl dashed to open the door. Spotting Gu Peilang and the others outside, she quickly scurried behind Su Li, peeking curiously out from behind her. Chapter 117, Little Belle. Have you arrived? Su Li stood up from the blanket, smiling at Gu Peilang and Lu Qi. Just in time, breakfast will be ready soon, please sit down for a moment. The man's clean-cut and handsome features softened slightly, with a pink bow hair clip on his head. This style was something Gu Peilang and Lu Qi were seeing for the first time. They both paused momentarily, their gazes involuntarily shifting to each other's heads. Su Li noticed this and raised her hand to touch her own head, laughing slightly. The kids at home are mischievous, forgive me. Little Belle looked curiously at the man sitting in the wheelchair, lightly grabbing onto her daddy's clothes. Daddy? Su Li bent down to look at her daughter, taking her hand to lead her out. My daughter, Little Belle, come greet these two uncles. Uncle hello. Gu Peilang nodded, his gaze softening as he looked at the little girl. Hello. A nearly 6'9" man emerged from the kitchen with an apron around his waist, holding a spatula, spotting his love chatting happily with other men at once. Shang Yi raised an eyebrow, a dangerous look flashing in his eyes. Ollie, come help me wash 2 tomatoes. The man's deep and elegant voice like a cello suddenly sounded. Su Li turned back and said she'd come right away, then looked towards Gu Peilang and Lu Qi before her. You can wait here, I'll check. Little Belle, could you keep our guests company for your dad? Little Belle nodded, her voice clear, okay. Su Li patted her head to commend her, then rose to walk towards the kitchen. The man had just reached the door when he was pulled inside by Shang Yi who waited there, grasping his wrist. The milky white door slammed shut with a bang. In the living room, Lu Qi focused on nothing, while Gu Peilang appeared completely unaware of anything happening outside, watching Little Belle change the doll's clothes in front of him. Listening to the sound of the door closing, Little Belle sighed like a small adult, her cute bun-like face full of helplessness. Dad definitely bullied Daddy again. The child spoke heartbreakingly, losing interest in changing the doll's clothes, her chubby little hands propped up her face, worried and sorrowful. Gu Peilang raised an eyebrow. How do you know your father is bullying your daddy? Little Belle looked at the uncle in front of her, her black grape-like eyes spinning cleverly. Though this uncle sat in a wheelchair, he was very good-looking, she liked him. I just know. Little Belle moved closer to Gu Peilang, lowering her voice to share her little secret with the man. Uncle, let me secretly tell you, my father is the worst, always liking to bully Daddy. After Daddy gets beaten by him, his face turns red, and he cries, so pitiful. The child sighed again while speaking. Nearby, Lu Qi's expression remained wooden, as if he wished to merge with the backdrop behind him. Gu Peilang watched the mischievous little girl, momentarily unsure how to react. Seeing that the good-looking uncle didn't speak, Little Belle thought he didn't believe her, shaking her head vigorously and making a promise with 3 chubby fingers held high. I'm telling the truth, Dad really bullies Daddy. If you don't believe me, watch them yourself after they come out. My daddy's face will surely be red, and his lips will also be swollen. Gu Peilang. In the kitchen, Shang Yi still didn't know that his leaky cotton jacket had already exposed all his secrets, kissing the person beneath him passionately pressed against the sink. It wasn't until nearly 10 o'clock that breakfast was served. Little Belle sat next to Su Li, holding her dedicated little bowl, winking and gesturing toward her daddy sitting across from her, signaling the guest. Shang Yi, noticing his daughter, exchanging glances with other men, frowned slightly. After the meal, Su Li took Little Belle to the movie room on the 3rd floor, along with Lu Qi, leaving only Gu Peilang and Shang Yi in the living room. Facing each other, the Filipino maid quietly brought coffee to the two and then left. Shang Yi didn't know where he got a cigarette box, pulling one out and indicating it to the person opposite. Do you want one? Gu Peilang shook his head. Shang Yi smiled and no longer forced the offer, playing with the cigarette he pulled out. Not smoking is pretty good, it allows you to live longer. The man sniffed the cigarette under his nose, then laughed and spoke. Gu Peilang looked at him. Is it true that Lord Qi doesn't smoke? Shang Yi, I've quit, there was an issue with my lungs, and Su Li doesn't allow me to smoke anymore. Lord Qi and Mr. Su have a good relationship. Shang Yi raised his eyes, his slightly blue irises smiling as he looked at him. Of course, isn't it the same between you and Su Jinyu? Gu Peilang blinked and didn't reply, only saying, "7 sir, inviting me over wasn't just for breakfast, was it?" Shang Yi nodded, expression calm, "That's right, I want to do a deal with Mr. Gu, are you interested?" Gu Peilang narrowed his eyes slightly, "Then I must first see what kind of deal it is. It won't let Mr. Gu lose out." By the time Gu Peilang left Santan Villa, an hour had already passed. The man sat in the car, lowering the window to look at the person outside, his prominent jawline appearing sharp in the cold air. "I'll give you a response regarding 7 sir's proposal in 2 days. Not in a hurry, Mr. Gu can think about it carefully." Gu Peilang nodded without further words, glancing behind the man to where Su Li held little Belle's hand. The little girl saw the handsome uncle in the car looking at her and enthusiastically waved to him. Gu Peilang retracted his gaze toward Shang Yi, suddenly uttering before rolling up the window, "Little Belle is still young, 7 sir and Mr. Su should be more careful when dealing with matters in front of the child." Shang Yi. Watching the car disappear into the dust, the man's face darkened. When he turned around and saw the innocent and guileless child standing next to his lover, his back teeth clenched audibly. After returning to the hotel, Gu Peilang immediately had Lu Qi book tickets for an early flight back to City A the next morning. With the matter here resolved, thinking about the person waiting for him back home, he suddenly felt the urge to rush home. Lu Qi, newly fallen in love, was even more impatient. He had only just managed to win his sweetheart after chasing her down and had not even had time to properly cherish her before coming to City B. You could imagine how eager he was. Swiftly purchasing the tickets, the man thought that since this was a rare visit, he couldn't go back empty-handed. So, he began wandering around to pick up some local specialties from City B to bring back. When Su Jinyu's call came through, Lu Qi was in a jewelry store asking the shop attendant to take out a sapphire drop-shaped necklace from the glass cabinet for him to examine. After hearing a few sentences from the other side of the phone, the man's expression turned somewhat complex. He apologized to the nearby shop attendant with a gesture and then left holding the things in his hand. "Alright, please find a place to sit for a while, alright? I'll be there soon." Chapter 118, Stand Up. Su Jinyu was standing in the airport hall with a suitcase, heading towards the exit after hanging up the phone. A slightly shorter young man was following by his side, struggling to drag a box almost as tall as himself and following closely behind him. "Jinyu, slow down a little." Fang Mingji adjusted his almost falling baseball cap with a hand, looking pitifully upset. Hearing this voice, Su Jinyu helplessly sighed. The man, tall and long-legged, was wearing a black overcoat that gave off an imposing aura. He was like a highland flower on top of a snow mountain. After 2 steps, he turned back to the youth and handed his smaller suitcase to him, then took over the taller one. The heavy weight made him wrinkle his brows involuntarily. "It's just an overnight stay, are you bringing all your things from home?" Fang Mingji smiled ingratiatingly while holding onto Su Jinyu's small case, "Not really." Su Jinyu looked skeptical. "Did you tell Lu Qi that I came too?" The youth asked worriedly. "Su Jinyu, don't worry, nothing slipped." Fang Mingji let out a small sigh of relief, and soon afterward, his face lit up again with anticipation and excitement. Su Jinyu had become numb to this reaction. Half an hour later, Lu Qi's car stopped outside the airport. Upon seeing the 2 people coming out from the gate, the man paused for a moment before striding forward quickly. "Mr. Su," after greeting Su Jinyu, his eyes immediately landed on Fang Mingji beside him and couldn't tear away. "Mingming, why did you come?" In Su Jinyu's memory, Assistant Lu was always calm and composed. However, since encountering Fang Mingji, all his stability and coolness seemed to vanish overnight. It was the first time Su Jinyu saw such a discomposed demeanor from him. Fang Mingji looked shyly at his newly appointed boyfriend, his voice soft, "I just walked around a bit." The young man's shy appearance made the man want to step forward and embrace him tightly to comfort him. Lu Qi's gaze was like he wanted to consume the other person whole. Fang Mingji twitched his body momentarily and hid behind Su Jinyu. "Could you please notice there's still a live person next to you?" Su Jinyu said with a crooked lip, his laughter hollow, "I know you're celebrating being newlyweds apart, but can't you keep looking until you get home and lock the door?" Fang Mingji. "Apologies, Mr. Su." Lu Qi somewhat unwillingly tore his gaze away when noticing how deeply the young man lowered his head, almost staring through the floor. "Mr. Gu should be resting in the hotel now. I'll send you over immediately." Su Jinyu nodded, tossing the suitcase into the man's hands. "Your fool has brought you a gift, carry it yourself." Lu Qi accepted the suitcase, his eyes shining brighter. Elsewhere, at the hotel. Perhaps due to not soaking his feet last night, Gu Peilang had felt a dull tension and throbbing pain below his knees ever since leaving Sangtan Manor. It disrupted his rest and kept him from sleeping soundly. Lu Qi went out and hasn't returned yet. Gu Peilang sat on the bed, lifting his trouser leg to reveal legs filled with injection marks. His expression was serene. Compared to their earlier shriveled, twisted, and hideous appearance, his current legs had improved immeasurably. The man slowly clenched his teeth, the veins on his temples bulging. The legs propped on the bed began to move incredibly slowly, only inching forward by the length of a palm, costing him all of his strength. By the time his feet touched the ground, Gu Peilang's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. He exhaled trembling breaths, beads of perspiration trickling down past his eyelashes, then dropping with a soft plop onto the floor. With hands braced on the edge of the bed, veins bulging on the back of them, after what felt like a century of excruciating time, the posture on the bed finally shifted. Both legs were like stepping on blade tips, the sharp pain traveling along nerve endings to the brain instantly paling Gu Peilang's face. Legs beginning rehabilitation could not support the weight of the man's body. Within less than half a minute, the sweat had drenched through the shirt covering his back. When Su Jinyu pushed the door open with the room card given by Lu Qi, this is the scene that met his eyes. The handsome man, dressed in a set of black suits, stood stiffly and straight next to the bed, furrowing his brow as if enduring immense pain. Su Jinyu's heart jolted, and he froze for a moment in place, losing all actions. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Gu Peilang turned his head swiftly. His expression turned into one of surprise upon seeing the man standing outside the door. His trembling legs could no longer support the weight of his body, and Gu Peilang sank heavily back onto the bed with a dull thud from the soft mattress. "Peilang!" Su Jinyu exclaimed as he quickly stepped inside. "How are you? Are you hurt anywhere?" He bombarded the man with questions, squatting down in front of him to lift up his pants leg to check his legs, worry etched on his face. Gu Peilang sat on the bed, looking down at the person in front of him with a flash of frustration crossing his face. "I'm fine, don't worry about me." He leaned forward to pull Su Jinyu up by the hand, ignoring the pain shooting through his legs like they were about to explode. "Why did you come?" The man looked at the person before him and softly asked. Su Jinyu raised his hand to gently caress the pale, sweat-drenched face with deep concern. "I've come to pick you up." Clutching his hand, Gu Peilang curved his pale lips into a faint smile. "Didn't I say I'd go back tomorrow?" Shaking his head, Su Jinyu remained silent. He knew that the man would return tomorrow, but after last night's phone call, the longing in his heart could no longer be restrained, not even for a single day. "I just miss you." Su Jinyu sat at the edge of the bed, leaning into the man's embrace, his voice muffled. Gu Peilang's heart tightened slightly as he wrapped his arms around him without a word. "And," Su Jinyu paused briefly, "if I hadn't come, how would I know you're secretly pushing yourself beyond your limits behind my back? I'm not overdoing it." The warm and soft palm covered the man's leg as a low whisper came, "Liar." "Gu Peilang, I'm not lying. Really. I know my limits. Don't worry. I'm not worried. I just. Once formal rehabilitation begins, these kinds of situations will only increase," Gu Peilang softly interrupted, embracing the person in his arms. "I have to get used to it first." "That can wait a little longer." "Gu Peilang, I don't want to wait any longer." The person in his arms fell silent at once. Gu Peilang rested his chin on top of the other's head, his pitch-black eyes quietly gazing out the pristine window. With composure beneath his calm gaze, he said, "I've waited too long already. I want to stand up faster." Chapter 119, Reporter's Question. Su Jinyu leaned on the man's chest and, after a long silence, whispered quietly, "I'll be with you." Gu Peilang tightened his grip on the person in his arms and gently kissed the top of the other's head. "I know," he said. The next morning, Gu Yin drove the two to the airport. As Su Jinyu wheeled Gu Peilang out of the hotel, the man in a black suit stood by the car and quickly stepped forward upon seeing them. "Boss, Mr. Su." Gu Peilang looked at him. "You've worked hard." Gu Yin shook his head. After the man got into the car, he helped Su Jinyu put the wheelchair and luggage in the rear seat of the car. Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang sat together, looking at the person driving in the front. "Is Assistant Lu not going back with us?" Su Jinyu asked. "I took leave." Gu Peilang raised his hand, placing the other man's hand in his and playing with it while lightly curving his lips. Su Jinyu looked at the smile on his face and immediately understood. "Oh," Su Jinyu dragged out the sound. Gu Peilang looked at the mischievous expression on the other man's face and couldn't help but smile faintly, with affection gleaming in his handsome eyes. On the other side. On a soft, large bed, a slim youth occupied a small corner, curled up and sleeping deeply. Behind him, a man much larger than him tightly held him in his arms, their bodies perfectly aligned as if they were naturally this way. Fang Mingji slept until late afternoon, waking up to find the room dimly lit, with only a wall lamp casting orange-yellow light, faintly illuminating the room. A man dressed in a bathrobe was sitting on the floor leaning against the edge of the bed, with a large suitcase in front of him that was already opened, its contents scattered all over the floor. The young man rubbed his eyes and sat up from the bed, accidentally pulling at something behind him during the movement, causing his face to instantly change color as he hissed in pain. Lu Qi turned around upon hearing the noise behind him, setting down what he was holding when he saw the young man had woken up and standing up. "How do you feel? Is there anywhere else that hurts?" He sat sideways on the edge of the bed, cradling Fang Mingji in his arms, his gaze falling on the delicate collarbone. Upon seeing the hickey there, his eyes darkened. The young man didn't notice anything, obediently letting the man hold him. "It's a little sore, still swollen." He answered honestly, like a student being questioned by the teacher. "Lu Qi. It was my fault." The man's voice grew hoarse as he bent his head and lightly kissed the swollen eyes of the youth. "I've prepared medicine and also bought some porridge. Would you let me apply the medicine for you after you eat a little?" The humid breath sprinkled near the ear, making Fang Mingji shrink his neck a bit. "I'll do it myself." Lu Qi responded softly without changing his expression, but when the young man finished eating the porridge and grabbed the ointment ready to go to the bathroom, he directly flipped the young man onto the bed, taking off the SpongeBob-printed underwear. Fang Mingji buried his head in the quilt like an ostrich, blushing fiercely. After Lu Qi applied the medicine and retrieved the young man from the pillow, the latter's eyes had turned red, almost crying. "Why are you like this?" Fang Mingji pouted, staring at the man before him, filled with grievances. "Don't cry, sweetheart." Lu Qi lifted his hand and carefully wiped away the tears from his eyelashes, speaking so tenderly it could melt your heart. "Minmin, I like you." The man hugged the youth into his chest, full of compassion and love in his tone. Fang Mingji was both aggrieved and shy. "You like me but you bully me." Lu Qi smiled slightly and lifted his hand to cover the young man's clear dog-like eyes, preventing him from seeing the terrifying possessiveness in his own eyes. "Because I like you, that's why I bully you this way. Do you dislike me bullying you?" Fang Mingji pouted, about to cry again. How was he supposed to answer this? Lu Qi didn't expect an answer from the one in his arms. Seeing it was getting late, he took the young man to wash quickly and then lay back in bed. "Go to sleep, I won't touch you anymore." The man gently kissed the forehead of the young man in his arms. They stayed in City B for 2 days. When they returned to City A, Fang Mingji had added a sapphire drop-shaped necklace to his neck. After dropping off the young man, Lu Qi immediately turned around and went to the company, beginning his busy work. Upon returning to City A, Gu Peilang replied to Shang Yi, agreeing to cooperate with him. These past few days, Lu Qi had been busy leading the people under him to investigate the accounts of Su Corporation. There were only 2 more days until the New Year's Day. Every year on New Year's Day, Gu Corporation held a party and gave employees 2 days off. Gu Peilang sat in his wheelchair dressed in an all-black suit. He slightly tilted his head down, looking at the man bending over to tie his tie. His pitch-black eyes were filled with the other's figure. "Done." Su Jinyu stepped back after withdrawing his hands, nodding satisfactorily at his masterpiece. Gu Peilang curled up the corner of his lips. "I'll have Lu Qi pick you up at 6. As the president of the company, he couldn't be absent from the corporate gala. "Is it really okay for me to go?" Su Jinyu asked, though his lips couldn't help but curl upward. "What if others talk about me behind my back?" "No one dares to say anything about you," Gu Peilang smiled as he looked at him. "Who dares speak ill of the president's wife of Gu Corporation?" Since their divorce certificate went into the safe, it had never seen daylight since. Even when there were rumors about them being divorced, they were refuted due to the frequent appearances of both of them together over a long period of time. Aside from a few informed individuals, almost no one believed they were divorced. The 4 words, "president's wife," uttered by the man made Su Jinyu unable to stop grinning. He stared at the other, wanting to demand his status officially, yet the words almost slipped out. Gu Peilang looked at his hesitant expression. "What's wrong?" Su Jinyu shook his head. "Nothing, I'll find you later tonight." Gu Peilang nodded. "All right." Even if it was just a company internal annual meeting, because it bore the name of Gu Corporation, countless companies scrambled for a chance to get inside. Early on, several renowned financial newspapers from City A and some tabloids specializing in gossip sent reporters to wait outside. Where there are more people, there is often more business opportunity. People in this line understood this well. So when they saw the man coming out of a black stretched Lincoln, they swarmed like flies drawn to honey. Their cameras were pointed at the handsome man with a cold demeanor standing before them. Gu Peilang sat expressionless on his wheelchair as blinding camera lights shone upon him. Security guards moved forward to maintain order and created a safety passage for their boss. Gu Yin, dressed in a black suit, took a slight step backward to stand behind the man, acting as a giant mountain escorting his boss toward the banquet hall. "Mr. Gu, could you please tell us about your company's plans for the new year?" "Mr. Gu, we've heard that your company intends to expand overseas markets in the new year, is this true?" "Mr. Gu, it has been reported that not long ago your relationship with the eldest son of the Su family deteriorated and the 2 of you ended your marital ties. Is this true?" Amidst numerous chaotic questions, a crisp voice successfully cut through the clamor. An eerie silence fell upon the scene momentarily. Chapter 120, Mr. Gu's Overwhelming Dominance. The reporters carrying cameras and microphones were momentarily stunned at first, and when they came to their senses, the camera flashes went off in a continuous stream. If it weren't for the security guards beside them, they would have rushed forward without hesitation just to be the first to secure an exclusive scoop. The wheelchair that had been moving forward slowly stopped suddenly. The man looked up, his dark eyes emotionless as he stared at the reporters before him. He then spoke. "Who asked the previous question?" The reporters exchanged glances, but no one said anything. A slender hand raised itself from within the crowd. "It was me." A petite girl emerged from the crowd with her camera hugged to her chest. After tidying her slightly disheveled hair, she put on an air of elegance as she turned her gaze to Gu Feilong before her. "Mr. Gu, please answer my previous question." Gu Feilong leaned back slightly against the chair back, his arms resting on the armrests with his fingers intertwined. "Which newspaper do you work for?" The man narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at her. The girl instinctively straightened her chest. "I am Lu Feifei, an intern reporter for Taoyao magazine." Gu Feilong replied, "I didn't ask for your name, did I?" "Miss Lu Baboon, starting from now, you're no longer an intern reporter for Taoyao. Hearing this, Lu Feifei's complexion slightly changed, and her slightly powdered, fairly pretty face turned red with anger. Mr. Gu, are you trying to represent our Taoyao and fire me? Gu Feilong watched her angry expression, faintly pulling at the corners of his lips without any real amusement reaching his eyes, not representing Taoyao, but from today onward, there will be no more Taoyao in City A. Upon hearing this, the other journalists quietly lowered their cameras and took a step back, creating distance between themselves and the girl in front, fearful of the man's wrath turning on them next. Lu Feifei was now visibly trembling with anger. You're going too far. Even though you're the president, you can't casually deprive someone of their job like this. You consider this job of yours where, with just a pen in your mouth, you recklessly twist facts and destroy the feelings of married couples, is acceptable. Gu Feilong looked at the woman before him with cold indifference. Miss Lu, if I really wanted to go too far, you wouldn't still be standing here talking to me right now. Judging by how recently graduated you appear, let me offer you some advice. Society isn't school, being outspoken won't earn you praise for honesty. Sometimes, it's best to weigh whether or not you should say something or take certain actions, otherwise, you might not even realize how you lost out on something. What do you think? Although the man appeared to smile, there wasn't a trace of warmth in his eyes, his dark gaze reflecting nothing but a chilling emptiness. This look sent shivers down anyone's spine who caught it. Meeting his gaze, Lu Feifei couldn't believe how fatal a mistake she'd made until now. She tried to explain further, but the man never gave her another chance to speak. The security guard nearby caught the cue from his superior and approached sternly to escort her out of the gate. The man carried himself with an icy and distant aura, ignoring all else as he maneuvered his wheelchair forward once again. The originally encircling group of reporters instinctively dispersed to each side, clearing the way. Once again, they witnessed the intimidating force this man commanded, and any previous thoughts of approaching him quickly dissipated. Gu Feilong smoothly entered the banquet hall without obstruction, leaving the rest behind. Inside the hall, shadows of champagne glasses reflected everywhere. Conversations filled the air, accompanied by pleasant exchanges. Men and women who had struggled hard to obtain invitation letters fixed their eyes on him since his arrival, awaiting a perfect moment to initiate conversation. But the man paid no attention to those gazes fixed upon him. With a wave of his hand signaling Gu Yin to handle things behind him, he skillfully directed his wheelchair to a quiet corner. Thereafter, he tilted his head to check a text message from Lu Qi on his phone. The contact had already picked up the person, currently en route. A faint smirk graced Gu Feilong's lips as he exited the chat window and glanced at the screensaver that Su Jinyu had set the night before. His eyes softened with affection. Suddenly, a glass of wine appeared before him, its holder's hand long and pale, gleaming with a luster under the slightly hazy light of the great hall, resembling an exquisite piece of fine nephrite. Gu Feilong lifted his gaze. Upon recognizing the other's appearance, his former tenderness instantly turned into aloofness. Second Master Su. Mr. Gu, it's been a while, Su Jinyu said, looking at the man before him with a smile that suggested familiarity among old acquaintances. Gu Feilong frowned slightly, making no move to take the offered drink. How did you end up here? He didn't recall Lu Qi mentioning the Su family on the invitation list he had reviewed. I came with a friend. The young man who had been refused showed no embarrassment or displeasure, and with an unchanged smile, placed his wine glass onto the tray of a passing waiter behind him. He then chuckled as he explained. Gu Feilong wasn't interested in anyone surnamed Su other than Su Jinyu, especially not this person in front of him. He wished to avoid any further entanglement with the individual and therefore maneuvered his wheelchair to turn away. However, the youth blocked his path. The moment Gu Feilong's gaze fell upon Su Jinyu, it turned frosty. Get out of my way. Su Jinyu stared at the man before him, filled with both love and hatred, while his heart was consumed by helplessness and jealousy toward Su Jinyu's elder brother. He could never understand why, despite being better in every possible way than Su Jinyu, and also meeting the man first, Su Jinlang still couldn't see him but went on to fall for that worthless older brother of his. Doesn't Mr. Gu want to know who my friend is? The young man grinned, lowering his voice teasingly. Gu Feilong, I'm not interested in anything about you. As always, the man's words left no room for sentiment, his disdain clearly showing in those pitch-black eyes. Though Su Jinyu had long known that the other disliked him, it still caused him an indescribable ache, so much that he forced his smile wider. But what can I do? I'm very interested in Mr. Gu's affairs, and more importantly, Mr. Gu himself. The handsome brows knotted tightly together, and his frigid tone carried bone-chilling coldness. It seems the words your brother spoke to your father last time meant nothing to you. For a fleeting moment, the expression on the young man's face twisted, but he continued smiling through gritted teeth. Mr. Gu, I don't quite understand what you're referring to. Gu Feilong lifted his eyelids and cast a cold glance at the person in front of him. If you don't understand, that's fine. If Su young master is curious, I wouldn't mind demonstrating what I mean. Just like what I've done to your brother before. Su Jinyu's body suddenly stiffened, his gaze locked onto Gu Feilong, brimming with fear. He knew everything. The scene where their eyes met seemed to others vaguely intimate and harmonious, yet to Su Jinyu, it was excruciatingly sharp and unbearable. Chapter 121, Jin Jiaojiao. Gu Peilang and Su Jinyu were not far from the diagonal opposite side of the gate. Su Jinyu's eyes scanned around and immediately saw the two of them. The man felt that he and the young man probably still had some karmic connections, otherwise, how come every time the other party tried to seduce his men, he always encountered it? Lu Qi, who followed Su Jinyu inside, suddenly stopped after entering. Subconsciously, he lifted his eyes and looked along the direction of the other person's gaze. After seeing the scene not far away, his body slightly froze. The smile that had just been on Su Jinyu's face faded, and his whole face was tightly pursed lips without a word. The look toward the corner not far away showed a deep expression. Mr. Su. Lu Qi's words hadn't finished when the man in front of him stepped forward in large strides towards Gu Peilang's direction. Lu brother. Lu Qi wanted to follow but was interrupted by a low voice carrying a sense of surprise. When he turned back, he saw a young man outside the door running over with a smile. Fang Mingji was dressed in a silver-white suit, with a neat hairstyle looking refined like a prince from a fairy tale. The youth stood firmly in front of Lu Qi, tilting his head upward with bright sparkling eyes. Mingming, why did you come? Lu Qi was somewhat surprised. Fang Mingji said, I came with my parents. After hearing his answer, Lu Qi looked up at the entrance and just saw Fang's parents coming in behind the waiter. He gently rubbed the young man's head, can you play by yourself for a while? I'll find you again after I finish my work. Fang Mingji nodded obediently. Lu Qi curled his lips slightly, then looked towards Fang's parents walking over, gave a polite nod to both before turning to leave. Fang's mother stood next to her son, watching the tall and upright figure of the man walking away, and became curious. Mingming, since when have you become so close to Mr. Lu? Fang Mingji. On the other hand, Su Jinyu arrived in 3 steps behind Su Jinyu. He folded his arms across his chest, his eyes on the man in the wheelchair, his face half laughing and half not. Unconsciously, the voices chatting at the banquet decreased, all eyes are clearly or obscurely focusing on their direction, each with an onlooker's demeanor. Gu Peilang greeted Su Jinyu's gaze, feeling inexplicably guilty for some reason. Su Jinyu didn't know someone was already standing behind him, still shocked by what the man had said, until a voice filled with surprise and uncertainty sounded beside him, bringing him back to reality. Turning around, the youth discovered that Su Jinyu had already stood behind him, unnoticed. You are Su Jinyu. Hearing someone call his name, Su Jinyu turned his head. In the next second, he was stunned. A woman with a head of chestnut curls wearing a Qing flower porcelain cheongsam stood not far from him. A pair of beautiful almond eyes widened in looking at him, her face, beautifully made up, full of astonishment. 3 years without meeting, the woman in front had changed greatly, but Su Jinyu still recognized her at once, knowing exactly who she was. And at the same moment, Gu Peilang also recognized her. Su Jinyu took back his gaze, looking at the subtle change in the man's face, and suddenly a sense of satisfaction crept onto his features. Mr. Gu, he began speaking, his clear voice resounding clearly within the hall where only music played softly. Let me introduce you, this is the friend I mentioned, Miss Jean Jiaojiao, who returned from abroad just a few months ago. Gu Peilang bit his lips and remained silent, his fingers gripping the armrest turned white with pressure. Brother, wasn't it you who previously said you missed Jiaojiao very much? Once she returned home, she got in touch with me, but because you were always busy and wouldn't answer my calls, I brought her here this way. Will you blame me? The youth asked sincerely, like a good younger brother genuinely caring about his elder sibling. This reversed, black and white, statement made Su Jinyu extremely irritated, wishing to tear apart the disgusting mask on the other person's face. However, what he felt most now was fear. The man in the wheelchair faced him emotionlessly, his pitch-black eyes revealing no light at all, and the indifferent gaze instilled panic in him. The two stared at each other across empty space as if locked in a silence long as a century. Finally, Gu Peilang first retracted his gaze, silently maneuvering his wheelchair to turn around and walk away. Su Jinyu's heart, thud, sank. Instinctively, he intended to step out and chase, but Jean Jiaojiao moved forward a step, grabbing his wrist. Jinyu, don't you recognize me? Her eyebrows slightly knitted, the joy of their reunion somewhat diminished by the man's coldness. Su Jinyu hurried to find Gu Peilang to explain, but was stopped in his tracks. A flash of impatience crossed the man's face as he glanced down at the hand pulling him. By the time he looked up again, Gu Peilang had already disappeared from his sight. Su Jinyu's expression darkened completely. His cold gaze swept over Su Jinyu before he turned to the woman in front of him. Let's talk, he said. Jean Jiaojiao, looking at his serious expression, instinctively nodded her head. Both main characters of the incident had left, and the people in the hall who had been watching began to murmur quietly amongst themselves. The omnipotent Mr. Lu, with a polite yet distant smile on his face, began handling the aftermath of the situation left behind by his two masters. Su Jinyu stood in place, watching the direction Su Jinyu and Jean Jiaojiao had left, scanning the center of the venue. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he lowered his gaze, curved his lips slightly, and followed them. After the banquet ended, Lu Qi came to the resting room door and knocked on the tightly closed door. Upon hearing a deep voice from inside, he pushed the door open and walked in. The room was not lit, and the dim light from the corridor vaguely illuminated the scene inside. Lu Qi saw a man sitting by the window facing away from him. Has everyone left? Lu Qi stood respectfully by the door and bowed his head. Yes, they've all gone. And him? The man's body trembled slightly. It was clear who he referred to. Mr. Su. Never mind. Lu Qi hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted. The man by the window didn't turn around, his deep and icy voice revealed no emotion. You can go back first. What about you? I'll have Gu Yin come pick me up. Go back, don't keep the young master of the Fong family waiting too long. Lu Qi worried about his boss's current state, but the man was firm in his stance. In the end, he had no choice but to obey and turn to leave. In the empty hall, Fong Mingji sat on the sofa and stood up quickly as soon as Lu Qi came out. How is Mr. Gu? Lu Qi held the hand of the young man in front of him and shook his head gently. Fong Mingji remembered the gruesome scene earlier, and his handsome brows furrowed together. Chapter 122, Reunion, 100% in the previous life. Gu Peilang met Su Jinyu, who was 18 years old, when he was 21. It happened at a private banquet. The host of the banquet had helped Gu Peilang during the battle for the inheritance rights of the Gu family. Out of respect for that, Gu Peilang felt compelled to show up, even though he hadn't left the Gu mansion for nearly half a year by that time. The pale, emaciated young man sat expressionlessly in a wheelchair, dressed in a black suit. His gaze swept from the second floor downward, watching the opulent grand hall beneath. The noise and liveliness within seemed to belong to another world, one that he was detached from. The host, holding a wine glass behind him, smiled kindly. Why don't you go downstairs and play with them, Peilang? Gu Peilang shook his head without speaking. Young people should be lively and cheerful. Always being lifeless will make you grow old quickly. The man continued to stare blankly at the scene below, and it was unclear whether he heard any of it or not. After the host left, he remained alone upstairs for a while before preparing to leave. The newly built elevator was beside the staircase. While waiting for the elevator, sudden bursts of laughter and playful noises came from the nearby stairwell. It sounded like several wealthy young men were having fun. Jinyu, why would Uncle Ma suddenly install an elevator in his house, reaching only to the second floor? Isn't this totally unnecessary? One mischievous voice asked. You wouldn't know this, another voice chimed in. It said that it's for the new head of the Gu family, the cripple. You get what I mean, ha ha ha. Their various laughs blended together, carrying clear tones of schadenfreude and ridicule. Even though they were separated by over a dozen steps, the man still heard every word clearly. Well, no matter what, he is still a cripple standing on top of the pyramid. Could any of you achieve that? A clear, pleasant voice rang out, slightly magnetic as if the sound of raindrops hitting porcelain tiles on a misty rainy day. Gu Peilang lowered his eyes, his gaze landing on his covered legs, his face devoid of emotion. The cold light above created a sense of distance around him. Never mind, I'd rather die than give up my 2 legs for that position. That carefree voice spoke again, followed by another burst of laughter. Their topic then turned to something else. The elevator did not come promptly, and the voices grew closer. Unconsciously, the man's hand tightened on the armrest, his jawline becoming sharply defined. As he hesitated about whether to turn and avoid the group, they had already approached. The atmosphere froze momentarily. The young men gathered at the staircase looked at the handsome but pale man in front of them, looking at each other silently, momentarily lost for words. Gu Peilang stared expressionlessly back at them. The black leather cover wrapped tightly under his palms indicated his inner tension. Among the group of youths, Su Jinyu's head of pink mixed hair stood out distinctly. The exquisitely handsome young man looked at him indifferently, with no trace of emotion in his eyes. The once spacious corridor became narrow due to the presence of the wheelchair and the few young men. The black wheelchair just blocked their way. Su Jinyu took a step forward, his lean, tall figure dressed in a well-fitted suit presenting graceful lines. Looking down at the person in the wheelchair, the young man furrowed his brows slightly, showing impatience. Move aside, you're blocking my way. Gu Peilang looked up, his pitch-black eyes locking with the person before him, his thin lips pressed into a hard curve. Neither of them backed down. The elevator made a ding sound and slowly opened. As if losing all patience, Su Jinyu stepped forward, his thigh forcefully bumping into the man's wheelchair. Losing control, the wheelchair slid backward and collided heavily with the cold wall, making a loud bang. The young man shoved his hands into his pockets, not sparing another glance at the man, turning around and walking away briskly. The other young men, snapped back to reality, quickly followed after him. Gu Peilang stayed rooted in place, faintly still hearing their murmurs. He looked so terrifying. What's there to fear? He's still a useless cripple no matter how powerful he might be. My father said he would spend his whole life in a wheelchair. A person like him truly deserves it. The corridor became quiet and spacious again, the man's head hung low, his expression in the shadows unclear. People like him? What kind of people? There are always some things in this world that you find strange and cannot explain scientifically. For example, once you meet some people for the first time, there will be a second, a third time, or even countless times thereafter, despite the fact that you might not really know each other well. When Gu Peilang saw Su Jinyu for the second time, the latter had changed his hair color again, this time to an audacious red. Basking in the sunset at a distance, it looked like a flamboyant rambutan fruit. Gu Peilang was seated in his car as he watched the young man emerge from a narrow alley behind him, muttering under his breath, holding a backpack with a broken strap. With complete disregard for appearances, Su Jinyu sat by the roadside, rummaged through his bag, took out a bread roll, tore open its packaging, and began eating it, looking much like a vagrant on the street corner. Gu Peilang watched the young man eat the dry bread and drink a bottle of water without ever averting his gaze. There was a unique aura about the youth, arrogant and unrestrained, as if no matter where he went, he would always be the brightest star. Gu Peilang's stare remained unchanged as Su Jinyu, seemingly sensing something, lifted his head and looked directly in his direction. At the exact moment their eyes met, Gu Peilang felt as though his very soul shook deeply. The image of those bright, glistening eyes overlapped with the person before him, and almost instinctively, Gu Peilang wanted to step out of the car and call out the name he had carefully cherished in his heart for over a decade. But in the next second, the indifference and detachment on the young man's face brought him back to reality. After returning to the Gu residence, Gu Peilang could not settle down for a long time. After much hesitation, he eventually called Lu Qi, who had been working for him only for a short while then, asking him to investigate Su Jinyu's background. Lu Qi worked efficiently. Within less than a day, all the relevant information about Su Jinyu was placed neatly on Gu Peilang's desk. Upon seeing the 3 words, Hahu village, Gu Peilang was certain, Su Jinyu was none other than Chen Xiaohua from years ago. At the age of 12, the boy had been taken back to the Su family, changing both his surname and name. Even his gender had been altered, transforming him completely into someone unfamiliar. Chapter 123, Gu Peilang's Secret Love, 100% Past Life. Everything about Su Jinyu before he arrived at the Su family seemed erased, and the former Lotus village had long been transformed into a leisure resort. Most of the people there had moved away. Even if Gu Peilang tried hard to investigate, he could only get some superficial truths. He repeatedly looked through the documents in his hands, over and over again. The man filled in the gaps in Su Jinyu's life based on those black and white papers and countless photos delivered by private detectives. The little wife who promised to marry him suddenly turned out to be a guy, and what was worse, she seemed to have forgotten him. For a moment, Gu Peilang couldn't figure out what he felt. Yet deep down, he was glad for the great disappointment. After all, it was just a joke from childhood. How could it be taken seriously? And with his current semi-human, semi-ghost appearance, even if the other party remembered him and recognized him, so what? He shredded all the information in his hands with the paper shredder. After coming out of the study, the man buried all his emotions deep inside, as if everything that happened before never existed. Although he kept telling himself to let go, every time he heard something about the young man, Gu Peilang couldn't help but listen closely. Heard that the other person spent lavishly, booking the entire bar to celebrate a friend's birthday, heard that the person shone brilliantly at someone else's banquet, heard that some girl confessed her love to him, heard that he had a crush. When hearing this news, the pen in his hand accidentally fell onto the table, and the silver tip left a black ink blot on the white paper. Boss. Lu Qi paused while reporting. It's nothing, continue, said Gu Peilang, lowering his eyes. The golden sunlight slanted through the floor-to-ceiling window onto his face but couldn't penetrate his dark pupils. The man expressionlessly turned off his phone, instantly erasing the image of the elegant handsome youth holding roses and smiling gently. Lu Qi nodded and continued reporting in a matter-of-fact manner. As he was about to turn and leave after putting down his tablet, the man behind the desk suddenly called him back. I heard recently the Su family wanted to go through customs. Lu Qi stopped, turned around, and nodded, yes. Gu Peilang leaned slightly backward, turning his head toward the sunset outside the window. After a long pause, he spoke solemnly, give them our line. As the right-hand man, Lu Qi naturally knew which line the man was referring to. This wasn't the first time their president provided convenience to the Su family. However, the assistant, who usually complied without hesitation with all instructions, appeared uncertain this time. But boss, that line is ours. Do as I say, came the soft response from the man bathed in the evening glow. Again, he picked up his phone where the youth smiled radiantly yet piercingly. Yes. Lu Qi didn't press further, merely nodding and turning to leave. Rumors spread that the person he liked was the same age as him, the school flower, beautiful and gentle. Everyone thought they were an ideal pair. Gu Peilang felt the same way when he looked at the picture sent by the detective in a self-torturing manner. In the study lit only by a desk lamp, the man sat in a wheelchair, looking at the photo in his hand. A long moment passed, then his slender index finger gently brushed across those beautiful eyes. Little liar. A low, magnetic voice echoed in the quiet room, carrying a faint smile and bitterness. Su Qing's visit to Gu Peilang surprised the man. After learning the reason for his visit, he was shocked but ignobly moved. Before leaving the Gu residence, Su Qing turned back to look at the man behind him. His face, worn by years of life, showed creases of satisfaction upon mission completion. What does it matter having someone you like? It's just a fleeting impulse from youth. Intangible love, in this materialistic world, can't compare to how much money it's worth. While Su Jinyu was at school, unaware of everything happening outside, he was still discussing with Fang Mingji the perfect opportunity to confess to his goddess and sweep her off her feet. Unlike its usual quietness, Su family villa buzzed with activity. As soon as Su Jinyu stepped in, Su Jinyu dressed in school uniform happily greeted him. Brother. You're finally here. I missed you so much. The youth tightly hugged him, prolonging the tone as he pouted playfully. Su Jinyu smiled, affectionately patted the younger brother in his arms, and instinctively softened his voice. Let go first, I brought you a gift, it's in the car, go get it yourself. Su Jinyu's smile became even brighter, wanting nothing more than to hug and kiss the person before him. The elder on the sofa behind them got up with a cane, looking kindly at the two by the door. All right, Jinyu, don't cling to your brother every time you see him. Come over and eat first, after dinner I have something to announce. The youth mentioned by name let go of Su Jinyu, winking playfully at the other before pulling him towards the dining table. At the dining table, the atmosphere was warm. The head of the household, Su Qing, sat in the main seat, with Su Jinyu on his left, and the family of 3 from Su Jianghai on his right. Grandpa Su and Su Qing talked about the recent development of the company while eating. They couldn't stop praising the head of the Gu family when mentioning him. Su Jinyu quietly ate the food in his bowl, only raising his head to respond a few words when someone mentioned his name. As the dinner neared its end, Su Qing casually asked Su Jinyu about his opinion on Gu Peilang. The young man slightly furrowed his eyebrows, recalling a pale but handsome face and a pair of pitch-black eyes. Lord Gu is an extremely capable person. After a moment's thought, he gave a fair evaluation. Indeed, Lord Gu was extraordinary. By his own strength, he had turned the tide and quelled internal unrest within the Gu family. In just 2 short years, he had elevated the Gu family to another level. Besides being capable, Su Qing pressed on. Su Jinyu put down his chopsticks and looked at the elder in the main seat. Grandfather, I don't understand what you mean. Su Qing narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them. What if I told you to marry him, what would you think? The words barely left the elder's lips when an eerie silence fell over the entire restaurant. Su Jinyu, sitting to his right, placed down his utensils, the once sunny smile on his face becoming somewhat strained. Grandfather, are you joking? Su Qing gave him a faintly disdainful look. Do I look like I'm joking? The smile on the youth's face completely faded. Chapter 124, Let the Past Be, 50% Past Life. I'm serious, Su Qing redirected his gaze back to Su Jinyu on his left. Mr. Gu really appreciates you. If possible, I hope that the two of you can try going out. Su Jinyu's face turned pale, and with difficulty, he pulled at the corner of his lips as he looked at the elder in front of him. Grandpa, what are you talking about? We are both men. Haven't same-sex marriages been legal for so many years? What's wrong with 2 men? Mr. Su Sr. said carelessly, like an extremely open-minded parent. Jinyu, Mr. Gu is a very good person. Grandpa hopes that you seriously consider being with him. It would only bring you benefits. Is it for my benefit or yours, Grandpa? Unable to resist, Su Jinyu spoke sharply. Seeing the slightly changed expression on the elder's face, he regretfully bit his lip. I'm sorry, Grandpa, I didn't mean to. Jinyu, you've always been an obedient and sensible child. Mr. Su Sr. retracted his smile, and with a solemn expression, he looked at him. Grandpa knows you've always blamed me for not caring enough about you over the years, but do you know, all of those were part of your training. Watching you grow up day by day makes Grandpa happier than anyone else. After hearing these words from the elder, Su Jinyu felt ashamed and lowered his head. Indeed, he had always thought this. Grandpa just wants you to live happily. The hand Su Jinyu rested on the dining table tightened slightly. In the end, he still looked up at the elder in front of him. Grandpa, I fear I will have to disappoint your kindness towards me. I already have someone I like, and I love her deeply. I won't be with anyone other than her. As soon as the youth finished speaking, Su Qing's face completely changed, and his voice deepened. You're making a fuss. How old are you right now? What do you know about liking someone? Grandpa. Su Jinyu followed up beside them. Since elder brother already has someone he likes, please don't force him anymore. If Mr. Gu truly needs someone to marry, I can. Jinyu. Suddenly Zhang Lei broke the silence from nearby, glaring sharply at her son. Su Jinyu's face suddenly turned white as he gritted his teeth and closed his mouth. The warm and harmonious atmosphere was instantly ruined. Su Jinyu pushed away his chair and stood up, looking seriously at the elder before him as he carefully spoke. Grandpa, I'm already 20 years old, I understand what it means to like someone. If I can't be with the person I love, I'd rather spend my entire life alone. If you really want me to be happy, then stop interfering with my feelings. Is there really no room for compromise? Mr. Su Sr. looked at him with a serious expression. Su Jinyu nodded, yes. Ultimately, the dinner ended in bad spirits. Su Jinyu originally thought that after this conversation, Mr. Su Sr. would come around on his own. However, he didn't expect that just before Jin Jiaojiao confessed to him, the other party suddenly left without notice, leaving him only 3 short words. I'm sorry. The young man was confused and at a loss. All he could think of in an instant was the elder at home. He angrily stormed back home and rushed into the study to question the other party. Unexpectedly, the elder gave him an unexpected answer, Gu Peilang. At first, Su Jinyu did not believe it. He had met the man a few times, and the other did not seem like someone who would do such a thing. However, the evidence provided by his grandfather forced him to believe, so he furiously rushed to the man's company, questioned him, and even hurled a bunch of hurtful words at him. Wait a moment, your grandfather told you it was Mr. Gu who threatened me to send me abroad forcibly? Jean Jiaojiao interrupted the man before her, staring at him in shock. Su Jinyu bitterly smiled and nodded, yes. The man leaned against the wall with one leg slightly bent, his smile tinged with some regret. Jean Jiaojiao shook her head, your grandfather deceived you. The reason I went abroad back then was because I had already submitted the application beforehand, it's just that I never told you. At that time, I knew you had feelings for me. The woman paused momentarily, her gaze shifting to the man in front of her. Seeing no change in his expression, she noticed a flicker of disappointment cross his eyes and continued, I initially thought I would tell you once everything was finalized. However, there was an issue with the submitted list. Anyway, I might have lost that opportunity. Later, Mr. Gu found me. He solved everything for you, didn't he? Su Jinyu continued down this line of questioning. Jean Jiaojiao nodded, The man's smile turned somewhat bitter as he thought of the person who always had a cold face and was indifferent to everything. A sharp pain pierced his heart. Actually, he should have known earlier, if she had truly been threatened by someone, Jean Jiaojiao's expression wouldn't have been that way. Mr. Gu is a good person. After I went abroad, he helped me a lot. Jean Jiaojiao said, her words filled with admiration and gratitude for him. I know, Su Jinyu looked down at the patterns on the floor, sadness in his voice, I've always known. He lowered his head, and Jean Jiaojiao couldn't see his expression. Thinking about the rumors she'd heard lately, the woman hesitated for a moment before deciding to speak. Jinyu, I heard that you and Mr. Gu are married. Yes, Su Jinyu looked at her, acknowledging it straightforwardly, we've been married for 3 years. But Su Jinyu told me that your relationship isn't good, and you've already divorced. False. Jean Jiaojiao, huh? Su Jinyu stared at the woman in front of him and calmly stated, I'm saying, everything he said was false. Our relationship is fine, we haven't divorced. Even if we did divorce, we'd remarry immediately. Jinyu, do you know, actually I've always. Jean Jiaojiao looked at the handsome man in front of her and couldn't help but say something. Jiaojiao, Su Jinyu stopped her, I'm very glad to meet you again, let's just leave the past behind, no more talking about it from now on. Jean Jiaojiao's eyes brimmed with tears, her lips coated with lip gloss trembled slightly, but. It's getting late, you should go back. It'll be unsafe if you stay out too long. The man lifted his wrist to check the time and cut off her conversation. What about you? Jean Jiaojiao asked while looking at him. Me? My husband is still waiting for me. If I don't return, he'll worry. So I'll leave first, not sending you off this time. I'll treat you to dinner another day if I have time. Su Jinyu smiled as he finished speaking, then stood up straight, shrugged carelessly to the person in front of him, and walked away confidently. Jean Jiaojiao stood there watching the man's disappearing back figure, her eyes slightly red. Su Jinyu arrived in the hall, which was completely empty. Gu Peilang's phone call didn't get through the first time he dialed, and when he tried the second time, it was directly hung up. Su Jinyu gripped his phone tightly, his face growing increasingly pale. Chapter 125, Gu Peilang, do you really have no heart? At the Fong family mansion, Lu Qi, who had been invited in by Mr. and Mrs. Fong Mingji, received a call from Su Jinyu. The voice of the man on the phone carried a faint calmness but was tinged with evident panic that anyone could easily detect. Assistant Lu, are you all back already? This all. Lu Qi offered an apologetic smile to the couple opposite him and then stood up, moving to one side. Mr. Su, I'm at Mingming's house now. The boss isn't with me. In the living room, Su Jinyu gazed out at the pitch-black night outside the window, his heart sinking abruptly. You aren't with the boss either? Lu Qi asked with certainty, and the person on the other end of the phone remained silent. Lu Qi said, Mr. Su, please don't panic yet. Perhaps the boss had something to handle and didn't wait for you. I'll make some calls to check, please don't worry too much, okay? Su Jinyu gripped the mobile phone tightly in his hand, his voice was hoarse, all right. After the call was disconnected, he mechanically turned around and walked over to the sofa nearby, looking dazed. Mr. Su, Gu Yin says he didn't pick up the boss, you. The phone rang again quickly, before Lu Qi could finish speaking, there was only a busy tone heard inside. The man stood by the window looking at the phone in his hand that had been disconnected. After a moment of silence, he still went to say goodbye to the Fong couple. Yes, I need to handle some personal matters. If there's a chance in the future, I'll visit Mr. and Mrs. Fong again. Beside him, after hearing that Lu Qi wanted to leave, Fong Mingji stood up from the couch and looked towards his parents. Mom, Dad, I'll see him out. Yin Qi was quite pleased with this. It was advantageous for their son to have good relations with the people close to President Gu. The woman smiled warmly at her son in front of her. All right, go ahead. On the other side, after Su Jinyu hung up the phone, without hesitation, he stood up and began walking towards the nearest room, searching room by room. Not being with Lu Qi, and Gu Yi not receiving him either, he almost certainly concluded that the man was still here. He started searching through the rest areas along the corridor room by room. When he reached the closed door at the end of the hallway, Su Jinyu found his hands were trembling. A soft sound, click, the lock rotated. The room was completely dark, except for a flickering red glow in front of the window. The air was filled with the pungent smell of cigarettes, so intense it was almost suffocating. Su Jinyu instinctively covered his nose with his hand and coughed twice. As he switched on the light and saw the scene inside the room, his expression instantly changed. The glaring light suddenly turned on. Gu Peilang, hearing the voice behind him, turned around and looked at the man by the door. That handsome face was obscured behind wisps of greenish smoke, making it hard to discern his expression. You didn't leave. His voice was so raspy that it carried no fluctuations in emotion, and Su Jinyu's eyes instantly reddened. He stepped into the room quickly, activating the ventilation system, and then opened all the windows. Only then did he turn around to look at the man in front of him. Why would I leave? He lowered his gaze and stared intently at the person in the wheelchair, his fists clenched tightly at his sides, and his tense voice trembled to its limit. Gu Peilang lifted his gaze and glanced at him, and then expressionlessly shifted his focus away, his pitch-black, deep eyes fixated on the cigarette curling with faint blue smoke between his fingers. His voice was barely audible, who knows? Su Jinyu gritted his teeth, tasting a metallic sweetness on his lips. You know, Su Jinyu's lips quivered slightly as if there were a burning hot iron rod lodged in his chest, scorching him in unbearable pain. You know, he interrogated the man in the wheelchair, his voice hoarse, Gu Peilang, you know. The brightly lit room was deathly silent, the atmosphere oppressive and heavy enough to make breathing difficult. Su Jinyu looked at the silent man, his eyes brimming with grief and disappointment. All the warmth and joy from these past days seemed like mere illusions existing solely in his mind. He thought the man understood his sincere feelings, he thought he'd seen. After a long, oppressive silence, the man raised his eyes and looked at him. Those eyes were darker than the night outside. Jin Jiaojiao has come back. So what? The pain in his palms had numbed. Su Jinyu showed no change in expression as he responded. She likes you, it was me who broke you two apart. Now she's back, you must be very happy, right? The man paused after saying this and then continued on his own, you must be very happy since you like her so much. He had once masochistically watched the other party's affectionate moments with the girl on campus, catching sight of how he looked at her, something that he had never dared to hope for. Su Jinyu really liked Jin Jiaojiao. This fact lingered in Gu Peilang's mind for more than 3 years, long enough to take deep root. How could it be easily erased by the man's fleeting fondness over a few short months? Su Jinyu widened his eyes slightly as he stared at the person before him, disbelief clouding his gaze. Gu Peilang, aren't you, truly heartless? His tear-filled eyes reddened, and his trembling voice mingled with the falling tears. The cigarette in his fingers burned out, Gu Peilang's hand trembled, and the seared skin sent waves of piercing pain through him. Yet, as if unaware, all he saw was Su Jinyu's red-rimmed eyes and tear-streaked face. Haven't you heard or seen what I've been saying and doing during this time? Su Jinyu met the man's trembling gaze and wiped away his tears with a distraught swipe. I like you, I'm crazy about you, so much so that I can't live without you. I wish I could just grow into a part of your body so we'd never have to separate. Yes, I made mistakes, I did like Jin Jiaojiao, but that was ancient history. Why do you insist on bringing it up now? When I say I don't like her anymore, you don't believe me. And when I say I like you, you still don't trust me. Su Jinyu's tone grew increasingly choked with grievance. He wasn't a saint, and enduring the man's distrust again and again drained him both physically and emotionally. Peilang, tell me, what must I do for you to finally believe that I genuinely love you? Tell me, won't you? His plea was humble, while Gu Peilang's knuckles turned deathly pale from clutching too hard, his lips whitening from pressing together in strained silence. Lu Qi paused with his hand suspended mid-air, ready to knock, then silently turned and walked away. I know I deserve this, I was the one who wronged you first. Su Jinyu forced a bitter smile. Do whatever you want to me, but I beg you, please don't negate my feelings for you like this, I can't bear it, I really can't. I haven't. Gu Peilang's knuckles gripped around the armrest turned white with strain, and his expression flickered with anguish for an instant. Su Jinyu wiped away his tears with a shaking hand and remained silent. He stepped forward, stomped out the smoldering cigarette butt on the floor, then dropped to one knee before the man. The second knuckle of his fair, slender middle finger had developed a pea-sized blister, with the surrounding skin inflamed and swollen. With utmost care, Su Jinyu cupped the man's hand, and another teardrop fell onto it with a soft plop. Chapter 126, Fainting. Gu Peilang looked down at the man in front of him, his fingers twitching nervously. Jinyu, I haven't denied your feelings for me, I'm afraid. Gu Peilang's Adam's apple moved momentarily as he met Su Jinyu's tearful gaze, his voice low and hoarse. The self-loathing hidden deep in his heart now laid bare, making this man feel somewhat speechless. I've seen the way you look at her, all I see in your eyes is her. His hand was gripped tightly. Gu Peilang smirked bitterly. That year, you rushed to the Gu family mansion, pointing at me and accusing me of harboring unrealistic dreams. Su Jinyu's body suddenly stiffened. Clenching his teeth, his eyes full of regret, he said, I'm sorry. You were right, I am unrealistic. When Su Qing approached me with an intention to arrange a marriage alliance with you, even though I knew you liked Jin Jiaojiao, I still agreed. The man looked at his hand being held by the other, softly spoke, emotions unreadable in his eyes. Helping Jin Jiaojiao leave the country was also to separate the two of you. I always thought, that way, I'd get my chance. But then you said, even if you jumped off the Gu mansion, you wouldn't like me. Please stop. Stop already, alright? Su Jinyu, gripping Gu Peilang's hand, sobbed uncontrollably, knowing he had a second chance but unable to turn back time before the damage was done, could only live in guilt and regret for life, without even the qualification to beg for forgiveness. Peilang. I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong, can you hit me or scold me? Just make you less angry, please let it go. Gu Peilang looked at his pathetic crying face, laughing bitterly, you still don't understand. I have never been angry at you, nor blamed you. Raising his hand, using his thumb to wipe away Su Jinyu's tears from the corner of his eye, his voice soft and tender, being able to have you by my side, I am happy. But, I always worry whether you're here willingly or not, I keep thinking whether the Su family is forcing you again, all your kindness and gentleness towards me, all those words of love, are just lies. Words spoken gently turned into knives that pierced the heart and lungs, Su Jinyu's fingertips trembled, it's not. It doesn't matter now, the man sighed deeply, his pitch-black eyes quietly gazed at the person in front, the emotions in his eyes slowly began to change, after the Qi family banquet, I gave you a chance, now, I'll give you one more. Su Jinyu looked up, his eyes fixed on him unblinking. You can leave with Jin Jiaojiao, I'll let you go. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. I won't go. Su Jinyu threw himself into Gu Peilang's arms, tightly wrapping his arms around the man's waist, shaking his head continuously, won't go, die rather than go. You can't drive me away, I'll die in your arms if I have to. He was genuinely terrified, deeply fearing that Gu Peilang would push him away the next moment, only knew to hold on to the other party tight without letting go, unaware even of what he was saying. Gu Peilang sat in the wheelchair, expressionlessly looking down at the person in his embrace. The hand resting on the wheelchair slowly lifted, and then gently stroked the exposed, slender, pale neck bathed in the light, gradually tightening, an extremely controlling and possessive gesture. I've given you a chance, the man opened his mouth, his deep, raspy voice akin to a demon's whisper. Facing his gaze, Su Jinyu's soul trembled. From now on, forever, you will never escape me. When the two came out of the rest room, it was almost 11 o'clock. Lu Qi, leaning against the wall, saw them come out and put his phone away. Boss, Mr. Su. Su Jinyu stood behind the wheelchair, red-eyed looking at the man in front of him, Mr. Lu, please send us home. Lu Qi nodded, answering affirmatively. On the way back, Su Jinyu sat beside Gu Peilang, turning his head and watching the scenery flashing by outside the window without speaking, one hand tightly holding onto the hand of the man beside him, as if afraid that the other would vanish the next second. The heavy atmosphere inside the cramped car made Lu Qi driving focus more intently on stability through his rearview mirror while observing the two people at the back. After returning to the Gu residence, Su Jinyu followed Gu Peilang into the bedroom and went into the bathroom step by step. Gu Peilang stopped walking, and the footsteps behind him paused too. I'm just going to take a shower. He turned around to look at the fearful expression on the face of the man behind him, his tone suddenly softened, carrying slight helplessness. Su Jinyu's gaze was evasive, yet he still stubbornly didn't want the other person to leave. The wound on your hand cannot get wet, I can help you. It's just a slight burn, Gu Peilang looked at him with deep and tranquil eyes, it's no big deal. Su Jinyu pressed his lips together, and in the end, took a step back, then I'll wait for you here. Finish up quickly and come out, you haven't taken your medicine today yet. Gu Peilang nodded. The man went into the bathroom, leaving Su Jinyu outside the door, staring at the empty bedroom. An inexplicable panic suddenly surged through him, and almost immediately, he turned around wanting to knock on the closed door before him. His raised hand froze in midair just a second before it touched the frosted glass door, as faint splashing water sounds trickled out from inside. Su Jinyu lowered his gaze, his side profile bathed in soft lighting showing an unnaturally pale hue. He's still here, hasn't left, hasn't abandoned me. The man pressed his lips together again, pulling back his trembling fingers, and slowly turned to lean against the wall, sliding down until he sat there. When Gu Peilang came out of the bathroom and saw the person sitting outside the door, his expression became somewhat surprised. Su Jinyu lifted his head from his knees and managed to stand up when he noticed Gu Peilang standing by the door, offering a weak smile despite his pallid complexion. Peilang, are you done? Gu Peilang furrowed his brows slowly, noticing then that the person in front of him looked extremely unwell. Are you feeling unwell? Su Jinyu wore a look of confusion, no. Gu Peilang's knitted eyebrows did not relax as he opened his mouth to say something more, but the man in front of him closed his eyes abruptly and collapsed straight onto the ground. Gu Peilang stared at the unconscious man on the floor, nearly breaking apart inside. The patient had significant emotional fluctuations coupled with excessive worry, leading his body to collapse unexpectedly. In the hospital, a doctor dressed in a white coat looked at the test results in his hands while speaking to the man seated in a wheelchair. Gu Peilang stared at the unconscious man lying on the hospital bed, his expression serious. Excessive worry? The doctor nodded, yes. Has anything troubling been affecting the patient's mood recently? Gu Peilang frowned deeply, his gaze heavy, and after a long pause, shook his head slowly. I don't know. Chapter 127, Wedding Photos for Morning. Su Jinyu had a dream, in which he saw the day of his and Gu Peilang's wedding. This marriage alliance between two prominent families, from the day the news was released, attracted much attention. The hard-handed and disabled head of the Gu family, and the young master of the Su family in City A who had just climbed into the upper class, these two people who seemed impossible to end up together, suddenly announced their marriage without any warning. Anyone would be stunned by that. Photographers from various magazines and newspapers waited outside both families' doors every day, hoping to dig out some explosive news and secrets. However, half a month passed, and they got nothing. Gu Corporation. Lu Qi entered the CEO's office with an invitation list in his hand and looked at the man sitting behind the desk. "Boss, this is the guest list for the banquet. Take a look." Gu Peilang looked up from his computer, glancing at the book with a delicate cover and festive colors held by his assistant, his lips slightly curling upward. "Just put it there, I'll take a look later." Lu Qi nodded. After putting down the thing, he glanced at the time on it again. "You have an appointment with Mr. Su at 2 p.m. today for taking the wedding photos. It's now 11 a.m. Do you want me to call them and arrange everything?" "Go ahead." After Lu Qi left, Gu Peilang looked at the list beside him, thought for a while, and then reached over to pick it up. Such a list, and another exactly identical one, was now quietly placed before Su Jinyu. An elderly man sat across from the young man, his face full of kind smiles. Since the announcement of the Su-Gu marriage alliance, every wrinkle on his face had smoothed out as if he had become several years younger. "Jinyu, come take a look. These are the people invited to your and Peilang's wedding. See if anyone is missing or if there is anyone else you'd like to invite." Young Su Jinyu sat stiffly opposite the elder, his gaze fell on the name list on the table, the disgust in his eyes almost tangible. "No." The youth pursed his lips, harshly spitting out 2 words. Grandfather Su observed every expression on his face, his eyes flickered slightly. "I know you're very resistant to this marriage, but Jinyu, the Gu family holds too much power. Peilang specifically asked for you, and even Grandpa couldn't do anything about it." Su Jinyu, gripping his hands tightly into fists resting on his knees, remained silent with a dark expression. Gu Peilang had driven away his beloved, now using the Su family business to threaten his family, all just to marry him, to marry a man. "Jinyu, don't be too sad. Now that it has come to this, just go along with it. The Su family will always be your strongest support. I promise you, within 3 years, I will surely bring you back," the old man assured, his eyes deep with meaning. As Su Jinyu raised his eyes to look at him, the old man slowly stood up with his cane and came over to place a hand on his shoulder. "As long as you listen to what Grandpa says, I won't let him hurt you." The old man's words were ambiguous, and Su Jinyu hadn't fully comprehended them when arrangements were already made and he was sent off to the car for taking the wedding photo. The person who came to pick him up was Gu Yin, a bodyguard who constantly followed and protected Gu Peilang. A man around 27 or 28 years old, under his black uniform was bulging muscles. Standing silently in front of the car, his height of 195 centimeters and his impassive face gave off an invisible sense of pressure. When he saw the punk-styled young man with a fiery red hair emerge from the villa, Gu Yin's expression subtly changed. "Mr. Su, the boss instructed you to dye your hair back." After Su Jinyu opened the car door and sat inside, the man in the driver's seat bluntly reminded him. Lowering his head to buckle his seatbelt, Su Jinyu lifted his head upon hearing this, coldly glaring at Gu Yin, then sneered, "What, does your boss live by the sea?" Gu Yin frowned. "My hair, I can dye it however I want, any color I fancy, it's none of his business." Every word spoken by the youth was sharp and cutting. The man in the driver's seat tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Remembering his boss's orders on the way, he endured and said nothing. At exactly 2 in the afternoon, Gu Peilang, already changed into a brand new suit, was waiting early outside the photography studio. The man wore an exquisite suit, and his hair, always impeccably groomed, now fell freely over his shoulders. The strands of bangs slightly covering his prominent and thick eyebrows softened his usually sharp demeanor. The deep red tie against his chest added a touch of brightness to the heavy black of his outfit, enhancing his elegant handsomeness. Gu Peilang occasionally glanced down at his wristwatch, then looked forward at the empty road ahead. When he saw the black car driven by Gu Yin slowly appearing in the distance, his onyx-like eyes flickered with a gleam of joy. His lips curved upward, but the movement was controlled. Upon seeing the young man step out of the car, even the black wheelchair subtly moved forward. Su Jinyu stood outside the car door, squinting against the blinding sunlight as he gazed at the man waiting outside the studio, a smirk forming on his lips. Gu Peilang watched the smile on the young man's face, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. But when he noticed the naked mockery in the other's eyes as he approached, the hope in his heart plummeted instantly. Step by step, Su Jinyu advanced toward the man. With one long stride, he reached directly in front of him. Looking down from above, the young man locked eyes with the man in front of him, raising an eyebrow as he said sarcastically, "You're looking quite presentable." Gu Peilang remained silent, lips pressed tightly together as he stared back. Smirking, Su Jinyu leaned down closer, bending over until his mouth hovered near the man's ear, whispering maliciously, "But unfortunately, you're a cripple, no, worse, a disabled man." The hand gripping the armrest tightened suddenly, veins bulging on his knuckles. "A disabled man who can't stand." Su Jinyu straightened up slowly, hands tucked leisurely into his pockets as he scrutinized the man's increasingly pale complexion with amusement. "Let's go, isn't it time to take those wedding photos? Hurry up, I'm extremely busy, and I don't have all day to waste on such trivial matters." A metallic taste surfaced in Gu Peilang's throat as he stared deeply at the person in front of him, his eyes shadowed with darkness. Something so insignificant. During the photo session, the youth was especially uncooperative. The photographer held his camera in his hands, glancing at the increasingly grim expressions of both men with great difficulty. When the final photos were developed, the photographer looked at the negatives, thinking that these two didn't look like they were getting married, they appeared more like they were attending a funeral. Chapter 128, Phone Number. Everything in the dream receded like an ebbing tide, and Su Jinyu opened his eyes, staring at the pale white ceiling with dampened eye corners. The bright hospital room was quiet except for the beep-beep sound of the machines beside him still working. Su Jinyu pushed himself up from the bed and sat up, knocking into the floor on the back of his hand as he moved. Bright red blood immediately flowed backward, but he didn't notice. He was the only one in the room, and the emptiness made his own heartbeat distinctly audible. For a moment, panic flitted across the man's face as he ripped off the 4-line on his hand, preparing to get out of bed. Suddenly there was a light click, and the bathroom door was opened. Su Jinyu stood barefoot on the floor, looking up to meet a pair of dark eyes. Gu Peilang frowned as he looked at the person standing on the ground. Go back to bed. Su Jinyu blinked his eyes, the look of panic on his face hadn't dissipated. Peilang. Peilang. Barefoot on the cold floor, Su Jinyu quickly stepped forward, bent down, and hugged the man tightly. His voice was filled with fear. Where did you go? When I woke up, I couldn't see you. Feeling the fingers tightening around his neck, Gu Peilang noticed his unease and lifted his arm to circle around his waist, allowing Su Jinyu to sit on his lap as he controlled the wheelchair to return toward the bed. I was in the bathroom. Didn't you just see me? Su Jinyu obediently allowed himself to be held by the man, lowering his gaze to admire the handsome side profile of the other, filled with deep affection. I didn't see you when I woke up, and I got scared. Gu Peilang stopped near the bed, lifting his hand to pat Su Jinyu's buttocks before letting him lie down on the bed. Then he leaned over, touching Su Jinyu's ankles, feeling how cold his feet were. The man pulled the covers to let Su Jinyu get back into bed, tucking them tightly all around before finally raising his gaze to look at the person lying on the bed. Afraid of what? He asked. Su Jinyu shook his head, falling silent for a moment before replying, you said you would never leave me. Gu Peilang paused, his eyes flicking over to the needle still dripping blood on the side table. His eyes dimmed slightly. I did say that. Upon receiving the reassurance, the uneasiness on the face of the man in the bed subsided momentarily. With wide-opened eyes, he gazed at the man by his bedside, his eyes gleamed unusually bright under the light. Gu Peilang lifted the blanket to take out Su Jinyu's hand. The pale skin on his hand back had turned purplish-blue, and a trickle of blood was slowly seeping out from the puncture site. Su Jinyu felt the man's gaze and instinctively tried to pull his hand back. Don't move. Gu Peilang whispered low, pressing a nearby call button. A sudden warm sensation spread over his hand. Su Jinyu's eyes widened slightly, appearing at a loss. Peilang. He began, his voice trembling slightly. Gu Peilang tenderly licked the small wound until the bleeding stopped. Only then did he lift his head and look at the person lying on the bed. A faint pink flush appeared on the originally pale face of the man, his beautiful eyes evading. Why, it's dirty. Gu Peilang gently helped the hand back under the covers and shook his head without saying a word. The doctor arrived shortly thereafter. After conducting some checks, he said everything seemed fine, and discharge could happen the next day. Seated aside, Gu Peilang watched the man on the hospital bed responding to the doctor's inquiries. Meanwhile, the phone screen in his hand kept lighting and dimming. Surrounded by doctors in white coats asking various questions, Su Jinyu's expression gradually became impatient on his pale face. Whenever the lead doctor touched certain topics, Su Jinyu subconsciously glanced towards Gu Peilang not too far away and chose to withhold information. I haven't encountered any issues. My mood is good, and my condition is also good. Thank you for your concern, doctor. Furrowing his brows, the doctor observed the smiling man on the bed and wrote a few words on his notebook. Since everything seems fine, I'll leave first and won't disturb Mr. Su's rest anymore. The doctor tucked his notebook, nodded to the people in front of him, and left with the nurse trailing behind. Su Jinyu maintained a smile while watching them depart. With a light click, the door of the ward closed softly. Su Jinyu's gaze turned towards the man beside him, his false smile completely melting away. Peilang. Controlling the wheelchair, Gu Peilang went closer and embraced the man stretching his arms on the bed. After waking up, Su Jinyu became exceptionally clingy. If Gu Peilang disappeared from his sight for more than a minute, he would feel inexplicable anxiety and start looking everywhere for him. Holding the person tightly in his arms, Gu Peilang lifted his hand and patted his back soothingly. Are you hungry? I'll have Lu Qi bring over some food. Su Jinyu nodded. I'm hungry. The man curled his lips, pulled out his phone and dialed the assistant's number. The bright phone screen displayed a selfie he had changed earlier. Su Jinyu looked at the crescent-shaped eyebrows in the picture and then shifted his gaze to the corner sofa where the man was reading with his head down, secretly curling his lips. You rest well in bed. Gu Peilang ended the call and looked at the person in his arms. The smile that had just spread across Su Jinyu's face disappeared instantly. Where are you going? Gu Peilang didn't expect him to be so sensitive. I'm going out to find the doctor for something, I'll be back soon. Su Jinyu grabbed onto the sleeve of the man, his fingertips turning pale without his notice. "Can't you not go?" he asked, or I can go with you, or you can have him come here." His voice carried some urgency, his eye rims subtly reddening. Gu Peilang gazed at him, his eyes heavy with meaning. Behave a little." Just this one sentence caused Su Jinyu to obediently release the hand gripping onto the sleeve. He blinked his eyes, the hands hidden under the quilt trembled slightly. "I was joking earlier, go ahead, I'll wait for you right here obediently." Su Jinyu raised his eyes to look at the man before him, his pale lips curving slightly upward. Gu Peilang lifted his hand to stroke his face, lightly placing a kiss on his smooth and plump forehead, his voice low and gentle. "I will be back soon." Su Jinyu watched the man's silhouette disappear behind the door, the highly raised corners of his mouth slowly returning to their original state, his expression blank, as if he were an icy porcelain doll devoid of vitality. The ward was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard clearly. Suddenly, a buzzing noise came from the cabinet next to him, and Su Jinyu turned his head mechanically. The hollow and bewildered gaze landed on the glowing screen. It was Gu Peilang's phone, which should have been left behind when the man went away. The phone kept vibrating, and Su Jinyu stared vacantly for a moment before reaching out to pick it up. A blocked number continued sending text messages relentlessly. Without much effort, Su Jinyu unlocked the phone and tapped on the red circle, only to see a string of familiar digits. Chapter 129, Come and Give Me a Hug. There was one advantage of Mo Wei's phone, he could still check call logs and intercept texts even if the number had been blocked. Su Jinyu tapped open the chat records. His gaze slid over the photos, which were filled with ambiguous lighting and gestures, yet his expression remained calm. It had to be said that whoever took these pictures knew how to choose good angles. If he wasn't one of the people in them, he would have thought they were a quarreling couple in the throes of love. In the last picture, he was turning away with an expressionless face, while the woman behind him was looking at him with tearful eyes filled with love and reluctance, feelings clear even through the screen. The sender of the photos didn't say anything, and Gu Peilang didn't reply either. However, Su Jinyu knew for sure that the other party must have already seen these photos. The man sat cross-legged on the bed, still wearing hospital scrubs. With his delicate and handsome looks combined with a slightly pale complexion, he looked harmlessly innocent. Yet, there was an inexplicable eerie vibe emanating from his expression. Su Jinyu raised his hand, his index finger lightly tapping a string of numbers as his eyes revealed a chilling coldness. As Gu Peilang stepped out of the doctor's office, he met Lu Qi who had come to deliver food. They entered the ward together, and the person on the bed was sleeping soundly. Lu Qi subconsciously moved more quietly as he placed down the things in his hands and then looked toward the man by the bedside. "Boss, we've heard back from Gu Yin." Gu Peilang gently glanced at Su Jinyu on the bed and responded, "I know. Tell him to wait for me in the study at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning." Lu Qi nodded in agreement and quietly turned around to leave. Gu Peilang maneuvered his wheelchair to the table and began unpacking the food bag item by item. As he turned, he saw that the person on the bed had woken up at some point and was now watching him with wide-open eyes, the dark gaze under the light appearing unusually alarming. His hand holding the bowl paused. "Awake?" Su Jinyu nodded, his expression crystal clear and not the slightest bit like someone who'd just woken up. "If you're awake, let's start with dinner." The black wheelchair slowly approached the bed. Gu Peilang placed the steaming hot congee in Su Jinyu's hands and faintly curled the corner of his lips. "I asked Lu Qi to order your favorite congee, and I made sure to add plenty of shrimp." Su Jinyu sat on the bed, staring motionlessly at the man with sharp eyes. Gu Peilang gazed at him, asking, "What's wrong? Don't want to eat?" "I want you to feed me." Su Jinyu's voice was almost inaudible but could still be heard clearly in the quiet hospital room. At first, Gu Peilang showed a fleeting look of surprise before raising an eyebrow. There was now a trace of mockery in his deep and chilly tone. "When did you become so capricious, you?" Su Jinyu gripped the bowl tighter, softly smiling at Gu Peilang and saying gently, "Peilang, do you dislike me like this?" Gu Peilang shook his head without answering, instead taking the bowl from his hands, spooned out a mouthful of congee, and placed it near his lips. "Open your mouth." Su Jinyu blinked and obediently opened his mouth, swallowing both the congee and the spoon. The two spent time feeding each other, and Gu Peilang seemed to find joy in feeding. He fed Su Jinyu 2 bowls until the latter started to swallow with some difficulty and frowned. Satisfied yet, Gu Peilang finally put down the bowl. That night, Gu Peilang asked the nurse to bring in an extra bed into the ward so Su Jinyu could rest well. However, as he drowsily drifted off to sleep, he suddenly felt something snuggling up to him. When Gu Peilang uncovered the blanket, he only saw someone clinging onto him like an octopus. Gu Peilang. Early the next morning, Lu Qi came to the hospital to help Su Jinyu with the discharge procedures, then drove both of them back to the Gu residence. Su Jinyu considered himself unlucky. Initially, he'd planned to spend New Year's Eve with Gu Peilang, but ended up in the hospital, unable to give away gifts he'd prepared beforehand. Gu Peilang didn't notice Su Jinyu's melancholy mood. After asking Zhang Butler, who was following him, to bring up hot water to the 3rd floor and ensuring the person beside the bed took the prescribed medication, he prepared to turn toward the study. As soon as the man's wheelchair reached the door, footsteps followed behind him. Gu Peilang turned back to see Su Jinyu clutching a cup of water and looking at him with pursed lips. He sighed helplessly. 15 minutes. He pointed to his wristwatch. I'll definitely be back in 15 minutes. Stay here and wait for me, okay? Once again, the doctor's words echoed in his ears. Gu Peilang looked at the man before him whose expression was filled with panic and unease, and he softened his voice. Come and give me a hug. He raised his hand and patted his own thigh. Su Jinyu, lips pressed together, stepped forward, wrapped his arms around the man's neck and carefully sat down. Gu Peilang hooked his neck and gently pressed him down, then leaned up to capture those soft lips in a kiss. After the kiss ended, Su Jinyu half closed his eyes and gasped for breath as he leaned on the man's shoulder, every breath inhaling the pleasant smell of the other. Gu Peilang's hand slipped under his shirt, his thumb lightly caressing the delicate skin by the other's waist. His voice was deep and husky, go lie down on the bed properly, I'll come join you soon. His words were extremely suggestive, hinting at more, causing Su Jinyu's body to shiver as if struck by electricity. He softly exhaled with trembling voice, all right, all right. When Gu Peilang said 15 minutes, he meant exactly 15 minutes. Su Jinyu opened the door just in time, only to see the man walking towards this direction from down the corridor. Back to the room. Gu Peilang glanced up, his gaze sliding over Su Jinyu's collarbone exposed beneath his bathrobe, darkening slightly. On the spacious, soft bed, the man lay down, half-closed eyes locking onto the person above him like a predator eyeing its prey. What about the clothes you wore during our last video call? Slim fingers gripped Su Jinyu's well-shaped chin as Gu Peilang asked in a deep tone. Su Jinyu looked down, taking his hand and placing it on the sash around his waist, breathing faintly, I still have them on. The man's expression shifted slightly, the desire in his eyes erupting completely, like a lion breaking free from its cage. By the time Su Jinyu woke up again, it was already 7 or 8 in the evening. His eyes, which had shed too many tears, felt swollen and dry, making him uncomfortable. Beside him, Gu Peilang leaned against the headboard wearing a crumpled shirt. One arm possessively encircled Su Jinyu's waist while the other gently tapped away at the computer in front of him. Sensing the movement of the person in his arms, the man closed the laptop, then lowered his head to look at him. Awake? His voice carried the languidness of afterglow, deep and magnetic, numbing Su Jinyu's ears. He responded softly, recalling how in the haze and confusion, this person had forcefully dominated him, compelling him to endure everything he gave, all the while whispering enticing phrases in that rich and appealing tone, causing his reddened ear tips to tremble slightly. Chapter 130, Beating. The doctor's words in the hospital reminded Gu Peilang of the unease in Su Jinyu's heart, and he also vaguely sensed that the source of this unease was related to himself. He had said that even if the other party wanted to leave, he wouldn't give him another chance, but it seemed the man didn't trust him much. Gu Peilang felt a bit helpless. The person in his arms always seemed unaware of how terrifying his possessiveness towards him was. The man couldn't express love every day like people do on TV, so he could only tell the other person in this way how much he loved him. He tightly held on to him. Anyway. Gu Peilang's thumb caressed the skin of Su Jinyu exposed outside the blanket. He slightly curved his lips, his voice hoarse, you should exercise more in the future. Your physical condition is too poor. Su Jinyu shivered at the tip of his ears, that's not true, it's just because you're too rough. A low chuckle sounded from the man's chest as he tightened his embrace around the person without saying a word. There were 2 days off for New Year's Day, and Gu Peilang stayed home to accompany Su Jinyu for 2 days. When workdays started again, while sitting in the car looking at the person outside, the man looked somewhat uneasy. Can you manage by yourself? Su Jinyu nodded and smiled, don't worry, I'm fine now. Gu Peilang frowned, thinking about the man's recent behavior, but the words on the tip of his tongue eventually went unsaid. He only said, then wait for me at home obediently. If anything happens, call me. I'll be back soon. Su Jinyu nodded, indicating that he understood. He stood there watching the car leave until the black tail of the car disappeared from view before turning and going inside. While coming down the stairs with the key, the housekeeper Zhang was just exiting the guest room with a pile of changed bedding. Mr. Su, are you going out? The woman stopped her steps upon seeing his outfit, which was different from his usual style. Su Jinyu twirled the keychain on his index finger and expressionlessly nodded, I have something to attend to. What are you doing, Manager Zhang? Manager Zhang, Miss 3 is coming back soon. I'm cleaning her room. Su Jinyu abruptly stopped the keys he was turning, looking at the other person with a surprised glance. The Miss 3 referred to by the woman was none other than Gu Yun, Gu Peilang's younger aunt. From his past life to now, Su Jinyu had met her only twice, once at his wedding with Gu Peilang, and once, at Gu Peilang's funeral. On both occasions, she left him with nothing but disdain and boundless hatred. Gu Yun disapproved of the Su family's practice of using children's marriages as transactions, and along with it, she disdained him, a good-for-nothing young master who had only his looks. Later, she resented him for killing her beloved nephew. Her frenzied scolding during the funeral still rang in his ears. Su Jinyu's heart suddenly clenched with pain, and when he came to, he had already gripped the railing beside him firmly to steady himself. Mr. Su. Manager Zhang looked at him curiously. Su Jinyu pursed his lips, when will my aunt arrive? Manager Zhang, Miss 3's flight is on the 15th. I see. You go ahead with your work. Su Jinyu slightly moved aside to let the woman pass, watching her figure disappear into the laundry room. After a moment of silence standing in place, he turned and left. The wind outside was bone-chilling. Su Jinyu drove out of the garage, heading towards Su Jianghai's house. Zhang Lei answered the door, wearing silk pajamas with smooth hair draped over her chest. Her eyes widened in surprise when she saw the man at the door. Jinyu. Su Jinyu looked down at the woman in front of him, the smile on his face did not reach his eyes. Cousin Zhang, is Jinyu at home? Zhang Lei, looking at the man's smile, tightened her hand gripping the doorknob. That. Jinyu, he recently. Su Jinyu. Before the woman could formulate an excuse, the youth descended from upstairs and raised his voice when he saw the Su Jinyu outside. What are you doing at my house? Su Jinyu glanced beyond Zhang Lei, fixing his gaze on the young man behind her. I want to talk to you about something. Come out here with me. After saying this, the man turned and walked away. Su Jinyu watched his retreating back and subconsciously clenched his hand. The other party's tone truly annoyed him. The youth narrowed his eyes, suddenly having a hunch regarding the photos he sent to Gu Peilang. Mom, I'll be out for a bit. Su Jinyu uncontrollably smirked and followed after Su Jinyu. In the corridor, the man was standing in front of the elevator with his back to him. Su Jinyu approached and stopped 2 steps away from the other party, saying maliciously, so, President Gu finally found out your true colors and kicked you out. The elevator dinged and stopped. Su Jinyu stepped inside, calmly looking at the person outside the elevator as he said, yeah. The youth's expression lit up with joy, not believing that what he had guessed was actually true. I still have some things I don't understand, so I came to ask you. Let's find a place to talk. Su Jinyu watched the smile on his face and followed by lifting the corner of his lips. Sure, what do you want to talk about? Su Jinyu was now completely immersed in the joy of the man being expelled, and didn't notice the oddity in the other's smile. The youth stepped into the elevator and watched Su Jinyu press the number for the top floor. The wind on the rooftop was bitterly cold, fierce enough to almost blow a person off their feet. Su Jinyu only wore a thin single layer of clothing, and the cold breeze made his face turn blue with chill. Su Jinyu faced away from him, his black leather jacket blown full and swollen by the wind. The young man tightened his coat around himself and asked irritably, why did you bring me here? Su Jinyu didn't reply. He looked up and surveyed the surroundings, satisfied when he saw no cameras and slightly curled his lips. Su Jinyu standing behind him noticed his silence, and his expression gradually turned impatient. Are you going to say something or not? If not, I'm leaving. Did I let you leave? The man turned around, his gaze colder than the freezing wind on the rooftop. Su Jinyu belatedly sensed that something wasn't right. He warily looked at the person in front of him. What do you intend to do? Su Jinyu smiled. Didn't I already say it? I have a few things I want to ask you. The young man stared back into his eyes and forced himself to stay calm. Why you? What do you want to ask? Su Jinyu, were the photos of me and Jin Jiaojiao taken by you? So what if they were? Upon hearing this, the man's smile faded, then disappeared entirely as his lips curved downward. Everything happened too fast. Su Jinyu hadn't even reacted yet before his body was thrown heavily through the air. The youth's eyes widened, his constricted pupils filled with the sight of Su Jinyu's stormy, chilling face, fearful and terrible like Satan himself. Chapter 131, Fury. A frail body was violently slammed against the cold, hard wall, then fell helplessly to the ground. Su Jinyu looked down with a cold gaze at the youth lying on the ground, slowly withdrawing his foot. Cough. Cough cough. Su Jinyu clasped his abdomen that had been kicked so hard it felt as though his internal organs had almost shifted places. He curled up on the ground, trembling, and after a long while, he raised his head to glare furiously at the man before him. Su Jinyu. What the hell are you crazy about? Cough cough. The young man roared in anger, his eyes filled with such hatred that it seemed he wanted to turn the person in front of him into Swiss cheese. Epilepsy. Su Jinyu's lips curled upward slightly in a cold smile as he looked at him. The man stepped forward, his heavy black combat boots thudding resoundingly on the floor. Seeing his approach, Su Jinyu tried to support himself with one hand on the ground to scoot back. What do you want to do? The youth looked nervous. Su Jinyu squatted down in front of him, leaning one hand on his knee and stared expressionlessly at the person before him. After a moment, he suddenly extended his hand and clamped it around the other's neck. Su Jinyu, ugh. You. Su Jinyu, let go. The young man opened his eyes wide in panic, his face instantly flushing red. He grasped the man's hands with both of his trying to break free but found it completely futile. Su Jinyu looked at him as if he were looking at a dead man. Didn't I warn you not to covet something that doesn't belong to you? The strength in his hand gradually increased, causing the youth's struggles to become progressively weaker. His face had already turned bluish-purple. Do you really think that I won't dare to harm you, huh? With no strength left, Su Jinyu could only beat weakly on the hand gripping his neck, making, ha-ha, sounds without being able to utter a word. Answer me. The man kept increasing the force of his grip until the youth's eyes began rolling up white. As time passed second by second, Su Jinyu's lung air supply dwindled bit by bit, just as he thought he would be strangled to death, the hand around his neck suddenly loosened. Fresher, sharp air rushed into his burning lungs, and the youth supported his neck as he hacked violently in pain. Su Jinyu didn't give the other person any chance to catch their breath. He grabbed the collar of the man's shirt and thrust him forcefully back against the wall. You doing this is illegal. Su Jinyu panted heavily, the fear now evident in his look towards the man. Su Jinyu sneered, illegal? When an older brother disciplines a younger one, what law have we broken? You've got the guts to report me, see whether the police listens to you or believes me. The man stood half a head taller than the youth. The fingers of his hand holding onto the youth were white and slender, his wrists delicate and fine, yet exerting a force so strong that the youth couldn't budge even a fraction. Are you and your mother both equally fond of stealing other people's men? Su Jinyu narrowed his eyes halfway closed, a somewhat longer hair disheveled by the chilly wind. Su Jinyu looked at him, his neck already having turned red all over. He gritted his teeth in defiance, isn't that line supposed to come from me talking to you? Ugh. Once again, his abdomen was pounded with great force, and Su Jinyu tasted the sweetness of blood rising in his throat. I told you, certain words, when spoken by you, will incur consequences. Su Jinyu looked gravely at the young man before him, devoid of any emotion. Su Jinyu smiled mockingly and gave a short laugh, inadvertently pulling at his wounded abdomen and inhaling a cold gasp of air through clenched teeth. What? Are you angry because I hit the nail on the head? He asked. Su Jinyu narrowed his eyes but did not speak. Then, he heard the young man say, your mom, she's shameless, thinking a bar girl could rise to nobility. And you're not much better either. Saying I steal others' lovers, Su Jinyu, don't you feel ashamed saying those things? Each word from Su Jinyu was spat out like bullets through clenched teeth, his eyes full of resentment and jealousy. Are you done? The man looked at him expressionlessly. After panting for a bit, Su Jinyu opened his mouth to retort, but before he could finish, there was a loud slap across the face. The crisp sound echoed across the entire rooftop as the young man's head jerked to one side, eyes wide open in disbelief. Su Jinyu held the young man by his collar with one hand, the palm of the hand that slapped still tingling. But he didn't care, shaking it lightly. You dare to hit me? With ringing ears, Su Jinyu took a while to find his voice. He turned his head and lost control, lifting his hand to retaliate. Slap. Another ear slap. The young man's cheeks were entirely swollen, a thin trace of red blood trickled from the corner of his lip. Su Jinyu was utterly bewildered. That was for you. Su Jinyu's tone did not fluctuate at all as he stared gravely at the young man before him. Whether or not my mom is a shameless social climber, I don't even know. Why don't you go down and ask her yourself? Su Jinyu shook his head in terror. As for stealing men. Su Jinyu dragged out his words while gazing at the young man, whose gu peilongs. Su Jinyu, cough. Isn't that so? He likes me. He married me. He sleeps with me and shares intimacy with no one else but me. The man tilted his head slightly, his gaze sharp. When have I become someone of yours, huh? My husband. The nonchalant way Su Jinyu said this pierced deeply into Su Jinyu's eyes. The young man clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. I knew him first. And I fell in love with him first. Su Jinyu roared fiercely at the man in front of him, his eye rims red. Su Jinyu looked at him as if watching a joke. So what? Just because you met him first makes him yours. If it weren't for your sudden appearance, we would have been together long ago. It's all because of you. Su Jinyu gritted his teeth venomously at the person in front of him. Su Jinyu, it's all because of you. Can't blame others for your own incompetence. Su Jinyu sneered with disdain, withdrawing his hand in disgust. Su Jinyu, you're truly idiotic. Humph. Am I stupid? The youth, now driven purely by emotions without any sense of reason, swelled his face grotesquely, glaring at Su Jinyu with malice. Do you really think you're any better than me? Su Jinyu, do you think Gu Peilang genuinely likes you? He's just getting revenge on you. Have you forgotten what you did to him during those 3 years? Do you need me to refresh your memory? You cursed him countless times for being disabled, trampled on his dignity at your wedding, cheated on him behind his back with other women. Do you think after all these things, he would still forgive you? Words can wound far worse than swords. Each sentence from Su Jinyu hit precisely at the man's sore spots. Su Jinyu's face darkened completely, storm clouds gathered in his pitch-black eyes. Chapter 132, A Good Beating. After Zhang Lei's son followed Su Jinyu out of the house, she had been feeling restless. The moment she received a call from the other party, her face instantly turned pale. By the time Su Jinyu drove back to Gu's residence, it was already 4 in the afternoon. The enormous house was extraordinarily quiet, so vacant that the sound of footsteps on the floor could echo. The housekeeper Zhang was nowhere to be seen, and there wasn't a single person in the living room. After placing the keys in the glass bowl at the entrance, Su Jinyu ascended to the 3rd floor. In the bathroom, the man stood before the wash basin, warm water flowing from the cold gleaming metallic faucet, gradually washing away the dried, darkened bloodstains on his pale and long hands. Gradually, a layer of white mist covered the glossy mirror surface. Su Jinyu looked up, his pitch-black eyes gazing at the expressionless figure in the mirror, his lips pressed until they turned pale. The person in the mirror had exactly the same features as him but felt entirely unfamiliar. The phone beside him suddenly vibrated, pulling the man out of his absent-minded state. Hello. What are you doing? A deep and gentle voice arose softly from the phone. Su Jinyu's long eyelashes fluttered slightly for a moment. I'm washing my hands. At Gu's company. The man in the office lifted his hand to signal the meeting to pause, then turned his head to look out of the window. The gloomy weather did nothing to disturb the calmness in his eyes. There's something going on at the company which might take some time. Shall I have Lu Chi pick you up? It's cold outside, remember to wear a coat when you go out. Su Jinyu looked at the person in the mirror, his lips slowly curling into a smile. Sure. That's settled then, he'll be there soon. In the meeting room, everyone sat rigidly in their seats, pretending not to care about the external environment, though their ears perked up subtly. Having worked under the president for so many years, this was the first time they heard such a tender tone coming from him. The man at the end of the conference table spoke a few more low words before hanging up and looking back at his employees. Why are all of you staring at the table? Is everything recorded here enough for discussion? The group. When Lu Chi arrived at the Gu's house by car, he immediately noticed that the man waiting in the living room seemed somewhat out of sorts. Mr. Su, boss sent me to pick you up. Sitting on the sofa, Su Jinyu raised his head and upon seeing the man entering the door from outside, lightly curled his lips. Thanks for your hard work, Mr. Lu. Let's go now. Lu Chi nodded, glancing at the things held in his hand. Halfway through the journey to the Gu company, Lu Chi received a call from Gu Yin. He didn't know what the caller said, but the driver arched his brow and glanced at the man seated behind via the rearview mirror. I know. Keep watching them, without letting the other side realize. After several words from the other side, the call ended. Su Jinyu noticed the gaze falling on him, and turning his head, looked at the other party. What is it? Lu Chi replied, nothing. When the two arrived at the Gu Corporation, Gu Peilang just happened to come out of the meeting room. The heavy doors opened slowly, Su Jinyu watched the man emerge from behind the door and instinctively smiled gently. Are you here? The harsh expression on Gu Peilang's face softened instantly. Su Jinyu nodded and walked around behind him, pushing him toward the direction of the office. The group following them silently watched them leave. Just as they were about to enter the office, Lu Chi, who had rushed over from behind, called out to Gu Peilang. Boss. The man turned back and looked at the expression on the assistant's face. Ayu, please enter first. Gu Peilang gently patted Su Jinyu's hand behind him, his voice soft. Su Jinyu looked at them, said nothing, but only nodded and entered the office, closing the door after himself. Tell me, what's the matter? When the two reached an unoccupied corner, Gu Peilang turned around and looked at the assistant behind him. Lu Chi opened his mouth several times, unable to articulate his words. Su Jinyu has been hospitalized. Gu Peilang raised his eyes, his black pupils calmly observing the person in front of him. Beaten by Mr. Su. The man's brows flickered, a hint of surprise sliding across his black eyes. Did he die? Lu Chi. Not dead, but the situation isn't too optimistic either. His left hand is fractured, his liver slightly ruptured, and there's also a cut on his neck. Of course, it didn't hit the major artery. Seeing Gu Peilang raise an eyebrow, Lu Chi hurriedly added a sentence. Gu Peilang was silent for a while without speaking. Suppress the news, let Gu Yin go to the police station and say hello. The man tapped lightly on the armrest, his voice deep. Didn't Su Jianghai secretly smuggle a batch of goods into the customs checkpoint a while ago? Send the surveillance records to Officer Wang. Knowing that their boss was about to take action, Lu Chi's expression turned slightly serious, responding with an affirmative. When Gu Peilang returned to the office, Su Jinyu was sitting on the couch holding a lunchbox lost in thought. He only snapped out of it when he saw the man walk in. Peilang. Gu Peilang maneuvered his wheelchair towards Su Jinyu, looking at the slightly pale face under the light, his eyes filled with tenderness. Did you not eat on time again? Su Jinyu shook his head. No. I just missed you. The man always expressed his feelings for him so straightforwardly. Gu Peilang's heart softened to the point of aching. He held the other's hand in his own, lowering his gaze to see the slightly red and peeled knuckles. His fingertips gently brushed over them, bringing a subtle stinging pain, causing Su Jinyu to involuntarily flinch. How could you be so careless? The man spoke, his voice steady. I. Gu Peilang looked down. Su Jinyu couldn't see his facial expression. He opened his mouth, only able to emit a single sound. What's wrong? The man raised his head to look at him. As their eyes met, Su Jinyu saw his reflection in those ink-black eyes. He pouted, bending down to bury his head in Gu Peilang's shoulder. Alpha, I'm sorry. Gu Peilang hugged the person in his arms, his gaze landing on the bookshelf not far away. Why are you apologizing? Su Jinyu, I beat someone up. Who did you beat? Su Jinyu. Good beating. Su Jinyu blinked, leaning back slightly to look at the man before him. I beat someone up, aren't you mad at me? Su Jinyu did not regret beating up Su Jinyu, nor was he afraid of the aftermath from the Su family coming after him. What he feared most was that upon learning about this incident, the man might be disappointed in him. So, as soon as he left Hengjiang residential area, Su Jinyu had already prepared himself to conceal it from the man. However, facing the man's tranquil gaze that seemed to pierce through everything, Su Jinyu suddenly decided he no longer wanted to do that. Did you get hurt? Gu Peilang did not answer his question but asked instead. Su Jinyu shook his head. You're not injured, so I won't blame you. The warm palm of the man lightly caressed his cheek, and Su Jinyu's eyes instantly reddened. Chapter 133, I love you, forever and always. Su Jinyu's mouth opened and closed, his voice choking up unsteadily. He grasped Gu Peilang's hand, his chin trembling faintly. The man looked at him quietly with a soft gaze, the ink-like darkness in his eyes hinting at a gentle smile. Why are you crying? A tear that had been gathering rolled down, splashing harshly onto Gu Peilang's wrist. Su Jinyu wiped the tears streaming down his face with his other hand haphazardly. I'm not crying. Gu Peilang smiled as he looked at him, pulling him into his arms gently and speaking with accommodation. You're not crying, our Au simply has overheated eyes that sweat, right? Su Jinyu, hiccup. Gu Peilang, pft. The somewhat sorrowful atmosphere dissipated almost immediately. Su Jinyu sniffled and buried his head deeply into the man's embrace. The air was filled with the pleasant scent from the person in front of him. Peilang. Peilang. Su Jinyu called out again. Gu Peilang, I'm here. A low, tender, I'm here, almost made Su Jinyu shed more tears. He tightened his hold around the man, his mind still echoing with Su Jinyu's hurtful words. I treated you like that before. Su Jinyu hesitated momentarily, then clenched his teeth to suppress his sobs. Do you resent me for it? Before. As Gu Peilang held the person in his arms, his warm large hand patted the other person's back lightly, his eyes reflecting an ocean-like calm. Au, I don't want to keep things from you. Su Jinyu bit his lip but heard the man continue, but all that is in the past. Right now, aren't we doing well? Gu Peilang raised a hand and gently pinched the neck of the person in his arms, raising their head. Sure enough, he saw red rabbit-like eyes staring back at him. The man sighed helplessly, why are you crying again? Su Jinyu, then, do you love me? With misty, teary eyes, he gazed at the person before him, stubbornly refusing to blink. He wanted an answer that would erase the unease in his heart at this moment. Gu Peilang lowered his gaze slightly, locking eyes with the person in front of him. His smile faded a little. I thought, that you heard last night. I love you, forever and always. Reaching one hand to caress the back of Su Jinyu's head, he tilted his head slightly. Their foreheads touched gently, and Su Jinyu saw his tear-streaked face reflected in the deep blackness of those eyes. Do you find this answer satisfactory? Gu Peilang asked him. A light crackling sound broke the silence as the frozen surface of the lake cracked open, golden sunlight rushing in greedily. Bit by bit, it dispelled years of cold and darkness. Su Jinyu stared blankly at Gu Peilang, his eyes wide as big droplets of tears fell. After what seemed like an eternity, he hugged the man in front of him and began wailing loudly, disregarding any sense of dignity. He knew it. He knew it. While the person in his arms cried without restraint, Gu Peilang merely held him tighter, sensing the shackle of constraints that had bound the other finally breaking apart. After work, Lu Qi waited at the parking lot for the expressionless boss and Su Jinyu, who followed behind with red swollen eyes. Knowing better than to pry, Lu Qi waited until they were seated in the car before driving off. The city views rushed past on either side of the window, but this wasn't the usual way back to the house. Su Jinyu, glancing curiously at Gu Peilang resting with closed eyes beside him, asked in a hoarse voice, Peilang, aren't we going home? His voice still carried a rough tone. Gu Peilang opened his eyes and looked at him, reaching out to grasp the hand resting on his knee. We will, but first, there's somewhere I want to take you. There's something I want to show you. The black SUV traveled steadily on the vast highway. A gray sky hung over the barren branches, while a cold wind swept through, carrying fallen leaves that fluttered like wingless butterflies toward a distant horizon. The scene exuded a desolate beauty. As dusk settled, Su Jinyu caught sight of a nearby signpost and widened his eyes. Beside him, the man silently comforted him by holding his hand. After about 4 or 5 minutes of driving, the car stopped outside the cemetery gates. Au, let's get out. Lu Qi opened the door, standing silently by it, while inside the car, Gu Peilang softly spoke to the stunned face. Surrounded by pine trees, the cemetery lay quiet under the night sky. One tombstone after another appeared unclear and blurry against the dark backdrop, as if short figures staring with cold, emotionless eyes at the two intruders disturbing their peace. Su Jinyu followed behind Gu Peilang, pushing the wheelchair forward as instructed by the man in front. The gravestones became less dense from being initially clustered together. The two continued along the not-so-wide cement path until they stopped beneath a towering cypress tree. There were 4 tombstones here in total. 2 of them had stood for many years, the photos engraved on them were slightly blurred now, revealing only faintly how stunning the tomb owners must have once been. The other 2 were newly erected, the surrounding dirt still fresh. In front of each of the 4 tombstones lay a bunch of daisies blooming brightly, their vibrant colors standing out starkly against the otherwise gray world around them. Stiff and unmoving, Su Jinyu stood behind Gu Peilang, staring blankly at the headstones before him. His racing heart felt squeezed tightly by an invisible hand, causing both sourness and a dull ache to grow within his chest. On the newly erected stones were photographs of 2 elderly people with silver hair and faces lined with wrinkles. One of them gazed toward the camera lens with a kind smile, while the other appeared expressionless. Su Jinyu's lips trembled. Grandpa. Grandma. Gu Peilang wheeled himself to one side, speaking softly. Time was limited, and there wasn't enough time to find a proper place for the two elders in Lotus Flower Village, so it has to be like this for now. Blinking back tears, Su Jinyu turned his gaze briefly to the man behind him, then looked back at the tombstones. It was you, who did all this? Gu Peilang didn't reply. Su Jinyu simply felt that the tears he'd accumulated over lifetime seemed to have nearly all run dry today. Clutching his teeth tightly, he fell to his knees before the elders' tombstones. Staring at the pictures with red swollen eyes, he lacked even the courage to reach out and touch them. Gu Peilang understood his inner pain but silently remained by his side. Nearby stood the gravestones of Gu Peilang's parents, where the couple gazed gently from their portraits at everything happening around them, their smiles quiet yet profound. Dad, Mom, I've brought Ayu to visit you. Gu Peilang gazed silently at the two in the picture, expressing these words in the depths of his heart. Su Jinyu knelt for nearly half an hour in front of the elders' graves. When they left, he changed direction, bowing 3 reverent kowtows deeply in front of Gu Peilang's parents before finally straightening up. Dad, Mom, rest assured, I will take good care of Peilang. Behind him, Gu Peilang tightened his grip on the wheelchair's handles as he looked at the other's slim yet resolute figure. Chapter 134, Wedding Photo. When the two left the cemetery, it was already pitch black. The black car drove along the same road back, delivering the two people in the rear seat back to the Gu residence. That night, Su Jinyu was especially passionate. His sweat mixed with tears dripped onto the man's face, and then he bent down to lick them away drop by drop. After sweating profusely, they lay down. Gu Peilang held the person in his arms and heard a faint "thank you" from the other. Filled with pity, the man's warm lips silently consoled the one in his embrace. Tired beyond measure, they hadn't even taken a shower before falling into a deep sleep hugging each other. The next morning, when Gu Peilang woke up, Su Jinyu's figure was nowhere to be found. The man propped himself up and sat on the bed, there was only him in the room. Downstairs, Su Jinyu in a light-colored loungewear was helping manager Zhang set breakfast on the table. He called out to the woman while the chef was still working in the kitchen. Manager Zhang turned around, looking at him with some confusion. Mr. Su, is there something you want me to do? Su Jinyu hesitated for a moment before asking, do you know about the wedding photo of Peilang and me? He didn't finish his sentence, but the expression on the woman's face changed slightly. What does Mr. Su need with the wedding photo? The smile on manager Zhang's face faded somewhat, and her gaze became more piercing. Su Jinyu pursed his lips. In their previous life, after their divorce, Gu Peilang had packed all things related to him and sent them back. These included the priceless antiques he had bought at auctions, even the mug he used for drinking water every day. Among these was also a thick photo album. Every picture with the man had been processed except for one missing item, the wedding photo that once hung in their nuptial room. After Gu Peilang passed away, Su Jinyu had secretly sneaked into the Gu residence when Gu Yun wasn't paying attention, hoping to find it, but came up empty-handed. It wasn't until many years later, lying on his deathbed, passing time watching the news, did he catch a glimpse of an incredibly familiar photo at the corner of a garbage incineration plant. After years exposed to the elements, the photo of the two people had faded significantly, leaving only vague outlines, yet Su Jinyu remembered that frame clearly. The man had specially asked someone to bring it back from abroad, a golden-threaded Nan-wood frame with distinctive patterns and hues that Su Jinyu could never forget. Thinking that the reluctantly shot wedding photo, which he frantically sought out, had ended up ignored in a stinking garbage heap filled him with unbearable pain. In this lifetime, shortly after signing the divorce agreement, he was reborn, and the man must not have had the chance to deal with the photo yet. I want to find it and hang it back up. Listening to what the man said, manager Zhang's slightly narrow eyes squinted. Even after getting divorced, hanging the wedding photo, what kind of operation was that? The photos were handled by Mr. Gu, I don't know where they are. If Mr. Su wants to look for them, you might check the warehouse, the woman said at last. When Gu Peilang came down from upstairs, Su Jinyu was bent over rummaging through the warehouse. Calling it a warehouse, it was really just a storage room used to place various pieces of porcelain or antiques the man had bought at auctions. Though the space inside was not large, it contained plenty of items arranged neatly. Su Jinyu searched around the shelving unit and eventually found the photo hidden under a dust cover in the corner of the room. Sitting cross-legged on the ground casually, the long fingers carefully untied the gray straps, revealing a corner of the ivory photo frame. As the gray dust-proof cloth fell to the floor, Su Jinyu cradled the photo frame, looking down at the two people in the photo with a slight curl of his lips, then put it back down again. The two in the photo stood shoulder to shoulder. The strikingly handsome man was dressed in a sleek black suit, his eyes as dark as ink staring quietly ahead, like a fathomless abyss, his thin lips curled into a sharp arc, radiating remoteness and indifference even through the lens. The other man in a silver suit, with refined and spirited features, smiled brightly at the camera, though his smile carried a sense of mockery. The post-production artist had removed some imperfections from their faces and smoothed out the veins on the forehead of the man using digital touch-ups. Su Jinyu raised his hand, tracing the handsome features of the man with his index finger in the air, his lips forming a grimace uglier than a cry. Their wedding photo was taken only once, and in this photo, shoulders aligned evenly, not because he had stooped to accommodate the man, but because he had forced the man to stand tall to meet him. A tear, plop, landed on the transparent glass, splashing a droplet. The door behind him opened, and Su Jinyu wiped the damp corner of his eye, turning to look at the person by the door. Gu Peilang sat in a wheelchair looking at him. The butler said you came here. Su Jinyu quickly lowered his head to adjust his expression, then raised his lips and looked at the other person before getting up and walking towards them. I'm looking for something. Su Jinyu squatted in front of the man, hands resting on his knees as he looked up. Gu Peilang lifted his gaze, his eyes briefly passing over the photo frame behind the other person before nonchalantly returning. What are you looking for? Su Jinyu hesitated imperceptibly. Nothing. Let's go out. Breakfast will be ready soon. Gu Peilang looked down and raised his hand to pat the head of the person in front of him. Su Jinyu nodded, got up, and pushed the man out of the warehouse. After finishing breakfast, Gu Peilang went to the company while Su Jinyu returned to the warehouse, carefully bringing out that photograph and dragging it back to the bedroom he shared with the man. At the Gu family company. As Gu Peilang's car had just stopped steadily at the entrance of the company, before he could even open the door, someone suddenly rushed out. The man was dressed in silver-gray suit, his face weary, his eyes locking straight onto Gu Peilang inside the car. Gu Peilang looked at the other person, his handsome face betraying no emotion. Mr. Su. Su Jianghai stared intently at the person in front of him, trying hard to maintain an air of calm. Mr. Gu, do you have a moment? I'd like to talk to you about something. Sorry, I'm very busy. Gu Peilang glanced at him, suddenly curving his lips into a smile devoid of warmth. Su Jianghai clearly didn't expect such a response. He had rushed directly from the hospital in the early morning hoping to enter the man's company but was blocked outside the door. After waiting for some time, he never expected the man would refuse him outright without mercy. Mr. Gu, just 2 minutes, it won't take up much of your time, Su Jianghai persisted. The security guards at the company gate had already noticed the commotion and quickly came over. Gu Peilang remained unchanged, his deep voice mingling with the piercing cold wind, utterly cold and merciless. I've said it, I'm very busy. Chapter 135, What's the big deal about killing someone? The people at customs suddenly notified them that someone had discovered a batch of illegally smuggled rare wild animal furs on the route used by the Su family. The higher-ups ordered a serious investigation into the matter, and the line would be shut down in the short term. Su Jianghai, who was still in the hospital listening to Zhang Lei's crying complaints, felt unwell upon hearing this news. Old Master Su also heard this news at home and immediately called Su Jianghai to give him a harsh scolding, warning him that if he didn't handle this matter well, he wouldn't be able to continue as the general manager of the Su family. Su Jianghai's situation was just like, misfortunes never come singly. After thinking it over, he could only think that Gu Peilang must have interfered, because this route was originally handed over by the other party to their Su family. So he rushed to the man's company but found himself blocked outside by bodyguards. President Gu, my son was beaten by someone, and he's still unconscious in the hospital. The doctors say his liver has been slightly ruptured, and his life will be affected, said Su Jianghai, his fists clenched at his side while facing the expressionless man. Gu Peilang, so, what does it have to do with me? My son was beaten by Su Jinyu. The man gritted his teeth, his eye sockets slightly red. Doesn't President Gu owe me an explanation? Lu Qi, who was quietly sitting in the driver's seat as the background, felt the temperature in the car drop instantly. He looked up, and the person in the back seat had already changed facial expressions. The matters of your Su family, why are you asking for explanations from me, isn't it too funny? Gu Peilang looked into Su Jianghai's eyes with nothing but icy coldness. I remember when I was at the Su residence, you already reminded President Su to educate your children properly, but it seems like you didn't take it seriously. Since that's the case, elder brother is like a father, you taking your place to educate them is not wrong, is it? A series of words tightly blocked Su Jianghai, leaving him speechless. The man felt as if his face had been slapped hard, burning with pain. And the person inside the car continued, when something happens to your son, instead of staying in the hospital to take care of him, you run to someone else's doorstep to demand answers. Truly an excellent father, Mr. Su. The ruthless sarcasm and ridicule completely shattered Su Jianghai's last bit of pretense. He stared at the man in front of him, his gaze venomous like poison needles, his voice ominous. Is President Gu sure about shielding that murderer? Murderer? Gu Peilang slowly raised one eyebrow, looking at him coldly. Did Su Jinyu die? Su Jianghai remained silent. The man chuckled mockingly. Since he's not dead, stop talking nonsense. Even if he's now lying in the hospital, or even in the morgue, I still have ways to get Su Jinyu out. Gu Peilang looked coldly at Su Jianghai outside the car, his gaze seeming to freeze the entire person. My people, even if they cause trouble, I can protect them. What's the big deal about killing someone? Such an arrogant and domineering statement not only shocked Su Jianghai, but even Lu Qi in the driver's seat. He had never known his boss to be such a ruler blinded by desires, an emperor. The car slowly came to a stop in the parking lot. As Gu Peilang got out of the car, supporting himself, he turned slightly upon seeing the look on his assistant's face. What? Scared? Lu Qi shook his head. Not really, it's just. Boss, if. I'm saying if one day Mr. Su really killed someone, would you? Thinking nonsense, the man pushed the wheelchair towards the elevator direction, his voice low and steady. It's a rule of law society, murder is against the law. Both you, boss, and Mr. Su are law-abiding good citizens. Lu Chi. All that bandit-like demeanor from before didn't seem like it at all. Su Jinyu at home had no idea about everything that happened to Gu Peilang in the office. He carefully moved the photo into the bedroom, wiping it clean, then took the photo out again. The square photo frame exuded a heavy and exquisite antiqueness. The man stood on the bed, tiptoeing, holding it up to the wall, searching for the best position to hang it. When manager Zhang came in carrying the washed clothes, she saw exactly this scene. Su Jinyu heard the door open and turned around, raising an eyebrow at the woman standing by the door. Manager Zhang spoke tactfully, "I've brought the dry-cleaned clothes." Su Jinyu nodded, indicating her to put them in the wardrobe. Then, he sat cross-legged on the bed, looking down thoughtfully. After manager Zhang had sorted and hung up all the clothes, she looked back at the person on the bed. Seeing that the person had no further instructions, she intended to leave, but as she reached the door, the man behind her suddenly spoke. "Tell me, what do you think would happen if I ask him to take another wedding photo with me?" Was this a question directed at me? Manager Zhang stopped in her tracks, turning around to look at the person on the bed, her eyes filled with a touch of curiosity. Su Jinyu looked up and met her gaze. The woman's body flinched slightly, then she lowered her eyes, avoiding the other's gaze. After a brief moment of contemplation, she gave the most honest and sincere response, "I believe sir would be very happy." "Really?" Su Jinyu sat cross-legged on the bed, lowering his eyes as he gazed at the photo frame in his hand. A gentle smile crept onto his lips as if something had crossed his mind. Manager Zhang looked at the man before her and suddenly felt a tinge of melancholy. Just months ago, this person had seemed like a sworn enemy to their sir, yet now. She wasn't blind. She'd seen everything that Su Jinyu had done for their sir during this time. Manager Zhang didn't know what experiences could change someone so much, but she knew one thing, this person truly loved their sir. "Mr. Su, although I hate to ruin your mood, I must remind you that you and sir have already divorced. Su Jinyu, we can just get married again." Manager Zhang. "Tell me, what kind of expression would Pei Lang make if I proposed to him?" "What kind of expression?" Manager Zhang wandered out of the room in a daze, coming to the kitchen where the chef was busy cooking, still not fully recovered from her astonishment. She really couldn't imagine how her usually cold and stoic sir would react if someone publicly proposed to him. It would definitely be unbearable to watch. The news that Su Jinyu had been beaten and hospitalized made it onto the trending list of a city's news the next day. In the video, despite her elaborate makeup, Zhang Lei's face showed signs of exhaustion as she wept uncontrollably in front of the camera, perfectly portraying the worry and heartache of a mother for her child. The reporter seized the opportunity to ask who the assailant was, but the woman dodged the questions, merely saying that the police had already gotten involved and would certainly give her son an explanation. The group of reporters sensed an unusual smell in her responses. Combined with some rumors they'd heard earlier in the morning regarding the Su family, they became even more convinced there was a connection, each pushing hard to press the woman for answers. Chapter 136, You Know Nothing. Zhang Lei's meticulously styled hair became messy during the pushing and shoving. When she was pulled out from the crowd by the driver, 2 delicate shell buttons on her slip had already fallen off. In the car, Su Jianghai sat in the back seat with a face darker than his suit. After Zhang Lei got into the car and closed the door, before she could settle down, she was slapped hard across the face. The driver started the car without any change of expression after raising the partition, as Zhang Lei, holding her swollen cheek, looked at the man incredulously, "You hit me?" Su Jianghai looked at her with anger, exasperated that she lacked resolve. "It's you useless woman I'm hitting. Why did you post online about Jinyu getting beaten up? Are you trying to make my death quicker?" Faced with the man's sharp accusations, Zhang Lei also erupted, "Should we just endure this silently then? Didn't you see how badly Jinyu was beaten? My poor son is still lying unconscious in the hospital, with such a large wound on his neck. You almost lost a son, do you know that? But him, Su Jinyu, he's living well in Gu's residence, not having a single issue. This is unfair. This isn't fair." The usually somewhat cultured woman showed no sign of reason when she went berserk, her sharp voice nearly scratching against the car windows like glass. Su Jianghai scowled deeply and roared, "Shut up, or I'll shut you up." Perhaps it was the sheer ferocity on the man's face that turned her complexion pale, and she closed her mouth. Taking several deep breaths, Su Jianghai tried to look calm as he stared at the fearful-looking woman in front of him, striving for a peaceful tone. "You don't understand anything. Gu Peilang is determined to protect Su Jinyu. No matter how much of a commotion you cause, you can't touch him even a little bit. Moreover, Gu Peilang has already started making moves against our Su family company. Your current actions will only put us in a more difficult situation, and if things go wrong, Jinyu might even lose the hospital bed he's in." By the end of the man's speech, his tone had involuntarily grown stronger. Zhang Lei's face changed entirely. "Then, what should we do? What should they do?" Su Jianghai would also like to know. In frustration, he ruffled his own hair. "Su Jinyu isn't answering my calls. I've bribed the security guard at the entrance of the Gu residence. You go find him, talk to him, and let him help us." Zhang Lei hesitated uncertainly. "He just beat Jinyu. Are you sure he will help us?" You have no choice but to try. It's his private grudge with Jin Yu. Su Jin Yu holds 5% of Su family's shares. I don't believe he could sit there idly and watch the Su family collapse. Zhang Lei, then, I'll give it a try. At the Gu residence, Su Jin Yu was helping the butler Zhang organize the list of New Year goods. Upon hearing the doorbell, he stood up to open the door. When he saw the two people standing outside the door, his expression immediately grew cold. Who let you in? Looking at the distant and indifferent demeanor of the man before him, Su Jianghai struggled to maintain a falsely amiable and caring expression. Upon noticing something amiss, butler Zhang came forward from inside the living room and his expression slightly changed upon seeing the man and woman outside the door. On the evening of his return home, Gu Peilang learned from the woman about the events of the day. Su Jinyu ate a few bites of food in front of him and met the man's gaze with some resignation. With the growing competence of Zhang Butler these days, it seemed he could now lodge complaints right under Su Jinyu's nose. What's going on? Gu Peilang asked later, pulling the person closer to his chest while lying down in bed. Su Jinyu rested on the arm of the man. Isn't it obvious? Just those petty issues. They want me to whisper sweet nothings into your ear and help them stabilize the Su Corporation. Gu Peilang grabbed the hand fidgeting around his chest and chuckled softly. And you? Do you want me to? Su Jinyu flipped over and sprawled on top of the man, his bright eyes fixed on the figure beneath, following with a grin. Of course I want to blow some wind into your ear, but definitely not for their sake. Then why exactly? Gu Peilang returned the gaze. Su Jinyu's right hand slowly slid downward, gripping onto the left hand that rested on his waist. His fingers grazed unintentionally, or perhaps intentionally, against the other man's ring finger. Smirking, Su Jinyu teased, take a guess. The dark eyes gazed back quietly with an unreadable expression, and Su Jinyu felt a slight disappointment creeping in, but he curved his lips upward and leaned down to kiss the other gently. Never mind, there's still time. That was what Su Jinyu reassured himself in his heart. Once the kiss ended, both were somewhat flushed. Su Jinyu raised his hand to touch Gu Peilang's leg, breathing lightly. Peilang. Gu Peilang held the person on his body, struggling to suppress the inner restlessness, his voice hoarse. The muscles in your legs seem much firmer than before. Because of Master Su's acupuncture and massage. Su Jinyu mumbled thoughtfully, is that so? Gu Peilang held the person in his arms tightly. Yes, it's not early. Let's sleep. Su Jinyu turned over and got off the man, finding a comfortable position in the other's embrace. As he was half asleep, he suddenly remembered something and spoke up, I'll call my master tomorrow to ask if we can hire a rehabilitation therapist. Above Su Jinyu's head, Gu Peilang's deep and gentle voice responded, good. As the days passed, with the approach of New Year's Eve, the festive atmosphere on the streets grew stronger. To match the occasion, red lanterns and colorful lights were hung in the courtyard and under the eaves of the Gu residence. In order to properly spend the holidays together, Gu Peilang started his routine of leaving early and returning late every day. Often when Su Jinyu woke up, the place beside him was already cold. The Su Corporation had been continuously plagued by issues regarding product quality, leading to a sharp decline in the stock market. The entire company was thrown into chaos. Su Jianghai was preoccupied and couldn't find time to deal with Su Jinyu. Su Jinyu spent his days either helping the butler take care of the Gu estate or planning how to propose to the man in his heart. The financial news in City A was filled with stories about the Su family. Occasionally, as Gu Peilang scanned the contents, he didn't express much surprise. When Shang Yi called, Gu Peilang had just stepped out of the meeting room. Shang Zong. On the other end of the line, Shang Yi chuckled lightly, his voice deep and seductive. Mr. Gu is still so polite. By rank, you should call me uncle. Gu Peilang ignored the other's teasing and maneuvered his wheelchair into the office. After closing the door, the man slowly lifted his foot onto the ground, holding the phone in one hand while using the other to support himself as he stood up from the wheelchair. Veins bulged at his temples, yet Gu Peilang appeared completely unfazed. He slowly moved to sit behind the desk before letting out a heavy sigh. Shang Yi remained silent on the other end of the phone until he heard the slightly labored breathing from the other side. Only then did he speak, a smile curling on his lips. You know, you're so stubborn. If you just listened to Jinyu and hired a therapist, things would have been simpler. Why must you hide and secretly rehabilitate yourself? Isn't that troublesome? Gu Peilang took a moment to catch his breath and ease the discomfort in his leg before curving his lips upward. You don't know anything. Chapter 137, On the Brink of Death. Shang Yi. Alright, I don't get it, but you do. Gu Peilang didn't bother to banter with him. He took a call while casually flipping through the newspaper Lu Qi had brought him. You're moving too fast. At this rate, the Su family might not make it to the end of the year. Shang Yi, fast? The man leaned against the corridor outside the ward, looking through the window at the person lying in the hospital bed with an oxygen mask on. A slight smile curved his lips, but there was no warmth in his eyes. I think it's a bit slow. If it weren't for the overly persistent police in City A, do you think they could be living as comfortably as they are now? Gu Peilang noticed something unusual in the man's words and sat up straight. Did they find Su Li? Shang Yi let out a cold snort without saying anything, which was a silent acknowledgement. Gu Peilang, Su Qin or Su Jianghai? Just hearing these two names was enough to make Shang-Yi seethe with anger. After repeatedly suppressing his inner rage, he looked tenderly at the person in the ward and coldly said the name that made him want to grind their bones into dust, Su Qing. How is Su Li doing now? Not good. The voice on the phone suddenly became somewhat hoarse. Gu Peilang opened his mouth, unsure what to say. Is there anything I can do? After a brief silence, he spoke up. Shang-Yi, I want to ask you for a favor. Could you ask Jin Su to come to City B once? After hanging up, Gu Peilang didn't move. He just stared blankly at a photo of him and Jin Su, lost in thought. In the photo, his brows were slightly bent, his beautiful eyes sparkling with affection. Gu Peilang raised his hand and gently touched those eyes with his index finger. However, what came to mind was the man from City B, who exuded an icy elegance. At the first hospital of City B, after hanging up the phone, Shang-Yi rested his forehead lightly against the transparent glass, gazing greedily at the person inside the ward. There was an almost imperceptible pain in his eyes, and even the surrounding air seemed bitter. Not good actually means very bad. Before making this call, Su Li had already been rushed to the emergency room twice due to rejection reactions. The critical condition notice had been crumpled up and thrown into the trash can, with the man's tears still wet on it. Shang-Yi still dared not recall the moment when his lover fainted in front of him. Everything was like a slow-motion replay. One moment, the person was still scolding him with a cold face for secretly smoking, the next moment, after receiving a phone call, they turned ghostly pale. They gave him a look full of emptiness and bewilderment before fainting to the ground. Shang-Yi barely managed to catch them. The body in his arms felt terribly cold, breathing shallow and rapid as if enduring extreme pain. He quickly sent the person to the hospital. Only after watching them being pushed into the emergency room, and having the cold metal door shut with a bang in front of him, did Shang-Yi feel completely drained. He staggered back, only saved by his quick assistant nearby. Shang-Yi sat down numbly on the bench, trying to pull a cigarette from his pocket, but realized his hands were shaking uncontrollably. The ever-capable assistant soon traced the owner of that call, Su Qing. The phone almost cracked under his grip. Looking at the two characters on the screen, the pressure around Shang-Yi felt terrifyingly low. As for what happened next, Shang-Yi didn't want to relive it. Even when betrayed by his biological mother and colluding with outsiders to undermine his power, or when chased and imprisoned multiple times nearly losing his life, he hadn't felt such despair and helplessness. The executioner's blade hanging over his head for so many years finally wobbled precariously on his neck, waiting for the right time to harvest his life. After 2 emergency treatments, the person in the ward rapidly wasted away. Lying in the hospital bed, they looked almost flat. Shang-Yi pressed his head tightly against the glass, his breath leaving a white mist on it, blurring his vision. Ali. The man's hoarse and choked voice echoed softly in the empty corridor, like an injured beast whimpering in agony. Wake up soon. I'm almost unable to hold on. Su Jinyu acutely noticed that the man seemed off after returning home. During dinner, the other party kept looking at him with a gaze filled with hesitation, complexity, and uncertainty, as if wanting to say something but holding back. Yet, every time he looked over in confusion, the man would act as though nothing had happened. Su Jinyu stood in the bedroom watching the other person enter the bathroom with fresh clothes, his attractive brows slightly furrowing. Could it be that the man had discovered his hidden secret? Gu Peilang had just finished showering and came out of the bathroom when he saw Su Jinyu sitting on the bed lost in deep thought, his brows knitted with worry. What's wrong? He wheeled over, his deep and pleasant voice snapping the man out of his reverie. Su Jinyu raised his eyes to look at the person before him, opening his mouth but no words came out. Shouldn't I be asking you what's wrong? Gu Peilang. Su Jinyu stood up, taking the towel for drying hair from his hand, gently wiping the water droplets off the man's hair as he spoke. You've been distracted since coming home today. Did something happen at the company? No. Then what is it? Su Jinyu stopped his actions, slightly bending down to look at the handsome face of the man before him, his tone filled with concern. Peilang, I'm worried about you. Gu Peilang gazed into his eyes, his heart softening. There's really nothing wrong, the company is fine, and I am fine too. Su Jinyu's brow furrowed again, but the man suddenly lifted his hand to hold his. I have something I want to tell you. The expression on the other person's face was so serious that Su Jinyu felt his heart sink, and he began making wild guesses. Gu Peilang, seeing his expression, already knew what he was thinking about. He pulled him to sit by the bed, patting his hand to calm him down. You told me before that Su Jianghai mentioned you have an uncle, right? Su Jinyu nodded with furrowed brows. Yes. Yun, do you want to see him? The question came out of nowhere, causing Su Jinyu's eyebrows to scrunch together tightly. Why would I want to see him? Before Su Jianghai found me, I never even knew he existed. We've never met, and besides, Su Jianghai said he killed my mother. No, Yun, no. Gu Peilang gripped the hand of the person before him tightly, softly interrupting. He didn't cause your mother's death. The certainty in his words caused Su Jinyu's gaze to gradually change. How do you know this? Chapter 138, Meeting. When Su Jinyu boarded the plane to City B, he felt as if he were dreaming. The man sitting beside him asked a flight attendant for a blanket. With gentle movements, he covered Su Jinyu and then carefully pried apart his fingers, which had been clenched tightly due to anxiety. He intertwined their hands. Don't be nervous. A tender voice sounded by his ear, causing Su Jinyu to turn his head slightly bewilderedly toward the person next to him. I'm not nervous, it's just that. It was still nerves mixed with a touch of confusion. He had never met his uncle before but learned they looked alike. His uncle cared about him in his heart but now lay ill in the hospital wanting to see him one last time. Also, his mother who once abandoned him didn't actually stop loving him. These absurd words spoken by Gu Peilang lacked much credibility, and Su Jinyu still thought everything felt surreal. Just don't think too much. Get some sleep and we'll arrive soon, said Gu Peilang, looking at his trembling eyelashes with eyes full of tenderness. Su Jinyu's mind was already in chaos, unable to calm down. That woman ran away immediately after giving birth to me, I've never seen her. Su Jinyu suddenly spoke up, his voice revealing a fragility he wasn't even aware of himself. He didn't know why he had started talking about these things, he just wanted someone to talk to alleviate the unease within him. When I was young, I didn't understand yet. I only knew that the villagers of Lotus Flower Village would look at our family strangely. Those kids would point at my nose and call me a child without parents. Gu Peilang reached out and pulled him into his arms, furrowing his brows but staying silent. Su Jinyu continued, as I grew older, I would sometimes see Grandma secretly crying inside the house while clutching a flowery shirt or see Grandpa coming home with an expression longer than a horse's face. The village aunts and mothers always centered their conversations around our family. Recalling that childhood filled with little kindness, Su Jinyu remained eerily calm. It was during one of those instances when a group of children spat at his home and he retaliated by destroying all the lotus pods in their rice paddies, leading to the adults coming over to yell at them. It was then he first heard the name, Chen Shan, from their mouths. These women, faces harsh with contempt, angrily cursed his grandparents, including him. Only then did Su Jinyu realize that he was a child whose father was unknown and whose mother didn't love him. Until he was 12 years old and taken back by the Su family, Su Jinyu often wondered why his mother didn't love him. If she didn't love him, why bring him into the world? He also fantasized whether one day this woman would suddenly show up dragging a suitcase, smiling in front of him, telling him she did care. But all that turned out to be mere fantasies. After entering a completely unfamiliar world at the age of 12, he learned to put on a mask, to fall into decadence, and to walk a path where he no longer needed anyone's affection. His father was an uneducated playboy obsessed with women, his mother, of humble origins, was a materialistic woman yearning to marry into wealth. Such people as these were his parents, and Su Jinyu had long regarded his birth as a lifelong shame. With neither father's affection nor mother's love, this was the verdict society gave him, and Su Jinyu accepted it wholeheartedly. But now suddenly someone tells him, your mom loves you. To Su Jinyu, it felt utterly absurd. As he babbled on to the man beside him, his mind wandered back, trying to recall her appearance but only found a blurry outline. The first time I saw her was in Su Jiangyan's room. In his safe, there was a thick photo album filled with pictures of every woman he had a relationship with. One of them was her. Su Jinyu shifted his head, finding a more comfortable position in Gu Peilang's embrace before continuing, I can't remember what she looks like anymore. I just remember she was beautiful. Su Jianghai said my mouth and nose resemble hers a lot. Gu Peilang lowered his gaze, scrutinizing him meticulously, then shook his head, not at all. Ayu is much better looking. Even though it was meant to comfort, Su Jinyu couldn't help but smile. Su, he said so, I don't believe it, but I still want to take a look. My grandparents couldn't let go of her even until their deaths. If possible, I want to take her ashes back, to bury her together with them. Gu Peilang tightened his arms around the person in his embrace, his voice low and soft, all right. After several hours of flying, the plane slowly came to a stop at the airport. Wang Qi, sent by Shang Yi to pick them up, had been waiting outside for quite some time. As soon as he saw the two men emerge from the passage, the man quickly walked forward to greet them. Mr. Gu, Mr. Su. Facing the face that bore 7 or 8 parts resemblance to their madam, Wang Qi showed no surprise on his face. The man respectfully stepped aside, then opened the car door behind him. Master Qi is taking care of madam in the hospital and can't spare the time, so he asked me to pick the two of you up. Gu Peilang and Su Jinyu got into the car, and Wang Qi entered through the driver's seat door. City B was still enveloped in the cold of winter. The fast-paced lifestyle seemed to have robbed people of their joy for life, there was hardly any festive atmosphere on the streets. The gray sky contrasted with the bare branches, giving off a touch of desolation. The black car slowly came to a halt in front of the hospital entrance, and Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang followed Wang Qi inside the hospital. The atmosphere in the hospital was somber and oppressive, heavy enough to make it hard to breathe. The three of them took the elevator to the floor where Su Li's ward was located. As soon as they opened the door, they heard a child's cry. In the intensive care unit, a pale man lay unconscious on the white bed, his eyes tightly closed, his complexion pale but peaceful, looking as if he were just asleep. Beside him sat Shang Yi, looking haggard. A little girl sobbing sat on his knee, while his other hand rested on the armrest of the chair, connected by a transparent intravenous tube linking the vein under the skin to the medicine bottle on the stand. Master Qi. Wang Qi's expression changed slightly upon seeing this scene. The man anxiously walked in, his gaze falling on the needle in the other's hand, worry filling his eyes. Shang-Yi, as if unaware, glanced at him lightly, then turned his gaze to the two people behind him. Little Belle hasn't eaten yet. Take her out to eat something. The little girl in his arms clung tightly to his neck, crying miserably, No no no, I don't want to separate from Daddy, wah wah wah. Seeing the resistance from the little princess, Wang Qi looked troubled but still carried her away after receiving a look from his boss. The cries in the corridor gradually faded away. Shang-Yi withdrew his gaze, raised his hand to pinch the pain in his nose bridge, and gave a tired smile when he saw the two people before him. You're here. Chapter 139, Critical Condition. Since entering the ward, Su Jinyu's gaze had been fixed on the man lying in the bed. Although the man still wore an oxygen mask and his head was wrapped in white bandages, having grown visibly thinner, Su Jinyu could still recognize the familiar features that resembled his own. The astonishment in his eyes was unmasked, while Shang-Yi rose from the chair and removed the needle from his hand. His normally rich voice lacked its usual deep intimacy, instead filled with hoarseness and fatigue. I'm sorry you two had to meet under these circumstances. Ollie has always wanted to see you. The man's gaze softened as he looked at the person in the bed and spoke gently. Su Jinyu asked hesitantly, Mr. Su. If he can hear us, I think he would hope that you call him Uncle Xiao. Su Jinyu opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single sound. No rush, Shang-Yi didn't comment on his inability to speak, just glancing at his watch before saying, You must have skipped lunch during your trip here. I've ordered some food. Let's eat something together. Gu Peilang noticed blood seeping from Shang-Yi's hand and frowned slightly. Don't you need to get your wound treated? Shang-Yi glanced down at his hand without concern and shook it dismissively. It's just a little blood. Let's go. The three quietly left the room, and before departing, Su Jinyu turned back for one last look at Su Li lying in the bed. His eyes were shadowed with indeterminate emotions. After the delivery of their meal, Su Jinyu seized the opportunity during the meal to ask questions he'd been wanting answers to. Shang-Yi told him everything he knew. When Su Jinyu brought up the relationship between his mother and Su Li, Shang-Yi put down his chopsticks and utensils. These matters are better left for Ollie to explain once he wakes up. Su Jinyu then asked, Has Mr. Su been unconscious for long? Shang-Yi replied, Today is the 7th day. He woke up once in the middle but was confused and soon fell back asleep. Though Shang-Yi's tone remained even, Su Jinyu could sense the disappointment and sadness hidden within. Can you stay a few more days? Shang-Yi quickly adjusted his mood and asked the young man standing before him. With you here, Ollie will surely wake up soon. Su Jinyu exchanged a glance with Gu Peilang. Though he doubted how much influence this unfamiliar nephew could have on the man in the hospital bed, seeing the anticipation in Shang-Yi's eyes prevented him from voicing his doubts. We'll stay until Mr. Su regains consciousness. Gu Peilang glanced at Su Jinyu and then redirected his gaze to Shang-Yi. The man's expression revealed a touch of gratitude. Thank you. After finishing their meal, the trio returned to the hospital just as Su Li's attending physician came for a checkup. The doctor, over 50 years old, wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses with a stethoscope around his neck. Seeing Shang-Yi come in from outside, his thick brows nodded in disapproval. Just after waking up from exhaustion and you're already thinking of wandering off. There aren't any extra beds available for you at the hospital. The doctor was unafraid of Shang-Yi's position, treating everyone simply as either patients or healthy individuals. This man had fainted from overwork only recently, yet despite explicit instructions to rest, he clearly hadn't paid heed to those warnings. Shang-Yi pressed his eyebrows lightly, appearing restrained. I apologize, it won't happen again. The doctor gave a proud cold snort, clutching the medical records under his arm and slowly turning away. However, just as he reached the door, he paused. Turning back towards the man, he hesitated for a moment before speaking candidly. Today is the last day. If he doesn't wake up tonight. The air pressure in the room dropped abruptly, but the doctor persisted in finishing his statement. You'd better be prepared mentally. The door clicked shut as someone closed it from outside. Su Jinyu stood behind Shang-Yi, observing the stiffened figure before him. A sudden indescribable sorrow swelled in his chest. I've arranged accommodation through Wang Qi for you too. You should go rest. After a prolonged silence, the man spoke in a raspy voice, his fists clenched tightly by his sides. Su Jinyu opened his mouth to speak, but just then Wang Qi entered through the door. Mr. Su, President Gu, please. With a mild and polite smile, Wang Qi's manner was respectful yet somewhat forceful as he gestured them forward. On the way back, Su Jinyu was preoccupied with Su Li's illness. He had been hesitant to ask about it, fearing that he might touch upon a painful subject for Shang-Yi. It wasn't until Wang Qi mentioned something while driving them back to the hotel that Su Jinyu finally understood the depth of sorrow Shang-Yi was carrying. The hotel arranged by the man was part of the Shang Corporation, located just 2 streets away from the hospital. After dropping them off at the hotel entrance, Wang Qi turned to leave, as many tasks awaited him with the boss absent. Su Jinyu hurried out just as the car engine started and called out to stop the man. Wang Qi rolled down the window and looked at the person outside. Is there anything else, Mr. Su? Su Jinyu asked, how long has your 7th sir known? For many years now. If Mr. Su wishes to know more, you should ask the 7th sir yourself. As subordinates, we aren't suited to discuss our boss's private affairs. Su Jinyu nodded in understanding, watching the car drive away before turning back into the hotel. At the hospital, Shang Yi, after they left, sat beside the bed motionless, gazing steadily at the sleeping figure on it. His eyes reflected an unprecedented calmness. I know you wouldn't leave me behind, would you? The patient on the bed remained unconscious, seemingly losing all perception of the world around him. Shang Yi gently took the hand of the man filled with needle marks, cradling it reverently yet carefully against his cheek. Closing his eyes slowly, he felt the coolness against his face, with a warm tear slipping past his lashes. Wake up soon, won't you? Little Belle misses you. I miss you too. I've brought Su Jinyu here, you'll see him when you wake up. Ali. Ali. The man called out repeatedly, his voice choked with emotion, akin to cries of anguish. But there was no response from the man on the bed. As each second ticked by, Wang Qi pushed the ward door open to find his seventh master sitting uncharacteristically slouched on the floor. Hearing the sound, Shang Yi raised his head, his eyes bloodshot from crying. Seventh master. Seeing the state of the man, Wang Qi's nose tingled with sadness, momentarily unable to speak a word. Chapter 140, Can you wait for me? Wang Qi. Shang Yi called out his name with trembling lips, and then began to cough violently, as if his heart was being torn apart. Wang Qi's expression changed instantly, he helped the man sit on a stool nearby, and quickly poured him a glass of water. However, as Wang Qi held the glass, his wrist was suddenly grasped by the other person, causing the water inside to sway and reach the base of the thumb. He doesn't want me anymore. What should I do? The hand gripping his wrist trembled slightly due to exertion. Listening to this broken voice, Wang Qi couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. Entering the Shang household at the age of 6, one could say that Wang Qi had grown up alongside Shang Yi. He had witnessed the man's rise and fall, and also the process of how he and Su Li came to know and love each other. Wang Qi knew just how much these two loved each other. He had no doubt that if Su Li didn't pull through, the man would not hesitate to follow her wherever she went. Madam will surely wake up. Wang Qi placed a gentle hand on Shang Yi's shoulder, then tightened his grip a little more to offer comfort using this method. In the first couple days after Su Li fell into a coma, Shang Yi firmly believed this too. But now, fear had started creeping in. The man couldn't understand why, despite having already found a way to avoid risks, the chip purchased from Gu Peilang showed no problems when put into experiments, there was still a hitch when it was used on his Ollie. With only a 10% probability, they had encountered the issue anyway, just how unlucky were they? For the entire day, Shang Yi stayed by the bedside, never leaving, tightly holding Su Li's cold hand due to the IVs. He stared silently at the motionless figure on the bed, lost in his own world. Little Ling Dang came once during this time. Usually a girl who often cries and throws tantrums, this time around, she unexpectedly remained silent, just standing outside the door with red puffy eyes. She looked helplessly at the two fathers inside the room while shedding silent tears. Wang Qi stood behind her, watching the two people inside the ward quietly along with her, his eyes filled with pain and the last flicker of hope. As the night drew closer, Shang Yi's heart slowly sank further. The man gripped the warm hand tightly, his face paler than the patient lying in the bed. Shang Yi never believed in miracles, yet this time, he hoped desperately for a miracle to happen, just once, just once. When Su Jinyu arrived at the hospital, he happened to bump into Su Li's attending physician. The latter had seen him before in the ward, and stopped upon spotting him again. Are you visiting Mr. Su? Looking at the stern-faced elderly man in front of him, Su Jinyu nodded. Together, the two walked towards Su Li's ward. On their way, the old man kept his head down looking at the medical records in his hand, his expression unusually grave. Su Jinyu did not dare to disturb the other person, so for a moment, the hallway became quiet except for the sound of their footsteps. Who is Mr. Su to you? As they approached the ward, the elder suddenly spoke, catching Su Jinyu off guard. Uncle. The doctor nodded and asked further, do you know about his condition? Su Jinyu's brow slowly furrowed, I know a little. Good. Since your family, I don't need to elaborate much. Comfort Mr. Shang a bit more. This statement sounded extremely cold-blooded and without any sympathy, causing a suffocating sensation to envelop Su Jinyu. His mouth opened and closed several times as he momentarily didn't know what to say. The atmosphere inside the ward was heavy and sorrowful. When the sound of the opening door reached the man facing away from the door, his body stiffened immediately, followed by imperceptible trembling. The doctor stood at the door, glancing at the person on the bed, his voice eerily calm, like a grim reaper from hell. Mr. Shang, the time has come. It hasn't. Didn't we agree it wouldn't be until tonight? It isn't even 8 o'clock yet. There's still time. There's still time. The doctor glanced at the man's haggard complexion and furrowed his brows slightly, finally revealing a hint of human emotion. You should know, Mr. Shang, clinging on at this point serves no purpose. It does. The man raised his head, staring at him with bloodshot eyes, stubbornness evident in his gaze. I won't give up until the very last moment. Looking at his expression, the doctor seemed to view him as someone unreasonably quarrelsome. You. Before the doctor continued speaking, Su Jinyu extended his hand to stop him. Doctor, please leave for now, let me talk to him. The doctor closed his mouth and silently turned around to leave after a moment of hesitation. After the door of the ward was closed again, Su Jinyu turned to look at the silent man by the bedside, then walked forward after some contemplation. Are you also thinking that he won't wake up anymore? Shang Yi didn't turn back, his voice was almost inaudible in the quietness of the ward. Isn't it not yet the final moment? Su Jinyu sat down on the other side of the bed, looking at the sleeping person on the bed, speaking softly. He said, I believe Uncle Xiao isn't the kind of person who gives up easily. Shang Yi's lips slightly curled upward before quickly pulling back. He has always been so strong. The waiting for the verdict was unbearable, the clock on the wall kept circling, and soon the hour hand pointed to 11. Shang Yi stood up from the chair with a ghastly pale face, the tall figure wavered for a second. The chair behind him fell over with a loud noise. Su Jinyu raised his eyes to look at him, noticing the trembling lips of the man. I'll be out for a while. After saying this sentence, Shang Yi turned and left without looking back. Su Jinyu watched his back nearly crushed by sorrow, his brow slowly furrowed. Beside the monitors indicating Su Li's vital signs, which were still beeping constantly, Su Jinyu withdrew his gaze and gazed at the person asleep on the bed. After a long silence, he finally spoke lightly, Uncle Xiao, wake up soon, Mr. Shang can't hold on much longer. The man remained closed-eyed, and in a corner unseen by Su Jinyu, a drop of warm tear quietly slid down from the corner of his eye and soaked into the white pillow. On the other side, Wang Qi, staying in the company, suddenly changed expression upon receiving an email. Meanwhile, the maid responsible for taking care of little Ling Dang at home received a call from her husband right after putting the little girl to sleep. Although puzzled, she still followed his instructions and had the driver take her and the sleeping child to the hospital. After half an hour away, when Shang Yi returned, Su Jinyu acutely noticed a change in his emotions, as if there was a calm and resolute sense after letting go of everything. This change made him uneasy, giving him an extremely bad premonition. You. He wanted to say something but felt anything coming out of his mouth would be inappropriate. Jinyu, can we have a chat? Listening to his words, Su Jinyu felt more restless uneasiness growing in his heart. He nodded, Shang Yi gave a slight curl of his lips, walked to the bedside, bent down gently kissing the smooth forehead of the man, with unprecedented tenderness in his eyes. Can you wait for me, please? The person on the bed did not respond. Shang Yi stood up and looked at Su Jinyu. Together, they exited the ward. No one noticed that after they turned and left, Su Li on the bed, momentarily moved his eyes under the eyelids. Chapter 141, Awakening. Su Li had a long dream. He dreamed of Shang Yi at 20 years old, whose eyes were like those of a beast, tightly locked onto him, brimming with unhidden possessiveness. You will never leave me. The man domineeringly pinned him beneath himself, his low and entwining voice like the whisper of a lover. Despite the harsh tone, Su Li saw an indescribable sadness on his face. Something fell onto his face drop by drop, warm and moist, as if it wanted to scorch him. Ali, you cannot abandon me, you cannot abandon me. The 20-year-old man suddenly turned into a 30-year-old, hugging him and crying like a child. Su Li felt helpless and could only embrace him back, soothing softly, I won't go, I won't go. However, no matter what he said, the man holding him kept repeating not to leave him. Su Li was very confused, but before he could open his mouth, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The man holding him disappeared, leaving him alone in a white misty haze where direction was unclear. Su Li heard someone calling his name, again and again, filled with gentleness. Following the direction of the voice, a path suddenly appeared underfoot, extending forward. At the end of the road stood a gray-haired, small-framed woman. Su Li looked at her dazedly, his eyes welling up, Mom. The man called out tremblingly, using the title that had lingered in his heart for many years. Su Shilin smiled at him from the end of the path. The elderly woman slowly extended her hand and beckoned him, just like when he was little. Su Li instinctively took a step forward, and everything around him suddenly became dark. Only the woman standing under the pillar of light continued to smile gently at him. Ali, come to mommy. Su Shilin softly called to him. Like being bewitched, Su Li uncontrollably walked forward. The distance between them grew shorter, and just as he was about to touch the woman's hand, another voice came from behind. Su Li turned around and saw the man standing not far away. He was wearing a set of black, upright suit, almost blending entirely with the surrounding darkness. Only his handsome and somewhat severe face was too pale. Are you going to leave me again, aren't you? The man asked him. Su Li's heart suddenly clenched in pain, as if someone had struck it hard with a hammer. Instinctively, he tried to shake his head but found he couldn't move. Ali, come to mommy. The woman a meter away was still calling him, her gentle voice laced with allure. Su Li's feet began to walk towards her uncontrollably. In his vision, Shang Yi's sorrowful face gradually faded away. Su Li only felt the heart in his chest hurting more and more, as if he had forgotten something important, but he couldn't figure it out. The woman in front smiled at him gently. As he placed his hand on hers, her smile momentarily turned vicious. Good child. Su Shilin praised him. Su Xiaoli. The voice behind him screamed, torn apart with grief. Su Li turned around, the handsome features of the man began to slowly bleed, yet he smiled at him gently and crazily, can you wait for me? I'll be there with you soon. Su Li's eyes slightly widened with a snap, like something inside his mind suddenly broke. The darkness receded like ebbing tide, and all around was a cacophony of sounds. Initially, it was as though there was a vacuum cover muffling everything, then gradually becoming clear. Su Li opened his eyes, greeted by the glaring whiteness and lights. Shang-E. A hoarse sound emitted from his throat blocked by lead blocks. Su Li blinked, and warm tears slid down from the corner of his eyes. The quarreling voices nearby continued, mixed with Wang Chi's trembling roars and a child's terrified cries. Among them was also an accusatory tone Su Li had never heard before. A cool palm felt a trace of warmth. Su Li struggled to turn his head, and saw little Belle, who had cried red-faced. Su Li had never seen his little princess cry this way. Immediately feeling unbearable heartache, his fingers instinctively moved to hold the little girl's hand to comfort her. Little Belle was very scared. Her dad was lying in bed, sleeping lazily all the time. Her daddy didn't want her anymore and planned to give her away to Uncle Gu. The little girl had never thought of a day she would have to part ways with both of her dads. She cried and refused to go, but her daddy, who usually would hug her and comfort her when she cried, simply glared at her coldly, while her father in the hospital bed did not wake up to comfort her either. Upon receiving the share transfer notice, Wang Chi hurriedly rushed to the hospital, and what he saw was Shang-E in the corridor giving Su Jinyu posthumous instructions. Filled with both anger and sorrow, he lashed out at his superior for the first time, then pulled the man who had lost all will to live into Su Li's ward, pointing at the person on the bed as he berated him, and pointed to little Belle crying nearby, questioning him. Su Jinyu stood aside all along in silence. Gu Peilang, who had rushed over, tightly held his hand, looking at the emotionless man in the center of the ward with lips pressed into a sharp curve. The ward fell into complete chaos. Su Li had just woken up, his mind working as slowly as a rusty machine, yet even so, he still pieced together the truth from Wang Chi's fragmented words. His heart ached excruciatingly. Su Li widened his eyes, tears streaming down endlessly, and his grip on little Belle's hand tightened continuously. Dad, Dad. Little Belle sniffled, looking up. When she saw the man on the bed crying, she burst into loud cries abruptly. Daddy, you're awake. Daddy. Dottie. Dottie. The sound of the child crying seemed to pause everything in the ward. Shang-Yi suddenly raised his head, locking his gaze with Su Li's tearful eyes across the distance. In the quiet ward, only little Belle's crying could be heard. As Su Jinyu pushed Gu Peilang out of the ward, little Belle was still being consoled by Wang Chi. Uncle Wang Chi, Daddy is awake, but will Dottie still give me away? Wang Chi embraced the little girl in his arms more firmly. No longer, Dottie and Daddy will forever be with little Belle. A person who was originally declared brain dead woke up miraculously. Despite having seen countless impossibilities, the attending physician couldn't help but marvel that this was truly a miracle in medical history. He and his nurse conducted a full-body checkup on the patient, confirming that the tumor in the brain had been completely eradicated and there was no risk of recurrence, after which he put down his report and gave a faint smile towards the man in front of him. Congratulations. Su Jinyu and others knew the two needed time alone together, so they specially waited half an hour in the attending physician's office. When they returned to the ward, they saw Su Li leaning halfway against the bed headboard, the oxygen mask removed, with Shang-Yi steadfastly guarding beside him. A fresh red palm print marred the left side of his face, disrupting the beauty of his otherwise handsome countenance. Chapter 142, Spoiled Seventh Young Master. Dad. As soon as little Lingdang entered the ward, she struggled to jump out of Wang Chi's arms and ran towards Su Li. Seeing his daughter, the slightly cold expression on Su Li's face immediately softened. He reached out to hold the little princess's hand and picked her up. Beside them, Shang-Yi saw his somewhat strenuous movements and wanted to help, but after catching a cold glance from the other party, he instantly became obedient. Dad slept for such a long time. Little Lingdang really missed Dad. The little girl hugged Su Li tightly, with actions full of dependence. Su Li looked at her eyes that were still swollen and gently kissed her soft cheeks in pain. Dad also missed little Lingdang. Dad shouldn't sleep so greedily again next time, alright? Little Lingdang was very sad. Daddy was also very sad. Both turned ugly. A torn cotton jacket is still a cotton jacket. Shang-Yi felt relieved yet helpless in his heart. Meeting Su Li's gaze, he smiled somewhat flatteringly. The man's red and swollen eyes along with the handprint on his face seemed somewhat comical. Su Li pursed his lips lightly and chose not to look at him, instead looking down at the little princess in his arms tenderly. Dad promises you, from now on he won't be greedy for sleep, okay? Little Lingdang nodded, and the scene of the three of them in the room radiated a touch of warmth. After Su Li exchanged a few more words with the little girl in his arms, he unintentionally raised his head and only then noticed someone standing by the door. Lifting his eyes, when his gaze fell on Su Jinyu behind Gu Peilang, it suddenly paused. Jinyu. The clear yet somewhat stiff and hesitant voice rang out in the ward. Gu Peilang sensed the emotional fluctuations from the person behind him and lightly patted the latter's hand. Su Jinyu came back to his senses, blinked a few times, suppressed the emotion surging in his heart, and then pushed Gu Peilang inside. Uncle. Looking at the emaciated man before him who still could not hide his handsomeness, he spoke softly. Hearing this title addressed to him, Su Li's breath hitched momentarily, and his eyes brimmed with tears. After lying in the ICU for 3 days, Su Li was finally transferred to a regular ward. During this period, Su Jinyu visited him every day carrying soup he had cooked. It took less than a day for the two to go from awkwardness to having nothing left unsaid. From Su Jinyu learned many truths he did not know, and developed a different understanding of the woman in his mind who had abandoned him. When Su asked him if he wanted to visit the cemetery, Su Jinyu hesitated for a moment before shaking his head to refuse. I think, she probably wouldn't want to go back. Clad in a hospital gown, Su leaned against the bedhead, his eyes filled with gentleness as he looked at him, without saying a word. Actually, Su wasn't wrong. The last thing Chen Shan had entrusted Su Shirong with was to find any random place to deal with her ashes. That woman, who died shamefully filled with regret, didn't even consider letting her ashes pollute this pure land. Regarding Su Jinyu's daily trips to the hospital, Gu Peilang made no comment but would press the man down on the bed each night and harshly tease him after he returned from the hospital. Before they knew it, the two had already stayed in City B for over 10 days. When Gu Peilang received a call from Zhang, the housekeeper at the Gu residence, they suddenly realized they had forgotten about the arrival time of their younger aunt. You are leaving. One day, while Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang went to visit Su Li together with fish soup, they mentioned returning. Su Li was just drinking the soup brought by Su Jinyu when he heard the news and was surprised enough to put down his spoon. We've been out for quite a while now. There are things at home waiting for us to return, and Peilang's company cannot function without him, said Su Jinyu, gently wiping the soup around Su Li's mouth with a tissue nearby, his voice soft. Gu Peilang sat beside him, watching the action, raising his attractive eyebrows. Shang Yi, who had rushed over without even changing his clothes right after finishing work, opened the door and stared at this scene. The veins in his temple pulsed violently. What are you guys chatting about so happily? The man walked in and casually placed his briefcase on the side cabinet. Before Su Jinyu could react to what happened, the tissue in his hand had changed hands. He was pulled onto Gu Peilang's lap, somewhat dazedly looking at the spot where he'd been sitting now occupied. The two highly jealous men skillfully recovered their respective wives, causing Su Li's originally gentle smile to instantly turn cold. Why did you come? Shang Yi. Ever since Su Li knew the decision he had made before, it had been a long time since Shang Yi received any good attitude from him. The seventh young master felt wronged, but dared not to speak. After finishing company business, I thought of you. Su Li looked at him with an ambiguous smile, and upon hearing this, let out a meaningful hum. No matter how many times Su Jinyu had witnessed it, he was still amazed by his uncle's skill in changing expressions. He had never imagined that a man who could make the business circle of City B tremble with just a sneeze, turned out to be such a henpecked husband behind closed doors. This contrast, one must admit, was somewhat cute. Su Li didn't know what his adorable nephew was thinking. He was still angry at Shang Yi for making such a ridiculous decision. Ali. The man before him, meeting his gaze, softly called his name. Gu Peilang held Su Jinyu's waist with warm hands, caressing the soft flesh through slightly thin clothing, enjoying watching the drama unfold. Su Jinyu shivered, raising his hand to capture the wandering one around his waist, wanting to get up from the man's lap. Gu Peilang did not stop him but instead intertwined their fingers and watched the two by the bed. Mr. Su, since President Shang has come, Jinyu and I will take our leave so as not to disturb your rest. Shang Yi gave the man a quick appreciative glance, which was immediately caught by Su Li on the side. He shot Shang Yi a glare and then softened his gaze toward the couple holding hands. It doesn't count as disturbing, I like chatting with Jinyu. Su Jinyu smiled following along, and Su Li asked again, when is your flight? Tomorrow evening. Su Jinyu was just about to say they hadn't bought tickets yet when Gu Peilang spoke first beside him. Turning his head, he heard the other saying, AU has never been to City B before, and I want to take him for a walk. It would be good to stroll around, there's an antiques market in City B with many genuine items, you can try your luck. Gu Peilang nodded, and after staying a while longer in the ward, they stood up to leave. Su Li leaned back on the bed, smiling as he watched them leave the ward. Not until their figures disappeared did he retract his gaze. Suddenly, there was a black head nestled in his chest. Su Li lowered his eyes and looked at the man behaving like a big dog, a trace of laughter flickered in his eyes, though his tone remained cold. Get off, let go. Not getting off, not letting go. Chapter 143, Going Home. Su Li didn't struggle, remaining still in the man's arms without any resistance. Shang Yi nuzzled against him and then cautiously looked up at him, Ali. Are you still mad at me? Su Li looked emotionless and met his gaze, what do you think? Shang Yi was silent. He knew he had made a mistake, but if given another chance to make the same decision, he would still do it. My life originally belonged to you. If you left, I should have gone with you. The man's low, lingering voice resonated in the quiet ward, making Su Li's heart flare up with anger. Raising his hand, he grabbed the other's hair forcefully, looking at him angrily, you still don't know what you did wrong, you really. Shang Yi followed Su Li's force, rising slightly as he encircled one arm around the other's waist and gently avoided touching the side of his head that had undergone surgery. He held his neck softly before leaning in for a kiss. Su Li's eyes widened slightly as the retina captured the handsome face of the man magnified in front of him. Their lips touched tenderly and all he could see were the trembling eyelashes of the man. The spacious, bright hospital room was deathly silent, the sound of a needle dropping clearly audible. After a long while, Su Li closed his eyes shakily and opened his mouth slightly, welcoming the man inside. The person embracing him became exhilarated. The once probing and gentle movements suddenly grew intense until they were interrupted by a doctor coming in for a checkup. Though I've said some appropriate exercise could help recovery, I certainly didn't say vigorous activity. The solemn elderly man in his dazzling white coat scribbled a few times on the paper with his black pen before looking expressionlessly at the two by the bedside. Su Li's somewhat pale face had turned pink, whether from breathlessness or embarrassment at the doctor's words wasn't clear. But the Shang-Yi beside him remained unfazed, showing no sign of shame. Then doctor, when will we be allowed to engage in vigorous activities? Su Li. Doctor. On the other side, Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang got into their car after leaving the hospital to return to the hotel. On the road, Gu Peilang slightly tilted his head to look at the person next to him. The other side of his face and sharp nose profile were visible to him. The hand resting on his knee was suddenly grabbed. Su Jinyu shifted his gaze from the window to the person beside him. Gu Peilang, what are you thinking about? Su Jinyu shook his head, nothing. Why don't we go back today? Auntie is arriving the day after tomorrow. They had been in B City for so long and hadn't prepared anything at home. If Auntie saw, she might dislike him even more. As if reading his mind, Gu Peilang used his index finger to lightly caress his palm. Don't worry. There's housekeeper Zhang at home who'll take care of everything. Su Jinyu wanted to say something but ultimately kept quiet. Mr. Su told me where Aunt Chen was buried. Do you want to visit her? The man suddenly spoke. The hand within his grip stiffened momentarily. Gu Peilang lifted his eyes and indeed met a pair filled with anxiety. You've been spacing out these past few days. I know you've been hesitant. It seems he knows everything. Su Jinyu blinked, his unmasked eyes revealing confusion and exhaustion. Deep down, there were even more complex emotions. I don't know what kind of expression I should use to face her. The man looked down at their interlaced hands, his voice hoarse. She is your mother. She would be very happy to see you, Gu Peilang said earnestly. Su Jinyu's expression became even more confused. Would she truly be happy? Gu Peilang understood his inner conflict and didn't push further. He simply gave him time to think. After returning to the hotel, Su Jinyu locked himself in the bedroom. Gu Peilang watched as his silhouette disappeared behind the door, then wheeled himself into the adjacent study to handle some emails sent by Lu Qi. At exactly 2 p.m, the tightly shut door opened, and a fully prepared Su Jinyu stood outside, facing the man behind the desk. I've decided. Gu Peilang looked up at him, pausing for a moment before slowly curving his lips upward. When making up his mind, Su Jinyu felt tense and fearful. But standing in front of the small tombstone, he found his heart unexpectedly calm. He originally thought about what to say, but reflecting deeply, there seemed to be nothing worth mentioning. Su Jinyu stood silently in front of Chen Shan's tombstone for half an hour, leaving the blooming lilies he was holding when he departed. Su Li had once told him this was her favorite flower. After getting into the car to head back, Su Jinyu took the initiative to hold Gu Peilang's hand, with a faint smile on his face, much like the bouquet he left at Chen Shan's grave. I suddenly feel a lot lighter. I actually stopped hating her a long time ago. Knowing that she loved me in the end is enough. Gu Peilang raised his hand and touched the man's head without saying anything. Su Jinyu held his hand against his face, turning his head slightly as he gazed brightly at the other person and smiled. Peilang. Gu Peilang smiled along with him, the deep, magnetic sound resonating from his chest. Thank you. Gu Peilang, you're welcome. The next day, Gu Peilang booked an 8 p.m. flight ticket. The two didn't go to the antiques market mentioned by Su Li. Instead, they spent the entire day in the hotel, engaging in passionate activities, causing Su Jinyu almost to fall down due to weak legs when he got up at dawn, while Gu Peilang, on the contrary, looked refreshingly content. I always feel like your strength has increased lately. On their way to the airport, Su Jinyu tilted his head suspiciously at the man beside him, the area under his eyes showing slight darkness. Gu Peilang smiled as he looked at him. Is that so? It must be your illusion. Su Jinyu. As soon as the two got out of the car at the airport, they saw Su Li and Shang-Yi waiting outside. Uncle. Su Jinyu was somewhat surprised. After regaining his composure, he hurried forward. Why did you come? It's so cold, and your body still hasn't fully recovered. You should be resting more in the hospital. Furrowing his brows, he disapprovingly frowned at the man in front of him. Su Li was wearing a warm coat, making his complexion appear better. He was protectively embraced by Shang-Yi and smiled tenderly at the person in front of him. I came to see you off. Shang-Yi, no matter how I tried, your uncle insisted on coming, and I couldn't stop him. Su Jinyu looked moved. Uncle. I originally wanted you to stay for a few more days, but it seems impractical. Su Li smiled. Take care of yourself when you go back. When I have time, I'll visit you. Su Jinyu didn't say anything, just stepped forward and gave the other person a big hug. Beside them, Shang-Yi was squeezed aside. Chapter 144, Little Aunt's Arrival. The uncle and nephew embraced quietly at the airport entrance until the sweet voice of a staff member came over the PA system, prompting them to part. After watching them enter the security checkpoint and disappear from sight, Su Li turned away and left with Shang-Yi. On the way home, the man held his slim lover in his arms. Don't be sad, there will be more chances to meet in the future. Su Li gave a small sound of agreement but did not seem very excited. City A. By the time the plane landed at the airport, it was already 10 p.m. Lu Qi waited outside the airport, seeing the two emerge and quickly walked up to greet them. The man glanced at the two before him, hesitating to speak. Gu Peilang looked at him, slightly frowning. What's wrong? Lu Qi looked at Gu Peilang behind him, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Boss. Third miss is in the car. Su Jinyu's body suddenly stiffened, subconsciously raising his head to look at the nearby car. The black window obstructed everything inside. Even though he couldn't see anything, Su Jinyu felt an unexpected pang of anxiety. Wasn't it supposed to be the noon flight tomorrow? Gu Peilang frowned. The third miss heard about your leg treatment somewhere and secretly changed the flight. Upon hearing this, Gu Peilang furrowed his brow even deeper. The man turned back to look at Su Jinyu behind him. The other's face was pale, the light pink lips forming an uneasy curve. Don't worry, I'm here. Gu Peilang comfortingly patted Su Jinyu's hand, his deep voice filled with tenderness. Su Jinyu came back to his senses, smiling lightly at him without a word. The three headed towards the car parked by the roadside. The woman in the back seat rolled down her window, her finely sculpted and almost severe face gradually revealing itself. Get in the car. Gu Wen sat still on the car, merely looking over the stylish crescent eyebrows above narrow phoenix eyes sweeping across Gu Peilang sitting on the wheelchair through the car window. She arched her brows. Get in the car. Her tone was clear and sharp. After finishing her sentence, the woman turned her head and raised the window again, never glancing at Su Jinyu behind Gu Peilang once throughout. Gu Wen's complete disregard of Su Jinyu made Gu Peilang's expression grow darker. On the way back, Su Jinyu sat silently in the passenger seat, quietly listening to the conversation between the two in the back seat, most of which were Gu Wen speaking while Gu Peilang just listened silently. I heard you found a doctor for your legs. Yes. Gu Wen, why didn't you let me know? I wanted to tell you after I had recovered. The woman frowned and said nothing, glancing at the person in the front passenger seat with undisguised disdain and scorn. So what's going on with him? Weren't you divorced already, yet why does he keep clinging to you? Su Jinyu's body suddenly tensed. Gu Peilang spoke with a stern voice. Auntie. What, am I wrong? Are you saying your divorce wasn't real? Gu Peilang didn't respond. The divorce was real, he couldn't deny it. Gu Wen snorted coldly, her contempt for Su Jinyu increasing. I told you long ago, no one in the Su family is good. You insisted on keeping a vampire around. Do you think he hasn't harmed you enough yet? Auntie. The sharpness of the woman's words was like a steel knife cutting into the eardrums of everyone in the car. Gu Peilang's expression grew grim, and he softly reprimanded her. The car interior fell into deathly silence, Su Jinyu tightly pressing his lips together as his nails deeply sank into his palm. Gu Wen watched the unpleasant expression on the man's face, her lips moving but ultimately staying shut. After years of separation, upon meeting, the aunt-nephew duo immediately fell into tension due to Su Jinyu. For the rest of the journey, Gu Wen did not utter another word to Gu Peilang. The car thus remained silent all the way to the Gu residence. When they got out of the car, the woman scowled, slamming the car door loudly and stomping inside the house in 10-centimeter high heels, showing no regard for those behind her. Su Jinyu wheeled Gu Peilang out of the car, supporting him as he got out. The man held onto his hand tightly, not letting go. Ignore what Auntie said. Su Jinyu lowered his gaze, looking at the strong fingers wrapped around his, shaking his head. I'm fine. Let's go inside. Gu Peilang looked at the smile lingering on his face, but his knotted brows did not relax. The originally warm and harmonious atmosphere became somewhat oppressive and heavy due to the woman's arrival. At the dining table, Gu Wen sat in her seat with her head down, eating elegantly and calmly. In the spacious and bright restaurant, apart from the soft clinking of utensils, there was no other sound. Gu Peilang lifted his hand to serve a steaming bowl of soup and gently placed it in front of Gu Wen. The woman looked up at him for a moment. Little aunt, please have some soup. Gu Wen gazed at him silently without speaking, knowing that this was the greatest concession her nephew could make. There was no need to quarrel with a stranger. Gu Wen blinked and finally picked up the bowl of soup in front of her, taking 2 sips. The soup is well made. The expression on the woman's face relaxed slightly, and she didn't seem as cold as before. Gu Peilang said, Su Jinyu specially prepared it for you. The slightly thawed expression on Gu Wen's face froze again as she put the spoon back into the bowl, emitting a crisp, ding, sound. Sitting next to Gu Peilang, Su Jinyu hadn't expected the man to suddenly say this, so he was momentarily caught off guard. When faced with the woman's sharp gaze, his heart suddenly sank. No wonder I wondered why you were silent since we met at the airport, Gu Wen sneered. It turns out you've changed your strategy. Su Jinyu set down his chopsticks. Little aunt, I don't understand what you mean. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Gu Wen stared at him. I've seen many people like you. Don't think flattery can change anything. Little aunt, Su Jinyu looked at the woman expressionlessly and spoke clearly. I call you little aunt because you are an elder in Peilang's family. However, that doesn't mean you can maliciously suspect or hurt me. I admit I have been wrong before, but the person I owe an apology to is Gu Peilang, not you. I hope you understand this point. Under the bright light, the handsome man with a refined appearance spoke firmly, causing a brief silence in the restaurant. The sound of the chair scraping against the floor was piercing as Su Jinyu stood up, looking at the two in front of him and saying, "I'm full, I'll go upstairs first." As the man left, the temperature in the restaurant slowly dropped. Gu Peilang looked at the half-eaten food in front of him expressionlessly. After a long while, he raised his eyes to look at the woman in front of him. "Little ant, do you really have to destroy my happiness?" The woman met his dark bottomless eyes, her lips trembling, unable to utter another word. Chapter 145, Chat. "I'm doing this for your own good. If you truly cared for me, you wouldn't interfere in what's between us." Gu Peilang averted his gaze, unwilling to meet the hurt on Gu Wen's face, his smooth voice barely audible in the quiet restaurant. "You know, I can't live without him." After the man left, Gu Wen stood stunned in the restaurant for a long time. John, the butler who had been standing nearby, gently approached her and called her name. "You tell me everything that has happened between them recently." The woman turned her head to look at the butler beside her, her expression regaining its previous grace and calmness. After Gu Peilang went upstairs, he found no sign of Su Jinyu in the bedroom. The man stopped by the door, gazing with a heavy heart at the empty room, emotionless. Footsteps sounded from behind. Gu Peilang turned around. "Why don't you go in?" Su Jinyu was still wearing the clothes from his flight, looking at him with tender eyes. The Adam's apple beneath the man's collar moved slightly. "You're not in the room." Su Jinyu pushed the other person into the room. "I fetched something from next door. Do you want to take a shower? I'll run you some hot water." An eerie silence lingered between the two. Su Jinyu squatted in front of Gu Peilang, looking up slightly and spoke softly. Gu Peilang looked down and met the gaze of the person in front of him. Under the light, the man's face appeared dreamlike beautiful. He raised his hand to caress those beautiful eyes. Su Jinyu's eyelashes trembled as he closed his eyes, subtly tilting his head revealed his reliance on the person in front of him. Gu Peilang's depression lessened slightly. "I'm sorry." The man suddenly apologized. Su Jinyu opened his eyes, confusedly looking at him. "You've suffered too much." Gu Peilang lightly rubbed the skin below his eyes with his thumb, speaking in a low tone. Su Jinyu shook his head. "It's not your fault." Gu Peilang didn't speak, his furrowed brows showing remorse and heartache. Su Jinyu curved his lips, his smile tinged with self-mockery. "It's all because I overstepped too much in the past. Now, it's a case of reaping what one sows. I haven't blamed you." Gu Peilang couldn't bear to see him wear such an expression. His large hand slid down to erase the mockery curving on the other's lips, then repeated once again, "I haven't blamed you." Su Jinyu blinked. "I know, let's not talk about this. I'll go and prepare the bathing water for you." He got up, bending his eyes toward the man in front of him, then turned around and entered the bathroom. The warm water gradually filled the bathtub's bottom, then the water line gradually rose upward. Su Jinyu dripped a few drops of essential oil into it, filling the air with a faint fragrant scent. He looked down at the bathtub before him. There wasn't a single flicker of emotion in his beautiful eyes. Gu Peilang didn't blame him. He knew that the man always unconditionally indulged and accommodated every aspect of his life. But others wouldn't. In the past life, Lu Qi resented him, Gu Yin hated him, Zhang the butler wished for his death, and also Gu Wan, that woman wished that he had never existed in this world. At that time, Su Jinyu thought he was ruined by Gu Peilang and attributed all his misfortunes to Gu Peilang without feeling anything wrong about it until later. The water in the bathtub overflowed, the warm water flowed over the man's fingers, dripping onto the ground. Su Jinyu jolted violently and pulled back his hand. For a moment, all he could see was a bathtub full of blood, fresh red, viscous, and even the originally soothing aroma in the air turned into a nauseating smell of blood. Su Jinyu's movement was so sudden that his body hit the rack beside him holding the shower gel. Gu Peilang in the bedroom heard the sound and was startled. Upon thinking of the person in the bathroom, his expression suddenly changed. "Hey you." Gu Peilang quickly maneuvered his wheelchair to the bathroom, only to find the person inside pale-faced, lost and disoriented. "What happened?" "It's nothing, just perhaps I stood up too fast, I felt dizzy." Su Jinyu regained his senses, watching the man in front of him, his yet-to-dissipate fear caught thoroughly by Gu Peilang. "I'll call the doctor." "No need," Su Jinyu shook his head to refuse, "I'll be fine after resting a bit, the water is already ready, Peilang, you should take a bath first." After saying these words, Su Jinyu tried to leave brushing past Gu Peilang, but was held by the wrist. He looked down at the man. "Gu Peilang, do you want to bathe together?" Su Jinyu. This offer was too tempting, considering the two had already gone far. Just at the thought of it, Su Jinyu's little emotions were instantly swept away, and he almost instinctively nodded. However, he suddenly came to his senses at the last moment. "No, I've been on the move all day, you must be very tired, and you also have acupuncture tonight. Let's do it another day." After saying this, Su Jinyu gave Gu Peilang a light smile before turning to leave. Being tired was real, and the acupuncture was real too. Of course, the most crucial part was between them. Su Jinyu did have the intention to accept the invitation. Gu Peilang looked back and saw the person outside the door kindly close the bathroom door for him, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. He had originally intended to use beauty as an opportunity to draw out information, but that plan failed. The man soon finished his shower and came out. Su Jinyu was sitting on the bed, with the silver needles already laid out beside him. Upon hearing the door open, he looked up at the other person. In the living room downstairs, Gu Wen sat on the sofa, listening to Zhang, the butler, recounting what happened in the months after Gu Peilang and Su Jinyu got divorced. Her elegant brows alternated between relaxing and tightening. The difference in attitude before and after was too great, making Gu Wen even doubt if they were the same person. Waving off the butler, the woman sat in the living room for a long time alone. After finishing the acupuncture for Gu Peilang, Su Jinyu descended the stairs and caught sight of Gu Wen sitting on the living room sofa. Surprised momentarily, he quickly regained his composure. Keeping his eyes focused straight ahead, he headed towards the kitchen, but heard someone calling his name from behind. Su Jinyu turned around, looking at the woman not too far away, his voice steady. "Is there something you need?" Gu Wen hesitated briefly, coming back to her senses after a moment. Her exquisite face slightly clouded over. "Come talk." Su Jinyu originally wanted to say there probably wasn't much worth discussing between them, but seeing the woman's insistent authority, he paused silently before deciding to walk over. Indeed, a family is a family, sometimes their bearing can resemble each other terrifyingly. "What would you like to talk about?" Su Jinyu sat down opposite Gu Wen, raising his eyes to look at her. Their gazes met, and it was only then that Gu Wen seemed to examine him carefully as though seeing him for the first time. Silence hung in the air. "You seem to have changed a lot." After a long while, the clear voice of the woman finally echoed through the living room. Chapter 146, I don't need your favor. Su Jinyu looked down at his hands resting on his knees without saying a word, and Gu Wen did not care. The year my brother and sister-in-law had their accident, Peilang was only 7 years old. Back then, Gu Wen was just a young woman who had recently graduated from university. Not long before, she had happily discussed with her brother about how after graduation, she would join the family company to help him. However, the next time she received his call, it was already beyond this life. On the dirty ground, the bodies of Gu's father and the reckless driver were placed together, covered by a white sheet that hid the grim details beneath. Crimson blood covered the ground, much of it dried and blackened, making it impossible to distinguish whose it was. When Gu Wen arrived at the scene, she saw rescue personnel extracting her blood-soaked sister-in-law and nephew from the wrecked car, unsure if they were still alive. A piece of steel that had shot out from the inside of the car pierced directly into the woman's stomach, cutting open a wound as wide as a palm. As the doctors carefully moved her, Gu Wen even caught sight of the intestines exposed inside. The extremely gory scene made Gu Wen's face pale instantly, causing her to vomit right there. Little Gu Peilang was held tightly in his mother's left arm, a large lump swelling on his forehead as he lay unconscious with his eyes tightly shut. The traffic police said that originally, that piece of steel should have pierced into Gu Peilang's abdomen. At the last moment, Gu's mother embraced him tightly, taking the fatal blow for him. While listening to their conversations and inquiries, Gu Wen felt blank and disoriented. All she could see amid the chaos was her lifeless brother, her sister-in-law hanging on by a thread, and her blood-drenched nephew. The ambulance took both Gu's mother and Gu Peilang to the hospital, where Gu Wen stayed beside them, her expression dazed. Despite her fragile state, the woman eventually passed away before reaching the hospital. The heart monitor sounded an ear-splitting alarm, and the doctors had no chance to perform emergency measures. In the flatlined ECG, Gu's mother drew her final breath. In a single day, Gu Wen lost her beloved brother and sister-in-law, while Gu Peilang lost the two people in the world who loved him most. Even now, Gu Wen is unwilling to recall those days of darkness for them. The Gu family was a place that swallowed people whole without a trace. Upon learning of the unexpected death of their eldest son, Grandpa Gu's first reaction was not sorrow but worry that the company might be affected by this incident. The vacancy of the Gu Corporation presidency triggered fierce competition among the other children, all vying for a piece of the pie in the ensuing chaos, hoping to take over the entire Gu Corporation. Amid this atmosphere of disorder, apart from Gu Wen and Gu Peilang, no one in the entire Gu family cared about the posthumous affairs of the couple. Among those siblings competing for inheritance rights, the most ruthless and cunning belonged to Gu Wen's second older brother and his family. She had always suspected that her brother and sister-in-law's deaths were somehow related to them, and this suspicion was confirmed when she accidentally overheard a conversation between him and his wife. At the time, Gu Wen was just a frail young woman, struggling even to ensure her own safety under such circumstances, let alone taking care of a child who understood nothing. She knew her second brother had always been trying to get rid of Gu Peilang, lacking only the opportune moment. To protect her nephew's safety, Gu Wen struck a deal with her grandfather, who had reasserted control over the Gu Corporation, and also entrusted her foreign boyfriend. Before her second brother realized what was happening, she sent Gu Peilang abroad, and it would be 11 years before he returned. You wouldn't want to know how much hardship Peilang endured during those years overseas. The woman took a sip of the tea that had long gone cold in front of her, raising her eyes to look at the pale-faced man across from her. Her cold voice cut like the sharpest edge of winter. Gu Sini became the new head of the Gu family but never gave up searching for Peilang. During that period, as far as I know, Peilang experienced no fewer than 5 attempted car accidents. And you must have heard about the event where he sacrificed his legs at 18, which ultimately led to the imprisonment of Gu Sini's family. The fabric clenched under Su Jinyu's hand was now crumpled. He bit his tongue hard. I know. Gu Wen chuckled faintly, her eyes devoid of warmth, you may only know about this incident, but you don't realize just how perilous the situation was back then. Thinking of Gu Pei Lang's condition after he woke up following the incident, the woman's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and when she looked at Su Jinyu again, the expression in her eyes grew more complex. I don't know what kind of charm you have that makes Pei Lang so infatuated with you. To be honest, your past behavior made it hard for me to like you, and apparently, that still stands. As the woman finished her sentence, Su Jinyu raised his gaze to meet hers. The person who will spend the rest of my life with Pei Lang is me, and I don't need your approval. Gu 1. I thought you had changed somewhat, but it seems there's no significant difference. You're still as sharp-tongued as ever. Gu 1 narrowed her eyes slightly, laughing coldly. You weren't like this when we were in the car earlier. My fault, Su Jinyu admitted smoothly. I was thinking that since you are Pei Lang's closest relative in the world, if I could gain your blessing, he would surely be very happy. But later, seeing how you acted, I suddenly realized that whether or not I have your blessing doesn't seem to matter much because, regardless of whether you agree or not, I will be with him, forever. The man deliberately emphasized the last 3 words. For a moment, Gu Wen's expression froze, then slowly turned colder as she regained her composure. Are you really that confident? Yes. Need I remind you how you treated him before? Asked Gu Wen. Su Jinyu's expression turned icy, and he stood up from the couch, staring emotionlessly at the woman before him. My memory is excellent, so there's no need for you to remind me. The woman didn't say anything, and Su Jinyu lost interest in continuing the conversation. It's getting late, you should get some rest. After saying this, he turned and walked upstairs to the 3rd floor. Gu Wen watched his retreating figure in the living room, tall and upright. The kind of dark arrogance he once carried had vanished without a trace at some point. She truly found it difficult to associate him with the young man he used to be. When Su Jinyu returned to their bedroom, Gu Pei Lang was leaning against the headboard waiting for him. A laptop computer was still working in front of him. Upon hearing the sound of movement, he looked up. Didn't you say you were going down to heat up some milk? After Gu Pei Lang reminded him, Su Jinyu realized he was still empty-handed. I forgot. Gu Pei Lang observed his expression and reached out to place the computer on a nearby cabinet, then gestured for him to come closer. Su Jinyu closed the door and walked over. As soon as he drew near, Gu Pei Lang grabbed his hand and pulled him into an embrace. Chapter 147, Sudden Inferiority. Pei Lang, what's wrong with you? Su Jinyu compliantly let Gu Pei Lang hold her, gently resting her head on his shoulder. Gu Pei Lang shook his head, quietly holding her for a while before letting her go. Nothing, let's sleep. After Gu Wen arrived, Su Jinyu spent significantly less time in the living room. Every day, after eating dinner with Gu Pei Lang and seeing him off to the company, she would go upstairs to her room. In the afternoon, she would go into the kitchen to stew soup and send it to the company. After a few days, Gu Wen went from being initially surprised to becoming accustomed to it. This day, the man left again with the lunchbox containing the soup. The woman sat on the couch in the living room, looking at his retreating back, and turned to ask Zhang, the housekeeper standing behind her, is he always like this? Zhang nodded. On the other side, Gu Pei Lang had just come out of the meeting room. As soon as he opened the office door, he saw someone sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window. You. Su Jinyu was chatting with Su Li from City B, and upon hearing the voice, she looked up from her phone. Gu Pei Lang wheeled himself into the room, followed closely by Lu Qi, who placed down the documents he was holding and then silently turned to leave. I've stewed some soup for you. Su Jinyu put down her phone and went over to greet him. You've worked hard. Gu Pei Lang slightly curled his lips into a smile. Su Jinyu shook her head and helped to serve him a steaming bowl of soup. On the black desk were stacks of neatly piled files, all awaiting his review and signature. Su Jinyu's eyes filled with pity. Isn't work very tiring? Gu Pei Lang, who was drinking the soup, heard this and put down his spoon, smiling. It's not untrue to say that it's not tiring. The crease between Su Jinyu's eyebrows hadn't yet eased when he heard Gu Pei Lang say, but over these many years, I've already gotten used to it. So many years. Pei Lang, do you think I'm useless? Su Jinyu's gaze fell on those piles of files, and he suddenly spoke up. Gu Pei Lang raised his eyes, coincidentally catching a flash of desolation in them. Suddenly, it felt as if his heart was lightly punched. He put down what he was holding and pulled the person into his arms. Why would you think that? Gu Pei Lang furrowed his brows, his voice becoming deeper. Su Jinyu, no particular reason, just suddenly thinking that you work so hard at the company every day, while I am only at home, unable to help you with anything. Who said that? Gu Pei Lang tightened his embrace around the person in his arms. You helped me with acupuncture, treating my legs, stewing soup for my health. You've helped me a lot, you. The creases between Su Jinyu's eyebrows did not ease much after hearing Gu Pei Lang's words but instead deepened. But these, anyone can do them. They can't, the man softly interrupted his words. Su Jinyu lowered his eyes and got lost in those pitch-black profound eyes of his. Others are not you, so they can't do it. Gu Pei Lang's voice was low and gentle, each word hitting powerfully against Su Jinyu's heart, strangely wiping away the sudden sense of inferiority that had risen within him. Su Jinyu didn't know why he felt inferior. It seemed like from the previous life to now, apart from having a handsome face, he deserved nothing compared to this man. If, one day, a better person than him appeared, like his late fiancée from his previous life, then he. You, what exactly are you afraid of? Gu Pei Lang asked him. Su Jinyu looked up and saw his own anxious reflection in the man's eyes. I don't know, Pei Lang. Su Jinyu hugged the person in front of him, burying his head in the other's neck, not allowing him to see the expression on his face. I just, suddenly feel, you're too good. He began to speak incoherently, and Gu Pei Lang silently held him tighter without saying a word. His warm large hand gently patted the back of the person in his arms, using this method to tell the other that he was always there. Do you want to work at the company? After a long while, noticing the emotions of the person in his arms gradually calming down, Gu Pei Lang finally softly spoke up. Su Jinyu, work at your company? Gu Pei Lang nodded. Yeah, I'll have Lu Qi arrange a position for you. Will you come help me? Looking at the man in front of him, there was a faint smile in his deep eyes. The dark cloud brewing in Su Jinyu's heart hadn't fully formed when it was dispersed, so much so that his facial expressions hadn't even had time to adjust. Why suddenly? It's not sudden, the man's voice was gentle. I've been thinking all along whether I said something wrong that made you suddenly feel uneasy and... He paused for a moment before continuing, Inferior? Su Jinyu's body suddenly stiffened, and the surprise in his eyes did not escape the other person's notice. Gu Pei Lang lifted his hand to pinch his face, the action filled with intimacy. It's my fault, I forgot that Yu is a free-spirited eagle, not a goldfinch caged in a cage. An eagle? In both of his lifetimes, Su Jinyu had never heard anyone describe him this way, and his old face couldn't help but turn slightly red. I am not. Gu Pei Lang still smiled. I'm just an ordinary person with emotions, busy living life. I'm not as good as you think. Nor do I have the capacity to hold anyone else beside you, so you don't need to worry about me liking someone else. Su Jinyu's face was already completely red. How do you know everything? Knowing everything. Gu Pei Lang raised his hand, hooking it around the man's neck and pulling down toward those soft lips for a kiss. He felt as though the hollow place inside his heart was finally filled. He doesn't know everything, it's just that Su Jinyu now looks exactly like he did back then. After their passion subsided, Gu Pei Lang held the sweat-drenched man in his arms, resting his large hand on the other's waist, his thumb absent-mindedly stroking the damp, soft skin beneath his fingers. Have you made up your mind? His voice rasped as he asked the person cradled in his arms. Su Jinyu took a few short breaths, still unable to gather his thoughts. Decide, what? Whether to come work at my company, or if you'd rather invest in something and start a business. I'll let Lu Qi help you. Su Jinyu lowered his gaze, pondering for a while. Just when Gu Pei Lang thought he would agree, he shook his head. Never mind, I know nothing about managing companies, I lack experience, and I have no interest in investments either. Let's not waste your resources on me. Lacking experience. Gu Pei Lang leaned down and lightly kissed Su Jinyu on the top of his head, silently putting the acquisition of Su family's business onto his agenda. Experience, this thing comes with practice. Chapter 148, Master Su, my seventh young master invites you. The Su family, which was now in chaos due to the machinations of a man, found themselves increasingly desperate. Ever since Gu Pei Lang had Lu Qi deliver items to the police station last time, the company's once stable senior management began leaving one by one. Not only did they take their elite employees with them, but they also took numerous contract deals as well. For such a large company, this created a domino effect. Su Jianghai helplessly watched as director after manager left, his eyes grew bloodshot from the stress and frustration, yet there was nothing he could do about it. When Grandpa Su heard of the situation, he fainted on the spot from rage. Upon waking, he unleashed an earful of abuse upon Su Jianghai, who had been standing vigil at his bedside. The stock prices of the Su family plummeted drastically. Su Jianghai traveled everywhere with Su Jinyu, seeking help wherever they could go. They said every possible kind word and guarantee, yet no one was willing to lend them a hand, not even the friends they once called brothers. Once shining brightly due to its alliance with the Gu family, the Su family seemed to fall from grace overnight. The ridicule and spectacle surrounding them were immense. Within less than a week, Su Jianghai, in his prime, looked as though he had aged 10 years, his formerly upright posture became hunched, and streaks of white appeared in his hair. At the Su residence. Su Jinyu stood in the study with his arms suspended, watching as Su Jianghai, like a mad beast trapped in despair, threw the phone in his hand to the floor and then swept all the documents and books off the desk onto the ground. The heavy sounds echoed in the quiet room. Panting and out of breath, Su Jianghai's red eyes and ferocious expression resembled something akin to a demon freshly escaped from hell. There's no time, everyone says there's no time. It's clear that none of them want to save us. The young man was startled by his father's fierce appearance, trembling momentarily before calming down. The next moment, Su Jianghai fixed him with a dark, piercing glare. Didn't I ask you to contact the Qi family? Did you get any results? Su Jinyu's face paled slightly. Qi Lei has been under strict supervision from his father recently. I couldn't find a chance to speak to him. This only darkened Su Jianghai's already grim expression further. Just as he opened his mouth to retort, the shattered cell phone on the floor stubbornly lit up. Without hesitation, Su Jianghai grabbed the phone and answered it. On the other end of the line was a manager of a small company with whom Su Jianghai had worked in the past. Su Jinyu was too far away to hear what was being said, but he saw how his father's previously stern face quickly turned cold and cruel. Bang! Despite being battered, the phone couldn't escape its final shattering fate. Su Li. Through gritted teeth, Su Jianghai uttered these words, each carrying bone-chilling malice. Su Jianghai always knew someone was targeting their Su family behind the scenes, originally assuming it to be Gu Peilang. However, it turned out to be an illegitimate child he had never even met. Before Su Jianghai could figure out how this person could possibly have a connection to the ruthless individual in City B, he received news that Grandpa Su had been discharged from the hospital and had traveled to City B. In City B, Shang Yi increased the patrols of bodyguards around the mountain villa, ensuring all bothersome individuals were kept at bay outside. With just 2 days until New Year's Eve, Su Qing stood leaning on his cane outside the gate, looking up towards a tiny window on the 3rd floor in the distance without blinking, waiting expectantly for someone he wished to see. Behind him, the butler silently accompanied him. As the light began to dim, the butler eventually opened the door to the car nearby and invited him inside. The gray car quietly departed just as it had arrived. In the surveillance room, a man dressed in a gray bathrobe sat casually in a black swivel leather chair, legs crossed and holding a cup of steaming coffee. As the car disappeared from the monitor, he pushed back from his chair and stood up. 7th young master, they've been squatting outside for several consecutive days now. Should we send someone out? A voice spoke from behind him. No need, Shang Yi glanced at the crossroads on the surveillance screen, his eyes flashing with an unfathomable smirk, let them keep dancing around for a few more days. Though the subordinate behind him didn't fully understand, he nodded and accepted the order. When Shang Yi exited the monitoring room, as soon as he opened the door, a beautiful little butterfly flew into his arms. Daddy! Little Lingdang, dressed in a pink bubble-sleeve princess dress, tilted her head and blinked her watery big eyes at the man in front of her. Dad sent me to find you. Shang Yi casually placed his coffee cup on a nearby cabinet, bent over, and picked the little girl up into his arms. What did Dad send you here for? Tell a story. Tell a story. The little girl exclaimed loudly. Shang Yi was a bit helpless, but he could only affectionately shake his head as he carried the little girl into her princess room. After much effort, he finally coaxed the little princess to sleep. Shang Yi tiptoed out of the room, and turned around to see someone waiting for him not far behind. Why didn't you wear more clothes before coming out? Shang Yi quickly approached, holding the person in his arms and touching their slightly cold cheeks, frowning with concern. Su Li looked at his worried face and faintly curled her lips. I'm not cold. Shang Yi remained silent, wrapping his arms around her and heading towards their bedroom. Is little Lingdang asleep? Asleep. I don't know what the nanny showed her, but she suddenly became fond of listening to Ultraman Deka. Shang Yi sighed helplessly. I've never watched those kinds of things, it's too difficult for me. Su Li couldn't help but laugh. Go back and catch up on your knowledge well. You wouldn't want to damage your tall image in her heart, would you? Shang Yi grew even more helpless, but he just smiled. After they returned to the bedroom and lay down on the bed, Shang Yi sandwiched the man's cool feet between his legs to warm them up. His forehead lightly touched hers, their breaths mingling. If he comes again tomorrow, let him in. The atmosphere was warm, when the person in his arms suddenly spoke. Shang Yi's expression on his face did not change at all, but he held her tighter. Have you seen everything? Su Li, every day, such a big car blocks there. It's not like I'm blind. I'll have someone drive him farther away. Su Li. Are you a bandit? Am I a bandit? Shouldn't you be the one who knows best? Su Li furrowed her brows. I'm not kidding with you. Let him in tomorrow. Shang Yi's tone turned slightly serious. I thought you didn't want to see him. I really don't want to see him, but some things must be said in person, otherwise, he'll be like a piece of dog skin plaster that sticks to you no matter how hard you try to get rid of it forever. This statement was quite reasonable, and after a moment of silence, Shang Yi eventually nodded. The next day, when Su Qing arrived at the villa as usual with the steward, the gate that had always been closed tightly to them slowly opened this time. Master Su, our 7th young master invites you. The impassive bodyguard stood by the door in black attire, looking at them with a deep and unchanging voice. Chapter 149, Bankruptcy, Part 1. Su Qing stood still and exchanged a glance with the butler behind him before looking toward the person in front. In the spacious and bright living room, Su Li sat on the sofa, his back turned to the entrance. He looked tenderly at little Lingdang who was sitting cross-legged on the floor playing with an Ultraman toy. Beside him, Shang Yi, dressed in a brown suit, appeared dignified and handsome, and from behind, his hand rested on the back of the sofa as if he were holding Su Li firmly in his arms, a posture filled with possessiveness. This was the scene that Su Qing saw upon entering. The cane striking the floor momentarily paused as the eyes of the elder man, weathered by time, flickered with emotion. The man who had led Su Qing inside did not bother attending to them further, he respectfully stepped forward and stood behind Shang Yi. Master Qi, I've brought the person. For just an instant, Su Li's body stiffened slightly, but this motion did not escape Shang Yi's watchful eye. The man's warm large hand gently patted his shoulder before he rose and looked toward the 2 people at the door. The faintly blue pupils seemed frozen like winter ice, unbearably cold. Old Master Su, nice to see you again. His deep, lingering voice echoed clearly in the silent living room, causing the old man he addressed to slowly squint his eyes. Su Qing glanced at him briefly, his gaze landing on Su Li, whose back had been facing everyone since he walked in. Ah Li. The name that had been floating in his mind for years was finally called out, trembling through the elder's voice. Shang Yi's smile suddenly faded, and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. At the sound of his name, Su Li finally rose. The man wore a navy high-necked knitted sweater that accentuated his exquisite features, making him appear even more refined, though a frosty chill permeated around his eyebrows. Lord Su, Su Li looked at him, his voice chilly and distant, we're not familiar. Su Qing's complexion went pale at his words. A death-like silence fell over the living room, and beside them, the aunt realized something was off and quietly took Princess Ling Dang into her room. You're still blaming me, right? After a long period of suppression, the elder's eyes reddened as he trembled and moved forward a few steps, looking at the face in front of him which resembled the beautiful and gentle woman in his memories. His expression bore traces of anguish. Upon hearing his words, Su Li's originally expressionless face underwent a strange transformation. It was as if he heard a joke, first surprised, then mocking, and finally, filled with disdain. All these emotions mixed together, blending on his face until they finally coalesced into a bitter sneer. You really are joking. I don't even know who you are, so how could I possibly blame you? Seeing the sharp-edged demeanor of the man, Shang Yi's brows furrowed deeply with sorrow. Ever since Aunt Su left, he hadn't seen his little Ali this way, fragile. How? How can you say that? Su Qing stared at him incredulously, his pain evident. I'm your father. You're not. That sensitive word pierced through Su Li's nerve sharply, and he interrupted the elder angrily. The hatred in his eyes almost materialized, don't even dare say that word. You're not worthy. All the dignity and calm that the man had been forcing himself to maintain were now completely gone, his thin frame shaking with anger. Seeing this, Shang Yi quickly rushed forward to support him. Escort Lord Su to the study. As he soothed the emotions of the one in his arms, he sternly ordered the bodyguard standing nearby. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard moved forward, grabbing Su Qing by the wrist. Ignoring the older man's resistance, taking advantage of his height advantage, the bodyguard half-dragged him upstairs in a manner highly reminiscent of bandits. After living most of his life, Su Qing had never endured such humiliation and nearly fainted right there. The butler behind him grew pale-faced and tried to step forward to stop them, but he was blocked by an unknown figure in black who emerged abruptly. Shang Yi had no time to worry about everything happening in the living room. He carefully helped the person in his arms sit down on the sofa and swiftly retrieved medication from the medical box under the TV stand, feeding it to him. As he watched Su Li's brow gradually relax, his heart, which had been raised in tension, finally settled. I shouldn't have agreed to let you meet him. With a pale face, Su Li looked at him. The corners of his lips curved upward in a somewhat forced smile. I knew I couldn't avoid it forever, but I didn't expect him to be so disgusting. Shang Yi tightened his grip on his hand, letting the calloused pads of his fingers lightly graze his cheek. Rest well and don't concern yourself with anything. Leave everything to me. The deep, tender voice carried a soothing power, but after remaining silent for a while, Su Li still shook his head in refusal. As he noticed Shang Yi's slightly changed expression, Su Li intertwined their fingers and responded with a clear, firm voice filled with determination and stubbornness. I want to handle this matter myself. Just be by my side. In the end, Shang Yi couldn't persuade the person in front of him, so he could only reluctantly nod in agreement. Inside the study, Su Qing sat sullenly on the sofa, feeling utterly wronged while being closely monitored from 3 steps away by the imposing figure of a man who looked like a prison guard. The moment he saw the door open and the man walk in accompanied by Shang Yi, Su Qing shot up from the sofa as if electrified. Once the bodyguard left, the study was left with only the 3 of them. No one knew what they discussed inside, but half an hour later, Su Qing was forcefully dragged out of the door by Shang Yi's subordinates without mercy. The old man fell awkwardly to the ground in a disheveled state, his previously clean clothes now stained with dark mud. The butler rushed over to help him up. As Su Qing lifted his head, before he could recover from the sharp pain in his lower back, his eyes met a pair of devilish, sinister pupils. The tall man with a well-fitted suit stood with his hands in his pockets, looking at the elder in front of him with icy blue eyes. Go back to City A and never show your face in front of him again. Faced with Shang Yi's threat, Su Qing ultimately remained silent, gritting his teeth and swallowing all the bitterness and resentment within. He allowed the butler to help him into the car and left. Despite having spoken his mind, Su Li was still affected by the incident and didn't smile for several days. No matter how hard Shang Yi tried every day to cheer him up, it had little effect. So, Shang Yi could only continue to try his best while silently regretting that he let Su Qing go so easily. When Su Li was resting, Shang Yi made a phone call to Gu Peilang in City A. The 2 men reached an agreement over the phone and decided to speed up their respective plans. Su Qing returned to City A on the same day he left Shang Yi's villa. Suffering from a twisted spine, he was immediately sent to the hospital upon landing. Upon hearing this news, Su Jianghai, busy with company affairs to the point of being frazzled, just gave a cold laugh and said nothing. His father had been obsessed with recognizing his precious son all along but failed to realize that the son had already teamed up with outsiders against their family. Chapter 150, New Year's Eve. Su Jinyu knew nothing about what had happened in the Su family, and Gu Peilang didn't plan to tell him. On New Year's Eve, Su Jinyu woke up before dawn. He still remembered what Gu Lei and Mr. Zhang, the butler, had said yesterday about preparing for the New Year's dinner. The man propped himself up and sat on the bed. The movement tugged at a certain private area below his body, instantly spreading an indescribable ache throughout his body. Su Jinyu suddenly stiffened, the delicate, masculine features of his face twisted into something rather grim. Suddenly, a strong arm appeared from behind, wrapping around his waist and pulling him back down. A deep, magnetic male voice sounded in his ear, still slightly hoarse from sleep, getting up so early. Su Jinyu relaxed, allowing the other person to hold him. It's New Year's Eve today. My auntie said she'd cook. I'll go see if there's anything I can help with. Even though Gu Wen had been cooking recently, Gu Lei still found him hard to tolerate but hadn't insulted him every day as she used to do. Living under the same roof, although Su Jinyu did not care much about her feelings, he didn't want Gu Peilang to be stuck in an awkward situation because of these things. Thus, they managed to maintain a superficial peace between them. The man beside him hugged him even tighter. His warm breath brushed against his ear. Mr. Zhang will help her. You don't have to worry about it. Su Jinyu tried to move, wanting to say something, but Gu Peilang opened his ink-black eyes and quietly looked at him. Your energy like this makes me feel like I didn't try hard enough last night. The person in his arms immediately quieted down. Gu Peilang curled his lips slightly upward at an angle Su Jinyu couldn't see. Be a good boy, stay with me for a little longer. The big hand on his waist massaged him gently, relieving the discomfort brought by overwork. Su Jinyu closed his eyes contently, feeling like a lazy cat. He found a comfortable spot in the man's arms and drifted off to sleep again. In the living room, Gu Wen wore a simple and neat outfit with a white apron around her neck. After glancing at the staircase leading down from the 3rd floor 3 times and seeing no one descend, her eyebrows furrowed together, and she let out a cold snort. Someone really thinks there's someone important now, completely disregarding me and ignoring my words. Her speech was full of dissatisfaction. Mr. Zhang, standing behind her, handed her a cup of chrysanthemum tea to cool her temper but wisely chose not to speak. Su Jinyu's second round of sleep lasted quite long. When he woke up, it was already 10 o'clock. The place beside him was empty, leaving only a trace of warmth under the quilt. It seemed the other person had just gotten up not too long ago. The direction of the bathroom echoed with the sound of trickling water. Su Jinyu got out of bed, opened the door while half yawning, only to freeze in place at the sight in front of him. The tall man stood in a set of linen-colored loungewear, left hand leaning on the marble sink, and the right holding a razor, shaving off his facial stubble as reflected in the mirror. Upon hearing the door opening, his action wasn't quick enough to stop. The sharp blade sliced a slight cut along his chin covered in white foam. A hint of red soon mingled with the pristine white foam. Gu Peilang met Su Jinyu's astonished gaze through the mirror, then quietly placed the razor down, turning his head to look at him with a courteous smile. Jinyu, since I can't move my legs, could you please bring the wheelchair over for me? In a daze, Su Jinyu found the black wheelchair behind the door. Gu Peilang calmly took a seat and moved the wheelchair to the lower side-by-side sink to continue where he had left off. The person behind continued to keep their gaze fixed on him. Are your legs healed? Came the somewhat disbelieving voice. The man turned on the tap in front of him, using a wet towel to wipe away the foam from his face. There was a small 1 centimeter cut on his pale jawline, still bleeding slightly. Gu Peilang turned around. Immediately, Su Jinyu noticed the wound on his face. With a frown, he quickly approached, grabbing some tissue nearby to stop the bleeding for him. Gu Peilang looked down at the person kneeling in front of him, the words he wanted to say changing course once reaching his lips, I can stand up. Implying that standing was possible but walking was not. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu raised his eyes to look at him. Gu Peilang smiled faintly toward him, raising his hand to stroke his cheek, his voice tinged with a note of defeat and helplessness. I wanted to see if I could walk. I just underestimated myself a bit. The doubt in Su Jinyu's eyes instantly turned to heartache after hearing the man's words. He carefully pressed on the other person's bleeding chin, his voice full of concern, take it slow. The doctor said rehabilitation isn't something that can be rushed. Gu Peilang nodded silently without speaking, just looking at him and smiling. Su Jinyu carefully took away the tissue from his hand, making sure the wound had stopped bleeding, then leaned forward and lightly licked the cut. The man's breathing suddenly became heavy. He stepped back slightly, raising his hand to touch Gu Peilang's leg. Does your leg hurt? Gu Peilang shook his head. Su Jinyu pinched the muscle that was gradually becoming firmer, and the anxiety that had been weighing on his mind eased off. The two took the elevator downstairs, where the living room was filled with the aroma of food. Mr. Zhang came out of the kitchen and gave them a slight bow as a greeting upon seeing the pair. Upon hearing the sound, Gu Wen emerged from the kitchen, her flour-covered hands holding a lump of dough, coldly snorting as her gaze landed on Su Jinyu. Uncle Happy New Year, Gu Wen glanced at her nephew, slowly turning back into the kitchen. Half an hour later, the three sat quietly together around the dining table and finished breakfast. Gu Peilang needed to deal with some documents and went to the study, but before he left, he pulled along Su Jinyu, who had been continuously watched by Gu Wen. The woman looked at the retreating figures, frustration building up in her chest. Am I really that scary? Why does he treat me like a thief? Am I not his auntie? Unable to hold it in any longer, Gu Wen complained to Mr. Zhang, who was cleaning the kitchen. The woman in her eternal black professional suit dried the bowl in her hand and put it into the sterilizer, then turned to look at Miss Gu. Mr. Su and Master have a very good relationship. Gu Wen was choked by this statement of fact, staring at Mr. Zhang as if she were a different person standing there. No matter how strong she usually acted, she still occasionally showed poses reserved for young women. Mr. Zhang, you're not being bribed by him, are you? Otherwise why would she speak for him? Mr. Zhang shook her head. Miss, Mr. Su is truly a very good person. You'll know once you spend some time with him, we all misunderstood him before. The housekeeper spoke sincerely, but Gu Wen still harbored some suspicion. Thus, the woman let out a cold laugh and leisurely turned back into her own room. Chapter 151, Emotions. Sleepwear. Gu Peilang was handling work in the study, while Su Jinyu hugged a novel and lounged on the sofa by the window to keep him company. The spacious and bright room was quiet, except for the sound of the computer keyboard and the occasional flipping of pages. The atmosphere was peaceful yet wonderful. An indeterminate amount of time passed. When Gu Peilang had finished reviewing all the files Lu Qi sent over, replied to them, and closed his laptop, the person by the window had already started dozing off. His black head nodded up and down slightly, lowering and then lifting again. His beautiful eyes carried an expression of drowsy confusion, closing gradually as there was nothing significant happening. It was rare for Gu Peilang to see such an adorable demeanor from the man. He silently watched him from behind the desk, feeling as if the heart in his chest moved up and down with the person's movements. The book fell with a thud onto the floor, the dull sound startling the dozing individual awake. Su Jinyu instinctively twitched, and upon opening his eyes, he immediately met a pair of dark, deep, smiling eyes. Gu Peilang maneuvered his wheelchair out from behind the desk and beckoned with his hand. Su Jinyu got up and walked over. The man pulled him to sit on his lap, wrapping his arms around his waist. Are you sleepy? Su Jinyu shook his head and smiled, placing a kiss on Gu Peilang's smooth, plump forehead. No, it's just that reading books is somewhat boring. Gu Peilang gazed at his upward curved lips and couldn't help but raise his hand to gently hook his neck with some strength. As their lips tangled, a gentle and pleasant voice said, "Do you want to go out?" Su Jinyu felt a little tempted, but upon recalling that they still had an elder at home, hesitated briefly and shook his head. No, it's the New Year's holiday, and there will surely be many people outside. Gu Peilang's thumb lightly caressed his lips without further words. After a moment of silence, he changed the subject. What would you like as a New Year gift? As the man spoke, he didn't miss the flicker of joy in Su Jinyu's eyes. The other looked at him with bright, lively, and even mischievous eyes. Su Jinyu, New Year gift. Can I have anything I want? Gu Peilang, you can have anything. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu couldn't help but increase the curve of his lips, then restrained himself and pulled back. A vague outline of his plan had formed in his mind, he only needed an opportunity. We haven't gone on vacation yet. With his hands hugging the man's neck, regret filled his tone. Gu Peilang chuckled softly in his heart, hugging him tightly. Where would you like to go? Su Jinyu, I haven't decided yet. It's not urgent, take your time. Su Jinyu, with a curved lip, softly responded once. In the afternoon, Fang Mingji called. They chatted for a while. As they hung up, the young man mysteriously told him that he'd sent something for both him and Gu Peilang, reminding him to remember to collect the package. When Fang Mingji said this, he was grinning wickedly. Su Jinyu furrowed his brows, continuously holding the phone, unable to ask what Fang Mingji had sent before the call ended. On the other side, in Lu Qi's apartment, a young man dressed in a one-piece bunny pajama suit sat on a soft and comfortable sofa holding his phone, laughter uncontrollably bubbling from his milk-fat-covered face. Upon closer inspection, his expressions hinted at a sense of mischief. The youth kept typing on his phone, the soft light illuminating his neck from the collar, revealing skin as white as jade halfway exposed. Absorbed in playing with his phone, Lu Qi didn't notice the footsteps approaching behind him. Not until his body suddenly felt lighter and then landed in a broad and warm embrace did Fang Mingji snap back to reality. The man embracing him had a sharp, handsome appearance. His slightly elongated eye corners exuded a hint of aloofness and coldness, which was strangely balanced by the warmth in his eyes, making the two qualities contradictory yet harmonious. Lu Qi hugged the little rabbit in his arms, bouncing him slightly, causing the long pink ears behind the rabbit to shake. What are you playing? The man sat down on the sofa with him, letting the other sit on his lap. In the process, the wolf tail behind him was accidentally pressed under his weight. Fang Mingji, seeing the wolf ears standing upright on his head, couldn't resist reaching out to touch them, laughing foolishly. I bought a set for Jinyu and Mr. Gu too. But ours are rabbits and wolves, while theirs are foxes. Lu Qi embraced his young lover, looking at the pure and radiant smile on his face, temporarily at a loss for words. He had merely taken him to watch a movie and casually visited the mall, but he hadn't expected the youth to become interested in the animal-themed pajamas on display in the store. And under the strong recommendation of the salesperson, they ended up purchasing several sets. Recalling the several sets of lion and tiger pajamas lying unopened in the wardrobe, the 30-year-old man felt for the first time that it wasn't such a great thing that his lover was too young. Even more unexpected was the fact that the youth had thoughtfully considered everyone including B.S.S. and Mr. Su. Ming Ah. Lu Qi spoke with gravity. What's wrong? The young man in his arms, who was busy editing pictures, looked up upon hearing his voice. The soft strands of hair reflected points of light under the gentle illumination, and his round puppy-like eyes were clear and full of tiny reflections. Lu Qi's words got stuck in his throat. Nothing, it's getting late, let's sleep. The man suddenly stood up from the sofa with the young man in his arms and took big steps towards the bedroom. Fang Mingji let out a small exclamation, instinctively wrapping his arms around the other's neck to prevent himself from falling. He glanced at the clock on the wall, it's only 4 o'clock. 4 is not early. Lu Qi carried him straight into the bedroom and kicked the door shut behind them with his foot. The thick wooden door blocked off the spring colors inside. Because of Fang Mingji's phone call, Su Jinyu had developed an immense curiosity about what the other had sent. After the deliverman brought over a package wrapped neatly in a box, he fetched a cutter knife and opened it directly in the living room. In the understatedly luxurious black gold-trimmed box, there lay 2 neatly ironed pieces of sleepwear, atop which were 2 fluffy fox ears that shone red in the well-lit living room. At the time of purchase, Fang Mingji was solely focused on picking styles and hadn't listened clearly to the salesperson's introduction. Upon hearing that the fox pajamas were the hottest sellers in their store, he decisively chose them without hesitation. However, the young man didn't know that this set of pajamas differed from other animal-themed ones as it had many uniquely designed features. Su Jinyu lifted the fabric by one corner, and when he saw those suggestive designs, he felt extremely uneasy. Just then, the sound of a wheelchair turning echoed from behind, followed by the deep and pleasant voice of the man. What are you looking at? Chapter 152, A Year Without the Flavor of Spring Festival. Adding up both lifetimes, Su Jinyu learned for the first time what it meant to experience a large-scale social death. His body stiffened, and the pajamas in his hands felt like a hot potato. He didn't know whether to throw them or hold on to them. Gu Peilang didn't notice his awkwardness, maneuvering the wheelchair to come closer to him, with his eyes falling on the clothes in Su Jinyu's hands. When did you buy these clothes? The man asked, raising his long, elegant hand as if wanting to take the items from Su Jinyu's grasp. Su Jinyu snapped back to reality, quickly hiding the clothes behind his back. In his panic, the shirt and fox ears slipped and fell to the ground. The atmosphere froze momentarily. Gu Peilang raised his gaze, looking at the red-faced person in front of him, his deep eyes slowly narrowing. Gu Wen, emerging from the guest room, noticed the two standing and sitting there staring at each other. Her gaze landed on the pile of clothes on the floor, and her curiosity led her to bend down and pick them up. The soft-soled slippers made no sound on the floor as Gu Wen saw clearly what was in her hands, causing her face to flush through all sorts of colors. Su, Jin, you. The woman's voice, filled with embarrassment and anger, forced out each word between her gritted teeth. Only then did Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang notice her presence. Gu Wen's cheeks turned red with humiliation, and she angrily threw the item in her hands onto the ground. The little flower carefully sewn with mesh lace on the chest of the shirt brazenly faced the three of them. Gu Peilang raised an eyebrow, his gaze toward Su Jinyu gradually becoming more meaningful. Can't you have any shame? Buying such vulgar things, aren't you even aware of modesty? The woman was so furious that her hands trembled. Su Jinyu had been somewhat ashamed, but upon hearing her words, the expression on his face began to grow colder. Gu Peilang stepped forward, bending down to pick up the clothes from the ground along with the 2 red fox ears. Placing the items on his knee, the man's long fingers idly flicked over the soft fur, his tone betraying no emotion. "Aunt, I asked brother you to buy this." Su Jinyu's body slightly tensed, surprised eyes landing on him. In comparison, Gu Wen's reaction was beyond mere shock. Peilang. How could you join him in this nonsense? You're the head of the Gu family. Do you not know? So what if I'm the head of the Gu family? Gu Peilang looked up and locked eyes with the woman, his demeanor calm. He extended a hand, silently taking the slightly cool hand of the man beside him, offering quiet reassurance. It's just a piece of clothing. As if being the head of the Gu family would take away my right to buy a single piece of clothing. This is no longer about the clothing. Gu Wen's voice became sharp, piercing like nails on a chalkboard. Mr. Zhang stood silently in the distance, lowering his head, while the living room atmosphere grew oppressive. What is it then? The man's dark gaze remained tranquil and calm as he stared at her. Aunt, I've said before that regardless of what happens, I hope you can respect my choices. If you continue targeting brother you, after the spring festival, you should return home. Your husband will worry otherwise. Over all these years, this was the first time Gu Wen had heard Gu Peilang speak to her with such a tone. She stared at the person in front of her, her gaze carrying a sense of unfamiliarity, as if meeting him for the first time. Her hand inside his restlessly twitched, and Gu Peilang quietly tightened his grip, then led the man upstairs. Half an hour later, the sound of a car engine echoed through the courtyard. Gu Peilang sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the black car drive far away, his emotions murky and unclear. Zhang's voice sounded behind him, "Sir, Miss has left." "Understood. Have Gu Yin follow her." The man's voice was deep and calm, as Zhang watched his figure silently sigh in his heart. After replying softly, he quietly exited the room. Su Jinyu stood by the door, leaning against the wall, lifting his head after hearing the sound. Mr. Su. Zhang gave him a greeting as he saw him. How is he? Zhang, since Mr. Su cares so much, why don't you go in and check yourself? Su Jinyu pressed his lips tightly together and remained silent. The woman perceived his hesitation in his heart but said nothing, merely turning around and heading downstairs. After Zhang left, Su Jinyu looked up at the closed door before him, thought for a moment, then pushed the door open and went in. Familiar footsteps echoed behind him, and Gu Peilang turned his wheelchair around to look at him. The expressionless look on the man's face caused Su Jinyu's heart to contract suddenly, followed by a wave of dense pain. He moved forward, crouching down in front of the man, calmly and gently meeting his gaze. Gu Peilang noticed the concern and heartache hidden in his eyes and wanted to smile but failed. I'm sorry. Su Jinyu was the first to speak, his voice filled with self-reproach. Why are you apologizing? Gu Peilang looked at him. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have argued with Auntie, and she wouldn't have left. It's not your fault. Gu Peilang raised his hand to stroke the face of the person in front of him, the long and thick eyelashes cast a faint shadow on his face. He had always known that his aunt harbored resentment towards Su Jinyu. As long as this issue remained unresolved, an argument would eventually arise sooner or later. I'll call Auntie and apologize, asking her to come back. Frowning, Su Jinyu thought of the hurt expression on the woman's face in the living room before heading upstairs, so he stood up and prepared to look for the phone. Gu Peilang held onto him, his grip gentle but firm. What apology? You did nothing wrong. Su Jinyu frowned but said nothing. Gu Peilang looked at him and suddenly smiled with a curl of his lips. Even if there is something to apologize for, shouldn't it be me you owe an apology to? Su Jinyu, huh? Gu Peilang, when exactly did you buy clothes behind my back without telling me? Recalling the clothes he had hastily shoved into the bottom of the wardrobe, Su Jinyu's cooled face started heating up again. It wasn't me. It was Mingji. The man remembered the phone call the other party had answered earlier, understanding fully now. I'm sorry, I've caused you to be wronged again. The word again struck deep within Su Jinyu, making his nose sting yet forcing out a carefree smile from him. He pressed his face into the man's palm, gently rubbing it. I'm not wronged. Not at all. A perfectly good Chinese New Year Eve had been almost entirely ruined due to Fang Mingji's well-meaning interference. With already little festive atmosphere left, what remained was nearly gone. Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang sat beside the dining table facing a sumptuous feast of New Year's dinner, merely taking a few bites absent-mindedly. The large floor-to-ceiling window reflected the distant night sky where colorful fireworks exploded into brilliant flowers against the pitch-black curtain of the night, dazzling but fleeting, beautiful and brief. The phone lying nearby suddenly rang, and Su Jinyu picked it up, glancing at the caller ID before grinding his back teeth slightly. Jinyu. Happy New Year. Fang Mingji's loud voice mixed with firecrackers and a noisy crowd came through the receiver, dispelling the cold stillness in the room. Chapter 153, Reciprocity. Unable to resist Fang Mingji's enthusiastic invitation, Su Jinyu drove out with Gu Peilang to meet the two of them. The four watched a grand fireworks display at a city square. Accompanied by the sound of fireworks and cheers from the surrounding crowd, they welcomed the brand new year amidst the calls of an excited countdown. When they each returned home, Fang Mingji was nursing his cheeks that Su Jinyu had pinched, dragging his ears behind Lu Qi like a wronged little bride. How was he supposed to know such a proper store would sell such improper clothes? Lu Qi held the hand of the youth behind him with one hand and typed a message back to Su Jinyu with the other. Upon seeing a picture sent by the other side, the man's steps momentarily faltered, and a faint red blush appeared on his cold ears in the winter wind. Fang Mingji still felt wronged inside but accidentally bumped into the other person's back. Wrinkling his brows, he looked up to see Lu Qi gazing deeply at him. What's wrong? The young man was startled by his gaze, feeling his heart involuntarily quiver. Lu Qi stared silently at him for a while. Just when Fang Mingji started to feel uneasy under the gaze, Lu Qi turned his eyes away lightly. Nothing, it's getting late. Let me send you back. On the other side, while waiting for the traffic light to change, Su Jinyu took a look at the word, thanks, Lu Qi replied with, raising a corner of his lips in satisfaction for his revenge. The chat history between the two was seen entirely by Gu Peilang sitting beside him, who smiled. If Mr. Fang knew you and Lu Qi calculated like this, he'd cry. Su Jinyu also chuckled. How could it be called calculating? At most, it's reciprocal courtesy. Looking at Su Jinyu's smiling face, the neon lights outside flashed past, adding a hazy beauty to his finely featured face in the dim glow. Suddenly reminded of those furry fox ears, the man's gaze gradually became more profound. After returning to the Gu residence, Su Jinyu pushed the wheelchair into the bedroom just in time before the door even closed fully, only to find himself trapped between the wheelchair and the wall by the man. Without the light on in the room, some dim light seeped in through the slightly open doorway from the corridor. In the dimly lit room, Su Jinyu lowered his head and met a pair of pitch-black, gleaming eyes. Still unprepared, Su Jinyu didn't know how to respond as the man's warm hand. Su Jinyu. Gu Peilang looked at his astonished face and curved his lips, laughing sexily. Su Jinyu. The outfit from yesterday afternoon looked great, why don't you put it on for me? When Su Jinyu woke up in the morning, he found the red pajamas lying messy on the ground, while the bright sunlight streamed in through the windows, casting irregular patches of light on the brown floor. The room was quiet, with Su Jinyu alone on the disheveled bed. He clenched his teeth and slowly sat up, groaning because of his sore waist. Memories of last night flooded his mind, full of images akin to mythical battles. Suffering from discomfort all over, he mentally condemned his lack of principle. When Gu Peilang entered with breakfast, Su Jinyu was bending down in front of the wardrobe searching for clothes, revealing pale skin marred with purple love bites from his ear to his thighs. At the sight, Gu Peilang became heated, and Su Jinyu immediately turned around after sensing the burning gaze, managing to just barely cover himself with a robe in time. As the beautiful springtime scene was covered, Gu Peilang regretfully withdrew his gaze and instead smiled softly at him. The housekeeper cooked tangyuan, come and try. Having not eaten much yesterday, Su Jinyu was famished after a night of exercise. Heeding the words, he ignored his inner awkwardness and grabbed the bowl from the man, eating by the window. Gu Peilang stayed beside him quietly, and after the meal, he made a phone call asking the housekeeper to clean up the room. Not wanting to think about what expression the housekeeper must have had upon seeing what was left on the floor, Su Jinyu, now sated, followed Gu Peilang to the study with a soft pillow clutched in his arms, curling up on the sofa to continue his nap. During a midday call from Su Li, the two discussed the New Year holiday plans extensively. When asked if they wanted to join the group on a trip, Su Jinyu thought for a moment and declined. Behind the desk, Gu Peilang's computer still had the chat window with Shang Yi open, and the messages from the other side kept coming in rapid succession, like a bombardment. My wife is on the phone with your wife, they're having such a great chat. I plan to take Ali out for a trip, but he actually wants to bring Su Jinyu along. Gu Peilang, keep an eye on your people. Don't let them disturb our couple time. Where are you? Still there? Are you dead? Gu. Still here, did you see my messages? Gu, I saw them. Don't worry, Maya Yu doesn't have that much idle time. Shang Yi. This statement makes me so uncomfortable, why? That's good. By the way, Su family's scattered shares have been mostly gathered up, only Su Jianghai and Su Qing still hold a bit. Your side needs to step it up. The old man seems to have some dirt on Su Jinyu. Lately, he's been calling Ali every day non-stop, it's driving me crazy. Even through the screen, Gu Peilang could feel the man's irritation. As he read the messages, his tapping fingers paused for a moment. Gu, what kind of leverage? Shang Yi, I don't know yet, my people haven't gotten the news. Whatever it is, it's definitely not good for Su Jinyu. We've been pressing too hard recently. They must have noticed. I'm worried Su Jianghai will go berserk. You guys be careful. Gu, understood. Alright then, my wife finished her call. I'll log off now. After finishing this sentence, the other side went offline. Gu Peilang looked up from the computer just in time to see the person by the window put away their phone. You, the man beckoned him over, come here. Chapter 154, Back to the Lotus Village. Su Jinyu put down his phone and stood up, walking over. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell anywhere else? The man pulled him onto his lap by his hand. Recalling the frenzy of last night, Su Jinyu's face grew warm, and in a moment of excitement, he almost bit his tongue. No, nothing. Gu Peilang smiled softly and massaged the sore muscles in his waist with appropriate pressure. Do you want to go out for a walk? Su Jinyu hugged his neck as he heard this, frowning slightly. Gu Peilang said, didn't you say before that you wanted to travel? It's too short a time for an overseas trip. How about we take a short journey around nearby cities first? Though Su Jinyu was tempted, when he saw the wheelchair beneath the man, he hesitated. But your legs. Gu Peilang found it somewhat amusing inside, it doesn't matter. A short trip will be fine. Hearing this, Su Jinyu thought about his own plan and, after a brief struggle, nodded in agreement. Gu Peilang made the arrangements over a call while Su Jinyu began packing his luggage. An hour later, Gu Yin's car stopped downstairs at Gu Manor. Lu Qi also arrived with them. Lu Qi had something to discuss with Gu Peilang. After arriving, he went into the study with the man. In the living room, Gu Yin sat rigidly on the sofa in his ever-present black suit, hands neatly placed on his knees as he stared straight ahead without expression. Opposite him, Su Jinyu sat across while manager Zhang brought 2 cups of hot tea. Gu Yin quickly reached out to take his. Thank you. Manager Zhang shook his head and quietly left. Su Jinyu looked at the person across from him who was drinking tea and smiling spoke, it's been a while since I've seen Mr. Gu. I wonder what you've been busy with recently. I don't do much, just help the boss run errands, Gu Yin replied after placing down his teacup, gazing at the handsome man before him and giving a proper answer. Just as Su Jinyu was thinking about saying something, not far away, the elevator dinged lightly. Lu Qi pushed Gu Peilang out. Su Jinyu quickly stepped forward. The stiff expression on the man's face softened instantly when he saw Su Jinyu. Are you all packed? Su Jinyu nodded, then turned his gaze toward Lu Qi behind him. The man gave a slight upward curve of his lips. Merry New Year, Mr. Su. I have other matters, so I'll be going now. Wishing you and boss a pleasant trip. As Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang got into the car, Gu Yin loaded both of their luggages into the trunk and started the engine. On the road, Su Jinyu glanced sideways at the man sitting beside him, hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Is there something you want to tell me? Gu Peilang raised his head from the phone in his hand and looked at him. What did Assistant Lu talk to you about? I'm not trying to pry, I'm just asking casually. If you don't want to say, it's okay. Seeing Gu Peilang silent, Su Jinyu hurriedly added another sentence, thinking the man might be upset. The man stared at him with dark eyes for a moment before suddenly laughing softly. It's just some work-related stuff. Recalling the data Lu Qi brought, Gu Peilang lowered his eyes, concealing all traces of his sternness. Then he smiled warmly at the person in front of him. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. I've already asked Lu Qi to handle it. Gu Yin, in the driver's seat, kept his eyes fixed on the open road ahead, listening to the conversation between the two in the back seat. He silently remarked how truly and deeply his boss loved Mr. Su, allowing no hint of sorrow or dissatisfaction. Su Jinyu naturally knew that he wasn't telling the whole truth, but seeing the smile on the man's face, he couldn't bear to question further. Gu Peilang didn't mention where they were going. The black car drove for 3 or 4 hours along an empty road until it turned into a smaller highway on the left. The roadside was lined with drained ponds, one after another. The cracked mud at the bottom of the ponds lay exposed in the cold wind, like an abstract painting. There were only a few withered lotus stems left standing in the barren ponds. Su Jinyu watched the scenery zooming past, inexplicably feeling oddly familiar. The car continued driving forward. The road sign, which was initially the size of a grain of rice, gradually enlarged. Su Jinyu, upon reading the blue sign with white letters indicating Lotus Village, slightly widened his eyes. Peilang, you. He turned in surprise to look at the person beside him. Dark and profound eyes gazed back at him, filled with soft laughter and gentle warmth. Su Jinyu felt a pang in his nose. Turning his head again towards the window, everything outside became increasingly familiar. Vaguely, he seemed to see his former self once more. A small figure in a dirty floral dress darted back and forth by the flower-covered pond, as agile as an eel, leaving behind fallen pink petals and broken green stems wherever they passed. In their ears were the villagers' vulgar insults, along with sharp and harsh ridicule and mockery. The person beside him suddenly turned pale. Gu Peilang frowned and raised his hand to grasp the others, only then realizing that their palms were drenched in cold sweat. The warmth from the hand pulled Su Jinyu out of his memories. He looked at the man, his expression still dazed. Gu Peilang's frown deepened. He turned back and said to Gu Yin in the driver's seat, let's turn around and go back. Turning on a road so narrow that it could barely accommodate 2 cars side by side was difficult. Before Gu Yin even managed to twist the steering wheel, Su Jinyu stopped him. It's fine, let's keep going. Gu Yin hesitated, glancing toward the boss. Gu Peilang didn't say anything, but his eyes remained fixed on Su Jinyu, saying nothing. The car slowed down. Su Jinyu noticed the worry in the man's eyes, and he lightly curled the corner of his lips for reassurance. I'm okay. I just thought of something from the past. It's my fault for not thinking carefully enough. Gu Peilang tightened his grip slightly on the person's hand. We're going back now. It's fine. The concern in the man's eyes strangely dispersed the dark memories inside him. Su Jinyu shook his head again. Let's go. It's been so many years since I've come back here. I also want to see what this place has become. Gu Peilang stayed silent, quietly gazing at him for a long time. Only when he was certain there was no hint of reluctance did he tell Gu Yin to keep driving forward. As the sky was about to fade into complete darkness, the 3 of them finally arrived at the booked homestay. Su Jinyu helped Gu Peilang get out of the car. They faced a house standing tall and illuminated amidst the biting winter wind, its ancient elegance shining under the warm yellow streetlights. The beautiful eyes became obscure under the dim light. The wind chime hanging on the door tinkled, startling awake the innkeeper dozing behind the counter. She lifted her head, rubbing her eyes, her face instinctively lighting up with a warm smile, before freezing at the sight of the man standing in front of her. Chapter 155, Recovering Memories, Part 1. Their Lotus Village has been developed into a tourist attraction since then, attracting many out-of-town visitors during the blooming season each year. Several reality TV shows have even been filmed there. The accommodation they stayed at during the filming was their very own homestay. The landlady had seen her fair share of handsome men and beautiful women, but she had never encountered someone as good-looking as the person who just walked in. It was as if he had stepped straight out of a painting. The woman stared blankly for a moment until the person before her lightly tapped the table and called her name several times, bringing her back to reality. Sorry, sir. Is there anything I can help you with? We booked a room online earlier. Before Su Jinyu could say anything, Gu Feilong, who was standing behind him, rolled his wheelchair forward. The man lifted his head slightly, exposing his handsome features under the gentle lighting of the hall. The landlady's gaze dropped when she heard the voice, noticing Gu Feilong sitting on a wheelchair. A flicker of surprise and pity flashed across the woman's face as Su Jinyu saw her eyes linger on the man. His expression turned colder. After receiving the room card from her, Su Jinyu used his back to block the landlady's lingering gaze and pushed Gu Feilong into the elevator. Gu Yin followed closely behind with their luggage. Once they entered, an elderly man with gray hair emerged from a room beside the elevator. His back was slightly hunched and he leaned on a plain wooden cane, standing by the elevator in deep thought. "Mom. What are you looking at here?" The landlady noticed her mother still staring in the direction of the elevator and approached curiously. "Xiuxiu, were those two guests earlier?" The woman named Xiuxiu nodded, excitement in her tone. "Yes, they're the ones who booked the most expensive room this morning, as I mentioned to you. I thought he was alone, but it turns out he brought a friend." "You didn't see them, Mom. They're so handsome, much more attractive than that new idol star we saw earlier. The only downside is that Mr. Gu seems to have some trouble walking." At this point, Xiuxiu sighed regretfully. The elder merely nodded absent-mindedly, not sure if she heard. Xiuxiu looked at her and repeated her previous question. "Nothing much, I just felt that one of the people who went in seemed familiar." Xiuxiu perked up at this. "Which one?" "Which one?" The elder recalled for a moment. "The one in the wheelchair. The person pushing him also seemed familiar. It feels like I've seen them somewhere." Xiuxiu asked curiously, "Do you know them, Mom?" "I don't think so, maybe I'm mistaken." The elder shook her head, then turned to her daughter-in-law, who was still immature despite having a 3-year-old child, tapping her cane on the floor. "What are you standing here for? It's dark already, hurry up and make dinner. If my precious grandson gets hungry, I'll beat you." The elder's voice boomed, causing Xiuxiu to stick out her tongue and run away. After delivering the luggage to Su Jinyu and Gu Feilong's room, Gu Yin didn't stay long, agreeing to return in a week to pick them up. Gu Feilong had reserved a top-floor room, the best view and light-filled room of the homestay. The interior decor echoed the style of the lobby, where ancient elements blended harmoniously with modern technology, creating a unique yet balanced aesthetic. Facing south was a window with exquisite carvings. During the blooming season, looking out of the window revealed endless green leaves and flower seas. But now, all that remained was a dry, barren pond. Su Jinyu organized their belongings neatly, glancing once over the night scenery outside the window before calmly turning away. "It's late tonight. The weather forecast says tomorrow will be sunny. We'll take a walk then." Su Jinyu nodded briefly, showing little interest. "You should take a shower first. I'll give you acupuncture." As Gu Feilong watched his faint smile that seemed almost fragile, his heart inexplicably tightened. Together. Su Jinyu's expression held a trace of surprise, his eyes widening slightly as he looked at the man before him. Seeing no sign of jest on the other's face, he hesitated for only a second before smiling warmly. "Sure." Downstairs in the hall, the landlady's family gathered around a small round table enjoying steaming hot food. Beside Xiuxiu sat a tall, sturdy man with a kind appearance. After serving a piece of carefully deboned fish to his 3-year-old son beside him, the man turned to his wife. "Xiuxiu, didn't you say 2 guests arrived today?" Xiuxiu took a bite of rice and nodded. "Yes, they're staying in the Tian room." The man furrowed his brow. Lotus Village has nothing but a bunch of lotuses worth looking at. In such cold weather, it's still the New Year period. I wonder if they're here for some specific reason. Those who stay in the Tian room are usually big bosses. "Xiuxiu, go upstairs and invite them to join us for dinner." Xiuxiu was straightforward by nature and didn't think too much about hidden meanings, but Chen Tong was different. For him, getting on well with those bosses would be beneficial without any harm for their homestay. Hearing her husband put down his chopsticks and bowl, the woman went upstairs. It was now the off-season, and the entire homestay had only their family and the 2 guests who checked in today. The spacious and bright corridor was eerily quiet. The soft-soled slippers made no sound on the carpeted floor as Xiuxiu arrived at the door of the Tian room, ready to knock, when she heard intermittent sounds coming from inside. Through the thick wooden door, the sounds were muffled and unclear, yet they conjured an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Xiuxiu wasn't an innocent girl. After listening for just a moment, she understood what the 2 inside were doing. Her face turned crimson right where she stood, and as the voices behind the door grew louder, she quietly turned around and walked downstairs. Downstairs, Chen Tong found it odd that his wife had come back red-faced not long after going upstairs. "Why are you back alone? Aren't Mr. Gu and the others coming down?" Xiuxiu glanced at her husband meaningfully. "Mr. Gu and the others are resting." Chen Tong tilted his head to look at the wall clock behind the counter. It was only 8 o'clock. Resting so early? Su Jinyu was completely unaware of what had happened downstairs. Intense and wild lovemaking could temporarily make a person forget all troubles. They indulged in passion throughout the night, and the next morning, they woke up to find the room already bathed in golden sunlight. Beside him lay the warm embrace of his lover, and his nose caught the pleasant scent of the other person. Su Jinyu squinted his eyes in comfort, his heart peaceful and calm. Gu Peilang was still asleep, and Su Jinyu lay with him for a while before carefully getting out of bed. In the lobby downstairs, Xiuxiu, just woken up, wearing a pink cotton jacket pajama suit, opened the inn's door drowsily. She turned around and saw a man in a black wool coat standing behind her. "Excuse me, do you know where nearby places sell food?" Su Jinyu looked politely at the woman and spoke, but she didn't respond. More precisely, she was staring at the faint purple marks on his neck, having forgotten how to speak. Chapter 156, Recovering Memories, Part 2. When Gu Peilang woke up, the room was quiet. There was no one familiar by his side. The man supported himself with one hand and sat up on the bed, his handsome face showing no expression under the bright light. Downstairs, Xiao and Mrs. Chen were sitting on small stools picking vegetables. When they heard the sound of the elevator opening, both turned their heads to look. Xiao stood up from the stool, casually wiping her water-dripping hands on the apron tied around her waist. "Mr. Gu, are you awake?" Gu Peilang looked at the two people in front of him, nodded distantly. "Landlady, did you see the person who came with me?" "You mean Mr. Su? He went out to buy food for you. He's been gone for a while and should be back by now." Just as the woman finished speaking, a man wrapped in cold air walked in from outside, carrying a pile of things in his hands. "Peilang, you're awake." Su Jinyu looked at the person in the living room, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before he quickly approached. Two good-looking men standing together were a feast for the eyes, let alone the undeniable atmosphere that lingered between them. Xiao, looking at the two, couldn't help but recall what had happened the previous night. A faint blush appeared on the weak-toned cheeks of the woman. On the side, old lady Chen just stared at Gu Peilang. Noticing her gaze, the man gave her an indifferent glance. The older woman looked at the man in front of her, finding him increasingly familiar yet still unable to place where she had seen him. Chen Tong emerged from the bedroom holding her son who had just woken up. Seeing the few people standing in the living room, her gaze fell on Gu Peilang seated in a wheelchair. After giving it some thought, she moved forward with her child. This man was articulate, knowing exactly how to handle himself, warm without being overeager, graceful and measured. In just a few words, he managed to convince Su Jinyu to join them for dinner and, after hearing Su's wish to borrow the kitchen to cook a soup for Gu Peilang, readily handed over access to the kitchen. By the time the meal was over, Su Jinyu thought the landlady's family was wonderful, and while pushing Gu Peilang back to the room, he even made some comments. Gu Peilang listened quietly to what the other was saying, occasionally nodding and replying with a few words. Although it was winter, the sun felt somewhat harsh at noon, making people drowsy. Sitting by the window, Gu Peilang had his legs covered with a beige blanket and held a foreign language book in his hands. There was no rug on the floor of the room. Su Jinyu found a piece of newspaper to pad the ground, sat next to the man, leaning against his legs, and played with the phone in his hand, creating an atmosphere of warmth. The cheerful laughter of children drifted upstairs, catching the attention of the two upstairs. Su Jinyu leaned half of his body out, seeing several children downstairs wearing new clothes playing with a ball. The new watermelon-patterned ball was plump and bouncy, rolling around among the children playfully. One swift kick by a quick child sent it rolling in another direction, causing more laughter to burst from the kids. Su Jinyu was entranced, his gaze gradually becoming distant, not quite sure what thoughts crossed his mind. Beside him, Gu Peilang didn't miss the hint of longing in his eyes. "Do you want to play?" The man spoke. Su Jinyu snapped back to reality, glancing at him awkwardly, feeling slightly embarrassed. "No, it's something for kids." Gu Peilang watched as he unconsciously touched his nose, then lifted his hand to caress the other's face, his lips gently curling upward. "Grown-ups can play too. Isn't the landlady's son among them? He likes you. If you could play with him, I'm sure he would be very happy." The laughter from downstairs seemed like ringing bells that wouldn't stop. Su Jinyu's heart began to flutter, yet he was still hesitating. "I just suddenly remembered that I used to have a watermelon-patterned ball too. It was only dirty, old, and deflated." Hearing this, Gu Peilang's pitch-black pupils flickered. It must have been a very nice ball. The man's tone was unusually serious and confident, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Su Jinyu felt somewhat embarrassed by this. "No, it was very ugly." Gu Peilang lightly stroked his face, remaining silent. His gaze toward the other was so tender it seemed like droplets of water about to fall. "Tell me, do you want to go play?" A deep chord within him was struck, and Su Jinyu, facing the man's gentle gaze, spoke the truth from the bottom of his heart. "Yes." Among the playing little ones downstairs, a tall and slender man suddenly joined in. He was dressed in a pure white knitted sweater and light blue straight-leg jeans, with delicate and spirited features. The little ones playing together were all shocked by the extraordinarily handsome appearance of this pretty uncle before them. Only the son of landlady Chen proudly held the man's hand, introducing him to his playmates, his head held high like a proud peacock. Upon hearing that the pretty uncle wanted to join their group, the children were all thrilled and welcomed him with a welcoming ritual they had created themselves. Surrounded by a group of children who didn't even reach his waist, Su Jinyu instinctively looked up toward the man by the window upon hearing their cheerful laughter. Gu Peilang sat by the window, at a distance from Su Jinyu. Though he couldn't clearly see the expression on Gu's face, he knew he was watching him. In no time, the man in the yard became one with the children, their joyous laughter blending with the warm breeze reaching Gu Peilang's ears. He set the book down on his knees, looking far away at the man downstairs chasing after the ball, a faint smile gracing his lips as his eyes shone brightly. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and Gu Peilang shifted his gaze, flattening the curve on his lips. "Please come in." The deep, cold voice betrayed no emotion. The man looked at the elder standing outside the door, furrowing his finely arched eyebrows slightly. Old lady Chen looked at the man by the window, gripping her cane tighter, her face hesitant. May I ask if there is anything you need? Gu Peilang watched the person speaking. The man broke the silence first, and old lady Chen exhaled deeply, as if making a decision. Mr. Gu. It might seem rude of me to ask, but I still want to know, have you ever been to Lotus Village before, with your parents? As soon as the old lady finished speaking, Gu Peilang slowly narrowed his eyes. Who are you? I originally opened this guest house. 19 years ago, a couple came with their son to vacation in Lotus Village and stayed here for half a month. The mention of past events startled Gu Peilang. He looked at the elderly woman, now over 50 years old, and recognized some familiar traces from her wrinkled face. Chapter 157, Memory Restored, Part 2. A familiar title caused tears to well up in Grandma Chen's eyes as she looked at the handsome man sitting in the wheelchair, his hand gripping the cane trembling slightly. Master Gu, it really is you. It's been so many years, what about your legs? It's all in the past. Gu Peilang interrupted her calmly, with a composed expression. The elder raised her hand to touch her moistened eye socket and nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Yes, it's all in the past. It's all in the past. When Master Gu and his family of 3 stayed here for nearly half a month, she was deeply impressed by the handsome and obedient little master. Later, when they left in a hurry, she even felt a tinge of reluctance. Not long after, that terrible car accident on the highway made her heart heavy for a long time. Over the years, though she had received countless guests, she always remembered that warm and sweet family of 3 and the prince-like boy. Gu Peilang looked silently at the grieving old woman, while laughter from outside the window drifted nearer and farther like coming from another world. Grandma Chen, looking at the man before her who no longer bore a trace of his former self, couldn't help but feel compassion rising in her heart. The two exchanged a few simple words in the room. Just before leaving, Grandma Chen turned around and looked curiously at the man sitting by the window. Mr. Gu, are you here on vacation? Gu Peilang's gaze fell on Su Jinyu's figure in the courtyard below, and he nodded lightly. Yes, my partner grew up here. I brought him back to take a look. This single sentence contained too much information. Grandma Chen recalled the memory of those large, lively eyes, and an unbelievable guess took root in her mind. Mr. Su. As if knowing what she was going to say, the man nodded, his expression growing gentle in the golden sunlight, even his voice carrying warmth. Yes, it's him. With a dazed expression, Grandma Chen exited the room and sat alone on the sofa in the living room to space out. Half an hour later, her sweaty grandson burst into the house like a monkey, throwing himself into her arms. Coming back to reality, Grandma Chen looked affectionately at her oldest grandchild and couldn't help pulling him tightly into her embrace, rubbing and kissing his chubby rosy cheeks multiple times. The child's bell-like laughter instantly filled the entire hall. After playing with her grandson, Grandma Chen looked up just in time to see someone entering from outside the door. The man stood tall and elegant, his face red from the sun yet still exceptionally handsome, his features delicate and exuding masculine charm, just like a person stepping out of a painting, as described by Xiao Xiu. His black short hair, damp with sweat, was messily plastered against his head, with some strands brushing across his forehead partially obscuring his eyebrows. He carried a small green leather ball under his arm, symbolizing the color of life, gleaming warmly under the sunlight. Grandma Chen stared blankly at him. She could not link this grown man to the slim little boy who used to wear floral dresses every day from years ago. Aunt Chen. The strange look the elderly woman was giving him made Su Jinyu glance down at his attire, seeing nothing amiss, then he lifted his head to meet the elder's gaze. Realizing her rudeness, Grandma Chen gave the man an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I was lost in thought. Su Jinyu suppressed the odd sensation bubbling inside him and shook his head. The little boy jumped out of his grandmother's arms toward Su Jinyu, holding out his hand to ask for his ball. The man glanced down at the ball in his hand, hesitating for a moment, but handed it over calmly to the boy. As Grandma Chen watched the transfer of the green watermelon patterned ball, her eyes landed on the exceptionally good-looking hand supporting it, which suddenly reminded her of the ugly and dirty little ball that used to be cherished like a treasure so many years ago. When Su Jinyu returned to the room shared with Gu Peilang, there was an added round object in his arms. Gu Peilang, aware that his partner was coming back, leaned half-sitting on the bed. A soft blanket covered him below the abdomen, with a book marked by a bookmark resting on top. Are you back? As soon as Su Jinyu opened the door and stepped inside, his eyes were met with a pair of deep, dark eyes that were as gentle as water. Without realizing it, a slight smile curved his lips as he quickly walked in, closing the door behind him, then disregarding his sweaty, foul-smelling body, cannonballed into Gu Peilang's arms just like that earlier little boy. The green leather ball rolled in a circle on the bed, then was steadied by the man's long and good-looking hand at his side. Gu Peilang looked down at the person nestled in his arms. Their sweat-dampened hair had dried into clumps, glossy and black. He raised his hand and gently touched it, feeling slightly stiff and sticky. Did you have fun? Indifferently rubbing the head under his palm, Gu Peilang's voice was tender. Su Jinyu nodded, breathing in the pleasant scent of the other person, radiating happiness from inside out. They stayed like this for a while in the tranquil embrace on the bed, until Gu Peilang worried that the dropping temperature might make him catch a cold. So, he lightly patted the back of the person in his arms to get them to take a hot shower. Su Jinyu obediently hugged the clothes for changing into the bathroom, casting a glance at the ball beside the man before leaving with a tinge of reluctance. Gu Peilang found it somewhat amusing as he listened to the water flow sounds inside the bathroom. He poked the surface of the green rind and his fingertip was bounced back. When Su Jinyu came out after taking a shower, there was no sign of Gu Peilang in the room anymore. Dressed in a bathrobe, his gaze lingered momentarily on the turned-back blanket before landing on the small ball carefully placed on the nightstand. Gu Peilang had noticed Su Jinyu's sunburnt cheeks when the latter returned to the room, and he hesitated for a moment before going downstairs to find the proprietress out of concern. Upon hearing his request, Miss Shio quickly turned around and fetched her own hydrating mist and a complimentary soothing face mask. When handing over the items, the usually straightforward woman showed a rare sensitivity. "These are just what I normally use, not fancy brands. Mr. Su might not be accustomed to them." Gu Peilang shook his head, took the items from her hand, earnestly said thank you, then turned away controlling his wheelchair. As soon as he entered the door, a green little ball came rolling from the corner. It bumped against the black wheelchair but did not change direction, it simply stopped. Gu Peilang lowered his eyes, and by the window, Su Jinyu appeared somewhat embarrassed. Before the other could bend down, he quickly squatted to pick up the ball. As they looked up, their eyes met. In the starry, ocean-like eyes of the man, Su Jinyu saw his own tiny reflection. In a daze, he felt this scene seemed familiar. With a buzz in his brain, it was as if a long-blocked hub had suddenly been unblocked. Many things he forgot yet indeed happened rushed forth like water breaking through an opened reservoir gate. Chapter 158, Handsome Brother. Su Jinyu stared blankly at the person in front of him, his emotions swirling wildly and faintly glowing before forcing tears into his eyes. The thousands of words he had in mind seemed sealed at the tip of his tongue. He opened his mouth, but only broken breaths came out. Gu Peilang noticed his abnormality. The handsome man frowned slightly, half of the tenderness in his eyes turning into concern. "What's wrong?" Su Jinyu spoke, his voice dry and tense, like a tightly stretched string that could snap at any moment. "What's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Gu Peilang no longer cared about anything else, lifting his hand to touch the redness on the man's face that hadn't yet faded. However, his hand was caught by the other. The soccer ball fell from his arms and rolled to the corner with a soft sound. Su Jinyu tightly held Gu Peilang's hand against his own face. He opened his mouth wide and took deep breaths as tears spilled uncontrollably down his cheeks. His voice was broken, mixed with rough breathing that made it hard to understand completely, but it still changed the expression on Gu Peilang's face. A face mask and mist spray fell to the ground with a slight thud, but neither of them paid attention. "When I was 4 years old, the soccer ball, dirty and worn, hit someone. It was a handsome older brother 3 years my senior." His speech was jumbled, his voice trembling, yet it shocked Gu Peilang deeply. Tears streamed continuously from Su Jinyu's eyes. He couldn't control his tear ducts, nor the tangled emotions inside him, but all he could do was hold on to the hand and sob through every word, calling out that long-forgotten title. "Handsome brother." The organ beneath the left rib cage paused for a moment, then started beating again one after another, each beat tugging on nearby veins causing a dull ache. Gu Peilang looked at the teary-eyed man in front of him. After a long while, the corners of his tight lips slowly curled into a smile, which turned into an almost imperceptible sigh. He then leaned forward to embrace the man in his arms. He had once fantasized about the day when his little deceiver would recover the memories of the past, but didn't hold much hope. Yet, often things happened so unexpectedly. "You remember now," there was a light sigh in the deep and magnetic tone of his voice, an air of final relief and a sense of release, making Su Jinyu cry even harder. It turned out that all the fate between them was predetermined right from the beginning. It was just wrong of him to so brazenly forget the other person across 2 lifetimes. Holding on to the man in front of him, Su Jinyu clenched his teeth. The pain and regret in his heart almost swallowed him whole. He forgot their past together, leaving the man to silently keep the promise they'd made in childhood, silently accepting and tolerating all his harm and hostility. "Su Jinyu, you're not human." Gu Peilang didn't know what sad thing the person in his arms had thought of again, but he could feel how heavy that regret and sorrow were, almost suffocating. An expensive shirt was soaked, the warm wetness still spreading continuously. "The crying broke your heart." Before this, Gu Peilang thought there was a lot of exaggeration in such phrases, taking up 6 or 7/10 of it. But seeing Su Jinyu's tears time and time again, he realized that the phrase didn't even describe a fraction of the pain in one's heart. That night, Su Jinyu ate dinner in the room. The food was brought up by the landlady, not for any particular reason, but simply because his swollen eyes couldn't bear being seen by others. Gu Peilang stayed in the room with him. As Su Jinyu ate, he continued to sob intermittently, a side effect of having cried too much. The green-patterned soccer ball lay quietly in the corner, silently watching everything unfold. "I'm full," Su Jinyu sniffled and put down the bowl and chopsticks. Gu Peilang glanced at the large amount of leftover food, didn't say anything, but naturally picked it up and finished eating himself. Dressed in a bathrobe, his tall figure squeezed pitifully into a small single-person sofa. Paired with his red swollen eyes and flushed nose, he actually looked quite pathetic and endearing. "Hey you, if you keep staring at me like this, I'll feel pressured." "Su Jinyu, handsome brother." The piece of braised pork in the man's hand immediately fell back onto the plate. Seeing the mysterious expression on Su Jinyu's face, his toes involuntarily curled nervously. "If you keep this up, you won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow." Gu Peilang sighed, looking at him with some helplessness. This little deceiver seemed to not fully understand the immense impact that regaining his memory had on him. Su Jinyu's toes curled again, and after a brief silence, he stepped barefoot onto the cold floor, crouching in front of Gu Peilang before the latter could utter a word of rebuke. He reached out to encircle the man's waist with his arms. Then I won't get up. For a moment, the person being hugged stiffened at the waist, then an ominous aura spread throughout his entire presence. Hey you, do you know what you're saying? Su Jinyu looked up at the handsome man in front of him, his heart and soul trembling all at once. I've said it before. I want to marry you. Repeating the childhood promise now somehow made it feel embarrassing. When Su Jinyu was pinned under folded legs, his teary eyes blurred, leaving only the figure of the man moving atop him in his hazy vision. After a reckless night of passion, both were still asleep when they were awakened by the doorbell ringing. The person nestled in his arms mumbled something, their swollen eyelids stuck together and unable to open, but still thinking about getting up to answer the door. The large hand around his waist pulled him back gently, and the blanket was recovered over his shoulders. In his ear came the low, hoarse voice of the man, "You sleep, I'll go open the door." Su Jinyu's furrowed brows relaxed slightly, succumbing once more to the invasion of drowsiness as he drifted off again. Gu Peilang looked at the innocent sleeping face beside him, his gaze landing on the swollen lips, making his heart soften immensely. Throwing off the covers to step down, the man grabbed a nearby robe to cover himself, hiding the traces of their activities, then went forward to open the door. The black wheelchair stood neglected beside the bed. After pressing the doorbell, old lady Chen had waited for quite a while, wondering if those inside were still asleep, when the doors suddenly opened. Looking up, the elderly woman was startled to see the man standing tall on his feet, towering over her by more than a shoulder height. "Aunt Chen, let's talk outside." Lowering his voice, the man seemed cautious not to wake whoever was still resting on the big bed inside. Regaining her composure, old lady Chen suppressed her astonishment and nodded. The door was quietly closed from the outside, leaving the sound sleeper completely unaware. The man had only been gone a short while before returning, this time holding something tied with a red string in his hand. Chapter 159, Proposal. It was a jade pendant of the guanyin, round and transparent throughout, with top-quality jade material that emitted a gentle coolness when held in the hand. A small hole had been carved at the top, through which a delicate red string was threaded, then tied into a knot at the end. After more than a decade of twists and turns, the amulet given as a token of love to a child so many years ago had finally returned to his hands once again. The words of the elder still echoed in his ears, "Those kids were being rude, they took Su Mister's belongings. By the time I went out upon hearing the commotion, it was already too late. Su Mister had been hit on the head, and after sending him to the hospital, I found this thing in a clump of grass at the corner of the entrance to the inn. I imagined it must have been from you, meant to be given back to Su Mister once he woke up, but I got busy and forgot about it. By chance, this item ended up staying with me for all these years, now it has truly come back to its rightful owner." Return to its rightful owner. Gu Peilang sat at the edge of the bed, gazing downward at the object in his hand, his handsome face showing no expression. Grandma Chen's recollection had been vague, mentioning only that some people had hit Su Jinyu on the head, omitting how they had also cruelly stripped off his clothes while laughing mockingly with disgusting remarks. In his sleep, Su Jinyu vaguely felt a gaze fixed on himself, filled with unfathomable tenderness. His body was gently lifted, then cradled into a warm embrace. A sudden icy sensation around his neck caused Su Jinyu to wrinkle his brows instinctively. His swollen eyelids were stuck together and forced open with effort. Peilang, his voice, hoarse from a night's chaos, shocked even himself. Gu Peilang bent down and placed a kiss on his soft lips before holding him closer and feeding him water. Once a cup of warm water slid down his throat, Su Jinyu felt like he'd regained life anew. Lowering his gaze, his attention was caught by the jade pendant hanging against his chest. "What is?" Gu Peilang, noticing his slightly surprised look, reached out to cover the jade pendant lying in the other's palm. "Familiar?" Su Jinyu nodded, "Not just familiar. I thought I lost it." Seeing the guilt in his eyes, the man raised a hand and gently patted his head. "You didn't lose it. It came back." Hanging his lips upward, Su Jinyu looked up at the person before him. His beautiful eyes were red at the corners, yet his gaze was as bright as the morning sun in summer, splendid and dazzling. Gu Peilang's heartbeat skipped twice under his intense gaze, forcing him to awkwardly press the person's head against his own chest. Unwittingly, his nose collided with the solid chest. Moving his body slightly, he stopped immediately when he heard a low, magnetic voice above his head. "Now that you've received this engagement token, you're not allowed to lose it anymore." There was laughter in the man's tone, yet his sincerity was undeniable. It was as if he was saying, "Don't lose the jade or him." Tears pricked at the corners of Su Jinyu's eyes, almost making him cry again. Clutching the jade tightly in his hands, he repeatedly nodded, his voice choked with emotion, "I won't, ever again." Watching his flushed nose, Gu Peilang could only feel both helpless and indulgent, pulling the person into his arms once more and softly cooing. What he heard next was the steady beat of a man's heart, resonating clearly through the thin fabric, reaching directly to his ears. Listening to it, Su Jinyu suddenly developed an impulse, a desire. No, to be precise, it wasn't an impulse, rather, it was. I have something I want to tell you." Suddenly breaking free from his embrace, the man opened wide, red-swollen eyes and stared unblinkingly at him, his eyes full of restlessness and tension, alongside an anticipation even he didn't realize. Gu Peilang, seeing his solemn expression, followed suit and adopted a serious demeanor. Go ahead. The scene that unfolded next would become one of the most unforgettable moments in Gu Peilang's life for the next few decades. His lover, naked, picked up a wrinkled piece of clothing carelessly from the floor, and began frantically rummaging through a nearby suitcase, actions driven by a kind of urgency never seen before in him. He could see that pair of beautiful and good-looking hands tremble faintly. What are you looking for? Gu Peilang watched the man searching with bowed head, sitting by the bed and asked. Su Jinyu did not answer. After almost going through all the clothes in the box, the man eventually discovered a tiny envelope inside a specially designed compartment of the suitcase. Watching the flash of joy across his face, the next moment, he looked straight up, his eyes locked onto him. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes, Gu Peilang instinctively straightened his body, feeling a long-lost sense of tension. Su Jinyu got up and came to his front, kneeling down before him on one knee just like he had done countless times before. I originally wanted to pick a good moment for this. The edges of the earth-yellow envelope in his hand were crumpled from being gripped too tightly. Su Jinyu forced a smile, trying to ease the nervousness inside. Gu Peilang looked down, silently watching him without speaking, his fingers nervously curling unconsciously where they rested on his knees, imperceptible unless carefully observed. But, Su Jinyu licked his dry lips, hesitated, then continued, I think there's no better time than now. So, could you please not say anything, and let me finish what I want to say? This question seemed rather incoherent, yet Gu Peilang still remained silent, only looking at him. Sweat had already soaked into the palms of his pale hands, and Su Jinyu inconspicuously wiped them on his pants before taking a deep breath and gently began to speak. I know I have a notorious record, and in the past, I've done many foolish things that hurt you greatly. Sorry is the most useless apology in the world because the harm I've caused to you has already happened. But, I still want to say sorry to you. I hurt you, betrayed you, and even forgot about you. Su Jinyu clenched his teeth, unable to continue, each accusation condemning the sins he committed back then. The man closed his mouth tightly, afraid to speak more, fearing that if he said too much, it would remind the person in front of those unpleasant memories from the past. What if he got upset and sentenced him to death right here? I made many mistakes, and I'm saying all these not because I seek your forgiveness, but I still hope you'll give me another chance. After finishing this sentence, Su Jinyu looked at the emotionless face in front of him and trembled as he tore open the envelope with his fingers. 2 plain silver rings quietly fell onto his palm, and Gu Peilang's dark, profound pupils slightly contracted. Su Jinyu fumbled hurriedly among the 2 rings, eventually picking out the slightly larger one. He then held it up with his right hand, cautiously offering it to the man before him. Could you, give me a chance? A chance for me to stay by your side forever and make amends. Chapter 160, The One I Love. The scene before him was far from beautiful. The man with a striking and elegant appearance was kneeling on one knee beside the bed, his hair disheveled in all directions as he looked up at him with earnest anxiety. His eyes still carried a captivating red hue from the previous night's fervor, the corners of his eyes retaining traces of unspent charm, now reddened and swollen from crying moments earlier, resembling a half-ripe peach. The plain ring was being delicately held by 2 pale, long fingers, visibly trembling to the naked eye, revealing just how nervous the person gripping it was. Gu Peilang sat expressionlessly on the edge of the bed, slightly lowering his gaze as he looked at the man kneeling on the floor. The shadow cast by his long eyelashes concealed all the emotions in his eyes. The room was deathly silent, so quiet that even the sound of a needle falling could be heard, and the clock on the wall seemed frozen. As time slowly passed, Su Jinyu's hopeful gaze gradually turned into one of despair, and the rosy flush on his face disappeared completely. Biting his lips until they had no blood color left, his body swayed uncertainly. You. His vocal cords sounded as though they'd been cut and poorly mended back together, resulting in a hoarse and unpleasant sound. The man's silence provided an answer he didn't want to hear. Su Jinyu's voice quivered as he asked, Do you not agree? Looking at the despair growing in his eyes, Gu Peilang realized his silence had caused a misunderstanding. For a fleeting moment, his fingers tensely twitched on his knees before finally releasing the crumpled fabric they had clutched tightly. An almost imperceptible sigh resonated softly within the room. Staring wide-eyed, Su Jinyu watched as the man sitting by the bedside stood up, moved forward slightly, and then knelt down in front of him in the same position. Stunned, Su Jinyu blinked repeatedly, unable to recover from his surprise over how the other had stood up so suddenly. Then, he heard Gu Peilang's deep and cool voice gently whisper in his ear. Lifting his hand, he enveloped the other's hand holding the ring entirely within his grasp. A smile curved at the corner of his lips, radiating a familiar warmth known to Su Jinyu, mixed with hints of helplessness and indulgence. I never said no. I originally planned to propose on the day before we returned home, but you beat me to it. What do you think should be done? Every word spoken by the other was understood by Su Jinyu, yet their combined meaning confused him. Watching his unresponsive state, Gu Peilang sighed again, and voluntarily slipped the ring from his palm onto the ring finger of his left hand. He then led Su Jinyu over to the reclining chair by the window and sat down. In a daze, Su Jinyu observed the man moving about the room clad in a black sleep robe, eventually reaching for the luggage case and opening the black suitcase. All of Gu Peilong's belongings and luggage were personally packed by Su Jinyu himself. He was very certain that before closing the zip, there was no box inside. However, after watching the man conjure out a lake blue velvet box like magic, his brain froze, unable to process any further thoughts. Lowering his eyes, Gu Peilang checked the content inside the box and found it intact. A slight smirk graced his lips as he turned around. Once more kneeling on one knee, this time with roles reversed. Su Jinyu's gaze fell on his legs, and with a blink, his brain rebooted its functioning. Your leg. It has recovered. Gu Peilang glanced down following his gaze and calmly replied with a smile. Su Jinyu. I never told you because I wanted to give you a surprise. The man opened the box, and Su Jinyu saw the ring resting silently inside. Also a plain design, but embellished with some lake blue diamonds, sparkling under the light, reminiscent of stars in the night sky. Who would have thought you gave me the surprise first? Gu Peilang picked out the ring and took the hand of the person in front of him. The warmth of his palms caused Su Jinyu to instinctively flinch for a second before being forcefully grasped again. Gu Peilang could feel the other's hand shaking. Lowering his head, he placed a soft kiss on the handsome hand, and only then did he raise his head to look at the other. I always felt that when it comes to marriage proposals, it's better if I take the initiative. In those dark, profound eyes were filled with immense gentleness and love, emotions once dismissed and disregarded by Su Jinyu, lost and later deeply regretted and desired again. So vivid and unrestrained was this emotion that Su Jinyu's eyes welled up in tears. Blurred vision made the handsome face in front appear hazy, and he hastily wiped them away. I can also take the initiative. Gu Peilang smiled, his voice tender, I know. In the end, it was me who fell for you first, and this matter should be my initiative. Su Jinyu opened his mouth but felt the man's words were off. However, he couldn't find a way to refute them, leaving him dumbly staring at the other. Gu Peilang slightly tilted his head to meet Su Jinyu's gaze. Their eyes locked, and as Gu Peilang's eye sockets grew hot, his heart beneath his ribs stirred with an aching bitterness. Despite wanting to say many things, he realized in that moment that all words seemed too pale. I love you. In the end, the only 3 words the man uttered were these. Though insignificant in weight, those 3 words settled heavily in Su Jinyu's ears. It wasn't that he hadn't heard the other profess love before, but never had any of those declarations moved him like this one did. The hand trembling within his grasp grew more violent, yet Gu Peilang met those bloodshot eyes glistening with moisture with tenderness, slowly prying open the fingers clenched tightly due to nerves, feeling the damp sweat covering them. Ashamed by his tension, Su Jinyu tried pulling back, but Gu Peilang held on to him firmly. What are you dodging? There's sweat. Gu Peilang found himself strangely relieved of his own nervousness at the sight of Su Jinyu struggling even to form coherent sentences. Jinyu hasn't answered my question yet. Su Jinyu stammered, answer, what? Gu Peilang fixed his eyes on him, saying each word distinctly, I love you, how about you? Do you love me? Many times, Su Jinyu had said, I love you, to a tombstone, to a photograph, every morning at sunrise, every evening at sunset, but regretfully, the man would never hear it again. After rebirth, he'd expressed his fondness and affection many times, but the man always seemed unconvinced. Even though he stayed beside him, a significant reason was perhaps pity for Su Jinyu. Then later, when they confessed their feelings to each other, he expressed liking while the man reciprocated with love, seemingly making everything perfect, except something was still missing. Su Jinyu knew what it was. He had inflicted irreversible harm upon the person in front of him. He believed that even if he presented his pulsating heart, declaring his love, the other would still doubt him. He understood. I love. Hot tears rolled down his eyelashes in torrents as Gu Peilang silently watched him crying and repeating his love, his lips curling into a quiet smile. Those deep black pupils held the entirety of the starry river. Chapter 161, Preparing for the Wedding. It was a proposal that wasn't particularly romantic, yet it moved one to the core. Su Jinyu stared at the ring on his ring finger, his lips curling up for the 108th time until they reached his ears. Gu Peilang returned after finishing a phone call and saw the man sitting by the bed with a foolish smile on his face. Are you back? Su Jinyu looked up upon hearing the voice. Having gotten used to seeing the other person in a wheelchair, he was now suddenly surprised to see the person standing, but only for a moment. Gu Peilang nodded, closed the door, and went over to sit next to Su Jinyu, pulling him into an embrace with a deep, gentle voice. What are you smiling about? Su Jinyu relaxed, leaning on the other person's shoulder, his lips curling up. Nothing, I'm just happy. Happy to the point of feeling like he was flying. Gu Peilang raised his hand and touched his head, smiling without saying a word. The two quietly embraced for a while, then Su Jinyu lifted his head from the man's embrace and looked at the other. When are we going back? Do you want to go back? Gu Peilang asked him. Su Jinyu nodded, I want to go back. I want to retake our wedding photos, get our marriage certificate again, and hold a new wedding. The man spoke plainly, and Gu Peilang met his gaze, his Adam's apple moving slightly. Then let's go home. Gu Yin worked very efficiently. Not long after receiving Gu Peilang's call, he had already parked the car outside the homestay. Seeing his boss carrying a suitcase with Su Jinyu coming out together, the 6'5" giant widened his eyes and stood there stunned for a while. It wasn't until Gu Peilang called his name from the back seat that he snapped out of it, and later, secretly wiped his eyes in a corner where others couldn't see. The family of 3 from the boss house stood outside watching as their car drove away. The black car traveled unimpeded down the empty road, its privacy film-covered windows blocking out the cold outside. Su Jinyu lowered his head to look at his interlocked fingers with Gu Peilang's, unable to resist taking a picture with his phone and then posting it on WeChat Moments. Fang Mingji, who was on a date with Lu Qi, almost sprayed milk out of his mouth when he saw it. The young man turned red in the face from being choked, holding onto his throat and coughing non-stop. Lu Qi hurriedly patted his back and handed him water. Fang Mingji finally caught his breath after quite some time, holding his phone and pushing it towards Lu Qi with amazement evident in his tone. They're getting married. Lu Qi looked at the interlocked hands in the photo, her eyes landing on the shining ring, and her expression shifted. Very good, boss has been waiting for this day for a long time. Fang Mingji retrieved his hand and zoomed in on the photo, able to tell just from the accompanying text how happy the person posting the photo was. He remembered the sudden change in attitude a few months ago, feeling amazed but also genuinely happy for his good friend. Really great. The youth couldn't help but sigh aloud, and Lu Qi noticed the envy in his eyes, something fleeting flickering across her own. Su Jinyu didn't have many WeChat friends, but even so, not long after the photo was posted, there were soon likes and comments. Su Jinyu, seeing the long string of Fang Mingji's red exclamation marks, couldn't help but curl his lips upward. In the next moment, messages from Su Li, who was still vacationing abroad, came in as well. Holding the phone, Su Jinyu chatted happily with the 2 astonished individuals for a bit, smiling all the while. Beside him, Gu Peilang watched his smiling face. When he saw the first dynamic update on his friend's circle popping up, he silently saved the photo and sent out a status himself. Unlike Su Jinyu, whose actions didn't stir much, Gu Peilang's WeChat mainly consisted of work partners aside from Su Jinyu. His rare status updates were mostly product promotions, so this peculiar update stirred the calm waters, much like a huge rock dropped in. They all remembered the rumors several months ago regarding the supposed divorce between Master Su of the Su family and the head of the Gu clan, rumors that had been suppressed at the time. However, neither of the 2 parties involved had come out to clarify, which itself was intriguing. Later, when the Su family faced a series of difficulties, the Gu family not only failed to lend a helping hand but even secretly hindered them, something outsiders interpreted as the Su family angering the man and thus being retaliated against. Now, with Gu Peilang's seemingly love-confirmed status, it further solidified the previous divorce rumors. Some quick-thinking individuals had already begun sending their congratulations. Gu Peilang's phone, which was set to vibrate, hadn't stopped since he posted the status update. Watching the increasing likes and comments under the photo, he faintly curled the corners of his lips. However, after seeing the latest comment, the man's smile paused momentarily. Noticed his abnormality. What's wrong? Gu Peilang shook his head without speaking, opened that comment, and replied with 5 words, it's always been him. The 2 returned to the Gu residence when it got dark. Zhang, the housekeeper, who had received the message from Gu Yin a long time ago, waited at the door with the servants. The strong-willed woman couldn't help but shed tears upon seeing Gu Peilang walk down from the car with her own eyes. The news about Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang's engagement appeared on the front page of a magazine the day after they returned to the Gu residence, followed by their wedding date. Some people who read the news thought these 2 might have something wrong with them. If they were going to remarry each other anyway, why did they divorce in the first place? Too much to eat. However, no matter how the outside world thought, it didn't affect the 2 individuals at the Gu residence at all. What do you think about this one? In the living room, Su Jinyu sat cross-legged in front of the coffee table, holding an invitation asking the man beside him. Gu Peilang was checking the guest list for the banquet. Hearing the question, he put down the book in his hands and leaned over. Their heads lightly touched as they looked together, exuding warmth and sweetness. This one is prettier than the previous one. After looking carefully for a moment, Gu Peilang gave his most sincere answer. Su Jinyu's lips curled, obviously relieved, right? I felt the same way. Gu Peilang noticed the dark circles under his eyes, feeling a bit sorry. He took away the invitation from his hands and placed it aside. All right, go to sleep, we'll look at the rest tomorrow. I'm not sleepy. Su Jinyu was somewhat reluctant. Gu Peilang forcefully pulled the person up from the floor and led him upstairs. I'm sleepy, come and rest with me for a while. But. Su Jinyu wanted to say more, but was cut off by the man. No buts. If you're really not sleepy, we can do something else. In the end, Su Jinyu still succumbed. Since Gu Peilang's legs had recovered, every time, Su Jinyu would think. When it was all over, Su Jinyu was so exhausted he couldn't even lift a finger. After cleaning them both up, Gu Peilang gently held the person and lay back down in bed. Looking at the one in his arms, who was obviously tired but still thinking about the wedding, he tenderly kissed the other's forehead. You've worked hard. Chapter 162, The Dowry. So many candies, are you sure you want to pack them all by yourself? Fang Mingji, who had fled his parents' early morning nagging and run over to Gu's house, stared with wide eyes at the pile of candy in front of him, and at the man calmly folding paper boxes sitting nearby. Gu Peilang had already gone to the company early in the morning, and when Su Jinyu woke up, he only saw the note the man had left on the bedside table. After lying in bed for a while, Su Jinyu got up, ate breakfast casually, and then continued the task he hadn't finished the day before. "Aren't I still here?" Su Jinyu placed the box he had folded aside and took out a thick stack from the bag and put it in front of Fang Mingji. Fang Mingji grimaced slightly, showing disdain on his face, but still reached out awkwardly mimicking Su Jinyu's actions to fold the box. "These things could be done by someone else, why bother yourself?" Su Jinyu shook his head. "You wouldn't understand, preparing for one's own wedding by hand is a very blissful thing." Fang Mingji pouted and muttered, "I don't understand either, I haven't even gotten married yet." The young man's voice was full of disappointment. Su Jinyu put down what he was doing and looked at him. "When do you and Lu Qi plan to get married?" The barely formed paper box in Fang Mingji's hands deformed slightly. He sighed, "I don't know." Su Jinyu raised an eyebrow, "Don't know? Haven't you two thought about this aspect?" Fang Mingji nodded, then shook his head. "What does that mean?" Seeing the matter was more serious than he had imagined, Su Jinyu's expression turned serious. "You know, my parents only have me as their son, they all hope that I can marry a gentle wife, Fang Mingji didn't dare let his parents know about his relationship. He feared seeing the disappointment in their eyes and worried that after telling them, they might forcibly demand that he break up with Lu Qi. His eyes reddened, and he couldn't continue his words. Seeing Fang Mingji almost on the verge of tears, Su Jinyu sighed, "What does Lu Qi think about this?" "I haven't asked. I'm afraid to talk to him about these." Su Jinyu. Fang Mingji stayed at Gu's residence until the afternoon before returning home, stuffing 2 boxes of candy into his pocket before leaving. Su Jinyu escorted him to the door, looking at his gloomy face. After a moment of silence, he earnestly said, "As an outsider, some things aren't convenient for me to say, but Mingji, you must know that loyalty is the most important thing in relationships." "I know." The young man lowered his head, looking at the intricate patterns on the floorboards, his voice muffled. "Su Jinyu, if possible, you should tell him, perhaps saying it will lead to a solution. You must believe, everything will get better." Fang Mingji sniffled and nodded, "I understand." After watching his car disappear, Su Jinyu finally turned back inside. At 6 o'clock, the man in the beige trench coat carrying a lunchbox appeared punctually under the building of Gu Corporation. He headed toward the president's office, smiling and responding politely to every employee who greeted him warmly along the way. As for those mentions of Madam President, until standing in front of the office door, his smile never wavered. After raising his hand to knock, upon hearing the low, pleasant voice from inside saying, "Please come in," Su Jinyu pushed the door open and walked in. In the office, the man in the black suit sat in the executive chair discussing the meeting tomorrow with his assistant. Upon glancing up and seeing Su Jinyu enter, he stopped speaking. "That's enough for today, you can go back now." Lu Qi packed away the files in his hand and nodded, "Okay, boss, then I'll leave first." The latter gave Su Jinyu a nod before walking away. "Weren't you supposed to rest at home?" Just a while ago, the man who looked so serious had already risen to stand near Su Jinyu, half hugging him and moving toward the sofa by the window while taking the items from his hands. The long, straight legs hidden beneath the trousers were graceful in each step, as if each footfall resonated with Su Jinyu's heartbeat. His eyes never left the other man's legs, and he couldn't resist touching them once seated. Feeling the touch on his thigh, Gu Peilang chuckled softly, "Have you not had your fill after so many days?" Su Jinyu shook his head and laughed along, "It just feels like a dream." Gu Peilang completed the rest of his sentence. "Do you know what the people in the company are saying about you now?" The man put down the lunchbox he was holding, pinched Su Jinyu's chin, and kissed him gently. Su Jinyu obediently received the kiss, only licking his lips with an unsatisfied expression after the other man pulled away. "What are they saying about me?" "They say you're my little good luck charm. After we announced our marriage, my leg healed." Su Jinyu smiled, "What kind of good luck charm?" "If I were really one, your leg wouldn't have been hurt before." The latter part of his sentence was silenced by a soft kiss. After the kiss ended, Gu Peilang held the breathless person in his arms, his voice slightly hoarse. "We agreed not to talk about the past." Su Jinyu pursed his swollen lips without saying a word. "Today has been so busy that I haven't had time to eat. Would you like to join me for some food?" Gu Peilang asked him. Only then did Su Jinyu remember the items he brought along, 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetarian dish prepared by the family chef, as well as soup he cooked himself. Not much, but just the right amount for Gu Peilang. Under the persistent requests from the man, the two ate the meal Su Jinyu brought, bite by bite, accompanied by constant sticky kisses. They were akin to those young couples newly fallen in love. "Oh, I have something for you." After having dinner, the two sat in the office for a while before deciding to leave. On their way out, Gu Peilang seemed to suddenly remember something and turned back, retrieving an envelope from his desk drawer. "What is it?" Su Jinyu looked down as the item was shoved into his hands and opened his mouth curiously. "A dowry." Gu Peilang reached up to ruffle his head as he caught the slightly astonished gaze. "Take a look when you get home." On the drive home, which was driven by Gu Peilang, Su Jinyu sat in the passenger seat, placing the neatly sealed envelope on his lap. Driven by curiosity, his eyes kept returning to it, so much so that he missed the news being broadcast on the large outdoor screen outside his window. Sue's corporation had been acquired by someone. As soon as they entered the house, Su Jinyu eagerly opened the envelope. Inside were a few sheets of thin paper. Seeing the bold black letters, Stock Transfer Agreement, Su Jinyu visibly froze. Chapter 163, The Deal. This is. Su Jinyu stared blankly at the document in his hand. The thin sheet of paper felt as heavy as 1,000 caddies, almost too heavy for him to hold. A dowry. The man stepped forward, his warm large hand steadying Su Jinyu's slightly trembling one, his voice deep and gentle. Su Jinyu, I know, but, why? He looked up, his beautiful eyes filled with confusion and fear. Gu Peilang's heart ached slightly at the look in his eyes. He reached out and pulled the person into his arms. First and foremost, you're a man, and only then are you my lover. Gu Peilang held the person in his arms, his gaze falling on the other's long, thick eyelashes, his low voice slowly rising. I'm always worried that when I go to work, you'll be bored alone at home. And you don't want to go to my company either, so I could only come up with this idea. I don't want you to feel wronged. The edges of the paper in his hand were crumpled. Su Jinyu blinked, his heart filled with bitterness. I don't feel wronged. Gu Peilang tightened his hold on him without saying a word. After a pause, Su Jinyu spoke again. Peilang, actually, you don't have to. Shoo. The man raised his index finger and gently placed it against his lips, winking at him with a starry glint in his pitch-black, profound eyes. Su Jinyu had never seen such a lively side of the other, he was momentarily entranced. Gu Peilang lifted his hand and caressed his face. I want it to be this way, he said, all of this is what you deserve, you're not allowed to refuse. Before Su Jinyu could understand what he meant by what he deserved, Zhang the housekeeper, dressed in a black professional suit, appeared as if from nowhere. Master, someone from the Su family has arrived. Upon hearing this, Su Jinyu instinctively looked at the man in front of him. Gu Peilang acted as though he wasn't surprised at all. He patted the person in his arms. You go upstairs and rest first, I'll come up later. Su Jinyu hesitated, unsure whether the person who had arrived was Su Jianghai or Su Qing himself. Ever since he beat Su Jinyu last time, he hadn't heard any news from the Su family for a long time. He didn't know why they suddenly showed up this time. Gu Peilang saw the worry in his eyes, softness flooding his heart. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Su Jinyu went upstairs reluctantly, looking back every few steps. By his side, Zhang the housekeeper had been observing the couple since the beginning and found them unbearably affectionate. Let them in. Gu Peilang turned and sat down on the sofa nearby, loosening his tie slightly with his slender forefinger before lifting his head to look at the woman in front of him. The man sat casually on the sofa, his emotionless expression bringing an aloof coldness, leaving Zhang the housekeeper somewhat dazed. She hadn't seen such an expression on her master's face for a long time. Haven't you gone yet? Gu Peilang lowered his head, leisurely tidied the cuffs on his wrist, then looked at her lightly. Zhang the housekeeper came to her senses, nodded, and turned to leave. Outside the Gu residence, Su Jianghai stopped outside the gate, watched the brightly lit mansion before him, his eyes filled with venomous hatred almost ready to explode. The once brimming with spirit man no longer displayed his past charm now, his graying hair and slightly stooped figure made him look even older than the elder Su by a year or two, not to mention half of his face was still swollen. Elder Su leaned on his cane, glanced at the expressions on his face, thumped his cane forcefully onto the ground, making a dull sound. Take that look off your face, don't forget why we're here today. Su Jianghai's jaw was tight, his hands clenched into fists hidden in his sleeves. After a moment, he gave a derisive laugh. No need for you to remind me, and stop speaking to me in that disgusting tone, people who don't know would think you're doing something good for me. Ever since the father-son duo completely fell out, this style of speech had become their normal interaction. Su Qing's pale face, which was still recovering from a severe illness, turned red with anger. Do you talk to your father like that? Who am I doing all this for if not for you? Su Jianghai snorted, his eyes piercingly staring at Su Qing as if seeing through everything. For whom? You know in your heart. Su Qing was stuck with no response to this sentence. The tightly shut gate clicked lightly and slowly opened automatically, except for Zhang the housekeeper's calm voice from the intercom beside. The two temporarily set aside their contradictions and walked in together. Outside the grayish-white mansion, housekeeper Zhang stood with her hands hanging by her sides. When she saw the two people walking towards them from afar, she slightly stepped aside and made a gesture of invitation. Our master is waiting for the two of you. The woman's attitude was far from respectful, one could even say it was somewhat perfunctory, which made old Master Su's expression turn sour. Back in the day, when had he ever suffered such an insult? Suppressing his inner displeasure, the old man stepped inside. In the living room, a man dressed in black suit sat facing away from them, still not turning around after hearing the door open. Housekeeper Zhang quickly moved forward and whispered, Master, they've arrived. The man replied in a low, cold voice that showed no emotion, I know, you may go down first. After housekeeper Zhang left, Su Qing and Su Jianghai stepped forward, their gazes unconsciously focusing on each other's legs. Gu Peilang slightly turned his head to look at the two of them, inspecting them from head to toe with a cool gaze. Even though he was sitting on the sofa looking up, his presence still pressed heavily on the two standing men, making it hard for them to catch their breath. Old Master Su, it's been a while. The man gave a light laugh with a raised corner of his lips as he stood up from the sofa, not missing the shock in their eyes. Mr. Gu, I've come today to discuss something with you. The relaxed curve at Gu Peilang's lips didn't change even a bit as he reclined back into the seat, leaning against the soft chair back. His long, straight legs were elegantly crossed together. Sit down and talk. Su Qing and Su Jianghai exchanged a glance before both of them sat down opposite Gu Peilang. We came today to seek Mr. Gu's help. Su Qing got straight to the point. Gu Peilang lightly laughed. Old Master Su is so straightforward, is he sure I'll agree to help? Su Qing smiled but remained silent, taking out a USB drive from the side pocket of his jacket and placing it on the coffee table, then pushing it slightly toward the man. Mr. Gu will agree. Gu Peilang raised an eyebrow at the object on the coffee table. Beside Su Qing, Su Jianghai's lips curled into a malicious smirk. The man casually glanced at him and then picked up the USB drive, rolling it in his palm to toy with it. What's this? Some things that might interest Mr. Gu. Su Jianghai deliberately drew out his words, pretending to be mysterious. There was a faint snap as the black USB drive was tossed back onto the table, and Su Jianghai's smug smile froze on his lips. Chapter 164, Video. The man slowly withdrew his hand and leaned back into the couch, his narrow, almond-shaped eyes half lifted as he coldly stared at the two people in front of him. Sorry, I'm not interested. Su Qing's heart, which had initially held hope, sank, and his expression turned sour. How can Mr. Gu be uninterested without even taking a look? Isn't that too absolute? I don't need to look to know what's inside. It's bound to be some disreputable things. As for Mr. Su, you've been sharp all your life. Now using such tricks to get my help, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Su Qing's face changed from red to purple. The articulate mannerisms of the man reminded him incredibly of his own disrespectful grandson. The elder suppressed his breath, choking for a moment before finally saying with a strained voice, then it seems this old man is meddling too much. I originally thought that Mr. Gu was going to marry my worthless grandson, believing that you probably have some affection for him, which is why I sent the materials to you. Now it looks like it's just playtime. Gu Peilang's gaze grew colder, his lips pressing into a sharp line as he remained silent. Su Qing looked at his expression, hesitated, leaned forward, grasped the USB drive on the table in his hand, and said in a slow drawl, if so, then I'll send these contents over to the police department. I believe they will be interested. As he spoke, he made a motion to leave. Hold it, Gu Peilang called out just as the elder turned around to leave. Su Qing, facing away from him, smirked at the corner of his mouth while Su Jianghai chuckled disdainfully. Is there anything else, Mr. Gu? Su Qing turned around, pretending to misunderstand and looked at the man behind him. Gu Peilang fixed his piercing gaze directly on the USB drive in his hand, put the thing down. Mr. Gu has now developed an interest in it again. Su Jianghai's sarcastic words echoed clearly in the quiet living room. The man's expression did not change in the slightest. Didn't you want me to help? I must see if what's inside is worth my effort first, right? Su Qing nodded solemnly but didn't place the item down. Anything I give should be worthwhile. Gu Peilang, that's not certain. Really? Su Jianghai stretched out his voice, calculating thoughts filling his eyes. What if the contents are related to Su Jinyu? The oppressive atmosphere surrounding Gu Peilang intensified as soon as the words were spoken. Su Jianghai, under the freezing stare capable of killing, suddenly felt a chill rise in his heart. For the first time, he regretted his hastiness. Su Qing knew the goal had been achieved. Further persistence would only counteract the purpose, so very conveniently handed over the materials. Mr. Gu, please don't be angry yet. I've already said I'm here seeking your help, so naturally, I have to show some sincerity. The old man smiled confidently. I'll leave the material here for now, but I need to warn you, decide whether or not to agree to my request after looking at the content, but don't entertain any other inappropriate thoughts. After all, I have many copies of this kind of stuff. After finishing, Su Qing calmly watched the subtle changes on the man's face. Gu Peilang's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. Are you threatening me? Su Qing smiled. It's not exactly a threat, more of advice. You've said I've been shrewd my entire life. I must leave myself some room to maneuver. Don't you agree? Even as Su Qing and his son left, the coldness on Gu Peilang's face did not diminish. The black USB quietly lay on the thick rosewood coffee table, resembling a beast with a gaping maw patiently waiting for its prey to take the bait. Gu Peilang stayed in the living room for a long time. When Zhang, the housekeeper, approached to ask if he wanted to call Lu Qi over, the man shook his head, grabbed the item from the table, and went upstairs. Instead of returning to the shared bedroom, he took a turn and entered the study at the doorway. A black laptop glowed faintly in the darkness, with Gu Peilang sitting emotionlessly in the chair behind the screen, staring at the mesmerizing person still stunning despite the dim light in the video, his dark eyes flickering uncertainly. There were many videos, but each one was short, capturing the exact moments when the people inside violated the law. By colorful alcohol-filled glasses lay opened white bags, with traces of spilled white powder remaining on the black marble tabletops, alongside syringes. The chaotic VIP room, the deafening music, and the clusters of flesh insects biting each other in embraces, everything was decadent and nauseating. The video ended quickly, and the computer automatically exited playback. The faint blue glow of the screen illuminated the man's ashen face. A deathly silence filled the dim study. Soo Jin-yu had been waiting for a long time in the bedroom, his growing concern expanding with every passing moment. Just as he couldn't resist stepping out to check, the tightly closed door suddenly opened from outside. The man walked in, and Soo Jin-yu looked at him, words catching in his throat when he saw the expression on the other's face. Pei-lang. Gu Pei-lang's expression was terrifying, instinctively filling Soo Jin-yu with unease as he called out to him by name. Gu Pei-lang noticed the hesitation on his face and lightly curled the corner of his lips, stepping forward to pull the person into an embrace. "Were you waiting for me?" The familiar warmth of the embrace reassured Soo Jin-yu somewhat. He hugged back, saying, "I was worried about you." "Were the people who came earlier Su Jianghai and Su Qing? What did they say? Did they bully you?" He fired off one question after another, but Gu Pei-lang only held him without answering. Soo Jin-yu keenly sensed something amiss about the man and gradually quieted down. "You." The man suddenly addressed him. "Uh-huh." Soo Jin-yu responded softly. Gu Pei-lang's gaze shifted toward the intentionally blank space above the bedside, where their wedding photo would be hung. "What kind of wedding do you want?" Soo Jin-yu blinked, caught off guard by the question. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. "It doesn't matter what kind, as long as it's with you." The expected answer prompted Gu Pei-lang to tighten his hold on the person in his arms, remaining silent. Not until the two lay in bed embracing each other to sleep did the man fail to ask the question that lingered on his lips: "Have you ever touched drugs?" No matter how far society had progressed, tolerance for gambling, prostitution, and drug use remained at zero. Anyone, regardless of who even skirted the edges of these vices, would face nothing but legal consequences. Gu Pei-lang believed in Soo Jin-yu's innocence. He didn't think the little con artist from childhood, who had once held his hand and asked him to marry him, would break laws knowingly. But those unedited, untouched video frames mockingly revealed otherwise. His trust was misplaced. Chapter 165, Investigation. Shang Yi, who was vacationing abroad, booked a flight back to City A on the afternoon he received Gu Pei-lang's call. The plane flew thousands of meters in the sky and then landed slowly. As soon as they left the airport, they were picked up by a car sent by Gu Pei-lang and taken to the Gu residence. On the way, Shang Yi kept making phone calls. Su Li sat beside him, unable to hear the content of the calls, but she noticed her lover's expression looked somewhat grim. The atmosphere in the warm car was heavy and oppressive, causing an inexplicable sense of unease. Half an hour later, the car slowly stopped outside the Gu residence. Manager Zhang had been waiting there for a long time and hurried forward upon seeing them get out of the car. When the woman saw Su Li following behind Lu Qi, her face showed a brief moment of surprise, but she quickly recovered. "Assistant Lu. Manager Zhang, these two are boss's friends." Manager Zhang nodded slightly at the introductions given by Lu Qi. Lu Qi glanced down at the information on his phone and then turned to look at the person behind him. "Lord 7, our boss is waiting for you in the study. Please follow me." Saying that, he led the way forward. Shang Yi nodded and followed behind him holding Su Li's hand. After entering the living room, Shang Yi turned his head and said gently to the person beside him, "Rest here for a while. I will be back soon." Since setting foot on the land of City A, Su Li had appeared somewhat restless. After hearing the man's words, she snapped back to reality and nodded lightly. After hours of travel, he could not hide the weariness on his face. Shang Yi felt somewhat heartbroken and reached up to ruffle his hair. He also reminded the incoming manager Zhang to take good care of the person before following Lu Qi upstairs. Su Li sat on the sofa, watching the figure disappear at the corner of the staircase. She massaged her aching forehead and forced herself to gather her spirit. Then she turned her gaze to the silent woman beside her. "I would like to ask, is you at home?" In the study on the third floor, Lu Qi lightly knocked on the door in front of him. "Come in." Hearing the voice, Lu Qi turned the doorknob, and the door was opened quietly. With only one standing lamp lit, the light in the study was dim. The man sitting behind the desk hid half of his body in the dark, his exposed half-face shrouded with an indescribable melancholy. Lu Qi stepped aside slightly to let Shang Yi enter, then closed the door. The thick wooden door cut off all the light and sound from outside. Gu Pei-lang looked at the guest, his voice hoarse with fatigue. "How is it?" "My people have checked. There are no signs of video editing or synthesis. The person inside is indeed Soo Jin-yu." An answer as expected, yet it still made Gu Pei-lang's heart sink. Shang Yi looked at the man whose complexion had turned worse, his own expression becoming serious. "Where did you get these videos?" Gu Pei-lang raised his hand and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Su Qing. Su Qing." Recalling the repulsive face in his memory, Shang Yi's voice was full of disgust. "I've been thinking about what leverage Su Qing has over Soo Jin-yu, and it turns out to be this." Gu Pei-lang didn't speak. Shang Yi asked him again, "What do you plan to do? Do you believe that Soo Jin-yu can do what was shown in the video?" The man's dark, unfathomable eyes stared directly at the person in front of him. His voice was raspy but filled with determination. "I believe in him." Shang Yi raised an eyebrow. "If so, then what are you afraid of?" The hand on the desk twitched nervously for a moment. After pressing the power button twice, Gu Pei-lang finally shut down the computer in front of him and sighed heavily. I believe that you is innocent, but the video cannot be faked, and the police will only believe what they see. As soon as the man finished speaking, Shang-Yi sneered, just because the evidence cannot be faked, does that make it true evidence? To me, you're overly concerned, and this is unlike you at all. Shang-Yi directly mocked the silent man. Gu Peilang clenched his lips and remained silent. How could he not know he was overly concerned? But he couldn't stay calm. The Seuss, father and son, were like time bombs. He had no idea how many things they held against Su Jinyu. All he knew was that he could not allow these unsubstantiated accusations to ruin the person he cared about. He could agree to their demands, but that would only solve the problem temporarily. This time, they could use these things to threaten him into helping revitalize the Su company, and next time, they could force him to do other things. If you want to know the truth, the most direct and effective way is to ask Su Jinyu. Shang-Yi looked down at the information sent by his trusted aide on his phone without raising his head. The video was made some time ago. My people have already rushed to that bar and found 2 of the girls who were involved in this matter back then. However, I estimate we won't be able to find out much more. You should mentally prepare yourself. There are a few of them who are old friends of yours. I've already asked Lu Qi to investigate them. Gu Peilang closed his eyes briefly, his long lashes hiding a flash of ruthlessness in his gaze. Looks like you're not completely disoriented. Shang-Yi spun his phone in his hand. The Su family business has already collapsed. No matter how much Su Qing and Su Jianghai fight, it's only their death throes. But there's still Su Jianghai's son. The man suddenly stopped speaking here, drawing a frown from Gu Peilang as he looked up. Shang-Yi, you haven't noticed how poor the video's pixel quality is? And there are plenty of shaky shots throughout, meaning someone deliberately filmed it. The purpose. Gu Peilang completed the other person's unspoken thought gravely, to destroy someone. With an upturned lip, but a chilling glint in his eyes, Shang-Yi said, everyone at the scene was young men and women lost in the moment except for the one filming, who remained fully sober. Tell me, whose possibility do you think is the greatest? A bright smile flashed through his mind, and frost gathered more heavily on Gu Peilang's face. Lu Qi, investigate Su Jinyu's every movement on the day the video was shot, then release news about Su Jianghai misappropriating company funds to keep a mistress. Lu Qi, who had been silent since entering the room, responded with a wordless nod upon hearing his boss's cold instructions and turned to leave. Shang-Yi, how did I not know that Su Jianghai misappropriated company funds to support a kept woman? Gu Peilang shut his laptop and stood up, turning his head to look out at the night sky outside the window. His gaze was dark, impenetrable. I say it happened, so it happened. When the two emerged from the study, it was almost 8 o'clock. In the living room, Su Li and Su Jinyu were chatting together. Su Jinyu was surprised yet delighted by her uncle's sudden arrival. The two relatives chatted casually in the living room, maintaining a harmonious atmosphere. When the two men finally came out of the study, all 4 sat around the dining table for dinner together. Shang-Yi had his own place in City A, so after finishing the meal, he politely declined Gu Peilang's and Su Jinyu's invitation to stay longer, taking Su Li with him when he left. Before departing, the man held Su Li's hand and told Gu Peilang, I'll be staying in City A for some time. Let me know if you need help with anything. Gu Peilang nodded, and after watching the two get into their car and drive away, he immediately locked eyes with Su Jinyu's clear, contrasting ones. Peilang, you're hiding something from me. Chapter 166, I trust you. Gu Peilang faced the pair of eyes in front of him that seemed to see right through him. The words on the tip of his tongue turned around a few times, but he eventually swallowed them back. He simply couldn't bear to trouble the man with these filthy affairs. His little liar only needed to be happily by his side every day. However, often, unexpected events come without warning. Lu Qi's efficiency was fast, and within one night, he had thoroughly investigated all the places Su Jinyu visited during that time period, including who he met and what he did. And then, during Lu Qi's investigation, he discovered something strange. Long Outyin. Inside the president's office of the Gu family building, Gu Peilang glanced at the materials delivered by Lu Qi, his brows slightly furrowing. How could Su Jinyu be involved with him? Lu Qi recalled the greasy face he saw before, and the disgust in his eyes flickered briefly. Long Outyin used to work at one of the branch companies under Su Corporation. Gu Peilang put down the materials in his hands, lightly tapping his forefinger on the desk. Where is Long Outyin now? Lu Qi paused for a moment. The police station. The man's voice sounded somewhat stiff. Gu Peilang looked at him once, recalling their grudges, said nothing, only stated, clear out my schedule this afternoon, I have an errand to run outside. Lu Qi, yes, boss. At the detention center in City A, the bald-headed man dressed in a greasy outfit lay listlessly on the hard, narrow bed, gazing aimlessly at the spiderweb in the corner of the ceiling with his hands propping up his head. Having lost count of how many times he had come to this place, Long Outyin had become numb overall. It seemed that ever since he failed in his last attempt at an online romance scam where he wanted to seduce someone, his life has been filled with misfortunes. First, he mysteriously lost his job, and then while trying to relax at a bar, he was caught red-handed by anti-prostitution officers. He was dragged away without even the chance to put on his underwear. Fines and detentions were the routine. After barely getting out, he was attacked by someone hiding in a sack. In a panic, he grabbed a nearby wooden stick to counterattack but was unfortunately spotted by passing patrol officers. What should have been self-defense became a case of gang fighting. He hadn't even properly taken a breath of fresh air before going back into custody, all accompanied by injuries. Such incidents were too numerous to count. Even though Long Outyen was slow-witted, he knew deep down that he had offended someone he shouldn't have. After much thought, the only ones he could think of were that innocent-looking young man and the man beside him who clearly wasn't someone to trifle with. Long Outyen, someone wants to see you. A police officer in strict uniform opened the door and called out to the person lying like a corpse on the bed with open eyes. Long Outyen got up awkwardly, his gaze somewhat dull. Sitting inside the interrogation room, Gu Peilang wore a handsome expression devoid of any emotion, occasionally glancing at the time on his wrist. Beside the man stood the company director accompanying him, carefully trying to gauge the purpose of his visit to the police station while smiling cautiously. The door of the interrogation room bang opened, and the young officer outside gave a respectful salute. "Director, the person has been brought here." The director instinctively looked at the man next to him. Still maintaining his expressionless facade, he gestured to his subordinate to bring the person inside. Wearing handcuffs, Long Outyen was pushed into a chair specially prepared for questioning suspects. He raised his head just as he made eye contact with Gu Peilang sitting opposite him. The sharp eyes of the man pierced him deeply, making him subconsciously unable to meet the gaze, despite not knowing who this person was. Seeing him lower his head, Gu Peilang retracted his gaze and looked at the person next to him. "Director, there are some things I want to ask him. Would it be convenient for you to step aside?" The director nodded, leaving the space behind with the young officer following him. The silver iron gate clicked shut. Gu Peilang lifted his gaze towards the person in front of him. Long Outyen. The man's deep, cold voice chilled the boneless atmosphere in the unheated interrogation room. The mentioned name sent involuntary shivers down Long Outyen's body. "Who are you?" He tried to maintain calmness, watching the person in front of him. "What is your relationship with Su Jinyu?" "Who?" Without further explanation, Gu Peilang pulled out a photo from his phone and placed it in front of him. On June 15 last year, you met him at the corner coffee shop downtown and sold him something. As the man spoke, Long Outyen's memories started to resurface. His gaze towards the person across the table became wary and guarded. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Gu Peilang gracefully crossed his legs, his gaze on the other person completely void of warmth. "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. You just need to tell me what you sold to him." Long Outyen tightly pressed his lips together, his originally pale and haggard face now faintly tinged with gray. As time ticked away second by second, the atmosphere in the interrogation room gradually became oppressive. Gu Peilang shifted his position slightly, leaning forward to pick up the long-extinguished phone from the table. "I don't have much time to waste here with you. Tell me, and maybe I can help you get out of here. Otherwise..." The man didn't finish his sentence, but a glimmer of light flickered in Long Outyen's gray eyes, as though someone cornered had seized onto their last bit of hope. "If I tell you, will you really help me get out?" Gu Peilang slightly curled the corners of his mouth, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. "Perhaps," he said. When they stepped out of the police station, it was already half an hour later. The previously gloomy sky had begun to clear, with golden, soft sunlight spilling gently through the gaps in the clouds. Gu Peilang stood outside the police station, squinting slightly as he looked at the man standing not far away. The depths of his dark eyes were unreadable. "How did you come here?" Su Jinyu tilted his head back slightly to look at the person who had walked over, his eye rims slightly red. "Mr. Lu's assistant told me." Gu Peilang furrowed his brows, and Su Jinyu seemed to know what he wanted to say. He grabbed the man's hand and lowered his head. "Don't blame him, it was me who asked him to tell me." Gu Peilang heard the heavy nasal tone in his voice, sighed inwardly, and stopped speaking further. He intertwined his fingers with those of the other person and headed towards the parking area. The black windshield blocked the cold wind and noise from outside the car. Gu Peilang raised his hand to gently touch the reddened corners of Su Jinyu's eyes, his deep, resonant voice carrying a hint of exasperation. "Why are you crying?" Su Jinyu clutched onto his hand. Su Jianhai's affair was exposed, and his wife is currently raising a ruckus at home. Su Qing has also been rushed to the hospital out of anger. Gu Peilang arched an eyebrow. "Peilang, was this your doing, wasn't it?" "This was done by me." Gu Peilang didn't deny it. Su Jinyu's eye rims turned even redder instantly. He let out a choked sob, thinking about his own unsavory past, already marred with blemishes, yet someone else still tried to taint him further, clearly unable to stand seeing him fare well. "I can explain." "No need to explain." Su Jinyu's words were cut off before they were fully spoken by the gentle voice of the person in front of him. His misty eyes blinked, and he dazedly stared at the other person. Gu Peilang softly wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes with tender fingertips, his voice mild. "I trust you." Chapter 167, Kidney Tonic. A simple 4 words, yet they caused Su Jinyu's tears, which had just been barely restrained, to once again threaten to spill over. The young man lowered his head and wiped his reddened eyes roughly, speaking in a muffled voice. "I need to explain." Gu Peilang looked down at the stubborn tuft of hair on top of his head, his lips lightly pressed together. "I used to have a good relationship with Su Jinyu. He once truly regarded Su Jinyu as his own younger brother, that obedient and adorable boy who provided one of the few instances of warmth he felt after joining the Su family. Until the day he was stabbed in the back by that person's smiling face, only then did he realize that what he'd been nurturing wasn't an obedient and adorable rabbit, but a cunning and brutal hyena. Throughout the decades of penance before his rebirth, and even afterward, there was one thing he couldn't understand: why did Su Jinyu and Su Jianghai seem to have evidence of his crimes? Evidence so real it made even his attempts to defend himself sound like desperate lies. Now, he finally understood. I went through a period when I was in a bad mood, so Su Jinyu invited some friends to drink and chat with me. At this point, Su Jinyu paused, then continued, those days, I would often wake up already back at my place with no memory of what happened the night before. Looking back now, Su Jinyu regretted his carelessness. He always assumed he simply drank too much, never considering anything else. Gu Peilang knew the reason. He reached out and patted the head of the person in front of him. Feeling his touch, Su Jinyu looked up into his eyes and said firmly, Peilang, you must believe me. I didn't touch any drugs, and I didn't have any contact with anyone from their side. His urgency to prove his innocence tightened his slightly hoarse voice like a bowstring pulled to its limit. Gu Peilang could no longer contain himself. He leaned forward and tightly embraced him, his deep black eyes filled with pain. I believe you. My Au would never be that kind of person. The man's embrace radiated security, and Su Jinyu, with his chin resting on the other's shoulder, slowly blinked before lifting his hand to return the hug, softly uttering an "mm." On the way back, Gu Peilang briefly recounted the incident to Su Jinyu. At a traffic light, he took a turn away from the direction of the Gu residence. 10 minutes later, the car stopped gently outside the entrance of the city center hospital. Although much time had passed, Gu Peilang still worried whether those unknown agents might have harmed Su Jinyu's body. He brought him directly to the hospital for a checkup. After some complications, Su Jinyu left the hospital holding the examination report, his cheeks red while being led by Gu Peilang. The report showed everything was normal. Just as they were about to sigh in relief, the doctor, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose with a straight face, remarked. You're somewhat kidney deficient. You should moderate your sexual activities. Young people shouldn't indulge. Su Jinyu. Even after being seated in the car by Gu Peilang, the heat on Su Jinyu's face hadn't dissipated. Su Jinyu was usually very open and straightforward about sex, apart from a few embarrassing positions or endearments. It was rare to see him blush. This current look intrigued Gu Peilang. With his future happiness in mind, Gu Peilang turned sideways to fasten the other person's seatbelt, silently listing a range of kidney-nourishing ingredients in his mind, intending to ask manager Zhang to arrange them upon returning home. What do you plan to do about the video? As the car slid smoothly onto the street, Gu Peilang glanced sideways at the person next to him during a red light. Do you already have a plan? Su Jinyu didn't answer but instead asked him. Gu Peilang nodded, and Su Jinyu's expression confirmed his suspicions. A slight smile curved his lips. Whatever idea you have is fine. Do as you please. Caught off guard by such words from the man, Gu Peilang paused momentarily before letting out a quiet chuckle. All right, he said, rest assured, I won't let your grievances go unaddressed. Su Jinyu narrowed his eyes. I trust you. He didn't care about feeling wronged, as long as Gu Peilang believed him. Everything else was unimportant. Back at the Gu residence, Gu Peilang called Lu Qi. Shang Yi also arrived. The three stayed in the study for a long time. When they came out, each face bore an expression of relief. Su Jinyu didn't know what they had talked about, but he was deeply shocked when he saw the dinner table full of kidney-nourishing and young-strengthening dishes. Shang Yi and Lu Qi, who were invited to stay for dinner, looked at the food on the table with somewhat subtle expressions. Gu Peilang sat down with a calm face, pulling out the chair in front of him, and even gave Su Jinyu a tug. Eat more. I had manager Zhang specially prepare it for you. Su Jinyu. All the worries in his heart disappeared without a trace due to this one sentence from the man. Holding the bowl in his hands, Su Jinyu wished he could bury his head into the bowl when he saw Shang Yi and Lu Qi looking over at him. The flicker of amusement in Gu Peilang's eyes passed quickly as he watched the way Su Jinyu bent his head to eat rice. In such a strangely awkward atmosphere, the spacious and bright dining room finished a meal. That night, Su Jinyu experienced the powerful aftermath of having been force-fed a hearty replenishing meal. When dawn broke faintly the next morning, Su Jinyu woke up lying on the bed, propping himself up while holding his sore waist, glancing at the man by the bedside who looked refreshingly spirited. Gu Peilang was bending down, adjusting the tie around his neck. Upon seeing Su Jinyu awake, his lips curved upwards. In an extremely good mood, he bent down and gently exchanged a tender kiss by pinching the other's chin. Good morning. The man's voice was deep and raspy, which made Su Jinyu recall. Morning. Su Jinyu's voice was hoarse as if it had rolled over gravel. He pulled his head back under the covers, leaving only an obedient tuft of hair visible. I've already applied some medicine on you. There's still time, rest well. If there's anything, call manager Zhang. I'll come back after work. Seeing the ostrich-like movements of the man inside the covers, the curve at Gu Peilang's lips grew even larger. He lifted his hand to gently rub the head peeking out from outside the covers before speaking softly to remind him. The person inside the covers nodded, and Gu Peilang lightly kissed the top of the head again before finally rising to leave. Chapter 168, Stupid Enough to Challenge One's Values. Compared to the warm and sweet atmosphere on this side, the hospital on the other side of the city had a much heavier and more oppressive mood. In the stark white ward, Su Qing lay in bed with a grayish complexion, breathing heavily and quickly like an old broken wind chest. The emaciated body under the hospital gown seemed to be embedded in the bed frame, rising and falling slightly only with heavy breaths. Faintly, it even gave people the illusion that death was near. The overly bright ward was completely quiet. Outside in the corridor, footsteps hurried by but no one stopped at this closed door, as if everyone tacitly agreed to forget about him. Su Qing woke up in such a situation. He opened his eyes and looked at the glaring light on the ceiling. In a daze, he saw his wife who had passed away many years ago. The elegant woman stared expressionlessly at him, her cold eyes filled with disgust, as if accusing him for all the evil deeds he committed over the years. Such a look pierced Su Qing's eyes deeply. His trembling lips quivered and after a long time, hoarse and broken sound squeezed out, "I haven't made any mistakes." Su Jianghai opened the door and came in. Upon hearing this he raised bloodshot eyes to look at him with numbness in his face. The sound of opening the door snapped Su Qing out of his hallucination. The old man turned his head towards the direction of the door with great difficulty. When he realized who the person was, he snorted coldly from his nostrils. "Eat." Su Jianghai slammed the food down on the table and gazed expressionlessly at the man on the bed. "What's the situation outside?" Su Qing sat up in bed with great difficulty and looked at the man in front of him. Su Jianghai sneered, "What could it possibly be? Not a single bank was willing to loan us money from the start. And now, even the people we finally found have changed their minds. What else do you think there is?" Upon hearing Su Jianghai's harsh and impulsive words, Su Qing's already sullen face became even darker. Staring fiercely at the man, he practically swept the food that was still warm onto the ground, shouting angrily, "Who caused this mess? If it wasn't because you used the company's public funds to maintain relationships with your numerous mistresses, these subsequent events wouldn't have happened, and the company wouldn't have gone bankrupt." Su Jianghai turned pale with rage and clenched his fists tightly. "I've said it before, I didn't do those things. If you didn't, where did the media get these stories? Knowing that you'd end up being so useless, I shouldn't have handed over the Su family business to you in the first place. The Su family's honor has been destroyed by you." His sharp words were filled with blame and hatred, as if the person standing in front of him was not his own flesh and blood son, but an enemy with irreconcilable grievances. Facing the father's word-by-word accusation, Su Jianghai lost all hope left for his dad. Both father and son pointed fingers at each other while shifting responsibilities, arguing once again loudly in the hospital. It ended with the son storming off in anger. After Su Jianghai and Su Qing had an unpleasant argument at the hospital, Su Jinyu also experienced turmoil. The apparent harmony couldn't hold when the collapse of the Su family corporation happened, and just like that, Su Jinyu went from being the prestigious second son of the Su family to a laughingstock among others. Even his classmates and friends who used to hang around treated him with disdain behind his back despite appearing cordial up front. Seated in the living room, the young man glared grimly at the LCD TV on the wall. Dressed impeccably in a black tailored suit, his handsome face remained flawless even through high-definition lenses. Facing the camera unflinchingly, his piercing dark eyes appeared as though they could see straight into someone's soul. When asked questions by journalists, Gu Peilang mostly remained silent, only speaking briefly when questioned about company-related issues. At the end of the interview, during free questioning time, a reporter curiously brought up the marriage announcement recently disclosed on the company website between Gu Peilang and the eldest son of the Su family. For a moment, silence enveloped the scene followed by incessant clicks of cameras flashing continuously. Gu Peilang's expression showed no change, his calm gaze accurately locked onto the questioner. Everyone held their breath anxiously for him. Moments later, the formerly emotionless man suddenly lifted the corners of his lips slightly. The icy frost that kept people at arm's length melted instantly. "Yes, the wedding on the 15th. His deep and pleasant voice carried a gentle tenderness. "There isn't anything particularly meaningful about it, just that the day is auspicious for weddings and journeys. Yes, it truly is an ideal day for everything. My lover likes it, so I can only express my support." The man on TV retracted his sharp edges, speaking lovingly about his lover with indulgence and tenderness in his eyes so concentrated that it seemed almost tangible. It made Su Jinyu blush in Gu's residence while Su Jinyu sitting in front of the TV envied to the point that his eyes turned red. The remote control in his hand was violently smashed onto the TV, then shattered into pieces. In the quiet living room, there was only the heavy breathing of the young man, followed by an anguished roar. "Su! Jean! You!" After finishing the interview, Gu Peilang had just returned to his office when he received a call from his aunt abroad. The woman's voice on the phone was calm, without the former hysteria. She simply asked him, "Have you really thought it through?" Standing by the window, the man gazed at the skyscrapers outside, with determination in his eyes. "Aunt, I've been looking forward to this day," he said. The line went silent as time ticked away. Just as Gu Peilang thought Gu Wen would hang up directly, she suddenly spoke. "Can I come back for your wedding?" The question was hesitant, filled with caution. Gu Peilang blinked, his hand tightening slightly under his sleeve cuffs. Of course, he said. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Peilang finished his work and left the office after replying to a text message from Su Jinyu with the keys in hand. When he was half an hour away from home, Gu Peilang received a call from Su Jinyu. Peilang, we seem to be out of salt and soy sauce. Could you stop by the supermarket near our house on your way back and get me a bottle? Looking at the slightly congested road ahead, Gu Peilang lightly rested his well-defined hand on the steering wheel, listening to the slightly helpless voice on the phone, and softly curved his lips. Sure, I'll do that. Drive safely, and I'll wait for you. All right, said Gu Peilang. Gu's residence. After talking on the phone with Gu Peilang, Su Jinyu put away his phone. The sweet, gentle smile vanished from his face as he looked at the young man standing before him. Just say what you want, don't waste my time. Aren't you very pleased now? Su Jinyu gritted his teeth. Su Jinyi frowned, seemingly puzzled by his reaction. Getting remarried to Gu Peilang and becoming the lady of the Gu family again, isn't that what you wanted? The youth repeated this, full of resentment and jealousy, causing his once sunny and handsome features to become somewhat grotesque. After comprehending the meaning behind his words, Su Jinyu's gaze shifted openly from disdain to mockery. Su Jinyu, you truly are stupid enough to challenge one's values. Chapter 169, Niyang. What did you say? Seems like you're not only stupid, but also deaf. Su Jinyu casually slipped his phone back into the apron pocket at his waist before raising his head to look at Su Jinyu. In this situation, you still managed to grow up safely. Truly remarkable. Su Jinyu's eyes turned red from being mercilessly mocked, crescent-shaped blood-red marks appeared on his palms. Do you think this makes you a winner? I said it before, Gu Peilang will never forgive the harm you've caused him, and he'll never love you. The youth's raised voice was like sandpaper scraping against glass, sharp and grating. His manic state resembled that of a homeless dog in debt from gambling, with no trace of reason or dignity. Su Jinyuxi looked at him coldly, the warmth in his eyes gradually diminishing. He truly couldn't understand, things have reached such a state, where does the other person derive their audacity to stand here and defy him, speaking such a series of brainless words? Is that so? Su Jinyuxi stared coldly at the person in front of him, his voice showing no emotion. You're so sure he won't forgive me? Did you see it with your own eyes or did he tell you himself? Su Jinyu clenched his fists tightly and said nothing. Then Su Jinyuxi asked again, if he doesn't love me, who does he love? Hardly you, right? With just this light counter-question, the face of the youth across from him instantly paled. Su Jinyuxi took note of every expression on his face, finally voicing out a question that had been lingering in his mind. You said you met Peilang first. When exactly did this happen? Su Jinyu let out a cold laugh but didn't say anything. Seeing he didn't want to talk, Su Jinyuxi wasn't bothered either. He just glanced back at the alarm clock hanging on the wall in the living room, then looked at the man in front of him. In his slightly lowered voice, there was an unyielding ruthlessness that the other party had never heard before. You don't have to say if you don't want to, because for me, it's not really an important thing. Su Jinyu glared at him with disdain and hatred, clearly not believing a word he said. But, the man suddenly changed tone, using the advantage of standing on the steps to grab Su Jinyu by the collar and pull him close, his eyes as cold as having seen snow and wind. There was an unmasked murderous intent in them. I advise you best not to wander around in front of me in the future. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that one day when my mood is bad, I won't lose control and do something to you. Su Jinyu froze, unable to utter a word, seeing his own frightened appearance reflected in the clear, icy eyes of the man. Unlike the last time he got beaten, this young man trembled in fear all over his soul now. He had no doubt at all that the other person really wanted to kill him. As he stumbled away from Gu's house, Su Jinyu felt numb all over. Gu Peilang drove in from the gate and passed the dispirited young man. His eyebrows slightly furrowed in the rearview mirror, and the car that was driving smoothly suddenly sped up. When he opened the door and went inside, Gu Peilang smelled the floating aroma in the air first. The slightly tense body relaxed imperceptibly, then he followed the scent toward the direction of the kitchen. Su Jinyuxi was cooking dinner with manager Zhang in the kitchen. The man was wearing a beige knitted sweater, tall and slender in build, with a same-color apron tied around his waist, showing off his lean waist. Manager Zhang turned holding the stir-fried dishes and immediately saw the man dressed in a suit standing at the door with a bottle of soy sauce in his hand. The man quietly placed a finger against his lips. Manager Zhang looked toward Su Jinyuxi beside him, opening his mouth silently shut it. The woman lightly stepped away from the kitchen. Gu Peilang slightly leaned against the doorframe and looked at the person in the kitchen intently. His pitch-black eyes were full of deep affection. Su Jinyuxi stood in front of the stove, his long, pale fingers holding a silver ladle gently stirring in the steaming pot, occasionally pausing to taste the flavor. Manager Zhang, could you please pass me the soy sauce from the cabinet? Su Jinyuxi didn't turn around while staring at the pot in front of him. Gu Peilang looked down at the soy sauce in his hands, raised an eyebrow, then stepped into the kitchen, opened the cabinet and found a more than half-full bottle of soy sauce to pass over. Without looking up, Su Jinyuxi extended his hand to take it, pouring 2 drops into the soup. After watching the milky white broth slightly change color, the man's lips curled upward indiscernibly, turning off the fire and preparing to find something to serve it. A cry caught in his throat upon seeing the person behind him. Su Jinyuxi's eyes widened, stunned as though he had received a great shock. Gu Peilang reached out and stopped the person from stepping back, positioning one leg between the other's legs. Their bodies were pressed together tightly without a breath of space. How can you be so easily frightened? There was laughter in the man's voice. Once Su Jinyuxi had calmed down, he heard the teasing words and couldn't help but roll his eyes slightly. Why didn't you make a sound? It's because you were too focused. I've been standing behind you for quite some time already. Gu Peilang leaned down slightly, bringing his nose close to brush against the other's nose a few times in an intimate manner before lowering his head further and exchanging a deep kiss. The food aroma floating in the air filled the atmosphere with warmth and sweetness, tinged faintly with a touch of heated tension. After the kiss ended, Su Jinyuxi went limp in the man's arms, leaning against him for support. With one hand firmly holding the person in his embrace, Gu Peilang looked past Su Jinyuxi toward the soy sauce bottle on the table. You said we were out of soy sauce and asked me to bring more. What is this on the table, Caught lying, Su Jinyuxi's gaze flickered nervously as he tried to push away from the man with both hands placed on his chest. I couldn't find it earlier. But the man didn't budge at all, chuckling low at the sight of his embarrassment. When I came in, I seemed to catch a glimpse of Su Jinyu. Su Jinyuxi. His movement suddenly halted, and Gu Peilang noticed the sudden change in his expression, causing his own smile to fade slightly. What's wrong? Did he bully you? How could he? It's more like he's the one getting bullied by others. Indeed, he even personally came over to teach me a lesson. Gu Peilang frowned, recalling the vacant look on the face he saw earlier, and the warmth in his eyes faded slightly. The alpha will help you discipline him. The man's expression was unusually serious and sincere, dissipating any lingering resentment or unhappiness in Su Jinyuxi's heart. Get out, I need to cook. Su Jinyuxi bit his lips slightly to suppress a rising smile. I'll stay and keep you company. Gu Peilang glanced at the stove that was already turned off, and his eyes softened again. Su Jinyuxi. What was supposed to be an almost finished dinner, thanks to the man's involvement, stretched out another half hour. When they finally emerged, Su Jinyuxi's exquisite face under the bright light was flushed red like a summer sunset. Chapter 170, Jealousy. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Gu Peilang was dealing with work in the study, and Su Jinyu was sitting on the sofa by the window, pretending to be packing the last of the wedding candies. Neither of them spoke a word, and the air was filled with a tranquil atmosphere. The phone on the desk vibrated lightly for a moment, and a message popped up. Gu Peilang shifted his gaze from the computer and looked at the content, stopping his fingers from tapping on the keyboard. The sudden disappearance of the sound of typing made Su Jinyu raise her head curiously, only to see the person behind the computer staring at her without blinking. What's wrong? Su Jinyu tilted her head, confused, with a large bathrobe loosely wrapped around her body, unable to cover the purple kiss marks on her neck and collarbone. Gu Peilang's eyes darkened slightly as he put down his phone and beckoned her over. Su Jinyu got up and approached. The leather chair under the man turned a direction, holding her hand and making her sit on his lap. Su Jinyu's hands encircled Gu Peilang's neck, her face looking a bit unnatural, but the man had a perfectly upright expression. In the next second, Su Jinyu was warned with a pinch around her waist, "Don't provoke me." Su Jinyu. Who exactly is provoking who? The person in his arms obediently stopped moving, and Gu Peilang slightly lowered his gaze to focus on the other person's scarlet ears, his lips barely curling up at an angle that others couldn't see. The photo studio we booked last time notified us that the costumes are ready, and they want us to take our wedding photos tomorrow. Really? Su Jinyu, who was originally still a bit shy, immediately raised her head upon hearing this, her beautiful eyes full of surprise as she looked at the person in front of her. Gu Peilang smiled faintly and nodded. I've asked Lu Qi to delay tomorrow's meeting so that we can go earlier. Su Jinyu remembered the frame she had carefully preserved in the warehouse and nodded, her eyes filled with more anticipation. The next morning, Gu Yin's car smoothly parked outside the Gu residence. As soon as Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang stepped out, they saw the usually all-black dressed man wearing a brighter outfit today, even the tie around his neck changed to red. When the person saw them come out, he straightened up slightly, and his gaze fell on Gu Peilang, "Boss." Gu Peilang nodded. Standing behind Gu Peilang, Su Jinyu's eyes couldn't help but glance at the red tie of the other person. "You." Gu Peilang was already inside the car, and just as he raised his head, he saw Su Jinyu standing outside the car, staring intently at Gu Yin. The man involuntarily frowned and called the other person by name. Realizing the man was upset, Su Jinyu hurriedly bent down and got into the car. However, when closing the door, she still didn't forget to compliment Gu Yin's tie before turning away, causing the air pressure inside the car to instantly drop. Throughout the journey, Gu Yin kept his back rigidly straight, focusing on the road ahead without turning around. The icy gaze of his boss watching him through the rearview mirror made him wish he could merge into the seat. Who knew he was just trying to match the occasion by dressing festively, but Boss Gu's wife would unexpectedly compliment him. He dropped them off in a rush at the photo studio and left without waiting for Gu Peilang to speak, stepping hard on the gas pedal. Su Jinyu had barely stabilized herself when she took a mouthful of exhaust gas. The man stood in front of the photo studio, watching the car merge into traffic. It seemed like the other party had fled hastily. Standing on the steps, Gu Peilang watched Su Jinyu still gazing in the direction where Gu Yin disappeared after he left. His lips pressed together forming a sharp line. "We're leaving," the man said deeply. Turning around, Su Jinyu saw nothing but his retreating back walking into the shop. The staff of the photo studio were already waiting at the door, their warm smiles stiffening momentarily upon seeing Gu Peilang enter with a sullen face. The assistant, observing the cold aura emitting from him, quietly hid behind her own boss. Wasn't he really here to take wedding photos, not to cause trouble? Proving that the man really did intend to cause trouble. The photographer, carrying his camera, watched Gu Peilang come out of the dressing room and couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. When the president of Gu's corporation initially contacted their photo studio, all the staff were excited for a long while. The identity of the head of the Gu family was not ordinary, and if the wedding photos turned out well this time, the reputation of their photo studio would also rise to another level. Therefore, in order to seize this opportunity, every single staff member at the photo studio put forth utmost effort. From the costumes to the lighting, every detail was refined again and again to ensure a one-time success. But alas! The photographer looked at the man in front of him, his gaze falling on the bright red tie around the other's neck. After hesitating for a moment, he carefully spoke up, "Mr. Gu, is this tie of yours? Doesn't it look good?" Gu Peilang's voice betrayed no emotion. Though he asked the photographer this question, his eyes remained on Su Jinyu, who was sitting dumbfounded on the sofa. This. The photographer found himself at a loss for words. It wasn't that it didn't look good, with the man's looks, even wearing a burlap sack couldn't conceal his air of nobility, but still. A navy blue suit paired with a bright red tie was indeed quite strange. A little odd, Su Jinyu got up from the sofa and came to stand in front of Gu Peilang, furrowing her brows slightly as she looked at the tie on his chest, saying what the cameraman wanted to say for him. "But you clearly said earlier that the red tie looked good." When had Su Jinyu said that? Gu Peilang's dark eyes quietly watched him, the jealousy churning within finally unable to be suppressed any longer. "It was just now, when you complimented Gu Yin's tie." Su Jinyu. Looking at the expressionless face of the man in front of him, Su Jinyu finally understood the reason behind the other's unhappiness. Bubbles of laughter began spilling out from the bottom of his eyes, and without caring about the present staff members, Su Jinyu pulled Gu Peilang's hand and turned into the dressing room. With a bang, the door closed in front of the cameraman and the small assistant, leaving them exchanging bewildered glances. Small assistant, "Teacher, they shouldn't fight, right?" Cameraman, "They probably won't, right? The media says their relationship is very good." Inside the dressing room, the two indeed fought, but not in the way the small assistant imagined. Su Jinyu was trapped between the wall and the man's chest in an extremely oppressive pose. Peilang. Su Jinyu tilted his head back to avoid the jealous kiss, breathing unevenly as he opened his mouth. "Wait. Just wait." Gu Peilang's breathing was slightly heavy, and he slightly withdrew before pressing down again. His warm hand gripped the back of Su Jinyu's neck with an irrefutable force. Foreheads touching, those pitch-black eyes locked onto the other, as if trying to imprison the person in front along with their soul. "You're not allowed to look at other men, you can only look at me." Chapter 171, Jealousy for Benefits. The rare sight of the man being jealous made Su Jinyu feel intrigued, but the current situation clearly didn't allow them to waste time in the dressing room. There was still a bunch of staff waiting for them outside. "I wasn't looking at anyone else." Su Jinyu gently cupped Gu Peilang's face with both hands, and her lips pouted seductively in a vivid red hue, which broke the little dominance she had just formed. Su Jinyu. Pfft. A small bump formed between the man's eyebrows silently condemning her actions. Su Jinyu looked at him with twinkling eyes filled with laughter, as if he had captured an entire starry river. He softened his voice, saying every word carefully and sincerely, "I only see you in my eyes. In the past, now, and even in the future, there will only be you." Gu Peilang blinked her eyes and stared at him silently. After a long silence, she suddenly spoke, "On the way here, you kept staring at Gu Yin." Su Jinyu. "I can explain." Gu Peilang looked at him without speaking, her expression serene, yet Su Jinyu could see a hint of in her features. Feeling powerless, Su Jinyu leaned up slightly on tiptoe and gave her a soft kiss on her lips. "I was just intrigued. Gu Yin is always in black suits and ties all year round. Today's outfit was lively. I couldn't help but take a few more glances. Truly. Gu Peilang, you complimented his tie as looking good. That was polite conversation." Su Jinyu gritted her teeth and slumped forward onto the man's chest weakly replying, "How could I possibly tell him that his tie looks ugly? It's not impossible." Gu Peilang nodded earnestly. Su Jinyu. Seeing his helpless expression, Gu Peilang's lips curved slightly downward in a resentful manner before speaking, "He wears it, and you say it looks good. When I wear it, you say it's strange. One shouldn't be so unfair." Su Jinyu. "Forgive me, does something like this even need fairness? So what do you want me to do? Compliment your red tie?" The photographer outside had cautiously called them. Su Jinyu looked at the man in front of him with drooping shoulders as if to say, "Whatever you say goes." Gu Peilang, "It's too late. You've already deeply hurt me. As soon as these words came out from the man, Su Jinyu's expression instantly turned indescribable, as if meeting this person for the first time. So what do you want me to do? He asked again. Gu Peilang stared at the person in front who was slightly shorter than himself. After 1 second of silence, he leaned down and whispered something by his ear. The next moment, the ears exposed and the air turned visibly red with intoxicating color almost instantaneously. No. His face turned bright red as he refused harshly. Without rising, Gu Peilang placed his chin on the other's shoulder and deepened his voice tone drawn long, but I've already bought the stuff, and it'll arrive latest by tomorrow. You have been planning this all along. Su Jinyu gritted his teeth. A low chuckle rang in his ear. The man neither confirmed nor denied it, but instead continued to call out softly using that deep magnetic voice which would make Su Jinyu's legs go limp over and over again. Su Jinyu knew well that this person was doing it deliberately. You really? He raised his hand to catch the man's hair fixed with gel, wanting to push him away but stopped abruptly near the end. The person leaning on him suddenly became silent. Gu Peilang was a bit worried whether the other person was angry or not, but when he lifted his head, he was met with a pair of misty eyes. Just, this once. Fireworks erupted endlessly in the dark depths of the man's eyes, while Su Jinyu blushed and averted her gaze. Her eye corners were red like morning roses soaked with dew. Just as the photographer outside was hesitating whether he should risk knocking on the door for fear of losing his job, the dressing room door was suddenly opened. Gu Peilang and Su Jinyu stepped out one after another. The man who had just been scowling now appeared composed, as if nothing happened. The photographer glanced back and forth between the two people, and finally directed his questioning gaze towards Su Jinyu. Please change him back into that black tie from earlier, then we'll start shooting. Once Su Jinyu's words fell, everyone present immediately let out a sigh of relief. The photographer quickly clutched the camera around his neck and arranged for his subordinates to get prepared, sending an assistant to retrieve the black tie that had originally come together with the suit. After a well-organized hustle, everything was ready. In the lens, the two were dressed in matching suits of the same color series, one dazzlingly handsome, the other exquisitely suave, two completely different auras yet so naturally blending as if they were born to stand together. Alright, get ready, look at the camera, 1, 2, 3, perfect. The shutter clicked repeatedly. The couple laughing at each other, closing their eyes in an embrace, or passionately kissing in the frame was captured forever. Regardless of the background, poses, or expressions, their hands remained clasped tightly together as they stood side by side. All the unhappiness and pain from earlier had faded away, leaving only sweetness and joy. Gu Peilang had said that the purchased item would arrive by tomorrow at the latest, but when Su Jinyu returned home, a neatly sealed package had already been placed carefully outside their bedroom door. The man was still in the living room, not having come upstairs. Su Jinyu stood outside, staring at the sinister-looking box at the door, his face displaying an array of mixed emotions. Zhang the housekeeper came out of a nearby guest room with laundry, noticing how Su Jinyu's gaze fixated on the box on the floor, his expression filled with suffering. A flicker of confusion crossed her usually calm eyes. She kindly informed him, the courier said it's Mr. S things, and he sent it express. I thought it might be something important, so I brought it up here. However, she didn't dare enter the bedroom without permission, so she just left it outside the door. Express. In the corner where the woman couldn't see, Su Jinyu's lips twitched involuntarily. His current thought was to toss this thing as far as possible. What are you standing there for? Aren't you going in? The deep, magnetic voice sounded behind him, stiffening Su Jinyu's body instantly. Ms. Zhang, master, your courier has arrived. I've placed it outside your bedroom. Gu Peilang raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze darkened as it fell on the box in front of Su Jinyu. The burning intensity of the gaze from behind grew stronger, making Su Jinyu suppress the impulse to turn around and flee. He regretted agreeing to the man's words today at the photo studio. Chapter 172, The Consequence of Being Too Full. You go downstairs first. This sentence was addressed to Zhang, the steward. Zhang nodded and turned away with the quilt in his arms. As the footsteps gradually faded away, the air in the corridor became quiet. In this silence, Su Jinyu heard his own accelerating heartbeat. When he fell into a wide and warm embrace from behind, he helplessly swallowed hard. The things have arrived, a deep and melodious voice softly murmured near his ear, mingling with wet kisses and hot breath that landed on his earlobes. Su Jinyu shivered unconsciously and felt a wave of weakness in his legs. Tomorrow, we need to check out the wedding venue. The hands around his waist started to misbehave, creating a trail of electric sensations wherever they passed. The man relied all his strength on the embrace behind him as his breathing quickened slightly. Low and pleasant laughter echoed by his ear, reddening Su Jinyu's tear corners. As he was lifted up by the waist, he pinched the other person's waist out of shame and annoyance. A stifled groan came from above his head. Su Jinyu felt the body holding him stiffen momentarily before the figure took large strides forward, kicked open the unlocked door, and quickly carried him onto the bed. The action wasn't particularly gentle, even somewhat rough and eager, as Su Jinyu's body forcefully crashed onto the soft bed, bouncing slightly due to inertia. When he finally sat up and supported himself on the bed, Gu Peilang entered from outside with a box in hand. After closing the door with his foot, he glanced around the room but couldn't find a blade for the package. Right then, an impromptu violent manual parcel opening commenced inside the room. The sizzle sound continued endlessly in the silent room, stunning Su Jinyu, who sat there on the bed. When the plump box opened, things inside scattered all over the floor and bumped against the bed legs before stopping. Staring at it, Su Jinyu's face flushed red as if trying to hold back something. Gu Peilang, dressed impeccably in a black tailored suit, knelt down with one knee on the ground. His long, graceful fingers held a sheer fabric clothing from the floor, his gaze fixed on the vast lacework before curling up the corner of his lips contentedly. The person on the bed blushed so red it seemed about to emit smoke. Gu Peilang tilted his head and glanced toward the other party, mischief gleaming in his eyes after appreciating their expression long enough. He then slowly stood up with the clothes in his hand. Shopkeeper free gift. Su Jinyu. Not good. But, the man frowned thoughtfully and made a decision before Su Jinyu could react. Su Jinyu. Realizing resistance was futile, Su Jinyu buried himself under the quilt like an ostrich. The man's body pressed down heavily like a mountain, embracing both him and the quilt together. He then began uncovering the quilt bit by bit like unwrapping a present. The soft light from the ceiling spilled over every corner of the room, prompting the person hiding under the quilt to close their eyes instinctively. Their long lashes quivered faintly in the glow of the lights, casting a pale shadow across their face. Gu Peilang watched his lover, whose expressions resembled someone being offered up in sacrifice, and love filled his dark profound eyes. Passionate kisses rained down relentlessly, enveloping the person in front like waves crashing over. Shy yet fervent, Su Jinyu trembled as he extended his arms around the figure on top of him. Peilang. What is? Gu Peilang chuckled lowly by his ear but only held him, not making any further moves. You sleep. I won't bother you anymore. Gu Peilang's voice carried a lazy satisfaction, sensual enough to make Su Jinyu's legs weak, yet it only irritated him. Turning around, Su Jinyu bit onto the other man's firm pectorals muscles, grinding against them still unsatisfied. Filled with embarrassment, he whispered hoarsely. Gu Peilang realized that he might have gone too far this time and didn't dare upset the other further. He lowered his tone, gently coaxing while warming hands massaged acupressure points on Su Jinyu's sore waist. Su Jinyu, with widened eyes, was rather astonished, failing to comprehend these bizarre business logics entirely. But regardless of how he protested, it did not alter Gu Peilang's resolution. Enraged deeply this time, Su Jinyu, wearing traces impossible to hide underneath his large shirt, exploded at Gu Peilang for the first time ever, scowling as he coldly pushed him out of the bedroom. For 2 whole days afterward, Su Jinyu showed no friendly expressions toward Gu Peilang whatsoever. Aware of his wrongdoings, Gu Peilang could do nothing but try to placate his beloved, but unlike previous times when he could easily console the other, Su Jinyu this time remained steadfast, disregarding all Gu Peilang's efforts. As the weather after the new year gradually began to warm up, the employees of Gu Corporation still felt like they were living in the depths of winter. Their president had been walking around with a gloomy face for 2 consecutive days. Everyone in the company who attended meetings with him got scolded to no end, especially the department heads. Each time they emerged from his office, their faces were deathly pale. The man's daily role as a portable refrigeration unit at work was completely unknown to Su Jinyu, who was still furious and moved to the guest bedroom with his quilt and pillow on the very first day Gu Peilang returned to the company. Gu Peilang finally managed to stay at the company until the end of the workday, only to return home and discover an empty bed, causing his face to turn immediately sullen upon arrival. With both masters in foul moods, Zhang, the steward, and all the other servants in the Gu residence dared not speak above a whisper, fearing that they would enrage either one. Fang Mingji arrived during this cold war. The bloodshot-eyed young man started crying when he saw the person who opened the door for him. However, after spotting the expressionless man sitting on the couch behind them, his tears were abruptly held back. Chapter 173, Sorry, I can't. Mingji. Su Jinyu was somewhat surprised. He looked at the young man trying hard not to cry, and instinctively glanced back at the emotionless man in the living room behind him. Gu Peilang. Why are you crying? Did something happen? Su Jinyu blocked the person behind him with his back, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, as he concernedly looked at Fang Mingji. The tears that were originally circling in his eyes burst forth like an open floodgate the moment he heard his friend's words of concern. Fang Mingji clumsily wiped away the tears on his face with the back of his hand, pouting, Wah. Jinyu. My parents found out. His words came out brokenly, accompanied by incessant sobs, yet Su Jinyu instantly understood. The man's expression slightly changed, raising his hand to pull him inside. You stop crying first, come in. Fang Mingji's emotions were a bit unstable, his speech halting. No matter what Su Jinyu asked him, all he did was shake his head while silently shedding tears, looking down. Seeing that he couldn't get any answers, Su Jinyu could only lead him upstairs to the bedroom on the 3rd floor for comfort. As he left, he subtly gestured toward the man sitting on the opposite sofa. Gu Peilang nodded, then pulled out his phone after the two went upstairs and called his assistant. The call was quickly answered. Neither of them spoke for a short moment of silence over the phone. Fang Mingji is here with me. Gu Peilang broke the silence first. The voice from the other side was somewhat hoarse, I know. Gu Peilang raised an eyebrow, aren't you worried about him? Boss, can I entrust a favor to you and Mr. Su? Gu Peilang, what is it? Please take care of him for me. An hour later, Su Jinyu came out of the guest room. On the corridor, Gu Peilang leaned against the wall with crossed arms. Upon hearing the sound, he straightened up. How did you come up here? Gu Peilang didn't answer his question, just glanced at the door the other had gently closed. How is he? Su Jinyu's complexion wasn't good. Shaking his head, they both turned and left. Long ago, Su Jinyu knew that Mr. and Mrs. Fong most hoped for was for Fong Mingji to find a gentle and virtuous girl as his wife. Since college, the couple started subtly asking him what kind of girl he liked, occasionally using rare family gatherings to introduce him to daughters of their business partners. The youth complained to Su Jinyu countless times about this. Back then, Su Jinyu didn't have many thoughts on it, even approving a bit of the approach taken by Fong's father and mother because Fong Mingji's character was too soft. If he dated a hot-tempered girl, he worried Mingji would be bullied. But life's surprises are unpredictable. He never thought Fong Mingji would fall for Lu Qi, nor did he expect that when Fong's parents learned their son likes a man, they'd react so strongly. Aunt saw Mingji's chat records with Lu Qi. His knees are bruised from kneeling. In the bedroom, Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang sat at the bedside, thinking about the bruises on Mingji's knees made his already furrowed brows tighten more. Gu Peilang held his lover's hand. Lu Qi is already on his way to the Fong residence. Don't worry, he'll handle it well. However, Gu Peilang's words didn't ease Su Jinyu's wrinkled brow much. Uncle and aunt are very stubborn people. Fong Mingji cried as he told him that he had knelt down and begged them, but they refused nonetheless. That always strong-willed woman even said to the youth, if he dared to stay with Lu Qi, they would cut off their relationship as mother and son. In the dim light of a room with deliberately drawn curtains, the figure curled up on the bed shrank into a tiny lump. His closed eyes opened again slowly after the watchful presence beside him quietly tiptoed away. Hot tears flowed across his nose into one eye, then seeped through his tear ducts into the soft pillow. Underneath the quilt, there was a slight quivering bump. Fong Mingji buried his nose and mouth into the quilt, remembering his angry mother's harsh words and his father's look of disappointment and blame, biting his lips and forcing back his sobs. He didn't understand why liking someone who liked him warranted such anger from them. It felt as if he had committed some unforgivable mistake. Yet, clearly, he hadn't done anything wrong. He merely wanted to pursue his own happiness, nothing more than that. The young man had never been as sad as he was at this moment. The area beneath his ribs felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand, causing a pain so intense that it left him breathless and utterly aggrieved. Lu Qi. In his darkest hour, the person he most wished to have by his side wasn't there. All the young man could do was blink back tears, calling out over and over again the name of the one in his heart. The phone with its screen shattered like a spider web was tightly clutched in his palm. Fong Mingji pulled back the quilt, sobbing as he repeatedly pressed the power button. The phone, which had been smashed onto the floor by a woman in rage, had not lit up since the screen went dark. No matter how many times Fong Mingji tried, the cracked screen remained black, faintly reflecting his red and swollen eyes. Beep. A faint sound rang clearly in the quiet room. After Fong Mingji's relentless efforts, the broken phone finally came back to life. His hands trembled as he held the phone. Even though the screen was too shattered to read clearly, he still accurately opened the call log, found the man's number, and dialed it. The wait was long, yet the phone barely rang once before the other side hung up. Hung up. Fong Mingji blinked in disbelief, then dialed again, only to find the phone was switched off. It felt like the sky was falling down. Clutching the phone, the young man's heart sank completely to the icy bottom of the lake, every last flicker of hope extinguished from his eyes. Elsewhere, at the Fong residence villa. The elegantly decorated hall carried an atmosphere of oppressive heaviness, the mistress's angry face adding even more coldness to the environment, making it unfriendly. Before her stood a man in a deep gray suit. His fine features included a high-bridged nose adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, giving him an air of scholarly elegance. However, the 5 fresh red marks on his left cheek brutally marred this charm. I'll say this once, stay away from my son. Mrs. Fong stared coldly at the man standing before her, speaking firmly. On the sofa sat Mr. Fong, who had been silent throughout the encounter. But his scrutinizing gaze never left the other man for a single moment. I'm sorry, Mrs. Fong. Lu Qi looked up at the woman in front of him, his slightly narrow eyes full of determination as he said, I can't do that. Chapter 174, Exert Your Chivalry. The woman's originally rather calm expression instantly became as bad as it could be after hearing Lu Qi's reply. Mr. Lu, do you think I'm informing you? Mrs. Fong sneered, looking at the person in front of her with full contempt. He has always been obedient and sensible since he was a child, and has never made his father and me worry. If someone hadn't intentionally deceived him, he wouldn't have done something so rebellious. Mrs. Fong was loud and severe, glaring at the man who had lured away her son, wanting to directly drive him out of the door. However, her good upbringing wouldn't allow her to do such an impolite thing. Do you think, Mrs. Fong, that loving someone is a disrespectful act? Humph. Mrs. Fong sneered, not just that, it's utterly scandalous. The woman's originally gentle voice became shrill. Scandalous. Lu Qi softly mumbled these 4 words, then suddenly laughed lightly a moment later. When he looked up at the person in front of him again, his eyes behind the lenses were slightly cold. Does Mr. Fong know that his mother views his love like this? Mrs. Fong knitted her two eyebrows. What do you mean? Lu Qi, nothing much, I just feel sorry for Mr. Fong. Thrown to the nanny right after birth, adding up all the days seeing your parents in a year can't reach the number of fingers on one hand, the man paused, then sneered, and yet, Mrs. Fong says Mr. Fong is obedient and sensible. Yes, a child who doesn't need their own parents to worry about and take care of them from a young age, how can they not be obedient and sensible? These words, which openly mocked and subtly ridiculed, changed the expressions of the couple. Just when Mrs. Fong was about to get angry, Mr. Fong, who had been silent on the sofa, stood up. The nearly 40-year-old man smoothed the wrinkles on his coat lapel, then looked up at the person in front of him. Assistant Lu has great eloquence, he said. Lu Qi raised an eyebrow without comment, he felt so much pain for his child. Mr. Fong, I only knew Assistant Lu as a very capable person in the past, but I've never known that Assistant Lu was also so interested in others' family matters. With these words, other people's family matters, the man was thoroughly excluded. Lu Qi tightened his hands hanging by his sides, not saying a word. As he was being ushered out of the Fang's villa, polite but distant words from Mr. Fong still echoed in his ears. My wife and I are grateful that Assistant Lu lent a helping hand when we needed it. We Fangs will remember this kindness, and if Assistant Lu ever needs help in the future, our Fong Corporation will certainly not stand idly by. As for the matter between Assistant Lu and Mingming, my wife and I will not agree to it. We hope that Assistant Lu will exert your chivalry and let Mingming go. This would be good for both you and him. Chivalry. The man dressed in deep gray suit stood outside the tightly closed gate, staring intently at the lush courtyard, with dark eyes clouded over. Just before entering the house, Mr. Fong seemed to sense something and turned back briefly to meet the gaze of the man. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked at the figure enveloped by sunlight beyond the iron gate, his expression changing slightly. After several struggles in his heart, he finally returned to a state of calm, and he quietly sighed before pushing the door and entering the house. Lu Qi stood on the roadside, gazing at the exquisite villa resembling a castle from a fairy tale, where his prince resided. And now, the prince was about to be locked away. To hell with chivalry. Gu residence. Mingji, try this tofu. It's the aunt's best dish, very delicious. In the brightly lit and soft restaurant, Su Jinyu used the communal chopsticks to pick up a piece of mapo tofu and placed it in the bowl of the young man sitting beside him, speaking gently. The man seated beside him maintained a calm expression, simply moving his bowl forward emotionlessly once Su Jinyu had retrieved the chopsticks. Su Jinyu. Even the most delicious food tasted bland in Fong Mingji's mouth, as he cradled his bowl, with a somewhat dazed expression due to excessive crying. Su Jinyu watched him eating grain by grain, and the words on the tip of his tongue circled around twice before being swallowed again. The dining table was silent until Gu Feilong finally spoke after successfully tasting the mapo tofu served by Su Jinyu. Lu Qi said he will come to pick you up in a few days. Accurately catching the mention of the man's name, Fong Mingji's slight body trembled slightly. Instinctively turning to look at the person beside Su Jinyu, within 2 seconds, his swollen eyes misted over with hazy fog. It's not my fault. The youth's voice was hoarse, choked with sobs filled with grievances and sorrow. Fong Mingji called the other person many times afterward, but without exception, all calls went unanswered as the phone was off. This plunged him, who was already heartbroken and upset, into deep anxiety and panic. His parents were firmly against him being with a man, and now that the other person wasn't answering his calls, he felt abandoned. Su Jinyu looked at the youth about to cry again and felt utterly helpless. The three of them quietly finished dinner. Gu Feilong still had work to attend to and went up to the study. Fong Mingji sat in the living room staring blankly, holding the longan and red date tea Su Jinyu had brewed for him. When Su Jinyu came out from the kitchen, he saw the young man with a completely absent-minded look on his face. He sighed silently inside and sat down next to the young man. Before he could say any words of comfort, the youth suddenly turned his head toward him. Jinyu, where do you and Mr. Gu plan to go for your honeymoon after you get married? Honeymoon? I haven't thought about it yet, Su Jinyu said after pursing his lips, since ours is more of a remarriage anyway, going on a honeymoon doesn't matter too much. Fong Mingji frowned disapprovingly upon hearing this. His red and swollen eyes made him look inexplicably like a sad frog. This is your real, emotionally connected relationship together, how can it not be important? Seeing the young man's urgency, Su Jinyu smiled and reassured him, we'll see later. If he has time, we'll travel around some neighboring countries. Upon hearing the answer, Fong Mingji nodded slightly and didn't speak anymore, falling back into the same low-spirited silence as before. Su Jinyu didn't know why he would suddenly bring up this topic. After pondering it for a while, he cautiously opened his mouth to ask, you. But the youth interrupted before he could finish, Jinyu, please don't ask me anything right now, okay? I'm very sad. Su Jinyu, alright, I won't say anything. Shall I just stay by your side? Fong Mingji didn't respond, merely nodding gently. Su Jinyu stayed in the living room with the young man for a long time until the clock on the wall gradually pointed to midnight. Then, wobbly, the young man got up from the sofa, saying he wanted to go back to bed. Su Jinyu escorted him back to the room, watching the person lying silently in bed with closed eyes. He stood by the bedside for a long while before finally turning away with concerns heavy in his heart. The next morning, two people sleeping soundly in the master bedroom were woken up by the doorbell ringing. Soo Jin-yu got up to open the door, and upon seeing the person standing outside, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes before he quickly snapped back to reality. Chapter 175, We Will Be Together Forever. You're here rather early. Soo Jin-yu looked up at the wall clock. Lu Chi had a dark bruise under his eyes, and he gave a slight smile. Soo Jin-yu moved aside to let him in. He's upstairs, go ahead. Gu Peilang descended from upstairs wearing a bathrobe, and Lu Chi greeted him. Lu assistant. As Lu Chi was about to ascend the stairs, Soo Jin-yu suddenly called out to stop him. He stopped and turned around. The two stood together. The finely featured man gazed calmly at him. I have always regarded Mingji as my younger brother. Implied meaning, if you hurt him, I will not let you go. Lu Chi gently pursed his lips, slowly and seriously said, I won't. Soo Jin-yu did not say anything more. Lu Chi turned around and went upstairs. The man standing beside who had not spoken all this time reached out to embrace his shoulders. Relax, it'll be fine. Soo Jin-yu lightly leaned his head on the man's shoulder, closed his eyes for a moment, and nodded, I know. Lu Chi directly came to the third floor. His gaze swept past the master bedroom which had its door slightly open and then stopped in front of the guest room. The tightly shut door was tapped lightly but there was no response from inside. Lu Chi waited for a while and lifted his hand again. Ming Ming, it's me. A muffled thud came from inside, as if something heavy fell to the ground. Lu Chi's heart tightened. His hand gripping the doorknob had yet to exert force when the door was suddenly opened from the inside. An additional soft figure fell into his arms, and Lu Chi instinctively returned the hug. Upon touching the trembling shoulders of the youth, his heart constricted as if it had been punched. Ming Ming, I'm sorry. The person in his arms did not respond. Soon after, Lu Chi's chest was soaked by tears. Having seen the prowess of the young man crying before, he could only embrace him as they sat by the bed and gently consoled him. Fang Mingji tightly held onto the clothing of the person in front of him, eventually sobbing so hard that he hiccuped. Lu Chi worried that the continuous crying would cause harm, so he pinched the young man's chin and forced him to look up slightly. Swollen red eyes and a face full of tears came into view, causing the man's breath to momentarily stall. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Lu Chi softly kissed the salty and tender lips of the person in front of him, continuously apologizing in a low voice. The salty taste between their lips was unrelenting, and Lu Chi's heart ached as if pricked by needles. You don't want me anymore, woo. The youth's wet lashes stuck together, unable to open, and his hoarse, choking voice accused the person in front of him of his wrongdoing. I didn't abandon you, I never did. Lu Chi hugged the person back into his arms, unable to contain his pain. The incessant demands of Fang Mingji's mother replayed in Lu Chi's ears throughout the night, leaving him sleepless. No matter what, he wouldn't let go. However, he also couldn't cause rifts between Fang Mingji and his parents. After pondering through the night without finding a perfect solution, just as dawn began to break, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't answered the young man's call yesterday. Although Fang Mingji usually appeared carefree, Lu Chi knew that beneath his seemingly oblivious exterior was a sensitive and delicate heart. After yesterday's incident, he had disconnected the call without any explanation, and hadn't called back afterward. He didn't know how the other party would interpret it. Indeed. Hugging the person who was sobbing uncontrollably, Lu Chi felt both heartbroken and helpless. His little silly one always seemed to misunderstand how much he loved him. You fool, why would I ever leave you? Fang Mingji whimpered again, rubbing his eyes with the hands grabbing the man's clothes, opening his glued eyelashes. In his blurred vision, he saw the man's compassionate gaze and the trace of bruises yet to subside on the side of his cheek. The youth widened his eyes slightly in surprise and tentatively touched the man's face. Your face. Lu Chi slightly turned away, smiling easily. It's nothing, I accidentally bumped it against the doorframe when I went out. Awkward lie. Fang Mingji's heart ached intensely, and fresh tears streamed down his face once again. Why are you crying again? A light sigh resonated in the room, filled with helplessness. As he felt the gentle and cherishing actions on his face, Fang Mingji became even more disheartened. All this while, he was consumed by panic and despair that the man no longer wanted him, never considering that the other had faced his overbearing parents alone. Does it hurt? With his hand suspended mid-air, the youth cautiously caressed Lu Chi's face, speaking softly as though afraid of startling the other. Lu Chi took his hand and shook his head gently. It doesn't hurt. Fang Mingji pouted. Yesterday, you hung up on me. I thought, you didn't want me anymore. His voice was filled with grievances as Lu Chi remembered the situation and his gaze darkened slightly. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Fang Mingji shook his head. It's not your fault. My mom, did they give you a hard time? Lu Chi smiled. Not at all. Your uncle and aunt are very nice people. They didn't make it difficult for me. Big liar. Fang Mingji looked at the faint finger marks on his face, tears welling up in his eyes, yet he couldn't help but smile. Lu Chi's expression showed a hint of confusion, but Fang Mingji said nothing, leaning forward slightly to wrap his arms around the other's neck and burying his head in his neck. Uncle Lu. The young man's voice was muffled, and Lu Chi raised his hand to pat his head, softly responding, yeah, I'm here. I don't want to be separated from you. We won't be separated. Lu Qi held the person in his arms tightly, his deep and gentle voice filled with firm resolve. We will always be together. Forever. An hour later, Lu Qi descended the stairs hand in hand with the young man. In the living room downstairs, Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang were sitting on the couch waiting for them. Upon seeing the two come down, Su Jinyu's eyes immediately fell on Fang Mingji's swollen eyes, which resembled peaches. Did you cry secretly all night under the covers? Su Jinyu watched as the person approached him, his elegant brows knitting into the shape of a chuan. Fang Mingji smiled ingratiatingly but didn't say anything. Su Jinyu sighed with regret, looking at the man beside him. What do you plan to do? I will strive to gain Mr. Fang and Mrs. Fang's approval. I will never let Ming Ming down. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Su Jinyu gazed at the man with satisfaction. Gu Peilang stepped forward. If there's anything we can help with, just let us know. Lu Qi's eyes softened with emotion. I understand. Thank you, Boss Gu. Thank you, Mr. Su. Half an hour later, Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang stood outside the house, watching the two leave in their car. It wasn't until the black car disappeared around the corner of the garden that the butler Zhang approached with a phone in hand. Master, Miss 3 is on the line. Chapter 176, Wedding, Part 1. Auntie Gu, you should have given us a heads up before coming early, said Gu Peilang at the A City airport as he looked at the still sharp-dressed woman in front of him, his tone tinged with helplessness. What? My own house, I come back whenever I want. Do you have a problem with that? Asked Gu Wen as she arched her eyebrows, speaking to Gu Peilang but her eyes were on Su Jinyu who stood beside the man. Gu Peilang, you know that's not what I mean. Gu Wen coldly snorted without saying anything more. She then pushed her suitcase towards Su Jinyu and walked off towards the parking lot in her high heels. Su Jinyu, looking at the small suitcase in front of him, couldn't help but sigh. The tension between them had not diminished after all this time. Let's go. Suddenly a large hand grabbed the suitcase and Su Jinyu snapped out of it. His hanging hand was taken into the warmth of another's palm. The man expressionlessly led him forward. Su Jinyu tilted her head, glancing at the clear profile of the person walking next to her, unable to resist slightly curving the corner of her lips. Sitting in the passenger seat, Gu Wen saw the two walking hand in hand and let out a cold sniff from her nose, still not saying anything. After everyone got into the car and began driving away from the airport towards the Gu residence, silence fell over the enclosed car compartment. Gu Wen took a look through the rearview mirror at the two people, then suddenly spoke. There is less than a week left until the wedding. How are your preparations going? Gu Peilang, almost everything's ready, the wedding planning company has everything under control, so you don't need to worry. Gu Wen, what is there for me to worry about anyway, it's not my wedding after all. The woman then lazily changed positions, leaning back against the chair, closed her eyes, and said no more. The compartment regained its quiet atmosphere. Half an hour later, the car slowly stopped outside the Gu mansion. Zhang, the housekeeper who had been waiting outside for quite some time, immediately went up and took out the luggage from the trunk. Upon entering the house, the woman took off her coat and draped it carelessly on the sofa, sitting down with her legs crossed. Zhang, the housekeeper, immediately stepped forward and poured her a cup of water. The newly arrived chef was still preparing dinner in the kitchen, and the company had sent several overseas emails requiring review. After briefly updating Gu Wen, Gu Peilang prepared to head upstairs to the study. Not wanting to face the woman, Su Jinyu also wanted to follow along. That person, wait a moment. A voice rang out void of any discernible emotion, causing Su Jinyu to stop in her tracks and turn around. The woman on the couch drank her hot drink without lifting her head. The box contains the wedding gifts we bought for you too, carry it upstairs for them. Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang exchanged a glance, their eyes resting on the suitcase placed in the center of the living room. Gu Peilang quickly composed himself and said, Thank you, Auntie Gu. The woman continued to keep her head down, as if she hadn't heard. With a somewhat helpless laugh, Gu Peilang followed Su Jinyu up the stairs with the suitcase in hand. Their figures disappeared around the corner of the staircase, and only then did the woman sitting on the couch lift her head and take a quick look. Inside the bedroom, Su Jinyu sat cross-legged on the carpet while in front of him lay the open suitcase. An entire suitcase full of things made him open his mouth in shock. Inside there was even a cash red envelope worth 8,888 yuan. What does your aunt mean by this? Asked Su Jinyu, playing with the red envelope in her hands as she looked up at the man lying on the bed. Gu Peilang put down his computer and glanced down. It seems like a custom. Custom? Su Jinyu raised her eyebrows. Gu Peilang, before the new daughter-in-law arrives at her husband's family, elders of the husband's side usually give her a red envelope. Su Jinyu. Suddenly intrigued, the man threw aside his blanket, stepped onto the ground barefoot, then bent his legs and sat down beside Su Jinyu, pulling him into her arms. How much is inside? 8,888. Still dazed from the notion of being referred to as the new bride, Su Jinyu instinctively replied. Gu Peilang arched an eyebrow, seeming somewhat unsatisfied. Is that all? Su Jinyu. Is that the main issue here? What does your aunt mean by this? Looking at how dazed and disbelieving her companion seemed, the man tightened his arm around her shoulders, shifting his grip upwards to support her neck as he pulled her closer and kissed her softly. Lost in passion, Su Jinyu dropped the red envelope to the floor. Don't understand. After the kiss ended, Gu Peilang was reluctant to let go, staying inches away from her mouth, rubbing noses lightly, intimately close. Su Jinyu blankly shook her head, though a vague answer was already forming in her mind, she still didn't believe it. No one will deliberately make things difficult for you anymore. How did she suddenly? It's not sudden, Gu Peilang softly interrupted the other person's words, I said it before, my AU is good, no one would dislike you. The lips so close recovered once again, when being pressed down onto the thick blanket, Su Jinyu reached out her arms to hug the person in front of her and then closed her eyes with trembling eyelashes. It's not that, it's clearly because you're better. The passionate couple unlocked a new pose, leaving their marks on the carpet, thus missing dinner. In the dining room downstairs, Gu Wen looked expressionlessly at the full table of dishes, her lonely figure seeming somewhat pitiful. Behind her, Zhang the housekeeper came over and wanted to say something but hesitated, Miss Gu, Mr. Gu and Mr. Su, are busy. Gu Wen immediately understood what was going on with just a glance. I know they don't have me this elder in their eyes, the woman coldly snorted and picked up the chopsticks on the table, just leave them be. Zhang the housekeeper nodded with his eyes lowered, standing quietly behind her. The wedding planning company sent a message for us to go check out the wedding venue tomorrow. The satiated man sat in the bathtub, the large hand under the foam gently massaging the sore muscles of the person in his arms. Su Jinyu rested lazily on Gu Peilang's arm, fighting the heavy eyelids. Tomorrow. Gu Peilang, if you're too tired, I can call them to rearrange the time. Hearing this, Su Jinyu opened the stuck-together eyelids and struggled to keep awake. No, let's do it tomorrow, changing the time is too troublesome. Okay, let's rest early tonight. Su Jinyu mumbled an answer, burying her head deeper into the man's embrace and falling asleep soon after. As the breathing in her ears became distant and deep, Gu Peilang lightly curved his lips, gently washing her clean and then carrying her to bed. For such a short distance, the man walked slowly and carefully. After laying the person in his arms on the bed, Gu Peilang's face turned slightly pale. It's still a bit of a strain for his legs which had just recovered from immobility to carry someone like this. Gu Peilang pressed his lips together, lying down next to Su Jinyu without expression and holding her in his arms. It seems like I need to step up the intensity of my training. Chapter 177, Wedding, Part 2. There were fewer than 2 days left until the Lantern Festival, which also meant that the wedding of the two was just around the corner. In order to be in better mental shape on the wedding day, Gu Peilang had already put down his work 2 days ago. Except for necessary meetings, he basically spent every day at the Gu residence with Su Jinyu. The formerly rustic and simple house underwent a tremendous transformation. Red silk and ribbons extended all the way from the garden to their bedroom. The light-colored bedding had been replaced with festive red. Standing by the bed, Su Jinyu looked at the wedding photo of him and Gu Peilang on the wall next to the bed. His gaze moved up to the bright red happiness character hanging above, his expression somewhat complicated. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? He turned his head to look at the man behind him. Gu Peilang had just returned from a meeting at the company, still wearing his business suit, a pure black suit making him appear handsome and elegant. The man stepped forward a few paces, leaned over to play with the red bow on the bedside lamp in the corner, and curved his lips slightly with an amused expression. Is it? I think it's just right. This shows how much they value our wedding. Gu Peilang held the person in his arms, his deep voice filled with joy and pleasure, and I take it seriously as well. Su Jinyu's expression was slightly touched as the man embraced his shoulders and turned them in a direction. Our clothes customized by Auntie are here. Let's have dinner first, then we can try them on and see if they fit. Our clothes are already plenty. Gu Peilang, it's hard to refuse the kindness of elders. Downstairs in the dining room, Gu Wen, who had just come back from outside, was wearing a casual long dress, her arms crossed as she stood in the living room checking the results of the last few days, with Mr. Zhang, the butler, standing behind her. The lanterns at the entrance should be changed to bigger ones, and the green plants beside should also be replaced since the flowers have wilted. The woman's delicate eyebrows formed a dissatisfied arc. Mr. Zhang nodded in agreement. All right, I'll have it done immediately. Gu Wen nodded contentedly, her serious expression relaxing slightly when she saw the two slowly descending from upstairs. There was even a barely noticeable curve to her lips. The three of them sat down in the dining room, and Mr. Zhang informed the kitchen staff to serve the dishes. The meal was eaten quietly yet warmly. By the way, towards the end of the meal, the woman set down her chopsticks and elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin from the side before turning her attention to the two opposite her. According to custom, the couple-to-be spends the 3 days prior to the wedding staying separately at their respective homes. Gu Wen's words made Su Jinyu stop mid-bite. Instinctively raising his head, the woman stared straight at him without any readable emotion. Suddenly, the delicious food in his mouth lost its taste. Su Jinyu put down his chopsticks, his lowered lashes casting a gray shadow. Aunt, that was old tradition. Times have changed now. Gu Peilang remained calm while using communal chopsticks to place a shrimp on the plate of the person beside him before raising his head to look at the woman across from him. Gu Wen furrowed her brows. Ancestral rules. Gu Peilang responded unhurriedly, rules are dead, people are alive. Fine, even if we don't need to follow that rule, who will walk him down the aisle during the ceremony? Gu Wen took a step back. Surely there should be some representative from the Su family attending your wedding. This topic grew heavy. The Su family had gone bankrupt, and Su Qin was still lying in the hospital. The Su Jianghai family despised Su Jinyu immensely and would never attend their wedding. Moreover, neither Su Jinyu nor Gu Peilang wanted them there either. Members of the Su family. There is someone. Su Jinyu said. Gu Wen looked at him skeptically. Who? Su Jinyu, my uncle. How come I've never heard of you having an uncle? Aunt, it's getting late, you should rest. Gu Peilang lifted his gaze toward Gu Wen, his eyes deeply meaningful. For a moment, the words lingering on Gu Wen's lips ceased, and they were swallowed back down. The woman pushed away her chair and stood up to leave, leaving the restaurant quiet once more. Su Jinyu gazed at the slightly cooling meal on the table without saying a word. Gu Peilang tilted his head, looking at the side face of the other, suppressing his lips momentarily before speaking. Ayu, if you want to. I don't, the man interrupted before Gu Peilang could finish, seemingly knowing what the other wanted to say. His beautiful eyes filled with coldness. I don't want to see anyone from their family that day. Gu Peilang's eyes darkened, his sorrow momentarily hidden beneath the raven-like feathered mask. I understand. City B, Santan Villa. After soothing the little princess and returning to the bedroom, Shang Yi didn't see Su Li. After searching around, he finally found the person in the small bar on the third floor. The air was filled with a rich aroma of alcohol. The man slightly moved his nose, scanning his eyes around. He saw the person lying asleep on the counter, hugging a half-empty bottle of liquor. Little drunkard. Shang Yi felt both annoyed and amused as he stepped forward and bent down closer to the youth. The rich smell of alcohol grew even stronger. Li, wake up. The person in slumber was disturbed, smacking lips before turning the head to the other side and continued sleeping soundly. Shang Yi, completely ignored. Su Li, being drunk, was eventually carried away by the man, still tightly hugging the previous wine bottle when leaving. Without dreams throughout the night, early the next morning, Su Li woke up and immediately saw a well-muscled chest, causing a momentary confusion. Wake up. Before Su Li's brain affected by the hangover could reboot, a deep, raspy voice came from above. Su Li blinked repeatedly, not having the chance to speak when suddenly something heavy landed on him. The man who had been lying beside him flipped over, pressing down onto him. A pair of slightly blue eyes locked tightly onto the person beneath, full of laughter yet mysteriously making Su Li feel endangered. How soon after recovering do you start thinking about drinking? Are you so capable, huh? Shang Yi's gaze was too substantial. Su Li couldn't help but shrink his neck. I didn't drink. The man raised an eyebrow, glancing toward the bedside cabinet where last night's wine bottle quietly stood that Su Li had hugged in his arms. Looking along the man's gaze, Su Li. This is called not drinking. Su Li didn't drink much. Shang Yi looked at the wine bottle again, it was half empty. The man nodded, drawing back his gaze and looking meaningfully at the person underneath. Indeed, didn't drink much. Su Li. How should I punish a disobedient child? Shang Yi prolonged his tone, the curve at the corner of his lips seemingly laughing but not exactly. I can explain. Su Li lifted a hand to block the handsome face gradually enlarging in front of him, hurriedly opening his mouth. The determined man to discipline someone raised a hand to catch the other's hand, pressing it above their head. In the slightly surprised gaze, he cruelly said, I refuse. Su Li. Chapter 178, The Only Family Member. After being tossed and turned all night, Su Li couldn't get out of bed the next day. Little Ling Dang had come to the bedroom shared by him and Shang Yi several times, and each time she came, Su Li was still lying in bed, not yet awake. The little princess was somewhat unhappy. They had clearly agreed to take her to the handsome brother's wedding, but daddy was now oversleeping. When Shang Yi hung up the phone and pushed open the bedroom door, he just saw his daughter climbing onto the bed, preparing to pry open Su Li's eyes. The man hurried forward quickly and scooped up the little princess under her armpits, lifting her up. Daddy? Little Ling Dang was startled, with both her hands and feet flailing in the air. Shang Yi placed a finger against his lips, shushing quietly before carrying her out of the bedroom. When the little princess was taken away by the nanny, her little mouth was pouted so much it could hold an oil bottle. After the man handed her over to the nanny, he turned around and returned to the bedroom. The person on the bed was still sleeping, half of their face buried in the blanket, with only a pair of eyes visible outside. Scattered over the snow-white pillow were disheveled strands of hair. It must have been due to the commotion from the previous night, for even in sleep, the person was frowning deeply, their face expressing deep bitterness as if they carried some great vendetta, while their excessively red lips mumbled vaguely, speaking some unclear dream words. Shang Yi carefully moved closer and faintly heard a few words. Shang Yi. Su Li was still asleep, accusing the man of his crimes. He woke up abruptly. Upon opening his eyes and seeing the enlarged handsome face in front of him, Su Li didn't hesitate and slapped him directly. Shang Yi easily held the other's wrist as he was pressing down for a kiss. Just before Su Li was about to faint due to lack of oxygen, the man finally showed some mercy. Baby, you've finally woken up. Shang Yi looked at the person beneath him, his eyes full of laughter, his voice hoarse. Su Li flushed red, glaring at him with water-filled eyes. If he had any strength left, he really wanted to kick the guy off the bed. I'm not dead. With that big ruckus, how could I not wake up? Su Li said irritably. Shang-Yi, a grumpy Li is truly cute. Su Li angrily shouted, go to hell. The man embraced him and laughed heartily. After laughing enough, he spoke, all right. I won't tease you anymore. Will you stop being angry? Su Li ignored him, shoved him away, and painfully sat up on the bed, then slowly made his way to the bathroom. Shang-Yi, knowing he had gone too far, obediently held the clothes for changing and waited outside the door. The shadow behind the frosted glass was unclear, but the more it appeared indistinctly, the more mysterious it seemed. Just looking at that pale silhouette was enough for Shang-Yi to imagine how delicious the body opposite was. The man leaning against the door swallowed with difficulty and had to shift his attention elsewhere. By the way, this morning, a city called. The shower continued inside the bathroom. Your nephew seems to have an urgent matter for you. He asked if we can arrive a day earlier. The water sound in the bathroom suddenly stopped. Then the door opened, revealing a person wrapped in a bathrobe who stared at him expressionlessly. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Shang-Yi raised his hand. You were sleeping, I didn't want to disturb you. Su Li rolled his eyes disdainfully toward the man and extended his hand. Cell phone. The person in front obediently handed over the phone. Su Li took the cell phone to the balcony, found Su Jinyu's number, and dialed back, officially connecting the call between uncle and nephew. Half an hour later, after hanging up, Su Li returned to the room with a dazed look and sat on the edge of the bed, spacing out. Shang-Yi walked out of the bathroom and saw the expression on his face. The man frowned and sat down next to Su Li. Su Li turned his head, looking straight into the eyes of the man in front of him, his expression bewildered and interlaced with slight unease. Jinyu. Shang-Yi lifted his hand and held the slightly cool hand resting on his knee with soothing force. No rush, take your time. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon that day, Shang-Yi's private plane departed from B City. After 2.5 hours of flight, it slowly landed on the grass in the Gu residence garden. Hearing the sound, Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang came out of the house and walked forward when they saw the person descending from the plane. Gu Wen stood by the door, quietly watching them. Pretty Pants' brother. Little Ling Dang, getting off the plane, broke free from her father's embrace like a happy bird, diving into Su Jinyu's arms. Pretty Pants' brother, little Ling Dang misses you so much. The little princess clung to him tightly, and Su Jinyu felt his heart melt at the soft, fragrant little body in his arms. Brother also missed little Ling Dang. Beside them, Su Li watched the affectionate brother and sister with a faint smile gracing his handsome face. Uncle, you must have had a tiring journey. Su Jinyu spoke to the man standing before him. Su Li shook his head. Not at all, Shang-Yi was there for the whole trip. Gu Peilang, let's go inside and rest for a while. I've already arranged for some afternoon tea. Gu Wen had been standing by the door, her gaze fixed on the distant group, showing no emotion until they drew closer. Then she clearly saw Su Li's face. The resemblance between the two was uncanny. If it weren't for their completely different dispositions, it would be hard to tell them apart. And who is this? Gu Wen straightened slightly, examining Su Li with a scrutinizing look. Standing beside her, Shang-Yi took a step forward and met the woman's gaze with an upward tilt of his lips. Miss Gu, it's been a while. Gu Wen's attention had been solely on Su Li until Shang-Yi spoke. When she finally noticed the person standing quietly next to Su Li, her astonishment could not be concealed. Mr. Shang. How could you possibly? Her surprised eyes flickered between the man and Su Li next to him. Shang-Yi, I've been invited to attend Mr. Gu's and Mr. Su's wedding together with my beloved. Beloved? Forget that I haven't introduced you yet. Shang-Yi turned to glance lovingly at Su Li beside him, with a gentle blue in his eyes full of affection. This is my beloved, Su Li, and also Mr. Su's younger uncle. There was a brief moment of silence. Gu Wen instinctively looked toward Su Jinyu. Holding little Ling Dang, Su Jinyu nodded back to the woman's questioning look. He is my younger uncle, and also the only family member I have left in this world. Chapter 179, You Are My Husband. The only family member. Standing by the side, Gu Peilang's eyes dimmed slightly, and he said nothing. Su Li quickly snapped out of a brief daze, her gaze complex and amazed as she looked at Su Jinyu, but mostly deeply touched. He quickly adjusted his expression and looked towards the woman under the eaves. Taking 2 steps forward, he politely and kindly extended his right hand. My Jinyu is very grateful for your care. His clear and cold words were polite but carried a sense of distance. Gazing at this face that resembled Su Jinyu so much, Gu Wen found herself unable to think of what to say. The butler Zhang standing behind her timely stepped up to break the budding awkwardness, leading the group into the house. The rooms for the 3 had already been prepared in advance. Little Ling Dang had a house exclusively hers. Shang-Yi carried her inside. Su Jinyu helped Su Li bring the luggage to the room. Looking at the white jade orchids blooming on the table beside the bed, Su Li's eyes twinkled with joy. Thank you for the trouble. He turned to look at the person behind him. Su Jinyu just put down the suitcase, then shook his head in response. All preparations were delegated to the staff below. It was rather rushed. Uncle, take a look first if there is anything missing. I'll have them prepare. There isn't, everything here is provided. Hearing Su Li's response, Su Jinyu finally relaxed a little. You and Mr. Shang can rest for a while first. I'll call you when dinner is ready. After saying these words, Soo Jin-yu intended to turn and leave. Ayu. As Soo Jin-yu reached the door, someone behind him suddenly called out, stopping him. Turning around, the person standing beside the bed stared at him with flickering eyes, hesitating, wanting to speak but couldn't find the words. Uncle, what's wrong? What you said over the phone earlier. On the way here, Soo Lee had thought about it for a long time. Toward this nephew who they never lived together, he felt guilty, and much of this guilt came from the boy's mother. Maybe it was due to this reason that when they first met, seeing this face that bore a resemblance to himself, Soo Lee always felt somewhat self-conscious. Therefore, he constantly thought of compensating the other. Soo Lee had always believed that, to Soo Jin-yu, he was merely a relative and elder connected by a faint bloodline. Never had he imagined how significant an existence he was in Soo Jin-yu's eyes, the only family member. It's true. As if knowing what Soo Lee wanted to say, Soo Jin-yu straightened slightly, his expression serious as he looked directly at the person before him, his eyes gently curving. Looking at his smile, Soo Lee felt a sharp pang of moisture threatening to fill his eyes. Ayu. All the thousand unspoken words dissolved into a firm embrace. After being stunned for a moment, Soo Jin-yu gave a light chuckle inside, lifting his hand to return the embrace, creating a warm and touching atmosphere in the room. What are you doing? A deep, tender voice suddenly interrupted the scene, pulling Soo Lee away by the collar from Soo Jin-yu. When they turned around, behind stood a man wearing a half-smile, his slightly blue eyes glaring jealously. Mr. Gu, please control your wife and stop hugging other people's wives all the time, the sentence was directed at the man behind Soo Jin-yu. Soo Jin-yu turned back to see Gu Peilang standing behind him at some point. With one big hand sweeping in, Gu Peilang pulled Soo Jin-yu into his arms, his dark profound gaze unwaveringly locking onto the pair in front of him. President Shang must be joking. Even though I was standing behind you, I clearly saw that it was your wife who hugged my wife first. Shouldn't I be the one saying this? Jealousy played between the two men as they exchanged words of possessiveness, calling each other's wife, which made both Soo family uncle and nephew blush uncontrollably. In the end, each took their own partner and returned to their respective rooms. Before parting, Soo Jin-yu reminded Soo Lee and Shang Yi not to forget trying on the delivered evening gowns. Back in the room, Soo Jin-yu just closed the door, when a scorching embrace enveloped him from behind. The man held him tightly from behind, resting his head on his shoulder, their bodies fitting perfectly. What's wrong? Perceiving something off with the man, Soo Jin-yu tilted his head slightly. Gu Peilang wouldn't let go, and while maintaining such posture, lightly pecked at the other person. His statement was simple and direct, I'm jealous. Soo Jin-yu sighed helplessly, that's my uncle. Gu Peilang, but I'm still jealous. Soo Jin-yu. Can we stop fooling around? Soo Jin-yu turned to face the person before him, his gentle tone laced with indulgence and compromise, uncle is my family member, you two are different. The two words in the middle were suddenly spoken in a lower voice. Gu Peilang raised an eyebrow, pretending not to understand, what am I to you? Those two words were too embarrassing to utter, so Soo Jin-yu, his face flushed red, pushed away the man in front of him, nothing, it's getting late, we have to get up early tomorrow, so let's just go to bed. He was about to walk towards the bathroom when the man wouldn't miss this rare opportunity to hear those two words somewhere other than on the bed. He grabbed his wrist and pulled him back into his chest against the doorframe once again. Your voice was too low, I didn't catch what you said earlier. What am I to you? And he wouldn't stop until he got his answer, no matter how much Soo Jin-yu tried to get past without responding, he wasn't letting him trick his way out. Husband. You're my husband. In the end, after being asked so many times that it became unbearable, Soo Jin-yu finally surrendered, stretching his arms around the man's neck, lowering his voice as his face turned scarlet with shyness. Too preoccupied to notice, Soo Jin-yu missed the deep darkening gaze of the man upon hearing those two words. After a dizzying swirl, Soo Jin-yu's body experienced a brief moment of weightlessness before being thrown heavily onto the soft bedding. The next day hadn't even begun to lighten when Soo Jin-yu was pulled out from under the warm covers, eyes still heavy with sleep as if he'd lost his soul, relying purely on instinct. Soo Lee stood by the bed, dressed in light gray suit, his gaze sweeping over the neck full of love marks, expression unreadable. It's the wedding day today. Both of you obviously knew there'd be plenty to do, yet you two didn't know to restrain yourselves. Soo Lee looked at the youth who barely wanted to stay awake while brushing his teeth and couldn't help but comment. Standing by the wash basin looking upwards, Soo Jin-yu gurgled mouth foam before spitting water out and glanced at Soo Lee through the mirror. With darkened rings under his eyes, Soo Jin-yu managed a smile, I was too excited, it couldn't be helped. Soo Lee. And besides, didn't Uncle Soo and Mr. Shang go through something similar? Soo Lee. Chapter 180, Wedding, After. The face that bore a few similarities to his own had gained a bit of embarrassment. Soo Jin-yu looked at Soo Lee's gradually pink-eared tips and couldn't help but chuckle lightly. The usually composed and cool young man rarely shot him a glance, saying, you're being disrespectful. Soo Jin-yu just smiled without replying. The pre-booked hairstylist and makeup artist were already waiting in the living room, and after receiving notification from the butler, they carried their things upstairs. Soo Jin-yu had just come out when he was pulled to sit in front of the dressing table, then started being styled from head to toe. Su Li stood aside all the while observing, concerned about her nephew's hunger during the hairstyling process. She went to the kitchen to prepare something for him to eat. Su Jinyu sat on the stool watching his own appearance change in the mirror, biting the straw flat with his teeth. Is this makeup too heavy? He shifted his gaze uncomfortably, asking the makeup artist beside him. The makeup artist was a girl around 20 years old, with a round face dotted with a few freckles, playful yet not lacking in cuteness. She skillfully applied loose powder on Su Li's face, smiling upon hearing his words. Mr. Su, please rest assured, we know our limits. It would be such a pity if your fine features weren't highlighted. Su Jinyu slightly pursed his lips wanting to say something, but the girl interrupted again. Please rest assured, we are professionals, and will absolutely design the most unique makeup look for you that will astonish Mr. Gu. Being astonished in one glance, somehow it felt strangely embarrassing. Su Jinyu, well, okay then. His pretend composed response almost broke under the mocking gaze his uncle sent from the mirror, so Su Jinyu chose to ignore it by turning away and changing the subject. The other groom. Mr. Su, please don't worry, Mr. Gu is in another room. After we finish helping you, you two can meet. There's no need to rush. Su Jinyu. I'm not in any hurry, thank you. Knowing better than to say more and make more mistakes, the young man simply closed his mouth and tilted his head to close his eyes as directed by the makeup artist. Half an hour later, hands laced with the fragrance of powdered cream finally withdrew from his face. Su Jinyu opened his eyes at the sound of the makeup artist's voice. The person in the mirror had already transformed completely. If before, Su Jinyu was only delicate in features and had a hint of masculine charm, then now this delicacy and masculinity, amplified by the makeup, seemed even sharper. But the tear-shaped mole carefully drawn by eyeliner at the corner of his left eye gave him a touch of allure, balancing the masculinity. The whole person appeared like a fairy that mistakenly entered the mortal world. The makeup artist and stylist nearby had already started covering their hearts and squealing softly. Even Su Li's eyes showed some amazement. Very good looking. As soon as the youth came out of the dressing room, he instantly captured everyone's attention. Seeing the elegant nephew in front of him, Su Li's eyes suddenly misted over. He pushed aside the few people in front of him and approached, adjusting Su Jinyu's tie. His smile held kindness and comfort. Uncle. Su Jinyu's Adam's apple moved briefly as he called out gently. Suddenly, a knock sounded outside the door, followed by the butler's voice. Mr. Su, it's almost time. Go, don't let him wait. Su Li watched the young man in front of him, countless words finally condensing into an unbothered reminder at the edge of his lips. Su Jinyu nodded, lifted his eyes to look at the tightly closed door, and stepped forward step by step. The closer he got to the door, the faster his heart beat. By the time he reached the door, Su Jinyu's palms were soaked with sweat. A light click sounded as the lock opened, landing on both people inside and outside the room. Su Jinyu slowly opened the door and tensed his throat when he saw the pure black fabric outside. The man outside wore a full black suit, tall and slim. A white shirt collar showcased a pure black tie that exuded restraint. Looking up further, there was a strikingly handsome face. Gu Peilang's dark eyes softly rested on Su Jinyu, his surprise vividly reflecting, akin to flowing streams. The two made eye contact. For a moment, everything around them faded as though swept away by the tide, leaving only each other in the universe. In the end, it was Su Jinyu who couldn't bear the man's gaze, coming back to his senses first. The youth lowered his head, fidgeting his fingers awkwardly by his side. Why do you keep staring at me like that? Gu Peilang returned to reality, his surprise replaced by tenderness and love, taking a step forward until he was in front of the other, bringing together two equally beautiful faces within inches of each other, breaths intertwining and entwining. You look beautiful. A gentle touch accompanied by a soft whisper landed, causing Su Jinyu's face to turn red. I'm a guy. Gu Peilang, beauty knows no gender. Alright, it's not even nighttime yet, behave yourselves. Su Li stepped forward to interrupt the two, inserting herself quite assertively between them. Gu Peilang slightly straightened his body without speaking, but joy was evident in every wrinkle of his brows. From behind Gu Peilang, a large hand emerged and grabbed Su Li, pulling her aside. It was Shang Yi. He also wore a black suit, albeit lacking the intricate details of the newlyweds, but he was still excessively handsome and cool-looking. Su Li glanced at the man beside her as they descended the stairs together, her gaze shifting toward him. What's wrong? Shang Yi looked at her and smiled. Baby, do you know what you look like now? What? Su Li asked. You look like a father about to give away his daughter. Su Li. That's exactly what she was, a father about to give away his daughter. Downstairs in the hall, people had already gathered in a bustling crowd, all faces wearing smiles. Someone happened to glance back toward the staircase entrance and suddenly shouted loudly, the bride and groom have arrived. In an instant, countless eyes turned sharply toward the two figures on the staircase. Among the crowd, Su Jinyu recognized many familiar faces, Manager Zhang, Gu Wen, Lu Qi and Fang Mingji, as well as Grandpa Zhang and little Tianbao. Everyone was looking at them, their faces full of blessings. Only at this moment did Su Jinyu finally feel some sense of reality. He was truly about to marry the person standing beside him. The hands gripping each other tightened slightly as Gu Peilang turned his head and glanced at him. Are you nervous? Su Jinyu shook his head, took a deep breath, and then looked at the crowd below with bright eyes. Not at all. The couple was in position, and the grand procession set off from the Gu residence. For this wedding, Gu Peilang mobilized almost all his connections. Various limited edition luxury cars stretched endlessly into the distance, each adorned with vibrant ribbons and balloons at their fronts, creating an exaggerated festive atmosphere. Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang sat in the first car, driving around the downtown area for 3 full circles before slowly heading towards the church, making an awe-inspiring display along the way. Chapter 181, The Wedding, Final. The grand spectacle along the way was broadcast live by journalists and streamed on all major online platforms. In an old apartment in the suburbs, Su Qing, paralyzed from a stroke, sat semi-reclined in bed with a dribble catcher around his neck. By the bed sat Su Jinyu, who hadn't stepped out for a long time. On the bedside table were 2 plates of stir-fried dishes, their colors and freshness indicating they'd been reheated more than once. Su Jinyu held a bowl in one hand and a spoon in the other, feeding the elder on the bed at a steady pace of 2 bites of plain rice for every bite of dish. A 42-inch TV hung on the wall, broadcasting traditional operas with high-pitched singing filling the air. Since the Su family went bankrupt, their house in the city center had been sealed off completely. Even Su Qing's private assets and the money saved by Su Jianghai and his wife had been used to settle accounts to avoid prison sentences. They had no hope left now and could only hide away in this run-down apartment, living worse day by day. Ah! Jinyu, soup. The rice was too hard, making it hard to swallow, so Su Qing avoided the spoon in Su Jinyu's hand, mumbling unintelligibly. Su Jinyu paid no attention, thrusting the spoon directly into the elder's mouth with brute force. Soup. Su Jinyu looked at the frail elder with a cold sneer. It's already amazing that you get food at all. You want more refinement? Don't worry, you won't choke to death. Such words didn't seem like something a grandson would say to his grandfather, but Su Qing had gotten used to it over the many days past. The old man's pale face carried a sickly gray hue, his clouded eyes turning laboriously toward him. Jinyu, go find your brother. Even at this moment, he still thought that Su Jinyu's bloodline bound to the Su family wouldn't allow him to abandon them. Upon hearing these words, the dimly lit room fell silent instantly, the atmosphere heavy. If there was someone in this world that Su Jinyu hated most, it was definitely Su Jinyu. Everything he had become was due to him. With a loud bang, the spoon was thrown back into the bowl forcefully as Su Jinyu stood up, looking down on the man in the bed with wild hatred in his eyes. I see how your memory fades as you age. Have you forgotten who ruined us? Are you really considering going to him? Grandfather, have you forgotten you already expelled him from the Su family? The rapid barrage of words left the elder unable to utter a word, gasping heavily instead. Seeing his face gradually turn blue and purple, Su Jinyu's expression did not change in the slightest before turning away and leaving the room, retreating to the living room couch to play on his phone. The wedding between the head of the Gu family and her ex-husband had become a trending topic, with videos recorded by media being widely shared by Weibo influencers. Netizens praised the couple's good looks, calling them a perfect match. As soon as Su Jinyu opened his phone, he saw a unique black Rolls-Royce Phantom parked outside a Solomon Holy Church. Then, the car door opened, revealing a handsome man stepping out and walking around to the other side, opening the door and extending his hand inside. The young man stared wide-eyed at the screen, eyes filled with red veins, fixated on the slender white hand that slowly extended and placed itself in the waiting hand. The 2 figures exiting the car smiled at each other, their eyes brimming with love that almost singed Su Jinyu's vision. With a resounding bang, the phone shattered into pieces. Su Jinyu moved restlessly like a crazed and desperate animal, pacing anxiously in the living room and letting out a low roar. Just as Su Jianghai and his wife returned home from work, the door opened to reveal their son rushing out with red-rimmed eyes. His figure quickly disappeared through the doorway, faster even than Zhang Lei's unspoken question. What happened to Jinyu that he rushed out so hastily? Zhang Lei frowned, turning her gaze toward Su Jianghai beside her. After enduring the mocking of her colleagues all day, coupled with working tirelessly at the company, Su Jianghai's mood was dark and violent. Hearing Zhang Lei's inquiry, she raised her eyes coldly towards her. He's your son, why should I know? Su Jianghai, how dare you speak like that? Is Jinyu not your son just because he's mine? Do you even care about our mother and son relationship? Familiar arguments broke out again, while inside the room, Su Qing closed his tired, despairing eyes, tears of murkiness trickling down the corner of his eye. At 3:10, the wedding officially began. Beneath the solemn and sacred cross, before a priest who exuded both kindness and authority, 2 figures dressed in identical wedding attire stood face to face. Under the watchful eyes of many guests and family members, they exchanged promises of lifelong devotion to one another. After exchanging rings, they embraced and kissed amidst thunderous applause. Su Jinyu smiled through tears as he gazed at the man before him and spoke the 3 words that carried all his love, I love you. The wedding atmosphere reached its peak. The audience seats buzzed with excitement as Fang Mingji looked at the couple embracing above, his eyes becoming red. Lu Qi watched as he cried and clapped enthusiastically, feeling deeply moved. He pulled the person into his arms after a moment of silence and then suddenly suggested, how about we get married too? Amidst the joyful celebrations, no one noticed an additional shadow lurking in the corner of the church. Su Jinyu was clad in a black down jacket, wearing a mask and sunglasses that covered him entirely. The young man's gaze was fixed intensely on Su Jinyu on the stage, filled with hatred so strong it seemed like it could turn into tangible daggers piercing through the other. Nearby guests inexplicably felt the surrounding air grow cold, and when they turned around, they were startled by what they saw. Are you crazy? Dressing like this to scare people? As the murderous glare shifted its target, the guest felt unnerved inside, mumbled something under his breath, and quickly moved elsewhere, fearing that staying any longer might end up being bitten. Not far away, Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang had already descended from the stage, holding wine glasses as they circulated among the guests, receiving blessings from every direction. Su Jinyu only found Su Jinyu's smile unbearably glaring, wishing he could rip off that smug expression along with his skin and stomp on it several times for good measure. In the midst of the crowd, Su Jinyu seemed to sense something but turned back to find nothing. The youth frowned slightly, puzzled. What's wrong? Gu Peilang noticed his abnormality and leaned over to ask gently in his ear. Shaking his head, Su Jinyu dismissed it as overthinking, though deep down, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching him. Nothing. The youth lifted his head and smiled tenderly at the man in front of him. Uncle is calling us, let's go over there. Gu Peilang, all right. Chapter 182, The Suddenly Appeared Man. The smile on her new husband's face was excessively blinding. Su Jinyu knew that if she stayed any longer, she might end up doing something irreparable, so she gritted her teeth, pulled her cap brim down, and turned to leave. Leaving already? A raspy voice suddenly came from beside her. Su Jinyu was startled. When she turned around, she saw a man who had appeared at some point. The man was dressed in an iron-gray suit, sitting in a wheelchair with a white blanket over his legs. A pair of black aviator sunglasses almost obscured the majority of his face, revealing only a slightly high-bridged nose and an overly pointed chin. An eerie atmosphere surrounded him, making people feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Su Jinyu watched the man vigilantly. However, the man seemed completely oblivious to her scrutiny as he stared at two people in the distance, his pale lips curling slightly. Do you envy them? Such a grand wedding, the man asked her. Su Jinyu pursed her lips, her wariness not diminishing one bit. What do you mean? The man said, I don't mean anything specific, just feeling a little sorry for your sake. The person standing by Gu Feilong should have been you. Her deepest pain and regret were so casually mentioned, it triggered Su Jinyu until her eyes became bloodshot. The youth bit their lips under the mask until they bled and fixed their gaze on the person before them, demanding, Who the hell are you? The man seemed amused by the question, finally turning his attention away from the two in the crowd. He rotated his wheelchair towards the young man in front of him and lifted his finger to lower the sunglasses slightly, exposing a pair of narrow yet deep-set eyes. Su Jinyu felt those eyes were somewhat familiar but couldn't recall where she'd seen them before. By the time the memory surfaced, the man had already pushed his glasses back up. His raspy voice carried a hint of laziness. Mr. Su, I know you. Would you like to have a chat? Su Jinyu wasn't sure what they could possibly discuss. Her instincts told her this man was dangerous and she should quickly depart. Yet there was an inner voice tempting her to stay and talk. In the harmonious ambience of the church, no one noticed when the door opened and shut again, just as no one observed the two individuals disappearing into the corner. Despite having experience from the first encounter, Su Jinyu still found herself quite exhausted. Once the wedding banquet ended and she returned home, the young woman was too tired to even lift a finger. On the way back to the mansion, Su Jinyu succumbed to overwhelming fatigue and fell asleep against the car window. Seeing this, Gu Feilong, seated next to her, lowered his voice and instructed the driver in the front seat, drive slower. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror and caught sight of the sleeping Su Jinyu, nodded once, and smoothly decreased the speed. At 11 o'clock, the black car slowly parked in front of the Gu residence. Sir, we've arrived. Gu Feilong glanced down at the young person in his arms who showed no signs of waking up. He reached out to tidy the scattered bangs on her forehead, then spoke without lifting his head, You can go back now. You've worked hard today. The driver shook his head, moved quietly, and stepped out of the car. In a moment, the vehicle contained only Gu Feilong and Su Jinyu. The young woman was docile in his embrace, brows relaxed, exhibiting complete trust. Gu Feilong gazed at her silently, his tenderness and indulgence almost drowning a person alive. From the meticulously trimmed eyebrows, through the tightly closed eyes, past the straight nose bridge, and finally landing on those pale red, plump lips, the man carved every inch of the youth's face into his heart, into his soul, never to forget even when the earth grows old and the sky wears thin. Su Jinyu's hand resting on her knees was tightly clasped within Gu Feilong's hands. Their wedding rings sparkled brilliantly together under the gentle glow of the car lamp, intertwined. This sleep was deep, with dreams of joy that made the girl's lips curve upward even in slumber. Feeling someone watching her in her groggy state, Su Jinyu opened her eyes to meet a pair of warm eyes filled with affection. Awake? Seeing she woke up, Gu Feilong leaned down to give her lips a light kiss with a curved mouth. Su Jinyu vaguely responded, sitting up from his embrace. Then she realized they were still in the car. Why didn't you wake me when we got home? Turning to look at the person in front of her, her gaze met with his full of laughter. Gu Feilong said, Seeing you sleep soundly, I couldn't bring myself to wake you. Su Jinyu. Seeing his shy and helpless expression, Gu Peilong's eyes filled with more laughter. Get out of the car. Let's go home. The man opened the car door, walked around to Soo Jin-Yu's side, and extended a hand toward him. Under the dim yellow light, that handsome face was like a deity. Going home. What a wonderful pair of words. Starting from today, they would be a legally recognized couple, their names filling the spouse section on official documents. They would live under the same roof, bound by a legal relationship as they experienced life's ups and downs together, growing old slowly. 100 years later, they'd be buried in the same grave, their names on the tombstone eternally side by side. No matter what, they would never separate again. Why are you crying again? A low, magnetic voice laced with mild helplessness sounded in his ear, only then did Soo Jin-Yu realize that he had unknowingly shed tears all over his face. I'm just too happy. The youth wiped away his tears haphazardly and showed a radiant smile to the man before him. That smile was too bright and warm, making Gu Peilang's gaze flicker momentarily before he turned around and crouched slightly with his back facing Soo Jin-Yu. Climb on. Soo Jin-Yu looked at his back, hesitating. I can walk myself. I want to carry you back. The man's voice was soft, carried gently by the night breeze to Soo Jin-Yu's ears. Hey you. Gu Peilang called out again, causing Soo Jin-Yu to break down instantly. The young man carefully crawled onto his back, wary of pressing down too hard and damaging something. Gu Peilang wrapped his arms around his knees and hoisted him up firmly, then walked steadily step by step towards the Gu residence. Peilang, am I too heavy? You should put me down. Not heavy at all. It'd be best if you gained a little weight. If I get fat, I'll become ugly, and you'll definitely start to dislike me. No way. I love you so much, how could I possibly dislike you? Their voices drifted with the night wind and dissipated into an unknown distance. In the courtyard, the yellow light stretched their shadows behind them, overlapping and intertwining until they vanished into the darkness, never ceasing. Chapter 183, Gu Tsangbai. After the wedding, Gu Peilang decided to take all the accumulated vacation days he'd saved up over the years so that he could spend more time with his loved ones. He irresponsibly handed over all the company affairs to his subordinates and settled down at home to accompany Soo Jin-Yu as they planned their honeymoon trip together. Let's go to the US. In the bedroom, Soo Jin-Yu, who was not wearing pajamas, lay face down on the bed, the blanket only covering his shoulders, hiding the marks on his body. The young man was flipping through a map in front of him, marking it while discussing with the man beside him. Gu Peilang leaned casually against the headboard, loosely dressed in pajamas, his eyes looking lethargic, radiating satisfaction from a full meal. The air there isn't good. Are you sure you want to go? He reached out to pat the small tuft of hair on Soo Jin-Yu's head, then asked. Soo Jin-Yu nodded, I want to go. He knew the man studied university there and wanted to visit places where his lover had lived, out of personal curiosity. Alright, let's go there then. Gu Peilang smiled easily, agreeing without hesitation, as if he didn't notice the subtle thoughts in the other person's mind. The hand resting on Soo Jin-Yu's head gradually moved its position. Realizing this, Soo Jin-Yu instinctively reacted. He grabbed the other's hand, his reddened eyes looking at his lover pleadingly, his voice filled with desperation. Peilang, I can't really handle it anymore. Can we take a day off? Just one day, alright? Ever since Gu Peilang stopped going to the company, the two had been locked in the room making mischief for several days, even meals were delivered to the door by manager Zhang's kitchen staff. Except for using the bathroom, Soo Jin-Yu hadn't gotten out of bed once. He worried that at this rate, his waist would eventually snap. You can do it, the man said with a deep, hoarse voice. Have you forgotten what you promised me last night? Soo Jin-Yu felt like crying but couldn't. He hadn't forgotten about the forced, unequal agreement he'd signed, but his body just couldn't take it anymore. Gu Peilang didn't spare him despite his weak resistance. The man, like a triumphant lion after a successful hunt, dragged the little rabbit by his side into his territory and proceeded to consume him completely, leaving no trace behind. After the Lantern Festival, the weather, which had slightly warmed up, quickly plunged back into another cold wave. It snowed intermittently several times, and because Soo Jin-Yu hated the cold, he simply stayed home, not venturing out. Thus began a period of pure indulgence, eating and sleeping like a parasite. That evening, Soo Jin-Yu, as usual, accompanied Gu Peilang in dining with Gu Wen at the restaurant. Near the end of the meal, the woman put down her utensils, took a napkin, wiped her mouth, and said, I've been here for quite some time. It's about time I went back. This piece of news caught both Soo Jin-Yu and Gu Peilang off guard. Their gazes turned simultaneously toward Gu Wen. Don't look at me like that. Gu Wen placed the napkin down, looking at the newlywed couple before her with relief flashing in her eyes. I was initially worried that you wouldn't adapt well to your new life, but now I see I've overthought things. Auntie, Gu Peilang called her. Soo Jin-Yu, from the moment you exchanged rings with Peilang, you became one of our Gu family. Whatever has happened before, I can overlook it. But I hope you'll lead a good life with Peilang and don't disappoint the sincerity he holds towards you. It wasn't easy for Gu Wen to say these words, it was the result of a long period of contemplation. She couldn't forgive Soo Jin-Yu for the pain he'd inflicted upon her nephew in the past, yet she also didn't bear to see her nephew upset. Ultimately, this was her way of reconciling with Soo Jin-Yu. I won't. Soo Jin-Yu naturally understood what the other party meant, yet seriously guaranteed, I will never betray him in my entire life. Receiving the assurance she wanted, Gu Wen's usually stern expression transformed dramatically. "This is the best outcome," she said. Having announced her intention to leave, Gu Wen booked her flight ticket the next day. Before departing, she rejected the offer from Gu Peilang and Su Jinyu to see her off, instead letting Lu Qi send her to the airport. After the holiday, the vast airport saw a significant increase in passenger traffic. A black Maserati slowly pulled up outside the terminal. Lu Qi got out of the car, opened the trunk, took out the luggage, and followed Ms. Gu into the airport. "That's far enough." The woman stopped at the entrance of the waiting lounge, turned around to the person behind her, and accepted her own luggage from him. "You can go now, I can manage everything else myself." Lu Qi nodded, agreed, and was about to leave when Gu Wen called him again. "Take good care of your boss, and call me anytime if there's anything." "Lu Qi, I understand." After watching the man's figure disappear into the crowd, Gu Wen dragged her luggage to check in. Amidst the bustling crowd, a person passing by accidentally bumped into her. The suitcase in her hand fell to the ground, and the bag on it dropped, scattering its contents all over the floor. Gu Wen stood speechless for a moment. When she looked up again, the other party was already gone, so she resigned herself to bending down and picking up the items. However, as she caught sight of a figure out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly froze. Even though it was just a fleeting glance, it still made Gu Wen change her expression drastically. That silhouette was too unforgettable. Even if they were turned to ash, Gu Wen wouldn't make a mistake. The mastermind behind the tragedy that tore apart her brother's family and caused Gu Peilang to lose his legs, Gu Zongbai. Why was he here? How did he return? What did he come back for? Is Gu Peilang in danger? An endless stream of questions swirled through Gu Wen's mind, but when she heard the announcement for her flight at the airport, she didn't hesitate for a second and decisively turned around and left with her luggage. On the other side, after Gu Wen left, Gu Peilang received a call from the company. Their newly improved batch of chips being put into use had been reported for containing illegal substances, and the police had already intervened in the investigation, taking away everyone from their research team. Lu Qi had rushed to the police station, but there was still no news. The person in charge on the phone, experiencing such a situation for the first time, was so scared that their voice trembled. After Gu Peilang furrowed his brows and listened to what the other party said, he hung up with just one sentence, "I'll be right there." Su Jinyu looked at his furrowed brow and asked, "What happened?" "There's something going on at the company. I need to go handle it." "Su Jinyu, is it serious?" Sensing the young man's worry, Gu Peilang gently patted his head to reassure him, "Don't worry, it's just a minor issue. I'll be back soon. Just wait for me at home." Su Jinyu, looking into his convincing eyes, calmed her anxious heart somewhat and nodded obediently, "All right, just make sure you come back early." Gu Peilang smiled and agreed. He gave Su Jinyu a light kiss between his eyebrows and then hurriedly changed clothes before rushing off. Chapter 184, Kidnapping. On his way to the company, Gu Peilang called Lu Qi but couldn't get through. The man frowned and pressed the gas pedal deeper. On the other side, at the Gu residence. Not long after Gu Peilang left, Su Jinyu received a phone call. Whoever it was on the other end caused him to slightly change expression, and then he grabbed the keys from the entrance and rushed out without even changing from his slippers. After arriving at the company, Gu Peilang directly took the elevator to the top floor of Gu Corporation. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Gu Peilang looked up and collided with Lu Qi, who was holding documents outside the door. "Boss? Weren't you supposed to be home with Mr. Su? Why did you suddenly come to the company?" Lu Qi didn't dare to ask the question aloud since the man before him looked somewhat terrifying. "Why is your phone off?" Caught off guard by the question, Lu Qi reacted quickly and hastily pulled out his phone from his pocket. "No power. I'm sorry, President." Making such a basic work error filled Lu Qi's voice with self-reproach. "Never mind, notify all departments to have an emergency meeting in 15 minutes, and have Wang Yin come to my office." After giving instructions solemnly, Gu Peilang strode towards his office. Lu Qi followed closely behind, jotting down notes while looking down. Upon hearing whom the other party wanted to find, his pen paused briefly. "Boss, I was just about to tell you this, Manager Wang has resigned." "Resigned?" The man suddenly stopped walking, turning around to look strangely at his assistant. Lu Qi confirmed, "Yes, he submitted his resignation 3 days ago and today moved all his things out of the company." Listening to these words, a feeling of unease arose within Gu Peilang. "He just called me, saying there was a problem with the newly launched chip." "That's impossible, the newly introduced chips have had great market feedback." Lu Qi instinctively rejected the man's statement. Gu Peilang's brow furrowed deeply. "Call Wang Yin." Lu Qi looked around left and right and entered the adjacent planning department office. 2 minutes later, he came out with a troubled expression on his face. "Boss, I can't get through." Just at that moment, the secretary at the front desk rushed over. Behind her was Gu Wen, who should have already left City A by plane. "Auntie Peilang, I have something to tell you." Gu Wen glanced at Lu Qi and the secretary standing nearby before turning her serious gaze toward the person in front of her. Gu Peilang frowned. "Let's go to my office." "Lu Qi, don't let anyone in." Lu Qi nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood." Inside the office, after listening to Gu Wen's words, Gu Peilang's mood turned heavy and somber. It's impossible, he can't possibly be back. Gu Peilang bit his teeth and declared firmly, engulfed by memories of dark pasts, surrounded by a violent aura, his emotions swirling in his eyes. Gu Wen replied, I know it's impossible, but I saw it with my own eyes. You know, there's no way I would mistake any one of their family members. Recalling what happened years ago, Gu Wen didn't look much better either. Haven't you arranged people to keep an eye on him? How could he suddenly return? What does he want to do now? Just thinking about how the man might be lurking somewhere like a stinking bug in a ditch, waiting for their moment of inattention before coming out to bother them, made her want to have him dealt with immediately to end this once and for all. What to do? Gu Peilang thought of Wang Yin's sudden resignation, then remembered that phone call, the sense of unease growing heavier in his heart. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he pulled out his phone and dialed Su Jinyu's number at home. The person he missed kept ignoring the call. Gu Peilang listened to the busy signal in the earpiece, his knuckles whitening from gripping the phone too tightly. Seeing his grim expression, Gu Wen asked beside him, who are you calling? When the call automatically hung up due to no answer, Gu Peilang's gaze darkened almost as if dripping water. Ayu. Unwilling to give up, the man tried dialing again. This time, just before the call was about to hang up automatically, someone picked up. Relieved, Gu Peilang exhaled slightly and called out Su Jinyu's name, his voice hoarse from tension. But the person who answered wasn't Su Jinyu. How have you been, elder brother Gu? A voice completely unlike Su Jinyu echoed on the phone, its sticky tone like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Gu Wen didn't know what had happened, but she only saw her nephew, after making a call to Su Jinyu, his surrounding pressure drop instantly, revealing a menacingly dark countenance. Gu Wen had never seen a man in such a state, and for a moment she was startled. Su Jinyu. Gu Peilang gritted his teeth, calling out the name of the person on the other side word by word. The person on the phone chuckled lightly, full of pleasure. Brother Gu still remembers me, I'm so happy. Gu Peilang ignored his nonsense, turned around, quickly scribbled Su Jinyu's phone number on a piece of paper he pulled out, and then gestured to Gu Wen to call the police for positioning. Where is Ayu? What have you done to him? The laughter from the other end of the phone suddenly disappeared. When the young man spoke again, his tone had turned dark and sharp. Ayu? Brother Gu, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Isn't my brother with you? Why are you asking me? Ayu's phone is in your hand, Su Jinyu. No matter what you plan to do, if you let him go right now, I might spare your life, otherwise. Before the man could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. In the apartment in the suburbs, the young man leaned against the window wearing a snow-white suit, casting an evil glare at the person tied to the chair in the center of the hall. He smiled brightly. What then? Are you going to kill me? Su Jinyu was bound to the chair with his hands tied behind his back, unable to escape. His mouth was taped over and over again, all he could do was stare fiercely at Su Jinyu by the window and utter meaningless groans. The man on the other end of the phone remained silent. The emotions in Su Jinyu's eyes gradually turned wild, yet the smile on his face became even brighter. You're so worried about him, why don't you come and beg me yourself? Maybe I'll release him if I'm in a good mood. How about it? His words confirmed Gu Peilang's guess and shattered his last bit of hope. Su Jinyu had kidnapped someone. Ugh ugh ugh. Su Jinyu heard what Su Jinyu said, struggled to move his body towards the direction of the other, trying to stop him. Alright, tell me the address. The soundproofing of the phone was poor, and Su Jinyu clearly heard Gu Peilang's reply on the other side. He shook his head wildly, his eyes bloodshot, the pain and despair in his eyes spreading little by little. Chapter 185, Pulling Someone Down with You. The scene before him gradually overlapped with the one from his previous life, the same suburban apartment, the same wheelchair in the living room, and even the nervous and manic laughter of the person in front were exactly the same. He had just taken a call. The caller said Gu Peilang had been in a car accident and was being treated in the hospital. Losing his composure, he rushed out in haste and fell into a trap. When he woke up, the first thing he saw was Su Jinyu's distorted face filled with jealousy and resentment. Su Jinyu only blamed himself for being too impulsive at the time. Now that he thought it over carefully, there were so many flaws in that phone call. Unfortunately, regret wouldn't change anything now. He could only hope that the man wasn't foolish enough to rush here alone. Su Jinyu cut off the call and looked up to see Su Jinyu's despairing yet hopeful gaze. The young man sneered lightly, threw the mobile phone out of the window, then stepped forward and brutally pinched Su Jinyu's chin to force him to look up. His strength was immense, as if he wanted to crush the other's bones. Suffering pain, Su Jinyu frowned, his eyes full of coldness. So what? Are you happy because you've heard he is coming to save you? Su Jinyu remained silent, looking at the other person like a monkey jumping around regardless of what he did. Su Jinyu was provoked by this gaze, and delivered a heavy slap. The force was so great that Su Jinyu's head tilted, followed by a ringing in his ears. Brother, do you know what I hate most? It's your look that acts as if no one matters to you. Who do you despise? Do you think you're something special, huh? Each question the young man asked came with a grotesque expression on his face, met only with a gaze from Su Jinyu as though he were looking at a madman. Anger made Su Jinyu pant heavily with his chest rising and falling violently. Then suddenly, he laughed. Just wait. I told you, I'll take back everything that belongs to me. and at that time, you can only look on like a stray dog watching how I achieve my goals step by step. Ah. His unfinished words turned into a wail of agony as Soo-Jin-Yu covered his forehead where he had been hit and retreated several steps. His gaze angrily fell upon the person who had lost balance after hitting him forcefully. As both person and chair tumbled down, the blunt ache spreading from his forehead and shoulder made Soo-Jin-Yu couldn't help but furrow his brows, but still filled with satisfaction when looking at Soo-Jin-Yu. Miscalculation. Should have hit harder and knocked him unconscious. Seeing his triumphant eyes, Soo-Jin-Yu did not get angry but instead smiled. The young man lowered his hand covering his forehead, glancing around the living room, and found a golf club that Soo Jong-hai had left in the corner before walking towards the person lying on the ground step by step. You're restless even when tied up. Soo-Jin-Yu's voice echoed demonically in the quiet living room. Watching the opponent slowly approaching, Soo-Jin-Yu involuntarily retreated his body. This sight made Soo-Jin-Yu smirk cruelly, naively and maliciously proposing, since that's the case, let's play a game. Anyway, Brother Gu will not be able to get here soon. My dear brother, what do you say? On an empty highway, a black car sped rapidly along, leaving the police cars behind, their sirens blaring uselessly far away. At the steering wheel, the man's sharply carved features carried a frost that could not melt. His lips pressed into a sharp curve while his foot pushed the accelerator pedal all the way down, racing toward the GPS coordinates. Cold wind surged inside from the slightly opened windows like beasts roaring to tear everything apart. Throughout the journey, Gu Peilang contemplated many things. Would his Au be afraid? Would he be injured? Just thinking about any possible wound on the other party made Gu Peilang feel like going insane the next second. The gas pedal was pushed to its limit, tires screeching loudly as they rubbed against the ground. Gu Peilang gripped the steering wheel tightly, and the car disappeared instantly like an arrow released from a bow. The man hurried anxiously, fearing what tragic scenes might greet him if he arrived a moment too late. However, when the tightly closed door was opened, and the vivid and detailed images in the living room were presented clearly before his eyes, Gu Peilang lost control. Yun. The man looked at the person he loved lying in a pool of blood, uncertain between life and death, heartbroken beyond measure. Soo-Jin-Yu was squatting beside, holding onto the collar of the person with one hand and wielding a shiny kitchen knife with the other, tracing lines across the person's face as if hesitating where to cut. Splashes of crimson had already stained his white suit, nearly burning Gu Peilang's eyes. The main door was slammed open with a loud noise. Soo-Jin-Yu hadn't expected Gu Peilang to arrive so quickly. Seeing the concern and distress on his face, and then looking down at Soo-Jin-Yu who had fallen into unconsciousness on the floor, Soo-Jin-Yu suddenly laughed. Brother Gu, you came pretty fast, the young man said nonchalantly as he stood up, slowly dusting off imaginary dirt from his hands that were just gripping Soo-Jin-Yu. Then he looked towards Gu Peilang by the door. Gu Peilang's gaze briefly left Soo-Jin-Yu and fell upon him for a second, an icy glare filled with hatred, as if wishing to flay him alive. Let him go. The man's voice was hoarse. If I say no, what can you do about it? Soo-Jin-Yu suppressed his inner fear caused by that look and spoke in an artificially calm manner. Furrowing his brows deeply, Gu Peilang gave him a threatening look. I said, let him go. And if I don't? The rest of the words disappeared with the sound of a bullet being loaded into the chamber. Staring at the menacing black gun pointed directly at him, Soo-Jin-Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. You would kill me. The man's voice carried not an ounce of fluctuation. I've said before, if you let him go, I might spare your life. In his unconscious state, Soo-Jin-Yu seemed to hear Gu Peilang's voice. Struggling with all his remaining strength, he opened his eyes to see the standoff between them. Peilang. A faint voice resonated in the quiet living room, captured keenly by Gu Peilang. Au. Gu Peilang shifted his eyes toward him, the anxiety and heartache almost overflowing in his gaze. Au, don't worry. Coughing slightly, Soo-Jin-Yu forced a light smile but immediately felt pain radiating from his chest wounds, causing him to gasp for breath. Don't worry, I'm fine. Seeing the two solely focusing on each other, jealousy surged in Soo-Jin-Yu's heart like waves crashing onto him uncontrollably. It seems like the two of you really have a good relationship, doesn't it? The youth's tone sounded soft and kind, yet it evoked an instant sense of unease in Gu Peilang's mind. Soo-Jin-Yu, this is your last chance. Let him go, and I may spare your life. The man's voice carried a strong warning tone. But Soo-Jin-Yu burst out laughing as if hearing a great joke. Spare my life? Do you think we're in ancient times where anyone could control life and death easily? He bent down, grabbed Soo-Jin-Yu's hair, yanking him upwards while smirking maliciously at Gu Peilang. Do you take me for a fool? If I let him go, do you think I will live? Gu Peilang appeared calm-faced on the outside, but his hand gripping the gun trembled slightly. His entire body tensed like a tightly stretched bow. What are you planning to do? I'm not planning to do anything special, replied Soo-Jin-Yu with a harmless-looking smile as he suddenly added, anyway, whether I die or survive, I'll drag someone down with me. Doesn't seem too bad, right? As he finished speaking, Soo-Jin-Yu cast an innocent smile toward Gu Peilang and said, what do you think, Brother Gu? Chapter 186, The Changes. Cough. I don't think it's a good idea. The one who spoke was Soo-Jin-Yu. Soo-Jin-Yu instinctively looked down at him. What do you? Ah. Suddenly, a magnified face appeared in front of her eyes. Then, there was an intense pain in the forehead. The young man let go of his grip without realizing it. The fruit knife fell to the ground with a clang. Su Jinyu took the chance and turned around, shouting loudly at Gu Peilang, "Husband! Hit his hand now." Seeing Su Jinyu so rash, Gu Peilang's heart leapt into his throat, but his actions did not hesitate for a second. Almost immediately after Su Jinyu finished speaking, the bullet from the gun flew out and accurately hit through Su Jinyu's arm. A wail of agony rose in the living room. Struggling against the pain, Su Jinyu climbed up on the chair while standing from the ground, jumping into Gu Peilang's arms as the young man clutched his injured arm and cried out in pain. Gu Peilang reached out to catch the person who ran over, holding him tightly as if he had grabbed the entire world. The wound on Su Jinyu's body hurt so much that his teeth were clenched, yet he did not ask the man to let go because he felt the other's body trembling continuously. Gu Peilang embraced the person in his arms tightly, his voice trembling, filled with great uneasiness and fear. "You scared me to death, you know." Su Jinyu gasped twice for cold air, "Sorry for making you worry." Gu Peilang just shook his head silently. As Su Jinyu recovered his senses amidst the immense pain, he raised his head and saw the two embracing figures, a surge of anger and jealousy engulfing him completely. "You're both absolutely unbearable." The young man screamed angrily, Su Jinyu turning back only to see him reaching his hand into his pocket. "Run fast. He wants to light the gas." Su Jinyu's pupils tightened instantly. Gu Peilang had already sensed something wrong. At the very moment Su Jinyu called out, he quickly moved forward and kicked the youth with the sinister expression onto the ground. Then, with rapid motions, he snatched the lighter in his hands and threw it out of the window. Su Jinyu struggled helplessly, his neck strained as someone twisted it, pinned on the floor. "I'll kill you. I will kill you. Huh, we die together, huh." His gaze locked firmly on the direction where Su Jinyu stood, already losing all rationality. Su Jinyu watched the man be rubbed on the ground by his opponent, reminiscing about how he himself had been humiliated and tormented in the previous life. He also thought about how Gu Peilang had died saving him, growing angrier by the second. "Husband, tie him up and beat him." Su Jinyu gritted his teeth, glaring at the man full of hatred, wishing to bite a chunk off him. Gu Peilang looked at his red-eyed figure consumed by hatred, hesitated briefly but still followed orders and found a rope to tie him up before throwing him into the corner. "How are you? Are you okay?" After completing all this, Gu Peilang loosened the ropes for Su Jinyu, carefully avoiding any harm to his wounds. Su Jinyu shook his sore head. A strategy that causes damage to oneself indeed is too costly. Twice he nearly lost his life. "I'm fine, it's just, my hand hurts." Su Jinyu could see the deep guilt and pity in the man's eyes and forced a grin to comfort him. Gu Peilang, looking at the blood still oozing from his hand, raised his hand, wanting to touch it but refrained from doing so. In the end, he could only blame himself, uttering an apology. Su Jinyu said, "It's not your fault." Seeing that the man's knitted eyebrows never relaxed, Su Jinyu continued, "Moreover, didn't you come to save me already? Like a god?" His slightly exaggerated tone and expression made Gu Peilang involuntarily lift the corners of his lips, then flatten them quickly. The youth in the corner kept cursing non-stop. Su Jinyu glanced at him and suddenly broke into a devilish smile. Su Jinyu froze for a moment, as if seeing two devil horns sprouting above the other person's head. Regaining his senses, the young man shrank back in fear, his body pressing against the wall with no more room to retreat. All he could do was glare weakly at the advancing figure. "Why you? What do you want to do? I'll tell you. Don't come closer or else I won't spare you. You stay away." Being so brazen despite being like fish on a chopping board, Su Jinyu leaned partly on Gu Peilang's shoulder, now towering over the person lying on the ground. "Weren't you just acting all tough a moment ago?" Su Jinyu touched his swollen forehead and smirked, "So, now that fortune has turned, shall we settle our accounts?" His evil smile sent an inexplicable chill through Su Jinyu's heart. With a look of terror and plea for help, Su Jinyu glanced at the man beside Su Jinyu, only to meet an impassive face. When the police car arrived with sirens wailing, Su Jinyu was already lying on the ground, bruised and swollen, in a semi-unconscious state, while Su Jinyu sat by the side on a chair, cradling the hot water handed to him by Gu Peilang with his uninjured hand, and supporting himself on the armrest with the other, as Gu Peilang carefully tended to his wounds. The policemen raising their guns and cautiously walking into the room were all somewhat bewildered at the scene before them. Fang Mingji, who had accompanied them, immediately reddened his eyes upon seeing the people in the living room. "Jinyu." The youth pouted as he rushed forward wanting to throw himself into the other's arms, but was stopped mid-step by an outstretched hand. "Gu Peilang, Ayu is injured, you can't embrace him." Fang Mingji pouted, tears streaming down one after another. "Jinyu, are you in pain?" Su Jinyu watched him struggling to catch his breath while crying, as if it was not he himself who was injured but the other way around. "It's fine, don't cry, I'm alright. It's just a minor injury, Fang Mingji, The youth continued to sob, as though he wasn't merely injured but had passed away. After exchanging information with the police outside, Lu Qi walked in, looking briefly at Su Jinyu handcuffed beside them before retracting his gaze emotionlessly. "Boss, the couple Su Jianghai and Su Qing have been restrained. They seemed unaware of today's events." As the sound of the ambulance drew closer from afar, Gu Peilang helped Su Jinyu rise from the chair, his deep and resonant voice filled with coldness. Regardless of whether they knew or not, none of those involved in today's matter will go unpunished. Lu Qi nodded, understanding the meaning behind his words. Gu Peilang, how about Gu Cangbai? Lu Qi, the people watching over him have betrayed us. Our people have already rushed over, awaiting his appearance. Gu Peilang nodded, his expression unchanged. You stay here. I'll take Au to the hospital first. Alright boss. Chapter 187, the eve of the grand finale. The ambulance came wailing, and then left wailing, carrying Su Jinyu and Su Jinyu. Most of Su Jinyu's injuries were superficial, though they looked severe. In reality, he just needed a couple days of rest at home to recover fully. More serious was the head injury he had sustained himself. After a checkup, the doctor found that he had a mild concussion. Upon hearing this, Gu Peilang immediately arranged for his hospitalization without hesitation. Comparatively, Su Jinyu's injuries were worse. During the police interrogation, the other party firmly claimed that Su Jinyu had assaulted them, demanding justice. To verify the truth, an officer was sent to speak with Su Jinyu but was silenced by a single sentence from Gu Peilang. Self-defense isn't illegal, right? The young officer. It isn't illegal. But... Thinking about the youth in the next ward with bruised nose and swollen face, the officer couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic. Su Jinyu stayed in the hospital for 2 days. Fang Mingji waited for Lu Qi to wrap up his affairs and then hurriedly followed him to the hospital, staying by his side continuously without even going home. Far away in City B, upon hearing the news of Su Jin being kidnapped, Su Li immediately dropped the fruit in his hand and wanted to rush over to take revenge. In the end, it was Shang Yi who managed to persuade him otherwise. Half reclining on the hospital bed, Su Jinyu looked at the man in the video call whose features had become lively due to anger, moved deep within. Uncle Xiao, I'm really fine, please don't be angry, he softened his tone to comfort the other person. Seeing the bump on his forehead that hadn't yet gone down, Su Li couldn't help but direct his fury towards Gu Peilang. I handed him over to you, and this is how you take care of him. Gu Peilang, it won't happen again. Su Li snorted coldly, losing the gentle and benevolent demeanor he usually showed towards Su Jinyu. Take good care of him. I don't want something like this happening again, or I don't mind taking him back. As soon as his words fell, the expression of the man in the video darkened instantly. He will not go with you. Su Jinyu, watching the argument about to break out between the two, felt helpless. Uncle Xiao, this time it was just an accident, it has nothing to do with Peilang. Su Li, humph. You're favoring others. Su Jinyu watched the clearly childish man with both helplessness and indulgence. Such an Uncle Xiao exuded more vitality than the previous aloof appearance. This was good. The two uncles and nephews chatted for a while. Su Li said he would visit once things in City B were settled. He reminded Su Jinyu to take care of himself and to remember to call him if anything happened, before ending the call. Gu Peilang sat by the side quietly peeling an apple for him. The red and plump apple rolled under his elegant fingers, leaving behind a long strip of fruit peel. Su Jinyu was fascinated watching his motions. By the time he regained his senses, the man had already impaled a piece of flesh with a toothpick and extended it towards his mouth. When did you learn this? Su Jinyu bit into the apple with unclear pronunciation. Gu Peilang knew what he was asking about and smiled tenderly, just now. Su Jinyu, you're really good. His sincere praise pleased the man. The gloom in Gu Peilang's eyes dissipated somewhat. Without saying a word, he gave another piece to him. Su Jinyu accepted it. Don't take my uncle's words to heart, he's just worried about me. Gu Peilang's smile faded slightly. I know. Besides, I'm not taking sides. We've already gotten married, we are a family. Swallowing the fruit, Su Jinyu stared at him earnestly. So, don't be sad. I'm not sad, really. His emotional fluctuations were keenly detected, and finally, Gu Peilang could no longer maintain that last trace of a smile. He sighed and set down the object before holding the person close, his voice deep. I am a little upset. After uttering these words, without waiting for Su Jinyu to respond, he continued, but it's better now. I'm not sad anymore. Su Jinyu, that's good. Gu Peilang, you should get well soon, we'll go on our honeymoon together. Su Jinyu, good. On the third day, Su Jinyu completed his discharge procedures, and Gu Peilang took him home. At the Gu residence, Gu Wen, who had returned from the airport, was waiting for them in the living room. For the past 2 days, Gu Peilang had been constantly by Su Jinyu's side in the hospital, and she had been handling company matters for him. Now seeing the two return, her tightly strung nerves finally relaxed a little. These past 2 days I haven't had time to visit you at the hospital. Are you feeling better? Su Jinyu was still not used to the woman's kindness, and he nodded somewhat awkwardly. Much better, thank you, Aunt Gu. I'm relieved then. As if she hadn't noticed Su Jinyu's discomfort, Gu Wen turned her head towards Gu Peilang. Since you're back, I'll hand over the company matters to you. I have a flight this afternoon. Gu Peilang, in such a hurry? Gu Wen, I should already be there by now. Things can't go on without me, and there are matters waiting for me to return. When I'm not busy, I'll come see you two again. With that said, Gu Peilang didn't say anything more. In the afternoon, he personally sent her off to the airport, watching as she boarded before leaving. Su Jinyu rested at home for several more days. Su Jinyu was arrested for kidnapping and intentional harm. Upon hearing her son was in prison, Zhang Lei fainted on the spot. When she woke up, she directly headed to the Gu residence. The gatekeeper recognized her and did not let her in, so the woman stood outside the door, screaming out of control. Su Jinyu was being forced by Gu Peilang to drink fish soup, faintly hearing as though someone called his name. He looked up toward the door. I thought I heard someone calling my name. Gu Peilang glanced at the nearby Mr. Zhang, who understood the hint and silently left. He calmly redirected his attention, wiping the soup stains from the corner of his lips. You must have heard wrong. Drink slower, there's more in the kitchen if this runs out. His tone brimmed with indulgence. Su Jinyu couldn't drink any more. Tonight, I'll have the kitchen prepare some spare rib soup for you, it's good for your health. Su Jinyu, alright. Gu Peilang, recover quickly, I've booked tickets for us to M country next week. Su Jinyu, good. Zhang Lei ultimately failed to see Su Jinyu. She was driven away by the security personnel summoned by Mr. Zhang, her mouth spouting all sorts of unpleasant words until she was bundled into the car. Thus, Su Jinyu never knew the people from his family had visited him. Having consumed 3 large bowls of soup, Su Jinyu felt the broth swaying inside his belly as he walked. Clutching his stomach, under Gu Peilang's amused gaze, he snail-like retreated back to the bedroom and went to sleep. Gu Peilang's eyes followed him closely the entire time, only until the slender figure disappeared around the staircase corner did the man's smile suddenly vanish. Chapter 188, Finale. What did she come for? This question was directed at Zhang, the steward. She didn't say, but she should have come to beg Mr. Su to forgive her son. Humph. The man looked at the soup bowl on the coffee table with a gaze devoid of warmth. She still has the nerve to show up. What about the police? The results are out. He's sentenced to 3 years. The man frowned slightly, obviously dissatisfied with this response. 3 years is too lenient on him. Zhang, the steward, wisely kept his head down and said nothing. Gu Peilang, tapping his index finger lightly against the armrest of the sofa, said, Mr. Su wants his son released, doesn't he? In that case, we'll oblige them. Have someone bring him out and then deliver him to Gu Sanbai. Zhang seemed puzzled, sir. Gu Peilang didn't elaborate further and simply got up from the couch, just do as I said. He had no idea how Su Jinyu and Gu Sanbai hooked up, but since they knew each other, he didn't mind putting them together. After all, sometimes it could be quite entertaining to watch dogs bite each other. Su Jinyu had no knowledge of what Gu Peilang had done or how it would ultimately affect his family. Currently, his main task every day was to digest all sorts of soups and then sleep soundly. After a few days, he felt that his face had even started to round out. On the day of departure, the lump on Su Jinyu's forehead had finally reduced in swelling significantly, leaving only a bit of bruising that wasn't noticeable unless you looked closely. After briefly dealing with some company matters, the two of them finally picked up their luggage and embarked on their honeymoon journey together. In their previous life, there was no such thing as a honeymoon trip between the two of them. Su Jinyu publicly humiliated Gu Peilang during the wedding, infuriating Gu Wen so much that she slapped him right in front of the guests. To defend himself, Gu Peilang argued with his aunt that very night, which caused her to leave furiously. From that point onward, on their wedding night, Su Jinyu embraced his blanket and pillow in front of Gu Peilang and all the house servants, walking into the adjacent guest room. The two thus began a marriage where neither their appearances nor spirits aligned, until it finally ended in divorce. What are you thinking about? As the plane roared through the clouds, a deep, gentle voice pulled Su Jinyu from his reverie of the past. He turned his head and looked at the concerned expression of the man beside him, smiling faintly. Nothing, just thinking about where we'll go after we arrive in the U.S. You can go wherever you want. As Gu Peilang saw the bright smile return to the person's eyes, having replaced the earlier shadow, his worry eased slightly. He reached out and took the other's hand. We have a month's time. No rush. Su Jinyu nodded with a smile, okay. Indeed, as Gu Peilang had said, the air quality in the US wasn't particularly good. Out of a month, for almost 20 days, they couldn't see the original color of the sky. Of the remaining 10 days, 7 were filled with overcast rain, leaving only 3 days where they could briefly see the sun. As soon as they stepped off the plane, they were drenched by an unexpected rainstorm and hastily found a hotel to rest for a while. After Su Jinyu finished his shower and emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe, looking out the window at the splashing raindrops, he sighed helplessly. The weather doesn't cooperate. Gu Peilang chuckled softly and walked forward, wrapping his arms around the other from behind. Resting his chin on the other's shoulder, he said, now you know it's not ideal. Su Jinyu, Don't sigh. I've checked the weather forecast, the weather will be nice for the next few days. Have you thought about where you want to go? Relaxing his body and leaning closer into the embrace of the man, Su Jinyu said, let's take a walk around your university. I haven't seen where you studied yet. The chest behind him vibrated slightly. Are you really that eager to see it? Su Jinyu, His body was turned by the other, and Gu Peilang smiled as he looked at him, deliberately lowering his voice. Do you want to see the school I attended in college, or me back when I was in college? Su Jinyu arched an eyebrow. Is there a difference? Gu Peilang gently pecked his lips. of course there is. For the former, we'll need to wait until tomorrow. But for the latter. He deliberately stretched out his words, prompting Su Jinyu to ask, then what about the latter? Gu Peilang, for the latter, you can see it now. Gulp, swallowing dryly, Su Jinyu struggled to speak clearly as he stared into the dark and profound eyes before him. Truly, true. Gu Peilang laughed lowly, his laughter causing shivers of pleasure down Su Jinyu's half-body. True, wife. Do you want to see? In the face of such temptation, Su Jinyu eventually gave in. What he didn't expect was that Gu Peilang had planned this all along. When Su Jinyu saw the man standing in front of him wearing a youthful school uniform, his entire world froze. Satisfied with what you see now? Su Jinyu, satisfied. Lost in shock, Su Jinyu missed the mischievous gleam in Gu Peilang's eyes. Only when he was pushed onto the bed did Su Jinyu finally snap out of it. What do you intend to do? He reached out to push against the man's chest, his expression indescribable. Gu Peilang raised an eyebrow. I'm 19 years old right now, don't you want to try? Su Jinyu. Try, not a bad idea. The last thought crossing his mind before fainting, truly worthy of being 19, unparalleled stamina. When Su Jinyu woke up the next day, all he managed to catch was the last glimpse of sunset through the window. The spacious bedroom was quiet and empty, only he was there. Gu Peilang had gone somewhere unknown. Lying in bed for a few more minutes, Su Jinyu perked up as soon as he heard the lock turning and got up from bed, wincing. Gu Peilang walked into the room carrying dinner, only to be greeted by a snow-white pillow. Awake already? Su Jinyu's face alternated between red and pale, but all he did was huff and turn his head away. Gu Peilang curled his lips slightly. Are you hungry? I bought some food, come have a little. Good thing he remembered Su Jinyu hadn't eaten yet. As memories of last night resurfaced, Su Jinyu glanced at the vigorous man versus himself still half dead in bed and instantly puffed up like a blowfish. Gu Peilang knew he'd messed up and could only apologize by coaxing him. Don't be angry, alright? It's my fault, I'll go lighter next time, okay? Su Jinyu, there will be a next time. Gu Peilang couldn't help laughing when he saw the indignant, bulging-eyed look on the other's face. He pulled Su Jinyu into his arms and stole a kiss. My dear Ayo, wasn't it you who agreed last night to watch, why are you mad now? Su Jinyu, I agreed to watch, but I didn't agree to, His voice dwindled down, making Gu Peilang laugh even harder. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you were enjoying it later since you seemed so comfortable. You're not allowed to talk. Su Jinyu flushed red and covered that mouth-spouting nonsense with his hand. Gu Peilang let him do as he pleased, his deep dark eyes brimming with laughter as if holding the entirety of the galaxy. As if scalded, Su Jinyu quickly withdrew his hand and shamelessly declared, I'm hungry, I want to eat. Gu Peilang, alright, let's eat. Su Jinyu, I want you to feed me. Gu Peilang, alright, if you say so, whatever my wife says goes. Su Jinyu. I want to eat shrimp. Alright, shrimp then, open your mouth, ah. Outside, lights flickered across households, illuminating this strange yet beautiful city, while inside warmth surrounded them as they loved each other dearly. Perhaps peace and contentment in life truly looked just like this. Chapter 189, Omake 1. Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang's one-month honeymoon trip eventually didn't last the full month because of a call from an excitable Fong Mingji back home, who announced he was getting married. At that moment, Su Jinyu was being pinned at the window by Gu Peilang. The young man struggled to cover his mouth with one hand while using the other to pick up his phone. With all his strength, he managed to control himself from making strange noises. Hello. On the other end, Fong Mingji's lively voice rang out, Jinyu. I'm getting married soon. When are you coming back? Su Jinyu, I. The person behind him suddenly sped up, turning his words into a shaky sound. With red eyes, Su Jinyu looked back at the mischievous person behind him. Gu Peilang raised an eyebrow, took the phone from Su Jinyu's hand. Fong Mingji on the phone still had no clue why the line went silent for several moments. When? The young man opposite was instantly rendered speechless. Mr. Gu. Gu Peilang, it's me. You is busy now and can't answer the phone. If you want to say anything, telling me would be the same. Fong Mingji, nothing. Just that I'm getting married this month, and I'd like Jinyu to be my best man. I know. I'll tell him. The man's voice was slightly deeper than usual, but there wasn't much emotional fluctuation detectable. He glanced down at the young man in front of him, and teasingly gave him a hard thrust. Su Jinyu, Fong Mingji, I thought I heard Jinyu's voice. You're mistaken. There's nothing else. Then I'll hang up first. Lu Qi's apartment in China. Before Fong Mingji could speak, he heard the dial tone from the other end. His eyebrows knitted together as he looked puzzled. Lu Qi came out from the study, saw his furrowed brows and curiously approached. What's wrong? Did the call not go through? Fong Mingji, it did, but Mr. Gu answered it and said Jinyu was busy. The young man tilted his head, puzzled, but I clearly heard Jinyu's voice. Strange. Recalling that something similar had happened before and seeing the innocent kid in front of him, Lu Qi wasn't sure what to say for a moment. Ming. The man seriously called him. Fang Mingji, What's wrong? Lu Qi, let's check the time before we call them in future, alright? At this hour in China, it's nighttime in the US. You don't want to disturb Mr. Su and his husband. Fang Mingji innocently said, but I checked the time. They go out during the day, so calling them when they're back at the hotel in the evening should be perfect. Lu Qi laughed and shook his head, my silly Mingming, are you really foolish or pretending to be? Newlyweds need some couple time in the evenings to bond. Fang Mingji's face turned bright red as if touched by summer sunset clouds after realizing what Lu Qi meant. Silly. Lu Qi sighed and embraced him, giving him a kiss on the forehead. Fang Mingji now just wanted to dig a hole and bury himself in it. He couldn't even think about how awkward it would be to face those two after they returned from abroad. After receiving Fang Mingji's call the next day, Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang immediately bought tickets to return home. They were picked up by Lu Qi, naturally accompanied by Fang Mingji. As Su Jinyu stepped off the plane, he immediately saw the youth waiting excitedly in the passage. Dressed in a bright yellow hoodie, wearing a baseball cap, he waved enthusiastically at him. Jinyu, I've missed you so much. Fang Mingji gave Su Jinyu a big bear hug. Had there not been two possessive men nearby, he would have definitely kissed him. Having not seen each other for nearly a month, Su Jinyu also missed him. They embraced at the airport for a while until Gu Peilang spoke up, finally reluctantly letting go. In the car, Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang sat in the back, while Fang Mingji and Lu Qi sat in the front. The car slowly drove towards the Gu residence. On the way, the youth kept chattering with Su Jinyu in the back seat. Su Jinyu was curious as to why they suddenly decided to get married, especially since Fang Mingji's parents had previously opposed their relationship. As soon as the topic of marriage came up, Fang Mingji couldn't help but think about that phone call from yesterday. Before the two people in the back seat could respond, he himself had already started to feel awkward. I just decided to get married and that was it. Why ask so many questions? The young man avoided eye contact with anyone through the rearview mirror. Su Jinyu, but wasn't your parents' stance pretty firm before? How did they suddenly agree? Fang Mingji, because I am their only son, they can't possibly wish me a lifetime without happiness, right? Recalling the heartfelt talk his parents had given him the day they called him home, even now, Fang Mingji still felt his nose tingling. His mother, who had always been strong-willed throughout her life, touched his head and gave her approval for him to be with Lu Qi. She only hoped that when they grew old, he would still remember to visit them at home. Jinyu, my parents still love me so much. Thinking about it made Fang Mingji's eyes redden again. Su Jinyu looked at Lu Qi's helpless yet tender expression, realizing that the elder's agreement surely wouldn't have happened without Lu Qi's efforts. But since the other party hadn't mentioned anything to Fang Mingji, he pretended not to know anything. Of course, there are no parents in this world who don't love their children. Su Jinyu smiled and consoled him, that's good, stop crying. Your uncles and aunts agreeing for you to be with Mr. Lu is a good thing, and that they love you more is an even better thing. You should be happy, shouldn't you? Fang Mingji wiped his tears hard with the back of his hand and nodded, you're right. Their wedding was set for the last day of the month, less than 10 days away. Strictly speaking, it was rather rushed. However, Fang Mingji always thought that having an official certificate would bring a sense of security. Plus, Lu Qi also wanted to take him home as soon as possible. So, when Fang Mingji's parents invited someone to pick an auspicious date for the ceremony, he shamelessly chose the nearest day suitable for marriage and travel. The day of the wedding had beautiful sunny weather. Dressed as a prince, Fang Mingji held his father's hand and lightly stepped onto the red carpet, taking step by step towards its end. On the other side stood a man in a black suit holding flowers, gazing at him gently, with the most radiant light reflected in his eyes. Su Jinyu and Gu Peilang stood below the stage, watching the couple pledge vows, exchange rings, and then kiss in front of the priest, just like how they had done on their own wedding day. So wonderful. He couldn't help but sigh. Gu Peilang turned his head to look at Su Jinyu's slightly closed eyes and his upward curved lips. He reached out and pulled him into his arms, nodding, yes, so wonderful. They all found their own bonds and anchors in life, leading to an ending that couldn't be more perfect. That was truly great. Chapter 190, Bonus Chapter 2. The news that the head of the Gu family had died in an explosion made headlines overnight. The Gu family lost its mainstay, and the stocks began to fluctuate. Everyone at the company was on edge. Lu Qi spent an entire week without sleep or rest to barely stabilize the situation. A week later, the funeral of the head of the Gu family was held at the Gu residence. On the day of the burial, a drizzle began under a heavy, overcast sky, evoking an air of relentless determination. All those who came to mourn wore black clothing and white flowers, holding black umbrellas. Under the gloomy gray heavens, they formed a dense sea of figures, creating a somber and suffocating atmosphere. Gu Wen stood in a long black dress, her face devoid of makeup, marked with the signs of time and infinite sorrow. Her eyes were red and swollen. To the sound of the priest's chanting, she slowly placed the black box into a small square pit and watched it gradually buried by wet, damp soil. Please let me in. Let me in, all right? I just want to see him one more time, just one last glance. This desperate and heart-wrenching voice broke the silence. Lu Qi turned around to see a young man restrained by bodyguards, looking disheveled and gaunt. At the first sound of this voice, a chill of frost filled Gu Wen's eyes. She wiped away the tears from the corner of her eye, and when she turned, she became the indomitable career woman again. Let him come. As her cold voice echoed, Su Jinyu's face lit up with joy, struggling free from the grip of the bodyguard as he stepped forward. People instinctively parted to make way for the cold tombstone at the end. The short distance of a dozen steps seemed unsteady for the young man, and when he finally reached the tombstone, his vision blurred completely with tears. Pei Lang. Su Jinyu called out the name of the man with trembling lips. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his legs, causing him to lose balance, falling straight down on his knees before the tombstone. On the gravestone, the man's indifferent, distant eyes quietly gazed at him. Do you still have the audacity to show your face? The woman's shrill questioning voice pierced the air. Su Jinyu, how dare you still have the audacity to show your face? Pale-faced with his lips tightly sealed, Su Jinyu let the tears flow like rain. Though many words churned in his mind, the only ones that escaped were the weak, powerless 3 words, I'm sorry. That phrase drove the woman to the brink of losing her last shred of sanity. I don't want your sorry. A loud, sharp slap rang out in the silent cemetery, startling everyone. Gu Wen screamed sharply, you don't deserve it. You don't deserve to say these 3 words. Su Jinyu, I just want to ask you, what did my Pei Lang owe you? What does he owe you that would lead you to treat him this way? You humiliated him publicly, alienated him from me, his sister-in-law. Now you've caused his death for you. Why? Why should he suffer this for you? Crying uncontrollably, the woman's accusing cries felt like knives stabbing directly into Su Jinyu's heart, each word cutting deep. In the curtain of rain, the young man's frail body wavered precariously. Through the continuous raindrops, Su Jinyu stared at the expressionless face in the photo on the grave, his expression sorrowful. Indeed, why? Su Jinyu locked himself in the hospital room, neither eating nor drinking, racking his brain to recall every detail of what happened between him and Gu Pei Lang. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not comprehend why such an excellent person as Gu Pei Lang liked someone as worthless as himself. He couldn't figure it out, not even after trying endlessly. And the person who could answer him was now forever asleep beneath the ground because of him. He would never get the chance again. I will never get the chance again. While being thrown out of the graveyard by the bodyguards, Su Jinyu kept calling out Gu Pei Lang's name repeatedly, each cry filled with blood-curdling despair. Pei Lang. His sharp scream split the tranquil night. The man lying on the bed woke up suddenly, his tear-streaked face full of terror. I'm here, what's wrong? Upon hearing the commotion, Gu Pei Lang walked in from outside the door. His handsome face carried worry and concern. As soon as Su Jinyu saw him, he immediately rolled off the bed, barefoot, and rushed straight into the man's arms, hugging him tightly as if trying to embed him into his very bones and blood. Where did you go? His trembling voice spoke the question. Gu Pei Lang sensed his panic and hugged the man in his arms, his deep, gentle voice calming. I went out to cook for you. Su Jinyu refused to let go, still caught up in the lingering terror. I couldn't find you. I woke up and couldn't find you. I'm here. I've always been here, I won't let you lose me. Gu Pei Lang held the person in his arms and consoled him softly. Shall we go back to bed? The floor is cold. Su Jinyu sniffled, looked up, and gazed at the handsome man under the light with tear-filled eyes. His eyes were full of pain and longing, carrying a flicker of hope. You're still here, right? You're not dead, right? Gu Pei Lang frowned slightly. Of course I'm here. Su Jinyu burst into tears with relief. It's so good, so good. His emotions were too unstable now, so Gu Pei Lang helped him walk to the bedside and sat down. Then he poured him a glass of hot water. Here, drink some water. Su Jinyu nodded, but his hands were shaking as he took the cup. The warm stream slid through his throat, making him feel slightly warmer. Did something happen? Did you have a nightmare? Gu Pei Lang sat beside him and watched him with tender eyes. Su Jinyu nodded, then shook his head. It wasn't a nightmare. It actually happened before. Su Jinyu struggled to swallow the water in his mouth. I dreamed that you died. I knelt by your tombstone, crying and calling your name, but you didn't respond. It was just a dream, all false. Gu Pei Lang looked at the painful expression on his face and sympathetically hugged him. Look, I'm still alive right now, am I not? Su Jinyu nodded and reached out to grab the clothes over the man's chest without saying anything. We didn't agree to grow old together. I still have to replace your dentures, right? Su Jinyu, pfft. Yeah. Gu Pei Lang, so don't be afraid. I will always be by your side until the end of the world. They leaned against each other for a while, and Su Jinyu, resting in Gu Pei Lang's embrace, gradually calmed down. Gu Pei Lang hugged him and glanced at the wall clock. It's still early, why don't we sleep a little more? Su Jinyu nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, you have to stay with me. Gu Pei Lang nodded, alright, I'll stay with you. The two embraced as they lay on the bed. Su Jinyu nestled in Gu Pei Lang's arms, and finally asked the question he had never dared to ask in his previous life. Pei Lang, I was so bad before, why did you like me? Why? The man drew out the word with a hint of laughter. I don't know, maybe it's love at first sight. Fate destined that I would fall in love with you. Fate destined. Hearing his response, Su Jinyu felt his eyes well up with warmth, nearly tearing again. So good. I can start again, I can still love you, I can still hear your predestined answer, it's so good. The end.